In late spring, the white mist behind the mountain of the Qingxue sect carried the fetid scent of rotting leaves as it wrapped around the peaks. Liu Fei lay sprawled on a green stone, blood seeping from beneath his fingernails. He stared at the severed cliff 20 zhang away. From the abyss below came the roar of rushing water, like a great beast grinding its fangs. Junior sister Lin, do you truly intend to do this? Liu Fei's voice was hoarse. The wound where his spiritual root had been abolished 3 days prior still throbbed faintly with pain. Now his back was pressed against the icy stone wall, and from the 3-inch-long sword scar there oozed a yellowish fluid. Do what? Lin Wan'er stepped forward over fallen leaves, the hem of her pale yellow dress brushing past a bloodstained dagger. At her waist hung a green jade gourd personally bestowed by the sect master, its surface glinting coldly in the dusk. I am merely sending you on your way. Do you know that young Master Wang's father is an elder of the refining pavilion? He has promised to allow me into the inner sect to cultivate. Liu Fei fixed his gaze on the token of betrothal hanging at her wrist, a piece of mutton fat jade he had exchanged for with 3 months of stipend last mid-autumn. Now it reflected the disgust twisting Lin Wan'er's face. The mountain wind swept through the pine forest carrying a few stifled snickers. Look, that piece of trash is pestering senior sister Lin again. His spiritual root has already been abolished, and he still refuses to give up. Does he really think a toad can eat swan meat? 7 or 8 outer sect disciples hid behind the trees, pointing and whispering. At their head, Zhao Tianyang toyed with the low-grade spiritual artifact at his waist, his gaze roaming over the rise and fall of Lin Wan'er's chest. Liu Fei clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. 3 days ago it had been Zhao Tianyang who publicly snapped his sword at the martial arena and slandered him for peeping on female disciples bathing. The sect master had not bothered to distinguish right from wrong before abolishing his spiritual root, expelling him from the Tian character quarters. Even the menial workers now dared to spit into his food. Wan'er, how have I treated you? Liu Fei suddenly laughed, the corner of his mouth tearing open into a line of blood. Last year when your cultivation went astray, and you fell into Qi deviation, who stood guard for you by the cold pool for 7 days and 7 nights? Who gave you his last foundation establishment pill? Lin Wan'er's pupils abruptly contracted, her fingers unconsciously brushing the red cord at her neck. It held the heart-guarding talisman that Liu Fei had refined with his own lifeblood, now hidden deep beneath her collar. Enough. Zhao Tianyang suddenly stepped forward, his low-grade spiritual weapon, the scarlet flame sword, sliding 3 inches from its sheath. Junior sister Lin and young Master Wang have long been betrothed. A piece of trash like you dares attempt to latch onto a dragon and phoenix. Before the sword edge even reached him, Liu Fei smelled a pungent sulfur stench. He staggered back, suddenly stepping into empty air. Behind him came Lin Wan'er's icy voice. Forgive me, but you know too much. Agony exploded from his waist as Liu Fei crashed hard by the cliff's edge. He saw Lin Wan'er gripping a blood-stained dagger, the very one she had driven into his lower back while pretending to support him just moments ago. Warm blood soaked through his inner garment, blooming like red plum blossoms against the pallid dusk. Ah! Liu Fei let out a wretched scream as he plunged from the cliff. Wind held past his ears. He saw mottled moss clinging to the cliff face and a circling night owl suddenly beating its wings in fright and taking flight. In the final instant before losing consciousness, a golden streak of light flew from his bosom and merged into the space between his brows. Ding! Chaotic bloodline detected, system activating. As the mechanical voice exploded within his sea of consciousness, Liu Fei was hurtling toward the deep pool at the bottom of the cliff. Icy pool water flooded his nose and mouth, yet he felt a warm current erupt from his dantian, surging straight up toward his crown point. Countless golden runes flowed across his retinas. With the perspective of the clairvoyant eye piercing the pool, he saw a bamboo loft hidden in mist within a mountain hollow, 20 zhang away. In a hot spring shrouded in rising steam, a woman in white was loosening her robes and sash. The curtain of the waterfall happened to veil her face, yet her graceful curving figure loomed indistinctly through the steam. A butterfly-shaped birthmark on her shoulder was like a red plum blossom blooming in snow. Su Qingxue, Liu Fei blurted out. She was the Qingxue sect's ancient century ice spiritual root prodigy who had broken through to foundation establishment at the age of 20 just last year. Yet now she was bathing in this forbidden ground 30 li from the sect. The system prompt sounded again. Clairvoyant eye has been activated. Host may freely switch between normal sight and clairvoyant mode. Remaining usage time 10 minutes. Flailing awkwardly, Liu Fei paddled through the water only to realize that his body was automatically circulating some unknown cultivation art. The pebbles at the bottom of the pool shimmered faintly under the clairvoyant eye. He saw that within one of them lay a rice grain-sized jade slip upon which were carved 3 characters, Huanluanju, the chaos art. Who is there? A cold female voice drifted down from above. Liu Fei looked up to see Su Qingxue standing at the edge of the pool, dressed in white as pure as snow, her long black hair unbound. Her left hand formed a sword seal while icy shards condensed at the tips of her right hand fingers, frost gathering in her beautiful eyes. I am outer sect disciple Liu Fei, he stammered as he broke the surface of the water, nosebleed running uncontrollably down his face. The clairvoyant eye was still operating. He saw a cinnabar mole behind Su Qingxue's ear quivering slightly with her breath. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and the ice shard in her fingers shattered into powder. She fixed her gaze on Liu Fei's eyes as if trying to pierce through to the depths of his soul. Why are you here? Just as Liu Fei was about to speak, the system abruptly popped up a mission panel. Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator, Su Qingxue detected. Hidden mission gain, favorability triggered. Current favorability 0-100. Mission reward upper volume of the Yin-Yang dual cultivation art. I was pushed off a cliff. Liu Fei began only to suddenly feel the world spin around him. At the instant the clairvoyant eye failed, he saw the bamboo loft behind Su Qingxue swing open of its own accord, revealing half of a gilded Buddha statue. Yet its form was unmistakably that of the blood demon venerable idol of the demonic sect. Be careful. Liu Fei instinctively lunged forward only to be blocked by an ice wall raised with a flick of Su Qingxue's hand. As she turned, Liu Fei glimpsed dark lines writhing beneath the skin at the back of her neck, twisting like living things. Begone! Su Qingxue suddenly roared, an ice spike condensed in her palm, thrusting straight toward Liu Fei's heart. Yet at the very instant it touched his robes, the spike dissolved into a flurry of snowflakes. She staggered back 2 steps, an abnormal flush rising on her pale face. Only then did Liu Fei realize that the heart-guarding talisman at his chest was burning hot. It was the token of affection Lin Wan'er had given him last year, and now, under Su Qingxue's attack, it was blooming with a gentle golden radiance. This is heavenly silkworm silk. Su Qingxue stared at the heart-guarding talisman, her voice suddenly trembling. Where did you obtain this item? Just as Liu Fei was about to answer, the sound of something slicing through the air came from the distance. 3 streaks of sword light tore through the dusk, Zhao Tianyang's laughter riding on the sulphurous reek. Senior Sister Su, you arrived just in time. This piece of trash has been peeping on female disciples bathing. I must trouble Senior Sister to deliver justice. Su Qingxue's expression instantly froze back into cool indifference, fresh ice shards condensing at her fingertips. Yet this time she did not attack Liu Fei. Instead, she turned, snorted coldly at the sword lights, and said, Zhao Tianyang, do you take this seat for a 3-year-old child? Zhao Tianyang's sword light froze midair, and the 2 inner sect disciples behind him hurriedly sheathed their swords. The oppressive might of Su Qingxue's Foundation Establishment Cultivation weighed down like Mount Tai, beads of cold sweat instantly breaking out on their foreheads. Senior Sister Su, please see reason, this Liu Fei truly did peep. Lin Wan'er's voice drifted in from afar, only to cut off abruptly when she caught sight of Liu Fei standing intact behind Su Qingxue. She stared at Liu Fei's unharmed chest, doubt and disbelief flashing through her eyes. Junior Sister Lin, you came at just the right time, Su Qingxue suddenly sneered. This seat asks you whence came the sword wound at Liu Fei's waist. Lin Wan'er's face drained of color, her hand instinctively reaching toward the dagger hidden in her sleeve. Seizing the moment, Liu Fei glanced down to find that the wound at his waist had somehow already healed, leaving only a faint red line. I do not know. Lin Wan'er began, but before she could finish, Su Qingxue moved like lightning and seized her wrist. At the instant the clairvoyant eye activated once more, Liu Fei saw black mist coursing through Lin Wan'er's body, identical to the patterns beneath the skin at the back of Su Qingxue's neck. Bone-eroding powder of the demonic sect. Su Qingxue suddenly let out a cold laugh, ice crystals condensing at her fingertips as she pierced Lin Wan'er's fingertips. The moment the black mist was forced from her body, Lin Wan'er screamed like a slaughtered pig. Zhao Tianyang's face turned ashen, and he spun to flee, but Su Qingxue raised a hand and sealed his retreat with an ice wall. Her voice was as cold as winter. Did you think this seat was unaware that the sect master has colluded with the demonic sect? Liu Fei's pupils shrank. He suddenly recalled that sinister glint in the sect master's eyes when his spiritual root had been abolished 3 days ago. Now as Su Qingxue mentioned the demonic sect, the fear in the faces of Zhao Tianyang and the others did not appear feigned. Could it be that the Qingyun sect had long since been infiltrated? Senior Sister Su, spare us. Zhao Tianyang suddenly knelt. We were coerced as well. As long as you grant us a way to live. Before he could finish, Su Qingxue abruptly spat a mouthful of blood. The dark lines at the back of her neck suddenly swelled, and it was as if an invisible hand had gripped her throat, forcing her slowly to her knees. Go quickly. Su Qingxue forced the words out with difficulty. Go to Tianjian Peak and find my master. Liu Fei instinctively rushed forward to support her, only to be pushed away. The moment the clairvoyant eye activated, he saw a hazy shadow within Su Qingxue's body, devouring her golden core. A shadow garbed unmistakably like an enforcer of the demonic sect. System prompt: host life is in imminent danger. Newbie protection mechanism activating automatically. At the sound of the mechanical voice, Liu Fei felt a surge of heat rush from his dantian straight into his sea of consciousness. His vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff on Tianjin Peak. Below, seas of clouds surged while in the distance rang the chimes of morning and evening bells. Is this traversal through time and space? Liu Fei murmured. Looking down, he saw that the heart-guarding talisman at his chest was slowly dissolving, turning into motes of golden light that sank into his body. Ding! Newbie protection mechanism ended. Host current location Tianjin Peak scenic platform. Remaining clairvoyant, time 9 minutes 30 seconds. Liu Fei drew in a deep breath when suddenly footsteps sounded behind him. As he turned, he saw Su Qingxue approaching through the morning light in the battle attire of the sect's grand competition, sword in hand. The cinnabar mole behind her ear was especially striking under the sunlight, yet she looked straight past him as if he did not exist. Senior Sister Su. Liu Fei called out instinctively. Su Qingxue's steps faltered slightly as she frowned at him before brushing past. System prompt: current timeline is 3 days prior. Host may choose to alter the course of history. Liu Fei's pupils contracted. He suddenly understood that the awakening during his fall had been a chance at rebirth granted by the system. Standing now on the scenic platform of Tianjin Peak, it was precisely the moment Lin Wan'er had arranged to meet him. Junior Sister Lin, what did you wish to speak with me about? Liu Fei turned to see Lin Wan'er emerging from the morning mist, the butterflies embroidered on her pale yellow skirt vivid and lifelike. She had no green jade gourd at her waist yet, and on her wrist she still wore the mutton-fat jade pendant he had given her. At the moment her eyes fell upon him, a flicker of panic passed through them. But it was quickly concealed. Senior brother, I wanted to tell you something. Liu Fei fixed his gaze on the tiny movements of her fingers, her habitual tick when she lied. At this exact moment 3 days ago she had stabbed a dagger into his lower back on this very spot. Now he had a chance to change everything. Wan'er, do you know the side effects of Foundation establishment pills? Liu Fei suddenly asked. Lin Wan'er's face changed drastically, and she took half a step back. How do you know? I not only know their side effects, Liu Fei said, deliberately pausing as the clairvoyant eye swept through her body. I also know. Sure enough, at her dantian, there was a dark pill slowly dissolving. What you took is not a Foundation establishment pill at all, but the demonic sect's bone-eroding pill. Lin Wan'er staggered back, almost losing her footing. She instinctively reached for the medicine bottle in her bosom, but Liu Fei snatched it first. Under the clairvoyant eye, every pill inside glowed with a sinister black light. This was given to me by young Master Wang. Lin Wan'er's voice trembled. He said that as long as I helped him. Before she could finish, the sound of something cleaving through the air came from afar. Zhao Tianyang's sword light tore through the morning mist, reeking of sulfur as it hurtled toward them. Junior Sister Lin, how dare you betray young Master Wang? Liu Fei let out a cold laugh and tossed the medicine bottle into the air. The moment Zhao Tianyang reached to catch it, Liu Fei circulated the chaos art golden runes gathering in his palm. Break! At the instant the runes struck the bottle, all the pills erupted into black mist. Zhao Tianyang screamed, his sword light scattering at once. Liu Fei seized the chance to snatch away his scarlet flame sword and press it against his neck. Zhao Tianyang, do you know what the bone-eroding pill does? Liu Fei spoke coldly. After 14 days the one who takes it will dissolve into a pool of blood. And the antidote is in young Master Wang's hands, is it not? Zhao Tianyang's face turned ashen and he nodded, trembling. Lin Wan'er suddenly flung herself forward, clutching at Liu Fei's sleeve. Senior brother, save me. I don't want to die. Liu Fei stared at the mutton-fat jade pendant on her wrist, suddenly recalling the ruthless look in her eyes as she had pushed him from the cliff in his previous life. Yet now he could see that the fear in her eyes was genuine, and the bone-eroding pill within her was frantically corroding her meridians. System prompt: hidden mission, save Lin Wan'er triggered. Mission reward: middle volume of the Chaos Art. Liu Fei drew a deep breath and sheathed the scarlet flame sword. He took out the heart-guarding talisman given to him by Su Qingxue, now transformed into golden motes merged with his body, yet its remaining heavenly silkworm threads still glimmered faintly. Wan'er, I need you to help me with something. Liu Fei met her gaze. Go and tell young Master Wang that I shall challenge him at the sect's grand competition 3 days from now. Lin Wan'er stared blankly for a moment before nodding emphatically. Seizing the chance, Zhao Tianyang tried to flee, only to be kicked to the ground by Liu Fei. As for you, go invite the sect master. Tell him I am about to expose the demonic sect's plot. As the morning mist slowly dispersed, Liu Fei stood upon the scenic platform of Tianjin Peak, gazing down at the churning sea of clouds. He knew that from this moment on the gears of fate would be utterly altered. The black lines at the back of Su Qingxue's neck, the bone-eroding pill within Lin Wan'er, and that bamboo loft hiding the blood demon venerable statue. These foreshadowings were like scattered pieces upon a chessboard, awaiting their turn to be triggered one by one. System open status panel, Liu Fei intoned silently. Host Liu Fei. Realm first layer of Qi refinement, Chaos Bloodline, awakening in progress. Cultivation Art Chaos Art Upper Volume can be cultivated up to Foundation Establishment Stage. Skill Clairvoyant I remaining time 8 minutes 15 seconds. Favorability Su Qingxue 0-100 Lin Wan'er 50100. Liu Fei's lips curved slightly as his fingertips brushed the golden motes at his chest. He understood that this was merely the beginning of a legend. As the morning sun leaped above the sea of clouds, he clenched his fists. This lifetime he would make all who had deceived and humiliated him pay 100-fold. On Tianjian Peak, Liu Fei watched as the silhouettes of Lin Wan'er and Zhao Tianyang vanished along the winding mountain path. The morning mist still clung to the air, while faint sunlight struggled through the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. He drew a deep breath of the cool mountain air, its aroma an intricate blend of pine resin and earth. The heart-stopping cliff fall and subsequent rebirth of the previous night seemed to play before his eyes. Liu Fei murmured in his heart system, confirmed the mission details. A chime rang out, ding. Main task updated within 3 days, defeat a Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beast, a reward part 1 of the Hundunju. The mechanical voice declared coldly failure will result in a penalty 50 reduction of your current cultivation. Liu Fei furrowed his brows. A Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beast was no trivial matter. After all, he was only at the first level of the Qi refining stage, and challenging such a foe was exceedingly perilous. Yet the thought of acquiring part 1 of the Hundunju steeled his resolve. It was a top-tier technique that could propel his journey in cultivation. The system advised host, it is recommended that you first visit the Zhongshu Pavilion of Qingyun sect to study the relevant demon beast materials. Knowing both yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. Sensing his hesitation, the system interjected with timely advice. Liu Fei nodded and swiftly turned to descend the mountain. Along the way, he encountered several outer sect disciples who, upon seeing him, were first stunned before breaking into mocking smiles. Oh, isn't that Liu Fei, the one with a discarded spiritual root? They sneered. What are you parading your disgrace again? A shrill voice came from behind. Liu Fei turned to see a gaunt, sallow-faced outer disciple named Sun Air, who habitually trailed behind, Zhao Tianyang masquerading as something formidable. Liu Fei coldly retorted, Sun Air, mind your tongue, with a withering glance, and continued walking. Sun Air sneered him, what are you pretending for? Even with a discarded spiritual root, you still think yourself someone. Sun Air persisted, raising his voice as several passing disciples joined in with mocking laughter, saying, indeed, look at yourself. You dare to act so insolently. Harsh voices continued, perhaps he's been so frightened he's lost his mind. Amid the barrage, Liu Fei's fists clenched unconsciously, yet he held back his anger and quickened his pace. This was no time for petty disputes. The mission must be completed at all costs. Soon Liu Fei arrived at the Zhongshu Pavilion. The Zhongshu Pavilion was a venerable 3-story wooden structure, its sweeping eaves and intricate brackets exuding an air of antiquity in the morning light. At its entrance, an elderly man with white hair, Lin Song, the pavilion's guardian elder, was dozing in a wrought-tan chair. Elder Lin, Liu Fei greeted with a respectful bow. Lin Song slowly opened his eyes and appraised Liu Fei with a clouded, scrutinizing gaze before frowning. Who are you? Ah, I remember. You must be that young man with a discarded spiritual root. What brings you to the pavilion? Lin Song inquired. Elder, I wish to examine materials on Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beasts, Liu Fei replied honestly. Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beasts. Lin Song's eyes flashed with surprise. Are you feverish spouting nonsense? He scoffed. With your current cultivation, provoking a Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beast would be tantamount to courting death, Lin Song admonished. Elder, I have my own plans. I seek your aid, Liu Fei insisted. Liu Fei persisted. Lin Song regarded him for a long moment, as if trying to discern something from his expression, then finally sighed, very well, come in. On the 3rd floor there is a Demon Beast Compendium, though it must be consulted within the pavilion and not removed. Thank you, Elder, Liu Fei exclaimed inwardly, and quickly entered the pavilion. Inside, the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of ancient books, and rows of shelves were laden with time-worn scrolls. Liu Fei made his way directly to the 3rd floor, sifting through a vast sea of texts in search of the Demon Beast Compendium. Finally, tucked away in a corner, he found the yellowed tome, Wanyao Toyuo. Upon opening the compendium, a variety of bizarre and grotesque demon beasts sprang to life on its pages. Liu Fei turned each page, carefully searching for a Foundation Establishment Stage demon beast that met his mission criteria. Suddenly his gaze fixed on an illustration. A demon beast known as the Ironback Songlong, a 2nd-level Foundation Establishment creature with a coarse, thick hide, immense strength, and famed for its agility and ferocity. Its lair was said to lie deep within the misty, dense forests of the rear mountains of Qingyun sect. This is the one, Liu Fei murmured. Closing the book, he left the pavilion and set off towards the rear mountain. At the foot of the rear mountain, he was met with a clamor. A group of outer disciples gathered, pointing and whispering. Approaching, Liu Fei discovered that it was Su Qingxue. She was dressed in a flowing white gown, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, and wielded an ice-blue longsword. Her cool demeanor was as if a celestial maiden had descended, while several outer disciples fawned at her side. Sister Su, the rear mountain is fraught with peril. It worries us to see you venture alone. Allow us to accompany you, one disciple offered. A round-faced disciple beamed broadly, adding, exactly, Sister Su. We know these mountains like the back of our hands, and can serve as excellent guides for you. Another sharply featured disciple echoed, but Su Qingxue frowned slightly, her eyes betraying impatience. No need. I can manage on my own. At that moment she inadvertently caught sight of Liu Fei and paused in surprise, while he, not expecting to meet her here, instinctively averted his gaze. Are you heading to the rear mountain? Su Qingxue asked proactively. Liu Fei, taken aback, nodded. Yes, I have some business to attend to. The outer disciples around them erupted into chatter upon hearing their conversation. Sister Su, why are you speaking with that worthless man? He's the one with a discarded spiritual root. Sun Air interjected disdainfully. What could he possibly do? Maybe he's off to perish alone in the rear mountain. Laughter erupted from the group. Su Qingxue's face darkened as she cast a cold glance toward Sun Air, saying, I am the one speaking with him. When did it ever become your turn to interject? Sun Air's complexion turned ashen as he quickly bowed his head, no longer daring to utter another word. The other disciples fell silent, surprised that the usually composed Su Qingxue had taken a stand for Liu Fei. I'm going to the rear mountain too. Let's go together, Su Qingxue said softly as she looked at Liu Fei. Surprised, Liu Fei hadn't expected her offer. Now with a Foundation establishment stage expert accompanying him, the odds of completing the mission suddenly looked better. Liu Fei nodded all right. The pair then set off toward the rear mountain, leaving the outer disciples staring in disbelief. What's gotten into Sister Su? Why would she be with that worthless man? Whispered one disciple. Maybe Liu Fei has placed some demon spell upon her, another muttered. We'll see how that worthless man fares on the rear mountain, they jeered. Throughout the journey the two remained silent. The forest around them lay in peaceful stillness, punctuated only by occasional bird calls that deepened the serene ambience. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the leaves, forming columns of golden light. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Fei suddenly halted. He sensed a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood ahead. Su Qingxue also sensed something amiss, gripping her longsword tightly as she scanned the surroundings. The lair of the iron-backed Songlong must be ahead, she stated. Liu Fei murmured quietly, and Su Qingxue nodded slightly, a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She hadn't expected Liu Fei to have located this place. Cautiously they advanced through thick undergrowth until a vast cave loomed before them. The surrounding ground was stained with blood and strewn with animal bones, exuding a repulsive pungent odor. Be careful, Su Qingxue murmured softly. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, activating his clairvoyant vision as he peered into the cave. Deep within the cave a colossal Songlong lay prone, its fur an iron-gray sheen that shimmered coldly, bristled like steel needles along its back. At that moment the beast seemed to sense intruders. It slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of eerie green eyes that gleamed with brutality. Attack! It bellowed. Liu Fei shouted sharply and charged in first. Unarmed, he relied solely on his nimble footwork to dodge the Songlong's onslaught. Su Qingxue followed closely. With a swing of her ice-blue longsword, a fierce wave of sword energy surged toward the Songlong. The beast roared, leaping nimbly to evade the strike before lunging at Liu Fei. The creature moved with blinding speed, stirring up a blood-curdling gust as it attacked. Startled, Liu Fei dodged sideways, though a swipe of the beast's claw left a long, bleeding gash on his arm. Hiss! Liu Fei gasped in shock, unprepared for the beast's incredible speed. Yet he did not falter, continuing to search for the creature's chink in its armor. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue relentlessly launched her attacks, attempting to hold the Songlong at bay. You think with your worthless self you can kill me? What a delusion! She exclaimed. In a hoarse, low tone laden with sarcasm, the Songlong suddenly spoke. Today marks your end. Liu Fei gritted his teeth as he retorted. While evading the beast's strikes, Liu Fei scrutinized its anatomy through his clairvoyant vision, noticing that its abdomen was notably vulnerable with comparatively thin fur. Sister Su, attack its abdomen! Liu Fei shouted urgently. Hearing his command, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up with understanding. Her longsword blazed brilliantly as she executed a refined technique, each strike aimed squarely at the beast's vulnerable belly. Under their combined assault, the Songlong appeared caught off guard. Wounds began to mar its body as blood stained its fur. You insignificant ants, I shall tear you to pieces! It roared. Furious, the Songlong roared as its body suddenly swelled, its already massive form growing even larger, exuding an even more menacing aura. No, it's fighting desperately. Su Qingxue's expression shifted as Liu Fei too felt the immense pressure, yet neither of them faltered. As the Songlong lunged once more, Liu Fei seized the opportunity with an arrow-like dash, channeling chaotic power with both hands to deliver a forceful blow to the beast's abdomen. At the same moment, Su Qingxue unleashed her mightiest sword strike. Her ice-blue sword energy slashed a long, searing wound along the beast's abdomen. A woo! The Songlong emitted a heart-wrenching wail as its colossal body crashed down. Both Liu Fei and Su Qingxue, panting from exhaustion, exchanged a glance brimming with relief. "Thank you, Sister Su, for your assistance," Liu Fei said gratefully. Su Qingxue nodded slightly. "Not bad. You knew to target its abdomen." At that moment, Liu Fei suddenly recalled the system's mission and quickly queried within his heart system, "Is the ding? Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission by slaying the Foundation Establishment Stage Demon Beast, the Ironback Songlong. The reward part, one of the Hundunju, has been deposited into your system space." A surge of joy filled Liu Fei as he prepared to review the Hundunju, when suddenly he noticed a faint glimmer emanating from a corner of the cave. Curious, he approached and bent down to pick up a palm-sized jade talisman, its surface inscribed with peculiar runes that exuded an aura of mystery. "What is this?" Su Qingxue joined him, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at the talisman in Liu Fei's hand. Liu Fei shook his head. "I don't know, I found it here in the cave." Turning the talisman over, he suddenly noticed the runes flickering as a streak of blood-red light flashed across its surface. Startled, Liu Fei sensed that the talisman concealed a secret, one that might be connected to the Blood Demon Patriarch. Yet cautious of the unknown, he decided to secure it without further probing. "Let's go. This place reeks of blood and might attract other demon beasts," Su Qingxue remarked. The two then left the cave and descended the mountain. Along the way, Su Qingxue frequently glanced at Liu Fei, her expression a mixture of complexity and admiration. She had never expected that this outer disciple, despite his discarded spiritual root, could display such bravery and astuteness in discerning a demon beast's weaknesses. In the battle against the Songlong, Liu Fei's calm and decisive demeanor earned Su Qingxue a newfound respect for the young man. Meanwhile, Liu Fei pondered the cultivation methods contained within Part 1 of the Hundunju. After returning from the back mountain, Liu Fei's mind was filled with the upper volume of the chaos art. He had just back in his cramped, shabby, clutter-filled room. He could barely contain his impatience. Bolting the door shut, he sat cross-legged on the rickety wooden bed and silently called out, "System, call up the upper volume of the chaos art." In an instant, an ancient yellowed tome radiating a faint halo floated before his eyes. Liu Fei carefully opened it. The obscure, abstruse runes and characters steeped in boundless mystery met his gaze. His eyes were instantly riveted, and he sank into them, striving to comprehend the path of cultivation. In the days that followed, Liu Fei was like a parched sponge, frantically absorbing the power of the chaos art. Every time he cycled the technique, he could feel the chaotic force within him flowing slowly, and with it his sense of strength steadily grew. He often sat in his room for an entire day, losing track of time. When hungry, he gnawed on dry rations. When thirsty, he took a few mouthfuls of plain water. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, having experienced the slaying of the Ironback Grey Wolf alongside Liu Fei, began to see the once despised outer sect disciple in a very different light. Occasionally, she ran into Liu Fei on the sect's paths. When their eyes met, Su Qingxue would give a slight nod, her gaze now holding a measure of attention and curiosity that had never been there before. One morning, before the first rays of sunlight had fully pierced the clouds and shone upon Qingyun sect's peak, a piece of news swept through the sect. Like a gale, a mysterious ancient secret realm entrance had been discovered at the rear mountain of Qingyun sect. It was said to hold boundless opportunities and treasures. The news ignited excitement among countless disciples in an instant. Everyone hurriedly packed their belongings, ready to set out and investigate. When Liu Fei heard the news, a flicker of excitement and determination shone in his eyes. He knew this might be a golden opportunity to further elevate his strength. And Su Qingxue, as one of Qingyun sect's top disciples, would naturally not let such a chance slip by. As she gathered her magic treasures and elixirs preparing to depart, Liu Fei's figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. For some reason, a longing rose within her to travel alongside him. Thus, amid the stream of people surging toward the rear mountain, Su Qingxue spotted that familiar silhouette at a glance. She quickened her steps and said softly, "Liu Fei, what do you say to entering the secret realm together?" Hearing her voice, Liu Fei turned around. Seeing it was Su Qingxue, a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. He nodded hurriedly. "Great. With Senior Sister Su accompanying me, nothing could be better." The disciples nearby witnessed this and immediately broke into murmurs. That Liu Fei really stepped in dog shit. He gets to be with Senior Sister Su again. Humph, a crippled piece of trash with a ruined spiritual root. Going into the secret realm is just suicide. He might even drag Senior Sister Su down with him. Exactly. I don't know what Senior Sister Su is thinking, always hanging around him. Liu Fei overheard these remarks and frowned slightly, but he paid them no heed. He merely tightened his fists. Su Qingxue, however, remained cold and composed. A flicker of displeasure passed through her eyes as she swept an icy gaze over the gossiping disciples. Instantly, they all fell silent, not daring to make another sound. The two set off together toward the depths of the rear mountain. Along the way, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly secluded and mysterious. Towering trees blotted out the sky and sun. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden pillars of light that resembled passages leading to another world. The thick carpet of fallen leaves was soft underfoot, rustling gently with each step. In the air hung a damp, earthy breath mingled with the fragrance of nameless flowers and herbs. As they neared the entrance to the secret realm, an ancient and mysterious fluctuation of power began to fill the air. Liu Fei could clearly feel the chaotic force inside him stirring restlessly, as if resonating with that mysterious power from afar. Su Qingxue clutched the ice-blue long sword in her hand, her expression vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings. Her exquisite face framed by the mysterious atmosphere looked even more coldly beautiful. At last they arrived before a massive cliff face. Strange runes and patterns covered the rock, glimmering faintly beneath the sunlight. At the very center of the cliff was a circular entrance radiating a soft blue glow like a gate leading to another world. Liu Fei and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and walked slowly toward it. The moment they crossed the entrance, a powerful pressure slammed into them, setting their clothes flapping noisily. When they focused their eyes, they saw the secret realm wreathed in mist with towering peaks piercing the clouds and jagged rocks jutting out in grotesque forms. A faint mist hovered over the valley, obscuring the view of what lay deeper within. Strange sounds drifted to their ears from time to time, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. "Be careful. This secret realm is no ordinary place," Su Qingxue said in a low voice, a hint of tension in her tone. Liu Fei nodded and activated his penetrating vision, attempting to pierce the mist and discern their surroundings. But strangely, his penetrating vision seemed to be disrupted by some force within the secret realm, barely allowing him to see a dozen meters ahead. The two advanced cautiously toward the depths of the valley, every step taken with extreme care. Suddenly Liu Fei felt the ground tremble slightly beneath his feet. His heart lurched, and he swiftly grabbed Su Qingxue. "Senior Sister Su, watch out." The words had barely left his lips when a colossal black-scaled python burst out from underground. The python was over 10 meters long, as thick as a bucket, its scales gleaming with cold, sinister light. Its eyes were like lanterns glowing with blood-red light. From its mouth flicked a long forked tongue dripping green venom that hissed as it struck the ground, instantly corroding small pits into the earth. A Foundation establishment staged black-scaled python. Su Qingxue's expression changed. In an instant, the long sword in her hand flew from its sheath, and ice-blue sword chi swirled around her. The black-scaled python let out a low, deep roar, and its enormous body lunged at the two like a bolt of black lightning. Though Liu Fei was tense, he did not panic. Sidestepping swiftly, he studied the python's attack trajectory. "Senior Sister Su, the snake's scales are extremely hard. We need to find its weak point," Liu Fei shouted. Hearing this, Su Qingxue's long sword moved even faster, sending wave after wave of sword chi slashing toward the python. But the black-scaled python was extremely quick. It easily evaded the sword chi, then lashed its thick tail at Liu Fei like a steel whip. Without time to think, Liu Fei hurled himself backward, gathering chaotic force in both hands and slamming it toward the python's tail. With a heavy thud, Liu Fei felt as if he had struck an unyielding boulder. A searing pain shot through his, but he gritted his teeth and continued searching for an opening in the python's defense. Enraged by Liu Fei's attack, the black-scaled python opened its gaping maw and sprayed a stream of green venom at him. The venom came like a green rain of arrows. Liu Fei could not dodge in time, and a splash struck his arm, igniting a burning agony. Clenching his jaw, he circulated his chaotic force, trying to suppress the venom's corrosion. Seeing Liu Fei wounded, Su Qingxue's heart tightened. The long sword in her hand blazed with brilliance as she unleashed her strongest sword technique and thrust at the python's head. Seeing this, the python quickly shielded its head with its body while whipping its tail at Su Qingxue once more. Su Qingxue shifted in a flash, dodging the tail strike, but the python suddenly twisted its body, trapping her within its massive coils. "Senior Sister Su." Liu Fei burned with anxiety. Ignoring his own wounds, he charged at the python. Just then the python seemed to sense danger. Its body suddenly began to swell, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from within it. "Not good. It's about to self-destruct." Su Qingxue shouted, her face pale. Liu Fei's heart jolted. He knew exactly how devastating a black-scaled python's self-destruction could be. If they did not stop it in time, both of them would lose their lives. At that critical moment, Liu Fei felt the chaotic force inside him explode like a volcano, surging out with overwhelming power. His eyes bloodshot, he threw himself at the python without the slightest hesitation, trying to use his own body to shield Su Qingxue from the fatal blast. Yet just as Liu Fei was about to reach the python, Su Qingxue suddenly broke free from its coils. She lunged at him and wrapped her body tightly around him, shielding him with all her might. A thunderous boom erupted as the immense energy of the python's self-destruction engulfed them. The surrounding peaks trembled under the shock, boulders tumbled down, and a vast cloud of dust filled the air. When the dust finally settled, Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in Su Qingxue's arms. Su Qingxue's face was as pale as paper, with a trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Her back was already soaked in blood. Clearly she had borne the brunt of the python's explosion to protect Liu Fei. "Senior Sister Su. Senior Sister Su, how are you?" Liu Fei shouted frantically, his voice trembling with. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Liu Fei unharmed, a relieved smile crossed her face. I'm fine. As long as you're fine. Before she could finish, she lapsed into unconsciousness again. Liu Fei held Su Qingxue tightly, his heart full of gratitude and guilt. He had never expected that at a moment of life and death, Su Qingxue would unhesitatingly protect him with her own body. He silently vowed to find a way to heal Su Qingxue's wounds. System Senior Sister Su is gravely injured. Is there any way to save her? Liu Fei asked frantically in his mind. Ding! Detected that Su Qingxue's life is in critical danger. Hidden quest triggered. Protect Su Qingxue. Quest reward on success. The middle volume of the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Art. Su Qingxue's current health 10,100. It is recommended that the host seek a holy healing medicine or adopt a special healing method. Liu Fei gritted his teeth. He knew time was pressing and he had to find a way to save Su Qingxue as quickly as possible. He looked around and saw that the secret realm had become even more chaotic after the python self-destruction. Huge cracks had split the surrounding peaks, and the valley was thick with a pungent smell of smoke. Carefully, he lifted Su Qingxue into his arms and began searching the secret realm for anything that might heal her. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of danger, sudden ground collapses, eerie mists that blocked his vision, but he never gave up. With every step, he could feel Su Qingxue's breath growing weaker, and the agony in his heart grew ever. Suddenly, Liu Fei saw a patch of grass ahead, emitting a soft glow. Growing among the grass was a flower he had never seen before. The flower was pale purple with crystal dewdrops shimmering on its petals and a refreshing fragrance drifting through the air. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He vaguely sensed that this flower might be the key to saving Su Qingxue. He strode over, crouched down, and examined the flower closely. Just as he reached out to pluck it, a powerful force suddenly surged from the flower, as if trying to stop him. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, channeled his chaotic force, and resisted that force. After a grueling struggle, he finally managed to pick the flower. System: can this flower save Senior Sister Su? Liu Fei asked hurriedly. Ding! A 1,000-year purple spirit flower has been detected. It possesses powerful healing properties and can restore 30 of Su Qingxue's health. Joy flooded Liu Fei's heart. Carefully, he placed the flower in his mouth and chewed it into pulp, then gently parted Su Qingxue's lips and fed the juice to her. After a while, a faint hint of color returned to Su Qingxue's face, and her breathing became somewhat steadier. But Liu Fei knew this was far from enough. He continued carrying Su Qingxue through the secret realm, searching for other healing methods, silently praying that she would be safe. Liu Fei, cradling Su Qingxue in his arms, wandered aimlessly through the secret realm, thrown into chaos by the black-scale python's self-detonation. Every step stirred up clouds of dust heavy with the acrid stench of gunpowder. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Su Qingxue, whose breath in his arms was growing ever feebler. His heart felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible hand, racked with a throbbing ache. System: is there really no other way? Liu Fei roared in near despair within his heart, his voice trembling. Ding! The optimal course at present is to enter dual cultivation with Su Qingxue, which can accelerate her recovery. The first volume of the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Art has been stored in the system space. The host may consult it at any time. The system's mechanical ice-cold voice rang through Liu Fei's sea of consciousness like a clap of thunder. Dual cultivation. Liu Fei halted abruptly, a crimson flush surging to his cheeks. He lowered his gaze to Su Qingxue's snow-white face, his heart in turmoil. This plan was far too shocking and outrageous. Not to mention that he and Su Qingxue had only recently met. She was the acclaimed genius of Qingyun sect, ordinarily cold, lofty, and pure as an unreachable ice fairy. How could he dare harbor such presumptuous thoughts? But now Su Qingxue's life hung by a single thread, leaving no room for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Liu Fei took a deep breath to calm the turmoil inside him, then gently laid her down in a relatively secluded hollow surrounded by boulders. He swiftly scanned the area. Steep cliffs rose on both sides of the valley, their rock faces scarred with vicious cracks. The ground beneath was covered in shattered stone and scorched earth, with only a few tenacious weeds shivering in the wind. The air, heavy with the intermingled odor of gunpowder and blood, sent a chill through his heart. Senior Sister Su, forgive me, Liu Fei repeated inwardly before quickly summoning the first volume of the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Art from his system space. The archaic volume floated before his eyes. Liu Fei swept his gaze urgently over its obscure script and bizarre runes, striving to grasp the technique of dual cultivation. Just as he was utterly absorbed, a faint rustling sound came from behind him. Liu Fei whirled around and saw a spirit fox glowing with a dim emerald light, poking its head out from behind a large rock, its lively eyes studying them with curiosity. The spirit fox's fur was as smooth as satin, and a golden crescent moon mark adorned its forehead. In this broken and desolate secret realm, it appeared exceptionally mysterious and beautiful. Could it be that this spirit fox knows of a way to heal injuries here? Liu Fei's heart stirred. He had just risen to approach it when the fox turned and sprang into the bushes beside them. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow, thinking this might be the thin ray of hope that could save Su Qingxue. Liu Fei carefully pushed aside the undergrowth and saw a narrow, deep path opening before him. Strange flowers and plants lined both sides of the path. Some blossoms emitted a faint shimmer, while some leaves were as sharp as blades. At the end of the path, a cave, emitting a soft blue glow, stood silently, a faint mist lingering at its mouth, as if summoning him closer. Liu Fei hurried back to the hollow, lifted Su Qingxue into his arms once more, and walked toward the cave. As he stepped inside, a warm and refreshing aura rushed to greet him, worlds apart from the killing intent outside. The cave was spacious and bright. Gems radiating blue light were embedded in the cave walls, illuminating the entire cavern, as if it were broad daylight. At the center of the cave lay a crystal-clear spirit spring, its water bubbling with a gentle, pleasing sound. Around the spring grew several medicinal herbs, exuding a rich fragrance. System: can this spirit spring and these herbs help Senior Sister Su's injuries? Liu Fei asked quickly. Ding. The spirit spring can nourish the soul and repair the physical body, and the herbs can aid in treating wounds. If used together with dual cultivation, the effect will be even better, the system replied. Liu Fei hesitated no longer. Gently setting Su Qingxue down beside the spirit spring, he then settled cross-legged next to her. He drew a deep breath to steady his nerves, then slowly reached out and took Su Qingxue's wrists. Her skin was as cold as frost, and a sharp pang twisted in Liu Fei's heart. Senior Sister Su, please forgive me, Liu Fei murmured, then activated the chaos art, slowly channeling the power of chaos within him into Su Qingxue's body. At the same time, following the methods of the first volume of the Yin-Yang dual cultivation art, he guided Su Qingxue's spiritual energy to intermingle with his own. At first, Su Qingxue's spiritual energy was extremely weak and disordered, like a candle guttering in the wind. But as the power of chaos poured into her, without cease, her spiritual energy gradually regained a spark of vitality and began to flow slowly. Sweat beaded on Liu Fei's forehead. He bit his lower lip, controlling the circulation of spiritual energy with complete concentration, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. Just as their spiritual energies began to merge, Su Qingxue's brows suddenly knitted tightly, and pain twisted her face. Her body started to tremble faintly, and a wisp of black aura, faint as a ghost, slowly seeped out from within her. This is blood demon aura. Liu Fei's heart jumped. He remembered the black markings he had glimpsed on the back of Su Qingxue's neck and the indistinct shadow of the demon sect within her body. Could Su Qingxue truly have some secret connection with the blood demon ancestor? Before Liu Fei could work it out, Su Qingxue abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with bewilderment and agony. She looked at Liu Fei before her and parted her lips, but no sound came forth. Senior Sister Su, are you all right? Liu Fei asked urgently. Su Qingxue shook her head, a flicker of struggle passing through her eyes. She wanted to speak, but her throat felt blocked by something, and no voice would come out. Suddenly, with a violent surge of strength, she tore free from Liu Fei's grasp and curled into a tight ball, trembling violently. Senior Sister Su. Liu Fei hastily reached out to support her, but a powerful force hurled him back. The black aura inside Su Qingxue grew thicker and thicker, enveloping her whole being. Wrapped in that black mist, her gaze turned dazed and hollow, as though she had lost all consciousness. System: what on earth is happening? Liu Fei asked in panic within his heart. Ding! The blood demon aura sealed within Su Qingxue is leaking out, triggered by the fluctuations of dual cultivation spiritual energy. If it is not suppressed in time, she will be in danger of being seized by the blood demon. The system's voice instantly plunged Liu Fei's heart into the abyss. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, aware that this was not the moment to retreat. He once again activated the power of chaos and sent it surging into Su Qingxue's body, attempting to suppress that blood demon aura. At the same time, he chanted softly, and following the incantations of the Yin-Yang dual cultivation art, he guided Su Qingxue's spiritual energy and his own into forming a protective barrier against the corrosion of the blood demon aura. Under the twin pressure of chaotic power and spiritual energy, the blood demon aura in Su Qingxue's body finally began to subside. Her eyes gradually regained clarity, and the tremors slowly ceased. She looked at Liu Fei, whose face was etched with exhaustion, yet who still held her hands tightly, and a complicated feeling surged in her heart. Thank you, Liu Fei. Su Qingxue said softly, her voice faint, but laden with gratitude. I'm just glad you're okay, Senior Sister Su. Liu Fei breathed a long sigh of relief, and a gratified smile spread across his face. Only now did he realize that his clothes were long soaked through with sweat, a chill creeping down his back. After all they had just been through, the atmosphere between them had grown subtle and delicate. Their hands remained tightly clasped, and spiritual energy flowed slowly through each other's bodies, merging together. A hint of color gradually returned to Su Qingxue's cheeks, and her once ice-cold skin began to grow warm. Looking at Liu Fei's focused gaze, a warmth she had never known suddenly welled up in her heart. Having wandered along the edge of life and death, she now felt an unfamiliar stirring toward this outer disciple she had once regarded as a useless piece of trash. Ding! Su Qingxue's affinity 50. Current affinity 70,100. Dao companion bond unlocked. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's sea of consciousness, delighting his heart. But at this moment what he cared about more was Su Qingxue's injuries. Senior Sister Su, how are your injuries now? Liu Fei asked with concern. Much better thanks to you. Su Qingxue gave a gentle nod, her eyes full of tenderness. In this ambiguous atmosphere she revealed her vulnerable side before Liu Fei for the first time. No longer the lofty, coldly proud prodigy of Qingyun sect. The two continued their dual cultivation according to the methods of the Yin-Yang dual cultivation art. Their spiritual energies blended faster and faster, and their auras grew ever more harmonious. As time passed, Su Qingxue's injuries gradually healed. Her cheeks flushed with color, and her breathing became smooth and strong. As for Liu Fei, during his spiritual energy communion with Su Qingxue, he too sensed a hint of a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Yet just as the two were immersed in the marvelous sensations brought by dual cultivation, a clamor of footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. Startled, Liu Fei and Su Qingxue immediately stopped and stared warily at the cave entrance. A group of black-robed figures was approaching the cave. At their lead was a man wearing a ghastly ghost mask holding a magic staff that radiated black light. Humph, to think we'd meet Su Qingxue, the genius of Qingyun sect, and that trash Liu Fei whose spiritual root was crippled. The ghost-masked man said coldly, his tone full of derision. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Qingxue rose to her feet, an ice-blue longsword already in her hand, as if conjured from thin air, and looked at the uninvited guests with caution. Who are we? You'll find out soon enough. The ghost-masked man sneered and waved his staff. The black-robed figures behind him immediately fanned out, encircling the cave from every side. Liu Fei's heart sank. He knew that he and Su Qingxue were in grave danger now. But gazing at Su Qingxue by his side, his eyes burned with determination. Liu Fei and Su Qingxue stood shoulder to shoulder, their gazes locked on the group of black-robed figures encircling the cave. Inside, the gurgling of the spirit spring seemed to carry a hint of unease amid the tense atmosphere. The gems embedded in the cave walls glowed with a dim blue light, reflecting the grim faces of those present. Humph, do you really think you can stop us with just the likes of you? Su Qingxue arched her delicate brows, the icy blue longsword in her hand shimmering with cold light as she radiated the formidable aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. Her crisp voice carried an air of innate pride echoing through the cave. The ghost-faced masked man let out a piercing, sinister laugh like the screech of a night owl, sending chills down one's spine. Su Qingxue, you are indeed formidable, but now that you have barely recovered from grave injuries, how much strength can you still possess? What's more, you are dragging along a useless piece of trash. As he spoke, he brandished the magic staff in his hand, the black gem at its tip flickering with an eerie radiance that contended against the blue light of the cave. Liu Fei pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes revealing unyielding determination. He knew well how weak his strength was at present, yet the thought of Su Qingxue beside him stirred a resolute courage from the depths of his heart. He shifted his body slightly, subtly placing Su Qingxue a little behind him, and said in a low voice, Senior Sister Su, your injuries have not yet healed. If anything goes wrong in a moment, you should leave first. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes shimmered as she gave him a deep look, then gently shook her head, and answered softly, If we go together. Right at that moment, the ghost-faced masked man suddenly swung his magic staff, and began chanting incantations under his breath. The black-robed figures swiftly formed a formation, and a thick black mist rose from beneath their feet, instantly flooding the entire cave. Within the mist, faint mournful wails like those of ghosts and wolves could be heard, unsettling the mind. Liu Fei immediately felt his breathing stagnate. The mist seemed to carry a corrosive power. He circulated his chaotic force, forming a golden light shield over his body to resist the erosion of the mist. Humph, a mere parlor trick. Su Qingxue gave a cold snort, and wielded her long sword, unleashing an icy blue sword chi that scattered the black mist wherever it passed. However, the black-robed figure's formation stood firm, and though the sword chi was powerful, it failed to inflict substantial damage on them. Seeing this, the ghost-faced masked man laughed triumphantly. Su Qingxue, today is your death day. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of black light shot from the top of his staff straight towards Su Qingxue's throat. Seeing this, Liu Fei did not hesitate to step forward, condensing his chaotic force in both hands and rushing to meet the black beam. With a loud bang, the beam collided with the chaotic force, erupting in a violent surge of energy. Liu Fei felt a searing pain in both arms as his body was hurled uncontrollably backward, slamming heavily against the cave wall. Su Qingxue let out a startled cry, flickered, and instantly appeared beside Liu Fei, helping him up. Liu Fei, are you all right? Her voice carried a note of anxiety, and her eyes were full of concern as she looked at him. Liu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a faint smile. I'm fine, Senior Sister Su. In truth, his chi and blood were churning violently, and his internal organs ached as if they had been displaced. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a flurry of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. Everyone was stunned. The ghost-faced masked man's expression changed slightly, and a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. Immediately afterward, a clear, pleasant voice called out, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Following the voice, a fiery red figure rushed into the cave like a shooting star. It was Yi Ling, an inner disciple of Qingyun's sect. She wore a fiery red long dress, her hair tied high, and held a blazing long spear in her hand, radiating scorching heat. Yi Ling looked around the cave, and when her gaze fell upon Liu Fei and Su Qingxue, she was briefly taken aback. Then her eyes turned icy as she looked at the black-robed figures. "Are you people from the demon sect? How dare you intrude into Qingyun's sect's secret realm?" The ghost-faced masked man's face darkened, and he sneered coldly, "Another one who doesn't know her place. Dispose of her together." At his command, the black-robed figures attacked once more, black mist surging toward Yi Ling like a raging tide. Yi Ling showed no fear. She whirled her long spear, and wherever its tip pointed, blazing flames burned fiercely, scattering the black mist entirely. Her figure moved with agile grace like a blaze, weaving through the black-robed ranks, and wherever she passed, the black-robed figures collapsed to the ground one after another. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the ghost-faced masked man panicked and turned to flee. The ghost-faced masked man's face turned deathly pale, and he stared at Su Qingxue in terror. You cannot kill me." The ghost-faced masked man's face turned deathly pale, and he stared at Su Qingxue in terror. You cannot kill me. The people behind me will not let you go." Su Qingxue sneered coldly, "I couldn't care less who's behind you." With that, she swung her long sword, and the ghost-faced masked man was instantly beheaded. Having dealt with the black-robed figures, Yi Ling put away her long spear and walked over to Liu Fei and Su Qingxue. She looked at Liu Fei with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. "So you are Liu Fei? I heard your spiritual root was destroyed. How did you end up with senior sister Su, and even come to this secret realm?" Liu Fei was about to speak, but Su Qingxue interjected, "It's a long story. He'll tell you in detail another day. Thank you for helping us today." Yi Ling waved her hand. "Senior sister Su, you're too kind. I only acted because I could not stand by and watch injustice. By the way, this secret realm is fraught with danger. What do you two plan to do next?" Su Qingxue looked at Liu Fei, her eyes asking his opinion. Liu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's return to the sect first. Senior sister Su needs proper rest to recover, and there are many things I need to figure out." Su Qingxue nodded slightly in agreement. The three left the secret realm together and headed toward Qingyun's sect. Along the way, Yi Ling and Su Qingxue chatted merrily, while Liu Fei listened quietly from the side. When they stepped through the mountain gate of Qingyun's sect, the sun was already setting in the west, its remaining glow casting a golden sheen over the sect's buildings. However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, a crowd blocked their path. "Oh, if it isn't Liu Fei. What, after going to the secret realm, you actually came back alive?" A shrill, biting voice rang out. Liu Fei looked up and saw Lin Wan'er dressed in a pink long dress, standing in front with several outer disciples. The outer disciples around her wore sneers on their faces, contempt clear in their eyes. "Lin Wan'er, what do you want?" Liu Fei frowned and stared at her coldly. Lin Wan'er sneered, "What can I do? I just find it amusing that a piece of trash like you actually dares to return to the sect. What, did you find some treasure in the secret realm? Let me have a look." With that, she reached out to search Liu Fei. Liu Fei sidestepped, her anger flashing in his eyes. "Lin Wan'er, don't go too far." Seeing this, Lin Wan'er smiled even more brightly. "Oh, you dare to resist? You're nothing but a cripple whose spiritual root was destroyed. Do you really think you're still someone important?" The outer disciples around her also burst into jeering laughter. "That's right, a useless trash still putting on airs. Maybe he was scared out of his wits in the secret realm. Ha ha." Su Qingxue and Yi Ling's expressions shifted slightly. Su Qingxue stepped forward, shielding Liu Fei behind her, and coldly faced Lin Wan'er. "Lin Wan'er, if you keep this up, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Wan'er's expression changed slightly at the sight of Su Qingxue, but she soon resumed her arrogant demeanor. "Senior sister Su, why do you bother standing up for this piece of trash? He's not worth it." At that moment, a black-robed figure suddenly stepped out from behind Lin Wan'er. He was tall, his face hidden in shadow and unreadable. He held a talisman emanating a strange, ominous aura, and his eyes were icy cold as they fixed on Liu Fei. Liu Fei's heart jolted. A powerful sense of crisis surged through him. Before he could react, the black-robed man suddenly hurled the talisman at him. The talisman ignited in midair, transforming into a streak of black flame that shot straight toward Liu Fei's face. Liu Fei was greatly alarmed and knew there was no time to dodge. Instinctively, he circulated his chaotic force to form a protective barrier in front of him. The black flame struck the barrier with a sizzling sound, its immense force driving Liu Fei backward step after step. He felt his spiritual energy churn chaotically, a sharp pain tearing through his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Yi Ling both cried out in alarm as they rushed toward him. Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with worry and fury. She turned to the black-robed man and demanded coldly, "Who are you? Why are you attacking him?" The black-robed man gave a cold snort, made no reply, and turned to leave. You think you can leave? Not so easily. Yiling chased after him, her blazing long spear in hand. The black-robed man's figure flickered and vanished on the spot. Yiling struck only empty air, frowning in confusion. This black-robed man was far too powerful. She had not even managed to touch the hem of his robe. Liu Fei wiped the blood from his mouth, enduring the pain in his body, and fixed a cold glare on Lin Wan'er. Lin Wan'er, what is your relationship with that black-robed man? Why did you send someone to kill me? Lin Wan'er's face turned slightly pale, but she still forced herself to stay calm. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know that black-robed man. Maybe you've offended someone outside. Liu Fei sneered. You're still being stubborn even now. Do you really think I believe you? As he spoke, he circulated his chaotic force, and his injuries began to recover at an astonishing speed. Lin Wan'er and the outer disciples around her all stared in shock at the sight. How is this possible? Wasn't his spiritual root destroyed? How can he still use spiritual energy? Could he have obtained some kind of fortune in the secret realm? This is unbelievable. Liu Fei felt the power within him gradually surging back, and a wave of exhilaration rose in his heart. He looked at Lin Wan'er and sneered. Lin Wan'er, haven't you always looked down on me? Today I'll let you see that Liu Fei is not someone to be pushed around. With that, his aura suddenly soared, faintly radiating the presence of Foundation Establishment. Lin Wan'er's face turned pale with fright. You. How do you have Foundation Establishment cultivation? That's impossible. Liu Fei walked toward her step by step, each step causing his aura to grow stronger. What's the matter? Back then when you betrayed me and conspired with others to frame me, did you ever think this day would come? His voice was as piercingly cold as the north wind of deep winter. Lin Wan'er kept retreating, and the outer disciples behind her were so frightened that their faces turned white as they scattered. Just then Liu Fei suddenly reached out and seized Lin Wan'er by the wrist. Lin Wan'er struggled in terror. You. What are you doing? Let go of me. Liu Fei sneered coldly. Don't rush. I haven't properly thanked you yet. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had today's opportunity. As he spoke, he channeled his chaotic force into Lin Wan'er's body. Lin Wan'er felt a sharp pain throughout her body and couldn't help but cry out. She looked at Liu Fei in terror. What did you do to me? Liu Fei snorted. Nothing much, just checking what secrets are hidden inside your body. Through the perception of his chaotic force, Liu Fei quickly discovered a strange aura within Lin Wan'er. It was this very aura that was controlling her. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Wan'er had taken a forbidden medicine, one that could temporarily boost cultivation, but came with severe side effects. No wonder you suddenly became so powerful. So it's because of a forbidden medicine. Liu Fei said coldly. Did you think that taking a forbidden medicine would let you do whatever you wanted? Today I will expose your misdeeds, and let the sect deal with you properly. With that, he dragged Lin Wan'er toward the Su Qingxue, and Yiling exchanged glances and followed behind them. Along the way, many people cast strange looks at them. When they reached the main hall, several elders were inside discussing sect affairs. Seeing Liu Fei and the others enter, the elders were taken aback. Liu Fei, what are you doing? A white-haired elder asked with a frown. Liu Fei pushed Lin Wan'er forward and said in a deep voice, Elders, I want to expose Lin Wan'er's evil deeds. She colluded with the demon sect, took forbidden medicine, and even sent people to assassinate me. The elders' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. Liu Fei, don't slander me. Lin Wan'er shrieked. How could I possibly collude with the demon sect? You're framing me. Liu Fei sneered, circulated his chaotic force, and forced the forbidden medicine's aura and the eerie demonic energy within Lin Wan'er out of her body. Suddenly a stream of black mist surged out from Lin Wan'er's body, and within the mist faint demonic shadows flickered. This is the aura of the demon sect, an elder exclaimed. Lin Wan'er's face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed to the ground, knowing her crimes could no longer be hidden. Lin Wan'er, do you admit your guilt? The elders looked at her with grim faces. Lin Wan'er burst into tears and wailed, Elders, it was young Master Wang. He said that if I helped him, he would give me the antidote. I don't want to die. The elders frowned deeply at these words. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Lin Wan'er, you will be locked up for now. Once the truth is found, a proper verdict will be passed. The elders ordered. Then Lin Wan'er was taken away by several disciples. With Lin Wan'er's matter settled, a huge weight lifted off Liu Fei's heart. He turned to Su Qingxue and Yiling and said gratefully, thank you both for your help today. If not for you, I doubt I would have escaped today. Su Qingxue smiled and shook her head. You're welcome. You've saved me many times as well. We are fellow disciples. Helping each other is only natural. Yiling also laughed. That's right, Liu Fei. I never expected you to have such a fortuitous encounter in the secret realm, even breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Who knows, maybe one day you'll become a pillar of Qingyun's sect. Liu Fei smiled modestly. Senior sister, you flatter me. I still have many shortcomings and need to keep working hard. Just then Liu Fei suddenly felt a peculiar aura ripple in the distance. His heart stirred, and he vaguely felt that this aura was somehow connected to him. Meanwhile, in a valley thousands of li away from Qingyun's sect, a fox radiating white light was gazing in the direction of the sect, its eyes shimmering with lively intelligence. After Lin Wan'er's misdeeds were exposed, Liu Fei's reputation within the Qingxue sect quietly began to shift. The gazes that once regarded him with contempt and open mockery now carried a measure of suspicion and curiosity. However, Liu Fei paid no heed to any of this. He devoted himself wholly to cultivation, immersing himself day after day in the profound mysteries of the chaos art, honing his strength without cease. Within him the force of chaos grew ever more mighty. Days slipped by like flowing water, and soon the Qingxue sect's annual outer sect competition arrived. On the day of the contest, the martial arena was a spectacle of bustling energy whose sunlight spilled across the smooth, broad flagstones, casting a dazzling gleam. The surrounding stands were already packed with outer sect disciples whispering among themselves, their eyes full of eager anticipation for the coming matches. Have you heard? This year's outer sect competition is going to be lively. Zhao Tianyang has declared that he will dominate all comers and become the #1 outer sect disciple. A scrawny, sharp-featured outer sect disciple said to his companion, with great animation, excitement, and expectation written across his face. TCH. Zhao Tianyang may be strong, but that doesn't guarantee him first place. I think Sun Hao is not bad either. His cultivation has improved considerably lately, and he might just take Zhao Tianyang down a notch. Another round-faced disciple crossed his arms, looking unimpressed. You can stop guessing. Whoever it is, they're all better than that Liu Fei. A guy whose spiritual root was crippled. Does he actually think he can shine in the competition? That's nothing but a pipe dream. The skinny disciple curled his lips, his face full of ridicule, and the disciples around him burst into jeering laughter. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, Liu Fei walked toward the martial arena with steady steps, clad in a close-fitting black martial robe. His posture was upright, his gaze resolute, carrying a confidence utterly unlike that of days past. Passing the disciples who sneered at him, he acted as if he heard nothing and went straight to the registration desk. Hey, isn't this Liu Fei? What, you're actually entering the competition? Don't tell me you want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone again. A sharp, derisive voice rang out. Liu Fei turned and saw Su Qingxue standing not far away with a sardonic grin, flanked by several outer sect disciples who usually acted in collusion with him. A flicker of disgust passed through Liu Fei's eyes. He cast a cold glance at Su Qingxue, and without a word continued onward. Enraged by the snub, Su Qingxue raised his voice and sneered him. Who are you trying to impress? Do you really think that one trip to the secret realm can turn a dead fish back into a dragon? Wait until the competition starts. Then you'll be the one crying. When the competition begins, you will have plenty to cry about. The surrounding crowd turned to look. Some wore expressions of eager anticipation for a good show. Liu Fei paid him no heed. After completing his registration, he went to one side of the arena to wait for his match. Before long, Su Qingxue and Yi Ling arrived together. Su Qingxue was as immaculate as ever in a snow-white dress, her bearing cold and ethereal. Yi Ling wore a fiery red martial suit, bright and stunning. The moment the two appeared, they drew countless eyes and instantly became the center of attention. Senior sister Su, senior sister Yi. Liu Fei stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. Su Qingxue gave a slight, not a trace of concern in her eyes. Liu Fei, since you're going on stage today, you must be careful. Yi Ling, however, gave his shoulder a hearty pat. What's there to be afraid of? With your strength, you're sure to shine brilliantly in the competition. A warm feeling rose in Liu Fei's heart, and he looked at them with gratitude. Thank you for your concern, senior sisters. I'll do my best. A resonant bell tolled, and the outer sect competition officially commenced. An elder with flowing white hair and an immortal air stepped onto the martial arena. Waving his horsetail whisk once, he announced the rules of the contest in a sonorous voice. One intense match after another unfolded upon the arena in rapid succession. Competing disciples displayed their various abilities, flashes of spell light blazed and shouts of battle rose and fell without cease. Liu Fei watched the matches quietly from below the stage, carefully analyzing each opponent's techniques and flaws. He realized that after his trial in the secret realm, the combat of these outer sect disciples now revealed many glaring weaknesses to his eyes. Soon it was Liu Fei's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a burly outer sect disciple with a coarse, heavy-set face by the name of Zhou Meng. A scrawny little frame like you actually wants to fight me. Don't come crying and begging for mercy in a few moments. No sooner had Zhou Meng stepped onto the stage than he bellowed at Liu Fei, his face full of contempt. Liu Fei remained composed, neither humble nor overbearing, and answered, enough talk. Let's fight. Enraged by the response, Zhou Meng let out a furious snort and charged at Liu Fei. He swung his thick arms, bringing up gusts of wind with spiritual power surging around his fists, clearly intending to overwhelm Liu Fei with raw physical force. Liu Fei moved with agile grace, sidestepping Zhou Meng's attack with ease. At the same time, he channeled chaos force into his palm and drove it fiercely toward Zhou Meng's abdomen. Zhou Meng reacted quickly, crossing his arms to protect his stomach. With a dull boom, their attacks collided, producing a heavy, muffled sound. Zhou Meng felt a formidable surge of power slam into him, forcing him to retreat several steps involuntarily. Shock jolted through him, The contempt on his face vanished, replaced by a hint of wariness. Didn't think you had some skill? But this is still not enough. Zhou Ming roared and charged at Liu Fei once more. This time his attacks were fiercer, his techniques more vicious. Liu Fei deftly evaded Zhou Ming's attacks while searching for openings. In the give and take of their clash, Liu Fei gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing the right moment, he unleashed a killing technique comprehended from the chaos art. Chaos force surged toward Zhou Ming like a raging tide. Zhou Ming could not dodge in time. Struck by that power, he flew backward like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily at the edge of the martial arena, unable to fight any longer. Excellent. A burst of cheers erupted from below the stage, and many disciples looked on with astonishment. They had never expected that Liu Fei, once regarded as a useless cripple, would now display such strength. Su Qingxue and Yi Ling exchanged a glance, their eyes full of satisfaction. In the matches that followed, Liu Fei relied on his chaos force and the combat experience gained in the secret realm to vanquish one opponent after another, securing 8 consecutive victories. His reputation within the Qingxue sect grew ever more resounding, and more disciples began to regard him in a new light. Yet as the competition deepened, his opponents became increasingly formidable. In his 9th match, Liu Fei encountered a troublesome opponent, Qianfeng, who ranked 3rd among the outer. Qianfeng excelled in water-type spells. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he summoned a surging curtain of water in the arena, enclosing both himself and Liu Fei within it. Within the water curtain, the currents shifted and transformed endlessly, now becoming sharp water blades, now forming massive water orbs, all hurtling toward Liu Fei. Caught inside it, Liu Fei felt the pressure around him multiply, with blades and orbs raining down as densely as droplets. He activated his clairvoyant vision, trying to perceive the secrets hidden within the water curtain and locate Qianfeng's position. After careful observation, he discovered that Qianfeng was lurking deep within the water, manipulating the current to attack. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, channeled chaos force into his legs, and instantly became exceptionally swift. He weaved left and right within the water curtain, deftly evading one water blade and orb after another while closing in on Qianfeng's position. Seeing Liu Fei move through his water technique as naturally as a fish in water, Qianfeng was greatly alarmed. He intensified the spell, making the water curtain even more turbulent and the attacks even faster. During the relentless assault, several water blades sliced across Liu Fei's body, staining his robes with blood. Yet instead of retreating, his gaze burned ever more resolute. Let's see how much longer you can last. Qianfeng sneered as his hands formed seals at lightning speed. A colossal water dragon suddenly emerged from the water curtain and lunged at Liu Fei with fangs bared and claws extended. Liu Fei's heart tightened at the sight. He knew the power of the water dragon was not to be underestimated. At this critical moment, he suddenly recalled the technique he had comprehended while battling the black-scaled python in the secret realm. He took a deep breath, gathered chaos force in both hands, and thrust his palms forward with a thunderous shout, "Chaos break!" A powerful golden light shot from Liu Fei's hands and struck the water dragon in an instant. With a deafening boom, the water dragon disintegrated under the impact of the golden light, and the water curtain shattered. Qianfeng's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, Liu Fei had already flashed before him like a bolt of black lightning and slammed his fist heavily into his chest. Qianfeng let out a muffled groan, flew backward, and collapsed onto the martial arena unconscious. Liu Fei! Liu Fei! The disciples below the stage erupted, shouting and cheering for him. Su Qingxue and Yi Ling exchanged looks of surprise and admiration, and in Su Qingxue's eyes there was also a subtle, indefinable warmth. After 9 grueling battles, Liu Fei had achieved 9 consecutive victories, standing only one step away from a perfect 10-win record in the competition. His final opponent was none other than the cream of the outer sect disciples, Zhao Tianyang. The moment Zhao Tianyang stepped onto the stage, the entire arena erupted with excitement. He wore a resplendent golden robe and carried a high-grade spirit sword in his hand. Cold light flickered along the blade, and an imposing aura radiated from his entire being. Liu Fei, I didn't think you could make it this far, but your luck has run out. Today I'll show you what true strength really means. Zhao Tianyang fixed Liu Fei with an icy stare, his tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. Liu Fei looked back at him levelly and said, "Is that so? Then let's see who is truly stronger on the field." At the elder's command, Zhao Tianyang launched the first attack. He blurred forward like a streak of golden lightning, his long sword slashing out waves of razor-sharp sword chi. Wherever the sword chi passed, the very air was torn apart. Liu Fei did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly dodged sideways while channeling chaos force to form a golden barrier of protection in front of him. The sword chi struck the barrier with crackling hisses, and the sheer force of impact sent a tremor through Liu Fei's body. Is that all you've got?" With a cold laugh, Zhao Tianyang shifted the movements of his sword and executed a set of exquisitely subtle sword techniques. Sword shadows flickered in a dazzling, bewildering dance. Caught under that dense barrage, Liu Fei could only evade again and again, searching for a chance to counter. Inwardly, Liu Fei marveled. Zhao Tianyang was indeed one of the finest outer sect disciples, and the power of his sword technique was not to be underestimated. Even so, Liu Fei did not panic. He continued to evade Zhao Tianyang's attacks, while watching closely for flaws in his swordsmanship. After careful observation, he found that although Zhao Tianyang's sword technique was exquisite, there was a tiny gap every time his moves transitioned. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He knew this was his chance. Just as Zhao Tianyang swung another sword and the technique was about to shift, Liu Fei seized the moment and flashed ghost-like to Zhao Tianyang's front. He gathered chaos force in both hands and slammed it hard toward Zhao Tianyang's chest. Zhao Tianyang's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He hurriedly crossed his long sword in front of his chest to ward off the attack. A thunderous boom rang out as Liu Fei's fist slammed into the blade. The sheer force numbed Zhao Tianyang's arms, and he nearly lost his grip on the sword. Shock and fury churned within Zhao Tianyang. He had not expected Liu Fei to find the flaw in his sword tech. Gritting his teeth, a vicious glint flashed in Zhao Tianyang's eyes. The light on his sword blazed brilliantly as he unleashed his ultimate killing move, Nine Yang Sword Chi. He swept his sword forward, and a dazzling golden sword chi shot toward Liu Fei. As it passed, it carved a deep fissure into the ground beneath. Liu Fei was greatly alarmed by the sight. He knew the power of the Nine Yang Sword Chi. If it struck him, he would surely be severely injured. At this moment of imminent peril, the system alert suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is in mortal danger. Triggering system reward realm-breaking talisman. Using the realm-breaking talisman will allow the host to break through the current realm limit for 1 minute and challenge an opponent above your level. With no time to think, Liu Fei quickly recited in his mind, "Use the realm-breaking talisman." In that instant, a mysterious rune appeared in his palm. The rune flickered with an extraordinary light, then merged into his body. Liu Fei felt an overwhelming surge of power pour into his body, and his realm actually broke through to the second layer of the foundation establishment stage all at once. Break. With another ringing shout, Liu Fei channeled chaos force and rushed straight at the Nine Yang Sword Chi. Chaos force and the Nine Yang Sword Chi collided in midair, erupting into a blinding glare and a violent wave of energy. When the light faded, Zhao Tianyang was seen standing there in stunned disbelief. The long sword in his hand had broken into 2 pieces, and a faint trace of blood could be seen on his chest. "I lost," Zhao Tianyang murmured in a pale voice. A profound silence fell over the entire arena, though everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. They had not imagined that Liu Fei could break through his realm at the critical moment, defeat Zhao Tianyang, and secure 10 consecutive victories. Liu Fei! Liu Fei! Moments later, thunderous cheers erupted from below the stage. Su Qingxue and Yi Ling rushed onto the martial arena in excitement. Tears glistened in Su Qingxue's eyes as she looked at Liu Fei, pride and relief filling her gaze. "Liu Fei, you did it." Yi Ling jumped up in delight. "Amazing, Liu Fei. You're an honor to our Qingyun sect." Yet just as everyone was immersed in joy, Liu Fei's expression suddenly changed drastically. He felt the power within him begin to surge wildly out of control, his meridians twisting as if torn apart by some mighty force, the pain unbearable. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as if about to collapse. "Liu Fei, what's wrong?" Su Qingxue quickly supported him, her eyes full of worry and alarm. Liu Fei opened his mouth to speak, but another mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. He knew in his heart that the side effects of the realm-breaking talisman were now taking hold. The talisman had allowed him to break through his realm briefly and defeat Zhao Tianyang, but it had also inflicted severe damage on his body. "Quick, take him to the elders," Yi Ling shouted anxiously. Several disciples hurried forward and carefully lifted Liu Fei, carrying him toward the direction where the elders were gathered. Su Qingxue and Yi Ling followed close behind, their eyes full of concern and unease. Meanwhile, in a corner of the martial arena, a figure in a black robe watched all of this with cold detachment, a bizarre light flickering in his eyes. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Liu Fei spat out blood, his body tottering unsteadily. Su Qingxue and Yi Ling, burning with anxiety, hurried closely behind the disciples, carrying Liu Fei, racing all the way toward where the elders were. Along the way, disciples cast astonished glances in their direction. The shocking reversal of the outer sect competition and Liu Fei's severe injury instantly became the hottest topic of discussion within the sect. Wasn't Liu Fei just basking in glory after defeating Zhao Tianyang? How did he suddenly vomit blood and collapse? A short, stout outer sect disciple, his face full of confusion, grabbed a passing companion and asked, "Humph, in my opinion, he was just showing off. He must have used some forbidden technique to break through and defeat senior brother Zhao. Now look, he suffered the backlash." Another sharp-faced disciple said with a look of utter disdain, his nostrils tilted skyward. "Exactly. How could someone whose spiritual root was once crippled easily defeat Zhao Tianyang? There must be something fishy going on." The surrounding disciples chimed in, their words full of doubt and contempt for Liu Fei. Hearing these remarks, Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes turned icy as she shot them a cold glare. What do you know? If it weren't for Liu Fei, Zhao Tianyang would have seriously injured who knows how many people during the competition. He won honor for the sect, yet here you are making sarcastic remarks. Dared by her piercing gaze, the crowd instantly fell silent, not daring to make another sound. Yiling also glared at them angrily. Exactly. Senior brother Liu Fei is far stronger than any of you. With that, the two quickened their pace and hurried away. Before long they arrived at the quiet cultivation chamber where the elders were in seclusion. The disciple on guard saw the group, carrying Liu Fei, his expression shifting slightly as he hurried inside to report. Moments later, a white-haired elder with a kindly face strode out quickly. His gaze fell upon Liu Fei and his brows knitted tightly. His hands formed seals rapidly, and a gentle glow of spiritual energy enveloped Liu Fei. After a thorough examination, the elder's expression grew even more solemn. Elder, how is Liu Fei? Su Qingxue asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. The elder let out a sigh. This child's spiritual energy is in complete chaos and many of his meridians are severed. It seems he used some powerful secret technique with severe side effects. I can only stabilize his injuries for now. To fully heal him, we'll need to find another way. Hearing this, Su Qingxue and Yiling's faces turned deathly pale. Yiling's eyes reddened, her voice choked with tears. How could this happen? Senior brother Liu Fei worked so hard. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip and held back her tears. Elder, please, you must save him. The elder shook his head helplessly. I've done all I can. From here it will depend on his own fate. Place him in the side chamber, next to my cultivation room. I will channel spiritual energy into him every day to sustain his life force. Following his instructions, the group settled Liu Fei properly. Su Qingxue and Yiling kept watch by his bedside, not daring to leave for even a moment. However, late at night, just as the two were exhausted and dozing off against the bed, a gentle breeze blew and the window silently slid open. A figure in white drifted into the room like a ghost, walking straight toward Liu Fei's bedside. Su Qingxue and Yiling awoke instantly. The two rose swiftly, each gathering spiritual energy in their hands. Who goes there? Su Qingxue let out a sharp cry, ice blue spiritual energy flickering in her palm like a star in the cold night. Yiling also held a blazing long spear, its tip pointed directly at the white figure, flames roaring and painting the entire room crimson. The white figure paid no heed to their shouts and slowly turned around. By the light of the spiritual energy, Su Qingxue and Yiling could now see her face. A visage so breathtakingly beautiful it stole one's breath. Her skin was white as snow and her eyes were like deep pools exuding a hint of allure. She wore a flowing white gauze dress, her figure graceful, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. Yet when the two's gazes fell upon her back, their expressions drastically changed. Behind her trailed 9 fluffy white tails, each shimmering with a faint silver light, appearing particularly mysterious in the darkness. You're a fox spirit. Yiling cried out, the long spear in her hand trembling slightly. In the world of cultivation, the fox spirit clan had always been mysterious and powerful, and most excelled in enchantment arts, making them difficult to guard against. Su Qingxue's face turned solemn, the ice blue spiritual energy in her hand growing increasingly intense. Why have you broken into our Qingyun sect and sought to harm Liu Fei? Bai Liu curled her lips, slightly revealing a charming smile. Harm him. I'm here to save him. With that, she gently waved her sleeve, and a strange fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Su Qingxue and Yiling felt their heads spin, their bodies turning limp as the spiritual energy in their hands gradually dispersed. What did you do to us? Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and asked, trying to hold herself up, but her consciousness grew fainter. Bai Liu did not answer. She walked to Liu Fei's bedside and gently lifted him into her arms. Gazing at the unconscious Liu Fei in her arms, a complex look flashed through Bai Liu's eyes. Then she turned toward the window, her figure flickering and vanishing into the night. When Su Qingxue and Yiling woke up again, it was already broad daylight. The two sat up with a start and found Liu Fei nowhere to be seen. Only the two of them remained in the room. Damn it, Liu Fei has been taken away by that fox spirit. Su Qingxue's face turned pale, her heart filled with self-blame and worry. She and Yiling hastily rose, and without even tidying their clothes ran toward the elder's cultivation chamber. After listening to the two's account, the elder's face turned extremely grim. A fox spirit. This is troublesome. That fox spirit is not weak, and she excels at concealing her tracks. Finding them will be no easy task. Su Qingxue and Yiling exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination. Elder, no matter what, we must find Liu Fei. Meanwhile, in a valley 100 li from Qingyun sect, there stood an exquisite bamboo pavilion. Around the bamboo pavilion, flowers and grass flourished, butterflies danced, and bees flew as if in a paradise removed from the world. Inside, Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes. He felt his head groggy and his body extremely weak. He struggled to sit up and looked around, finding himself in an unfamiliar room. The room was luxuriously decorated with night pearls embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow. The bed was soft and comfortable, embroidered with exquisite patterns. Where is this? How did I get here? Liu Fei murmured to himself. At that moment the door slowly opened, and Bai Liu stepped in with graceful flowing steps. She still wore her white gauze dress, her 9 tails gently swaying behind her, radiating an irresistible charm. Seeing Bai Liu Fei was startled and instinctively channeled his chaos force to guard himself. However, as soon as he circulated his spiritual energy, a sharp pain shot through his meridians. He couldn't help but grunt, his face turning deathly pale. Seeing this, Bai Liu curved her lips slightly. Don't waste your strength. Your meridians are all severed now, but you won't be able to use spiritual energy for some time. With that, she walked to the bedside and sat beside Liu Fei. Liu Fei eyed her warily. Who are you? Why did you save me? Bai Liu reached out and gently caressed Liu Fei's face. My name is Bai Liu. As for why I saved you, because you have something I want. Liu Fei's heart tightened. I have something you want. What exactly do you want? Bai Liu let out a tinkling laugh as clear as silver bells. Don't rush. Once you've recovered, I'll tell you. But before that, you need to sign a contract with me. A contract? What contract? Liu Fei asked in confusion. A sly glint flashed in Bai Liu's eyes. A master-servant contract. Once you sign it, it'll heal your injuries and teach you a powerful enchantment art. Liu Fei's expression changed. A master-servant contract. You want me to be your servant? Impossible. Bai Liu didn't get angry. She gently swayed her waist, her 9 tails dancing in the air, and a dense wave of seductive force surged toward Liu Fei. Liu Fei felt that Bai Liu before him became more and more enchanting, and his wariness gradually faded. Just as his consciousness was growing hazy, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Make Bai Liu voluntarily sign a contract. Quest reward upon success, the first volume of the Art of Enchantment Heart Sutra. Liu Fei's heart jolted, and he instantly regained clarity. He looked at Bai Liu before him, pondering inwardly. Bai Liu is powerful. If she could become his ally, it would greatly benefit his path of cultivation. But how could he get her to sign the contract voluntarily? Seeing Liu Fei suddenly snap back to clarity, Bai Liu's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. I didn't expect you to resist my seductive force. Interesting. With that, she withdrew her seductive force and turned serious. Since you're unwilling to sign a master-servant contract, how about we make a bet? A bet? On what? Liu Fei asked. Bai Liu's eyes flashed with anticipation. I heard that in the Qingyun sect's outer sect competition you defeated Zhao Tianyang with your own strength. I bet you can break through to the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment within 1 month. If you succeed, I'll willingly sign a contract with you and become your ally. If you fail, you'll sign a master-servant contract with me. How about it? Liu Fei's heart stirred. He knew that the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment was somewhat difficult for him, but not impossible. Moreover, if he could gain such a powerful ally as Bai Liu, his path of cultivation would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. With that thought, he gritted his teeth. All right, I'll take that bet. Bai Liu curled her lips into a satisfied smile. Very well. From now on, you'll recover and cultivate here in peace. He'll provide you with all the resources you need for cultivation. With that, she lightly waved her sleeve, and a pile of spirit pills and artifacts radiating spiritual energy appeared in the room. Liu Fei looked at the pills and artifacts before him, marveling inwardly. Bai Liu is truly wealthy and generous. He picked up a pill and put it into his mouth. The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue, a surge of powerful spiritual energy spreading through his body and beginning to repair his damaged meridians. In the following days, Liu Fei went into seclusion to cultivate within the bamboo pavilion. Bai Liu came every day to check on his injuries and cultivation progress, and she would also share insights and techniques on cultivation. With her help, Liu Fei's injuries gradually healed, and his cultivation steadily improved. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During that month, Liu Fei trained day and night, cultivating the chaos art to ever greater depths. Finally, on the last day, he felt his spiritual energy reach a critical point. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his chaos force and made a breakthrough attempt toward the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. With a dull rumble, Liu Fei's spiritual energy surged forth like floodwaters bursting through a levee. His aura soared instantly as he successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. I did it! Liu Fei shouted excitedly and stood up. At that moment, the door slowly opened, and Bai Liu, she looked at Liu Fei, her eyes full of surprise and admiration. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Fine, I, Bai Liu, accept defeat in this bet. From today onward, I am yours. With that, she extended her hand. A flash of light passed, and a contract appeared in her palm. This is an equal contract. Once signed, we'll be each other's master and servant, sharing cultivation resources and power. Bai Liu handed the contract to Liu Fei with a smile. Liu Fei took it, his heart racing with excitement. He picked up a brush and signed his name on the contract. Then Bai Liu also signed her name. The instant the contract was sealed, a beam of light flashed, enveloped. Within the light, Bai Liu's 9 tails swayed gently. She gazed at Liu Fei, a strange emotion flickering in her eyes. Master, Ding, hidden quest completed. Reward received the first volume of the Art of Enchantment Heart Sutra by Liu's Affection 30. Current affections 60,100. Unlocked skill enchantment dual cultivation. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind, filling his heart with joy. However, at that very moment, a cacophony of noise suddenly came from outside the bamboo pavilion. Liu Fei and Bai Liu exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grave. They quickly walked out of the bamboo pavilion and saw a group of people in black robes approaching. The leader wore a ferocious ghost face mask and held a staff radiating black light. "Humph, I never thought I'd find you here, Bai Liu. How dare you betray the blood demon ancestor? Today is your death day," the ghost-masked figure said coldly, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Bai Liu's expression changed. She tightly gripped Liu Fei's hand. "Master, these men are underlings of the blood demon ancestor. They've come to capture me because I refuse to become the blood demon ancestor's vessel." Liu Fei was taken aback. He looked at the black-robed figures before him, his eyes brimming with determination. "Bai Liu, don't be afraid. Since you're mine now, I won't let anyone hurt you." With that, he channeled his chaos force, preparing for the impending battle. Outside the bamboo lodge, gloomy dark clouds churned like ink, pressing heavily down toward the ground as if about to devour the entire valley. The howling mountain wind swept through wantonly, causing the surrounding trees, branches, and leaves to sway wildly, their rustling sounds shrill and ghastly. The group of black-robed men advanced with even steps, their robes whipping in the wind like a black tide. The leading ghost-faced masked man was wreathed in thick black mist from which faint wails of resentful spirits emanated, sending a chill through one's heart. "Bai Liu, you can't escape. Who dares to defy the orders of the blood demon ancestor?" The ghost-faced masked man's voice was hoarse and cold, echoing through the valley. At the top of the demon staff in his hand, a blood-red gem glimmered with an eerie light, contrasting with the surrounding darkness and adding an even more sinister air. Bai Liu's pretty face turned deathly pale. She clutched Liu Fei's hand tightly, her palm covered in cold sweat. Her nine tails swayed uneasily, and her normally silky fur stood slightly on end. "Master, they are the blood demon ancestor's most capable subordinates, and they are very powerful. That ghost-faced masked man has even reached the early golden core stage." Her voice trembled slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Liu Fei took a deep breath, forcing down his inner tension. Feeling Bai Liu's unease, he gently patted her hand to comfort her. Although his meridians had only just been repaired and his spiritual energy was not yet fully stabilized, he absolutely could not back down now. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," he said in a low voice, his gaze as firm as iron. Chaos force slowly circulated within his body, and golden light flickered in his eyes. The ghost-faced masked man gave a cold snort and swung his demon staff fiercely. "Attack! Capture Bai Liu, dead or alive. Dispose of that man as well." At his command, the black-robed men lunged toward the bamboo lodge like hungry wolves. Their weapons glinted coldly, dark spiritual energy coiling around them. Wherever they passed, the very air seemed to be ripped apart. Liu Fei pulled Bai Liu back quickly and retreated into the bamboo lodge. He looked around, trying to find an advantageous defensive position. The luxurious decorations inside the bamboo lodge could no longer be spared any attention. Every ornament might now become a tool to fend off the enemies. "Bai Liu, you are skilled in charm arts. Find a chance to disrupt them. They'll hold off the frontal attack," Liu Fei said quickly, his voice steady, carrying an undeniable force. Bai Liu nodded vigorously, her nine tails whipping rapidly through the air, and a rich fragrance instantly spread everywhere. The fragrance contained a powerful charm force attempting to disturb the black-robed men's minds. The few nearest the bamboo lodge instantly became dazed, staggering in their steps and nearly dropping their weapons. "A petty trick." The ghost-faced masked man sneered at the sight. He chanted incantations, and the blood-red gem atop his staff blazed brightly. A beam of black light shot forth, dispelling the charm fragrance in an instant. "Snap out of it. Don't be fooled by this fox spirit." The black-robed men were jolted awake as if from a dream, ferocity reigniting in their eyes as they resumed their advance toward the bamboo lodge. Seizing the right moment, Liu Fei rapidly formed hand seals, condensing chaos force in his palms into a golden orb of light. With a loud shout, he hurled the orb at the cluster of black-robed men. With a thunderous boom, the orb exploded amid the black-robed men. The immense shockwave flung several of them into the air. They crashed to the ground, spitting blood. "You have some skill, but this is not enough." The ghost-faced masked man's face darkened. His figure blurred, and in a flash arrived before the bamboo lodge. He slammed his demon staff viciously down on the bamboo lodge. A black crack rapidly spread across the wall, and the lodge was on the verge of collapse. Alarmed, Liu Fei grabbed Bai Liu and leapt toward the back window. The moment they jumped out, the sound of the bamboo lodge collapsing thunderously came from behind. The two rolled several times across the grass and quickly got to their feet. By now they were completely surrounded by the black-robed men with no route of escape. "Bai Liu, today is your death." The ghost-faced masked man approached step by step, pointing his demon staff at Bai Liu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bai Liu stared at him in terror, her body trembling slightly. She instinctively hid behind Liu Fei, her 9 tails coiling tightly around herself. Liu Fei was anxious. He knew that with his and Bai Liu's current strength it would be very difficult to contend with this group of black-robed men. But he could not give up. His mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. Suddenly he thought of the first volume of the Charm Arts Heart Sutra that the system had rewarded him with earlier. Perhaps by combining Bai Liu's charm force with his own chaos force, they could find a breach. Bai Liu, listen to me. Let us perform the Charm Arts Heart Sutra together. I will support you with chaos force and see if we can break through their encirclement. Liu Fei said to Bai Liu in a low voice. A trace of hesitation flashed in Bai Liu's eyes, but with no other option at the moment, she could only nod in agreement. The two moved close together, their hands clasping. Bai Liu began to cast her charm technique, her 9 tails dancing gracefully in the air, radiating an alluring light. At the same time, Liu Fei cycled his chaos force, injecting golden light into Bai Liu's body. The two forces merged, forming a powerful and bizarre aura that surged toward the black-robed men. The black-robed men fell under the charm, once more their eyes becoming hazy. The ghost-faced masked man's expression changed dramatically. He desperately circulated his spiritual energy, trying to resist the charming force. Wake up! All of you wake up! He roared furiously, but with very little effect. Just then Bai Liu suddenly sensed a powerful force surging within Liu Fei, the core of chaos force, resonating mysteriously with her own fox demon bloodline. Her heart stirred, and a bold idea emerged in her mind. If she could take this chance to seize Liu Fei's chaos force, perhaps she would not only escape the current predicament, but also rise to great heights. A flicker of conflict passed through Bai Liu's eyes, but in the end desire triumphed over reason. Secretly activating the fox demon's soul possession art, she attempted to devour Liu Fei's consciousness and seize control of his body. Liu Fei instantly felt a peculiar force wandering through his body. Startled, he looked at Bai Liu only to see her eyes hazy and a strange, eerie smile forming on her face. Bai Liu, what do you intend to do? Liu Fei asked in fright. Bai Liu did not answer, instead intensifying the soul possession. Liu Fei felt a sharp pain in his head, and his consciousness began to blur. But the unwillingness and anger in his heart drove him to resist with all his might. If you want to possess me, it won't be that easy. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, cycling his chaos force to fight against Bai Liu's possession. Like a surging flood, the chaos force churned within him and gradually overpowered Bai Liu's attempt. Bai Liu's face changed drastically. She had not expected Liu Fei's chaos force to be so powerful that her possession would fail. Worse still, her reckless action caused the charm technique they had cast to dissipate instantly. The black-robed men snapped awake and surrounded them once again. What in the world are you two doing? The ghost-faced masked man looked at them with utter confusion. But he gave them no chance to explain. With a wave of his demon staff, he prepared to unleash a fatal strike. At that critical moment, Liu Fei suddenly felt a mysterious force stirring within him. Without time to think, he released the force by instinct. A dazzling golden light immediately enveloped him and Bai Liu, and within the light, an ancient blood contract rune slowly emerged. This is a blood contract. Bai Liu cried out in shock. She was horrified to discover that her soul seemed to be drawn by an invisible force involuntarily approaching the blood contract rune. Liu Fei too was bound by the same force. No, why is this happening? Bai Liu struggled desperately, but to no avail. The blood contract rune flickered with an eerie light and gradually fused into both her and Liu Fei's. At the instant the blood contract took effect, Bai Liu sensed the powerful might of Liu Fei's Chaos Bloodline, a force she had never seen and could never resist. Master! Bai Liu voiced those words involuntarily. Her heart was filled with conflict and unwillingness. She had meant to seize Liu Fei's power, yet had been forced into a blood contract with him and become his true servant. Ding! Blood contract successfully formed. Reward the heavenly demon soul-enthralling dance. This dance combines charm and attack power with tremendous might. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei's heart was equally complex. Looking at Bai Liu, helplessness and sympathy flickered in his eyes. Bai Liu, from this moment on we are one. I will not treat you badly, but you must not have any more wicked thoughts. Bai Liu bit her lower lip, tears in her eyes, and nodded silently. Though she was unwilling, the power of the blood contract made it impossible for her to defy Liu Fei's commands. Moreover, she could sense a powerful encompassing force within Liu Fei's Chaos Bloodline, as if he did not intend to delve into her recent betrayal. The ghost-faced masked man watched the whole scene, equally stunned. He had never imagined the two would form a blood contract at such a critical moment. Yet he quickly regained his composure, greed flashing in his eyes. So what if a blood contract was formed? You both must die today. With that, his demon staff erupted with fierce black light as he attacked Liu Fei and Bai Liu. Liu Fei took a deep breath. He felt the wondrous connection brought by the blood contract, as if by Liu's power had merged with his own. He cycled his chaos force, while simultaneously drawing on by Liu's fox demon power, preparing to meet the ghost-faced masked man's attack. Bai Liu attacked together. With his loud shout, their powers fused in an instant, forming a mighty radiance of intertwined gold and silver that surged to meet the ghost-faced masked man's black light. With a thunderous boom, the two forces collided in midair, erupting in blinding light and violent energy fluctuations. The entire valley trembled, trees around were uprooted and boulders were shattered to dust. After the light dispersed, the ghost-faced masked man was seen with a pale face, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his body swaying. Liu Fei and Bai Liu, though sustaining some minor injuries, stood steadily in place. How is this possible? The ghost-faced masked man stared at them in terror. He could not believe that these two, who had seemed so insignificant in his eyes, could unleash such terrifying power after forming a blood contract. Now it's our turn. A cold light flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. He grabbed Bai Liu and charged at the ghost-faced masked man. Bai Liu also cast aside her inner conflict and cooperated fully with Liu Fei. Together they performed the heavenly demon soul-enthralling dance. Their figures moved like ghosts among the black-robed men, each dance step sending out powerful energy waves that repelled the enemies one after another. Under their combined assault, the black-robed men gradually could not hold their ground. They began to panic and their formation fell into chaos. Seeing this, the ghost-faced masked man's heart jumped with panic, and he turned to flee. Trying to run. Not so easy. Liu Fei bellowed, condensing a sword chi of chaos force in his hand, and shooting it toward the ghost-faced masked man. The sword chi pierced through the ghost-faced masked man's back in an instant. He let out a miserable scream, fell to the ground, and died. With his death, the black-robed men completely lost their fighting spirit. They fell to their knees one after another, begging for mercy, hoping that Liu Fei and Bai Liu would spare their lives. Liu Fei looked at the sorry group of black-robed men, hesitating for a moment. He turned to look at Bai Liu, who shook her head slightly. Master, these men are all bloodthirsty minions of the blood demon ancestor. If we let them go, they will surely become great trouble later. Liu Fei gritted his teeth and nodded. Chaos force surged in his hand as he prepared to wipe out the black-robed men completely. Just then the system notification sounded again. Ding! Massive demonic energy detected. Do you wish to absorb the demonic energy and strengthen the Chaos Bloodline? Liu Fei was stirred. He looked at the dense black demonic energy around them, then at Bai Liu. Bai Liu seemed to understand his thoughts, and said, Master, this demonic energy, although evil, might make your Chaos Bloodline even stronger if properly utilized. However, absorbing demonic energy may carry risks. You need to consider it carefully. Liu Fei took a deep breath. He knew this was a rare opportunity. If he could use this chance to strengthen his Chaos Bloodline, he would take a huge leap on his cultivation path. All right, I'll absorb it, he said silently in his heart. As he made his decision, the surrounding black demonic energy surged toward him like a tide. Liu Fei cycled his chaos force, drawing the demonic energy into his body. At first, the demonic energy rampaged through him, attempting to erode his meridians and soul. But the chaos force was like a solid city wall, firmly binding the demonic energy and gradually refining it. Bai Liu watched Liu Fei, nervously, spiritual energy gathering in her hand, ready to act the moment he showed signs of danger. As time passed, a black vortex gradually formed around Liu Fei. Within it, golden chaos force and black demonic energy intermingled and collided endlessly. Finally, with a low thunderous rumble, Liu Fei's Chaos Bloodline underwent a transformation. His aura grew even more powerful. In his originally golden chaos force, faint black light now flickered. That was the chaos force fused with demonic energy, its power greater than before. Success! Liu Fei shouted excitedly, opening his eyes, which gleamed with tremendous light. Bai Liu looked at him with awe. Master, your strength has increased again. Liu Fei turned to the black-robed men. At this moment, the fear in their eyes had reached its peak. You have committed countless evil deeds. Today you receive your due punishment. Liu Fei said coldly, sweeping his chaos force outward. The black-robed men were instantly swallowed by the overwhelming power, turning into wisps of green smoke and vanishing into thin air. Having dealt with the black-robed men, Liu Fei and Bai Liu exchanged a smile. After this battle, their relationship, though complex, had grown even closer. After dealing with the black-robed figures in the valley, Liu Fei and Bai Liu did not linger in the area. Liu Fei knew well that engaging the subordinates of the blood demon ancestor had exposed their whereabouts, and the demon sect would certainly not let the matter rest. After a brief respite, the two sped off toward the Qingxue sect. Along the way, Liu Fei channeled the power of chaos, feeling the newfound strength born from the fusion of demonic energy within him, and silently deliberated his next move. Bai Liu kept close at his side, her nine tails swaying gently behind her. Though the blood pact had made her Liu Fei's servant, the complicated look in her eyes had yet to fully fade. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, the usual tranquility was shattered by the frantic ringing of an alarm bell. Clang, clang, clang. The sound echoed through the sect's valley, sharp and urgent, instantly breaking the peace of the early morning. Disciples who had been cultivating stopped their practices, shock written across their faces as they turned toward the direction of the bell. What's going on? Why is the alarm bell suddenly ringing? A short, youthful-looking outer disciple grabbed a passing senior brother and asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. Could it be an enemy invasion? The senior brother frowned, worry flashing in his eyes. Quick, gather at the training. With that, he broke free from his junior's grasp and sprinted toward the training field. In an instant, the entire Qingyun sect was thrown into commotion as disciples seized their weapons and converged on the training ground. At the training ground, the elders had already assembled. With solemn expressions, they gazed toward the sect entrance. Leading them was a white-haired elder holding a horsetail whisk, his eyes blazing like torches, the grand elder of the Qingyun sect. According to reports from our forward disciples, the demon sect is coming. They approach with overwhelming force, so we must prepare for a bitter battle. The grand elder's voice was deep and forceful, resounding across the training ground. Hearing this, the elder's expressions changed. The demon sect had always been the common enemy of the cultivation world, known for cruelty, ruthlessness, and a willingness to stop at nothing in pursuit of power. With their arrival, the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly face a severe test. Grand Elder, how should we respond? An elder in a gray robe asked anxiously. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, sweeping his gaze across the assembled elders before speaking gravely. Immediately summon all disciples and reinforce the sect's defensive formation. The demon sect is attacking, and we must give everything we have. Not a single step shall they take into our sect. The elders nodded in unison and departed to carry out their orders. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a dense wave of black, demonic energy surged toward the Qingyun sect like an overwhelming tide. Wherever the demonic energy passed, the sky dimmed into shadow, flowers and grass withered, and a pungent stench of decay filled the air. Damn it, the demon sect is here, someone shouted. The disciples on the training ground tensed up, gripping their weapons. Dark silhouettes appeared in the sky, the disciples of the demon sect. Clad in black robes, their faces were cold and ruthless, fierce light flickering in their eyes. At their head stood a tall, ferocious-looking demonic cultivator. He wielded a massive black saber wreathed in demonic energy, exuding an aura that chilled the blood. Listen up, you disciples of the Qingyun sect. Today is your death day. Surrender your sect's treasured heirloom obediently, and maybe this master will spare your worthless lives. The demonic cultivator leader bellowed, his voice dripping with arrogance. Dream on. The Grand Elder let out a cold snort, sweeping his whisk, and a beam of white light instantly enveloped the entire Qingyun sect. This was the Qingyun sect's defensive formation. The Jade Pure Immortal Formation, a formation of great power capable of repelling external invaders. The demonic leader's expression shifted slightly at the sight, but he quickly resumed his arrogant demeanor. You think this pathetic formation can stop us? Attack! Break this formation! At his command, the demon sect disciples charged at the Qingyun sect's defensive formation. Their weapons gleamed with black light and clashed against the formation's white radiance, producing thunderous booms. In an instant, the sky blazed with flashing light, and the air shook with the roar of battle. By this time, Liu Fei and Liu had also returned to the Qingyun sect. From a distance, they could already see the black, demonic energy spreading across the sky and the fierce battle unfolding. Liu Fei's heart jolted, and he quickened his pace. Liu, the demon sect is attacking. We need to get there now. Liu nodded, and the two transformed into streaks of light, flying toward the Qingyun sect. When they arrived, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. The demon sect disciples furiously pounded against the defensive formation, whose glow was growing increasingly dim under their relentless assault. Under the elder's command, the Qingyun sect disciples fought back desperately. Yet the demon sect had superior numbers and formidable strength, and cracks gradually began to appear in the sect's defenses. Damn it, these demon sect bastards are far too brazen. Liu Fei burned with rage at the sight. Channeling the power of chaos, he prepared to join the fray. At that moment, a black figure charged at him. A Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator wielding a black longsword, its blade shimmering with eerie light. Boy, perfect timing. They'll sacrifice your life to my sword. The demonic cultivator shouted, swinging his blade and sending a black sword, chi, slashing toward Liu Fei. Liu Fei snorted coldly, standing his ground. He gathered chaotic power into his right hand and met the sword, chi Hedon. With a thunderous boom, the sword, chi, clashed against the chaotic power, unleashing a violent surge of energy. The demonic cultivator felt a tremendous force slam into him, forcing him back several steps. Not bad, but that's still not enough. A vicious glint flickered in the demonic cultivator's eyes as he lunged at Liu Fei once more. His movements were agile, his sword dancing in an impenetrable web, sending sword chi raining down upon Liu Fei like a storm. Liu Fei deftly evaded the attacks while searching for an opening. He noticed that although the demonic cultivator's swordsmanship was fierce, there was a brief pause between his attack sequences. Just as the demonic cultivator swung another strike and was transitioning between sword forms, Liu Fei seized the moment. With a flicker of movement, he appeared instantly before the demonic cultivator. He clenched his left hand into a fist, condensed chaotic power, and slammed it viciously toward the demonic cultivator's chest. The demonic cultivator's face twisted in horror, but it was too late to dodge. He hurriedly raised his longsword across his chest, trying to block the blow. A deafening crash rang out as Liu Fei's fist smashed into the sword, the immense force numbing the demonic cultivator's arm and nearly sending the blade flying from his grasp. Shock and fury churned within the demonic cultivator. He never expected Liu Fei to be this powerful. Clenching his teeth, a hint of madness gleamed in his eyes. The sword in his hand blazed with light as he unleashed his ultimate killing move, Demonic Shadow Sword Dance. His body spun rapidly, the longsword forming a black curtain of blades around him, sinister demonic shadows flickering within it as it swept toward Liu Fei. Liu Fei's heart tightened. He could feel the terrifying power behind this technique. In that critical moment, he swiftly channeled his chaotic power, forming a golden barrier of protection before him. The sword curtain slammed into the barrier with a sizzling hiss, the sheer impact rattling Liu Fei's body. Drawing a deep breath, he knew he could no longer remain on the defensive. He focused his mind, activating his penetrating vision, attempting to see through the demonic cultivator's sword curtain and find an opening. After careful observation, Liu Fei finally spotted the flaw within it. Seizing the opening, he flashed forward, piercing through the sword curtain to appear before the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator's expression drastically changed, but Liu Fei was simply too fast. Condensing chaotic power into his right hand, Liu Fei formed a golden sword chi and thrust it straight at the demonic cultivator's throat. The demonic cultivator's eyes widened in terror, but there was no time to defend. The sword chi pierced clean through his throat. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Overestimating yourself. Liu Fei snorted coldly, withdrawing his chaotic power. The surrounding Qingyun sect disciples stared in utter shock. They never imagined that Liu Fei, once dismissed as trash, now possessed such formidable strength, effortlessly cutting down a foundation establishment demonic cultivator. Liu Fei, well done. I never thought senior brother Liu Fei would be this powerful. I completely underestimated him. The disciples erupted in cheers, their eyes filled with admiration. Yet Liu Fei did not let pride get the better of him. He knew this was merely the beginning. Far more severe trials lay ahead. Just then, in the throes of death, the demonic cultivator suddenly shouted, "The chaos immortal body has appeared in the world. You will all die." With those words, he breathed his last. Liu Fei's heart jolted. He didn't understand the meaning behind the demonic cultivator's words. Chaos immortal body. Could it have something to do with his chaos bloodline? He turned to look at Liu, but she too appeared baffled, clearly equally puzzled by the declaration. Before Liu Fei could ponder further, several more demonic cultivators charged at him. "Boy, you dare kill our demon sect disciples. Your life is forfeit." The lead cultivator roared, his weapon gleaming with dark light. Liu Fei took a deep breath, channeling the power of chaos as he prepared for the new challenge. Just then, the system's chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Limited time quest updated, slay 5 demonic cultivators. Reward upon completion, Chaos Spirit Crystal X3, which can enhance the purity of your chaos bloodline. Determination flickered in Liu Fei's eyes. This was a golden opportunity to grow stronger. He clenched his fists and charged into the demonic cultivators. Amid the fierce battle, Liu Fei unleashed the demonic soul-bewitching dance, his figure weaving through the enemy ranks like a phantom. Every movement stirred up a surge of powerful energy, blasting the demonic cultivators back. Liu was not to be outdone either. She cast her enchantment arts, her 9 tails dancing gracefully in the air, radiating a bewitching glow. The demonic cultivators fell under her charm, their gazes turning dazed and their movements sluggish. Under their combined assault, the demonic cultivators gradually began to falter. Panic spread through their ranks, their formation collapsing into chaos. Liu Fei seized the moment, condensing chaotic power into streaks of sword chi that shot toward the demonic cultivators. Wherever the sword chi passed, demonic cultivators toppled and died. "Master, watch out!" Liu suddenly cried out. Liu Fei's heart lurched as he sensed a formidable force surging from behind. He whirled around to see a golden core demonic cultivator thrusting a pitch-black spear straight at him. Thick black demonic energy coiled around the spear, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Liu Fei's heart clenched. He knew this golden core cultivator was far beyond the foundation establishment once he had faced. In that critical instant, he rapidly channeled his chaotic power to form a golden protective barrier. The spear struck the barrier with a thunderous boom, and the immense impact sent Liu Fei staggering backward. "Boy, you have some skill. But before me, you're still nothing." The golden core demonic cultivator sneered, swinging his spear once more to attack Liu Fei. His attacks came with blinding speed and ruthless precision, each strike whipping up a gale of black wind that seemed to tear the very air apart. Liu Fei continued evading while searching for a chance to counterattack. He silently marveled at the Golden Core cultivator's overwhelming strength. He would have to give everything he had. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, landing before Liu Fei. As the light faded, a woman in a flowing white dress was revealed. Her features were stunningly beautiful, her bearing cool and refined. It was Su Qingxue, senior sister Su. Liu Fei called out in surprise. Su Qingxue turned to him, concern flickering in her eyes. Liu Fei, are you all right? Liu Fei shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you for your help, senior sister Su. Su Qingxue nodded slightly, then turned toward the Golden Core demonic cultivator, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Wretch of the demon sect, today you die. With that, she swept her sword, unleashing an ice blue sword chi at the demonic cultivator. His expression changed. He hadn't anticipated Su Qingxue suddenly appearing. He hastily raised his spear to block. With a boom, the sword chi collided with the spear, erupting in a violent burst of energy. The demonic cultivator's arm went numb, the spear nearly slipping from his grasp. Shock gripped his heart. He hadn't expected Su Qingxue to be so powerful. Impressive, but that's still not enough. A malicious light flashed in the demonic cultivator's eyes as his spear blazed with dark radiance. He unleashed his ultimate technique, demonic flames surging to the heavens. He swept his spear, and a torrent of black flames surged towards Su Qingxue and Liu Fei. The flames brimmed with terrifying demonic power, igniting the very air as they passed, crackling and hissing. Liu Fei and Su Qingxue's expressions turned grim as they felt the overwhelming might of the black flame. In the nick of time, Liu Fei rapidly channeled his chaotic power, merging it with Su Qingxue's ice spiritual energy to form a formidable defensive barrier. The black flames slammed against the barrier with a violent roar, the immense impact jarring both of them. Master, allow me to assist. Bai Liu quickly cast her enchantment arts, her 9 tails whipping through the air as a dense, alluring fragrance spread. The demonic cultivator's eyes instantly glazed over, his movements slowing. Seizing the moment, Liu Fei and Su Qingxue struck simultaneously, unleashing their most powerful attacks. The ice blue sword chi and the golden chaotic power intertwined, surging toward the demonic cultivator. A monstrous explosion thundered as the attack struck him, and his body was blasted into fragments. With the death of the Golden Core demonic cultivator, the remaining demon sect disciples lost all will to fight. They turned and fled in disarray, and the Qingxue sect disciples erupted in cheers. We won. The demon sect has been repelled. The disciples' cheers echoed across the Qingxue sect. Liu Fei and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both wearing gratified smiles. After this battle, both of them had grown notably stronger, and in the eyes of the Qingxue sect disciples they had earned newfound respect. Yet unease weighed heavily on Liu Fei's heart. The dying demonic cultivator's words, "The chaos immortal body has appeared in the world," echoed relentlessly in his mind. He knew his identity might have been exposed, and the demon sect would certainly not let things end here. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley within the Qingxue sect, a woman in a flowing purple dress stood silently gazing toward the training ground. Her eyes brimmed with complex emotions as she murmured to herself, "Liu Fei, I've finally found you." This woman was Xiao Yuro. Having sensed Liu Fei's presence from afar, she had been quietly watching his every move. After the demon sect withdrew, Qingxue sect did not regain its former peace and serenity. Although the smoke of battle over the training field had gradually dispersed, a tense and oppressive mood still hung over the entire sect like a dark cloud. Disciples gathered in small groups, quietly discussing the battle that had just ended, their eyes still filled with the fear and unease of those who had narrowly escaped death. Su Qingxue stood in her courtyard, her white robes gently fluttering in the breeze like a snow lotus blooming in the depths of winter. She stared at the distant mountains, her brows tightly knitted and her heart full of doubts. Though Qingxue sect ultimately repelled the enemy during the demon sect's assault, the process had been extraordinarily. Su Qingxue keenly sensed that the demon sect seemed to know Qingxue sect's defensive formation like the palm of its own hand. The timing and angles of their attacks were exceptionally ruthless, as if a traitor inside the sect was secretly feeding them information. I cannot let this matter rest. I will find out the truth no matter what. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip, and a look of determination flashed through her eyes. She decided to start with the elders who had commanded the defenses and observe their every move carefully. For the next few days, Su Qingxue pretended that nothing was amiss, but in secret, she kept constant track of the elders' movements. Finally, on a dark and windy night, she discovered something unusual. Elder Zhou, who was normally steady and composed, skulked toward the sect's back mountain under the cover of darkness. Su Qingxue's heart stirred, and she followed quietly. The path on the back mountain was rough and winding, and the trees on both sides rustled in the night breeze, as if whispering among themselves. The moonlight was veiled by thick clouds, and everything around was pitch black. Only an occasional flicker of will-o'-the-wisps added a touch of eeriness to the sinister scene. Su Qingxue trailed carefully behind Elder Zhou. Her shadow moved like a phantom without making a single sound. Before long, Elder Zhou arrived at a hidden cave. He glanced around cautiously and only stepped inside after confirming that no one had followed. Su Qingxue was puzzled. She had never heard that there was such a secret place in the sect's back mountain. She crept closer and hid behind a giant boulder at the entrance, peering into the cave. Inside, Elder Zhou lit a torch, and the dim yellow firelight revealed the scene within. To her astonishment, the cave was lavishly decorated. The walls were embedded with night pearls radiating a soft, gentle glow. In the center of the cave stood a huge stone platform covered with strange runes. The runes flickered with a faint red light, as though they were alive. This is... Su Qingxue was startled, sensing vaguely that these runes were connected to the demon sect. Just then, Elder Zhou walked to the stone platform, formed hand seals rapidly, and began to mutter an incantation. As he moved, the runes flared with blazing light, and a phantom figure gradually emerged. Su Qingxue stared intently. That phantom was the Blood Demon Ancestor. The Blood Demon Ancestor wore a ferocious expression, and dense black, demonic chi emanated from his body. His eyes gleamed with blood-red light, as if they could see through a person's heart. "Zhou, how are things going?" The Blood Demon Ancestor's voice was low and hoarse, echoing within the cave like the whispers of a devil. Elder Zhou quickly bowed, and said respectfully, "Rest assured, Ancestor. Everything is going according to plan. I have already secretly tampered with Qingxue sect's defensive formation. When the demon sect strikes again, it will be breached in one fell swoop." Su Qingxue was deeply shocked. She had not expected Elder Zhou to truly be in league with the demon sect. She gripped her longsword tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palm, her heart seething with fury and horror. "Excellent. Once this is accomplished, this ancestor will certainly reward you well." The Blood Demon Ancestor nodded with satisfaction. "Oh, and keep a close eye on that boy Liu Fei. His Chaos Bloodline is of vital importance to this ancestor." Zhou's eyes flickered with hesitation, but he quickly restored a respectful expression and said, "Ancestor, rest assured. That Liu Fei may have some skill, but he cannot escape the palm of my hand." Su Qingxue's heart tightened. She knew Liu Fei was now in danger. She had to tell him immediately, so he could. However, as she was about to leave quietly, she accidentally stepped on a loose stone and made a slight sound. Elder Zhou's expression drastically changed. He spun around and stared toward the cave entrance. The Blood Demon Ancestor's phantom instantly became more solid, ferocious light glinting in his eyes. Knowing she had been exposed, Su Qingxue took a deep breath, held her longsword, and walked into the cave. "Elder Zhou, I never imagined you would collude with the demon sect and betray Qingxue sect." Her voice was clear and resolute, echoing inside the cave. Elder Zhou's face alternated between white and red. He had not expected Su Qingxue to uncover his secret. "Su Qingxue, don't talk nonsense. I am doing this for the future of Qingxue sect," Elder Zhou said, forcing himself to stay calm. "Oh, for the future of Qingxue sect. Colluding with the demon sect and selling out the sect's defense secrets. This is what you call doing it for Qingxue sect." Su Qingxue sneered, her eyes brimming with contempt. The Blood Demon Ancestor looked at Su Qingxue and bared a sinister smile. "Little girl, now that you know our secret, don't expect to leave this place alive. Zhou, kill her." Elder Zhou gritted his teeth, and a black longsword appeared in his hand, its blade wreathed in black, demonic chi. "Su Qingxue, don't blame me for being ruthless. You brought this on yourself." With that, he swung the longsword and attacked Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue showed no fear. She swung her longsword, and a slash of ice blue sword chi shot toward Elder Zhou. With a sizzling sound, the sword chi and demonic chi collided, and the violent shockwave shattered the surrounding. "Su Qingxue, you are no match for me. Just surrender and die." Elder Zhou's eyes flashed with cruelty. He unleashed his strongest technique, and the black longsword spun rapidly in his hand, turning into a black sword curtain that swept towards Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's heart chilled. Sensing the terrifying power of this move, she quickly circulated her spiritual energy and formed an ice blue defensive barrier in front of her. The sword curtain slammed against the barrier with a thunderous bang, and the enormous impact sent Su Qingxue staggering backward. "Little girl, you do have some skill. But before this ancestor, you are still far too weak." The Blood Demon Ancestor sneered coldly, and his phantom pounced on Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue felt a great pressure bearing down on her, as if an invisible giant hand had seized her tightly and left her unable to move. "Su Qingxue, this day you are doomed." Elder Zhou seized the opportunity to attack again, thrusting the black longsword at Su Qingxue's throat. Despair flooded Su Qingxue's heart. She knew she might not escape today. At that critical moment, a beam of golden light suddenly shot in from the cave entrance. Liu Fei's figure appeared in the light. "Senior Sister Su, I'm here to save you," he shouted, condensing chaos force in his hand and striking at Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Liu Fei to appear without warning. He turned hurriedly and swung his long sword to block the attack. Bang! Chaos force and demonic chi clashed, erupting with a powerful shockwave. Elder Zhou only felt his arm go numb, and his long sword nearly flew out of his hand. Liu Fei, you came just in time. Today you'll deal with both of you together. The blood demon ancestor roared. His phantom became even more solid in an instant, and the demonic chi around him grew denser. He formed hand seals at rapid speed and shot a black beam at Liu Fei. Liu Fei's heart tightened as he sensed the immense power of the beam. He quickly channeled his chaos force, forming a golden defensive barrier before him. The beam struck the barrier with a sizzling noise, and the powerful impact shook Liu Fei's body slightly. Blood demon ancestor, you have committed endless evils. Today is the day you die. Liu Fei bellowed, unleashing the strongest move of the chaos art. His chaos force surged toward the blood demon ancestor like a furious tide. The blood demon ancestor's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Liu Fei to be so powerful. Hastily channeling his demonic chi, he strove to resist the attack. In the fierce battle, the forces of Liu Fei and the blood demon ancestor collided again and again. The temperature inside the cave soared and rocks began falling around them. Elder Zhou hid to the side, waiting for a chance to strike. Master, let me help you. Bai Liu's voice suddenly rang out, and her figure appeared beside Liu Fei. She unleashed her enchanting technique. Her 9 tails danced rapidly in the air, and a dense fragrance instantly spread. The blood demon ancestor's eyes turned dazed, and his movements became sluggish. Seeing his chance, Liu Fei condensed his chaos force into a golden longsword and slashed at the blood demon ancestor's phantom. Boom! The phantom was cleaved in two and dissolved into the air. No! Elder Zhou screamed in terror. He had never imagined that the blood demon ancestor would be slain by Liu Fei. He turned to flee, but Su Qingxue blocked his path. Elder Zhou, you can't escape. Su Qingxue said coldly, her longsword shining with ice-blue light. Elder Zhou's face turned pale. He knew there was no way out. Su Qingxue, Liu Fei, don't be too pleased with yourselves. The demon sect will not spare you. Elder Zhou said viciously. We're not afraid. Liu Fei snorted coldly and sent his chaos force toward Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou tried to resist, but his power seemed utterly insignificant before Liu Fei. In an instant, the chaos force engulfed him. With a sharp cry, he collapsed to the ground and died. Having dealt with Elder Zhou, Liu Fei and Su Qingxue exchanged a glance, both smiling with relief. Su Qingxue walked up to Liu Fei, gratitude and admiration shining in her eyes. Liu Fei, thank you for coming to save me. If it weren't for you today, I might have. Liu Fei smiled and shook his head. Senior sister Su, you don't need to be so polite. You fell into danger because you were exposing Elder Zhou's conspiracy. How could I stand by and do nothing? Ding! Su Qingxue's favorability 20, current favorability 90,100. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, and he was secretly delighted. Su Qingxue looked at Liu Fei's shyness flickering in her eyes. She lowered her head and said softly, Liu Fei, actually, I have always admired you. Ever since your spiritual root was crippled, you still worked so hard to cultivate and reached where you are today step by step. Moreover, you are upright, kind, and brave. I. Su Qingxue's voice grew softer, and a blush spread across her face. Liu Fei's heart stirred. Seeing Su Qingxue's bashful expression, a warm current surged through him. He gently took her hand and said, Senior sister Su, I have always admired you too. You are not only strong, but also kind-hearted. You are the model I look up to. Su Qingxue raised her head to look at Liu Fei, tears shimmering in her eyes. She stood slightly on her tiptoes and gently kissed Liu Fei's cheek. Liu Fei, I am willing to protect you with everything I have, Su Qingxue whispered. Liu Fei's heart surged. He wrapped his arms tightly around Su Qingxue, feeling her warmth. Senior sister Su, I will protect you too, and I will never let you be hurt. Just as the two were immersed in happiness, Bai Liu watched them from the side, a complex look flashing through her eyes. She gave a soft sigh and thought to herself, Master already has Su Qingxue. What am I to do? Yet none of them noticed that in a corner of the cave a black bead was flickering with faint light. Inside the bead, the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul was watching everything coldly, hatred and unwillingness gleaming in his eyes. Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, just you wait. I won't let you off. The blood demon ancestor's remnant soul roared inwardly. Lingyun City, where the Qingyun sect was seated, had been exceptionally lively these past days. The annual Lingyun auction was about to commence, and as a grand event of the cultivation world, it had drawn cultivators from all directions. The auction venue stood at the heart of Lingyun City as a magnificent 3-story pavilion. Its carved beams and painted rafters gave it an awe-inspiring grandeur. By now the area outside the pavilion was already thronged with people. Cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, murmuring in hushed tones, their eyes filled with eager anticipation for the auction. Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liu also arrived at the auction venue. Liu Fei, clad in a black robe, stood tall and straight with calm confidence gleaming in his eyes. Su Qingxue, in snow-white garments, carried an icy, ethereal bearing like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. Bai Liu, by contrast, was dressed in a pink gauze gown, her 9 tails gently swaying behind her as she radiated enchanting charm. The moment the three appeared, they drew countless gazes. Look, isn't that Su Qingxue from the Qingyun sect? I never expected her to attend the auction too. A short, plump cultivator, his eyes fixed straight on Su Qingxue, wore an expression of utter amazement. What is so impressive about Su Qingxue? That fox spirit beside her is the real beauty. Another sharp-faced cultivator had a lewd smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Would all of you stop staring? Haven't you noticed there is a man standing beside them? An old man chimed in from the side with a reminder. Tim, to me he looks like nothing more than a follower. The short, plump cultivator shot Liu Fei a look of undisguised contempt. Liu Fei pretended not to hear. His gaze settled on the entrance to the auction hall as he quietly anticipated the event. The three entered the auction hall and found seats. Inside, every seat was already taken, and the air was thick with tense excitement. At the sound of a melodious bell, the auction officially began. A woman in magnificent apparel stepped onto the auction stage, her figure graceful and her smile charming. In her hand, she held a long sword radiating blue light. Fellow cultivators, welcome to this Lin Wan'er auction. Today we have prepared many rare and precious treasures for everyone, and I am certain they will not disappoint. Now the first item for auction, the blue light sword. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones, and each bid increment must be no less than 100 spirit stones. The woman's crisp voice echoed through the auction hall. 1,100 spirit stones. 1,300 spirit stones. Cultivators below the stage began bidding in turn, and the price shot ever upward. Liu Fei watched quietly, refraining from the bidding. He had his sights set on a far more important treasure and had no desire to squander spirit stones on these ordinary spiritual artifacts. Treasure after treasure was auctioned off, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. At last the auctioneer brought out an item that made Liu Fei's eyes brighten, the talisman divine armor. The divine armor gleamed with silvery light all over its surface, densely inscribed with mysterious runes. The runes flickered within the glow as if telling of the armor's extraordinary origin. Fellow cultivators, this next item is a top-grade spiritual artifact, the talisman divine armor. Its defensive might is astonishing. It can withstand a full-force strike from a golden core stage cultivator. What is more, it can repair itself after sustaining damage, making it an invaluable treasure. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with passion. 11,000 spirit stones. A voice called out from a corner of the auction hall. Liu Fei turned to look and saw a young man in splendid attire, holding up his bidding placard, his expression full of certainty. The attendant beside him introduced, "This is Qingxue, the young master of the Artifact Refinement Pavilion. He is exceptionally gifted in artifact refining, so he must have his heart set on the talisman divine armor. 13,000 spirit stones." Another person raised the bid. Qingxue frowned, displeasure flickering across his eyes. He raised his placard once more. 15,000 spirit stones. The price climbed without pause, soon reaching 30,000 spirit stones. Liu Fei activated his clairvoyant eyes and studied the talisman divine armor with great care. He discovered a remarkably well-hidden flaw within the runes inside the armor, one that would never be found without a meticulous look. Although the flaw did not impair the armor's basic functions, it greatly lessened its worth. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He decided to make his move. 31,000 spirit stones. His voice resounded through the auction hall, and many turned to look at him. Qingxue stared at Liu Fei in surprise, contempt dripping from his eyes. You actually want to fight me for the talisman divine armor? If you know what's good for you, abandon the thought at once, or you'll be sorry. Liu Fei smiled faintly, ignoring Qingxue's threat. He raised the bid again. 32,000 spirit stones. Qingxue's face darkened. He had not thought Liu Fei would dare provoke him so brazenly. 35,000 spirit stones. Qingxue forced the words out through gritted teeth, convinced that Liu Fei was deliberately causing trouble. 36,000 spirit stones. Liu Fei raised the price unhurriedly. Qingxue laughed in sheer fury. "Fine, very well. Boy, you have nerve. Let me see just how many spirit stones you have to snatch this from me." Just then the cultivators below began to discuss among themselves. "Who is that fellow? He dares to compete with the young master of the Artifact Refinement Pavilion. He must be courting death." Exactly. The Artifact Refinement Pavilion holds an exalted position in the cultivation world. That lad is bound to suffer for this. Maybe he is just some hot-headed fool who thinks a few spirit stones make him invincible. Su Qingxue and Bai Liu looked at Liu Fei with concern. Su Qingxue said softly, "Liu Fei, Qingxue is not easy to provoke. Why don't we give up?" Liu Fei shook his head and answered firmly, "Senior Sister Su, the talisman divine armor is extremely important to me. I am determined to win it." 40,000 spirit stones. Qingxue raised the bid again, anger blazing in his eyes as he stared at Liu Fei. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, knowing that the decisive moment had come. 41,000 spirit stones. Liu Fei's voice held a hint of tension, but far more resolve. Qingxue's face turned livid, and the placard in his hand had been squeezed into a twisted shape. He knew very well that although the talisman divine armor was valuable at this price, it was no longer worth buying. Yet he could not swallow his pride. If he let some unknown nobody like Liu Fei take it, how could he hold his head high in the cultivation world ever again? 45,000 spirit stones. Chen Yu nearly roared it out. Liu Fei's heart rejoiced, because he knew Chen Yu had reached his breaking point. 46,000 spirit stones. Liu Fei raised the price once more. Chen Yu trembled slightly, and stared at Liu Fei with hatred. In the end he put down his placard. Fine boy, you win. But remember this, I will make you pay for what happened today. Liu Fei smiled slightly, having successfully secured the Taishu divine armor. He stepped onto the stage, paid the spirit stones, and received the armor. Just as he was about to step down from the stage, a mysterious voice sounded in his mind. Chaos Bloodline, it has been a long time. Liu Fei was startled. He quickly looked around, but found nothing unusual. He wondered anxiously who was this mysterious old man. How did he know about his Chaos Bloodline? The cultivators beneath the stage looked at Liu Fei with complicated expressions. Some showed surprise, some admiration, some jealousy. Those who had mocked him earlier now closed their mouths, privately regretting their words. That fellow is lucky indeed. He actually managed to pick up a bargain. True enough. But now that he has offended the young master of the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, he probably won't live an easy life from now on. Who cares? The auction is not over yet. Let's keep watching the remaining items. Just then a woman in a light blue long dress walked toward Liu Fei. She had delicate features, and her eyes glimmered with nimble wit and intelligence. She came up to Liu Fei and smiled. Fellow cultivator, my name is Linger, and I am an artifact refiner. Seeing you win the Taishu divine armor, just now I find myself very curious about it. Might I take a closer look? Liu Fei's heart stirred as he looked at Linger. He knew that befriending an artifact refiner might benefit his future cultivation. Moreover, Linger gave him an amiable feeling. She did not seem to harbor ill intent. So he nodded. Of course. With that he handed the Taishu divine armor to Linger. Linger took the Taishu divine armor and studied it closely. Her gaze was professional and focused, her brow occasionally knitting into a frown and occasionally lifting in surprise. After a while she returned the armor to Liu Fei. Fellow cultivator, although this Taishu divine armor has a flaw, I am confident that with my repair it can be restored to its peak state. Would you be willing to let me give it a try? Liu Fei was overjoyed, never imagining that Linger had the ability to restore the divine armor. Really? That is wonderful. How much compensation would you like? Liu Fei asked hurriedly. Linger gave a slight smile. There is no need for compensation. I am merely interested in this divine armor and want to challenge my artifact refining skill. Besides, if I can get to know you, there may be a chance to cooperate in the future. Liu Fei hastened to thank her, aware that he had met a benefactor. At this time the auction continued and precious treasures were sold off one after another. Liu Fei kept part of his attention on the auction items while chatting with Linger. He discovered that Linger was not only highly accomplished in artifact refining, but also thoroughly versed in all sorts of tales and anecdotes of the cultivation world. The two talked with great delight, and before they knew it the auction was nearing its end. Ding! Hidden quest updated. Obtain 3 spiritual artifacts. Current progress, 13. Quest completion. Reward Chaos Artifact Refining Insights, which can enhance the Chaos Bloodline's affinity for magical treasures. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. His heart rejoiced, knowing that this was a fine opportunity to increase his strength. He silently made up his mind that he would complete this quest. After the auction ended, Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liu prepared to leave. Linger bade them farewell. Fellow cultivator, I look forward to our next meeting. Once the divine armor is repaired, I will send someone to inform you. Liu Fei nodded his thanks, and the three turned and departed. However, as soon as they stepped out of the auction hall, a crowd blocked their path. Leading them was Chen Yu, his face bursting with rage. Behind him followed a group of disciples from the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, weapons in hand, clearly ready to demand satisfaction. Brat, you have embarrassed me enough today. Now I will give you 2 choices: either hand over the Taishu divine armor, or leave one of your hands behind. Chen Yu snarled fiercely. Liu Fei's expression sank. He had not expected Chen Yu to be so arrogant. Chen Yu, do not push your luck. The auction was a fair competition. I won the Taishu divine armor, so why should I hand it over to you? Liu Fei replied coldly. Fair competition. You think you are worthy to speak to me of fairness. If you do not hand over the armor today, do not dream of leaving this place. Chen Yu swung his sword, and the disciples behind him surged forward to surround them. Su Qingxue and Bai Liu swiftly moved to Liu Fei's side, spiritual energy gathering in their hands. Su Qingxue's ice blue spiritual energy flickered in her palm, while Bai Liu's 9 tails gently swayed in the air, exuding an entrancing charm. Chen Yu, if you dare strike, we will fight you to the bitter end. Su Qingxue said in a cold voice. Chen Yu looked at Su Qingxue, and Bai Liu, wariness flashing in his eyes. He knew that Su Qingxue and Bai Liu were also formidable. If a fight truly broke out, he might not gain any advantage. But he could not swallow his fury and remained indecisive. Just then an old man's voice came from afar. Chen Yu, as the young master of the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, how dare you abuse your power so brazenly? This is utterly disgraceful. As the voice fell, a white-haired elder walked over slowly. He was dressed in a gray robe with a kind face, yet his eyes carried an air of solemn authority. At the sight of the elder Chun's face turned pale in an instant. He promptly bowed. "Elder Nangong, why have you come here?" This elder Nangong was none other than the supreme elder of the Nangong family, a figure of exalted status in the cultivation world. He cast Qingxue a cold glance. "If I had not come, I would never have known you were committing such outrages outside. Let today's matter end here. If you dare trouble this young friend again, do not blame me for being discourteous." Qingxue was unwilling, but he did not dare defy Elder Nangong's command. He gnashed his teeth, shot Liu Fei a vicious glare, and left with his disciples. Liu Fei looked at Elder Nangong with immense gratitude. "Thank you for your help, senior." Elder Nangong smiled slightly. "No need to be polite, young friend. I can tell that your bone structure is extraordinary and you are bound to achieve great things in the future. If you encounter any difficulties, come to the Nangong family and look for me." With that, the elder turned and left, soon disappearing into the crowd. Liu Fei was puzzled. Why had Elder Nangong treated him with such courtesy? Was it only because he disapproved of Chun's behavior? Or was there some connection between him and the mysterious old man? These doubts circled in Liu Fei's mind, but he knew this was not the moment to probe deeper. He glanced at Su Qingxue and Bai Liyue and said, "Let us return to the Qingyun sect first." The three turned into streams of light and flew toward the Qingyun sect. After returning to Qingyun sect, the news that Liu Fei had successfully bid for the Taishu divine armor spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir within the sect. However, at the same time, a rumor about him quietly began to circulate. Liu Fei's fiancée Lin Yao, for reasons unknown, went around the sect spreading rumors that Liu Fei had only won the Taishu divine armor by luck, that he was still a worthless trash at heart and utterly incapable of unleashing the armor's power, and that by offending the young master of the artifact refining pavilion at the auction, he was bound to bring disaster upon Qingyun sect. For a time, the Qingyun sect buzzed with discussion, and many disciples cast looks of increased doubt and contempt at Liu Fei. I said it all along. How capable could a person whose spiritual root was crippled ever be it? Winning the Taishu divine armor this time was probably just a stroke of blind luck, said a sharp-faced outer disciple, his face full of ridicule as he spoke to the companion beside him. Exactly, and on top of that, he offended the young master of the artifact refining pavilion. He's really in for it now. "I'm afraid our Qingyun sect will be dragged down because of him," said another burly disciple, his arms crossed and his face full of displeasure. Facing these rumors and slanders, Liu Fei felt anger in his heart, but he did not pay them much heed. He knew well that only by strengthening his own power could he silence everyone. At that moment, the limited-time mission issued by the system to refine the spiritual root awakening pill within 1 hour was like a timely rain, giving him hope of a breakthrough. It turned out that after the auction had ended, Liu Fei had unexpectedly received a mysterious package. When he opened it, inside was a pill radiating an extraordinary glow, precisely the spiritual root awakening pill. Beside the pill lay a note which read, "Take this pill to help you break through your bottleneck. Remember, refine it." Liu Fei was puzzled, not knowing who had sent him the pill, yet he could sense the formidable spiritual energy within it. His intuition told him that this might be the chance to change his fate. Just as Liu Fei was about to find a quiet place to refine the pill, Lin Yao blocked his path with a group of disciples. "Liu Fei, how can you still have the face to stay in the sect? Look at yourself, causing trouble everywhere and dragging the sect into disaster. Today you must give everyone an explanation." Lin Yao looked arrogant, her eyes filled with contempt. Liu Fei looked at Lin Yao, disgust surging in his heart. "Lin Yao, what I do is none of your business. Don't make an unreasonable scene here." Unreasonable scene. Offending the young master of the artifact refining pavilion is no small matter. If you don't hand over the Taishu divine armor today to appease the artifact refining pavilion's wrath, I'll report you to the elders and have you expelled from Qingyun sect. Lin Yao planted her hands on her hips, brimming with menace. The surrounding disciples also chimed in. "That's right, hand over the divine armor. We can't let the entire sect be dragged down because of you alone." Liu Fei was burning with fury, but he knew he could not act rashly. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "Lin Yao, don't slander me with baseless accusations. The auction was fair competition, and I won the divine armor through legitimate means. As for the artifact refining pavilion, I will handle it myself. But you, spreading baseless rumors and disrupting the sect's order. What is your crime?" Lin Yao's expression changed, but she still forced herself to stay calm. "Stop quibbling here. Everyone knows you're a piece of trash. The Taishu divine armor would only be wasted in your hands. Today you must hand over the divine armor." Just as the two sides were deadlocked, Su Qingxue and Bai Liyue hurried over. Seeing the scene, Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes glinted with anger. "Lin Yao, you've gone too far. How dare you slander Liu Fei so casually?" Bai Liyue also gave a cold snort. "Exactly. If you dare keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Feeling somewhat wary at the sight of Su Qingxue and Bai Liyue, Lin Yao was still unwilling to let the matter drop. "Senior sister Su," Bai Liyue, "don't be fooled by him. He's nothing but trash, not worth your protection." Su Qingxue was about to retort, but Liu Fei suddenly spoke up. Lin Yao, since you call me trash, then today I'll prove it to you. With that, he took out the spiritual root awakening pill and swallowed it directly in front of everyone. Liu Fei, are you insane? This pill has unknown origins. How can you just eat it? Su Qingxue turned pale with fright, wanting to stop him, but already too late. He's courting death. Maybe the pill is poisonous and swallowing it will end his troubles once and for all. A glint of malicious glee flashed in Lin Yao's eyes. The moment the pill entered his stomach, Liu Fei felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupt within his body. The spiritual energy, like a surging tide, rushed toward his meridians. At first it was relatively gentle, flowing slowly through his meridians and nourishing his body. But soon the spiritual energy turned violent, like an uncontrollable wild beast rampaging through his meridians and searing every inch of them. Liu Fei felt excruciating pain all over, as if tens of millions of steel needles were piercing him at once. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He couldn't help letting out an agonized scream. Liu Fei. Su Qingxue was frantic with worry. She hurried to his side and reached out to support him. She channeled her own spiritual energy, trying to help Liu Fei suppress the wild spiritual energy within him. However, the power of the spiritual root awakening pill was too formidable. Her spiritual energy vanished like a mud ox sinking into the sea, scarcely making any difference. See. I said he was trash, but he wouldn't believe it. There's no way he can withstand this pill. Serves him right. Seeing this, Lin Yao burst into loud laughter, her smugness written all over her face. The surrounding disciples also wore looks of shock, some gloating, others showing concern. Liu Fei endured the searing pain, silently bemoaning his plight. He had not expected the pill's side effects to be so severe, but there was no turning back now. Gritting his teeth, he circulated his chaos power, attempting to contend with the rampaging spiritual energy inside him. The chaos power, like a stream of clear spring water, flowed slowly into his meridians and engaged in a fierce struggle against the violent spiritual energy. As time passed, Liu Fei's body began to tremble slightly. His eyes were bloodshot and he appeared to be in extreme, yet the conviction in his heart remained unshakable. I absolutely cannot fall like this. I will prove to everyone that I am not trash. Su Qingxue felt as if a knife were twisting in her heart as she watched Liu Fei in agony. Gritting her teeth, she increased the output of her spiritual energy. Liu Fei, hold on. I will definitely help you suppress this power. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was filled with determination. With Su Qingxue's help, Liu Fei gradually managed to stabilize the spiritual energy inside his body. This, however, was only temporary. The power of the spiritual root awakening pill continued to assault his meridians, and he could sense that multiple cracks had already formed within them, threatening to rupture at any moment. Just as Liu Fei was on the verge of falling, the system's notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Su Qingxue's favorability 30. Current favorability 120,100 overflowed. Unlock Jade Maidenheart Sutra. This technique complements chaos power and can help the host refine the pill. Delighted, Liu Fei wasted no time in circulating his spiritual energy according to the Jade Maidenheart Sutra. In an instant, a gentle yet powerful force arose within his body, merging with the chaos power to jointly resist the raging force of the spiritual root awakening pill. Under the combined effect of the two forces, the power of the spiritual root awakening pill was gradually suppressed and began to be slowly refined by Liu Fei. Liu Fei felt the spiritual energy within him growing stronger and stronger, and his cultivation realm kept rising. From the 8th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining, he was now only one step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. How is this possible? He's actually refining the pill. At the sight, Lin Yao's face instantly turned extremely ugly, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The surrounding disciples also gaped in astonishment. Those who had mocked Liu Fei earlier now fell silent, secretly regretting their words. Is this really that trash Liu Fei? To think he has such willpower, able to endure the pills. It seems we all underestimated him. These whispers reached Liu Fei's ears, but he was completely immersed in refining the pill and turned a deaf ear to them. As the last wisp of spiritual energy was refined, Liu Fei felt the power within him reach a critical point. Taking a deep breath, he cycled his chaos power and launched an assault on foundation establishment. With a thunderous boom, it was as if a great gate had been blasted open inside Liu Fei. A mighty aura instantly radiated from his body. He had successfully broken through to foundation establishment. I made it! Liu Fei shouted excitedly. Opening his eyes, a powerful light flashed within them. Su Qingxue looked at him with relief and joy in her eyes. Liu Fei, you did it. You really did it. Bai Liu also walked over to Liu Fei and said with a smile, Master, congratulations on your breakthrough. Liu Fei turned to look at Lin Yao, whose face was now as pale as paper, her body swaying as if about to collapse. She had never imagined that Liu Fei would actually break through and directly to foundation establishment. Lin Yao, what do you have to say now? Liu Fei said coldly. With a thud, Lin Yao knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with fear and remorse. Liu Fei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. Please forgive me. I won't dare do it again. Liu Fei looked at the kneeling Lin Yao without a trace of pity. Lin Yao, I can let today's matter slide. But remember this, do not baselessly slander others again. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he turned and strode away, taking Su Qingxue and Bai Liu with him. After returning to his own residence, Liu Fei carefully reflected on everything that had happened that day. He knew that the spiritual rude awakening pill had not come to him by chance. Someone must have secretly come to his aid. Moreover, he noticed that the pill seemed to be connected to the Nangong family. He recalled what Elder Nangong had said to him after the auction, and a vague conjecture began to form in his mind. Could this pill have been given to me by Elder Nangong? But why would he help me? And what is his relationship with that mysterious old man? Liu Fei was full of doubts, but he knew these questions could only be answered gradually in the days to come. Ding! Limited time mission complete. Reward Chaos Spirit Crystal 5, which can improve the purity of the Chaos Bloodline. The system notification sounded again, delighting Liu Fei. He took out the Chaos Spirit Crystal, circulated his Chaos power, and began to absorb the power within the crystal. As the power from the crystal continuously merged into his body, Liu Fei could feel his Chaos Bloodline becoming purer and his strength growing even greater. Meanwhile, in a hidden pavilion within Qingyun's sect, a woman dressed in a long purple dress was quietly watching. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions as she murmured to herself, Liu Fei, I hope you won't let me down. This woman was none other than Nangong Yue, the young lady of the Nangong family. The spiritual rude awakening pill had been secretly swapped and delivered to Liu Fei by none other than her. Since Liu Fei successfully broke through to Foundation establishment and rose to fame within the Qingyun sect, the voices that had once questioned and mocked him gradually fell silent. However, wherever people gather, strife is inevitable. His rise had drawn envy and hostility from many, and among all of them, Zhao Tianyang was the most unwilling to accept it. Zhao Tianyang, once the most outstanding disciple of the outer sect, was now overshadowed by Liu Fei, the former good-for-nothing. The fury in his heart burned like a raging fire that refused to be extinguished. On this day, sunlight spilled across the Qingyun sect's training grounds, causing the bluestone surface beneath to gleam with dazzling light. At the center of the training grounds stood a towering arena platform. Its edges were densely carved with defensive runes that shone with a mysterious light under the sun. This was the Qingyun sect's life and death arena. Once one stepped onto it, neither life nor death would be held accountable. The fight would only end when one side fell. By now, the arena was already surrounded by disciples whispering and chatting among themselves, their eyes full of anticipation for the coming battle. Have you heard? Zhao Tianyang is going to challenge Liu Fei on the life and death arena. This is going to be quite a show. A thin, sly outer sect disciple said excitedly to the companion beside him. Ye Zhao Tianyang is a level 1 Foundation establishment expert. I know Liu Fei just broke through to Foundation establishment, but his foundation is unstable after all. I think he's in trouble. Another round-faced disciple shook his head, looking convinced. In my opinion, Liu Fei is overestimating himself. He was simply lucky before. A sharp-faced disciple curled his lips in disdain. This time against Zhao Tianyang, he's going to get what he deserves. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Zhao Tianyang, wearing a black martial arts suit and holding a long sword, strode up onto the arena platform. He stood tall and straight, his eyes revealing arrogance and ruthlessness. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to completely defeat Liu Fei on this life and death arena and reclaim the face he had lost. Liu Fei, today is your death day? A crippled good-for-nothing with a ruined spirit root like you dares to act arrogant in front of me. In a moment, I'll make you see what real strength is. Standing on the arena platform, Zhao Tianyang shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the training grounds. He appeared fierce and blustering on the surface, but deep down, he felt a faint sense of unease. This Liu Fei, ever since breaking through to Foundation establishment, seemed to have gained an inscrutable aura, and his strength was far from what it used to be. This made Zhao Tianyang sense a trace of threat. But how could he ever admit that he was afraid of a former good-for-nothing? He could only use this seemingly tough attitude to cover up the panic inside. By this time, Liu Fei had also reached the edge of the arena. Dressed in a black robe, he looked calm, yet his eyes held firm determination. Hearing Zhao Tianyang's insults, he did not get angry, merely saying faintly, "Zhao Tianyang, spare the nonsense. Make your move." With that, he leaped lightly onto the arena. Ding. Main quest triggered. Win 10 consecutive matches on the arena. Quest reward: Chaos Battle Skill Chaos Heaven-Breaking Fist, which can increase the attack power of Chaos Force. Current progress 0-10. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, causing his heart to tighten. He knew that this battle was not only about his dignity, but also a crucial step toward completing the system's quest. Below the arena, Su Qingxue and Bai Liu stood among the crowd, watching Liu Fei with worried expressions. Su Qingxue's hands were tightly clasped together, her nails nearly digging into her palms. "Liu Fei, you have to be careful." Bai Liu's eyes were also full of concern. Master's power has grown greatly. He will surely defeat that Zhao Tianyang. However, discordant voices kept rising from the crowd. This Liu Fei truly doesn't know his limits. Zhao Tianyang is someone he can contend with. Exactly. Going up on that arena this time is just asking for humiliation. Just wait until he's beaten to his knees begging for mercy. That will be fun. Su Qingxue heard these remarks, her beautiful eyes turning sharp and cold as she swept the crowd with a frosty glare. What do you know? Liu Fei's strength is far beyond your imagination. You'll all be shocked soon enough. Intimidated by her piercing gaze, the crowd instantly fell silent and dared not make another sound. On the arena platform, Zhao Tianyang saw Liu Fei come up and gave a cold snort. With a flick of the longsword in his hand, a sword aura slashed toward Liu Fei. The sword aura tore through the air with a hissing sound, carving a deep crack into the ground wherever it passed. Liu Fei's eye sharpened. With a flicker of movement, he easily dodged the sword aura. At the same time, he channeled chaos force, condensed a golden orb of light in his palm, and hurled it at Zhao Tianyang. A paltry trick. Zhao Tianyang sneered, waved his sword, and shattered the orb. Then he unleashed an exquisite sword art. Sword shadows flickered like a net enveloping Liu Fei. Liu Fei dodged left and right amidst the sword shadows. Although he wasn't injured, he appeared rather disheveled. Seeing Liu Fei's awkward state, Zhao Tianyang secretly gloated and felt victory was within his grasp. The faint unease in his heart gradually faded. With that little bit of skill, you want to fight me? You're simply overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha. See, Liu Fei is no match for Zhao Tianyang at all. His little tricks are nothing in front of Zhao Tianyang. Below the stage, the sharp-faced disciple from before saw this and laughed smugly. The surrounding people also nodded, their faces wearing looks of eager anticipation for the drama. However, Liu Fei was not flustered. While evading Zhao Tianyang's attacks, he carefully observed the flaws. After observing for a while, he discovered that although Zhao Tianyang's sword technique was fierce, there would be an extremely brief pause at every transition between sword moves. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He knew this was his chance. As Zhao Tianyang swung his sword again and was transitioning between moves, Liu Fei seized the moment, flickered, and appeared in front of Zhao Tianyang in an instant. He clenched his right fist, gathered chaos force around it, and slammed it hard toward Zhao Tianyang's chest. Zhao Tianyang's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He hurriedly raised his long sword across his chest to block the attack. With a loud boom, Liu Fei's fist struck the sword heavily. The immense force left Zhao Tianyang's arm numb, and the sword nearly flew out of his hand. How is that possible? Zhao Tianyang was shocked. The smugness on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by disbelief and rage. He had never dreamed that Liu Fei, whom he had once treated like an ant, could find the flaw in his sword art and strike back with such force. His anger and resentment burned even more fiercely, and a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. If you do have some skill, but this isn't enough. You'll still die today. With that, he began to chant under his breath. The long sword in his hand blazed with brilliant light, and he unleashed his ultimate killing move, the Tianyang sword art. Zhao Tianyang swung his sword, and a blinding golden sword aura immediately slashed toward Liu Fei. The sword aura carried formidable power, and wherever it passed, the air was torn open with a buzzing sound. Feeling this immense pressure, Liu Fei's heart clenched. He knew that the power of this sword aura could not be underestimated. If it hit him, he would be gravely wounded. At that critical moment, the system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind once again. Ding. The host is detected to be in mortal danger. Triggering system reward the realm-breaking talisman. Using the realm-breaking talisman can allow the host to break through their cultivation level limit within 3 minutes and challenge a higher-level opponent. Liu Fei had no time to think, and immediately said in his mind, use the realm-breaking talisman. In that instant, a mysterious rune appeared in his palm. The rune flickered with an odd radiance and then melted into his body. Liu Fei only felt a powerful surge of energy rushing into his body, and his cultivation level actually broke through to the second level of foundation establishment in that very instant. Break! Liu Fei shouted, channeling chaos force as he charged toward the golden sword aura. Chaos force and the golden sword aura collided in midair, erupting into a blinding glare and violent energy waves. When the light faded, Zhao Tianyang stood frozen in place, his face full of shock. The long sword in his hand had broken into 2 pieces, and a deep bloody gash had opened across his chest with blood flowing out unceasingly. I lost. Zhao Tianyang murmured, his face pale. He never imagined that Liu Fei could break through his realm at the critical moment and defeat him. The disciples below were stunned by the scene, their mouths agape and faces covered with disbelief. How is this possible? Liu Fei actually won. He can even challenge above his level and defeat Zhao Tianyang. That's incredible. We really underestimated him before. Liu Fei is simply a monster. The clamor of discussion rose like a tide. In their eyes, the former contempt and disdain were gone, replaced by deep awe and shock. Su Qingxue and Bai Liu meanwhile were filled with joyful surprise. They hugged each other excitedly and shouted, Liu Fei won. He really won. However, just as everyone was immersed in shock and delight, Liu Fei's expression suddenly changed drastically. He felt the power inside him begin to churn out of control, as if his meridians were being torn by a tremendous force, causing unbearable pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed unsteadily. No, it's the backlash from the realm-breaking talisman. Liu Fei cried out inwardly. He knew that although the talisman had allowed him to temporarily break through a level and defeat Zhao Tianyang, it had also done great harm to his body. At that moment, he was extremely weak and on the verge of death. Just as Liu Fei was about to collapse, a white figure shot onto the arena like a phantom. The newcomer was a woman. She wore a long white dress, had a stunningly beautiful face, and carried a cool, ethereal aura, as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal world. She was Xiao Yuro. Xiao Yuro looked at Liu Fei, a hint of complex emotion flashing through her eyes. She quickly took out a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to him. Quick, swallow it. It can save your life. Liu Fei looked at Xiao Yuro full of doubt, but at this point he had no choice. He took the jade pendant and put it into his mouth. The jade pendant dissolved the moment it entered his mouth, and a cool surge of energy spread through his body, easing the pain in his meridians and stabilizing his injuries. When she finished speaking, Xiao Yuro turned to leave. Wait, why did you save me? Liu Fei called out. Xiao Yuro stopped and glanced back. When she finished speaking, Xiao Yuro turned to leave. Wait, why did you save me? Liu Fei called out. Xiao Yuro stopped and glanced back at him. You will understand in the future. With that, she flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did the disciples below come to their senses. They stared at Liu Fei, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Who was that woman just now? Why did she save Liu Fei? I don't know, but from the look of it, she seems to have a very close relationship with Liu Fei. Could she be Liu Fei's confidant? The crowd buzzed with speculation about Xiao Yuro's identity. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner beneath the arena, Xiao Yuro looked at a teleportation array radiating black light in front of her, her brows knitted tightly. This teleportation array was the one she had secretly discovered before, and it connected to the Blood Demon Ancestor's secret chamber. She knew that if this teleportation array were activated, the consequences would be dire. She quickly took out a talisman from her bosom, murmured an incantation, and placed the talisman onto the array. The talisman flashed, and it began to destroy the teleportation array. As the talisman took effect, the runes on the array flickered erratically and emitted crackling sounds as if they were struggling. Blood Demon Ancestor, your scheme won't succeed. Xiao Yuro let out a cold snort, determination shining in her eyes. She kept her gaze fixed on the teleportation array while continuously adjusting the talisman's power. Fine beads of sweat gradually formed on her forehead. This teleportation array was extremely abnormal. The runes were interconnected, and if damaged carelessly, could trigger an explosion. Yet Xiao Yuro did not retreat in the slightest. She gave it her full concentration, and relying on her superb talisman arts, gradually dismantled the core runes of the teleportation array. As time passed, Xiao Yuro's hands trembled slightly, but her gaze remained utterly determined. Finally, after a violent flash of light, the teleportation array lost all its brilliance and stopped functioning. After confirming that the teleportation array had indeed been destroyed, Xiao Yuro let out a long breath, turned around, and left the hidden corner. Meanwhile, on the Qingyun sect's training grounds, Liu Fei's injuries were gradually stabilizing after he swallowed the jade pendant. He looked in the direction Xiao Yuro had disappeared, his heart full of doubt and curiosity. On the martial arena of Qingyun sect, a breathtaking life-and-death dueling contest had just concluded. Though tranquility was restored, the lingering tension and thrills still lingered like invisible threads, entwining every heart present. News of Liu Fei's victory over Zhao Tianyang spread like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples throughout the sect. The crowd's perception of Liu Fei underwent a dramatic transformation after this battle. The youth, once dismissed as a useless waste, now stood as a legend in the hearts of countless disciples. Meanwhile, Liu Fei lay in his chamber, his face still pallid and his body extremely feeble. The backlash from the boundary-breaking talisman had wrought severe damage to his vitality, his meridians stabbing as though pierced by countless steel needles, with waves of searing pain assailing him from time to time. Yet in his eyes flickered a hint of consolation and resolve. This victory not only solidified his foothold in Qingyun sect, but also granted him a newfound understanding of his own strength. Master, how are you feeling? Bai Liu sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Liu Fei with deep concern etched across her face and worry clouding her eyes. She extended a slender hand and gently touched Liu Fei's forehead, trying to alleviate his suffering. Clad in a pink gauze dress, her 9 tails swayed softly behind her, exuding a bewitching charm. Ever since she had become Liu Fei's maidservant, her loyalty and dependence on him had deepened day after day. Seeing him injured now, her heart burned with anxiety. I'm fine, Bai Liu, don't worry. Liu Fei forced a faint smile to reassure her. Feeling her care, a warm current welled up within his heart. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a crisp voice asking, "Excuse me, is Liu Fei here?" Bai Liu's delicate brows knitted slightly as she turned to look at the doorway. Yi Linger appeared at the threshold wearing a light blue long dress. and carrying an exquisite medicine box. With concern and urgency shining in her eyes, she spotted Liu Fei lying on the bed and hurriedly stepped into the room. "Why are you here?" Bai Liu rose to her feet, eyeing Yi Linger warily. She understood very well that Yi Linger had met Liu Fei at the auction and seemed quite taken with him. Seeing her now, Bai Liu couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "I heard Liu Fei was injured, so I came specially to see him. I'm an artifact refiner and have considerable knowledge of healing pills. Perhaps I can be of help." Yi Linger walked over to the bedside as she spoke, opened the medicine box, and took out a bottle of pills. "This is the rejuvenation pill I refined myself. It works well for recovering spiritual energy and healing wounds. Liu Fei, take it quickly." Yi Linger looked at Liu Fei tenderly, her eyes brimming with concern. Seeing this, Bai Liu grew even more anxious. "My master has already taken his medicine. He doesn't need your pills. You should leave." Bai Liu's tone carried hostility, as she had no desire to let another woman curry favor with Liu Fei in front of her. "Bai Liu, don't make a scene. Miss Yi has come with the best of intentions. How could I refuse her?" Liu Fei said softly. Looking at the pill in Yi Linger's hand, he felt quite moved. He knew Yi Linger's skill in artifact refinement was profound, and this rejuvenation pill was surely a rare and precious medicine. As the two women bickered, another silhouette appeared at the doorway. This time it was Nangong Yueli. She wore a purple long dress radiating a noble and elegant bearing. Holding a jade box, she walked slowly into the room. "Liu Fei, I've come to see you." Nangong Yueli's voice was gentle and melodious like the sound of heavenly music. She approached the bed, placed the jade box on the table, and opened it, revealing a pill radiating a strange, wondrous glow. "This is the special healing holy medicine of my Nangong clan. It should be beneficial to your wounds," Nangong Yueli said with a smile. Both Bai Liu and Yi Linger were taken aback at the sight of her. They hadn't expected Nangong Yueli to come visit Liu Fei as well. Jealousy swelled even more in Bai Liu's heart, and she let out a cold snort. "Another one here to curry favor. My master does not lack your pill. Take it back." Nangong Yueli raised an elegant brow and glanced at Bai Liu. "You fox spirit, don't be unreasonable. I genuinely care for Liu Fei. How dare you slander me so casually?" As the proud daughter of the Nangong clan, Nangong Yueli had always been haughty, and this rebuke from Bai Liu naturally displeased her. "Who are you calling a fox spirit? You wretched woman, don't think just because you're from the Nangong clan you're so special. In front of my master you're nothing but an outsider." Bai Liu was enraged by Nangong Yueli's words, her nine tails swaying gently in the air and flames of fury blazing in her eyes. "Enough, stop arguing. Everyone means well, and I am deeply grateful." Seeing the tense atmosphere among the three young women, Liu Fei quickly tried to mediate. Yet his words were to no avail. They continued to snap at one another. "Aren't you just good at seduction? What's so impressive about that? If not for your enchanting arts clouding master's judgment, why would he ever have taken you in?" Yi Linger could not hold back either. Seeing Bai Liu and Nangong Yueli quarreling, she felt displeased and could not help but mock Bai Liu as well. You're spouting nonsense. My loyalty to my master is absolute. How dare you slander me? Aren't you just an artifact refiner? Apart from forging scraps of metal, what else can you do?" Bai Liu's face flushed red with fury. What she hated most was being accused of seducing Liu Fei with enchantment. At Yi Linger's words, the anger within her could no longer be restrained. "What I refine are true magical treasures, hardly something you can compare with. You fox spirit are simply beyond reason." Yi Linger refused to back down, trading barbs with Bai Liu. Nangong Yueli watched the two bickering, sneering coldly inside. Arms crossed, she said icily, "Both of you stop quarreling. In terms of real strength, who among you can surpass my Nangong clan? With the poison arts in my hands, I could reduce you both to a pool of blood in an instant." As she spoke, a small bottle appeared in her hand. Inside was a green liquid emitting a pungent odor. "You dare threaten us?" Bai Liu and Yi Linger both turned toward Nangong Yueli, fury blazing in their eyes. None of the three would yield, and the atmosphere grew ever more tense. A great battle seemed about to erupt. Why wouldn't I dare? Today I'll show you that Nangong Yueli is not to be trifled with." Nangong Yueli snorted coldly and hurled the small bottle at Bai Liu and Yi Linger. Bai Liu and Yi Linger's expressions changed drastically as they sensed the potent toxicity of the liquid inside. Bai Liu swiftly channeled her spiritual energy, making her nine tails dance in the air to form a barrier in an attempt to block the venom. Yi Linger quickly produced a shield covered with densely inscribed runes that radiated a blue light. With a bang, the bottle burst against the barrier and shield, splattering green venom in every direction. In an instant, an acrid odor filled the room, and the surrounding furniture and walls rapidly corroded under. Bai Liu and Yi Linger felt dizzy and lightheaded. They realized the venom was not only toxic, but also possessed a hallucinogenic effect. "Damn it, this poison is too powerful," Bai Liu said through gritted teeth, channeling her fox spirit allure in an attempt to purge the toxins and hallucinations from her body. Behind her shield, Yi Linger hastily took out several pills, swallowed them, and channeled her spiritual energy to resist the poison. "Did you really think you could match me, eh?" Nangong Yueli sneered delightedly at their disheveled states. Several more small bottles appeared in her hand as she prepared to attack again. Just then, enduring piercing pain throughout his body, Liu Fei forced himself up from the bed. Enough! Stop fighting, he shouted, a note of authority in his voice. Hearing Liu Fei, the three women were stunned and halted their movements, turning to look at him. You are all friends of mine, Liu Fei. Why do you harm one another? I don't want to see any of you get hurt. Liu Fei looked at the three women, helplessness and worry filling his eyes. He understood they had clashed out of concern for him, yet such clashes only made things harder for him. The three women looked at Liu Fei, and the anger in their hearts gradually subsided. Seeing his pale face and weary eyes, they each felt a pang of guilt. Master, I'm sorry. It was my fault for arguing with them. Bai Liu walked to Liu Fei's side, head bowed, speaking with remorse. Liu Fei, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have fought with her. Liu also came to Liu Fei's side and spoke softly. Liu Fei, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. Nangong Yueli likewise put down the bottle in her hand, walked over to Liu Fei, and looked at him with apology-filled eyes. Liu Fei was deeply moved as he looked upon the three women. He reached out and lightly stroked Bai Liu's head. Bai Liu, you're not wrong. You all acted for my sake. Then he turned to Liu and Nangong Yueli. Miss Nangong, I'm deeply grateful for your concern too. Only in the future let's not argue anymore, alright? The three women nodded in unison, gazing at Liu Fei's tender eyes, their love for him deepening even further. Ding! Bai Liu's affection 20. Current affection 120,100 overflowed. Liu's affection 20. Current affection 80,100. Nangong Yueli's affection 20. Current affection 80,100. Achievement unlocked: 100 flowers vie for beauty. Reward: 3 Chaos Spiritual Energy Amplification Pills, which can temporarily enhance the power of Chaos Spiritual Energy. Hidden quest completed: win the affection of 3 women simultaneously. Reward: 1 Chaos Artifact Refining Manual, enabling the refinement of Chaos Attribute Magical Treasures. The system's chime resounded in Liu Fei's mind, filling him with joy. It seems the foundation of my harem has begun to take shape. Liu Fei mused inwardly, a smile spreading across his face. Gazing at the 3 women, his heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. He knew that with the company of these 3 women, his path of cultivation would only grow more splendid. However, just then another wave of footsteps echoed from beyond the door. This time it was Su Qingxue and Xiao Yuro. Su Qingxue carried some herbs in her hands, while Xiao Yuro followed calmly behind her. They entered the room and were taken aback to see it in disarray, with the 3 women standing beside the bed. What happened here? Su Qingxue asked in astonishment. She glanced at the 3 women, then at Liu Fei, confusion filling her mind. Senior sister Su, Miss Xiao, you've come. Liu Fei's heart brightened at the sight of Su Qingxue and Xiao Yuro. He knew they had come to visit him out of concern. Liu Fei, are you all right? I heard you were injured, so I went to gather some herbs to brew medicine for you. Su Qingxue walked to the bedside, set the herbs on the table, and looked at him with concern. Thank you, senior sister Su. I'm fine, already much better, Liu Fei said with a smile. Looking at the herbs in Su Qingxue's hand, he felt a surge of gratitude. Xiao Yuro stood to the side, quietly watching Liu Fei. Her eyes betrayed a trace of complex emotion, concern, relief, and a subtle melancholy. She said nothing, only silently gazing at him, as if confirming that he was truly unharmed. And this is... Bai Liu, Liu and Nangong Yueli all felt a jolt as they looked at Xiao Yuro. They had not expected yet another woman to visit Liu Fei. Moreover, this woman possessed an ethereal, cool temperament, like a celestial maiden descending to earth, unforgettable at first glance. She is Xiao Yuro. She saved my life on the dueling platform before, Liu Fei introduced. The 3 women all felt a chill of reverence as they regarded Xiao Yuro. They never imagined that this seemingly delicate young woman possessed such formidable strength, capable of saving Liu Fei when his life hung by a thread. Miss Xiao, thank you for saving Liu Fei. Bai Liu walked up to Xiao Yuro, bowed slightly, and said with gratitude, Yes, Miss Xiao, if not for you, Liu Fei might have. Liu also stepped forward, her face filled with gratitude. Nangong Yueli said nothing, but a trace of respect surfaced in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Yuro. Xiao Yuro nodded faintly and said softly, No need to be polite. I only did what I had to do. Her voice was gentle, yet cool, like a clear mountain spring, refreshing to the heart. At this moment 7 women had gathered in the room, and the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Bai Liu and Nangong Yueli looked at Su Qingxue and Xiao Yuro, unable to suppress a twinge of jealousy. Su Qingxue and Xiao Yuro in turn looked at the 3 women with some confusion, uncertain of their relationship with Liu Fei. Liu Fei felt rather helpless looking at the 7 women. He knew his ties with them were growing ever more complicated. Yet he also understood that on this path of cultivation with these women beside him, he would no longer walk alone. Drawing a deep breath, he looked at the 7 of them and said with a smile, No matter what, thank you all. With you here, my life has no regrets. The 7 women looked at Liu Fei, tears glistening in their eyes. The sky over Qingyun's sect, once as azure as a sapphire, was now cloaked in a dense shroud of black demonic qi, so suffocating that it stole one's breath. In the distance, dense waves of demonic cultivators surged forth like a flood. Their black robes snapped in the wind, and the weapons in their hands glinted with a cold, deadly light, exuding an aura that chilled the heart. The entire Qingyun sect was engulfed in this sudden crisis. Disciples startled awake from their cultivation, gazing desperately toward the distance, their faces etched with terror and unease. Disaster! The demon sect is attacking again. A terrified shout like a stone hurled into a tranquil lake instantly set off 1,000 ripples throughout Qingyun sect. Grabbing their weapons in haste, the disciples rushed toward the sect's defensive positions. The pounding of footsteps and cries of alarm intertwined, plunging the whole of Qingyun sect into chaos. How can this be? Why has the demon sect returned? Didn't we already repel them last time? A young outer sect disciple said, his voice trembling. His hands gripped his sword so tightly that his knuckles, they must be here for revenge after we offended them. Another somewhat older disciple frowned, his eyes tinged. Then what do? Can we hold them off? Desperation colored the young disciple's voice. What are you panicking for? Our Qingyun sect is no pushover. If we all stand together, we can surely drive back the demon sect. Though he spoke these bold words, the older disciple was far from certain in his heart. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall of Qingyun sect, the elders sat together in grave silence. The grand elder's brow furrowed into the character Chuan. His gaze swept over every elder present, and he said in a deep voice, this time the demon sect has come in force. We must make thorough preparations. They tasted defeat last time, so this time they are bound to be even more savage. Grand Elder, how should we respond? One elder asked anxiously. Activate the sect's defense formation at once, rally all disciples, and heighten vigilance. Also send someone to notify the neighboring sects to see if we can obtain reinforcements. The Grand Elder arranged things methodically. Yet before Qingyun sect's defensive deployment was fully complete, the demon cultivators were already at the gates. Leading them was a demonic cultivator at the 5th level of Foundation establishment. He was tall and burly with a hideous face, and in his hand, he gripped a colossal battle axe wreathed in black demonic qi that exuded a nauseating malevolence. Disciples of Qingyun sect, listen well. Today is your death day. Hand over the bearer of the Chaos Bloodline at once, or I will slaughter every last one of you. Not even a chicken or a dog shall be spared. The demon leader's voice boomed like a great bronze bell, echoing above Qingyun sect with unbridled arrogance. The bearer of the Chaos Bloodline. Who are they talking about? Could it be Liu Fei? No way. Liu Fei is formidable, but how could he be connected to the Chaos Bloodline? Hearing the demon leader's words, the Qingyun sect disciples broke into heated discussion, their eyes filled with confusion and anxiety. At that moment, Liu Fei was with Su Qingxue and Bai Liu. When he heard the demon cultivator's declaration, he knew his Chaos Bloodline had most likely been discovered by the demon sect, and this attack was probably aimed at him. Liu Fei, what should we do? They've come for you. Su Qingxue looked at Liu Fei with deep concern. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and resolve, as if no matter what happened she would stand by Liu Fei's side. Whoever wants to capture my master must first get through me. Bai Liu's 9 tails lashed through the air, a fierce light blazing in her eyes. She was fully prepared for battle. Liu Fei took a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. No matter what, I won't let them succeed. Today I'll make these demon cultivators understand that Qingyun sect is not to be trifled with. Just then the system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. Ding. Limited time mission updated. Slay 100 demon cultivators. Reward for completing the mission: Chaos Spirit Strengthening Pill 5, capable of enhancing the purity and power of Chaos spiritual power. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He knew this was both a chance to elevate his strength and a duty to defend the sect. The demon cultivators launched their assault, charging at Qingyun sect's defense formation like ravenous wolves. Black demonic qi collided with the formation's radiance, unleashing blinding flashes and ear-splitting thunder. Under the elder's command, the disciples fought with all their might, but the demon cultivator's onslaught was too ferocious, and the defense formation's light gradually dimmed. No good. At this rate, the formation won't last much longer. The grand elder watched the fading light of the formation, burning with anxiety. Let me handle this. Liu Fei shouted. Channeling his chaos power, he prepared to join the fray. However, his strength still fell considerably short of a 5th-level Foundation establishment demon cultivator. Yet Liu Fei did not retreat in the slightest. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to burn his own source and unleash the mighty chaos fire. Liu Fei, are you insane? Burning your source will cause you tremendous harm. It could even cost you your life. Su Qingxue cried out in terror. She tried to stop Liu Fei, but it was already too late. Liu Fei's body began to blaze with golden flames, within which the phantom silhouette of the ancient immortal emperor faintly appeared. Though indistinct, the phantom radiated a formidable presence that stunned everyone present. Standing nearby, Xiao Yuro saw this, and a flicker of complex emotion passed through her eyes. A strange sense of familiarity swelled in her heart, as if the phantom of the ancient immortal emperor was bound to her by 1,000 threads. This? What kind of flame is this? Why is it so powerful? The demon leader stared at the chaos fire blazing on Liu Fei, his expression twisting in shock as fear crept into his eyes. This is chaos fire, and today I'll use it to send you demon cultivators straight to hell. Liu Fei's voice rang out from within the flames, majestic and mighty. His figure flickered as he charged toward the demon cultivators. With every punch, billowing golden flames swept forth, and wherever he passed, demon cultivators collapsed with piercing screams. Impossible. How can a brat at the 13th level of Qi refining possess such terrifying power? Is he some kind of monster? To think he can withstand a 5th level foundation establishment demon cultivator at such a low realm. Seeing Liu Fei's heroic feats, the fear in the Qingxue sect disciples instantly vanished, replaced by admiration and elation. With a great shout, they surged into battle, their morale soaring. If you've got some skill. But that's not enough. The demon leader snorted coldly, hefting his battle axe and slashing at Liu Fei. The axe carried overwhelming power, tearing the very air as it swept forward. Liu Fei's eyes sharpened. Concentrating his chaos fire, he met the axe heat in. With a thunderous boom, the flames collided with the battle axe, erupting in a violent shockwave of energy. An immense force slammed into Liu Fei, forcing him to stagger back several steps. But he quickly steadied himself and charged at the demon leader once more. Everyone attacked together. Kill these demon cultivators. Su Qingxue by Liu Wan'er and the others joined the battle, fighting shoulder to shoulder with Liu Fei. For a time, the battlefield roared with earth-shaking battle cries and flashing light. Amid the fierce combat, Liu Fei gradually found himself in dire straits. Though the chaos fire was immensely powerful, burning his source placed an ever-growing strain on his body. Every attack sent searing pain through him, but his conviction remained unshakable. He had to defend the sect and protect those around him. Liu Fei, hold on. I'll lend you my strength. Xiao Yuro suddenly cried out. Activating a demon sect's secret art, she sent a stream of black spiritual power surging toward Liu Fei. The black spiritual force merged with the chaos fire unexpectedly, making it even more powerful. Feeling this surge of power, Liu Fei's heart leaped with joy. He turned to Xiao Yuro, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Miss Xiao, thank you. Liu Fei shouted loudly. There's no need for thanks. It is what I ought to do. Xiao Yuro smiled faintly, a determined light gleaming in her eyes. With Xiao Yuro's help, Liu Fei's might soared. Like a ferocious tiger, he rampaged through the demon cultivators' ranks. Under the assault of chaos fire, they fell in droves, their screams filling the air. As demon cultivators toppled one after another, the system notifications echoed relentlessly in Liu Fei's mind. Ding. A demon cultivator slain. Mission progress 1100. Ding. A demon cultivator slain. Mission progress 2100. Damn it, how is this brat growing fiercer with every fight? The demon leader stared at Liu Fei, shocked and enraged. He knew that if this dragged on, every demon cultivator he had brought would likely be lost here. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to deal with Liu Fei himself. Brat, face your death. The demon leader bellowed. Unleashing his strongest technique, the demonic chi around his battle axe suddenly surged, coalescing into a colossal demonic hand that clawed at Liu Fei. The demonic hand blotted out the sky, distorting the very space it passed through. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Liu Fei's heart tightened. He knew this was a battle of life and death. Drawing a deep breath, he pushed the burning of his source to the absolute limit, and the chaos fire blazed even more brilliantly. Chaos fire, break it now? Liu Fei roared. Gathering a massive orb of chaos fire in both hands, he hurled it at the demonic hand. With a thunderous boom, the chaos fire collided with the demonic hand, erupting in a blinding flash. When the light faded, the demonic hand had vanished, and the demon leader spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying perilously. Chief. Seeing their leader wounded, the demon cultivators cried out in alarm. Their morale instantly plummeted and chaos erupted among them. Ha ha, demon cultivators, your doom has come. Liu Fei laughed at the sight of the wounded demon leader. Seizing the advantage, he attacked, and chaos fire surged toward the demon cultivators like a roaring tide. Battered by the chaos fire, the demon cultivators collapsed one after another, suffering grievous losses. In the end, Liu Fei succeeded in killing 100 demon cultivators and completing the system mission. He surveyed the battlefield before him, his heart churning with 1,000 emotions. In this battle, he had not only defended the sect, but also elevated his own strength. Ding! Limited time mission complete. Reward Chaos Spirit Strengthening Pill 5. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, filling his heart with delight. He took out a Chaos Spirit Strengthening Pill and swallowed it. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, vastly increasing both the purity and the might of his chaos spiritual power. Liu Fei, you're amazing. Su Qingxue ran to his side, gazing at him with adoration. Master, you are, Bai Liu said excitedly as well. The disciples of Qingxue's sect crowded around, their eyes filled with respect. Liu Fei, thank you. If not for you, our Qingxue's sect would have. Yes, Liu Fei, you are the great hero of Qing. The disciples' jubilant cheers echoed through the skies above Qingxue's sect. Liu Fei looked around, his heart brimming with pride. At that moment, Xiao Yuro walked up to Liu Fei. Her eyes were full of warmth as she said, Liu Fei, your performance truly astonished me. This is a manual of the demon sect's inner cultivation method. Ooh, perhaps it will prove helpful to you. With that, she handed a secret manual to Liu Fei. Miss Xiao, this. Liu Fei hesitated, looking at the manual in his hands. Take it. I give it to you willingly. Moreover, this technique may complement your chaos power perfectly, Xiao Yuro said with a gentle smile. Ding. Xiao Yuro's affection 40. Current affection 100,100 overflowed. Special skill, Demon Spirit Guardian unlocked, allowing the summoning of a demon spirit to battle for the host. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind, and his heart leaped with joy. He looked at Xiao Yuro, gratitude shining in his eyes. Miss Xiao, thank you. Xiao Yuro nodded slightly, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain peak, a mysterious figure was silently watching all of this. A complicated glint flickered in his eyes as he murmured to himself, the Chaos Bloodline has finally awakened. With that, his figure flickered and vanished into the night. After repelling the demon sect's assault, Qingxue sect temporarily returned to peace. Yet Liu Fei remained vigilant, keenly aware that his power still had vast room for improvement. Through careful inquiry, he learned of the 10,000 Demon Cavern. Legends said it held countless opportunities within, and obtaining its treasures would greatly amplify one's strength. After discussing with Su Qingxue and Bai Liu, Liu Fei decided that they would venture into the cavern together. The 10,000 Demon Cavern lay at the edge of Qingxue sect's territory, a mysterious land shrouded in darkness. When Liu Fei and his companions reached the cavern's entrance, a dense, nauseating stench of blood rushed toward them, turning their stomachs. At the entrance, the colossal stone door was carved with strange runes that flickered with a dark crimson glow, as though recounting the bloody tales that had once unfolded here. Around the stone door swirled black mist from which faint, eerie howls echoed, sending chills down their spines. This 10,000 Demon Cavern looks exceedingly perilous. Are we truly going in? Su Qingxue knitted her brows, a trace of worry shining in her eyes. Though her strength was considerable, facing such a mysterious and dangerous place stirred unease within her heart. Senior Sister Su, what is there to fear? With me and Master here, we will surely keep you safe. Bai Liu's 9 tails swayed gently in the air, her face radiant with confidence. She trusted Liu Fei completely, and as long as she was by his side, she felt fearless. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, determination blazing in his eyes. Since we've come all this way, how can we retreat? This cavern may hold opportunities to greatly increase our strength. We need only proceed with caution. With that, he stepped forward, pressed both hands against the stone door, and channeled the power of primordial chaos in an attempt to push it open. As the primordial chaos power surged in, the runes upon the stone door blazed ever more violently, emitting a low humming sound. Moments later, the door creaked open slowly, unleashing a formidable aura that whipped their robes in the wind. The three stepped cautiously into the 10,000 Demon Cavern. Inside, it was dim and damp, with ghostly green will-o-wisps flickering along the walls, casting the corridor in a sinister, terrifying light. The passage was narrow and seemingly endless. With every step, the echo of their own footsteps reverberated through the tunnel, causing their hearts to tighten with dread. Master, I keep feeling like a pair of eyes is watching us from somewhere. Bai Liu pressed close behind Liu Fei, her voice tinged with nervousness. Her 9 tails quivered faintly as she scanned their surroundings on high alert. Everyone be careful. Danger is certainly hidden here, Liu Fei said in a low voice, condensing primordial chaos power in his palm, ready to respond to any sudden threat. Su Qingxue likewise channeled her ice-based spiritual energy, forming a pale blue shield before her to guard against the unexpected. Just then, a sharp, shrill whistle echoed from the depths of the passage. Liu Fei's heart jolted. He looked up to see countless vampire bats surging out of the darkness. The bats were enormous, each the size of a washbasin, their wings covered in sharp barbed spines, their eyes gleaming with blood-red light, emanating an aura that chilled the bones. Watch out, vampire bats! Liu Fei shouted, his figure flickering as he charged toward the swarm. He condensed his primordial chaos power into a golden longsword and slashed toward the bats. With every swing, several bats were cut down, screeching as they crashed to the ground. How dare these bats come at us? Let me deal with them, Bai Liu cried out. Unleashing her enchanting arts, her 9 tails danced rapidly through the air, and a thick, alluring fragrance spread in an instant. The bat swarm fell under the spell's influence, their once orderly formation dissolving into chaos. They wheeled in the air, colliding with one another as piercing shrieks filled the passage. Su Qingxue refused to be outdone. Her hands moved swiftly through seals, ice-based spiritual energy gathering in her palms. Ice spike thrust, she called out, sending countless ice spikes flying toward the swarm. Wherever the ice spikes passed, bats were frozen on the spot, dropping to the ground as chunks of ice. Yet the vampire bats were vast in number, though their attacks had slain many, a great many still surged toward them. Seeing the swarm draw ever closer, Liu Fei became frantic. At that moment, a sword aura suddenly shot out from the passage wall, instantly slaying several bats. The sword aura was fierce. Wherever it passed, the very air seemed torn with hissing sounds. This is... Liu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He turned to Su Qingxue and Bai Liu finding them equally astonished. None of them knew where the sword aura had come from. Could it be that other experts lurk within this cavern? Su Qingxue frowned, her eyes full of confusion. Whoever it is, that sword aura saved us. Liu Fei took a deep breath, seizing the moment to gather primordial chaos power and strike at the bats once more. Under the combined assault of primordial chaos power, ice-based spiritual energy, and enchanting arts, the bats' offensive was finally suppressed. Everyone push harder, wipe them out. Liu Fei shouted, his primordial chaos power growing denser and his golden longsword blazing with radiance. Each swing mowed down an entire swath of bats. Su Qingxue and Bai Liu also gave all their attacks weaving together seamlessly. For a time the passage rang with the ceaseless death cries of bats. Yet just as they were about to annihilate the swarm, an enormous bat suddenly burst forth from among them. The bat towered over 2 people in height, its wings stretching over 10 meters wide. A fearsome aura radiated from its body. Clearly this was the ruler of the swarm. Careful, this bat is no ordinary foe. Liu Fei's face changed drastically as he hurriedly warned Su Qingxue and Bai Liu. The moment the words left his mouth, the bat leader lunged at him. It moved with incredible speed, reaching Liu Fei in an instant and swiping its massive claws at him. Master! Bai Liu cried out, shielding Liu Fei without the slightest hesitation. She channeled her spiritual energy, her 9 tails forming a barrier in midair in a desperate attempt to block the bat leader's attack. With a thunderous crash, the bat leader's claws slammed into the barrier. The immense force sent a violent tremor through Bai Liu's body, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her lips. Bai Liu Fei's heart ached. He had never expected her to throw herself forward for his sake. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he frantically channeled primordial chaos power, his golden longsword slashing toward the bat leader. Primordial chaos slash. Liu Fei roared. The sword descended with overwhelming force, hewing deep into the bat leader's wing. The bat leader let out an agonized scream as a massive chunk of its wing was severed, blood splattering in all directions. Wretched humans, they'll kill you all. The bat leader snarled in fury. Ignoring its wound, it lunged at Liu Fei once again. Liu Fei clenched his jaw, bracing for the attack. At that very moment, another sword aura shot out from the passage wall, piercing straight through the bat leader's body. The bat leader's body went rigid, then slowly crumpled to the ground. With its death, the remaining vampire bats scattered in panic, disappearing into the depths of the passage. Liu Fei stared at the bat leader's corpse, a lingering chill of fear in his heart. He walked over to Bai Liu and asked with deep concern, Bai Liu, are you all right? Bai Liu wiped the blood from her lips and smiled softly. Master, I'm fine. As long as I can protect you, even death would be worth it. Deeply moved, Liu Fei gently pulled her into his embrace. Foolish girl, don't be so reckless again. If something happened to you. His voice choked with emotion, his heart filled with both guilt and gratitude toward her. Su Qingxue watched them, a flicker of envy passing through her eyes. She walked over to them and said softly, Bai Liu, I'm glad you're all right. Thanks to you, Liu Fei was saved from... Bai Liu glanced at Su Qingxue and smiled. Senior sister Su, you're too kind. We all act for master's sake. This was merely my duty. Liu Fei set Bai Liu down and turned his gaze to the passage wall, his mind full of doubt. What exactly is this mysterious sword aura? Why has it helped us twice? He murmured to himself. Whatever it is, that sword aura saved our lives. Perhaps this cavern still holds other opportunities waiting for us, Su Qingxue said. Liu Fei nodded, drew a deep breath, and said, let's keep moving. Let's see what secrets lie hidden deep within this 10,000 demon cavern. The 3 tidied their robes and continued toward the cavern's depths. Unbeknownst to them, within the tunnel wall, a woman dressed in white was quietly watching their retreating figures. A complex light flickered in her eyes as she murmured to herself, the primordial Chaos Bloodline. It has finally appeared. This woman was none other than Yun, she the ancient sword spirit. She had slumbered within the 10,000 demon cavern for countless ages, and it was only today, upon sensing the aura of primordial chaos power, that she had awoken. Her sword aura had twice aided Liu Fei and his companions out of curiosity toward that very power, and Liu Fei and his companions, without even realizing it, had forged an unbreakable bond with Yunxi. After repelling the vampire bat swarm, Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liu cautiously continued toward the depths of the Wanyao cave. Inside the Wanyao cave, the passageway became narrower and narrower. Black viscous liquid seeped from the walls on all sides, emitting a pungent, decaying odor. Water droplets occasionally fell from the stone ceiling overhead, and the sound of drip drip echoed through the silent passage, adding to the eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The environment in the Wanyao cave is getting worse and worse. Everyone must be careful, Liu Fei said with a solemn expression, quietly warning Su Qingxue and Bai Liu. His eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings while his hand tightly gripped the long sword condensed with chaos force, ready at any moment to deal with possible danger. I can sense a powerful aura lingering nearby. It seems some powerful demonic beast is watching out. Su Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Ice blue spiritual power slowly swirled in her palm, radiating a soft glow in the gloomy environment, illuminating a small area. Bai Liu's 9 tails trembled slightly. She stayed close behind Liu Fei, her eyes filled with nervousness and unease. Master, I keep feeling that this place is dark and creepy, making me uncomfortable all over. As the three continued forward, a deep roar suddenly came from ahead. The sound reverberated through the passage, making their eardrums ache. Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently, as if some enormous creature was approaching. Careful, a powerful demonic beast is coming. Liu Fei shouted, quickly shielding Su Qingxue and Bai Liu behind him. Chaos force surged wildly, and the golden light on his long sword grew even more dazzling. With a rustling sound, a giant toad demon slowly crawled out from the darkness. The toad demon was enormous, the size of a small mountain. Its skin was dark green, covered with lumps of varying sizes, each emitting an eerie faint glow. Its eyes were as large as lanterns, radiating blood-red light, and filled with ferocious savagery. What kind of monster is this? Bai Liu let out a startled cry, her face turning pale. She had never seen such a huge and terrifying demonic beast, and her heart was filled with fear. Everyone be careful. This toad demon is formidable. We cannot fight it, Heaton. Liu Fei frowned deeply, carefully observing the toad demon's body, trying to find its weakness. However, the toad demon's body was covered by a thick layer of keratin, making it look indestructible. The toad demon opened its enormous maw and let out a furious roar, shooting a stream of dark green venom at Liu Fei and the others. Wherever the venom passed, the ground was instantly corroded into large pits, and a pungent smell spread, making people dizzy. Dodge! Liu Fei shouted, pulling Su Qingxue and Bai Liu as he quickly leaped to the side. The venom struck the very spot where they had just been standing, hissing as the ground was instantly corroded into a huge, deep pit. Humans, you will all die here today. The toad demon let out a low growl. Its voice was like a great bronze bell echoing through the passage. With that, it charged at Liu Fei and the others with its massive body, leaving deep footprints in the ground wherever it passed. Seeing this, Liu Fei immediately activated Chaos Force and charged at the toad demon. He swung the long sword in his hand, sending streaks of golden sword chi slashing toward the toad demon. The sword chi struck the toad demon's body, but only sent sparks flying, failing to deal any real damage. This toad demon's defense is too strong. Liu Fei was secretly shocked. He had not expected the toad demon's body to be so hard that his sword chi could not harm it in the least. Let me do it. Su Qingxue shouted crisply, her hands quickly forming seals as ice spiritual power condensed in her palms. Ice prison art. Su Qingxue shouted, and a powerful wave of ice spiritual power surged toward the toad demon, instantly sealing its lower body in ice. Roar! The toad demon let out a painful howl and struggled violently, trying to break free from the ice prison. However, the ice prison was extremely solid. Its struggles only created a few cracks on the surface and failed to break it. What a great opportunity! Liu Fei seized the moment, activated Chaos Force, concentrated all his power into the longsword, and rushed toward the toad demon's head. Chaos Force, break for me! Liu Fei shouted, and the longsword, carrying immense power, stabbed toward the toad demon's eye. Just as the longsword was about to pierce the toad demon's eye, it suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of dark green venom at Liu Fei. Liu Fei's face changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. At that moment, Su Qingxue unhesitatingly stepped in front of Liu Fei and used her ice spiritual power to form a thick ice shield in front of her. The venom splashed against the ice shield with a hissing sound. The shield was corroded rapidly, and Su Qingxue's face turned pale as well. Senior Sister Su. Liu Fei's heart ached. He had not expected Su Qingxue to come forward for him. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes, and he thrust the longsword at the toad demon with even greater force. With a puff, the longsword finally stabbed into the toad demon's eye. The toad demon let out a shrill scream, its body trembling violently, and dark green blood flowed from the eye. Master, be careful! Bai Liu suddenly shouted. She saw that in its agony, the toad demon had opened its mouth once more and was spraying an even more powerful venom at Liu Fei. This venom was several times more powerful than before. Wherever it passed, even the air was corroded. Liu Fei was greatly alarmed. He wanted to dodge, but much of his power had already been consumed in the previous attack, and his concentration was broken by Su Qingxue's injury, leaving him no chance to evade. At this critical moment, a white sword chi suddenly shot down from the air, instantly shattering the venom. The sword chi, without losing momentum, pierced the toad demon's other eye. Roar! The toad demon let out an earth-shattering scream. Its body swayed a few times, then collapsed with the toad demon's death. The cave began to shake violently, and stones kept falling from above. What is going on? Liu Fei's face changed dramatically. He quickly helped Su Qingxue up and ran deeper into the passage together with Bai Liu. They knew that the death of the toad demon had triggered a chain reaction, and an even more powerful demonic beast was likely to appear in the Wan'er cave. They had not run far when the ground suddenly split open and a giant serpent demon burst out from underground. This serpent demon was dozens of meters long and several meters in diameter. Its body was covered with black scales that glinted coldly. Its eyes were like two rubies radiating icy murderous intent. Another powerful demonic beast. Liu Fei groaned inwardly. He looked at the serpent demon before him, his heart full of pressure. At this time, both Liu Fei and Su Qingxue had consumed most of their spiritual power in the fight with the toad demon, while Liu was comparatively weaker. Facing such a powerful serpent demon, they were in a very dangerous situation. Humans, you killed my toad underling. Today you will repay it with your blood. The serpent demon opened its mouth and flicked out its long forked tongue, the tongue shimmering with venom. Its voice echoed through the cave, filled with rage and murderous intent. If you want our lives, then come and take them. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, activated chaos force, and prepared for a life-and-death struggle with the serpent demon. If you want our lives, then come and take them. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, activated chaos force, and prepared for a life-and-death struggle with the... Just then an ethereal voice echoed through the cave. Little one, quite interesting. Following the voice, a woman in a white long gown slowly descended from the air. Her face was incomparably beautiful, and her bearing was ethereal, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. She was none other than Yun, she the ancient sword spirit. Yun, she looked at Liu Fei, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Even under such unfavorable circumstances you stayed calm, found the toad demon's weakness, and killed it with a single strike. You have remarkable battle instincts. Liu Fei looked at Yun, she full of confusion. Who are you? Why are you here? Yun, she smiled faintly. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you need my help now. After saying this, an invisible longsword appeared in her hand, radiating powerful sword chi. Leave this serpent demon to me. You should rest for a while. With that, Yun's eyes figure flickered and charged at the serpent demon. Ding. Yun, she has developed initial affinity toward Liu Fei. Affinity 20. Current affinity 20,100. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, stirring his heart. Watching Yun's eyes back as she charged at the serpent demon, he felt immense gratitude and curiosity. The battle between Yun Shi and the serpent demon burst out in an instant. Yun Shi brandished the invisible longsword in her hand, sending waves of sword chi crisscrossing toward the serpent demon. The serpent demon was not to be outdone. Its body twisted quickly, and under the sword chi's attacks its black scales constantly sent up sparks. It opened its mouth and spat streams of black venom, trying to block Yun's assault. Liu Fei took the opportunity to check on Su Qingxue's injuries. Su Qingxue's face was pale, the eye shield had been corroded by the toad demon's venom, and some venom had splashed onto her arm, leaving a patch of black corrosion. Senior Sister Su, how are you? Liu Fei asked anxiously. Su Qingxue forced a faint smile. I'm fine. I just consumed too much spiritual power and sustained a minor injury. Don't worry about me. Watch the battle first. Liu Fei nodded, then turned to watch the fight between Yun Shi and the serpent demon. Yun's sword chi was incomparably sharp, every slash left a wound on the serpent demon's body. However, the serpent demon's defense was also extremely strong. Its body was like steel, and although it was covered in wounds, it still resisted tenaciously. This serpent demon's strength is indeed powerful. It may not be easy for Yun Shi to defeat it. Liu Fei frowned deeply, silently wondering how to help Yun Shi. Just then he suddenly noticed that a scale at the serpent's 7-inch spot had a slightly different color from the other scales, as if it were its weak point. Senior Yun Shi, attack its 7-inch spot. Liu Fei shouted loudly. Hearing his shout, Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. She had not expected Liu Fei to discover the serpent demon's weakness amid such an intense battle. She immediately directed her sword chi toward the serpent demon's 7-inch spot. The serpent demon seemed to sense the danger and twisted its body rapidly, trying to dodge Yun's attack. But Yun's sword chi followed it like a shadow. In the end, a blast of sword chi accurately struck the serpent's 7-inch spot. Roar! The serpent demon let out a shrill scream. Its body stiffened for a moment, then slowly fell to the ground. With the serpent demon's death, the tremors in the cave gradually subsided. Liu Fei looked at Yun Shi with boundless gratitude. Senior Yun Shi, thank you for helping us. If it weren't for you, we probably would have. Yun Shi smiled slightly. There is no need to be polite. Your ability to discover the serpent demon's weakness in battle is an instinct I truly appreciate. With that, she looked at Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Liu. Your strength is not bad. If you cultivate seriously, you will surely become great in the future. Ding. Hidden quest progress update, survive 30 minutes. Current progress, 2030. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, delighting him. He knew that as long as they held on for another 10 minutes, they could complete the hidden quest. Senior Yun Shi, why are you inside the Wan'er cave? Liu Fei could not help asking. A complicated expression flickered across Yun's eyes. I have been trapped here for a very long time, waiting all along for a person destined to come. Your ability to enter the Wanyao cave today may be the arrangement of fate. Then she looked at Liu Fei and said, Little one, the chaos force inside you is very special. In the future you may be able to break the seal placed on me. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He had not expected that his chaos force would be connected to Yunxi in such a way. He looked at Yunxi and said firmly, Senior Yunxi, if there is a chance I will definitely help you break the seal. Yunxi smiled faintly. Alright, I believe you. Now continue on your way. There are more opportunities waiting for you in the Wanyao cave. With that her figure gradually disappeared into the air. Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liu exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and continued deeper into the Wanyao cave. In the dim and damp passage of the Wanyao cave, Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liu gazed in the direction where Yunxi had gradually vanished, each lost in their own thoughts. Though the black corrosive mark on Su Qingxue's arm had ceased spreading, it still left her complexion slightly pale. Bai Liu clung closely to Liu Fei's side, her nine tails occasionally swaying gently, her eyes brimming with vigilance toward the unknown surroundings. As for Liu Fei, his mind kept replaying Yunxi's words and her mysterious figure. Master, what exactly is the origin of this fairy Yunxi? Why did she appear and vanish so suddenly? Bai Liu broke the silence, first her eyes glimmering with confusion. Liu Fei shook his head slightly. I'm not sure either. But judging by her strength and words, she seems to have been trapped here for a long time waiting for something. Su Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows. And she said your chaotic force might be able to break her seal. There must be some hidden connection behind all this. As the three were speaking, ripples suddenly spread across the previously calm space, and Yunxi's figure in a long white dress slowly emerged once more. A trace of complexity appeared in her eyes as her gaze fell directly on Liu Fei. Little one, I have a request to ask of you. Yunxi's voice was ethereal and faint, echoing through the cavern. Liu Fei's heart tightened, and he stepped forward. Senior Yunxi, please speak freely. Yunxi took a deep breath. I wish to form a soul contract with you. At these words, Liu Fei and the other two were all startled. Soul contract? This? Liu Fei showed hesitation. He well understood the significance of a soul contract. Once formed, the souls of both parties would be tightly bound, sharing life and death. Seeming to read Liu Fei's concern, Yunxi explained, Little one, you need not worry. This soul contract is even more important to me. If we do not form it, my power will gradually dissipate, and I will ultimately self-destruct. But once the contract is formed, I can not only help you advance further on your cultivation path, but also protect you at critical moments. Liu Fei frowned deeply, weighing the matter inwardly. He looked at Su Qingxue and Bai Liu. Su Qingxue gave a slight nod, her eyes conveying trust, as if to say she would support him no matter what he decided. Bai Liu tightly grasped Liu Fei's hand. Master, whatever you decide, I will support you. Liu Fei took a deep breath and looked up at Yunxi. Very well, I accept. A flash of surprise lit up Yunxi's eyes. She rapidly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations under her breath. A strange light rose from her palm, within which mysterious runes seemed to flicker. Reach out your hand, Yunxi said. Liu Fei extended his right hand as instructed, and the light drifted slowly toward his palm. The moment it touched his hand, a powerful force enveloped him instantly. Liu Fei felt as if his soul were being tugged by an invisible force, and his consciousness began to blur. Master! Bai Liu cried out in alarm, trying to rush over, but was blocked by an invisible power. Su Qingxue also tried to approach, but was likewise repelled by the force. The two could only watch Liu Fei, anxiously powerless to help. Within the light, Liu Fei's consciousness seemed to enter a strange space. It was a place of primordial chaos, as if it were the origin of the world. Suddenly a series of images flashed before his eyes. He saw a man clad in a golden robe with handsome features and eyes that exuded majesty and dominance. Beside the man was a long sword radiating iridescent light, and standing atop the sword was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, none other than Yunxi. The scene shifted. The man and Yunxi fought side by side against countless powerful foes, showing no fear. The chaotic force in the man's hand and Yunxi's sword aura complemented each other, unleashing astonishing power. However, in a fierce battle, the man was gravely wounded, protecting Yunxi. In the end, he sealed Yunxi in a mysterious place and vanished into the boundless void himself. As the images continued flashing, a powerful surge of memories flooded Liu Fei's mind. To his shock, he discovered that the man in the golden robe was none other than his own past life. And Yunxi was the sword spirit of his past life. Meanwhile, Yunxi also saw these images within the contract light. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Master, it really is you. Yunxi murmured, her voice choking with emotion. She never imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man before her was actually the past life master she had been waiting for through countless ages. The contract light gradually faded, and Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Yunxi, a hint of complex emotion appeared in his gaze. Yunxi? Yunxi suddenly knelt on one knee, her eyes filled with reverence and excitement. Master, Yunxi has finally waited for you. Her voice trembled slightly, as if emotions suppressed for countless years had finally burst forth. Liu Fei quickly helped Yunxi up. Yunxi rise quickly. I never expected our past lives were so deeply connected. Yunxi rose to her feet, gazing at Liu Fei, the favorability in her eyes skyrocketing in an instant. Ding! Yun's eyes favorability 50, a current favorability 70,100. Unlocked skill sword spirit acknowledgement of master. The host may summon Yunxi to battle at any time, and Yun's eye strength will improve in accordance with the host's own strength. The system's chimes sounded in Liu Fei's mind, filling him with delight. Master, from this day forth, Yun, she will follow you even unto death. Yun, she declared firmly. By now, Bai Liu and Su Qingxue could approach Liu Fei again, watching the scene with great astonishment. What exactly is going on? Bai Liu couldn't help asking. Liu Fei briefly recounted what he had seen in the contract light. After hearing this, Su Qingxue and Bai Liu were both stunned. I never imagined Senior Yun, she was actually Master's past life, sword spirit. The world is truly full of wonders. Bai Liu exclaimed. Su Qingxue gave a gentle smile. With this we have gained a powerful ally. Senior Yun, we hope to rely on your guidance in the days ahead. Yun, she looked at Su Qingxue and Bai Liu and nodded slightly. Miss Su, Miss Bai, you're too kind. In the future we all serve the same master, so we ought to support one another. At that moment the system's chimes sounded again. Ding. Main quest completed. Form the soul contract. Reward chaotic spirit liquid X10, capable of enhancing the purity and power of chaotic force. Reward ancient sword manual Yun, she sword scripture, which when used in coordination with Yun, she doubles the might. Liu Fei was overjoyed and quickly checked his system space. There 10 bottles of chaotic spirit liquid radiating golden light, and an ancient-looking sword manual had appeared. He took out the chaotic spirit liquid, giving 3 bottles to Su Qingxue and 3 to Bai Liu, keeping 4 for himself. Senior sister Su, Bai Liu, this chaotic spirit liquid is of great help in boosting strength. Take it now. Su Qingxue and Bai Liu took the chaotic spirit liquid and consumed it. A surge of powerful energy swelled within them. They circulated their spiritual energy to gradually absorb the liquid's power, and their strength improved imperceptibly. Liu Fei also consumed a bottle of the chaotic spirit liquid. The chaotic force coursed through his body, and he felt another breakthrough in his strength. He picked up the Yun Shi sword scripture and began studying it carefully. The sword techniques recorded in this manual were exquisitely subtle, resonating with Yun's eyes sword aura. Liu Fei secretly looked forward to mastering these techniques, knowing that once he did combine with Yun Shi, they would unleash even greater power. Master, this Yun Shi sword scripture is a peerless ancient sword manual that complements my sword aura. Once you master it, our strength is sure to grow tremendously. Yun, she said from the side. Liu Fei nodded. Good, I will cultivate diligently. Yun Shi, you should be familiar with this Wanyao cave. Where should we go next? Yun Shi looked up at the depths of the passage. The Wanyao cave is fraught with dangers, but it holds countless opportunities as well. Ahead lies a mysterious place. I can sense a powerful ripple of energy there. Perhaps it may be of help to Master's chaotic force. A glint of excitement flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set out at once. Thus Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, Bai Liu, and Yun Shi continued deeper into the Wanyao cave. Along the way, Yun Shi introduced the various dangers and opportunities within the Wanyao cave to Liu Fei and the others. Her extensive knowledge benefited them greatly. As they delved deeper into the Wanyao cave, the surroundings grew more eerie and terrifying. Strange patterns began to appear on the walls of the passage. They seemed almost alive, flickering with a sinister light whenever the group drew near. The stench of decay in the air grew ever more intense, almost suffocating. Be careful. The aura here is very wrong, Yun Shi suddenly said. Her eyes were filled with vigilance, and the invisible long sword in her hand reappeared. Liu Fei and the others immediately became alert, as well circulating their spiritual energy and readying themselves for any danger that might arise. Just then a low, deep roar echoed from ahead, a sound brimming with fury and murderous intent. Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, Bai Liu, and Yun Shi were in the deep, stench-ridden passageways of Wanyao Grotto when they heard a low growl ahead, and immediately entered a state of heightened alert. Liu Fei channeled his primordial chaos force golden light flowing through his palm and illuminating a small area around them. Su Qingxue's hands flew through seals as ice blue spiritual energy swirled around her, ready to unleash ice attribute spells at any moment. Bai Liu's 9 tails stood erect, the power of her charm arts silently gathering, while her eyes gleamed with vigilance and ferocity. Yun Shi held a formless longsword sword aura faintly flickering around her as she stared sharply into the darkness ahead. Yun Shi, do you know what that growling creature is? Liu Fei asked in a low voice, his expression grave. Yun Shi frowned slightly, a trace of thought flashing through her eyes. From the sound, it seems to be an extremely powerful and ferocious demonic creature. This Wanyao Grotto is riddled with dangers, and rare beasts and powerful demonic creatures are countless in number. We must be very careful. The group slowly advanced toward the source of the sound. The passage grew narrower, and the eerie patterns flickering on the walls seemed to be watching them, their dim glow sending a chill through everyone's heart. The stench in the air grew even stronger, almost suffocating. Suddenly, a colossal demon beast charged out of the darkness. This demon beast resembled a black panther, but its body was several times larger than an ordinary black panther. It was covered in black scales that emanated a dark green light, and its eyes were like two burning ghost flames filled with bloodthirsty desire. Careful! This is a black-scale demon panther, extremely powerful and skilled in dark arts and close-quarters combat. She warned loudly. The black-scale demon panther let out a thunderous roar, opened its bloody maw, and shot a beam of black energy toward Liu Fei and the others. Liu Fei's eyes sharpened. He quickly condensed his primordial chaos force into a golden shield in front of him. With a boom, the energy beam struck the shield, and the powerful shock left his arm numb, forcing him to retreat a few steps. "Master!" Bai Liu cried out at the sight. Her 9 tails lashed rapidly, releasing a rich fragrance in an attempt to bewilder the black-scale demon panther. However, the black-scale demon panther only shook its head and quickly regained its senses. A far more furious killing intent blazed in its eyes, and with a flicker of its form it pounced at Bai Liu. Liu Fei's heart burned with anxiety as he channeled his primordial chaos force and charged toward the black-scale demon panther. Just as the black-scale demon panther was about to pounce on Bai Liu, an ice-blue barrier appeared in an instant, blocking its attack. It was Su Qingxue who had cast the ice shield art in the nick of time. "Senior Sister Su, thank you." Bai Liu gave Su Qingxue a grateful look. "Don't talk now, concentrate on dealing with this demon panther." Su Qingxue's expression was tense as she continuously poured ice attribute spiritual energy into the ice shield, resisting the black-scale demon panther's assault. Seizing the opportunity, she swung the formless longsword in her hand, sending several streaks of sword aura at the black-scale demon panther. The sword aura gleamed coldly in the darkness like a bolt of lightning streaking across. Sensing danger, the black-scale demon panther twisted its body rapidly and raised its black scales to block the sword aura. The sword aura struck the scales and sent sparks flying, but the panther suffered only minor wounds, not fatal damage. This black-scale demon panther's defense is incredibly strong. She thought in shock. She had not expected the panther's scales to be so hard that her sword aura would find it difficult to cause real damage. Liu Fei watched the black-scale demon panther quietly pondering a strategy. He noticed that the panther's eyes seemed to be its weak point. Every time it attacked, its eyes flared even brighter. A thought stirred in Liu Fei. He channeled his primordial chaos force, gathering all his power in his palm, ready to unleash a fatal strike. "She, draw its attention," Liu Fei shouted. She understood his intention at once. She brandished the long sword in her hand, and sword aura crisscrossed through the air, attacking every part of the black-scale demon panther's body. Enraged by Yunzai's attacks, the black-scale demon panther turned and pounced toward her, roaring continuously. In the moment the panther turned, Liu Fei seized the opportunity and flashed forward, appearing right in front of it. With powerful primordial chaos force gathered in his palm, he struck fiercely at the black-scale demon panther's eye. "Chaos break!" Liu Fei bellowed, and golden light instantly engulfed the panther's head. "Halo!" The black-scale demon panther let out a pained wail. Its eye had been struck and blood streamed down. Its body swayed several times before crashing heavily to the ground. With the death of the black-scale demon panther, the air around them seemed to fall silent. Liu Fei and the others breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew, their spiritual energy weariness visible on their faces. "Phew, we finally took care of that demon panther." Bai Liu wiped the sweat from her forehead and spoke, still shaken. This black-scale demon panther really was formidable. If we hadn't worked together, it would have been extremely difficult to defeat. Su Qingxue was also panting slightly, her face a little pale. The battle just now had consumed much of her spiritual energy. Liu Fei walked over to Yunxi and asked with concern, "Yunxi, are you all right?" Yunxi smiled faintly. "I'm fine, master. The move you used just now was incredibly powerful. It actually struck the black-scale demon panther's vital spot in one hit." Liu Fei nodded. "I noticed its eye was the weak point, so I took the risk to try. By the way, Yunxi, earlier you said that in my past life I was the immortal emperor, and you were the spirit of the primordial chaos azure lotus. What exactly is going on? Can you tell me more now?" A trace of complex emotion flashed through Yunzai's eyes. She nodded slightly. "Very well, master. Since we have already formed a soul contract, there are some things it's time for you to know. In the ancient era, you were the immortal emperor of the immortal realm, commanding all the heavens and myriad worlds with incomparable power. As for me, I was originally the spirit of the primordial chaos azure lotus. The primordial chaos azure lotus is the highest level innate spiritual treasure between heaven and earth, filled with endless primordial chaos force. Through a serendipitous encounter, you obtained the primordial chaos azure lotus and refined it, and I became your sword spirit. Later, the immortal realm faced an unprecedented crisis. A mysterious dark force rose up, scheming to rule the entire immortal realm. To protect the immortal realm, you led the immortals in a fierce and tragic war against the dark force. During the battle, you were gravely wounded. To seal the leader of the Dark Force, you poured all the power of the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus into the seal, and because of that I was separated from the Lotus and sealed inside this Wanyao grotto. As Yuanxi spoke, a faint Azure Lotus aura suddenly emanated from her body. That aura resonated with the primordial Chaos Bloodline within Liu Fei. He felt the primordial Chaos Force inside him begin to churn, and a familiar, yet powerful sensation surged to his heart. Master, can you feel it? This is the aura of the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus. Although I have been separated from the Lotus, a trace of Azure Lotus aura still remains within me. This aura resonates with your primordial Chaos Bloodline. Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate. Yunzai's eyes shimmered with excitement. Liu Fei felt the changes in his primordial Chaos Force, his heart filled with shock and confusion. So that's it. No wonder I have always felt an inexplicable closeness to you. Then where is the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus now? Yuanxi shook her head slightly. I don't know either. Ever since the seal, I have lost contact with the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus. But I can sense that the power of the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus has not completely vanished. Perhaps it was split into several fragments scattered throughout the world. Ding! Hidden quest unlocked. Awaken the Sword Spirit. Quest objective: collect 3 Azure Lotus fragments to awaken the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus power and help Yuanxi recover her full strength. Quest rewards: primordial Chaos Azure Lotus Sword Art, top tier immortal grade sword Art, primordial Chaos Azure Lotus War Armor, top tier immortal grade war armor. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind, filling him with joy. Yuanxi, the system has issued a hidden quest asking me to collect 3 Azure Lotus fragments to awaken you. It seems these primordial Chaos Azure Lotus fragments are closely connected to your recovery. Liu Fei told Yuanxi about the system quest. Joy sparkled in Yunzai's eyes. Master, this may be the key to our recovery and to undoing the seal on the immortal realm. As long as we can find the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus fragments, I will be able to recover my full strength and help you return to your peak. Ding! Yunzai's affinity 30. Current affinity 100,100 overflow. Unlock the Sword Heart unobstructed skill. The host and Yuanxi are now of one mind, and with greater coordination in battle, they can unleash 120 of their strength. The system notification sounded once more, strengthening Liu Fei's determination to complete the quest. Alright, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely find the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus fragments. Liu Fei clenched his fists, a determined light shining in his eyes. Su Qingxue and Bai Liu, listening to Yunzai's account from the side, were filled with shock. They had not expected Liu Fei's past life to be so powerful, nor Yunzai's identity to be so mysterious. Master, no matter what difficulties arise, I will search for the primordial Chaos Azure Lotus fragments with you. Bai Liu said firmly. I will also do everything I can to help Liu Fei complete the quest. Su Qingxue nodded and said. Liu Fei looked at Su Qingxue and Bai Liu, deeply moved. With you by my side, I am sure to succeed. After a brief rest, the four continued deeper into Wanyao Grotto. They knew that more dangers and challenges lay ahead, but in order to complete the quest and restore their strength, along the way, Yuanxi kept telling Liu Fei and the others about the various dangers in Wanyao Grotto and the places where primordial Chaos Azure Lotus fragments might be hidden. As they went deeper into Wanyao Grotto, the environment became increasingly hostile. Bizarre demonic creatures and mysterious traps appeared one after another, but Liu Fei and the others relied on their formidable strength and seamless coordination to survive every crisis. As Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, Bai Liu, and Yuanxi delved deeper into the 10,000 demon cave, the darkness around them grew increasingly dense, like an immense invisible curtain tightly wrapping them in its folds. The stench of decay rose like tangible miasma, growing ever more pungent. Every breath felt as though countless tiny needles were piercing their lungs. The bizarre patterns flickering on the cave walls turned more twisted and ferocious, their eerie glow pulsing with increasing urgency, as if foreshadowing a tremendous crisis about to descend. This place deep in the 10,000 demon cave feels more and more ominous. Everyone must be extra careful. Liu Fei frowned deeply and warned the others with a solemn expression. Chaos Force remained gathered in his palm, its golden light flickering in the darkness as it struggled to dispel the surrounding eeriness. Su Qingxue nodded gently. Ice blue spiritual energy flowed around her, illuminating a small area and warding off the strange external aura. Bai Liu's 9 tails were tightly wound around Liu Fei's arm, her eyes brimming with caution as her charm arts stood ready to be unleashed at any moment. Yuanxi held her invisible longsword sword aura, faintly shimmering, her gaze as sharp as an eagle's, while she kept watch over everything around them. The four continued on. Suddenly a muffled roar sounded from ahead, as if countless giant beasts were howling. The ground began to shake violently, and rocks from above fell unceasingly, with crackling, snapping noises. What's going on? Bai Liu cried out, a trace of fear in her voice. Yuanxi's expression changed drastically. This is an extremely powerful force awakening. Could it be that the demon god sealed deep in the 10,000 demon cave is about to awaken? Demon god. Liu Fei's heart clenched. He had never heard of a demon god sealed inside the 10,000 demon cave. But from Yunxi's tone, he could sense how terrifying this demon god was. The rumbling grew louder and louder, and the ground shook with ever greater violence. The four struggled through the tunnel, each step consuming enormous strength. Suddenly a massive stone door appeared ahead, covered with strange runes. The runes flickered with dark red light and exuded a bone-chilling aura. This is it. The demon god's seal lies behind this stone door, Yunxi said gravely. Liu Fei stepped forward, pressed both hands against the door, and channeled his chaos force in an attempt to push it open. However, the stone door seemed impossibly heavy. No matter how hard he pushed, it remained completely motionless. Let me try, Yunxi cried. With a sweep of the invisible longsword, several sword chi arcs slashed toward the stone door. The sword chi struck the stone door with loud bangs. The runes blazed even more violently, yet the door still did not open. This seal is too powerful. We have to find a way to break these runes. Liu Fei stared at the runes on the stone door, his brows tightly knitted. He carefully studied the runes' arrangement and flickering rhythm, searching for a way to decipher them. Just then the rumbling from behind the stone door suddenly swelled, and a mighty force began to batter against it. The stone door began to shake, and the rune's light became unstable. No good. The demon god is about to break through the seal, Yunxi shouted, channeling her sword chi as she prepared for the coming crisis. Liu Fei's heart burned with anxiety. He activated his chaos force once more, trying to find a way to break the runes. Suddenly he realized that the runes' flickering seemed to share a subtle connection with the chaos force inside his body. His mind stirred. Following the circulation pattern of chaos force, he pressed his palm against the stone door and slowly channeled his power into it. A miracle happened. The runes on the door began to pulse in perfect synchronization with the chaos force he was transmitting. As chaos force continued to pour in, the stone door slowly opened, and a blast of powerful demonic energy surged out. Watch out! Liu Fei shouted, quickly shielding Su Qingxue and Bai Liu behind him. Yunxi stood firmly at his side, poised for battle. Behind the stone door, a colossal figure slowly took shape. The figure was completely enveloped in black, demonic energy, its features unrecognizable. Its body was as towering as a mountain, and every step it took made the earth tremble. Humans, you dared to invade this place, and even break my seal. Today, all of you will become my sacrifices. The demon god's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing through the cavern, and stabbing painfully at their eardrums. If you want our lives, then come and get them. Liu Fei gritted his teeth and channeled his chaos force. Golden light blazed around him, forming a stark contrast with the demon god's demonic energy. The demon god let out a furious roar and stretched out its enormous hand, grabbing toward Liu Fei and the others. Wherever the hand passed, space twisted, and a terrifying suction force made them unsteady on their feet. Yunxi, attack! Liu Fei shouted. His chaos force condensed into a golden longsword, and he slashed at the demon god's palm. Yunxi swung her invisible longsword, sending crisscrossing sword chi arcs shooting toward the demon god. Boom, boom, boom. The chaos force and sword chi struck the demon god's palm, sending sparks flying in all directions, but the demon god merely paused for a moment before its hand continued to sweep toward them. This demon god is too strong. Su Qingxue's face turned pale. She channeled her ice spiritual power, forming a thick ice shield in front of her to block the demon god's attack. Bai Liu also unleashed her charm arts, her nine tails dancing wildly through the air in an attempt to bewilder the demon god. The demon god, however, merely shook its head slightly, and then lunged at them once more. At this critical moment, resolve flashed through Yunxi's eyes. She took a deep breath. Master, let me burn my origin essence now and use sword heart illumination to wage a life-or-death battle against this demon god. Yunxi, no. Burning your origin essence will scatter your soul to nothing. Liu Fei was startled and tried to stop her. Master, if we don't do this, we will all die here today. Besides, if it can help you escape this plight, what does my death matter? Yunxi smiled slightly, her eyes filled with determination and tenderness. As she spoke, Yunxi's sword aura suddenly surged, and white flames began to blaze around her body. These flames were her origin essence, bearing immense power. Within the flames, Yunxi's figure grew more illusory, yet the long sword in her hand became increasingly solid. Sword heart illumination, Yunxi cried. Her form vanished from the spot, and in the next instant reappeared before the demon god. She thrust the long sword swathed in endless sword aura toward the demon god's chest. Sensing the enormous threat, the demon god released a thunderous roar as its demonic energy surged violently, trying to block the attack. However, the sword heart illumination unleashed by burning Yunxi's origin essence was overwhelmingly powerful. The sword chi pierced through the demon god's demonic energy and struck its chest directly. Roar! The demon god let out a miserable scream. Its body swayed a few times, and then it crashed heavily to the ground. With the demon god's death, its demonic energy began to dissipate. Amidst the dispersing darkness, a fragment glowing with cyan light slowly drifted down. This is the Azure Lotus fragment. Joy rose in Liu Fei's heart. He hastily reached out and caught the fragment. Ding! Hidden quest progress updated. Azure Lotus fragments collected 13. The system's notification rang in Liu Fei's mind, filling him with hope. However, before they could celebrate for long, the 10,000 demon cave began to collapse violently. Rocks fell from above like raindrops and cracks began to split the ground. No good. The 10,000 demon cave is collapsing. We have to get out now. Liu Fei shouted, grabbing Su Qingxue and by Liu as he sprinted toward the cave's exit. Yunqi followed close behind, her face pale and her body extremely feeble. Burning her origin essence had done her great harm. The four fled desperately through the collapsing cave with the thunderous sound of falling rocks chasing behind them. Their clothes were torn and their bodies covered with wounds, but they did not hesitate or retreat. Finally, at the critical moment, they dashed out of the 10,000 demon cave. No sooner had they escaped than a thunderous crash erupted behind them. The entire cave collapsed completely, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Liu Fei and the others slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. They looked at each other's disheveled and battered state, their hearts filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Phew, we finally made it out. Bai Liu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and spoke with lingering fear. Su Qingxue nodded gently. This time we have Yunqi to thank. If she hadn't burned her origin essence, we could never have defeated the demon god. Liu Fei walked over to Yunqi. Seeing how pale she was, his heart churned with both guilt and gratitude. Yunqi, are you all right? Yunqi smiled softly. Master, I'm fine. I'm glad I was able to help you. Liu Fei looked at her too, moved. He gently drew Yunqi into his arms. Yunqi, thank you. From now on I will protect you and never let you be. Yunqi leaned against Liu Fei's chest, tears of happiness sparkling in her eyes. Master, actually, I have always loved you. With that, she tilted her head slightly and kissed Liu Fei voluntarily. Ding! Youngsta's affection has reached full marks. Yunqi has become Liu Fei's third Dao companion. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, sending a wave of excitement through his heart. He embraced Yunqi tightly and returned her kiss. Bai Liu and Su Qingxue watched, the two warm smiles appearing on their faces. They knew that Yunqi had been willing to burn her origin essence for Liu Fei. The feelings between them were sincere and profound. Ding! Hidden quest complete. Awakened the sword spirit. Reward the first volume of the Azure Lotus sword art. The system notification sounded again, and joy stirred in Liu Fei's heart. He quickly opened his system space, where a sword manual glowing with cyan light appeared before him. It seems the main quest of the Chaos Azure Lotus has officially begun. Liu Fei looked at the first volume of the Azure Lotus sword art in his hands, his eyes shining with firm determination. He knew that the road ahead was still long and more trials were waiting for him. But with Su Qingxue by Liu and Yunqi by his side, his heart was filled with confidence. After resting for a while, the four rose and headed toward the Qingyun sect. They knew that once they returned to the sect, new challenges and opportunities would await them. In a prosperous town outside the Qingyun sect, the Nangong family mansion stood with imposing grandeur. Yet at this moment, the Nangong family was shrouded in a dark pall, the mansion suffused with an atmosphere of oppression and tension. The once bustling courtyard now stood desolate and empty, with servants scurrying about, their faces etched with worry and fear. Inside the Nangong family's council hall, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed as though water could be wrung from the air. Several elders lay pale and frail upon their couches, their skin taking on a bizarre bluish-black hue, their veins bulging like twisted serpents. Their breathing was faint and hurried, each gasp accompanied by pained moans. A pungent medicinal odor permeated the hall, yet it could not dispel the suffocating oppression that weighed upon all present. What on earth is happening? Why have the elders suddenly been poisoned? A young Nangong family member stammered, his eyes brimming with fear and confusion. Indeed, this poison struck so suddenly and so strangely. We have tried every antidote known, yet none have had any effect. Another middle-aged clansman said, his brows furrowed deeply, his face a mask of anxiety. Nangong Yueli stood to one side, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. She bit her lower lip, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms. No, I cannot let the elders simply fall like this. I must go and find someone to administer the antidote. With that, she turned to leave. Yueli, where are you going? This poison is so bizarre. Can anyone possibly cure it? An elder managed to speak, his voice weak and hoarse. I will go fetch Liu Fei. He demonstrated extraordinary strength in the Wan Yao cave before. Perhaps he can find a way. Nangong Yueli said firmly. That boy. He is merely a green youth. What could he possibly know about poison arts? An elder snorted, his eyes full of disdain. Regardless, I must try. If we miss this last chance, the elders will. Nangong Yueli's voice broke, for she dared not imagine the consequences of losing the elders. Under Nangong Yueli's insistence, the others finally agreed to her request. She quickly left the mansion, heading in the direction of the Qingyun sect. All she could think of was finding Liu Fei as soon as possible to save the elders' lives. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was cultivating within the Qingyun sect. He had just consumed a drop of chaos spiritual liquid, and the power of chaos circulated within his body, making him feel that his strength had improved once again. Just then Liu Fei came running in a hurry. Master Nangong Yueli requests an audience. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He had not expected Nangong Yueli to come seeking him. Let her in. Nangong Yueli entered the room, and seeing Liu Fei, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Liu Fei, I have a favor to ask of you. Nangong Yueli's voice was somewhat hurried, her eyes full of anxiety and expectation. Liu Fei looked at Nangong Yueli puzzled. Miss Nangong, what is so urgent? Nangong Yueli recounted to Liu Fei the matter of the Nangong family elders being poisoned. Liu Fei, I know this is presumptuous, but I truly have no other choice. The elders have shown me immeasurable kindness. I cannot simply watch them die. I beg you please save them. As Nangong Yueli spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Liu Fei's brows furrowed. He understood while the complexity of poison arts, especially such a bizarre toxin, the difficulty of curing, which was immense. Yet seeing the anxious look in Nangong Yueli's eyes, his heart softened. Very well, I will go with you to take a look. Nangong Yueli was overjoyed. Without thinking, she reached out and gently grasped the corner of Liu Fei's robe. Thank you, Liu Fei. Ding. Nangong Yueli's favorability, 20, current favorability, 100,100 overflowed. The system's prompt echoed in Liu Fei's mind, causing him to pause. He glanced at Nangong Yueli and nodded slightly. The two hurried toward the Nangong family mansion. Along the way, Nangong Yueli described the elders' poisoning symptoms in detail to Liu Fei. As Liu Fei listened, he pondered inwardly. The symptoms of this poison seemed somewhat similar to the aura he had encountered on the demon god in the Wanyao cave. Could there be a connection between the two? Soon they arrived at the Nangong family's council hall. The moment they entered, Liu Fei caught the scent of strong medicine mingled with a faint stench of decay. His brows furrowed and he walked toward the elders. Is this the savior you found? A wet Behinthire's boy. One elder looked at Liu Fei, his eyes full of Elder Liu Fei, he. Nangong Yueli began to explain, but Liu Fei interrupted her. It's fine. Liu Fei gave a slight smile and approached one of the elders, carefully observing his condition. The elder's skin was bluish-black and dark chi slowly seeped from his 7 orifices, his breath faint. Liu Fei extended his hand and pressed against the elder's pulse, a strange power flowing through his fingers into the elder's body. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the flow of poison within the elder's body. What poison is this? Why is it so bizarre? Liu Fei was secretly startled within. He had never encountered such a complex toxin before. It was as if the poison were alive, constantly wandering within the elder's body, eroding his meridians and internal organs. If you don't even know what poison this is, yet you claim you can cure it. The elder who had spoken earlier snorted, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Liu Fei paid him no mind. He continued observing the elder's symptoms while recalling the poison arts knowledge he had acquired in his mind. Suddenly inspiration struck. An ancient poison art, the 1000-day soul drunkening powder, surfaced in his thoughts. Could it be the 1000-day soul drunkening powder? Liu Fei murmured. 1000-day soul drunkening powder. What poison is that? Nangong Yueli asked in confusion. The 1000-day soul drunkening powder is an extremely ancient and evil poison art. Those poisoned initially show no obvious symptoms, but after 1000 days the toxin suddenly erupts, devouring the victim's soul and causing them to perish in agony. Moreover, this poison requires a special medicinal catalyst to refine, and that catalyst. Liu Fei said, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. What is that catalyst? Nangong Yueli asked anxiously. That catalyst is the menstrual blood of a virgin, Liu Fei stated solemnly. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What is this nonsense? Such an evil poison art. Who on earth would unleash it upon us? Nangong Yueli's face turned pale, her eyes burning with anger. If you boy, do not speak such rubbish here. Our Nangong family has always been kind and amicable toward others. How could anyone resort to such vicious means against us? The elder remained unconvinced, his eyes full of suspicion as he looked at Liu Fei. Liu Fei ignored him and continued. Furthermore, judging from the symptoms of this poison, they bear a resemblance to the aura I encountered on the demon god in the Wanyao cave. This poison is likely connected to the demon sect. The demon sect? Shock rippled through everyone. They had not expected this matter to be connected to the demon. Correct. The 1000-day soul drunkening powder requires a special refining technique, and that technique shares the same origin as the blood demon ancestors' cultivation method from the demon sect. Liu Fei said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What evidence do you have? The elder's expression shifted slightly. He looked at Liu Fei, his eyes filled with tension. Evidence? Liu Fei sneered. He walked over to the elder and gently pressed a point on the elder's wrist. A black mark appeared, and upon it the faint outline of a blood demon pattern could be seen. This is the evidence. This mark only appears on those poisoned by the 1000-day soul drunkening powder. Moreover, the emergence of this mark indicates that the toxin has already begun to erode the elder's soul. If the poison is not cured in time, the elder likely will not survive beyond 3 days. Upon seeing the black mark on the elder's wrist, everyone's faces changed dramatically. They had not expected Liu Fei to actually be able to identify the poison art. Then how do we cure it? Nangong Yueli asked anxiously. I have already disowned a method for the antidote, but it requires some special medicinal herbs, Liu Fei said. No matter what herbs are needed, our Nangong family will do everything in our power to find them. Nangong Yueli, good. I will write out the prescription now. Prepare the herbs as quickly as possible. Remember, time is of the essence. We only have 6 days. Liu Fei picked up his brush and wrote out the prescription. Ding! Timed mission updated. Cure the poison within 7 days, 6 days remaining. The system's prompt echoed in Liu Fei's mind, tightening his heart. He knew these 6 days would be a race against time. This boy actually has some skill after all. The elder who had spoken earlier looked at Liu Fei, his earlier contempt replaced by a trace of respect. Liu Fei looked at everyone and spoke solemnly. From this moment on, we must give it our all. We must find the medicinal herbs and cure the elder's poison within 6 days. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with determination. They knew this concerned not only the elder's lives, but also the future of the Nangong family. After Liu Fei wrote out the prescription, the members of the Nangong family swiftly sprang into action, searching everywhere for the medicinal ingredients required by the prescription. However, as time passed, most of the herbs had been found, yet they still had no clue about the crucial medicinal guide. The 7 Emotions Flower Dew. What exactly is this 7 Emotions Flower Dew? Why is it so hard to find? A steward of the Nangong family said with knitted brows and a face full of anxiety. Indeed, we have searched nearly every possible place, but there is no trace of the 7 Emotions flower. What are we to do? Another clan member was equally frantic. Nangong Yueli stood to one side, her face growing paler. She looked at the elders lying on the beds, their breath growing ever weaker and her heart filled with despair. Are the elders truly beyond hope? Nangong Yueli murmured to herself, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as everyone was at a loss, Liu Fei suddenly thought of Yunxi. Yunxi was knowledgeable and had seen much of the world. Perhaps she knew where the 7 Emotions flower could be found. Liu Fei quickly went to Yunxi and explained the whole situation to her. After listening, Yunxi frowned slightly. I do know of the 7 Emotions flower. It grows in places of extreme, surrounded by a dense aura of desire. Those who gather the 7 Emotions flower must endure the scorching flames of desire. With the slightest carelessness, they will lose their minds. Moreover, the dew of this flower must be soaked in a maiden's blood before it can exert its detoxifying effect. Liu Fei's heart sank. He had not expected that obtaining the 7 Emotions flower dew would be so difficult. Where is the extreme land? He asked. Yunxi looked into the distance. The extreme land lies deep within the Wanyao cave. It is bristling with dangers, and ordinary people can hardly approach it. Liu Fei frowned deeply. He was well aware of the dangers of the Wanyao cave, but to save the elders of the Nangong family, he had no other choice. I must go to the extreme land. I must go, Liu Fei said firmly. Master, I will accompany you. Bai Liu had somehow appeared beside Liu Fei. She held his hand tightly, her eyes full of determination. Bai Liu, that place is too dangerous, you. Before Liu Fei could finish, Bai Liu interrupted. Master, I am a fox spirit, and I have a certain resistance to the power of desire. Besides, as your servant, how could I let you face danger alone? Bai Liu said. Liu Fei looked into her resolute eyes and felt deeply moved. Very well, then we'll go together. Standing by Yun, she watched them and nodded slightly. You must be careful on this journey. There may also be guardian beasts around the 7 Emotions flower. Liu Fei and Bai Liu took leave of the others and headed toward the Wanyao cave. Along the way, Bai Liu stayed close beside Liu Fei, her heart both tense and excited. What made her nervous was the unknown danger ahead, but what excited her was the chance to fight side by side with Liu Fei. Soon they arrived at the Wanyao cave. The interior of the Wanyao cave was as grim and terrifying as ever, a stench of decay pervading the air. Liu Fei and Bai Liu advanced cautiously toward the depths, every step taken with wary observation of their surroundings. As they went deeper, the temperature dropped further, and an eerie aura filled the air. Suddenly, a patch of multicolored radiance appeared ahead, emanating a dense power of desire. Master, that should be the 7 Emotions flower. Bai Liu pointed ahead and said softly. Liu Fei nodded. He could sense that the power of desire ahead was extremely strong, as if an invisible hand were tugging at his mind. Bai Liu, you must be careful, Liu Fei warned. The two continued toward the 7 Emotions flower. The closer they drew, the stronger the power of desire became. Bai Liu's face gradually flushed crimson, and her gaze began to turn hazy. Bai Liu, are you all right? Sensing that something was wrong, Liu Fei asked anxiously. Master, I am fine. Bai Liu bit her lower lip, struggling to remain clear-headed. She knew that she could not collapse now, or Liu Fei would also fall into danger. Finally, they stood before the 7 Emotions flower. It was over 1 person in height, its blossoms shimmering with 7 colors, and every petal radiated a soft glow. Crystal clear dewdrops had condensed on the petals, the very 7 emotions flower dew. Master will go collect it now. With that, Liu prepared to reach out and pick the flower. Yet just as her hand was about to touch the 7 emotions flower, a powerful wave of desire instantly enveloped her. Liu felt a wave of heat surge into her heart. Her body began to tremble slightly, and her gaze grew even more dazed. Liu. Seeing this, Liu Fei hastily reached out to pull her back. However, he too was affected by the power of desire, feeling the lust in his heart begin to swell uncontrollably. Master, I feel so terrible. Liu's voice trembled as she pressed herself tightly against Liu Fei's chest. Liu Fei took a deep breath and struggled to remain clear-headed. He knew they had to obtain the 7 emotions flower dew as soon as possible, or both of them would fall into peril. Liu, let's work together to get the flower dew, Liu Fei said. Liu nodded, channeling the bloodline power of the fox spirit in an attempt to resist the power of desire. However, the power of desire was too overwhelming and her resistance seemed somewhat feeble. Just as the two were trapped in difficulty, Liu suddenly thought of a way. She looked at Liu Fei, a trace of shyness flashing through her eyes. Master, I've heard that when a fox spirit faces the power of desire, if she can kiss the one she loves, she may be able to borrow his strength to resist it. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He looked at Liu, his eyes full of hesitation. Seeing Liu Fei hesitate, Liu gritted her teeth, reached out with both hands to wrap around his neck, then gently rose on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his. Husband, Liu murmured in her heart. It was the first time she had addressed Liu Fei as her husband in her mind. In the instant of that kiss, a strange power flowed between them. Liu felt the power of desire in her heart gradually being suppressed, and her consciousness began to clear. As for Liu Fei, the moment he kissed Liu, he felt a warm current surge into his heart. His chaos force also began to circulate, resonating with the fox spirit bloodline power within Liu. The two forces merged and unexpectedly produced a marvelous transformation. Ding. Liu's affection 50. Current affection 150,100 overflowed. Skill unlocked, Nine-tailed soul binding. It can unleash an alluring force to control the enemy's mind. Duration depends on the enemy's strength. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind, delighting him. At the same time, Liu's 9 tails also began to change. Her originally snow-white tails now bore faint golden patterns. These golden patterns emitted a mysterious aura, echoing the light of the 7 emotions flower. Master, I feel my power has grown stronger, Liu said in pleasant surprise. Liu Fei nodded. He could sense the change in her. Let's gather the flower dew first, Liu Fei said. Liu took a deep breath, activated her newly acquired power, and reached once more for the 7 emotions flower dew. This time, though the power of desire remained strong, Liu was able to resist it with ease. She carefully collected the 7 emotions flower dew and placed it into a jade bottle. The moment Liu finished collecting the dew, the 7 emotions flower suddenly blazed with brilliant light. Immediately afterward, a gigantic demonic beast emerged from beneath it. The demonic beast resembled a fox, but was several times larger than an ordinary fox. It radiated a formidable aura. It was the guardian beast of the 7 emotions flower. Humph. Humans, how dare you steal the 7 emotions flower dew? Today you will never leave this place. The guardian beast let out a furious roar, opened its mouth, and blasted a powerful surge of desire at Liu Fei and Liu. Liu Fei's gaze hardened. He channeled his chaos force and formed a golden barrier before him, blocking the guardian beast's attack. Liu, you go first, Liu Fei shouted. No, master. I want to fight alongside you, Liu said resolutely. She activated the 9-tailed soul binding skill, her 9 tails dancing swiftly in the air as a powerful alluring force surged toward the guardian beast. Affected by the alluring force, the guardian beast's originally ferocious gaze turned somewhat dazed. Its body staggered a few times, and its attacks weakened accordingly. Now is the chance. Liu Fei seized the moment. His chaos force condensed into a golden longsword, and he charged at the guardian beast. Chaos force break. Liu Fei shouted, slashing at the guardian beast with his sword carrying immense power. Sensing danger, the guardian beast shook its head violently, trying to shake off the alluring force. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of black flames to fend off Liu Fei's attack. With a loud boom, the golden longsword collided with the black flames, unleashing a violent wave of energy. Liu Fei felt a tremendous force strike him, and his body staggered backward involuntarily. Master, Liu was greatly alarmed at the sight. She activated 9-tailed soul binding once more, pouring all of her power into it. The guardian beast's eyes became dazed again, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. Liu attacked together. Liu Fei shouted. He and Liu struck at the guardian beast at the same time. Under their combined assault, the guardian beast could no longer hold on. Its body swayed a few times, then crashed to the ground. With its death, the light of the 7 emotions flower gradually faded. Liu Fei and Liu sighed with relief. They looked at each other, relieved smiles spreading across their faces. Husband, we succeeded. Liu addressed Liu Fei as husband once more, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. Liu Fei gently drew her into his arms. Yes, we succeeded. It's all thanks to you by Liu. Ding. Hidden quest progress updated. Obtain the 7 emotions flower dew. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind, filling his heart with joy. He knew that with the 7 emotions flower dew, the poisoning of the Nangong family's elders would have hope of being cured. After resting for a while, the two set off toward the Nangong family, carrying the 7 emotions flower dew. At that moment, the members of the Nangong family were anxiously waiting for them. After successfully obtaining the 7 emotions flower dew, Liu Fei and Bai Liu hastened back to the Nangong clan without pausing for breath. However, upon their return, they discovered that the situation was far more dire than they had ever imagined. The Nangong clan's elders were suffering from increasingly severe poisoning, their already feeble auras had faded to the brink of extinction, and the entire clan was swathed in a shroud of despair. What are we to do? The 7 emotions flower dew is already in hand, so why are the elders' conditions still worsening? Nangong Yueli's face was etched with anxiety, her eyes rimmed red, and her voice trembling ever so slightly. Liu Fei knitted his brows tightly as he carefully examined the elders' bodies. This poison has penetrated deep into their very bone marrow. Though the 7 emotions flower dew can hold it at bay, we still require auxiliary medicinal herbs. Moreover, time is of the essence. We must find them as soon as possible. A mixture of resolve and concern gleamed in his eyes, for he knew full well how little time remained to them. After much deliberation, they learned of a medicinal herb named Lingxi grass, which grew within a highly secluded Jin secret realm and would prove immensely helpful in neutralizing the elders' poison. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Fei resolved to set forth once again, journeying into the Jin secret realm in search of the Lingxi grass. When Su Qingxue learned of this, she insisted on accompanying him, both out of worry for his safety and a desire to lend her own strength. When they arrived at the entrance to the Jin secret realm, a sinister, bone-chilling aura swept toward them, as if it could freeze a person's very soul. Black mist churned at the entrance, within which deep, low growls could be faintly heard, enough to make one's blood run cold. This Jin secret realm is indeed fraught with dangers. Everyone must be extremely careful. Liu Fei's expression was solemn as his gaze darted warily across his surroundings. In his hand, he gripped tightly the long sword condensed with chaotic force. The blade gleamed with golden radiance, a dazzling beacon against the pitch-black gloom. I can sense a formidable evil presence lurking within. Su Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes. Ice blue spiritual energy swirled slowly within her palm, coalescing into a translucent barrier that held back the invasive chill and the unseen dangers beyond. Bai Liu's 9 tails quivered slightly as she pressed close behind Liu Fei. Master, this place is so eerily oppressive. I keep feeling as though a pair of eyes is fixed on us from the shadows. A hint of nervousness tinged her voice, yet her gaze was resolute. No matter how many perils loomed ahead, she would face them together with Liu Fei. The three stepped cautiously inside. Jagged rocks rose in grotesque profusion, and the ground was blanketed with moss that gave off a faint, ghostly glow. The moss seemed to be absorbing the surrounding aura, writhing ceaselessly as though endowed with life. Strange runes were carved densely across the surrounding stone walls. They pulsed with a somber crimson light, exuding a nauseating aura. These runes appear to harbor some kind of evil power. Do not touch them, Liu Fei warned. His gaze never ceased sweeping over the environment, letting not a single detail slip by. As they advanced deeper into the realm, the temperature plummeted and the air grew increasingly thin. Suddenly a low growl echoed from ahead, booming through the empty expanse and stabbing painfully at their eardrums. Careful, a powerful demonic beast is coming. Liu Fei bellowed, swiftly shielding Su Qingxue and Bai Liu behind him. His chaotic force surged wildly as a golden halo enveloped the trio. In the next instant, a colossal ancient serpent demon slowly slithered out of the darkness. Its body was dozens of meters long and several meters in diameter, covered in black scales that shimmered with an ink-green luster. Each scale was as sturdy as a shield. Its eyes were like 2 enormous rubies, radiating a murderous chill, and its long forked tongue darted ceaselessly from its gaping maw, glistening with venom. This is an ancient serpent demon. How could it possibly be here? Su Qingxue's countenance changed dramatically as her ice attribute spiritual energy erupted forth, forming a thick wall of ice before her. Humph. Humans, how dare you barge into my territory? Today, every last one of you will die here. The serpent demon opened its bloody maw and let out a thunderous roar, its voice seething with fury and murderous intent. Liu Fei stared at the serpent demon, a flicker of gravity passing through his eyes. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the creature, one eerily reminiscent of the demon god of Wanyao Cave. This serpent demon bears lingering traces of blood demon aura. It seems to share the same origin as the demon god of Wanyao Cave. We must not lower our guard. The serpent demon launched the first strike. Its body shot toward the trio like a bolt of black lightning. Its colossal tail swept around, whipping up a ferocious gust as it carved deep gashes into the ground along its path. Dodge! Liu Fei shouted, grabbing Su Qingxue and by Liu and leaping aside. The serpent's tail grazed past the corners of their robes, leaving behind a stench that seared the nostrils. "I'll take it on." Su Qingxue cried out, her hands flashing through hand seals at lightning speed. Ice spiritual energy condensed in her palm into a barrage of ice spikes that shot toward the serpent demon. The ice spikes glinted coldly in the darkness, as sharp and swift as arrows. Seeing this, the serpent demon spat out a stream of dark green venom. When the venom collided with the ice spikes, a sizzling hiss arose. The spikes were instantly corroded, dissolving into pools of icy slush. This serpent demon's venom is devastating. Su Qingxue was shocked inwardly. She had never imagined the venom could be so overwhelmingly potent that even her ice spikes could not withstand it. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Fei channeled his chaotic force. The long sword in his hand blazed with dazzling light as he executed the sword arts of the Cloud Dawn sword cannon. Waves of sword chi interlaced and slashed toward the serpent demon. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was torn apart with a sibilant hiss. Sensing the threat, the serpent demon writhed rapidly, raising its black scales in an attempt to parry the assault. The sword chi crashed against the scales, sending sparks flying in all directions. Yet the serpent demon suffered only minor wounds, none fatal. This serpent demon's defense is simply too powerful. Liu Fei was secretly astonished. He had never imagined the serpent's scales could be so adamantine that even his sword chi could scarcely inflict substantial damage. Just then, Liu let out a crisp shout. Her 9 tails lashed through the air, releasing an overwhelming fragrance that spread in every direction, attempting to confound the serpent demon. A flicker of confusion drifted through the serpent demon's eyes, but it quickly snapped back to clarity. Its gaze burned with even more furious bloodlust as it lunged straight at Liu. Liu Fei's heart blazed with anguish. He channeled his chaotic force and charged toward the serpent demon, yet the serpent's speed was far too great. He simply had no time to intervene. Just as the serpent was about to crash down upon Liu, a flash of determination lit Su Qingxue's eyes. She swiftly invoked her ice arts, raising a thick wall of ice directly in front of Liu. The serpent demon slammed into the ice wall with devastating force, instantly splintering it with cracks, but the wall held, blocking the attack after all. "Senior Sister Su, thank you." Liu cast Su Qingxue a grateful glance. "Don't speak now. Focus all your strength on dealing with this serpent." Su Qingxue's face was pale, the strain of depleting her ice spiritual energy evident, yet she gritted her teeth and persisted. Seizing the moment, Liu Fei slipped behind the serpent demon. He channeled every ounce of his chaotic force into the long sword and thrust at the serpent's vital spot, the point 7 inches below its head. Chaotic force break. Liu Fei thundered, driving the sword forward with overwhelming might. Sensing the danger, the serpent demon twisted violently, desperately, trying to evade the strike. Yet Liu Fei's sword art was exceedingly fierce. In the end, the serpent could not completely dodge. The blade pierced its flesh. Though it did not strike the vital spot, it nonetheless left the demon gravely wounded. The serpent demon let out an agonizing shriek. Its body convulsed wildly as black blood gushed from the wound. Where the blood dripped to the ground, it hissed and bubbled, carving great pits into the earth. Now's the moment. Seizing the opening, Liu Fei once more unleashed a supreme technique from the Cloud Dawn sword cannon. A massive arc of sword chi hurtled toward the serpent demon. The sword chi severed the serpent demon's body cleanly in two. The colossal corpse slowly collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. With the serpent's death, the blood demon aura within it began to dissipate. Liu Fei suddenly felt a torrent of mighty demonic energy surging toward him. His heart stirred. He activated his chaotic bloodline, attempting to absorb the surging demonic energy. The chaotic bloodline was like a bottomless void, drawing in the demonic energy without end. Liu Fei felt his strength swelling continuously, his chaotic force growing ever more dense and powerful. Ding! The chaotic bloodline has absorbed the demonic energy, and the host's power has been strengthened. Current Realm Foundation Establishment 4th Layer Peak. A breakthrough is imminent. The system's chime resounded in Liu Fei's mind, suffusing his heart with elation. Liu and Su Qingxue looked at him, their eyes filled with pleasant surprise. "Master, you're incredible," Liu said excitedly. Su Qingxue smiled softly. "Liu Fei, congratulations on your enhanced strength. But you're wounded as well. Let me bandage it for you." So saying, she took out medicinal herbs and gauze from her garments, walked over to Liu Fei, and meticulously dressed his wound. Liu Fei, gazing at Su Qingxue's gentle demeanor, felt a surge of gratitude within him. "Senior Sister." Su Qingxue raised her head to meet his eyes, a tender sparkle shining in her gaze. "What is there to thank me for? We are partners fighting side by side." At that moment, the system's chime sounded once more. Ding. Limited time quest progress updated. Obtain the 7 emotions flower. Do slay the ancient serpent demon. Quest progress 37, 4 days remaining. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, aware that despite the progress they had made, time was running short. They had to find the Lingxi grass as quickly as possible to dissolve the poison afflicting the Nangong clan's elders. "Let's go." We press on to find the Lingxi grass, Liu Fei said. The three smoothed their robes and continued deeper into the Gene's secret realm. After braving countless perils in the Gene's secret realm and slaying the ancient serpent demon Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liue finally found the Lingxi grass. The three of them hurried back to the Nangong family without pausing for a moment. By then the atmosphere in the Nangong family's assembly hall was so heavy it was almost suffocating. The elder's life force was growing increasingly feeble, and every breath seemed to be a last struggle against death. Liu Fei, you're finally back. The elder's condition has become critical. Nangong Yue rushed up to him, her face full of anxiety, her eyes filled with hope and worry. Liu Fei nodded with a grave expression. Yue, don't worry. We found the Lingxi grass. It is the key to neutralizing the elder's poison. With that he carefully took out the Lingxi grass. The emerald green herb emitted a soft glow and a faint refreshing medicinal fragrance spread through the air. Humph. Just this one weed can cure the elder's poison. This boy must be boasting. A gaunt, stern-faced elder let out a cold snort, his eyes full of contempt and suspicion. His name was Nangong Ba, and he was known throughout the Nangong family for his severity and stubbornness. Elder Nangong, the Lingxi grass is the crucial medicine for this poison. Please do not question it. Su Qingxue's delicate brows knitted slightly, and she could not help speaking out. Humph, what would a little girl know about medicine and toxicology? With poison this sinister, how could a single weed solve it? Nangong Ba was unimpressed, his voice dripping with contempt. Liu Fei ignored Nangong Ba's doubts, knowing full well that time was pressing and could not be squandered. He swiftly placed the Lingxi grass, the 7 emotions flower dew, and other medicinal ingredients into an alchemy cauldron and began refining the antidote. As he poured in spiritual power, a rich medicinal fragrance gradually rose from the cauldron, spreading throughout the assembly hall. A moment later the antidote was refined. Liu Fei took it out and prepared to administer it to the elders. But Nangong Ba suddenly stepped forward. Hold on, this antidote's origin is unclear. What if it is poisonous? Who can guarantee that this is not your scheme? Liu Fei was angered but forced himself to hold back. Elder Nangong, I have been devoted to saving the elders. How could I be plotting anything? If you don't believe me, I am willing to test the antidote first. What use would your testing it be? You aren't poisoned. Nangong Ba refused to let the matter go. At this point some of the other elders began whispering among themselves, their faces showing hesitation. Clearly Nangong Ba's words had planted doubt in their minds. This young master Liu Fei wouldn't harm us, would he? A gentler elder murmured. Humph. The human heart is hidden behind the skin. Who knows what he is really plotting? Nangong Ba said coldly. Just as the argument was raging, Nangong Yue stepped forward and looked at Nangong Ba with resolute eyes. Elder Nangong Liu Fei went deep into the Gene's secret realm and braved life and death to save the elders. Does his sincere effort not deserve our trust? I believe him, and I am willing to test the antidote first. With that she reached out for the antidote. Yue, no. Liu Fei hurriedly stopped her. This poison is extremely dangerous. You cannot test it lightly. Nangong Yue looked at Liu Fei, her eyes full of trust and resolve. Liu Fei, I believe you. Besides, if it can save the elders, what does a little risk matter? At that moment Nangong Ba suddenly sneered. Humph, you two are playing off each other quite well. What a performance. Since that is so, let this boy take the antidote himself first, and then give it to the elders. I want to see whether this antidote really has any problems. Liu Fei was furious inside, but to make sure the elders got the antidote as soon as possible, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll take it. With that he picked up the antidote and swallowed it without hesitation. After taking the antidote, Liu Fei circulated his spiritual power and carefully sensed the changes in his body. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Elder Nangong, you see him perfectly fine. Now you can rest assured, right? Nangong Ba's expression shifted slightly, but he remained unwilling to give up. Humph, who knows whether this poison has an incubation period? Nothing is wrong now doesn't mean nothing will be wrong later. Just as everyone was at a standoff, Nangong Ba's expression suddenly changed drastically. He clutched his chest, his face twisting in pain, and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Oh, my body. Nangong Ba let out a miserable shriek, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed. Elder Nangong, what is wrong with you? The other elders hurriedly surrounded him, staring at Nangong Ba in shock. A flicker of doubt passed through Liu Fei's eyes. He stepped forward, seized Nangong Ba's wrist, and examined it closely. Soon his face darkened. Elder Nangong, there is a strange force inside you that is resisting the antidote. That force seems to have been deliberately implanted. You're talking nonsense. How could I? Nangong Ba tried to argue, but another mouthful of black blood burst out. Liu Fei snorted coldly. Elder Nangong, stop pretending. I think you secretly took a pill that counteracts the antidote, and that is why the poison erupted. Why would you do that? Could it be that you were colluding with the poisoner? At these words, everyone was startled and turned to look at Nangong Ba. Nangong Ba's face turned pale, sweat as large as beans rolled down his forehead, and a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. But he still forced himself to stay calm. You're slandering me. I, Nangong Ba, have devoted myself wholly to the family. How could I do such a thing? Liu Fei looked at him coldly. Whether I am slandering you or not, we will soon know. With that, he channeled the power of chaos and produced the secret poison art manual, the 9 Nether Poison Scripture. The moment the scripture appeared, a powerful aura of poison arts spread out, resonating with the poisonous chi inside Nangong Ba. What is this? Everyone stared at the 9 Nether Poison Scripture, their eyes filled with shock. Liu Fei paid no attention to the crowd. He carefully studied the 9 Nether Poison Scripture, and based on the toxins within Nangong Ba's body, quickly concocted a new medicinal compound. He administered the compound to Nangong Ba. After a moment, Nangong Ba's complexion gradually returned to normal, and the anguish on his face slowly faded. Elder Nangong, how do you feel now? Liu Fei asked coldly. Nangong Ba was deeply shaken, but he still said stubbornly, "Humph, even if you saved me, that doesn't prove I colluded with the poisoner." Liu Fei let out a cold laugh. Elder Nangong, you really won't shed tears until you see your coffin. With that, he once again invoked the power of the 9 Nether Poison Scripture. This time the scripture produced an intense resonance with the residual poison arts aura in Nangong Ba's body. Suddenly a black mark appeared on Nangong Ba's arm, and on the mark was the faint emblem of the demon sect. This is the demon sect's mark. Elder Nangong, you really have colluded with the demon sect. An elder cried in horror. Nangong Ba's face turned ashen. Knowing his deed was exposed, he fell to his knees with a thud. Patriarch, I was wrong. The demon sect threatened me. They said that if I did not help them poison the elders, they would wipe out my entire family. I had no choice. You treacherous villain. For your own selfish gain, you committed such a heinous act. Have you no shame before the family? The patriarch of the Nangong family glared, trembling with rage. Nangong Yue looked at Nangong Ba, disappointment and anger in her eyes. Elder Nangong, I have always held you in high regard. I never thought you would do something like this. Liu Fei watched the scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He stepped forward and said to the patriarch, "Patriarch, the most urgent matter now is to neutralize the elder's poison." The patriarch took a deep breath. "Very well, I will follow young master Liu Fei's arrangements." Liu Fei nodded and once again administered the antidote to the other elders. Under the antidote's effect, the elders' complexions gradually improved and their life force stabilized. With the elders' poison dissolved, the Nangong family's crisis was temporarily resolved. Nangong Yue walked over to Liu Fei, her eyes full of gratitude and admiration. "Liu Fei, this time we truly owe everything to you. If it weren't for you, the elders would." She then took a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Liu Fei. "This is the jade pendant of our Nangong family, representing the family's highest honor. I give it to you to express our Nangong family's gratitude." Liu Fei looked at the jade pendant, deeply moved. He accepted it. "Yuli, thank you. I will keep this jade pendant. In the future, if you ever need me, I will spare no effort." Ding! Hidden quest complete. Successfully exposed an elder's collusion with the demon sect and rescued the Nangong family's elders. Reward: Origin of Poison Arts Part 1. The system prompt sounded in Liu Fei's mind, filling him with joy. He knew that the Origin of Poison Arts Part 1 would surely take his poison arts to a higher level. At that moment, when the 9 Nether Poison Scripture was placed together with the newly obtained Origin of Poison Arts Part 1, a faint resonance unexpectedly arose between them. Although the resonance was faint, it gave Liu Fei the vague feeling that the two secret manuals seemed to share some unknown connection. With the Nangong family matter settled for the time being, Liu Fei knew that his path of cultivation was still long. This experience had deepened his understanding of poison arts and also elevated his strength. After the immediate crisis of the Nangong family was resolved, the entire clan was enveloped in a complicated atmosphere. Though the elders slowly recovered from their injuries, the events of the past days hung over everyone's hearts like an ominous shadow. The patriarch of the Nangong family, while feeling grateful to Liu Fei and the others, was also deeply pained by the traitor that had appeared within the clan. Determined to uncover the full truth and prevent any future disasters, he decided to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the family. Young Master Liu Fei, thanks to you, our Nangong family managed to survive this tribulation. But to think that a traitor should emerge from within our own ranks, colluding with the demon sect, is a sorrow that cuts me to the core. I intend to purge the family and root out every last remnant of the demon sect," the patriarch said to Liu Fei with a grave expression. Liu Fei nodded slightly. The patriarch speaks wisely. The demon sect works in strange and ruthless ways. We cannot afford to lower our guard. I am willing to lend you my aid. Thus, led by the patriarch of the Nangong family, Liu Fei, Su Qingxue by Liu, and several elite members of the Nangong family began to search every corner of the estate. They searched from the storehouse to the study, from the courtyard to the pavilions, leaving no possible hiding place unchecked. Yet after several days, they still found nothing. Could the remnants of the demon sect have already fled? Why is there not a single clue? A young member of the Nangong family asked, his face full of confusion. Impossible. We have the entire family estate surrounded. They couldn't possibly escape. There must still be some place we have failed to inspect carefully. The patriarch frowned, his gaze resolute. Just as everyone was beginning to feel disheartened, Liu Fei suddenly thought of one place. The Nangong family's dungeon. "Patriarch, have we searched the dungeon?" Liu Fei asked. The patriarch was briefly taken aback. The dungeon, it has long been used to imprison family criminals. It is dark and forbidding, and I did not think the demon sect remnants would hide there. Perhaps it is worth a look. Who knows what we might find? Liu Fei replied. Finding his words reasonable, the group made their way toward the dungeon. The Nangong family's dungeon was deep beneath the estate, filled with a pungent smell of decay. As they approached the dungeon, a wave of chilling air rushed at them, sending a shiver down their spines. The iron door of the dungeon was tightly shut, covered in rust. The patriarch produced a key and opened the door. A thick, musty odor immediately surged out, and everyone covered their noses and mouths. Inside the dungeon was dark and damp. Dim firelight flickered along the walls, illuminating one sinister cell after another. Be careful. There may be traps here. Liu Fei warned, chaos force gathering in his palm as he scanned their surroundings vigilantly. Everyone searched the dungeon with great caution. Suddenly, Bai Liu seemed to sense something. Her nine tails trembled slightly. Master, I feel an evil presence up ahead. Liu Fei's heart tightened. Stay close to me. He then walked toward the direction Bai Liu had indicated. After passing several cells, they reached the deepest part of the dungeon. There stood a sealed stone door, its surface covered with strange runes that glimmered with a dark red light, exuding a dread-inducing aura. This stone door seems to hide some secret. Su Qingxue's brows knit tightly as ice-type spiritual powers swirled in her palm. Liu Fei stepped forward and carefully studied the runes. He discovered that these runes were somewhat similar to the demonic patterns he had seen at Wanyao Cave and on the Nangong elder's body, and a vague sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Everyone be alert. What lies behind this stone door may be connected to the demon sect, Liu Fei said in a low voice. The patriarch's face changed drastically. Could the remnants of the demon sect really be hiding here? Liu Fei did not answer. He circulated his chaos force and attempted to break the runes on the stone door. However, the runes were extraordinarily complex, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not unravel them. Humph, you think you can break these runes? They were set by an expert of the demon sect. There is no way you can undo them. A young Nangong disciple sneered, contempt plain in his eyes. He had already been displeased that Liu Fei received so much praise, and seeing him unable to break the runes, now he could not help but mock him. Liu Fei ignored him and continued trying to crack the runes. Just as he was beginning to feel desperate, he suddenly thought of the 9 nether poison scripture and the first volume of The Origin of the Poison Arts. These two manuals had resonated with each other during the previous confrontation with Nangong Ba. Perhaps they could help him break the runes. He brought them out, circulating both his chaos force and poisonous arts. A miracle happened. The text on the 2 manuals began to glow, echoing the runes on the stone door. The stone door slowly opened, releasing a surge of powerful demonic qi. Watch out! Liu Fei shouted, shielding Su Qingxue and Bai Liu behind him. The members of the Nangong family also circulated their spiritual power, bracing themselves for battle. Behind the stone door lay a vast hidden chamber. At its center stood an enormous altar covered in demonic runes. The runes glowed with dark red light, exuding a sickening aura. At the core of the altar lay a fragment radiating black light, and within it a vague figure could be seen. It was the remnant soul fragment of the blood demon ancestor. This is the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul fragment. Liu Fei was deeply shocked. He had never expected to find it here. Humans, how dare you trespass here? All of you will die today. The remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor let out a furious roar, its voice reverberating through the chamber and stabbing painfully at their eardrums. With the roar, the demonic runes on the altar flared with brilliant light, and a formidable force began to gather. Not good. This is the blood demon body refining formation. Liu Fei's expression changed drastically. He had once read records of the blood demon body refining formation in ancient texts. It was an extremely sinister formation capable of drawing out a person's essence, blood, and soul to empower its caster. Just as the blood demon body refining formation was about to activate, Bai Liu suddenly let out a delicate cry, nine-tailed soulbind. She activated her technique, her 9 tails whirling rapidly in the air, sending a powerful wave of beguiling energy toward the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor. Affected by the beguiling energy, the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul suddenly lost much of its terrifying momentum, and a trace of confusion appeared in its gaze. The perfect chance. Liu Fei seized the moment, activating his chaos bloodline as he charged toward the wrapped in chaos force. His body radiated golden light, a striking contrast to the black demonic qi of the blood demon ancestor. Master, be careful! Su Qingxue and Bai Liu shouted simultaneously, their eyes full of worry. Liu Fei rushed to the altar and reached out, trying to grab the remnant soul fragment. However, despite being stunned by the enchantment, the remnant soul still possessed some resistance. It let out another furious roar and sent a torrent of demonic qi at Liu Fei. Liu Fei felt a tremendous force hurl him backward. He slammed heavily into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Fei, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liu cried out in alarm and tried to rush to him, but the power of the blood demon body refining formation blocked their path. Liu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth, and rose to his feet again. He knew he could not retreat now. If he did, he would lose his life, and the Nangong family, Su Qingxue, and Bai Liue would all be plunged into danger. So he circulated chaos force and charged once more at the remnant soul. This time Liu Fei unleashed the ultimate technique from the Yunshi Sword Codex, sending a devastating sword chi slicing toward the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul. The sword chi carried boundless might, and instantly cut the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor in two. As the remnant soul dispersed, the light of the demonic runes on the altar gradually faded, and the blood demon body refining formation was broken. At that moment, the demonic chi within the remnant soul fragment began to surge toward Liu Fei. His heart stirred, and he activated his Chaos Bloodline, attempting to absorb it. Like a bottomless pit, his Chaos Bloodline absorbed the demonic chi without end. As the chi flowed into him, Liu Fei felt an immense transformation taking place within his body. His skin grew tougher, his muscles more powerful, and a mighty strength surged through him. Ding! The Chaos Bloodline has absorbed demonic chi and completed its bloodline transformation. Current Cultivation Realm Foundation Establishment 5th Layer. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, filling him with joy. With his bloodline transformation complete, the crisis in the hidden chamber was fully resolved. Su Qingxue and Bai Liue hurried to his side, concern shining in their eyes. Liu Fei, are you all right? Su Qingxue asked anxiously. Liu Fei smiled faintly. I'm fine. I successfully completed my bloodline transformation, and my strength has reached an even higher level. The members of the Nangong family looked at Liu Fei, their eyes filled with admiration. Even the disciple who had mocked him earlier hung his head, overwhelmed by shame. Young Master Liu Fei, we owe this all to you. If not for you, our Nangong family would perhaps have. The patriarch. Liu Fei waved his hand. You are too kind, patriarch. I merely did what I should do. Just then Su Qingxue, Bai Liue, and Nangong Yue exchanged glances, and all three wore happy smiles on their faces. Then the three walked up to Liu Fei together and gently kissed him on the cheek. Ding! Achievement unlocked, Guardian of the Blossoms. All three women have fallen for the host. The host gains an extra 20 attribute bonus during combat, and when suffering fatal damage there is a 50 chance to trigger the three women's protective power and nullify the damage. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, sending a thrill through his heart. Ding! Limited time quest completed 2 days ahead of schedule. Reward Chaos Poison Pill 3. The system notification sounded again. Liu Fei looked at his system space and saw 3 poison pills radiating golden light before him. Each chaos poison pill exuded a powerful toxic aura. Liu Fei could sense that these pills could corrode the spiritual power of golden core cultivators, making them exceptionally lethal weapons. With the secret of the dungeon revealed, the Nangong family's crisis came to a complete end. Liu Fei had once again advanced steadily along his path of cultivation. As for the mysterious demon sect, though it had been dealt a blow, it would never let the matter rest. After the Nangong family incident concluded, Liu Fei and his companions temporarily took up residence in the Nangong family's guest courtyard to recuperate. Having expended a tremendous amount of spiritual energy in the perilous battles beforehand, Su Qingxue was severely weakened and decided to bathe in the spiritual spring pool to restore her power. She stepped into the bathhouse where the steaming spiritual spring radiated a gentle glow. Dense vapor filled the air, draping the entire chamber like a veil of delicate silk. Su Qingxue slowly undressed and stepped into the spring. Its warm waters embraced her body, bringing waves of soothing comfort. Closing her eyes, she began circulating her spiritual energy, attempting to mend her damaged meridians. Yet she failed to notice a wisp of black mist stealthily seeping out of her storage ring. That mist was in fact a trace of resentment left behind by the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor when Liu Fei destroyed it earlier in the Nangong family's dungeon. The black mist crept silently towards Su Qingxue. As it drew near, it seemed drawn by some formidable force and instantly plunged into her body. Su Qingxue's body jolted violently, her serene expression twisting in an instant. Eerie golden patterns began surfacing across her skin, writhing slowly like living creatures. Her eyes gradually turned blood red, brimming with murderous intent. Oh! Su Qingxue let out a piercing shriek of agony, echoing through the silent guest courtyard. Liu Fei, who was cultivating in the adjacent room, was startled by the scream. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards Su Qingxue's chamber. Senior Sister Su. Liu Fei shouted as he burst open the bathhouse door. The sight of Su Qingxue filled him with shock and dread. Su Qingxue now exuded a sinister aura. Golden patterns flickered over her skin, and her blood-red eyes held an unfamiliar, murderous glare. Senior Sister Su, what's wrong? Liu Fei asked anxiously. He tried to approach her, but an overwhelming force. Boy, she's already mine. A grim voice emanated from Su Qingxue's mouth, the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor. It turned out that the remnant soul had long been concealed within Su Qingxue's storage ring, biding its time to seize her body. With her spiritual energy depleted and her focus on repairing meridians, she was utterly defenseless. granting the blood demon's remnant soul the perfect opportunity. Blood demon ancestor, how dare you possess senior sister Su? Fury flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. He activated his chaos power, trying to forcefully break through the barrier. However, the remnant soul's power was too formidable, and Liu Fei could not get near Su Qingxue. Do you really think you can stop me? You're nothing but a mere foundation establishment cultivator. In my eyes, you are nothing. The remnant soul cackled darkly, then wielded Su Qingxue's body and launched an attack at Liu Fei. A long sword condensed from demonic energy materialized in Su Qingxue's hand. She swung it at Liu Fei, each strike carrying immense force, tearing the air apart with every sweep. Liu Fei dodged hurriedly, growing increasingly frantic. He knew that if he did not stop the remnant soul soon, Su Qingxue's consciousness might be devoured completely. Just then he recalled an earlier moment in the 10,000 Demon Cavern, when the aura of the Chaos Green Lotus resonated with the Chaos Bloodline within him. Perhaps only by igniting his Chaos Bloodline could he awaken Su Qingxue. Chaos Bloodline awaken. Liu Fei gritted his teeth and channeled the power of his Chaos Bloodline. A tremendous force surged within him. His body began emitting a golden radiance within which ancient runes seemed to flicker. With the awakening of his Chaos Bloodline, Liu Fei's power skyrocketed. At merely the 5th layer of foundation establishment, he managed to withstand the attacks launched by the remnant soul, using Su Qingxue's body. How is this possible? You brat, you've been hiding such power. The remnant soul was utterly shocked. It never expected Liu Fei to awaken the Chaos Bloodline and display such overwhelming strength at the foundation establishment stage. Blood demon ancestor, today is your death. Liu Fei roared. He unleashed sword techniques from the Cloud Dawn Sword Codex, streaks of sword chi interlaced, and flew towards Su Qingxue. The sword chi struck Su Qingxue's body, but was blocked by the remnant soul's demonic energy. If you think these sword chi can harm me. The remnant soul sneered, manipulating Su Qingxue's body to unleash a sinister demonic art. A dark demonic barrier materialized around Su Qingxue, shimmering with crimson light and deflecting all of Liu Fei's sword chi. Liu Fei's heart sank. He knew the remnant soul was far too powerful. With his current strength alone, defeating it would be nearly impossible. But he did not give up. He continued to burn his Chaos Bloodline as chaos energy churned wildly within him, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. Ding! Hidden quest updated. Purify the remnant soul. Quest objective: collect 3 drops of chaos blood, purify the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul, and rescue Su Qingxue. Quest reward: primordial chaos power can enhance the purity of the Chaos Bloodline. The system's chime rang in Liu Fei's mind, filling him with delight. He knew this was the system's guidance. With 3 drops of chaos blood, he could purify the remnant soul. Liu Fei circulated his Chaos Bloodline, and a drop of golden blood appeared on his fingertip. Chaos blood. He shot the chaos blood towards Su Qingxue. It struck her body, but was repelled by the remnant soul's demonic energy. If you think 1 drop of blood can purify me. What a joke. The remnant soul mocked him. Liu Fei ignored it, and continued gathering chaos blood. Yet, burning the Chaos Bloodline took a heavy toll on his body. His face turned pale and sweat beads rolled down his forehead. Still gritting his teeth, he managed to condense another drop of chaos blood. Just as Liu Fei was about to fire the chaos blood again, the remnant soul launched a sudden attack. It drove Su Qingxue's body forward, thrusting the demonic sword at Liu Fei's chest. Liu Fei couldn't dodge in time. The sword pierced his shoulder, and blood immediately stained his robes. Master, Liu had arrived at some point. Seeing Liu Fei wounded, she was greatly alarmed. She channeled her fox spirit power, her 9 tails whipping through the air as she lunged at Su Qingxue. However, the remnant soul was too powerful. Liu was no match for it. With a casual wave, a surge of demonic energy sent Liu flying. Liu Fei's heart ached. Seeing her hurt, the fury in his eyes blazed even brighter. He took a deep breath, activated his Chaos Bloodline, and gathered all his remaining power into his hand. This time he condensed 2 drops of chaos blood. Blood demon ancestor, meet your doom. Liu Fei bellowed, shooting both drops of chaos blood towards Su Qingxue simultaneously. The chaos blood, carrying immense purifying force, instantly shattered the remnant soul's demonic barrier and struck Su Qingxue. Her body jolted violently, and she let out a cry of agony. No, I refuse to accept this. The remnant soul howled in fury, struggling desperately, but the purifying power of the chaos blood was overwhelming. Its strength kept dissolving. In the end, with a final piercing shriek, the remnant soul vanished completely from Su Qingxue's body. As it disappeared, the golden patterns on her skin gradually faded, and her eyes returned to normal. Yet she slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Senior sister Su. Liu Fei caught Su Qingxue in his arms. He checked her condition and found she was not seriously hurt, only unconscious from extreme spiritual exhaustion. But when he tried to talk to her, he saw only stranger wariness in her eyes, not a trace of recognition for him. Ding! Su Qingxue's affection level has been reset to 0. Due to the impact of the blood demon ancestor's possession attempt, Su Qingxue has lost her memories. The system's chime echoed in Liu Fei's mind, making his heart sink. Master, what happened to Miss Su? Bai Liu stepped forward, gazing at the unconscious Su Qingxue with deep concern. Liu Fei told Bai Liu everything about Su Qingxue's memory loss. Bai Liu was stunned. How could this happen? Will Miss Su be able to recover her memories? Liu Fei shook his head. I don't know either. But no matter what, I will find a way to help her regain them. At that moment, the head of the Nangong family and several others drawn by the commotion hurried over. Seeing Liu Fei wounded and Su Qingxue unconscious, they were all taken aback. Young Master Liu Fei, what happened here? The Nangong family head asked anxiously. Liu Fei recounted the whole story. Upon hearing it, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, enraged by the remnant soul's wicked actions. Rest assured, young Master Liu Fei, the Nangong family will do everything in its power to help Miss Su recover her memories, declared the family head. Liu Fei cast a grateful look at the patriarch. Thank you, patriarch. Afterwards, he carried Su Qingxue back to her room and laid her down to rest. He sat by the bedside, gazing at Su Qingxue's face, his heart full of self-reproach and worry. In silence, he swore to himself that he would find a way to restore Su Qingxue's memories. After the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor was purified, Liu Fei carried the unconscious Su Qingxue back to the room and gently laid her on the bed. Su Qingxue's face was haggard, her breathing faint. With her memory gone, she was like a blank sheet of paper, filling Liu Fei's heart with both pity and deep worry. Bai Liu followed closely behind Liu Fei, her eyes likewise full of concern. She quietly moved to one side and prepared healing pills and spiritual liquid for Liu Fei and Su Qingxue. After learning what had happened, the patriarch of the Nangong family and the others all promised to do their utmost to help Liu Fei find a way to restore Su Qingxue's memory. When they left the room, Liu Fei sat beside the bed, holding Su Qingxue's hand tightly, silently wondering what he... Master, please take this healing pill first. Your wounds need to be treated as soon as possible. Bai Liu walked over to Liu Fei and handed him a pill radiating a faint, refreshing fragrance. Liu Fei took the pill and placed it in his mouth, a bitter taste spreading instantly across the tip of his tongue. He looked at Bai Liu with gratitude in his eyes. Bai Liu, thank you for your hard work. Bai Liu gently shook her head. Master, this is what I should do. Miss Su, she will definitely be fine. Even as she said these words, a trace of worry still flickered in her eyes. Just then, the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor, which had supposedly already dispersed, suddenly turned into a wisp of black mist and emerged from Su Qingxue's body. The black mist hovered in the air and let out a sinister laugh. Boy, did you think it would be so easy to purify me. Although I am dead, I still have one last move. Liu Fei's expression changed drastically. He swiftly channeled his power of chaos, preparing to battle the remnant soul once more. However, instead of attacking Liu Fei, the black mist transformed into a dark shadow and shot toward his sea of consciousness. Master, be careful. Bai Liu cried out in alarm, but before she could stop the black mist, it was already too late. After it plunged into Liu Fei's sea of consciousness, a series of images suddenly emerged in his mind. In the images, his master Xianfeng had actually become sworn brothers with the blood demon ancestor, and together the two of them practiced demonic arts in a mysterious valley. Afterward, Xianfeng helped the blood demon ancestor seal away a powerful immortal realm expert. In return, the blood demon ancestor taught Xianfeng a portion of his demonic arts. How is this possible? How could my master be a traitor to the immortal realm? Shock and fury surged through Liu Fei, and his body began to tremble slightly. The master he had always revered had actually committed such an unforgivable act. He could not accept it. Now you know the truth, don't you? Your master, in his pursuit of power, did not hesitate to betray the immortal realm and collude with me. As for you, you are nothing more than a chess piece in his hands. The remnant soul's voice echoed through Liu Fei's sea of consciousness, dripping with mockery. Liu Fei felt a rush of fury surging straight into his head, and his chaos bloodline began to churn uncontrollably. No, this is not true. Master would never be that kind of person. Liu Fei roared in his sea of consciousness, trying to dispel those images, yet they only grew clearer. As his chaos bloodline stirred, Liu Fei's body began to change. His skin turned bright red, veins bulging like earthworms across his body, while golden power of chaos surged wildly within him, as if about to burst through his flesh. Master, what's wrong? Bai Liu was startled by Liu Fei's condition. She reached out to touch him, but was thrown back by a powerful force. Bai Liu, don't come near me. I can't control myself. Liu Fei said through gritted teeth with great difficulty. His eyes were full of pain and struggle. The rampage of his chaos bloodline had plunged him into an extremely dangerous state. No, master, I cannot watch you suffer like this. A flicker of determination passed through Bai Liu's eyes. Once again, she channeled her fox spirit power, her nine tails dancing through the air as she tried to calm Liu Fei with her own strength. However, the power of the chaos bloodline was too overwhelming, and Bai Liu's efforts proved almost futile. At that moment, some disciples of the Nangong family heard the commotion outside the door and began to murmur among themselves. What's wrong with Liu Fei? Could he have been possessed by the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor? A shrill voice asked. It seems possible, another voice chimed in. Earlier he said his master was a traitor to the immortal realm. Maybe he is also colluding with the demon sect. Fei used to think he was impressive, but now it seems he is nothing more than a madman bewitched by demonic arts. Yet another voice said with contempt. Hearing these remarks by Liu was furious. You're talking nonsense. My master only became like this because he was saving Miss Su. However, those disciples refused to listen to Bai Liu's explanation. They began shouting outside the door, demanding that the patriarch of the Nangong family subdue Liu Fei before he could do anything to harm the family. Liu Fei heard these murmurs from within his sea of consciousness, and the pain in his heart grew even sharper. His chaos bloodline rampaged even more violently, and his body began to attack everything around him uncontrollably. The tables, chairs, and bed in the room were shattered by his power of chaos, leaving the entire room in complete disarray. Master, wake up. Bai Liu was frantic with worry. Looking at Liu Fei in torment, tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly an idea came to her. She took a deep breath, walked up to Liu Fei, and gently stood on her tiptoes, pressing her lips to his. Master, I believe you can definitely overcome the inner demon. Bai Liu recited these words silently in her heart. The moment she kissed Liu Fei, a strange and wonderful power flowed between them. Liu Fei's chaos bloodline seemed to be soothed, and the turbulent power gradually weakened. His eyes began to regain their clarity, and the images in his mind slowly dispersed. Bai Liu. Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Liu. Before him, his eyes filled with. Bai Liu could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. They streamed down her face. She hugged Liu Fei tightly, as if afraid that he would fall into danger again. Ding! Bai Liu's affection 50. Current affection 200,100 overflow. Skill unlocked, Foxheart Guardian, which can block one fatal blow for the host at a critical moment. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, warming his heart. However, before he could rejoice, he felt a sharp pain in his dantian. It turned out that when the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor had burrowed into his sea of consciousness, it had released an evil force that contaminated his dantian. That force was constantly eroding his spiritual power, causing him to lose 10 of it every day. If he did not resolve this quickly, his cultivation base would be greatly diminished, and he might even be reduced to a cripple. Ding! Limited time quest updated. Purify the remnant soul. Within 7 days, 6 days remain. Objective: eliminate the blood demon contamination in your body and purify the remnant soul of the blood demon. Reward: Chaos Spirit Liquid X5 can increase the purity of the Chaos Bloodline. The system notification sounded again, making Liu Fei's heart sink. He knew that time was pressing and he had to find a way to solve the problem as soon as possible. Bai Liu, I'm fine now, but my dantian has been contaminated by the blood demon and must be purified as soon as possible. Liu Fei looked at Bai Liu with a grave expression. Bai Liu nodded. Master, I will stay with you. We will definitely find a way to purify it. At that moment, the patriarch of the Nangong family hurried over after hearing the commotion. Seeing the devastation in the room, as well as Liu Fei and Bai Liu, he was filled with confusion. Young Master Liu Fei, what is going on here? The patriarch of the Nangong family asked. Liu Fei told him everything about the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor entering his sea of consciousness and the contamination of his dantian. After hearing this, the patriarch's expression changed drastically. The blood demon ancestor's methods are truly vicious. Young Master Liu Fei, rest assured our Nangong family will do everything in our power to help you find a way to purify it. Liu Fei looked at the patriarch with gratitude. Thank you, patriarch. But time is short, and we must act quick. Thus, with the assistance of the Nangong family, Liu Fei began searching everywhere for a way to purify his dantian. They consulted ancient texts and asked the family's elders, but all their efforts were in vain. As time passed, the spiritual power inside Liu Fei's body drained away faster and faster, and his face grew increasingly pale. With the full assistance of the Nangong clan, Liu Fei searched everywhere for a way to purify his dantian. Yet several days passed, and he still had no clue at all. The spiritual energy within his body was draining away with increasing severity, and his face grew paler and paler. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue's condition was no less worrying. Although her body was gradually recovering, she remained trapped in a dazed mental state, as if lost in an invisible maze. Master, Miss Su has been unconscious for 3 days now. What are we to do? Bai Liu stood beside Su Qingxue's bed, looking at the comatose young woman, her eyes full of anxiety and concern. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, enduring the fierce pain from his dantian. I sense that senior sister Su's consciousness is trapped somewhere. Perhaps we need to find a way into her sea of consciousness to awaken her. At that moment, an elder of the Nangong clan hurried over, holding an ancient tome in his hands. With great excitement, he said, Young Master Liu Fei, I found this ancient book in the clan's library pavilion. It records a strange phenomenon called the memory maze. After suffering a powerful spiritual impact, some people's consciousness sinks into the memory maze. If they are not awakened in time, they will be lost within it forever. Liu Fei quickly took the ancient book and carefully began to read through it. The ancient tome recorded that the method for entering the memory maze was extremely unique. The one performing the technique had to use his own spiritual energy as a guide and forge a connection with the subject's soul through a special spirit incantation, thereby entering the subject's sea of consciousness. However, the process was fraught with danger. With every step the caster took in the maze, he had to endure the pain the subject had once suffered. Master, this is too dangerous. If you enter Miss Su's memory maze, who knows what suffering you will endure? Liu Fei was filled with worry after hearing what the ancient book described. She clutched Liu Fei's arm, tears glimmering in her eyes. Liu Fei gently patted Liu Fei's hand and said firmly, "No matter how great the danger, I will not be afraid so long as it can awaken Senior Sister Su." After everything was prepared, Liu Fei sat cross-legged beside Su Qingxue's bed, circulated his spiritual energy, and began to chant softly as he cast the spirit incantation. As the incantation took effect, a strange glow flickered between Liu Fei and Su Qingxue, and their souls gradually established a connection. Suddenly a flash of light burst before Liu Fei's eyes, and his consciousness instantly entered a dark space. Thick mist filled the space, and faint agonized groans drifted through the haze. Liu Fei knew that this was Su Qingxue's memory maze. "Senior Sister Su," he shouted. His voice echoed through the mist, but no answer came. Liu Fei took a deep breath and walked deeper into the mist. With every step, a powerful pressure rushed toward him, as if countless invisible hands were pulling at him. Before he had walked far, Liu Fei suddenly felt intense pain erupt from every part of his body, as though pierced by 10,000 arrows. His face instantly became pale, and sweat beads the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He knew that this was the pain Su Qingxue had once experienced, and now he was bearing it in her place. This brat really overestimates himself, daring to enter another person's memory maze. Who does he think he is? A young disciple of the Nangong clan overheard the discussion outside and could not help sneering. Exactly. Maybe once he goes in, he won't be able to come out, and he'll drag the Nangong clan down with him. Another disciple chimed in. Liu Fei was furious when she heard these remarks, but at that moment she was more worried about Liu Fei's safety. She could only pray for him silently in her heart. Liu Fei clenched his teeth, enduring the pain, and continued forward. As he advanced deeper into the maze, the agony grew harsher. His body began to tremble slightly, and his steps became heavier. But he did not fall back at all. There was only one thought in his mind: awaken Su Qingxue. After who knew how long, Liu Fei suddenly saw a beam of light ahead. His heart leaped with joy, and he rushed toward the light. But when he drew close, he saw a scene that shocked him. Within the light was a vision of Su Qingxue's wedding with him in a past life. Su Qingxue wore a red bridal gown, her face shy and tender as she smiled at him. He himself was dressed in an ornate ceremonial robe, his eyes brimming with happiness. This is Senior Sister Su's past life memory. Liu Fei was filled with confusion. He had never expected to see such a sight in the memory maze. Just as Liu Fei was immersed in the illusion, the figure of a mysterious woman suddenly emerged from the side. Her face was stunningly beautiful, but her eyes held a hint of coldness. She reached out, intending to destroy the illusion. "Who are you? Why are you trying to destroy Senior Sister Su's memory?" Shocked, Liu Fei hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy and tried to stop the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman sneered, "You are not worthy to know who I am. Su Qingxue's memory must not be awakened." As she spoke, a black long sword appeared in her hand, and she slashed at the illusion. Seeing this, Liu Fei was burning with anxiety. He knew that this illusion was vital to awakening Su Qingxue and absolutely could not be destroyed. So he wielded the sword techniques from the Cloud Dawn Sword Codex, sending streak after streak of sword chi toward the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman's figure flickered as she easily evaded Liu Fei's sword chi. She swung the long sword in her hand, and black sword chi clashed against Liu Fei's golden sword chi, producing a series of booming crashes. "You think you with your meager strength can stop me?" the mysterious woman mocked. Liu Fei ignored her and continued unleashing various sword forms, attempting to force her back. However, the mysterious woman was far too powerful, and Liu Fei gradually began to lose the upper hand. Just as he started to feel despair, he suddenly thought of his Chaos Blood. Perhaps the Chaos Blood could do something. Liu Fei activated his Chaos Bloodline, and a drop of golden Chaos Blood appeared at his fingertip. He flicked the Chaos Blood toward the illusion. As it merged into the vision, the illusion grew even clearer and simultaneously released a formidable force that drove the mysterious woman back. The mysterious woman's expression changed slightly. She cast a glance at Liu Fei, gave a cold snort, then vanished into the mist. Liu Fei let out a sigh of relief and continued toward the illusion. When he reached the illusion, it suddenly scattered into countless streams of light that merged into his body. In the next moment, Liu Fei felt a powerful flood of memories surging into his mind. the memories of Su Qingxue. Liu Fei understood that it was the power of the chaos blood that allowed him to absorb Su Qingxue's memories and thus reshape them for her. Yet the process of absorbing memories was also filled with agony. Liu Fei felt as if his head were about to explode. Countless images flashed through his mind, nearly making him lose consciousness. Master, you have to hold on. In the real world, Bai Liu watched Liu Fei's pained expression, her heart filled with. She could sense that Liu Fei was suffering tremendous pain in the memory maze, but she was powerless to help. In the maze, Liu Fei endured the pain and struggled to sort out Su Qingxue's memories. He knew that was the key to awakening Su Qingxue. Finally, after enduring countless torments, Liu Fei succeeded in reconstructing Su Qingxue's memories. However, because he had shouldered too much pain and too great an impact of memories, he lost 3 days' worth of memory. When Liu Fei withdrew from the memory maze, he slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground surrounded by Bai Liu and the members of the Nangong clan. Master, you're finally awake. Bai Liu's eyes were full of delighted surprise as she hurriedly helped Liu Fei up. Liu Fei looked at her with a dazed expression. What happened to me? Bai Liu told Liu Fei about his journey into the memory maze. After listening, Liu Fei's heart stirred with emotion. He turned to look at Su Qingxue and saw that she too was slowly opening her eyes. Senior sister Su, how do you feel? Liu Fei asked hastily. Su Qingxue looked at him and a familiar glimmer flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then suddenly frowned as though struggling to recall something. After a moment, the confusion in Su Qingxue's eyes gradually faded. Looking at Liu Fei, she said softly, Liu Fei, I've remembered some things. With that, she reached out and gently grasped the hem of Liu Fei's robe. Ding! Su Qingxue's affection 30. Current affection 30,100. Su Qingxue has recovered part of her memories. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, delighting him. Ding! Hidden quest progress updated 23, 1 drop of chaos blood remaining. The system notification sounded again, letting Liu Fei know that he was 1 step closer to completing the hidden quest. Seeing that Su Qingxue had awoken and recovered part of her memories, the members of the Nangong clan all showed relieved smiles. The disciples who had mocked Liu Fei earlier now fell silent, their hearts filled with guilt. Young Master Liu Fei, this time we truly owe it all to you. If not for you, Miss Su would have probably. The patriarch of the Nangong clan said gratefully. Liu Fei waved his hand. Patriarch, there is no need to be so courteous. I was only doing what I should. It's just that I have lost the memories of these past 3 days, so some things are still unclear to me. Bai Liu recounted in detail what had happened over the past 3 days, including how Liu Fei's dantian had been polluted. After hearing this, Liu Fei's expression turned grave. Although he had successfully awakened Su Qingxue and restored some of her memories, his own crisis had not yet been resolved. Time was short, and he had to find a way to purify his dantian as soon as possible. After successfully awakening Su Qingxue and helping her recover part of her memories, Liu Fei lost 3 days of memories due to his experience in the memory maze. He now faced the dire predicament of his dantian being contaminated by the blood demon, his spiritual energy steadily draining away. Bracing his weakened body, he continued poring over ancient texts in the Nangong family's library, hoping to find a way to purify his dantian. Yet with each passing day, his spiritual energy drained away like fine sand through an hourglass, an unstoppable loss of 10%. His face grew increasingly pale, and his frame ever more gaunt. This Liu Fei overestimates himself. He insisted on charging into that so-called memory maze, and now look at him. His spiritual energy greatly depleted. What could he possibly do to purify his dantian? A steward of the Nangong family happened to pass by the library. Seeing Liu Fei's condition, he muttered under his breath with a contemptuous sneer. Exactly. Those abilities of his were probably just luck. Now he's faced with this troublesome blood demon contamination, and he hasn't the slightest clue. A young servant nearby chimed in, a look of disdain in his eyes. Bai Liu happened to overhear their remarks, and anger blazed within her. What do you know? My master risked his own life to save Miss Su. How dare you slander him so casually? Her eyes blazed wide as her 9 tails quivered behind her, exuding a chilling aura. The steward and the servant, frightened out of their wits, slunk away in disgrace. Bai Liu turned and walked into the library. Watching Liu Fei, who was deeply absorbed in scanning ancient texts, her eyes filled with concern. Master, please rest for a while. If this continues, your body will give out, Bai Liu said softly, her voice choked with emotion. Liu Fei looked up and forced a faint smile. Bai Liu, I'm fine. Time is of the essence. If I can't purify my dantian quickly, not only will my cultivation be destroyed, but I may also fail the task of purifying the blood demon's remnant soul. With that, he lowered his head once more and continued searching through the ancient texts for clues. Yet as time passed, Liu Fei found nothing. The power of the blood demon contamination grew ever more rampant within him, not only eroding his spiritual energy, but also gradually corrupting his mind. One night, while cultivating, Liu Fei was suddenly seized by a violent dizziness. His consciousness seemed to be dragged by a dark force, plunging into a state of chaos. When Liu Fei regained consciousness, he found himself in a misty forest. The surroundings were eerily silent, broken only by the occasional eerie cries of birds that shattered the deathly stillness. He looked around warily, trying to get his bearings, but the fog was so thick that he couldn't see anything at all. "Master!" A familiar voice came from behind. Liu Fei's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly turned around, only to see Bai Liu standing behind him. However, there was something strange about Bai Liu at this moment. Her eyes held an eerie glint, and a faint, elusive smile lingered at the corners of her lips. "Bai Liu, why are you here? Where's this?" Liu Fei asked in confusion. "Master, this is your Stop struggling, Master. The power of the blood demon contamination is far too strong for you to resist. Why not let go of everything and stay here with me, enjoying this peaceful time forever?" As she spoke, she slowly approached Liu Fei, her voice as soft as a dream, carrying an almost irresistible enchantment. A jolt of alarm shot through Liu Fei. Instinct told him something was wrong with the Bai Liu before him. "You're not Bai Liu. Who are you really?" He activated his chaos force and stared at the Bai Liu in front of him with caution. "Master, how can you not recognize me? I'm Bai Liu, the Bai Liu who has always been by your side." A wronged expression appeared on Bai Liu's face, and she reached out a hand trying to grasp Liu Fei. The moment Bai Liu's hand was about to touch him, Liu Fei sprang backward and instantly unleashed a sword move from the Yunshi Sword Codex. A beam of sword chi slashed toward Bai Liu. Bai Liu nimbly sidestepped the attack and let out a giggle. "Master, how cruel of you to strike at me." At that moment, Liu Fei suddenly noticed that at Bai Liu's chest, the nine-tailed fox's inner core was emitting a faint glow, and a thin crack had appeared on it. A thought struck him. This might be the key to breaking the current predicament. "Do you think that by taking Bai Liu's form you can deceive me?" Liu Fei gave a cold snort. "I won't be fooled." He unleashed another powerful sword move, sending crisscrossing beams of sword chi hurtling at Bai Liu. While dodging Liu Fei's attacks, Bai Liu muttered incantations under her breath. "Master, why must you be so stubborn? If you just give up resistance, all this pain will vanish." In the real world, Bai Liu sensed something was wrong with Liu Fei. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his face pale as paper, his forehead covered with sweat beads, his body trembling slightly, his eyes tightly shut, as if enduring immense agony. Bai Liu was frantic with worry. She could feel that Liu Fei's consciousness had fallen into some kind of peril. "Master, you must hold on." Clutching Liu Fei's hand tightly, Bai Liu's eyes shimmered with tears. She activated her own fox demon power, trying to sense his condition through their contact and offer assistance. Back in the misty forest, Liu Fei's battle against the inner demon grew ever fiercer. The inner demon, having taken Bai Liu's form, was immensely powerful and knew Liu Fei's techniques all too well. Gradually, Liu Fei began to falter. "Am I really going to sink here?" Despair surged within Liu Fei. Just then he suddenly recalled Bai Liu's companionship and sacrifices on ordinary days, and the trust placed in him by Su Qingxue, Nangong Yueli, and others. "No, I cannot give up." A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Liu Fei's heart. He activated his Chaos Bloodline, preparing for a final counterattack. However, the power of the blood demon contamination was too overwhelming. Under the suppression of that dark force, even his Chaos Bloodline began to grow unstable. Liu Fei felt his chi and blood churn violently, and a mouthful of blood surged up to his throat. "Master, stop struggling. You are destined never to defeat me." Seeing this, the inner demon, Bai Liu, smiled smugly and launched another attack at Liu Fei. At that critical moment, the real Bai Liu in the real world seemed to sense Liu Fei's despair. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. "Master, I cannot let anything happen to you." A flash of determination passed through Bai Liu's eyes. She channeled all the origin power of her fox demon body, and her nine tails instantly blazed with brilliant light. She then poured her origin power into Liu Fei's body. In the misty forest, Liu Fei suddenly felt a powerful and familiar force surge into him. He looked up and saw the figure of the real Bai Liu appearing before him. At this moment, Bai Liu's face was haggard, yet her eyes burned with unwavering determination. "Bai Liu." Liu Fei was filled with shock and gratitude. "Master, this is my origin power. Absorb it quickly and break free from this predicament." As she spoke, Bai Liu continuously transmitted her origin power into Liu Fei. With the infusion of Bai Liu's origin power, the Chaos Bloodline within Liu Fei was rekindled with vitality. He activated his spiritual energy, merging that mighty force with his chaos force, and launched a final attack against the inner demon, Bai Liu. "Chaos force break!" Liu Fei shouted. A dazzling golden light shot from his hand, instantly enveloping the inner demon, Bai Liu. The inner demon, Bai Liu, let out a piercing shriek as her figure gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Bai Liu, having exhausted her origin power, slowly collapsed. "Master! Her voice was as faint as a silken thread. Liu Fei hurriedly caught Bai Liu. "Bai Liu, why are you so foolish?" His eyes brimmed with tears. "Master, being able to help you makes me very happy." Bai Liu smiled faintly, then slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. With the help of Bai Liu's origin power, Liu Fei successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. He could feel the surging spiritual energy within him, yet his heart held not a trace of joy, only worry for Bai Liu. Ding! Bai Liu's affection 100, current affection 300,100 overflow. Skill unlocked. The fox dies facing its den. While Bai Liu is asleep, hosts all attributes increased by 30. The system's chime echoed in Liu Fei's mind. At the same time, beside Bai Liu's sleeping body, a treasure radiating a 5-colored radiance suddenly appeared. The Demon Clan's secret treasure, the 9-orifice exquisite heart. Ding! Demon Clan's secret treasure, 9-orifice exquisite heart, discovered. This treasure can awaken Bai Liu, but you must gather 9 types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nurture it. The system notification chimed again. Liu Fei gazed at the sleeping Bai Liu and the newly appeared 9-orifice exquisite heart, making a silent vow. Bai Liu, rest assured, I will gather all 9 heavenly materials and earthly treasures and wake you up. In the real world, the members of the Nangong family sensed Liu Fei's breakthrough. They rushed over one after another, and seeing the unconscious Bai Liu and the gleaming 9-orifice exquisite heart, all wore expressions of shock. Young Master Liu Fei, what happened? The patriarch of the Nangong family asked anxiously. Liu Fei told them all about his fall into the inner demon's trap, and how Bai Liu had burned her origin power to save him. After hearing this, everyone felt deep admiration for Bai Liu's sacrifice and expressed their support for Liu Fei. Young Master Liu Fei, rest assured, our Nangong family will spare no effort to help you find the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to awaken Miss Bai. The patriarch of the Nangong family said. Liu Fei cast a grateful glance at the patriarch. Thank you, patriarch, but time is urgent. The blood demon contamination in my Dantian remains unresolved, and the task of purifying the blood demon's remnant soul cannot be delayed. Ding! Limited time quest progress updated 47, 3 days remaining. The system's chime reminded Liu Fei that the crisis he faced remained dire. Liu Fei took a deep breath. The road ahead was still long, and the challenges he would face were even greater. But to awaken Bai Liu, to purify the blood demon's remnant soul, and to protect those around him, he would never back down. Under the watchful eyes of the Nangong family, Liu Fei gently placed Bai Liu in a quiet room. Her face was serene, as if she had merely fallen into a deep slumber. However, Liu Fei knew that only by gathering 9 kinds of celestial treasures to nourish her 9-orifice exquisite heart could Bai Liu be awakened. But at the moment, he had a more urgent task, purifying the remnant soul of the blood demon and resolving the blood demon pollution in his Dantian. The patriarch of the Nangong family stood beside Liu Fei, his brows tightly knit. Young Master Liu Fei, now that Miss Bai has fallen into slumber to save you, and this remnant soul of the blood demon is so troublesome, what should we do? Liu Fei took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Patriarch, I will not let Bai Liu's sacrifice be in vain. I intend to travel to the immortal realm to find a way to purify the remnant soul of the blood demon. It's just that the immortal realm passage. Before he could finish, a clear, cold voice rang out, I will open the passage to the immortal realm. Everyone followed the sound and saw Yun, she standing nearby, having arrived at some unknown moment. She wore a long white dress, her features peerlessly beautiful, yet somewhat cold, and she radiated a mysterious aura. Miss Yunyu. Liu Fei was rather surprised. Yun, she nodded slightly. I originally come from the immortal realm, and I know a little about the passage. However, opening the passage requires burning my source power. But to help you purify the remnant soul of the blood demon, this is worth it. As she spoke, Yun, she waved her jade-like hand, and an immortal sword glowing with soft light appeared in her palm. The sword blade was engraved with runes, as the runes shimmered, faint immortal music seemed to linger. This is my natal immortal sword. I will use it as a guide, burning my source power to open the passage. Yun's eyes expression was calm, but her eyes were filled with determination. The young disciples of the Nangong family around them began to discuss among themselves. Who is this woman? She speaks of burning her source power so casually. Is opening the immortal realm passage a child's play? A thin, sharp-featured disciple said with a face full of suspicion. Maybe she doesn't have that ability at all, she's just bragging. Another burly disciple added. Yun, she seemed not to hear them. She inserted the immortal sword into the ground, formed hand seals rapidly, and murmured incantations. With her movements, the immortal sword blazed with brilliant light. A powerful force surged out from the sword, slowly tearing open a spatial rift before everyone. Within the rift, light flickered and faint immortal chi drifted out. However, opening the passage was not an easy task. Yun's eyes face gradually turned pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. But she still gritted her teeth and persisted, her source power continuously burning as the passage slowly expanded. Miss Yunyu. Liu Fei watched her painful appearance, his heart full of pity. Don't speak. The passage will be ready in a moment. Yun, she said with difficulty. Finally, under her efforts, the passage to the immortal realm completely opened. The passage was dazzlingly bright, yet also exuded a mysterious aura, as if leading to an unknown world. But at the instant it fully opened, a series of images suddenly appeared within the passage. In the images, Liu Fei's master Xianfeng, holding a demonic sword, was slaughtering his fellow disciples with a ferocious expression. He was drenched in blood, his eyes filled with madness and greed. This is your master, the traitor of the immortal realm Xianfeng. In order to pursue power, he colluded with the blood demon ancestor and cruelly harmed countless fellow Taoists of the immortal realm. Yunxi looked at the images, a trace of anger and sorrow flickering in her eyes. Liu Fei stared at the images, and the fury in his heart erupted like a volcano. Master, why did you do this? His hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms until blood dripped. Young Master Liu Fei, there's no time to lose. Take Miss Su and Miss Nangong into the passage now. The patriarch of the Nangong family roused Liu Fei from his anger. Liu Fei took a deep breath, suppressing the rage in his heart with great effort. He walked over to Su Qingxue and Nangong Yueli. Senior sister Su Yueli, let's enter the passage together and purify the remnant soul of the blood demon. Su Qingxue and Nangong Yueli exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. They were deeply aware of the importance of this mission and were willing to fight side by side with Liu Fei. The three stood in front of the passage when Su Qingxue suddenly said, Liu Fei, this road is full of dangers. We might encounter many difficulties, but no matter what, I will face them with you. As she spoke, she took out her natal treasure from her bosom, an ice blue long. This longsword was named the Ice Spirit Sword. Its blade emitted a chilling cold, and it was Su Qingxue's trusty weapon. I will sacrifice the Ice Spirit Sword, hoping it can give you a hand, Su Qingxue said, handing the Ice Spirit Sword to Liu Fei. Seeing this, Nangong Yueli unhesitatingly took out her natal treasure, a jade pendant emitting a soft glow. This is the guardian jade pendant of my Nangong family. I will also sacrifice it to you. Nangong Yueli placed the jade pendant into Liu Fei's hand. Liu Fei looked at the two treasures in his hands, deeply moved. Senior sister Su Yueli, you all. Master, there is still me. A weak voice came. Everyone looked over and saw that Bai Liyue had woken up at some point. Her face was as pale as paper, her body swaying as if about to collapse, but her gaze was extremely determined. In her hands, she held a pearl radiating five-colored light. It was her natal treasure, the nine-tailed spirit pearl. Bai Liyue, why are you awake? Your body. Liu Fei hurried forward to steady her. Master, I'm fine. I know how important this mission is to you, and I also want to do my part, Bai Liyue said, placing the nine-tailed spirit pearl into Liu Fei's hand. Ding! Su Qingxue, Nangong Yueli, and Bai Liyue have simultaneously sacrificed their natal treasures, triggering the special effect, 3 women of 1 heart. During battle, the host's attributes are increased by 50, and the host gains an additional shield that can block 1 fatal attack. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei looked at the 3 treasures in his hands, then at the 3 women before him, and a surge of powerful strength rose in his heart. All right, let's enter the passage together to purify the remnant soul of the blood demon. With that, Liu Fei led the 3 women into the immortal realm passage. Inside, light flickered and immortal qi filled the air. But Liu Fei and the others had no time to admire the beautiful scene. They cautiously walked deeper into the passage. As they advanced, the surrounding temperature gradually dropped, and a sinister aura rushed toward them. Suddenly, a huge black figure appeared ahead. It was the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor. Humph! You dare to barge into this place. You're overestimating yourselves. The remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor let out a furious roar, the sound reverberating through the passage and making everyone's eardrums hurt. Liu Fei's eyes sharpened. He activated the Chaos Bloodline, merging the power of the 3 natal treasures with chaotic force. At this moment, he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, greatly increasing his strength. Blood demon ancestor, today is your doom. Liu Fei shouted, executing the Chaos Green Lotus Sword art. A flash of light appeared in Liu Fei's hand, and a long sword radiating golden light materialized. On the long sword, a green lotus slowly bloomed. The lotus exuded a powerful purifying force, forming a stark contrast to the blood demon ancestor's dark power. Liu Fei swung the long sword, sending crisscrossing sword qi toward the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor. Wherever the sword qi passed, the air was torn apart, and the light within the passage flickered. Seeing this, the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor hastily channeled demonic power to defend. A black demonic shield appeared around his body, glowing with dark red light, and it blocked all of Liu Fei's sword qi. Amir, you trying to purify me? What a joke. The remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor mocked. Liu Fei ignored it, continuing to unleash powerful sword moves in an attempt to break through the remnant soul's defenses. Su Qingxue, Nangong Yueli, and Bai Liyue also channeled their spiritual power, offering support to Liu Fei. Su Qingxue cast ice-type spells, forming a thick wall of ice around the remnant soul to restrict its movements. Nangong Yueli used her clan's secret arts to bestow various buffs on Liu Fei, and Bai Liyue, though weak, activated her fox demon power to use seductive charm to disrupt the remnant soul. Under their combined attack, the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestors' defenses gradually crumbled. Cracks appeared on his demonic shield, and black demonic chi continuously leaked from the cracks. No, I won't accept this. The remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor roared furiously, circulating demonic power in a final struggle. However, how could Liu Fei give it a chance? He executed the strongest move of the Chaos Green Lotus sword art, Green Lotus Annihilation of the world. The green lotus on the long sword blazed with radiance, instantly bursting into countless petals. The petals carrying immense, purifying power flew toward the remnant soul. Enveloped by the petals, the remnant soul let out screams of agony. His body began to dissipate, and the black demonic chi was purified into pure spiritual energy. Just as the remnant soul was about to completely vanish, a powerful force suddenly surged into Liu Fei. Liu Fei felt an immense change in his body. His skin became tougher, his muscles more developed, and a mighty power surged within him. Ding! The host has unexpectedly obtained the blood demon inheritance. The blood demon inheritance has merged with the Chaos Bloodline, granting the host the blood demon body attribute. Blood demon body, attribute immune to 50 of negative status effects, attacks carry a corrosion effect, can absorb the enemy's spiritual power for one's own use. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Along with the dissipation of the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul, the sinister aura in the passage also gradually vanished. Liu Fei and the others successfully purified the remnant soul of the blood demon, completing the hidden quest. Ding! Hidden quest completed. Reward the latter volume of the Chaos Origin. The system's notification sounded again. Liu Fei inspected his system space and saw an ancient book radiating golden light appearing before him. He knew that this was the latter volume of the Chaos Origin, containing tremendous power and secrets. We made it! Su Qingxue exclaimed excitedly. Yes, we made it. Liu Fei looked at the latter volume of the Chaos Origin in his hand, then at the three women by his side, and a gratified smile spread across his face. However, before they could rejoice for long, a violent tremor suddenly struck the passage. Not good. The passage is about to close. We need to get out now, Liu Fei shouted, leading the three women as they rushed out of the passage. The moment they stepped out, the passage slowly closed behind them. Yunxi, having burned her source power to open the passage, had collapsed weakly to the ground. Liu Fei hurriedly helped her up. Miss Yun, are you alright? Yunxi smiled faintly. I'm fine. It's just that my source power is damaged and I need some time to recuperate. Congratulations on successfully purifying the remnant soul of the blood demon. The Nangong family members gathered around, looking at Liu Fei and the others with admiration. Those who had previously doubted and despised them now fell silent, their hearts filled with shame. Young Master Liu Fei, this time we truly owe it all to you. If it weren't for you, our Nangong family might have. The patriarch of the Nangong family said gratefully. Liu Fei waved his hand. Patriarch, there's no need for such courtesy. This is what I should do. Now that the remnant soul of the blood demon has been purified, I have also gained the blood demon inheritance and the latter volume of the Chaos Origin. Next, I will study them carefully, enhance my strength awakened by Liu, and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. Everyone nodded. Liu Fei's path of cultivation was still long, and what awaited him in the future would be more challenges and opportunities. After successfully purifying the remnant soul of the blood demon and obtaining the blood demon inheritance and the latter volume of the Chaos Origin, Liu Fei had not slackened in the least. There was only one thought in his mind: to awaken the slumbering by Liu. According to the system hint, to awaken by Liu, he needed to gather 9 kinds of celestial treasures to nourish the 9-orifice exquisite heart. Liu Fei returned to the Nangong family, locked himself in his room, and carefully studied the list of celestial treasures provided by the system. Every celestial treasure on the list was an extremely rare item in the world, and obtaining them would be immensely difficult. But Liu Fei did not back down. He knew that for by Liu, he had to overcome any difficulty, no matter how great. Liu Fei, these 9 celestial treasures are too rare. Where should we start? Su Qingxue entered the room, looking at frowning Liu Fei with worry in her eyes. Liu Fei looked up, his gaze firm. Senior sister Su, no matter how hard it is, I will find these celestial treasures. I plan to start with the Linghuan mountain range, which is not far from the Nangong family. It is said that there is a celestial treasure called the Linghuan ice crystal there, which might be on the list. Su Qingxue nodded slightly. Alright, I'll go with you. At this time, Nangong Yue also walked in. He'll go too. An extra person means extra strength. Liu Fei looked at the 2 women, deeply grateful. With your help, I will surely find the celestial treasures faster. Then the 3 packed their belongings and set off toward the Linghuan mountain range. The Linghuan mountain range was several hundred li away from the Nangong family. Along the way, the 3 endured wind and dew, traveling day and night. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the Linghuan mountain range. The Linghuan mountain range was shrouded in mist, with faint roars of various demon beasts echoing from within. Liu Fei and the others cautiously stepped into the mountains. As soon as they entered, they sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual power. Be careful. The spiritual energy in these mountains is so dense that there must be powerful demon beasts guarding them. Liu Fei warned, condensing chaos power in his hand. Su Qingxue and Nangong Yueli also channeled their spiritual power, ready for anything. They advanced along the mountain path, when suddenly a massive Linghuan tiger appeared ahead. This Linghuan tiger was more than twice as tall as a man. Its fur shimmered with five-colored light, its eyes gleamed with ferocity, and it kept letting out low growls. This is a Linghuan tiger, extremely powerful. We need to handle it carefully, Liu Fei said, executing the Chaos Green Lotus sword art and shooting a sword chi toward the tiger. Seeing this, the Linghuan tiger moved its body, easily dodging the sword chi. It opened its mouth and sprayed a beam of five-colored light at Liu Fei and the others. Quick dodge! Liu Fei yelled, grabbing Su Qingxue and Nangong Yueli as he leaped aside. The five-colored light struck the ground, blasting a huge crater. This Linghuan tiger's attack is fierce. Su Qingxue's expression changed slightly. She cast ice spells, forming a thick ice shield in front of her, while simultaneously sending countless ice shards at the tiger. The Linghuan tiger swung its claws, shattering all the ice shards. It charged towards Su Qingxue, apparently aware that she was the relatively weakest of the three. Senior Sister Su, watch out. Liu Fei's heart jolted. He activated the Chaos Bloodline, instantly appearing in front of Su Qingxue. The chaos power in his hand condensed into a golden longsword, which he swung at the tiger. The Linghuan tiger fought with Liu Fei locked in a stalemate. Taking advantage of the moment, Nangong Yueli cast her family's secret art, shrouding Liu Fei in light that boosted his strength and speed. Under the combined attack of the three, the Linghuan tiger gradually showed signs of defeat. Multiple wounds appeared on its body and blood stained its fur. Finally, Liu Fei seized an opportunity and unleashed the strongest move of the Chaos Green Lotus sword art. A powerful sword chi sliced the Linghuan tiger in two. With the death of the Linghuan tiger, a piece of blue glowing ice crystal appeared beneath its body. It was the Linghuan ice crystal. We found the Linghuan ice crystal. Liu Fei picked up the Linghuan ice crystal and put it into his storage ring. This is only the first celestial treasure. We still have a long way to go. In the following days, Liu Fei and the others continued their journey to find the celestial treasures. They endured countless hardships, searching through various dangerous places. In a mysterious valley, they encountered the Nine Abyss Flame Demon, guarding the Nine Abyss Flame Essence. After a fierce battle, Liu Fei and the others barely won and obtained the Nine Abyss Flame Essence. In an ancient ruin, they solved numerous traps and found the Starlight Spirit Sand. However, the process of searching for the celestial treasures was not smooth sailing. When they searched for the Life Spirit Liquid, they came to a forest shrouded in life force. The forest was full of vitality, but also hid countless dangers. No sooner had they entered the forest than they fell into a huge life trap. In the trap, all kinds of vines grew wildly, trying to entangle them. This trap is deadly. We need to find a... Liu Fei said, activating chaos power to try to cut the vines. However, the vines regenerated rapidly as soon as they were cut. Su Qingxue and Nangong Yueli also cast spells, but none could escape the vine's entanglement. Just as they were feeling desperate, Liu Fei suddenly thought of his blood demon body attribute. He activated the blood demon body, absorbing the surrounding life force. The originally crazily growing vines, after absorbing the life force, unexpectedly stopped growing. Liu Fei and the others took the opportunity to break free from the vines and continued deeper into the forest. Finally, they found the life spirit liquid deep in the forest. After several months, Liu Fei and the others finally gathered the 9 celestial treasures. They returned to the Nangong family. Liu Fei eagerly took out the 9 orifice exquisite heart, arranged the 9 celestial treasures around it, and began to nourish the 9 orifice exquisite heart. As the power of the celestial treasures continuously integrated into the 9 orifice exquisite heart, the heart emitted an increasingly intense light. The light enveloped Bai Liyue, and her complexion gradually regained color, her breathing becoming steady. Finally, on a sunny day, Bai Liyue slowly opened her eyes. Master. Bai Liyue looked at Liu Fei before her tears filling her eyes. Liu Fei hugged Bai Liyue tightly. Bai Liyue, you're finally awake. Su Qingxue and Nangong Yueli stood aside, watching the scene with relieved smiles spreading across their faces. Ding! Successfully awakened Bai Liyue. Bai Liyue's affection 200, current affection 500,100 overflowed. Unlocked skill, Nine-Tailed Guardian. Bai Liyue can summon the power of the 9 tails to provide the host with all-around protection. The system's notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, filling his heart with joy. From then on, Liu Fei, together with Bai Liyue, Su Qingxue, Nangong Yueli, and the others, continued their cultivation journey. They would face even more challenges, but Liu Fei believed that as long as they united as one, they would definitely overcome every difficulty. After successfully awakening Bai Liyue, Liu Fei remained at the Nangong family estate for a period of convalescence. His cultivation deepened steadily as he delved into the latter half of the Chaos origin and fused the Blood Demon legacy with his Chaos Bloodline. However, this tranquil interlude was not destined to last. During a chance visit to the family's forbidden library, Liu Fei stumbled upon traces within a hidden chamber, suggesting that one of the sect's elders had been colluding with the demonic path. The chamber was steeped in a stale ancient air, its shelves lined with archaic tomes, while motes of dust danced wildly in the slivers of sunlight filtering through the cracks. Liu Fei had originally come seeking materials on enhancing his Chaos Bloodline, yet nestled within the seams of a sealed antique tome, he discovered an unsigned letter. The handwriting on the letter was twisted and warped faintly, exuding a wisp of demonic aura. It meticulously detailed portions of a pact between the Elder and the demonic path, the demons supplying resources while the Elder provided conveniences for their operations within the sect. How could such a thing exist? Liu Fei's face instantly darkened. He fully grasped the gravity of the matter. If this were not exposed in time, the sect would face catastrophe. Carefully tucking the letter away, Liu Fei left the library and went straight to find Su Qingxue, Bai Liyue, and the other 7 women. It was a tranquil afternoon, sunlight spilling across the courtyard. Su Qingxue sat meditating in the pavilion, while Bai Liyue stood guard beside her. The others were either sparring with spells or poring over cultivation manuals. Senior Sister Su, Bai Liyue, ladies, I have a grave matter to discuss. Liu Fei walked into the courtyard with a solemn expression. Seeing him so serious, everyone set aside their tasks and gathered around. Su Qingxue rose to her feet and asked with concern, Liu Fei, what has happened? Liu Fei recounted the discovery of the letter in full detail. After hearing his words, the 7 women were all deeply shocked. To think such a vile wretch exists within our sect, colluding with the demonic path. A crime beyond contempt. Nangong Yueli's delicate brows arched in fury, her eyes blazing with rage. Then what should we do? Another woman asked urgently. Liu Fei's gaze was resolute. We must expose this matter, confront the sect master, and let the truth be made known to all. The sect master has always been just. He will surely uphold righteousness. The 7 women nodded in agreement, one after another. Very well, we stand with you. Whatever trials lie ahead, we will support you with all our strength. Su Qingxue's eyes were resolute as she stepped forward to stand beside Liu Fei, assuming a protective stance. Yet unbeknownst to them, every move they made was being watched by a trusted confidant of the sect master. This confidant lurked furtively in the shadows of the wall, overhearing every word of their conversation. He then hurried away to report to the sect master. Meanwhile, the demonic path had also gotten wind of the news. In a hidden valley, they convened to devise their countermeasures. This Liu Fei is meddling in affairs that don't concern him, daring to pry into our transactions with the Elder. Still, that sect master is cunning and calculating. He may not readily believe Liu Fei's words. A burly, coarse-featured demonic cultivator sneered. Regardless, we must be prepared. If the sect master truly believes Liu Fei, we will have to intervene at the critical moment to aid the Elder. We cannot let our plans crumble at the final step. A demonic elder garbed in black robes, his face grim and shadowed, spoke in a low voice. Meanwhile, Liu Fei and the 7 women began making intense preparations for the confrontation. They were keenly aware that the elder wielded immense power within the sect, and this operation would demand the... With her sharp intellect, Su Qingxue devised a meticulous plan for the group, while Bai Liyue employed her intoxicating fox spirit charm to probe the elder's movements and whereabouts. Bai Liyue, I entrust this task to you. Be careful. Liu Fei said, his eyes filled with deep concern as he... Bai Liyue smiled softly, her 9 tails swaying gently. Rest assured, master, I will bring back useful intelligence. With that, her figure flickered and vanished. Several days later, Bai Liyue returned with vital information. Master, I have learned that the elder has been frequently meeting with mysterious figures, as if scheming something. Moreover, they seem to sense that we are investigating and have grown wary. Liu Fei nodded. Then we must accelerate. Senior Sister Su, as arranged, we will go to the sect's assembly hall tomorrow to expose the elder's crimes. The next day, the sky was overcast and heavy, as if heralding the approaching storm. Liu Fei led the 7 women with heads high and spirited strides toward the assembly hall. Along the way, they drew the gazes of many disciples, prompting pointed whispers and gestures. Look, isn't that Liu Fei? Why is he marching off with all those women? A scrawny disciple murmured. What else could it be? He's surely trying to make a spectacle again. He's always loved the limelight. This time he's probably just seeking attention. A sharp-tongued female disciple sneered dismissively. Unfazed by the gossip, Liu Fei and the 7 women pressed onward as if deaf to it all. In their hearts burned a single conviction: expose the elder's crimes and restore clarity and justice to the sect. When they arrived at the assembly hall, the elder, the sect master, and other prominent figures were already inside. Spotting Liu Fei's group, the elder's expression flickered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Liu Fei, why have you brought these women to the assembly hall? The elder asked coldly. Liu Fei stepped forward, his gaze ablaze as he stared straight into the elder's eyes. Elder, I have come today to expose your crimes. The moment those words were spoken, startled murmurs swept through the hall. The sect master knitted his brows. Liu Fei, do not speak nonsense. This is the assembly hall. How dare you act so recklessly? Unperturbed, Liu Fei drew out the letter from his robes and raised it high. Sect Master, esteemed elders, please look at this letter. I found it in the hidden chamber of the family's forbidden library. It contains irrefutable evidence of this elder's collusion with the demonic path. The elder's face changed dramatically, but he forced a composed front and sneered. A letter of unknown origin, and you think you can slander me with it? Absurd. Liu Fei let out a cold laugh. Elder, even now you still try to deny it. He turned to the 7 women who understood, at once channeling their spiritual power and encircling the elder. Su Qingxue condensed ice-based spiritual power in her hands, her eyes fixed on the elder with determination, ready to shield Liu Fei at any moment. You? What do you think you're doing? Looking at the 7 women, a sliver of panic stirred within the elder, though he maintained a defiant facade. Elder, if you know what's good for you, confess your crimes. Otherwise you won't leave this place today. Liu Fei stepped forward, his body radiating formidable chaos power. The atmosphere inside the hall grew taut to the breaking point, all eyes darting back and forth between Liu Fei and the elder. The disciples who had mocked Liu Fei moments ago now felt silent shock writ large across their faces. They had never imagined Liu Fei truly held evidence against the elder. A flicker of panic passed through the elder's eyes, but he quickly steadied himself, attempting to buy time. This single letter proves nothing. For all we know, you forged it deliberately to frame me. Liu Fei had anticipated such a denial, and he shifted slightly, glancing towards Su Qingxue. Understanding his intent, Su Qingxue transformed her ice-based spiritual power into a razor-sharp sword of frost and hurled it straight at the elder. The elder hastily summoned his spiritual power to block the strike. The ice sword shattered against his protective barrier, leaving a single hairline crack in its surface. Elder, will you still refuse to confess? Liu Fei pressed once more. Gritting his teeth, the elder knew this conflict would not end peacefully, and his mind raced with schemes for escape. Meanwhile, outside the assembly hall, masters of the demonic path had already crept into position, waiting for the right moment to lend the elder their aid. Within the council hall, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed it could be wrung out like water. Liu Fei held the letter in his hand, his eyes burning like torches as he fixed them on the elder, his gaze as if trying to pierce through the elder's disguise. The elder forced himself to appear calm, yet fine beads of sweat had already seeped out on his forehead, glistening in the dim light of the council hall. The sect leader sat in the seat of honor, brows knitted tightly, his expression complex as he watched the scene before him. Clearly the matter was too astonishing for him to make an immediate decision. Liu Fei, you keep insisting that I colluded with the demonic path. Do you intend to condemn me based on this one letter of dubious origin? That is utterly preposterous. The elder let out a cold snort, attempting to suppress Liu Fei's accusation with an unyielding demeanor. Liu Fei remained unhurried. He lightly shook the letter in his hand and swept his gaze across the hall. Elder, though this letter is merely the beginning, it is enough to reveal but a corner of your collusion with the demonic path. Everyone present is a pillar of the sect. Surely you can all see that this letter is enveloped in demonic aura, which I could not possibly have forged. At this moment, a steward who usually had close relations with the elder stepped forward, his face twisted with rage as he pointed at Liu Fei. Liu Fei, you are nothing but a brash youth who has only recently joined the sect. Now you groundlessly accuse an elder. Could it be that you covet the elder's position and are deliberately stirring up trouble here? Su Qingxue, upon hearing this, arched her slender eyebrows in anger. She stepped forward, the ice-type spiritual energy around her rippling faintly. Steward, you should be careful with your words. Liu Fei uncovered such a grave matter for the sake of the sect, yet you twist black into white. Could it be that you too are colluding with that elder? Su Qingxue's voice was crisp, yet carried a chill that made the steward involuntarily shiver. You which don't slander me. The steward was both enraged and humiliated, yet dared not meet Su Qingxue's gaze. Nangong Yueli also stepped forward. Her figure was graceful, but her eyes were sharp as blades. Elder, at this point, will you still not confess? In your usual dealings within the sect, you act arbitrarily and dictatorially. Many of your decisions favor certain factions. As it appears now, it seems you were long ago bought over by the demonic path, seeking benefits for them within the sect. Nangong Yueli's words were biting, each sentence like a sharp blade striking at the elder's vital points. The elder's face alternated between pale and flushed. He knew well that unless he produced a countermeasure, escaping today would be difficult. Thus he secretly cast a secret art, wrapping a pre-prepared secret letter in spiritual energy and sending it silently toward the sect leader. The secret letter stated that Liu Fei, to avenge personal grudges, had deliberately forged evidence to frame him. It also hinted that Liu Fei was in league with certain ill-intentioned individuals plotting to overthrow the sect. Upon receiving the secret letter, the sect leader became even more conflicted. He looked at Liu Fei, then at the elder, unable to determine who was true and who was false. Just then, outside the council hall, the experts of the demonic path were busily arranging a hidden formation. The black-robed old man at the lead rapidly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. As he moved, streaks of black light rose from the ground, gradually forming a massive formation. Within the formation, demonic runes flickered, emanating a bone-chilling aura. Once this formation is activated, it will disturb the minds of everyone inside the council hall. Then we can take advantage of the chaos to rescue the elder and eliminate those troublesome fellows as well. The black-robed old man sneered coldly, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the council hall, Liu Fei perceived the sect leader's hesitation. He knew that this letter alone would not be enough to convince everyone. So he took a deep breath, activated his chaotic bloodline, and retrieved from his storage ring a token radiating a thick, demonic aura. This object had been found on a minor minion of the demonic path who had colluded with the elder during his investigations and had been kept as a trump card. Elder, look at what this is. Liu Fei raised the token high, and demonic aura instantly flooded the entire council hall, causing everyone's expression to change. Upon seeing the token, the elder's face turned deathly pale in an instant. His lips trembled, yet he could not utter a single word. This is a token of the demonic path. Liu Fei, where did you obtain it? The sect leader's face also turned extremely grim. He rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the token in Liu Fei's hand. Liu Fei recounted in detail how he had obtained the token and finally said, "Sect leader, the evidence that the elder colluded with the demonic path is conclusive. The demonic path is now stirring restlessly. If we do not eradicate this cancer in time, our sect will surely be plunged into irretrievable ruin." At this moment, the people in the hall began to whisper among themselves, and their trust in the elder began to waver. Some disciples who usually had conflicts with the elder now stepped forward one after another to accuse him. So the elder really did collude with the demonic path. No wonder he usually suppressed us in every way. It turns out he was trying to curry favor with the demonic path. That's right. We always respected him, yet we never expected he turned out to be this kind of person. The elder watched everyone's reactions, his anxiety growing by the moment. He knew that if he could not turn the situation around now, what awaited him would be utter ruin. So he forced himself to appear composed, attempting a final desperate struggle. For all we know, you obtained this token from somewhere else, Liu Fei, and deliberately used it to frame me. This token and a single letter alone cannot prove that I colluded with the demonic path. A cold laugh rose in Liu Fei's heart. He had long anticipated the elder would quibble like this. He looked toward the 7 women, and they all nodded in response, each unleashing their own divine abilities. Su Qingxue manipulated ice-type spiritual energy to condense a huge ice mirror within the council hall. The mirror began to display images of the elder's dealings with the demonic path. These were visuals obtained by Liu Fei from the memories of a demonic minion, using the fox spirit's charm arts projected onto the ice mirror by Su Qingxue through spiritual energy. Elder, do you still have anything to say now? Liu Fei asked coldly. As the elder watched the scenes in the ice mirror, his legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with despair, yet he still made one final struggle. This must have been forged by you people using sorcery. By now, however, the eyes of everyone in the hall were already filled with suspicion and anger toward the elder. The sect leader's face had also turned extremely somber. He looked at the elder and said in an icy voice, "Elder, if you cannot provide an explanation to the sect for this matter, you know the consequences." Just at that moment, the hidden formation outside the council hall had been completed. The black-robed old man clapped his hands together fiercely, and the formation was activated instantly. A powerful demonic pressure surged toward the council hall. Everyone inside felt dizzy and light-headed, their minds beginning to be disturbed. Inside the council hall, demonic pressure rushed in like a surging tide. A splitting pain shot through everyone's heads, and their minds felt as if an invisible giant hand was pulling at them, nearly causing them to lose themselves. Those who had been voicing heated accusations against the elder were thrown into brief chaos, screams and shouts of alarm rising one after another. The sect leader's expression changed drastically. He abruptly circulated his spiritual power, forming a protective barrier before him to ward off the corrosion of the demonic pressure. At the same time, his gaze swept the hall like lightning as he rapidly weighed the gains and losses in his mind. He knew all too well that if the demonic path's move was not curbed in time, the sect would suffer catastrophic. The evidence Liu Fei had presented, coupled with the sudden demonic pressure before them, made it unavoidable for him to believe that the elder's collusion with the demonic path was most likely true. Sect leader, you have to believe me. This is all Liu Fei's conspiracy. He wants to overturn the sect. This demonic pressure must also be the work of his collusion with the demonic path. Seeing the sect leader's uncertain expression, the elder immediately cried out with tears streaming down his face, trying to make one last desperate struggle. The sect leader gave a cold snort and shot a frosty look at the elder. At this point, you were still trying to talk your way out. If you had not conspired with the demonic path, why would they strike at this very moment? With that, the sect leader ignored the elder and turned to Liu Fei. Liu Fei, it is all thanks to you for uncovering this matter. For the sake of the sect, I am willing to join you in fighting the demonic path. Liu Fei rejoiced inwardly. He knew that the sect leader's support would be vital to this operation. The sect leader is wise. With the sect leader's help, how could the demonic path escape destruction? Liu Fei declared in a loud voice. At the same time, he activated his Chaos Bloodline and flooded his entire body with the power of chaos ready to meet the coming battle. Just then the gate of the council hall collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a group of demonic masters filed in. The black-robed old man at the lead radiated overwhelming demonic pressure. His gaze was icy as he swept it across everyone in the hall, as if looking at a herd of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. You righteous ants, today is your day of death. The black-robed old man snorted coldly, and a black demonic staff appeared in his hand, its surface flickering with a sinister light. With that gesture, the demonic pressure within the council hall grew even stronger. Some disciples of lower cultivation were already foaming at the mouth and collapsing unconscious to the ground. Elder, we have come to rescue you. The black-robed old man looked at the elder, a triumphant grin appearing on his face. The elder's heart filled with joy at the sight. He hastily called out, "Quickly kill Liu Fei and the sect leader along with these troublesome women." However, no sooner had the elder spoken than some of the sect leaders' trusted confidants suddenly turned traitor. Black demonic chi surged from their bodies, clearly proving they had long been bought over by the demonic path. How could you betray the sect? The sect leader stared at the traitorous confidants, his eyes brimming with fury and disappointment. Sect leader, you cannot blame us for this. The demonic path promised us boundless benefits. Following you, when would we ever rise to prominence? A traitorous confidant sneered coldly. Liu Fei watched the scene, rage burning in his heart. Fine, since you have chosen to stand with the demonic path, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, he turned to the 7 women. Ladies, today we fight to the death against the demonic path. The 7 women nodded one after another, each circulating their spiritual power in preparation for battle. Su Qingxue conjured an ice-blue longsword, its blade exuding a bone-piercing chill. Bai Liu's 9 tails danced in the air, radiating an enchanting charm. Nangong Yueli meanwhile invoked her clan's secret art, adding a protective shield over everyone present. Chaos Azure Lotus Sword Art. Liu Fei let out a mighty shout. A longsword radiating golden light appeared in his hand, and an azure lotus slowly bloomed above the blade. He swung the longsword, sending crisscrossing arcs of sword chi at the demonic masters. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was torn apart, and deep cracks were carved into the ground. The black-robed old man's expression shifted slightly. He waved his demonic staff, and a streak of black light shot forth, colliding with Liu Fei's sword chi. A tremendous boom shook the hall as dazzling light spilled out in all directions. In an instant, the tables and chairs in the council hall were reduced to powder. You have some skill, but none of you will leave here alive today. The black-robed old man snorted coldly, and the demonic masters behind him all cast their demonic arts, attacking Liu Fei and the others. For a moment, the council hall was filled with flashing spells and earth-shaking war cries. Liu Fei led the 7 women into a fierce battle with the demonic masters. In the midst of the fight, he gradually began to notice the hidden strength of the sect leader. The sect leader appeared to be using only ordinary spiritual power, yet at crucial moments he could always execute subtle, exquisite techniques to dissolve the crisis. Moreover, the sect leader's spiritual power reserves were astonishingly profound. Even under the disruption of the demonic pressure, he maintained a steady, unremitting output. This sect leader, it seems he has been concealing his real power all along. How many more trump cards does he have? Liu Fei secretly pondered. At that moment, Bai Liu was fiercely battling a demonic master. That demonic master was remarkably strong, and Bai Liu was gradually getting the worst of it. Just as that demonic master was about to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Liu Fei's heart lurched in alarm. He tapped into the extreme speed of his Chaos Bloodline, appeared at Bai Liu's side in an instant, and swept his longsword outward, sending the demonic master staggering back. Bai Liu, are you all right? Liu Fei asked with concern. Master, I am fine. Bai Liu smiled gently, her eyes brimming with deep emotion. However, just then another demonic master seized the chance to launch a sneak attack at Liu Fei. Bai Liu did not have time to think. She hurled herself in front of Liu Fei and blocked the attack with her own body. Bai Liu. Liu Fei cried out, his eyes full of rage and heartache. Bai Liu's back had been struck by the demonic art, and blood dyed her robes red. Master, I am fine, Bai Liu said weakly. How dare you hurt her? Liu Fei bellowed. His Chaos Bloodline churned rampantly, and a formidable force surged out from within him. He unleashed the ultimate move of the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword Art, Azure Lotus Annihilation. The Azure Lotus on the longsword burst with brilliant light, instantly blooming into countless petals. Carrying immense purifying power, the petals shot toward the demonic masters. Seeing this, the demonic masters hurriedly channeled their demonic power to resist. Yet the might of Azure Lotus Annihilation was far too overwhelming. Under the impact of those petals, their demonic shields shattered one after another. The black-robed old man's face changed drastically. He frantically summoned all his power, forming a solid demonic shield in front of himself. Even so, cracks began to appear on the shield as the petals hammered against it. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful? The black-robed old man was utterly astonished. He had never seen such a formidable attack. Under Liu Fei's ferocious attack, the demonic masters began to fall into confusion. Some of the lower cultivation demonic masters had already been injured and fallen, losing all ability to fight. As for the sect leaders' traitorous confidants, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They had never imagined Liu Fei's strength could be this terrifying. Now you know to be afraid. Too late. Liu Fei snorted coldly, ready to launch another attack, and utterly vanquished the demonic. Inside the council hall, Liu Fei looked at the injured by Liu Wan'er, and rage swelled within him like a surge. His eyes were instantly veiled by a dense golden light, while the power of the Chaos Bloodline rampaged and roared within him like an enraged primordial beast. You all must die. Liu Fei's voice seemed to come from the depths of the nine hells, carrying boundless chill and murderous intent. The golden longsword in his hand blazed with brilliant light, and the green lotus that had been blooming began to tremble violently, as if echoing the fury in Liu Fei's heart. The black-robed elder looked at Liu Fei's state, and unease stirred in his heart. Though his words remained hard, a flicker of panic appeared in his eyes. Humph, you're nothing but an angry ant. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape death today. With that, he waved his wand and sent an even denser beam of black demonic light hurtling toward Liu Fei. Wherever the light passed, the air seemed to corrode, letting out a hissing sound. At the same time, the other demonic experts unleashed their killing moves. Some demonic experts muttered incantations and summoned clusters of black flames that whirled through the air and lunged at Liu Fei and the others. Others rapidly formed hand seals, and black runes flew from their palms, converging into a huge demonic net that descended upon everyone. The trusted followers of the sect leader who had betrayed him refused to be outdone. Wielding demonic artifacts, they attacked alongside the demonic experts. Under this ferocious onslaught, Liu Fei and the others were pushed into a desperate situation. Su Qingxue's face turned pale. While brandishing her ice-blue longsword to fend off the onrushing black flames, she looked anxiously at Liu Fei. When the ice sword clashed with the flames, bursts of crackling sounds rang out. The biting cold and scorching demonic flames canceled each other out, forming wisps of white mist in the air. Liu Fei, you must hold on. Su Qingxue cried out, worry in her voice. Meanwhile, Nangong Yueli was fully operating her family's secret art, trying to reinforce the protective shields around them. Her brow was beaded with sweat, but her gaze was resolute. We can't fall like this. We will surely defeat them, she said through gritted teeth. Her hand seals changed ceaselessly, causing the light on the shield to flicker. As for Bai Liu, despite the wound on her back and her clothes dyed red with blood, she endured the pain and activated the power of her fox demon. Her nine tails danced in the air as she tried to disrupt the demonic experts with her enchanting power. Master, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, she said weakly, yet her voice carried a stubborn resolve. In the midst of such desperation, Liu Fei suddenly felt an unprecedented intense resonance between the Chaos Bloodline within him and the second volume of Chaos Origin. Before his mind's eye flashed a series of mysterious images. Ancient runes streaked past like shooting stars, and every rune seemed to contain the most primordial power between heaven and earth. These runes seemed to guide him, showing him how to harness the power of chaos, and how to push the Chaos Green Lotus sword art to its limit. Could this be the secret hidden in the second volume of Chaos Origin? His heart stirred. Closing his eyes, he devoted himself wholly to comprehending the messages carried by the runes. The attacks outside continued to rain down, but Liu Fei seemed not to hear them, immersed in this mysterious realization. How has this brat been scared senseless? He actually closed his eyes. How ridiculous. A minor demonic minion could not help mocking. That's right. He's probably been scared out of his wits and is now playing dead. Another traitorous confidant echoed, face full of contempt. No sooner had their words faded than Liu Fei abruptly opened his eyes. The golden light in his eyes became even more dazzling, like twin golden suns. Chaos Demon Annihilation. Liu Fei let out a thunderous roar, his voice echoing through the entire council hall and stabbing painfully at everyone's eardrums. Following the roar, the green lotus on the longsword in his hand instantly transformed into a towering beam of golden light. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it rent asunder the dark demonic pressure. Wherever the light passed, black demonic chi dissipated like snow under a scorching sun. The demonic pressure that had shrouded the council hall was instantly dispelled, leaving not a trace behind. The black-robed elder's face changed drastically. He hastily channeled all his demonic power to reinforce the shield before him. Yet the might of Chaos Demon Annihilation was too overwhelming. Under the impact of the light, the shield shattered like paper. The black-robed elder felt a tremendous force slam into him. He had no time to dodge. His body was struck by the light and sent flying backward. His body traced an arc through the air and crashed heavily into the wall of the council hall, instantly leaving a huge human-shaped dent in it. The black-robed elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. What kind of technique is this? How can it possibly be this powerful? The black-robed elder trembled despair in his voice. The other demonic experts and traitorous confidants were also stunned by the sudden development. Gazing at the golden light, they seemed to see the scythe of death itself. Some demonic experts of lower cultivation were directly shaken until blood oozed from all 7 apertures, and they collapsed to the ground dead. The traitorous confidants pale as sheets trembled and slumped to the ground. Is this Liu Fei's true strength? How terrifying. We underestimated him before. Who would have thought he was this powerful? The sect disciples who had been watching from the side now wore expressions of shock. Those who had once mocked and looked down on Liu Fei now fell silent, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. They never imagined that the young upstart they had once dismissed could possess such formidable power and actually reverse the tide of a fatal battle. Seeing Liu Fei unleash such a mighty technique, the 7 women's eyes brimmed with admiration. Tears of excitement sparkled in Su Qingxue's eyes. Clutching her ice sword tightly, she felt proud. Liu Fei, you truly didn't disappoint us. Nangong Yueli watched Liu Fei, affection shining in her eyes. This is the Liu Fei I know. No matter what hardship he faces, he charges ahead and conquers everything. Though weak, Bai Liu gazed at Liu Fei with comfort and pride. Master, you are the greatest. The 7 women all circulated their spiritual power and poured it into Liu Fei. They knew that at this moment he had consumed a vast amount of energy and needed their support. With the spiritual power from the 7 women surging into him, Liu Fei felt his strength increase further, and the chaos force within him circulated even more smoothly. I'm afraid now. Too late. Liu Fei gave a cold snort. Sword in hand, he walked toward the remaining demonic experts. With every step he took, the ground seemed unable to bear his power, cracks splitting open beneath his feet. The demonic experts stared at the approaching Liu Fei, terror flooding their hearts. They wanted to flee, but their legs felt as though they had been nailed to the floor, unable to move. Mercy, please spare us. We never dare again. One demonic expert fell to his knees, begging desperately. Yes, we were blind to your greatness. Please let us go. The traitorous confidants also knelt and begged for mercy. Liu Fei, however, paid no heed to their pleas. He knew well that demonic cultivators were treacherous. If spared, they would become a great threat to the sect in days to come. He swept his long sword and golden sword chi crisscrossed through the air, slaughtering all the remaining demonic experts and traitorous confidants in an instant. As the last enemy fell, the council hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Liu Fei, reverence in their eyes. At that moment, Liu Fei was like a war god descending to the mortal world, a formidable aura radiating from his body. He sheathed his sword, walked to Bai Liu's side, and gently lifted her into his arms. Bai Liu, hold on. It'll heal you right away. Liu Fei's voice carried anxiety and heartache. Bai Liu smiled faintly, raised a hand, and touched Liu Fei's face. Master, I'm fine. Seeing you so powerful, I'm so happy. Her eyes slowly closed, and she fell unconscious. Bai Liu, Liu Fei shouted. Holding her, he turned to the sect leader. Sect leader quickly summoned the sect's healer. Bai Liu is gravely wounded. The sect leader nodded and immediately ordered his disciples to fetch the healer. By now the sect leader's gaze at Liu Fei brimmed with admiration and relief. Liu Fei, thanks to you. If not for you, our sect today would likely have. Liu Fei said nothing, for his heart was entirely focused on Bai Liu's safety. He held Bai Liu and quietly waited for the healer to arrive. In the council hall, everyone watched the scene, thinking that Liu Fei had not only saved the sect, but had also won the true hearts of the 7 women. His future was bound to be even more brilliant. Within the assembly hall, the stench of blood saturated every inch of the air. The bodies of demonic cultivators and renegade confidants lay strewn in chaotic heaps across the floor, while blood pooled into dark crimson rivulets that crept sluggishly along the ground. Clutching the unconscious Bai Liu in his arms, Liu Fei waited with a heart ablaze with anxiety for the sect's healers to arrive. Meanwhile, the sect master surveyed the carnage, fury surging within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The demonic path dares to be so brazen, running rampant in my sect, and showing not the slightest. The sect master's voice boomed through the hall like a great bronze bell. His eyes were shot through with blood, and the calm dignity he normally carried had been utterly consumed by rage. With that, the sect master's figure flickered as he lunged toward the elder, cowering, trembling in the corner. Seeing the sect master striking in person, the elder's face went as pale as paper in an instant, and his legs buckled as he nearly collapsed to the floor. Sect master, spare my life. I was beguiled by the demonic path, and in a moment of folly committed a grave mistake. The elder knelt on the ground, pleading pitifully, his voice steeped in terror and despair. After all that you have done, do you still dare beg for mercy? Today I will cleanse the sect and restore its discipline. The sect master clenched his right fist, spiritual energy surging tempestuously around him. A colossal vortex of spiritual power took shape and bore down upon the elder with crushing force. Wherever it passed, the overwhelming spiritual energy gouged a deep furrow into the ground, and stones from the walls shook loose, cascading down in a ceaseless patter. Yet just as the sect master's strike was about to land, the elder abruptly produced a mysterious artifact from within. The artifact was shaped like a black disc, its surface etched with bizarre runes. The runes flickered with a dark crimson glow, exuding an eerie aura that made one's skin crawl. The elder raised the artifact high and began chanting incantations under his breath. In that instant, the artifact unleashed a sinister black beam that shot straight toward the sect master like a blade. The sect master's expression changed drastically as he twisted aside in a desperate dodge, but he was a fraction too slow. The black beam grazed his right arm, leaving behind a deep, bloody gash. At the same time, the golden core within the sect master's body seemed to be slammed by an overwhelmingly powerful force. It began to tremble violently, showing signs of destabilization. The sect master felt a surge of blood rush up through his chest, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he swallowed the pain, fixing his blazing stare upon the elder, his fury burning even more fiercely. "You treacherous disciple, to think you still possess such venomous means," the sect master snarled through gritted teeth. Seeing that his scheme had succeeded, a cruel grin curled across the elder's face. "Sect master, did you truly believe I would come unguarded? If you let me go today, I swear I shall mend my ways. Otherwise, even if it means fighting to the death, I will not let you off easy." Even as he spoke, the elder was manipulating the artifact, unleashing several more black beams at the sect master. The sect master channeled his spiritual energy, forming a barrier of pure spiritual power in front of him to withstand the barrage of black beams. But his complexion was growing paler, and beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down his forehead. Clearly, the instability of his golden core was subjecting him to excruciating torment. At that moment, Liu Fei gently laid Liu Wan'er's side and said to Su Qingxue, senior sister, "Su, please take care of Liu Wan'er first. I am going to assist the sect master." Su Qingxue nodded, gazing at Liu Fei with deep concern. "Liu Fei, be careful." Liu Fei's figure flickered, and he appeared at the sect master's side in the blink of an eye. He activated the Chaos Bloodline within him, condensing chaotic power in his hand into a long sword of golden light. "Sect master, allow me to lend you my strength," Liu Fei shouted as he charged at the elder. The sect master watched him with a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. "Excellent. Today we will sweep away this traitor and these demonic remnants once and for all." Ignoring the agony racking his body, the sect master stood beside Liu Fei and fought alongside him. Seeing both Liu Fei and the sect master converging on him, the elder felt a surge of panic, yet he forced himself to stay calm and channeled more power into the artifact, releasing an even more ferocious wave of black beams. The black beams interwove in the air, forming a colossal black cage that sealed Liu Fei and the sect master within. "Do you truly believe this will be enough to defeat me? None of you will leave here alive today." The elder burst into crazed laughter, yet beneath the laughter was a note of fear he could no longer conceal. Liu Fei and the sect master exchanged a glance, perfectly understanding each other's intent. Liu Fei executed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art, sending streaks of sword chi crisscrossing in all directions as they slashed toward the black cage. The sect master in turn summoned the last remnants of spiritual energy remaining in his body and unleashed the sect's supreme art, coordinating perfectly with Liu Fei's sword chi. In an instant, radiance exploded in all directions. Sword chi and mystic force collided with a deafening roar. Under the joint assault of Liu Fei and the sect master, cracks began to spread across the black cage. Seeing this, the elder's expression shifted wildly. He intensified his manipulation of the artifact, and the cracks gradually sealed themselves anew. "This artifact is bizarre. We must find a way to break it as quickly as possible," the sect master said to Liu Fei between attacks. Liu Fei nodded and activated his Chaos Bloodline, attempting to sense the artifact's weakness. Then suddenly he noticed that the runes on the artifact seemed to flicker according to a certain pattern. With every pulse, the artifact's power grew stronger. Liu Fei's mind stirred. Channeling his chaotic power, he focused all his attention on the rhythm of the runes flickering. After some observation, he finally located a flaw among the runes. He infused his long sword with chaotic power and thrust it toward one of the runes on the artifact. "Chaotic power, break." Liu Fei bellowed, his sword striking the rune with overwhelming might in an instant. With a sharp crack, the runes on the artifact shattered, and the black cage dispersed into thin air. The elder was struck with terror at the sight of his broken artifact. He turned to flee, but was bound by the sect master's spiritual energy. "Traitor, this is your day of death," the sect master roared, condensing his spiritual energy into a colossal palm that swept toward the elder. Just when the sect master was about to seize the elder, a dark shadow suddenly materialized behind him. It turned out to be a demonic master who had been hiding in secret. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, he had quietly lurked near the elder, waiting for a critical moment to intervene. The demonic master brandished a black dagger and drove it toward the sect master. The sect master sensed the impending danger and tried to evade, but the instability of his golden core restricted his movements. In the instant the dagger was about to pierce the sect master, Liu Fei reacted with lightning speed. Activating the extreme speed of his Chaos Bloodline, he appeared before the sect master and deflected the dagger with his longsword. With a sharp clang, sparks flew in every direction. Liu Fei's arm went numb from the impact, yet he held his ground, stubbornly blocking the demonic master's attack. "Thank you, young master Liu Fei, for saving my life," the sect master said in gratitude. "Sect master, you're too kind. Let us eradicate these enemies first." With that, Liu Fei joined hands with the sect master once more and launched an assault on the demonic master and the elder. Meanwhile, seeing the sect master wounded, Su Qingxue felt a wave of concern. She knew that if the sect master's injuries were not treated in time, his life might be in grave peril. Therefore, she retrieved some healing pills and spiritual liquid from her robes and made her way to the sect master. "Sect master, please take these pills first, and I will tend to your wounds," Su Qingxue said softly as she stopped beside the sect master. The sect master looked at her, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not expected Su Qingxue to disregard her own safety to come heal him in such a perilous situation. "Miss Su, thank you." The sect master took the pills and swallowed them, and Su Qingxue began to treat his wounds. Under her ministrations, his condition gradually stabilized. Watching Su Qingxue's earnest expression, the sect master's impression of the 7 women began to shift. He had once believed the 7 women were merely Liu Fei's confidants, unlikely to care much about the affairs of the sect. But Su Qingxue's actions today had revealed the 7 women's kindness and the compassionate heart of a healer. "Miss Su, this time we owe it all to you and young master Liu Fei. Were it not for you, my sect today would likely have." The sect master said, his voice thick with emotion. Su Qingxue smiled gently. "Sect master, please do not be so courteous. This is what we ought to do. Protecting the sect is the duty of every one of us." By now, Liu Fei and the sect master had subdued the demonic master and the elder. Bound by the sect master's spiritual energy, the elder was completely immobilized, despair flooding his eyes. The demonic master, too, was severely wounded, lying crumpled on the ground with no strength left to resist. But just as everyone believed the crisis had passed, the sect master's expression altered abruptly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Qingxue was greatly alarmed. "Sect master, what is wrong?" The sect master wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips, his face exceedingly grim. "My injuries are probably even more severe than I imagined. Years ago, in a great battle against the demonic path, I suffered grave wounds. Although I spent years recuperating, I have never truly recovered. Today, struck by this traitor and the demonic artifact, my old injury has flared up again. I fear." The sect master did not finish his words, yet everyone there understood what he meant. "Sect master, rest assured. We will find a way to cure your wounds." Liu Fei looked at the sect master and declared with unwavering resolve. Inside the council hall, the stench of blood had yet to fade, and the air was thick with tension and despair. The sect leader's old wound flared up, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the front of his robe crimson. Su Qingxue, seeing this, was frantic with worry. Her healing spell never paused for an instant, yet the sect leader's face remained pale as paper, and his breath grew ever weaker. The elder, bound aside by the sect leader's spiritual energy, had been consumed by despair. But at the sight of the sect leader wounded, a wild manic light suddenly flickered in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha. Since I cannot escape death today, I'll take you all down with me." The elder snarled through gritted teeth, his face twisting into a nearly ferocious grimace. With that, he activated the remnant demonic energy in his body and unleashed a profoundly sinister secret art. The elder's hands formed seals at dazzling speed while he muttered incantations. Streaks of black demonic runes flew from his hands and snaked toward the sect leader. Like nimble venomous serpents, the runes instantly burrowed into the sect leader's body. He felt a powerful, malevolent force raging within him, trying to seize his consciousness and drive him to self-destruct his golden core. "No!" The sect leader roared inwardly, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. He channeled his spiritual energy with all his might, striving to resist the erosion of that evil force. His body trembled slightly, sweat beads as large as beans rolled down his forehead, his jaw clenched so hard that the muscles in his face twitched with strain. "I will never let you succeed," the sect leader said silently in his heart. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was locked in battle with a straggler of a demonic cult underling. Sensing something amiss with the sect leader, he turned and saw the sect leader's complexion growing worse, his body encircled by eerie black demonic runes. Alarmed, Liu Fei realized the situation was dire. He hastily unleashed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art, and a mighty sword chi instantly slew the demonic underling. Then, with a flicker of movement, he dashed toward the sect leader. "Elder, you despicable wretch! How dare you use such a vicious trick?" Liu Fei shouted furiously as he charged toward the sect leader. The elder stared at Liu Fei with a mad smile. "Liu Fei, today is your death day. Once the sect leader self-destructs his golden core, none of you will leave here alive." Liu Fei's heart burned with urgency. He activated his Chaos Bloodline, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Yet just as he was about to reach the sect leader, the golden core inside the sect leader began to tremble violently, radiating a dazzling light. The power of the golden core's self-destruction began to converge. The entire council hall shook violently, stones crumbled from the walls, and cracks split across the floor. Not good. The sect leader's golden core is about to explode. Su Qingxue cried out, halting her healing spell, her eyes filled with worry. The 7 women were startled to see Liu Fei rushing toward the sect leader. Though Liu Wan'er was still unconscious, the other 6 channeled their spiritual energy, ready to support Liu Fei at any moment. In Nangong Yueli's hand appeared a ribbon radiating multicolored light. It danced through the air, forming layers of defensive barriers in an attempt to block the explosive force that might sweep toward them. Liu Fei, be careful, the 6 women shouted in unison. Liu Fei charged recklessly toward the sect leader, with only one thought in his mind: stop him from self-destructing. When he was merely a few steps away, the force of the golden core's self-destruction erupted instantly. A powerful shockwave burst outward from the sect leader. The force was like a raging tsunami, leveling everything in its path. No. Liu Fei let out a shout as he tried to use his chaos power to resist the shockwave, but the wave was too overwhelming. His body was blasted away in an instant. Liu Fei arced through the air and slammed heavily into the wall of the council hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. Seeing Liu Fei injured, the 7 women were frantic. They each unleashed their ultimate techniques, trying to break the elder's control. Su Qingxue cast an ice spell, sending countless ice shards flying at the elder. A woman skilled in lightning magic waved her hands, causing bolts of purple lightning to crackle around him. Another woman summoned a fierce tornado with wind magic, attempting to sweep the elder away. However, the elder's secret art was extremely powerful. Though the 7 women's attacks inflicted some damage, they could not entirely shatter his control. The sect leader's eyes were filled with pain and helplessness. He knew he was about to self-destruct. In this final moment, his thoughts turned to the future of the sect. The sect's legacy must not be severed. The sect leader murmured in his heart. Channeling his last vestiges of spiritual energy, he wrapped the sect's most important tokens and secret inheritance knowledge in a special spiritual energy and secretly dispatched it to Liu Fei. These messages and relics carried thousands of years of the sect's heritage and hope. Liu Fei, the sect is in your hands, the sect leader said in his heart, his eyes full of trust and expectation. By now, the golden core within the sect leader was on the verge of complete detonation, and the entire council hall was on the brink of collapse. The 7 women gathered around Liu Fei, their faces etched with anxiety and dread. Liu Fei, wake up. Su Qingxue cradled Liu Fei in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes, and seeing the anxious faces of the 7 women, a warm current surged through his heart. Enduring the searing pain in his body, he said, I'm fine. We must find a way to stop the sect leader from self-destructing. But time had already run out. The sect leader's body began to radiate a blinding light, and the power of the golden core's self-destruction was about to erupt completely. Inside the council hall, the sect leader's body blazed with intense light, as the power of the golden core's self-detonation was about to be fully unleashed. The entire space was warped by this terrifying force. The walls collapsed with a thunderous roar, boulders rained down like a storm, and cracks spread across the ground like a hideous maw, devouring everything in its path. No! Liu Fei roared inwardly. Staring at the sect leader on the verge of self-detonation, his eyes were filled with indignation. At this critical moment, he suddenly recalled the characteristics of his blood demon body. The blood demon body could absorb an enemy's spiritual energy for one's own use. Perhaps this golden core power could also be devoured by him. Liu Fei, don't. This is too dangerous. Su Qingxue was alarmed by Liu Fei's action. She tried to stop him, but at this moment, suppressed by the self-detonation of the golden core, she was unable to get close. Master, you cannot take such a risk. The other women also cried out, their eyes full of worry. Liu Fei ignored their shouts. Activating his blood demon body, he spread his arms wide, attempting to draw the surging power of the golden core into his body. In an instant, a force so powerful that it nearly tore his body apart surged into his meridians. Liu Fei felt his meridians emit crackling sounds under the impact, as if they would break at any moment. His veins bulged over his skin, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead, and his face contorted in pain. Liu Fei could not help but let out a pained roar. His eyes were bloodshot, but his gaze carried unwavering. Under the impact of this force, his body was on the verge of collapse, but he held on with tenacious willpower. Is this kid insane? He actually wants to devour the power of the golden core. Who does he think he is? A sect disciple who had previously looked down on Liu Fei hid in the distance, unable to stop himself from exclaiming at the sight. Exactly. Even the sect leader couldn't control the power of this self-detonation. Is he going to his death? Another disciple chimed in, a mocking expression on his face. However, Liu Fei was unaffected by these remarks. Clenching his jaw, he activated his Chaos Bloodline and tried to guide the power through his body. The Chaos Bloodline and Blood Demon body resonated with each other. Stimulated by this powerful force, Liu Fei sensed subtle changes taking place in his body. His bones became stronger and his muscles swelled, as if a nascent power was being nurtured within him. As the power of the golden core continued to pour in, the pressure on Liu Fei's body grew heavier and heavier. Blood seeped from the corner of his lips, and his body began to tremble slightly. Yet he refused to give up, knowing this was the only chance to stop the sect leader's self-detonation and save everyone. Finally, with Liu Fei's efforts, the power of the golden core's self-detonation was gradually drawn into his body and began to merge with his own spiritual energy. During the fusion, Liu Fei felt his realm begin to loosen. A powerful breakthrough aura emanated from him, and his cultivation started advancing toward the first layer of the foundation establishment stage. How is this possible? He really is devouring the power of the golden core. The disciples who had mocked Liu Fei saw this, their smiles instantly frozen, replaced by utter shock. Could Liu Fei actually have some extraordinary ability? Another disciple murmured. As the breakthrough aura grew stronger, Liu Fei's body became shrouded in a layer of golden light. In the light, the chaos power became increasingly dense, intertwining with the energy of the golden core to form a powerful and mysterious aura. A breakthrough. I've broken through to the first layer of the foundation establishment stage. Liu Fei felt the surging power within him and was filled with joy. He tilted his head back and let out a long cry that resounded throughout the council hall, drowning out even the thunderous noise of the golden core's explosion. At that moment, the light on the sect leader's body gradually dimmed. The power of the self-detonation had been successfully devoured by Liu Fei, and the explosion stopped. The sect leader's body slowly fell. A trace of comfort appeared in his eyes, for in the last moments of his life, he had witnessed Liu Fei's successful breakthrough and believed the sect now had new hope. Sect leader. Liu Fei cried out, rushing toward him. But the sect leader had already lost all signs of life. He had given his life to protect the sect. Sect leader. Liu Fei's eyes were full of sorrow. He knelt beside the sect leader, his heart filled with guilt. Had he not exposed the elder's crimes, perhaps the sect leader would not have been pushed into such a desperate situation. Liu Fei, this is not your fault. The sect leader sacrificed himself to protect the sect. Though he is gone, his spirit will forever remain in our hearts. Su Qingxue walked over to Liu Fei, gently patting his shoulder in comfort. Liu Fei nodded, and slowly rose a flash of determination in his eyes. The sect leader entrusted the sect to me, and I will not disappoint him. With that, he turned to look at the elder and the remaining demonic cultivators. The elder was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He had never imagined that Liu Fei would succeed in devouring the golden core's power and even break through. You? Stay back. I was wrong. Please spare me. The elder stared at Liu Fei, his eyes filled with terror as he backed away, trying to escape Liu Fei's sight. Now you're afraid. Too late. Liu Fei snorted, coldly channeling his spiritual energy and unleashing the new technique he had comprehended after his breakthrough, the Chaos Sky-Splitting Fist. Chaos power gathered on his fist, forming a massive golden fist shadow. It hurtled toward the elder and the remaining demonic cultivators with overwhelming force. No! The elder let out a desperate scream. He tried to muster demonic energy to resist, but before Liu Fei's overwhelming attack, his resistance was utterly feeble. The fist shadow struck the elder and the remaining demonic cultivators in an instant, their bodies reduced to powder under the impact. Is this the power Liu Fei possesses after his breakthrough? How terrifying. We used to underestimate him, who knew he could be so formidable? The sect disciples who witnessed this all wore expressions of shock. Those who had once sneered at Liu Fei now shut their mouths, their hearts filled with awe. The 7 women gathered around Liu Fei, overjoyed. Liu had woken up at some point. She hugged Liu Fei excitedly. Master, you're incredible. Yes, Liu Fei, you've truly impressed us this time. Su Qingxue also said with a smile, her eyes full of admiration. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women, warmth filling his heart. He knew that none of this could have happened without their support. It was all thanks to you that I managed to break through, Liu Fei said gratefully. At that moment, he suddenly felt a subtle change occurring in his body. His chaos bloodline seemed to have evolved further after the breakthrough. He could now sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him with greater clarity, and his control over chaos power became even more effortless. It seems this breakthrough not only elevated my cultivation, but also brought new changes to my chaos bloodline. Liu Fei mused inwardly. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Fei walked slowly to the sect leader's body and gently lifted it up. Sect leader, I will give you a proper burial. Rest assured I will protect the sect. Liu Fei's voice was deep and resolute. Afterwards, accompanied by the 7 women and the sect disciples, he left the council hall. Outside, sunlight bathed everyone as if heralding a new beginning. Liu Fei knew his responsibility was now even greater. Not only did he have to guard the sect, but he also had to carry the sect leader's last wish and lead the sect toward a more prosperous future. Liu Fei carried the sect leader's remains in his arms, and surrounded by the 7 maidens and a crowd of sect disciples, slowly walked out of the devastated assembly hall. The sky was a clear washed blue and sunlight poured down without hindrance, yet Liu Fei's heart was as heavy as if a boulder were pressing on it. The sect leader's death made him feel an immense weight of responsibility. Now he had to not only confront the complex situation within the sect, but also shoulder the heavy task of protecting the sect and fulfilling the sect leader's last wishes. Returning to the main hall of the sect, Liu Fei properly placed the sect leader's remains. He stood silently before the coffin for a long time, his eyes filled with determination. Sect leader, rest assured. I will never let you down, and I will bring glory back to our sect. The 7 maidens stood quietly behind him, watching his upright, yet somewhat lonely back, their hearts filled with Su Qingxue stepped forward, gently taking Liu Fei's hand, and said softly, Liu Fei, you are not alone. We will always be by your side. Liu Fei turned his head and met the 7 maidens' concerned gazes. A warm current surged in his heart, and he nodded slightly in gratitude. As time passed, news gradually spread throughout the sect that Liu Fei had devoured the Golden Core's power, successfully broken through, and defeated the elders and the demonic cultivators. Amid everyone's shock, they also felt a measure of awe toward Liu Fei. However, not everyone was truly convinced. In a dark corner of the sect, several elder-like figures sat together, discussing with grim expressions. This Liu Fei is nothing but a young upstart who just arrived. Even though he rendered great service this time, how can he leap directly to elder? This completely violates the rules of our sect. A white-haired elder slammed the table hard, his face full of anger. Exactly. His background is so mysterious. Who knows if he has some other agenda? Perhaps he intends to seize control of our sect by taking advantage of this chance, echoed another gaunt elder, suspicion gleaming in his eyes. An elder with a wrinkled face lowered his voice. In my opinion, we cannot just sit by. We need to find a way to stop him from becoming an elder. His voice carried a trace of malice. Their words were low yet filled with hostility. However, they had no idea that every move they made was being secretly watched by Liu Fei. Relying on the keen senses and concealment abilities of a fox spirit, Liu Fei quietly approached them and heard their conversation clearly. She quickly returned to Liu Fei's side and recounted everything she had heard. After listening, Liu Fei curled his lips slightly and sneered, humph, if they really dare to cause trouble, I will show no mercy. However, this is not the time to clash with them yet. He knew well that although his power had greatly increased, his foundation within the sect was still shallow. A hasty conflict with these elders would not help stabilize his position. A few days later, the sect held a ceremony to install Liu Fei as an elder. The ceremony took place on the martial arts arena. A large crowd of sect disciples had already gathered around the arena, eager to witness the birth of the youngest elder in the sect's history. On the high platform of the arena were laid out the robes and token that symbolized the status of an elder, radiating a solemn aura under the sunlight. Liu Fei, clad in a brand new long robe, slowly ascended the high platform, accompanied by the 7 maidens. His steps were steady and forceful, each one seemingly treading on the hearts of the crowd. The disciples below began whispering to one another. So this is Liu Fei? He doesn't look like much. I can't understand why the sect leader entrusted the sect to him. A short disciple muttered, that's right. Maybe he was just lucky enough to defeat the elder and the demonic cultivator. Another disciple with a pointed face chimed in, contempt written all over his face. Liu Fei, as if he had not heard anything, walked up to the high platform and took the elder's robes and token. The instant he picked up the token, a powerful aura radiated from his body. He activated his Chaos Bloodline, and chaotic power surged violently within him. His eyes flashed with golden light, and his entire body seemed enveloped in a golden halo. From this moment on, Liu Fei will spare no effort to protect the sect and lead it to glory. His voice was like a great bell resounding throughout the entire martial arts arena. His voice carried a powerful confidence and determination that shook everyone present. Those who had previously harbored doubts and contempt toward Liu Fei now fell silent, their eyes filled with shock. They had not expected Liu Fei to possess such a mighty presence. A single sentence was enough to silence them. The 7 maidens standing below the platform watched the proud and dynamic Liu Fei with pride in their eyes. Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. Liu Fei, you did it. Liu gently wagged her 9 tails, her face beaming with a happy smile. Master, you are the best. The other women also offered their blessings, their eyes full of love and adoration. After becoming an elder, Liu Fei was deeply aware of his great responsibility. He began to reorganize the sect and issued a series of new regulations. Among them, the most striking was the reform of the distribution of cultivation resources. He decided to break the old seniority-based allocation system and instead distribute resources according to the disciples' cultivation aptitude and diligence. As soon as this rule was announced, it immediately stirred up an uproar within the sect. This Liu Fei is utterly ridiculous. Cultivation resources have always been allocated by seniority. With this change, what are we senior disciples supposed to do? A senior disciple said discontentedly. Exactly. He is clearly favoring the younger disciples and showing no respect for us seniors. Another disciple voiced the same complaint. Meanwhile, quite a few younger disciples expressed support for the rule. Elder Liu's rule is great. We young disciples have talent and diligence, but because we lack seniority, we never get enough cultivation resources. A young disciple said excitedly, now we finally have a chance. Another young disciple said excitedly, yes, Elder Liu is truly wise. This will motivate us to cultivate even harder. Another young disciple echoed in agreement. Facing the mixed reactions, Liu Fei did not waver. He knew that to make the sect strong, he had to break the old pattern and give more opportunities to disciples with potential. He convened all disciples in the martial arts arena and addressed them once again. Fellow disciples, I know that the new regulations have sparked different opinions among you. But what I am doing is all for the future of the sect. Cultivation resources are limited. If we keep distributing them according to the old ways, the sect will gradually lose its vitality. Only by allowing talented and hardworking disciples to obtain more resources can our sect nurture more outstanding talents and survive in this cruel world of cultivation. Liu Fei's voice was firm and powerful. His gaze swept across the audience, hoping to make every disciple understand his good intentions. The disciples below listened and began to ponder. Those who had originally objected gradually realized that Liu Fei's words made sense. Those who supported him became even more steadfast in their allegiance. In the following days, Liu Fei began to purge the remaining remnants of the demonic path. With his wisdom and strength, he led the sect's disciples in launching a large-scale crackdown around the sect. During the operation, he fully displayed his leadership ability, directing with composure and allowing every disciple to make the best use of their strengths. After great effort, they successfully eliminated most of the demonic remnants, removing a major hidden danger for the sect. Ding. Main quest updated. Take control of the sect. Quest objective: strengthen your position in the sect, eliminate the remaining demonic remnants, and consolidate the sect's forces. Quest reward: top grade sect cultivation resources, Chaos Spirit Crystal 5. Current quest progress 23. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind, strengthening his determination to move forward. As time went on, Liu Fei's position within the sect gradually became secure. His strength and leadership ability earned recognition and support from more and more disciples. And the bond between him and the seven maidens grew even deeper through this series of events. After successfully becoming the youngest elder in the sect's history, Liu Fei was well aware of the severe challenges the sect faced in this world of cultivation. To elevate the sect's overall strength, he pondered day and night, consulted ancient texts, and discussed every possible approach with the seven women. At last, within an antique tome, he discovered a cultivation method called dual cultivation. If wielded properly, it could not only accelerate one's growth and power, but also deepen the bond and understanding between partners. A bold idea took shape in Liu Fei's mind. He would introduce a harem cultivation system, permitting disciples to accelerate their training through dual cultivation. One clear morning, sunlight streamed into the sect's assembly hall. Liu Fei, clad in his elder robes, sat solemnly in the seat of honor. Before him gathered the sect's elders and core disciples, all having been notified that Elder Liu Fei would announce a major reform. The crowd murmured among themselves, speculating about what decision Liu Fei was about to make. Ahem. Liu Fei cleared his throat, silencing the clamor. I have called you here today to announce a system vital to the sect's future, the harem cultivation system. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, faces filled with shock and confusion. Elder Liu, what exactly is this harem cultivation system? An elder could not help but ask. Liu Fei rose to his feet, sweeping his gaze across the assembly, and said slowly, this system permits disciples to choose suitable partners for dual cultivation. Through this practice, they uplift one another and hasten their progress. I believe it will greatly enhance the strength of our disciples. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. A white-haired elder of the conservative faction abruptly stood up, his face flushed crimson. Though we have heard of dual cultivation, it is mostly employed by heretical paths. Our sect has always adhered to orthodox cultivation methods. How can we promote a system so contrary to tradition? Will this not reduce our sect to a laughingstock in the cultivation world? Indeed, Elder Liu, this cannot be done. Dual cultivation easily leads one to indulge in romantic passions and neglect true cultivation. The harm surely outweighs the benefit. Another elder chimed in, his face etched with worry and displeasure. Among the younger disciples below reaction, the eyes of some open-minded young disciples sparkled with excitement. Having long heard of the wonders of dual cultivation, they were eager at the chance to try it. Yet the more conservative young disciples hesitated. Though they yearned to grow stronger, they feared punishment for defying sect tradition. Humph. Elder Liu Fei has only just assumed his position, and already he dreams up these bizarre ideas. He is probably trying to cement his own authority, not advance the sect's welfare, a disciple muttered scornfully. Exactly. Maybe he simply wants to enjoy himself with his beloved beauties and drag us all into it, as well, another disciple sneered. Faced with opposition and doubt, Liu Fei remained unruffled. He smiled slightly and said, honored elders, fellow disciples, hear me out. Dual cultivation is no heretical art. In ancient times, many mighty cultivators strengthened themselves precisely through this method. Our sect now confronts countless challenges. To survive in this merciless world of cultivation, we must dare to embrace new approaches. Moreover, the harem cultivation system I propose is not without rules. Disciples may engage in dual cultivation only with mutual consent and without neglecting sect duties. They must also report their cultivation progress to the sect on a regular basis. In this way, we can both elevate our strength and ensure the sect continues to function smoothly. Su Qingxue then rose as well, supporting Liu Fei's position. Honored elders, fellow disciples, I have known Liu Fei for a long time. I know his heart is devoted entirely to the sect. If this harem cultivation system is implemented, it is undoubtedly a golden opportunity for us younger disciples to grow stronger. I am willing to be the first to try cultivating alongside Liu Fei to set an example for everyone. With that, Su Qingxue turned to Liu Fei, her eyes brimming with trust and support. The 7 women nodded in unison, pledging their full support for Liu Fei's reform. While Liu said whatever decision the master makes must have been reached after deep deliberation. I believe this system will surely make our sect mightier. Nangong Yueli added, yes, we should give Elder Liu a chance to prove the viability of this system. Under the persuasion of Liu Fei and the 7 women, some previously neutral elders and disciples began to waver. After pondering for a moment, a middle-aged elder said, what Elder Liu says makes sense. The competition in the cultivation world is fierce. We truly do need to make changes. Perhaps this harem cultivation system may bring new vitality to the sect. As more and more voices of support rang out, the objections of the conservative elders were gradually drowned out. In the end, after heated debate, the harem cultivation system was approved. Yet putting the system into practice proved far from smooth sailing. During implementation, Liu Fei discovered certain problems. Some disciples became so absorbed in romantic indulgence during dual cultivation that their cultivation progress declined instead of rising. Others even clashed with one another over suitable partners. Liu Fei realized the system still required refinement. One day, while organizing the sect's scripture pavilion, he stumbled upon a forgotten ancient tome. Its cover was worn and dust-laden. Curiosity piqued. Liu Fei opened the book and found cryptic clues about the sect's history. It turned out that long ago a predecessor of the sect had also attempted a similar cultivation system, only to fail for certain reasons. The tome also recorded taboos and cautions regarding dual cultivation, which Liu Fei treasured like a priceless gem. It seems implementing this system is far more complex than I imagined. But with these clues I will surely perfect it. Liu Fei resolved silently. In the days that followed, guided by the ancient book's revelations, Liu Fei made a series of adjustments and improvements to the harem cultivation system. He formulated detailed cultivation guidelines clarifying the rules and prohibitions of dual cultivation. At the same time, he strengthened supervision and management over the disciples to ensure they would not stray from the righteous path. At Su Qingxue's suggestion, Liu Fei began dual cultivation with her. They chose a secluded valley as their training ground. The valley was replete with spiritual energy, surrounded by dense forests like a paradise removed from the world. Liu Fei and Su Qingxue sat face to face, clasping hands as they began to channel their spiritual power. As their spiritual energies merged, a warm current flowed through their bodies, and their cultivation advanced at a noticeably faster pace. Moreover, through dual cultivation, their affection for each other deepened, and they gained a profound understanding of each other's hearts. Liu Fei, this dual cultivation method is truly miraculous. I feel my power surging, and my heart has drawn closer to yours. Su Qingxue opened her eyes and gazed at Liu Fei, her face radiant with happiness. Liu Fei smiled gently. Yes, senior sister Su. With you by my side, the path of cultivation has become all the more joyful. As the fruits of Liu Fei and Su Qingxue's dual cultivation became evident, more and more disciples began to embrace this method. Through everyone's collective efforts, the sect's overall strength gradually rose, and the bonds among disciples grew ever more harmonious. As for Liu Fei, through this series of reforms, he further cemented his standing within the sect. As Liu Fei and Su Qingxue began to savor the first fruits of dual cultivation, the skepticism within the sect over the harem cultivation system gradually faded, replaced by an eager enthusiasm among many disciples to give it a try. In the quiet valley, spiritual energy hung thick and hazy. The spiritual energy around Liu Fei and Su Qingxue swirled like interwoven ribbons of light, endlessly flowing, drawing envious glances from fellow disciples who passed by. Look, Elder Liu and Lady Su's dual cultivation method truly has such remarkable effects. I should find a good companion and try this new system myself. The young disciple's eyes sparkled with longing as he whispered to the companion beside him. Amid this wave of cultivation fervor, the feelings between Liu Fei and the 7 women grew even deeper. They stayed by Liu Fei's side at all times, offering advice for his cultivation and showing him thoughtful care in everyday life. Bai Liyue often used her exquisite fox spirit arts to ease Liu Fei's fatigue, while Nangong Yueli drew upon her family's rich heritage to share precious cultivation insights. One day, as the 7 women sat together, Su Qingxue parted her lips and said, "Sisters, in cultivating together with Liu Fei, I feel our affection deepening day by day. Why don't we prepare a special surprise for him?" All of them nodded, and in the meeting of their eyes, their hearts were in perfect accord. A few days later, when Liu Fei emerged from closed-door cultivation, the 7 women rushed over, blindfolded him, and led him forward. "Where are you taking me?" Liu Fei asked curiously, his heart full of expectation. When the blindfold was removed, a towering, magnificent, and breathtakingly beautiful palace came into view. The palace radiated a soft glow, its glazed golden roof tiles gleaming under the sun, and spiritual energy seemed to drift through the eaves and brackets. Above the gate, the 3 characters Chuanfang Hall were written with vigorous strength, exuding an air of mystery. "This is the private cultivation sanctuary we built for you. From now on, this will be our own little world," Su Qingxue said, her smile radiant and her eyes filled with pride. Liu Fei was deeply moved. He looked at each of the 7 women and turned, warmth surging in his chest. "Thank you all. Having you by my side is the greatest fortune of my life." Stepping into Chuanfang Hall, they found an entirely different world within. The spacious main hall was surrounded by lifelike murals depicting ancient cultivation scenes and mysterious runes. Several meditation cushions carved from spirit jade were placed in the hall. The spiritual energy there was so dense that it seemed almost physical, lingering in thin, unbroken wisps. Beyond the main hall stretched a tranquil garden where exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed in contention, each blossom releasing a unique fluctuation of spiritual power that refreshed the soul. At the center of the garden, a spirit spring bubbled forth, its waters crystal clear and brimming with boundless. Inside this hall are rare cultivation resources we painstakingly sought out, as well as a powerful formation carefully arranged to greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Nangong Yueli stepped forward and elaborated in detail. Liu Fei surveyed his surroundings, took a deep breath of the dense spiritual energy, and felt utterly relaxed, as if even his cultivation bottleneck had loosened somewhat. "With such a precious place, we will certainly ascend to an even higher level of strength," he said, his gaze resolute as it rested on the 7 women. From then on, Liu Fei and the 7 women began secluded cultivation in Chuanfang Hall. Each morning, everyone sat around the spirit jade cushions and circulated their spiritual energy. As their cultivation arts revolved, the hall's formation activated, with flashing light. Dense spiritual energy poured into their meridians like surging tides. Liu Fei unleashed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art. Golden sword chi crisscrossed through the air, answering the 7 women's spiritual energy and colliding into brilliant sparks. Su Qingxue commanded ice attribute spiritual energy, crystalline ice blades swirling around her and becoming even sharper under Liu Fei's sword chi. Bai Liu's 9 tails danced as her enchanting power merged with her cultivation energy, causing her cultivation speed to multiply. During a break in cultivation, the 7 women strolled through the garden, with Liu Fei exchanging insights. "Master, I feel that within this hall my fox spirit bloodline is growing purer, and my strength is rising at an astonishing rate," Bai Liu said playfully, her eyes brimming with joy. "Yes, Liu Fei, this Chuanfang Hall is truly miraculous. My comprehension of my family's cultivation art has deepened remarkably." Nangong Yueli agreed, her eyes shimmering with hope for the future. Liu Fei listened with a smile, occasionally offering incisive observations, earning approving nods from the 7 women. As time went on, the cultivation results of Liu Fei and the 7 women in Chuanfang Hall became remarkable. At one sect martial arts gathering, Liu Fei took the stage with the 7 women. With a blur of motion, Liu Fei exploded with chaos force, instantly reducing several massive boulders to dust. Exclamations rose from the disciples below. "Elder Liu's strength is terrifying. It hasn't been long, yet he has improved so much." The 7 women also displayed what they had learned. Ice arts that exuded bone-piercing cold charms that seized the heart, and family secret arts of astonishing power. Their coordination was so seamless that they seemed to move as one, and the crowd stared in awe. "Is this the fruit of cultivating in Chuanfang Hall? Astonishing. If only I could have such an opportunity," a disciple murmured, his eyes full of envy. Back then we said Elder Liu's system was unreliable, but now it seems we were all wrong." Another disciple lowered his head and whispered, his face colored with shame. However, during their cultivation in Chuanfang Hall, Liu Fei began to notice certain anomalies. Late at night, some mysterious runes in the hall would flicker with a faint light, and the spirit spring in the garden would occasionally ripple with strange patterns, as if an ancient power was slowly awakening from slumber. One day, Liu Fei shared his discovery with the 7 women, and all of them were startled. Could this hall be hiding some unknown secret? Su Qingxue's delicate brows knit slightly, a touch of concern flickering in her eyes. "No matter what, if we search together, we will surely uncover the truth." Liu Fei clenched his fist, his eyes resolute. Afterward, in their spare time outside cultivation, Liu Fei and the 7 women began to investigate the abnormal phenomena in the hall. They pored over countless ancient texts to decipher the runes' meanings, and set up spiritual energy monitoring formations beside the spirit spring to observe the patterns of the ripples. During one in-depth investigation, Bai Liu suddenly exclaimed, "Master, I have discovered that these runes seem to be connected to an ancient great war. Perhaps this hall hides a key power that can turn the tide of battle." Hearing this, everyone's spirits soared, and they looked forward all the more to uncovering the deeper secrets of Chuanfang Hall. Yet that secret, like a stone dropped into a calm lake, was destined to set off far greater waves in the days to come, bringing more unknown challenges and surprises to the path of immortal cultivation for Liu Fei and the 7 women. After days of immersion in cultivation within the Chuanfang Hall, Liu Fei could clearly sense that he was merely a step away from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. On this day, he slowly opened his eyes, a resolute glint flickering within them, and resolved inwardly, "Today I shall attempt to break through to foundation establishment." The 7 maidens sensed Liu Fei's unusual state and gathered around him. Su Qingxue, with concern in her eyes, asked softly, "Liu Fei, are you about to break through?" Liu Fei nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, I have sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. However, the foundation establishment tribulation lightning is extraordinarily formidable. Though I have confidence, I still require the assistance of you sisters. That goes without saying. We will naturally do everything in our power to help you." Bai Liu, it gently swayed, her 9 tails determination shining in her eyes. Well aware of the peril posed by the foundation establishment tribulation lightning, the 7 maidens deliberated and decided to employ the 7-star spirit gathering formation to aid Liu Fei. This formation had been meticulously devised by the 7 maidens based on their respective elemental affinities and spiritual energy characteristics. Although they had never performed it before, they believed that their profound bond and tacit understanding would unleash formidable power. The 7-star spirit gathering formation requires the 7 of us to use our own spiritual energy as a conduit, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Liu Fei to help him stabilize his foundation during the tribulation. However, once this formation is activated, the 7 of us will also suffer the backlash of the tribulation lightning, Su Qingxue explained to Liu Fei. "No, this is too dangerous. I cannot let you take such a risk for my sake." Nangong Yueli stepped forward, taking Liu Fei's hand, and said softly, "Liu Fei, our minds are made up. If you wish to successfully transcend the tribulation, this formation is indispensable. Moreover, the 7 of us have shared life and death with you. How could we fear this backlash?" Looking at the resolute gazes of the 7 maidens, Liu Fei was deeply moved. He nodded slightly and said, "Very well then, I shall be indebted to you sisters." The 7 maidens swiftly dispersed and took their positions according to the formation's layout. They formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations as their spiritual energy surged wildly. Su Qingxue's surroundings radiated biting cold as ice blue spiritual energy swirled around her like ribbons. Bai Liu's 9 tails blazed with brilliant light, her enchanting charm merging with her spiritual energy to emanate a strange radiance. Nangong Yueli employed her family's secret art, her golden spiritual energy burning fiercely like flames. As the 7 maidens released their spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge wildly. The previously clear sky instantly became shrouded in dark clouds. Thick layers of clouds roiled like ink, rapidly gathering toward Liu Fei's direction. Within the clouds, bolts of violet lightning flickered, and faint rumbles could be heard, as if heralding the dreadful tribulation to come. "Look, what is that?" A passing sect disciple pointed at the sky and exclaimed. The crowd looked up and saw mysterious blade patterns appearing within the tribulation clouds. The blade patterns glimmered with a dark red light, as if forged from blood, emanating a terrifying bone. At the same time, the god-slaying sword at Yunzai's waist began to tremble violently, emitting a continuous hum, as if responding to the blade patterns in the clouds. "Thighs! What is going on? Why do blade patterns appear in the tribulation clouds, and why is Miss Yunzai's sword stirring so strangely? Could Liu Fei's tribulation be abnormal? Perhaps he has cultivated some evil art and attracted such bizarre tribulation lightning." The sect disciples buzzed with discussion, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Some even revealed expressions of fear, as if sensing an impending disaster. She gripped the god-slaying sword tightly, her brows knitted as an inexplicable unease surged within her heart. "These blade patterns. Why do they feel so familiar, as if they have an inextricable connection with me?" she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Liu Fei paid no attention to these matters. He activated his Chaos Bloodline, flooding his entire body with chaotic power, preparing to face the imminent tribulation lightning. The 7-star spirit gathering formation laid by the 7 maidens had already taken shape. Dense spiritual energy surged toward Liu Fei like billowing tides, tightly enveloping him. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the first bolt of heavenly lightning descended. Like a colossal violet dragon carrying world-destroying might, it hurtled toward Liu Fei. Liu Fei's gaze was unwavering. Neither dodging nor evading, he activated his chaos lightning body and charged straight at the heavenly lightning. "Liu Fei, be careful!" The 7 maidens cried out in unison, their eyes filled with worry. The heavenly lightning collided with Liu Fei's body, producing a deafening boom. In an instant, radiance burst forth in all directions as powerful waves of energy spread outward. The 7-star spirit gathering formation maintained by the 7 maidens also suffered the impact. Their bodies trembled slightly and traces of blood seeped from the corners of their lips, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Humph, this brat truly overestimates himself, daring to withstand the heavenly lightning heathen. I reckon he'll either die or be severely injured this time, sneered a disciple who harbored resentment toward Liu Fei. However, when the radiance dissipated, everyone saw Liu Fei standing safely in place. A faint layer of golden light, the protective barrier formed by his chaotic power, covered the surface of his body. Thighs. How is this possible? He actually managed to block the first bolt of heavenly lightning. Could Liu Fei really possess some extraordinary ability? The faces of the crowd were filled with astonishment. Those who had previously mocked Liu Fei now fell silent, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Boom. The second bolt of heavenly lightning descended immediately, its might even greater than the first. Liu Fei took a deep breath, activated his chaotic power, and charged forward once again. This time the force of the heavenly lightning caused his body to tremble slightly, yet he still stood firmly in place. Seeing this, the seven maidens intensified their spiritual energy output, and the radiance of the seven-star spirit gathering formation grew ever more dazzling. With the help of the seven maidens, Liu Fei successfully weathered the second bolt of heavenly lightning. Sisters, let us exert ourselves. We must help Liu Fei transcend this tribulation. Su Qingxue shouted, her hand seals changing even more swiftly. All right, the seven maidens answered in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Boom. The third bolt of heavenly lightning descended, its power surpassing anything the crowd could have imagined. The entire sky was illuminated by this bolt, and the ground began to tremble violently, as if the end of the world were imminent. Liu Fei felt unprecedented pressure. Under the onslaught of the heavenly lightning, fine cracks appeared across his body. Blood seeped from the cracks, staining his robes red. Yet he still clenched his teeth and endured with unyielding will. The faces of the seven maidens had turned extremely pale, and their bodies swayed unsteadily, but they desperately maintained the seven-star spirit gathering formation. I cannot give up. We must save Liu Fei. Liu Wan'er recited silently. She ignited her fox fire and poured all her power into the formation. With the full support of the seven maidens, Liu Fei let out a furious roar and unleashed the Chaos Green Lotus Sword art. A golden sword chi shot into the sky, clashing heathen with the third bolt of heavenly lightning. After a thunderous explosion, the heavenly lightning was shattered by the sword chi and dispersed into the air. Liu Fei, while maneuvering around the Godslayer Saber Master, concentrated entirely on sensing the fluctuations of the Blood Demon Ancestor's memory fragments within his body. He discovered that whenever the Godslayer Saber Master launched a ferocious attack, the fragment's resonance grew stronger, as if instinctively responding to the Godslayer Saber Master's power. Could these fragments share some special connection with the Godslayer Saber Master? Liu Fei mused inwardly. He decided to take a gamble and try to actively channel the power of the fragments. After yet another block against the Godslayer Saber Master's fierce slash, Liu Fei seized the brief lull created by the collision of their forces, activated his primordial Chaos Bloodline, and sank his consciousness deep within himself, attempting to establish an even deeper communion with the Blood Demon Ancestor's memory fragments. Meanwhile, the battle outside continued to rage. How could the Godslayer Saber Master let such a fleeting chance slip away? He bellowed, raised his long blade high with both hands, and the dark red blade radiance instantly surged by dozens of feet. The runes on the blade gleamed with flowing light, as though gathering power for the killing blow. Die, Liu Fei. Today is your doom. The Godslayer Saber Master roared, then he chopped down at Liu Fei with all his might and boundless killing intent. Liu Wan'er watched anxiously from the side. She knew all too well the power of that strike. If it landed on Liu Fei, the consequences would be unthinkable. Master. Liu Wan'er charged forward without hesitation. The foxfire around her burned ever more fiercely, and her nine tails lashed madly through the air, releasing a dense seductive charm. She tried to use her power to disrupt the Godslayer Saber Master, even if only to buy Liu Fei a moment to die. Yet the Godslayer Saber Master's strike was far too mighty. Liu's seductive charm seemed almost negligible before that heaven-destroying, earth-shattering force. Wherever the blade radiance passed, the air was torn apart in an instant, forming a huge black rift that swept toward Liu Wan'er and Liu Fei. At this critical hair-trigger moment, Liu Fei finally forged a wondrous connection with the Blood Demon Ancestor's memory fragments. He snapped his eyes open, purple lightning crackling in his gaze, and shouted, "Freeze." In that instant, a mysterious force surged from his body, resonating even more violently with the Blood Demon aura emanating from the Godslayer Saber Master. The previously unstoppable Godslayer Saber Master suddenly froze. The long blade that had been descending at full force slowed abruptly, just a hair's breadth from Liu Fei's head, as if trapped in an invisible viscous fluid. What is going on? The Godslayer Saber Master's eyes were full of shock and incredulity. He struggled to free himself from the mysterious force's restraint, only to discover his movements were severely hindered. He thrashed about, desperately swinging the long blade over and over in an attempt to smash through the bizarre situation, but every effort was futile. Did you ever think a mere remnant soul like you would face a day like this? Liu Fei sneered coldly. Seizing the chance, he activated his primordial chaos thunder body, and the purple lightning around him instantly thickened. The bolts interwove into complex thunder runes that revolved around his body. The golden longsword in Liu Fei's hand blazed with light. He unleashed the exquisite swordplay of the primordial chaos azure lotus sword, his sword shadows flickering as he attacked the Godslayer Saber Master. No. Impossible. How can you, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, resist my attack? The Godslayer Saber Master howled maniacally, his body trembling non-stop under the mysterious force's suppression. Yet he was after all a powerful foe of the immortal emperor from that past life. Even in a remnant soul state, his will to resist remained formidable. He summoned the remaining power inside him, striving to break through the shackles and launch a final showdown with Liu Fei. Meanwhile, the surrounding sect disciples were stunned by the thrilling spectacle. Watching the fierce battle between Liu Fei and the Godslayer Saber Master, they were filled with shock and awe. Those who had once sneered at Liu Fei and looked down on him now had their eyes wide open, unable to believe this Liu Fei. He can really contend with such a mighty enemy and even gain the upper hand. Yes, we all underestimated him. Who could have imagined he possessed such terrifying strength? The disciples' murmurs rose and fell, but Liu Fei and the Godslayer Saber Master had no time to pay them. On the battlefield, their powers collided, endlessly flashes of light bursting with each exchange. Every clash triggered violent spiritual energy fluctuations, making the ground tremble, and huge cracks spread outward like a spider's web. She stood off to the side, tightly gripping the Godslayer's sword. Her gaze was locked onto the battlefield, anxiety raging in her heart. The sword trembled unceasingly in her hand, as if it too were excited by the fierce battle. Within Yun's mind, fragmented images of her past life continued to flicker. She focused her while trying to piece together useful information from those broken scenes. Suddenly, an image surfaced with perfect clarity. In an ancient palace, she stood opposite the Godslayer Saber Master, each holding a long blade, while a dense blood demon aura filled the space around them. On the palace walls, strange runes were carved. They emitted a faint glow as if telling an untold history. These runes, could they have something to do with the battle before me? Yun's heart stirred. She carefully combed through every detail of that scene. Just then she noticed that the runes on the long blade in the Godslayer Saber Master's hand resembled the runes on the palace walls. Perhaps this is the key to defeating him. She gritted her teeth and resolved to take a risk. Drawing a deep breath, she circulated the spiritual energy in her body and sank her consciousness into the Godslayer's sword. She tried to establish a connection with the Godslayer Saber Master through the Godslayer sword, hoping to find a way to unravel his power. With Yun's effort, the Godslayer's sword trembled more violently. A faint gleam lit up from the blade, gradually resonating with the runes on the Godslayer Saber Master's long blade. What is happening? Sensing something unusual, the Godslayer Saber Master turned toward Yun, surprise and fear flickering across his eyes. What have you done to my blade? She didn't answer. She concentrated solely on guiding the resonance between the Godslayer's sword and the runes on the long blade. Gradually, she found that she could perceive fragments of the Godslayer Saber Master's memories. In those memory fragments, she saw scenes of the Godslayer Saber Master colluding with the blood demon ancestor and the brutal scenes of them sacrificing countless lives in their pursuit of immense power. She also saw scenes of her past self fighting side by side with Liu Fei against the Godslayer Saber Master and the blood demon ancestor. In my past life, Liu Fei and I were lovers. Together we fought against those evil forces protecting the immortal realm. Yun's heart swelled with a tangle of emotions, surprise at the past life memories and heartache for Liu Fei. She became even more determined to help him defeat the Godslayer Saber Master. Godslayer Saber Master, your doom has arrived. She let out a crisp battle cry, manipulating the Godslayer's sword to unleash a formidable sword chi. The sword chi carried her memories of the past life and her fury toward the forces of evil. It shot toward the Godslayer Saber Master, perfectly complementing Liu Fei's attack. Under the combined attack of Liu Fei and Yun, the Godslayer Saber Master could no longer endure. His body began to crack and the dark red glow steadily faded. No, I refuse to accept this. The Godslayer Saber Master let out a desperate roar, his body gradually dissipating under the impact of overwhelming power. However, just as the Godslayer Saber Master's remnant soul was about to vanish completely, a dark red beam of light suddenly shot out from his body and flew toward Yun. A streak of dark crimson light shot toward Yun like a bolt of lightning. Before she could even react, it vanished into the center of her brow. Yun felt a violent pain ripple through her mind, as though a powerful and evil force was trying to corrode her consciousness. She squeezed her eyes shut, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as her body began to tremble. Yun. Seeing this, Liu Fei was greatly alarmed. Abandoning his struggle against the fading God-slaying Blade Master, he turned and dashed toward Yun. Yet at that very moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky rolled once more, emitting low rumbling thunder as if to remind Liu Fei that the heavenly tribulation was not over. Boom. An even thicker heavenly thunderbolt crashed down, aimed squarely at Liu Fei. He gritted his teeth, knowing that he could not retreat now. He activated his Chaos Bloodline, spreading chaotic power throughout his body, while also summoning the newly awakened Chaos Thunder body. Violet lightning crackled wildly around him, forming a solid shield of thunder. The heavenly thunder hammered into the lightning shield with a deafening explosion. In an instant, overwhelming force engulfed Liu Fei, and radiant light blazed in every direction, making it impossible to see what was happening within. All around, the sect disciples held their breath in nervous tension, their eyes locked tightly on the mass of thunder, their hearts full of worry. This Liu Fei, can he really withstand this heavenly thunder? A disciple murmured, his voice tinged with I doubt it. The power of this tribulation is too great, and what's more, he fought that mysterious god-slaying blade master before this, consuming no small amount of his strength. Another disciple shook his head, his eyes filled with skepticism. Yet just as everyone believed Liu Fei had little chance of surviving, the thunderlight gradually dissipated, and his figure reappeared before their eyes. Although his body was somewhat battered, his robes tattered, and his hair disheveled, he still stood steadfast, his eyes revealing determination and unyielding defiance. Furthermore, after being tempered by that heavenly thunderbolt, his Chaos Thunder body seemed even more stable, and the violet lightning crackling around him shone with even greater brilliance. How is this possible? He actually managed to withstand it. Senior brother Liu Fei is too amazing. I said earlier that he was overestimating himself. It seems I was wrong. The disciples' cries of astonishment rose one after another. Those who had once sneered at Liu Fei were now covered in shame, and their hearts filled with admiration for him. Meanwhile, Yunxi's condition was not optimistic. Her body continued to tremble, her hands clutched tightly around her head, and her face was contorted with pain. The remnant soul of the god-slaying blade master was thrashing wildly inside her, attempting to seize her consciousness. Yunxi gritted her teeth, circulated her spiritual power, and launched a fierce struggle against the remnant soul. Yunxi, hang on. Su Qingxue rushed to Yunxi's side. Reaching out her hand, she slowly infused ice spiritual power into Yunxi's body, trying to relieve her pain. The ice spiritual power flowed through Yunxi's meridians like a cool spring, easing some of her suffering. Senior Sister Su, I'm fine. I will definitely overcome this remnant soul, Yunxi said through gritted teeth, her gaze resolute. Meanwhile, Liu Fei turned his attention back to the thunder tribulation. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were still churning, and the fifth heavenly thunderbolt was gathering. Liu Fei took a deep breath. He knew that every thunderbolt to come would be more powerful than the last, so he had to give his all. Boom! The fifth heavenly thunderbolt descended. Its might was even more terrifying than before. It was no longer pure violet, but streaked with gold, as if containing some mysterious power. Liu Fei did not dare to be the least bit careless. He unleashed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art, sending golden sword chi crashing into the heavenly thunder with a violent roar. Under the impact of the heavenly thunder, Liu Fei was knocked back several steps, but relying on the formidable defense of his Chaos Thunder body, he forced himself to withstand the thunderbolt. Moreover, during his struggle against the heavenly thunder, he found that his control over the Chaos Thunder body had grown even more adept. The power of thunder within him flowed more smoothly than ever. This Chaos Thunder body is truly magical. With it, I am certain to survive this tribulation. Liu Fei rejoiced inwardly. Just then, Yunxi suddenly let out an agonized scream. It turned out that the remnant soul of the god-slaying blade master had launched a fierce attack within her body, trying to take over her consciousness in one blow. Yunxi's pupils instantly transformed into the shape of blades, radiating a dark red glow. The god-slaying sword in her hand also began to show crack after crack. No, Yunxi is about to be taken over by the remnant soul, Su Qingxue cried out. Just as everyone was frantic with anxiety, Yunxi suddenly activated her spiritual power and forcibly suppressed the remnant soul of the god-slaying blade master. Her eyes gradually became clear again, but her pupils still retained the shape of blades. I did it. I devoured the blade master's remnant soul. Yun, she said weakly. As Yunxi devoured the blade master's remnant soul, images suddenly flashed through her mind. They were the first two forms of the 9 god-slaying slashes. Yunxi's heart stirred. Gripping the god-slaying sword, she followed the images in her mind and executed the first form of the 9 god-slaying slashes, river severing. A streak of fierce sword chi shot forth from the sword. As it passed, it carved a deep furrow into the ground, running all the way into the distance. Is this the power of the 9 god-slaying slashes? How terrifying. Miss Yunxi has actually unlocked such a powerful move. The disciples were once again stunned by the scene before them. They looked at Yunxi with awe in their eyes. Meanwhile, on Liu Fei's side, the 6th heavenly thunderbolt had already fallen. The thunderbolt descended upon Liu Fei with the force to annihilate everything in its path. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, and faced the heavenly thunder heathen. Yet just as the heavenly thunder was about to strike him, a mysterious voice sounded in his mind. Do you think this thunder tribulation is merely a test of your strength? It is also the chance to awaken the memories of your past life. Liu Fei's heart jolted. He wanted to ask the origin of the voice, but the heavenly thunder had already slammed fiercely into his body. The tremendous force instantly flung him through the air. His body traced an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Liu Fei. The 7 women cried out in unison, all of them rushing toward him. Su Qingxue was the first to reach Liu Fei's side. She helped him up, her eyes full of concern. Liu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. I'm fine. This thunder tribulation is somewhat strange. Just now I heard a mysterious voice. Just as everyone was puzzled, the 7th heavenly thunderbolt descended in the sky. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, stood up once again, and activated his Chaos Thunder body, preparing to undergo the baptism of the heavenly thunder. Liu Fei struggled to his feet as the 7th heavenly thunderclap, carrying the might to annihilate heaven and earth, bore down upon him. He activated the Chaos Thunder body, and violet lightning flickered wildly across his skin like a thunder beast poised to strike. The heavenly thunder crashed down violently, colliding with the lightning shield around him. With a deafening boom, the tremendous impact drove Liu Fei's feet deep into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet relying on the resilience of the Chaos Thunder body, he withstood the blow. The chaotic power and lightning force within him interwove, and each tribulation thunder he endured made his mastery over the Chaos Thunder body more adept. This Liu Fei, he can still endure. Could he truly be blessed by the gods? A sect elder watching from afar widened his eyes, his face full of shock. Earlier he had doubted whether Liu Fei could withstand the thunder tribulation, but now he was utterly convinced by the scene before him. If I used to think he was merely lucky, now it seems we underestimated him. Another elder wearing a look of shame spoke in a low voice. Meanwhile, after Yunxi successfully executed the first slash of the god-slaying 9 slashes, severing the river, the memories of the 9 slashes in her mind grew increasingly clear. She was eager to continue practicing, trying to fully master this formidable sword art. However, just as she focused her mind and prepared to execute the second slash, the consciousness of the god-slaying saber master's remnant soul silently stirred within her. Yunxi's gaze instantly became dazed, and the god-slaying sword in her hand trembled slightly. Yunxi, what's wrong? Nangong Yueli noticed the abnormality and walked over with concern. Yunxi did not respond. A flash of dark red light passed through her eyes, the aura of the god-slaying saber master. Suddenly, she violently swung the god-slaying sword, sending a sharp sword aura slashing toward Nangong Yueli. Nangong Yueli had no time to dodge. The sword aura grazed her shoulder, and blood instantly stained her robes. Nangong. Su Qingxue cried out in alarm and rushed over to support the injured Nangong Yueli. Everyone's gaze turned to Yunxi. Her state at that moment was extremely eerie, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if she had lost all self-awareness. Yunxi, snap out of it. Bai Liu shouted anxiously. She tried to awaken Yunxi using the seductive power of a fox demon, but to no avail. What is going on? Why would Yunxi suddenly attack Lady Nangong? Could it be that after devouring the Saber Master's remnant soul, she has been controlled by his consciousness? The sect disciples murmured among themselves, their faces filled with fear and confusion. They looked at Yunxi as if she had become a terrifying monster. At this moment, a fierce struggle was raging within Yunxi's mind. The remnant soul consciousness of the god-slaying Saber Master continued to erode her thoughts, attempting to completely seize her body. Little girl, do you think that by devouring my remnant soul, you can master the god-slaying 9 slashes? How naive. This sword art was originally mine. Now I will reclaim control of your body and make you my puppet. The Saber Master's remnant soul voice echoed in Yunxi's mind. No, I won't let you succeed. Yunxi clenched her teeth, a strong resistance surging in her heart. She thought of the moments she had shared with Liu Fei and her sisters, of the trials of life and death they had endured together. I cannot let you control me. I must protect my friends, protect Liu Fei. Yunxi roared in her heart. Supported by this powerful conviction, she channeled the spiritual power within her, doing everything to suppress the remnant soul consciousness of the god-slaying Saber Master. Her body trembled slightly, and sweat beads the size of beans rolled down her forehead, but her gaze grew ever more resolute. I will surely defeat you, Yunxi murmured inwardly. With her efforts, the dark red glow in her eyes gradually faded, and her consciousness slowly returned to clarity. When she saw the injured Nangong Yueli, guilt filled her heart. Nangong, I'm sorry. Yunxi's voice choked with emotion. Nangong Yueli endured the pain and forced a faint smile. Yunxi, I'm fine. Don't blame yourself. I know it wasn't intentional. However, the remnant soul of the god-slaying Saber Master did not give up. It planted the god-slaying mark within Yunxi's body, a mark like a time bomb that could erupt at any moment and seize control of her consciousness. Little girl, do you think you can get rid of me so easily? This god-slaying mark will remain forever. One day I will have complete control over you. The Saber Master's remnant soul sneered within Yunzai's mind. Yunxi ignored the threat of the Saber Master's remnant soul. She knew well that she must master the God-slaying 9 slashes as soon as possible in order to gain enough power to fight against the remnant soul and protect those around her. She took a deep breath and raised the God-slaying sword once more, preparing to execute the second slash of the God-slaying 9 slashes. Be careful, Yunxi, Su Qingxue called out worriedly. Yunxi nodded slightly, signaling everyone to be at ease. She focused her mind, placing all her attention on the sword in her hand. As she moved, the surrounding air seemed to be twisted by an immense force, and the God-slaying sword glimmered with an eerie light. God-slaying 9 slashes second slash, rending the sky. Yunxi let out a crisp shout and swung the sword in her hand. A dazzling sword aura shot forth, instantly tearing through space and leaving a long black rift in the air. Within the rift, tremendous power surged, as if connecting to another world. This sword aura was far more powerful than the first slash, severing the river. Wherever it passed, the ground was forcibly torn open into a bottomless chasm, and the surrounding trees were instantly shredded into powder by the sword aura. This is the power of the second slash of the God-slaying 9 slashes. Terrifying. Miss Yunxi is truly remarkable. Even disturbed by the Saber Master's remnant soul, she can still unleash such a powerful technique. The sect disciples were once again stunned by Yunzai's strength. Those who had once sneered at her now fell silent, their hearts filled with awe. However, Yunxi knew she was far from enough. She had to master the remaining slashes as quickly as possible to truly escape the threat of the God-slaying Saber Master's remnant soul. She looked at Liu Fei, who was enduring the baptism of heavenly thunder with all his might. Each thunderbolt struck, causing him immense pain, yet he still gritted his teeth and persisted. A firm conviction surged in Yunzai's heart. Liu Fei, I will definitely master the God-slaying 9 slashes and help you get through the thunder tribulation. Just then the 8th heavenly thunder began to gather in the sky. This thunderbolt was thicker and darker in color than the previous ones, as if it contained boundless dark power. Liu Fei took a deep breath. He knew this thunder would be the greatest challenge he had faced so far. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body, preparing to meet the thunder's arrival. Meanwhile, Yunxi, after successfully executing the second slash, did not pause for a moment and continued to study the third slash of the God-slaying 9 slashes. Her mind repeatedly recalled the memories of the Saber Master's remnant soul, trying to find the key to unraveling the third slash. As time passed, Yunzai's gaze grew more focused, and the God-slaying sword in her hand began to emanate an even more powerful aura. This Yunxi, does she still want to unleash an even stronger technique? Is she not afraid of being controlled by the Saber Master's remnant soul again? A disciple muttered under his breath, his eyes full of doubt. Exactly. She nearly lost control before, and now she's still taking such a risk. How reckless. Another disciple chimed in, a look of disdain on his face. However, she turned a deaf ear to these remarks. She was immersed in comprehending the God-slaying 9 slashes, completely losing herself. Finally, after a period of rigorous pondering, a flash of realization crossed Yunzai's eyes. I see it now. So the key to the third slash lies in. She thought to herself. She slowly raised the God-slaying sword, and the spiritual power within her body began to surge wildly. God-slaying 9 slashes third slash, shattering heaven. She shouted loudly and swung the sword in her hand. This time the sword aura was no longer a single stream, but transformed into countless fine sword auras, like a boundless rain of swords shooting forward. Wherever the sword aura passed, space seemed to be sliced by countless blades, emitting a sizzling sound. Black cracks spread through the air, and the entire heaven and earth seemed about to be torn apart by this force. How is this possible? She actually unleashed an even more powerful technique. Miss Yunxi is truly incredible. I said she couldn't do it before. It seems I was wrong. The disciples who had once doubted and scorned Yunxi were now struck dumb by the scene before them, their faces etched with shock and regret. As Yunxi executed the third slash of the God-slaying 9 slashes, Liu Fei also faced the 8th heavenly thunder. The thunder, bearing boundless dark power, lunged toward Liu Fei like a ferocious beast. Liu Fei was not afraid. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body, gathering all his strength in his palms, ready to meet this fatal strike. Come on, Liu Fei shouted, thrusting his hands forward. Violet lightning flickered at his palms, forming a massive light. The heavenly thunder slammed fiercely into the shield. The immense force instantly shattered the shield, and Liu Fei's body was sent flying by the impact. He traced an arc through the air and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Liu Fei! The 7 women cried out in unison, their eyes filled with worry. Su Qingxue by Liu and the others wanted to rush over to check Liu Fei's injuries, but were blocked by the residual might of the heavenly thunder. No, I cannot fall. Liu Fei struggled to his feet, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained resolute. He knew he had to persist, or all his previous efforts would be in vain. At this moment, seeing Liu Fei injured, she became even more anxious. She decided to use the third slash of the God-slaying 9 slashes she had just comprehended to share the pressure for Liu Fei. She pointed the God-slaying sword toward the sky, channeling all the spiritual power in her body, and unleashed the third slash once more. Countless sword auras shot toward the heavenly thunder, colliding with its power. For a moment, light radiated in all directions, and powerful fluctuations echoed between heaven and earth. With Yun's eyes help, Liu Fei successfully withstood most of the 8th heavenly thunder's power. He cast a grateful glance at Yun. She then continued to operate the Chaos Thunder body, preparing for the next challenge. Meanwhile, after repeatedly unleashing the third slash, Yun's eyes body was somewhat weary. But she knew she could not let her guard down. Gazing at the 9th heavenly thunder about to fall from the sky, she thought to herself, this 9th thunder must be even more terrifying. I must find a way to help Liu Fei survive this tribulation. Just then she suddenly felt the God-slaying mark stirring within her again. The consciousness of the Saber Master's remnant soul seemed to want to take advantage of her exhaustion to seize her body once more. Within Yun's eyes body, the God-slaying mark pulsed violently like a bomb on the verge of detonation. The consciousness of the Blade Master's remnant soul inundated her mind like surging tides, submerging her thoughts in an instant. Her eyes were once again engulfed by a dark red glow, her gaze filled with madness and killing intent. Uncontrollably, she tilted her head back and let out a piercing shriek so saturated with pain and struggle that it made everyone's scalp crawl. Yunxi. Su Qingxue's heart blazed with anxiety. She tried to rush over, but the blood demon force erupting from Yun, she sent her staggering back several steps, almost causing her to fall. This Blade Master's remnant soul is far too tenacious. Even now it still tries to counterattack. An elder frowned, gazing at Yunxi with deep worry and helplessness. Exactly. Earlier when we saw Miss Yunxi successfully execute the God-slaying 9 slashes, I thought she could completely suppress it. Never did I imagine. Another elder shook his head and sighed, disappointment heavy in his voice. I said long ago that this girl's reckless devouring of the remnant soul was asking for trouble. Now look, she's probably going to lose herself to it. A shrill voice rose from the crowd, dripping with derision. Just as everyone was talking the scene in Yunxi's mind suddenly shifted, and a wedding tableau emerged. She was clad in a phoenix coronet and richly embroidered bridal robes, her makeup flawless. Yet the groom beside her was none other than the God-slaying Blade Master. The immortal realm around her was a desolate ruin. Immortal mountains had collapsed, spirit rivers had run dry, and countless remnant immortal souls wandered and wailed amid the debris. The air was thick with the stench of blood. This brutal scene stood in stark contrast to the festive wedding dress she wore, stabbing a sharp pain through her heart. No, this is not real. Yun, she cried out in her heart. She tried to resist the vision and the erosion of the Blade Master's remnant soul, but the power was too overwhelming. She felt her consciousness slowly being devoured, and her body slipping beyond her control, while the God-slaying sword in her hand rose high, its tip aimed at her own chest. Yunxi, no. Seeing this, Liu Fei was frantic with worry. Paying no heed to his own injuries, he activated his Chaos Bloodline and burned his Chaos Blood. In a flash, his body was wrapped in golden flames that carried the primordial aura of chaos, scorching and wild. I will never let you hurt Yunxi. Liu Fei roared and charged toward Yunxi. This Liu Fei hasn't even recovered from the thunder tribulation, and he still wants to save someone else. What arrogance. Exactly. Who knows, he might even be wounded by Yunxi. Then both of them will suffer. Those voices of doubt and contempt rang out again, but Liu Fei acted as if he hadn't heard them. In his eyes there was only Yunxi. Meanwhile, the 7 women knew the situation was critical. They exchanged glances, understanding one another at once. To save Yunxi and help Liu Fei, we must not retreat. Su Qingxue's gaze was resolute. She was the first to summon her life-bound treasure, the Ice Soul Pearl. The pearl radiated a faint azure glow as it hovered in midair, releasing endless frigid power in an attempt to freeze the rampaging blood demon force around Yunxi. Bai Liue did not hesitate either. Her 9 tails swayed at the same time, and a fox spirit jade pendant radiating a bewitching charm flew from her hand, merging into the power of the Ice Soul Pearl. The two forces echoed each other, actually causing the surrounding blood demon force to stall for an instant. Sisters charged together. At Nangong Yueli's shout, the 7 women all summoned their life-bound treasure. For a time, brilliance blazed as spiritual power of every attribute interwove, forming a formidable defensive barrier that enveloped Yunxi and Liu Fei. It shut out external disturbances and strove to stabilize the chaotic forces within Yunxi's body. Liu Fei rushed to Yunxi's side and reached out, trying to seize the hand that raised the sword. But with Yunxi controlled by the Blade Master's remnant soul, her power had soared, and Liu Fei could hardly get close for a moment. Yunxi, wake up. It's me, Liu Fei. Liu Fei shouted, his voice laden with anxiety and tenderness. Yunxi's body froze slightly, as if the shout had helped her regain a shred of awareness. But how could the Blade Master's remnant soul yield so easily? You want to save her? It won't be that easy. The remnant soul's voice came from Yunxi's mouth, full of malice. The god-slaying sword in her hand stabbed fiercely at Liu Fei so fast that no one could react in time. Liu Fei hurriedly dodged to the side, while activating the Chaos Thunder body. A sudden idea struck him. Since this remnant soul fears lightning, I'll use Heavenly Thunder to force it out. With that in mind, Liu Fei circulated his spiritual power through his whole body, causing the Chaos Thunder body within him to resonate with the thunder tribulation in the sky. The clouds that had been gathering the ninth bolt of Heavenly Thunder abruptly churned even more violently. Streams of violet lightning flickered and leapt among the clouds as if answering Liu Fei's call. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt as thick as an arm crashed down from the clouds, aimed straight at Liu Fei. He did not evade, he let it strike him. Under the thunderbolt's impact, lightning flashed across his body as overwhelming thunderous power surged through his veins. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Liu Fei guided that lightning power into Yunshi's body. Oh! Yunshi let out a miserable cry, and the consciousness of the Blade Master's remnant soul began to struggle violently under the lightning's assault. No, impossible. How can you control Heavenly Thunder? The remnant soul's voice trembled with terror. Today is your end. Liu Fei snorted coldly, pouring out even more lightning power. Under the mighty Heavenly Thunder, the remnant soul's power gradually failed, and the dark red light in Yunshi's eyes slowly dimmed. Hold on, Yunshi. The 7 women shouted in unison, channeling all their strength into their life-bound treasures to support Yunshi. As the Heavenly Thunder hammered down relentlessly, the remnant soul could no longer withstand it. A dark red light slowly drifted out from Yunshi's body. No, I won't accept this. The remnant soul let out its final roar. Seeing this, Liu Fei immediately executed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art, sending a streak of golden sword chi slashing toward the remnant soul. The sword chi struck the remnant soul and instantly cut it into several pieces. At the same time, the power formed by the 7 women's life-bound treasures surged forth and completely suppressed it. In the instant the remnant soul was purified, a flood of profound insights into the Tao of the Blade poured into Yunshi's mind. She witnessed the Blade Master's entire cultivation journey, his relentless pursuit of the Tao of the Blade, and the remorse he felt at having strayed from the right path in his hunger for power. These insights were like brilliant stars illuminating Yunshi's road to understanding the Tao of the Blade. I understand. Yunshi slowly opened her eyes. Confusion and pain were gone, replaced by a deep comprehension of the Tao of the Blade and an unshakable resolve. Yunshi, it's wonderful that you're all right. The 7 women gathered around, their faces bright with joy. Liu Fei asked with concern. Yunshi looked at Liu Fei and the 7 women, deeply moved. I'm fine, and I've obtained the Blade Master's lifelong insights into the Tao of the Blade. They will be of immense help to my cultivation. By then, the tribulation clouds in the sky were still churning, and the 9th bolt of Heavenly Thunder was about to fall. Liu Fei took a deep breath and gazed at the sky. No matter how terrifying this 9th thunderbolt is, I will give it my all. The 7 women stood firmly beside Liu Fei, knowing that the ensuing battle would decide whether he could successfully transcend the tribulation. Liu Fei took a deep breath and looked up at the churning tribulation clouds that hung overhead like an omen of the apocalypse. The 9th heavenly tribulation thunder was slowly gathering with a terrifying might, the lightning within the clouds blazing ever brighter, as if amassing the power to shatter heaven and earth. The very air warped under the immense force, and sand and stones on the ground began to tremble restlessly, emitting a faint rustling sound, as though quaking in dread of the cataclysmic thunder about to descend. This 9th thunderbolt, is it going to split the heavens apart? Can Liu Fei? Can he endure it? A young disciple of the sect said, his voice trembling, his eyes full of worry and fear. The previous 8 bolts already left him in such a sorry state. I see no way he escapes this 9th one. An elder-looking figure sneered, a flicker of contempt flashing across his eyes. Liu Fei had shattered everyone's expectations time and again, filling this man's heart with jealousy, and now he could only hope that Liu Fei would come to grief beneath this 9th heavenly thunder. Exactly. This brat simply overestimates himself. Does he really think he can defy the will of heaven? Another shrill voice chimed in, a mocking smile curling across the speaker's face. The 7 women gathered tightly around Liu Fei, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and deep concern. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip, clenching her hands so hard that her fingertips turned pale. Liu Fei, you must succeed. We all believe in you. Bai Liu's 9 tails swayed gently, radiating a soft glow as she tried to ease some of the pressure pressing down on Liu Fei. Master, you will surely overcome this heavenly tribulation. The other women nodded in unison, trust shining in their eyes. Feeling their support, a warm current surged through Liu Fei's heart, and his resolve to survive the tribulation grew even stronger. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, and violet lightning crackled wildly across his skin, casting his silhouette in the likeness of a demonic god. His gaze was resolute and fearless as he stared fixedly at the 9th heavenly thunder about to descend from the sky. At last the 9th heavenly thunder descended with boundless majesty and power, crashing down like a colossal pillar of violet light. The thunderbolt was dozens of zhang in diameter, and as it tore through the airspace itself, seemed to rend apart with a crackling hiss. Violent currents of electricity spread wildly, and the air grew thick with the acrid stench of scorched earth. Liu Fei charged upward to meet the thunder, unleashing the chaos green lotus sword art. Golden sword energy clashed against the violet heavenly thunder. In an instant, radiance blazed in every direction as a deafening explosion resounded across heaven and earth. The shockwave carved deep ravines into the ground, uprooted trees, and sent rocks and soil flying in chaotic disarray. Caught by the thunder's impact, Liu Fei was blasted backward, arcing through the air before slamming heavily, and his robes were tattered, his hair disheveled, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet he showed not the slightest sign of retreat. He scrambled to his feet at once and charged toward the heavenly thunder once more. "Liu Fei, go!" The 7 women shouted in unison, their voices soaring to the very clouds as they cheered him on. Liu Fei collided with the heavenly thunder again. This time, he activated the full power of his chaos thunder body, drawing the thunder's energy into himself in an attempt to refine it. The thunder's power rampaged wildly through his body, subjecting him to excruciating agony. Fine cracks appeared across his skin, blood seeping out from them, but he still gritted his teeth and endured. This Liu Fei, he's still holding on. Is he really going to defy heaven and survive the tribulation? Unbelievable. I have never seen anyone so tenacious. Watching Liu Fei's figure, the sect disciples' shock reached its peak. Those who had doubted and scorned him now fell silent, their eyes filled with awe. Through Liu Fei's relentless efforts, the thunder's power gradually yielded to his refinement and merged into his chaos thunder body. The violet lightning on his skin grew thicker and richer, and the thunder runes upon him became ever more distinct. Finally, he completely refined the power of the 9th heavenly thunder, and the tribulation clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate. I made it. I crossed the tribulation. Liu Fei shouted in exhilaration, his voice brimming with joy and pride. As Liu Fei successfully transcended the tribulation, the phantom of the 9 heavens Thunder Palace suddenly materialized in the sky. The Thunder Palace hovered in the air, emanating an air of mystery, with lightning flickering across its walls, as though telling tales of ancient times. At the same moment, the system's notification rang through Liu Fei's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully transcending the tribulation. You have obtained the Chaos Thunder Body trait, and received 5 Chaos Thunder Crystals. 5 Chaos Thunder Crystals, each radiating tremendous power of lightning, appeared in Liu Fei's hand. The crystals were violet, and within them lightning flickered continuously, every one of them containing terrifying energy. Liu Fei examined the crystals closely and noticed that a blurry figure seemed to be sealed within one of them. Just then an ancient voice echoed in Liu Fei's mind, 3,000 years. At last I have waited for you. Who are you? Why are you inside this thunder crystal? Liu Fei asked, startled. I am a remnant soul of the Thunder Emperor, trapped here for several thousand years. Since you have successfully crossed the tribulation and possessed the Chaos Thunder Body, you must be the one chosen by fate. In the future, if you can unseal me, you shall be greatly rewarded. The Thunder Emperor's remnant soul echoed through Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei wanted to ask more, but the remnant soul fell silent, seemingly having sunk into slumber. At that moment, a golden core stage demonic beast, sensing the powerful aura Liu Fei had released after transcending the tribulation, recklessly charged straight at him. The beast was enormous, its body covered in pitch-black scales while exuding a formidable demonic aura. It opened its maw wide, bearing razor-sharp fangs, and lunged toward Liu Fei. A mere golden core stage beast dares to act so insolently before me. Liu Fei snorted coldly. Activating his Chaos Thunder Body, he unleashed his newly comprehended technique, the Chaos Thunder Dragon. His hands shaped seals at lightning speed as the chaotic force within him interwove with his thunderous power, coalescing into a colossal thunder dragon before him. The dragon's body crackled with violet lightning as it raised its head and roared, the sound deafening. Go! Liu Fei bellowed, and the thunder dragon shot toward the demonic beast. The thunder dragon moved with incredible speed and reached the beast in an instant. The beast attempted to fight back, swinging its enormous claws to swat the dragon away. But the thunder dragon's might was overwhelming. The moment the beast's claws touched the dragon, they were blasted to pieces by the lightning wreathing its body. The thunder dragon swallowed the demonic beast in one gulp and then vanished. The golden core stage beast was reduced to ashes without even a single remnant left behind. Is this Liu Fei's strength after transcending the tribulation? Terrifying. He effortlessly killed a golden core stage beast while only at Foundation establishment. That's simply inconceivable. The sect disciples were again shaken by Liu Fei's power. Those who had once mocked and sneered at him were now steeped in shame, their hearts filled with reverence for him. The 7 women rushed over to Liu Fei, excitedly, tears glistening in their eyes. Liu Fei, you're incredible. Su Qingxue threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Yes, master, you're amazing. Bai Liu ran over, as well, her 9 tails wagging joyfully. The other women gathered around him too, gazing at him with adoration and love in their eyes. Suddenly the 7 women exchanged smiles, and then at the same moment kissed Liu Fei on the cheek. Caught in this sudden embrace of happiness, Liu Fei broke into a blissful smile. Ding! Limited time, mission perfect, tribulation transcendence completed. Reward the first volume of the 9 Heavens Thunder Scripture. The system's notifications sounded in Liu Fei's mind once more. An ancient book crackling with lightning appeared in Liu Fei's hand. He opened it, revealing pages filled with powerful thunder tribute techniques and arts. With this first volume of the 9 Heavens Thunder Scripture, my strength will surely reach even greater heights, Liu Fei thought with quiet elation. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Liu Fei led the 7 women back toward the sect. Within the sect, lanterns and colorful decorations hung everywhere, suffusing the air with a joyful atmosphere. To celebrate Liu Fei's successful crossing of the tribulation and elevate the sect's prestige, the elders decided to hold a grand celebratory banquet. The spacious martial arena was filled with tables and chairs laden with delicacies, and the fragrance of wine drifted through the air. Dressed in splendid attire, the disciples of the sect arrived with laughter and cheerful chatter to attend this rare and grand feast. Have you heard? Elder Liu has overcome the tribulation and grown so powerful that he can slaughter even golden corstage demon beasts with a single stroke. That's right. Elder Liu is now the great hero of our sect. This celebratory banquet is truly a cause for grand festivity. Disciples gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration and envy for Liu Fei. Yet a few secretly harbored discontent in their hearts. If he was just lucky. Perhaps he relied on some external aid to pass the tribulation. A sharp-faced disciple muttered under his breath, a trace of jealousy flickering in his eyes. Exactly. He was nothing but an unknown nobody before, yet now he has stolen the spotlight. If you ask me, there is definitely something fishy about it. Another short-statured disciple chimed in, a disdainful look on his face. At that moment, Liu Fei slowly stepped into the martial arena, accompanied by the 7 maidens. He wore a long black robe embroidered with golden thunder patterns, exuding an air of imposing majesty. The 7 maidens, dressed in dazzling 5-colored robes, each radiated a unique charm. They seemed like celestial maidens descending to the mortal world, drawing the gazes of all present. Elder Liu has arrived. At the announcement, the entire venue fell silent, and everyone rose to pay their respects to Liu Fei. Fellow disciples, there is no need for such formalities. It was only thanks to everyone's support and help that I managed to overcome the tribulation this time, Liu Fei said with a smile, sweeping his gaze across the hall with marked modesty. Elder Liu is too modest. Your abilities are extraordinary, and your success in overcoming the tribulation is truly well-deserved. An elder said with a beaming smile, his eyes full of admiration. Everyone took their seats, and the celebratory banquet officially began. After several rounds of wine, the atmosphere grew even more lively. At that point, Su Qingxue rose and said with a smile, "Today is such a joyous occasion. My sisters and I have prepared a sword dance of 100 flowers for everyone, hoping to add some entertainment to the festivities." With that, the 7 maidens moved with graceful lotus steps to the center of the martial arena. Each held a long sword, its blade shimmering with radiant 5-colored light. As the melodious notes of a zither filled the air, the 7 maidens began to dance with elegant poise. Their movements were light and beautiful, flowing as naturally as drifting clouds and running water. The long swords in their hands traced dazzling blossoms of sword light, as if turning the entire martial arena into a shimmering sea of color. While the sword dance of 100 flowers by the 7 maidens is absolutely stunning. Yes, their coordination is so perfect. They truly deserve to be Elder Liu's close confidants. Disciple after disciple uttered words of praise, their eyes fixed intently on the 7 maidens in the arena, afraid of missing even a single breathtaking moment. However, just as everyone was still immersed in the beauty of the sword dance of 100 flowers, a mysterious woman in a corner of the martial arena watched everything in silence. She wore a long black dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, yet there was a subtle air of mystery in her eyes. At her waist hung a blade-shaped jade pendant which emitted a faint glow and seemed to resonate indistinctly with the Godslayer's sword in Yunzai's hand. In the middle of her dance, she suddenly sensed an anomaly from the Godslayer's sword. She furrowed her brows slightly and cast a glance toward the mysterious woman. When she saw the blade-shaped jade pendant at the woman's waist, her heart jolted, and the sword in her hand nearly slipped off. "Yunshi, what's wrong?" Su Qingxue noticed her unease and asked softly. I sensed the jade pendant at that woman's waist resonating with my Godslayer's sword, Yun," she said quietly, her eyes full of bewilderment. Su Qingxue followed Yunzai's gaze and laid eyes on the mysterious woman. Curiosity welled up in her heart as well, and she decided to find out the truth after the dance ended. When the sword dance of 100 flowers came to an end, thunderous applause erupted across the arena. Liu Fei rose to his feet and clapped in admiration. "The sword dance of you 7 ladies was truly spectacular and opened my eyes." The 7 maidens bowed slightly to thank the audience. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue accompanied Yun Shi toward the mysterious woman. Miss, may I ask where the jade pendant at your waist came from? And why is it resonating with my sister's swords? Su Qingxue asked politely. The mysterious woman merely smiled faintly and gave no reply. She simply gazed quietly at Yun Shi, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. It's probably just an ordinary jade pendant. Maybe the woman is deliberately showing off to draw everyone's attention. The sharp-faced disciple began sneering again. Exactly. I don't see anything special about her either. Maybe she just came to sponge off the feast. The short-statured disciple echoed in agreement. The mysterious woman paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. She took a map from within her robes and handed it to Yun Shi. This is the map of Daozhong. It may be useful to you. After saying this, her figure flickered and vanished from everyone's sight. Who on earth is that woman? Why did she appear so suddenly and disappear so suddenly? What kind of place is Daozhong? And why would she give the map to Yun Shi? Everyone discussed animatedly, their hearts filled with confusion. Seeing this, Liu Fei stepped forward, picked up the map, and examined it carefully. The map indicated a mysterious location surrounded by various symbols of danger. It seems Daozhong is no ordinary place. Perhaps it is connected in some way to Yun Zai's Godslayer sword and the master of the Godslayer saber, Liu Fei pondered. Ding! Hidden quest updated. Find the Jiuxiao Thunder Palace requires the Thunder Crystal as a guide. New clue discovered. The Daozhong map may be connected to the Jiuxiao Thunder Palace. The system prompt sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Just then the sharp-faced disciple who had been jealous of Liu Fei earlier suddenly stepped forward. He was holding a spirit crystal shield, a common artifact used by Foundation establishment disciples, and looked at Liu Fei provocatively. Elder Liu, since your strength is so great, do you dare to demonstrate before everyone and crush my spirit crystal shield with your Chaos Thunder body? At these words, the entire venue burst into an uproar. Though the spirit crystal shield was only a Foundation establishment artifact, its defensive power was immense. It was no easy feat to crush it with bare hands. Everyone turned to Liu Fei to see how he would respond. This kid is clearly making things difficult for Elder Liu. How could the spirit crystal shield be crushed so easily? Exactly. He is jealous of Elder Liu and wants to see him humiliated. The disciples condemned the sharp-faced disciple's behavior one after another, though some were eager to watch Liu Fei make a fool of himself, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Liu Fei looked at the sharp-faced disciple and smiled slightly. All right, since you want to see it, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he reached out his right hand and channeled the Chaos Thunder body. Violet lightning flickered in his palm. He gently grasped the spirit crystal shield and applied a slight amount of force. With a crack, the spirit crystal shield instantly turned to powder before the stunned gaze of the crowd. How is this possible? He actually crushed the spirit crystal shield with one hand. Elder Liu's Chaos Thunder body is simply too frightening. The entire arena immediately erupted. Those who had once doubted Liu Fei's strength now fell silent, their hearts filled with awe. Well, are you satisfied now? Liu Fei glanced at the dumbstruck sharp-faced disciple and said calmly. The sharp-faced disciple was overwhelmed with shame, hanging his head low and not daring to meet Liu Fei's eyes. The celebratory banquet continued, its atmosphere becoming even more exuberant. The 7 maidens went up to Liu Fei one by one, each presenting him with a token of love. Su Qingxue produced an ice blue jade pendant engraved with a blooming snow lotus. Liu Fei, this is a treasure of my family, the ice lotus jade pendant. I give it to you hoping you will like it. Bai Liu brought out a necklace shaped like a 9-tailed fox with a gem sparkling with a strange light. Master, I refined this necklace with my innate foxfire. Wearing it will keep you safe. Nangong Yue took out an ancient unadorned manual. Liu Fei, this is the closely guarded secret of my family, the Lunar Radiance Manual. I hope it can be of assistance to your cultivation. The 7 maidens presented their tokens of love one after another, and Liu Fei was deeply moved. He carefully put them away, then looked at the 7 maidens with love in his eyes. Thank you. I will treasure these always. Amid laughter and joy, the celebratory banquet drew to a perfect conclusion. In the days after the victory banquet, Liu Fei could not stop thinking about the mysterious map of the Blade Tomb. According to the system prompt, the Blade Tomb seemed to be inextricably linked to the 9 Heavens Thunder Palace, and unraveling its secret was crucial to his path of cultivation. After much deliberation, he decided to bring the 7 women with him to explore the Blade Tomb. On the day of departure, the sky was gloomy, thick clouds pressed down so heavily that it was hard to breathe, as if foretelling that the journey would be full of hardship and danger. When some disciples within the sect heard of this, they began to discuss it in hushed tones. The very name of the Blade Tomb sounds sinister. Elder Liu and the others rushing in so recklessly. Will they really be all right? A young disciple frowned, his face full of worry. I think he just wants to steal the spotlight. He could stay safe in the sect, yet he insists on taking risks. That Blade Tomb might be a one-way trip. When the time comes, I hope he doesn't drag those 7 young ladies down with him. A disciple with a shrill voice gave a cold snort, his face full of contempt. Liu Fei paid no heed to these remarks. He and the 7 women packed their belongings and, following the direction marked on the map, stepped into an ancient and mysterious mountain range. As they went deeper, the surroundings grew more and more eerie. Dense woods blotted out the sky's sunlight, could barely pierce through, and the thick fallen leaves on the ground exuded a rotting stench. Occasionally the roars of unknown beasts echoed through the valleys, sending chills down their spines. Liu Fei, I sense a powerful and sinister aura ahead. Su Qingxue's expression turned solemn. She gripped the ice sword in her hand tightly, and surveyed their surroundings with vigilance. Liu Fei nodded slightly, and activated his Chaos Thunder body. Purple lightning flickered over his skin, illuminating the path ahead. Everyone be careful. Stay alert. This blade tomb is no kind place. After walking a little farther, a colossal stone gate appeared before them. Strange runes covered the gate, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. Liu Fei stepped forward and examined the runes closely, discovering that they were remarkably similar to certain marks in the memories of the god-slaying saber master. He channeled his spiritual energy, trying to decipher the meaning of the runes, only to find that the runes contained a powerful forbidden restriction. With the slightest misstep, danger would be triggered. It seems the stone gate won't be opened so easily. Liu Fei frowned, deeply mulling over a solution. Just then Yun-Shi stepped forward. The god-slaying sword in her hand trembled slightly, letting out a low hum. I feel that the aura behind this stone gate is closely connected to my god-slaying sword, and to the lingering memories of the saber master's remnant soul within me. Let me try. With that, Yun-Shi channeled her spiritual energy and immersed her consciousness into the god-slaying sword. As she did so, the sword blazed with radiance, and the runes on its blade resonated with the runes on the stone gate, emitting wave after wave of light. After a moment, the stone gate began to tremble, rumbling dully as it slowly opened. A thick stench of blood rushed at them, and everyone instinctively covered their noses and mouths. What is this smell? It's awful. Bai Liu covered her nose, her nine tails swaying slightly, as if trying to dispel the odor. Behind the stone gate lay a deep, secluded passage. Glowing stones embedded in the walls faintly illuminated the way forward. They advanced cautiously into the passage, their footsteps echoing through the silent space. Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal came from the far end of the passage. A moment later, a massive silhouette slowly emerged. As the figure drew closer, they saw that it was a puppet formed from countless long sabers, the 10,000 blade puppet. The puppet radiated an icy, killing intent. Every blade gleamed with cold light, as if telling of past slaughter. Is this the guardian of the blade tomb? It looks like a formidable foe. Nangong Yueli's expression was grave, and the magic treasure in her hand flickered with light, ready for battle. Humph, it's just a puppet. Watch me hack it to pieces. A burly disciple wielding a large saber charged at the puppet first. Be careful, Liu Fei shouted, but it was already too late. The 10,000 blade puppet swung its sabers, instantly forming a curtain of blades that enveloped the disciple. A scream rang out, and the disciple was sliced into several pieces by the countless sabers, blood splattering on the ground. Thighs. This puppet is too terrifying. We're no match for it. Run. The other disciples turned pale with fright and scrambled to flee. Running. It won't be that easy. The 10,000 blade puppet let out a low roar, its voice like the grating of metal piercing to the eardrums. With a flash, it appeared before the fleeing disciples and swept its long sabers through them, killing several more in an instant. Seeing this, a flicker of anger crossed Liu Fei's eyes. Everyone hold your ground. Follow my command. This puppet is powerful, but it is not without weaknesses. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning crackling wildly across his body as he charged at the 10,000 blade puppet. Chaos Green Lotus Sword Art. Liu Fei shouted, condensing a golden longsword in his hand and unleashing fierce sword techniques. Golden sword chi crisscrossed through the air, slashing toward the 10,000 blade puppet. However, the 10,000 blade puppet's defense was extraordinarily powerful. The sword chi only sent sparks flying when it struck, dealing no substantial damage. How can this puppet's defense be so strong? Liu Fei was secretly shocked, realizing that ordinary attacks were completely useless against it. Just then Yun-Shi suddenly called out, Liu Fei, I sense that this puppet's core seems to have some connection to me. With that, she channeled her spiritual energy and sank her consciousness into the puppet. Within her perception, Yun-Shi discovered a familiar wisp of a soul fragment at the puppet's core. It was actually a strand of her own soul from her past life. So that's it. This puppet was created by the Saber Master using the soul fragment from my past life. Yun-Shi suddenly understood. Liu Fei, I found the puppet's core. It's my past life soul fragment. If I can purify that fragment, perhaps we can control the puppet. Yun-Shi shouted. Hearing this, Liu Fei was overjoyed. Good. Yun-Shi, focus all your strength on purifying the fragment. I'll buy you time. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, gathered all his power into his palm, and unleashed a powerful technique of the Chaos Thunder body, the Chaos Thunder Explosion. In his palm, purple lightning condensed into a massive thunderball filled with terrifying energy, which he blasted toward the 10,000 blade puppet. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as the thunderball struck the 10,000 blade puppet. The immense shockwave sent the puppet reeling backward, and several of its sabers fell to the ground. Yet the puppet was not mortally wounded. It roared, brandished its long sabers, and charged at Liu Fei once more. Humph. Watch me defeat you today. Liu Fei gave a cold snort. He activated his Chaos Thunder body and infused the surrounding air with thunderous power. In an instant, the lightning elements in the air surged madly, forming a domain of thunder and lightning. Within this domain, Liu Fei's control over thunder reached its peak. The 10,000-blade puppet charged into the lightning domain, and its sabers were instantly struck by lightning crackling with sizzling sounds. The lightning flowed along the sabers into the puppet's body, slowing its movements. Now, Yunshi seized the opportunity and concentrated all her strength on purifying the soul fragment at the puppet's core. As the purification progressed, the puppet's resistance gradually weakened. Finally, under Yunshi's efforts, the soul fragment was successfully purified. The 10,000-blade puppet let out a soft hum, stopped attacking, and slowly descended to the ground. The light on its sabers gradually dimmed, as if all vitality had left it. Few finally settled. Liu Fei let out a long breath, walked forward, and examined the 10,000-blade puppet. At the puppet's core, he found a fragment radiating lightning, a piece of the Nine Heavens Thunder Saber. Ding! Obtained a fragment of the Nine Heavens Thunder Saber. Timed quest updated: repair the Nine Heavens Thunder Saber within 7 days, 5 days remaining. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. So the Blade Tomb really does hide secrets. Perhaps this Nine Heavens Thunder Saber fragment is the key. Liu Fei put the fragment away, his mind deep in thought. At that moment, she stepped forward, looking somewhat weary. Liu Fei, while purifying the soul fragment, I consumed quite a bit of my soul power. I would like to dual cultivate with you to consolidate my soul. I wonder if you... Liu Fei looked at Yunshi with deep tenderness in his eyes. Of course, Yunshi. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine. The 7 women gathered around, expressing their support. Su Qingxue smiled and said, Yunshi, rest assured, as you dual cultivate with Liu Fei, we will stand guard for you. Afterward, they found a safe place within the Blade Tomb. Yunshi and Liu Fei sat facing each other and began dual cultivation, while the 7 women set up defensive formations around them to prevent any accidents. During the dual cultivation, Liu Fei and Yunshi's spiritual energy interwove, and their souls gradually merged. Yunshi felt her soul power slowly recover, and her understanding of the way of the saber grew even deeper. Liu Fei too felt Yunshi's deep affection through their dual cultivation, and warmth filled his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Yunshi slowly opened her eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. I feel much better. My soul power has not only recovered, it has become even stronger. Liu Fei also opened his eyes and said with a smile, that's good. Just then, Liu suddenly called out, everyone come quickly. I found a painting deep in the Blade Tomb. Hearing this, everyone hurried toward Liu. On a wall deep inside the Blade Tomb hung a painting. In the painting, the god-slaying saber master and the blood demon ancestor stood side by side in black robes, each holding a long saber, sinister smiles on their faces. Beneath the painting was a line of inscription, brothers of one heart, conquer the world together. Thighs. These are the god-slaying saber master and the blood demon ancestor. They are actually sworn brothers. It seems the Blade Tomb's connection to them is far more complicated than we imagined. Everyone stared at the painting, their hearts filled with shock and doubt. Liu Fei watched the painting, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. It seems the secrets hidden in this Blade Tomb are far more numerous than we imagined. Just how many schemes do the god-slaying saber master and the blood demon ancestor still have? We must uncover them as soon as possible. With many questions in their minds, Liu Fei and the 7 women continued their exploration of the Blade Tomb. Liu Fei and the 7 maidens stood silently before the portrait for a long while. The eerie atmosphere within the saber tomb seemed to thicken, and the faintly shimmering stones along the walls now took on a strangely ominous hue. Occasionally faint gusts of wind drifted through the enclosed space, yet they sounded like wailing ghosts and howling wolves, sending chills down one's spine. So the god-slaying saber master and the blood demon ancestor truly were sworn brothers. No wonder the remnant soul of the god-slaying saber master resonated with the blood demon ancestor's memory fragments when it appeared before. Liu Fei frowned deeply, his eyes brimming with thought. She closed her eyes, attempting to unearth more information from the fused memories of the saber master. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, her face slightly pale. Liu Fei, according to the saber master's memories, the 2 of them secretly colluded several thousand years ago, plotting to overthrow the immortal realm and dominate it themselves. They scoured the world for evil cultivation arts, built up their forces, and secretly hatched countless schemes. What? Those 2 demonic fiends actually dared such audacity? The immortal realm is the very source of the righteous path. How dare they scheme to overthrow it? Su Qingxue's slender brows shot upward in fury, the ice sword in her hand trembling slightly, her eyes blazing with anger. With just the 2 of them, they want to topple the immortal realm. That's nothing but a delusion. Liu's 9 tails swayed gently, radiating a sharp and formidable aura. However, judging from certain scenes in the saber master's memories, their plans seem to have made considerable progress. They have recruited many traitors from the immortal realm and even obtained support from some mysterious forces. Yunshi's voice carried a note of worry. While everyone was still reeling from this revelation, Liu Fei suddenly felt a violent pain surge through his body. The power of the blood demon inheritance and the force contained in the Saber Master's memories began to repel each other, rampaging wildly through his body. Oh, Liu Fei could not help but let out a pained groan. His body trembled and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Liu Fei, what's wrong? Seeing this, the 7 maidens quickly gathered around him, their faces full of concern. The blood demon inheritance power and the Saber Master's power are clashing inside me. They seem to be fighting each other. Liu Fei said through gritted teeth. What are we going to do? Nangong Yueli asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Why don't we leave the Saber Tomb first and find a safe place to solve this? Su Qingxue suggested. No. If we leave, the conflict between these two powers may become even more violent. Moreover, I sense that the key to resolving this might be hidden right here in the Saber Tomb. Liu Fei said firmly while enduring the pain. At that moment, some sect disciples who had followed them witnessed Liu Fei's suffering and began whispering among them. I told you he was too greedy. He absorbed the blood demon inheritance and merged with the Saber Master's memories, and now the clashing powers have brought ruin upon himself. A sharp-faced disciple sneered. Exactly. Does he think he's an immortal? He stuffs every kind of power into his body. Let's see how he gets himself out of this. Another scrawny disciple chimed in, a mocking expression on his face. When the 7 maidens heard these remarks, indignation surged within their hearts. Shut up. If not for the sake of uncovering the secrets of the Saber Tomb and protecting the immortal realm, why would Liu Fei take such a risk? Su Qingxue glared at them and snapped. Liu Fei drew a deep breath and activated his Chaos Thunder body, attempting to suppress the clashing forces. Purple lightning flickered across his skin, intertwining with the black flames of the blood demon's power and the dark red glow of the Saber Master's power, forming a sight that was both bizarre and perilous. I refuse to believe that I cannot fuse these two powers. Liu Fei roared in his heart. He focused his mind and poured the power of the Chaos Thunder body into his body without cease, trying to reconcile the conflict between the two forces. However, the power of the blood demon inheritance and the Saber Master's power were extremely overbearing. Though the Chaos Thunder body's power was mighty, fusing them was no simple task. No, this won't do, Liu Fei thought to himself. Suddenly, he recalled the scene during the Thunder Tribulation when the Chaos Thunder body had merged with the Heavenly Thunder. Perhaps I can use the nature of the Chaos Thunder body to forcibly merge these two powers. With that thought, Liu Fei hesitated no longer. He unleashed the full power of the Chaos Thunder body and executed its ultimate technique, the Chaos Thunder Prison. In an instant, a colossal prison of purple lightning formed around his body. Within the prison, lightning flashed and crackled, and the immense pressure warped the surrounding air. Under the suppression of the Thunder Prison, the power of the Blood Demon Inheritance and the Saber Master's power gradually weakened their resistance. Yet the two forces remained obstinate and refused to merge easily. Liu Fei felt his strength draining away at an alarming rate. He knew he had to succeed quickly or the consequences would be unthinkable. Liu Fei will help you. The 7 maidens exchanged looks, their minds linked as one. Simultaneously, they channeled their spiritual power and offered their own essence power, pouring it into Liu Fei's body. Bearing the distinct attributes of each maiden, the 7 streams of essence power resembled 7 colorful ribbons that swirled around Liu Fei and slowly merged into his body. My sisters. Liu Fei was deeply moved. He felt their profound affection and unyielding determination, which only steeled his resolve to fuse the two powers. With the aid of the 7 maidens' essence power, Liu Fei once again intensified the output of the Chaos Thunder body. Purple lightning surged wildly, tightly engulfing the power of the Blood Demon Inheritance and the Saber Master's power. Under the immense pressure, the two forces finally began to merge. As the fusion progressed, Liu Fei's body underwent extraordinary transformations. Golden runes, the runes of the Chaos Thunder body, appeared across his skin. At the same time, black demonic patterns and dark red saber patterns gradually emerged. The 3 types of markings intertwined, radiating a powerful and mysterious aura. Success! I fused these two powers and unlocked the divine demonic dual cultivation trait. Liu Fei shouted excitedly, his voice echoing through the Saber Tomb. Just then, within Liu Fei's sea of consciousness, the image of the battle between his past life immortal emperor and the Saber Master suddenly surfaced. The immortal emperor, clad in a golden robe, radiated a sacred aura, and the immortal sword in his hand blazed with boundless light. The Saber Master, wielding a long saber, exuded the thick aura of the blood demon, his eyes wild with madness and murderous intent. The two clashed fiercely in a void, their overwhelming power colliding and causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. So, in my past life, I shared such a profound enmity with the Saber Master. Liu Fei pondered silently. From those scenes, he perceived both the power and helplessness of his former immortal emperor self, as well as the Saber Master's madness and obsession. Ding! Hidden quest progress updated 23, 1 drop of Thunderblood remaining. The system's notification resounded in Liu Fei's mind. It seems that the unlocking of this divine demonic dual cultivation trait is also connected to the hidden quest. Liu Fei thought to himself. He opened his eyes and looked at the 7 maidens, his gaze filled with gratitude. Thank you. If not for you, I likely would not have succeeded today. The 7 maidens smiled at Liu Fei, their eyes brimming with love and relief. We are already one with you. There is no need for thanks, Su Qingxue said softly. At that moment, the sect disciples who had mocked Liu Fei were astonished to see him successfully fuse the powers and unlock the divine demonic dual cultivation trait. Shock and regret were written all over their faces, and reverence for Liu Fei now filled their hearts. Elder Liu is truly extraordinary. I said he couldn't do it before. I was truly blind to his greatness. The sharp-faced disciple said, his face full of shame as he lowered his head. Indeed, Elder Liu's strength and perseverance are far beyond what we can compare to. The scrawny disciple Liu Fei paid no attention to these disciples. Together with the 7 maidens, he continued to explore this. He knew that countless more secrets lay hidden within the Saber Tomb, and those secrets were vitally connected to his past life identity and the future of the immortal realm. Liu Fei and the 7 women continued their exploration deep within the Blade Tomb, where the air was thick with a mingling of decay and mystery. The faint glimmers flickering on the walls cast pale light across their solemn faces. Suddenly she halted mid-step, an unusual gleam flashing through her eyes, as though she had sensed the call of some mysterious force. Liu Fei, I think I've grasped the key to the ultimate form of the god-slaying 9 cuts. She spoke with a blend of surprise and nervousness, her hands unconsciously tightening around the god-slaying sword. Liu Fei's eyes brightened as he said quickly, she feel it carefully. Don't rush. Let this enlightenment settle within you. Meanwhile, some sect disciples following behind began whispering among themselves. Miss she claims she comprehends it just like that. Is she boasting? The god-slaying 9 cuts is immensely powerful. How could its ultimate form be mastered so easily? A sharp-faced disciple said with utter disdain. Exactly. Before she devoured the Blade Master's remnant soul and was nearly overwhelmed by it. Now she claims to have comprehended the ultimate form. If you ask me, she just wants to show off in front of Elder Liu. Another short-statured disciple chimed in, a mocking sneer on his face. At the sound of these remarks, the 7 women all glared at them furiously. Su Qingxue said coldly, what would you lot know? She is blessed with extraordinary talent. How could you possibly compare to her? She took a deep breath, casting all external distractions aside, as she immersed herself entirely in comprehending the ultimate form of the god-slaying 9 cuts. Closing her eyes, images of her previous executions of the god-slaying 9 cuts continually flashed through her mind, together with the insights into the Tao of the blade she had gained from fusing with the Blade Master's memories. Gradually, a faint dark red halo began to radiate around her body, and the god-slaying sword emitted a series of resonant hums, as if cheering for the impending breakthrough. At the same time, the Blade Master's remnant soul, sensing the danger, began struggling violently within Yunxi's body. Little girl, do you think you can master my ultimate technique so easily? Dream on. I won't let you succeed. The remnant soul's voice thundered within Yunxi's mind. Yunxi gritted her teeth as an unshakable conviction surged within her heart. I must succeed. For Liu Fei, for our future. I will never allow you to stop me. She channeled every ounce of spiritual energy within her, launching a fierce struggle against the remnant soul. Seeing this, Liu Fei immediately activated his Chaos Thunder body. Purple lightning crackled around him as he moved to shield and protect Yunxi. Yunxi, hold on. I'm right here with you, he shouted loudly. The 7 women also moved swiftly, taking their positions in accordance with the 7-star spirit gathering array and channeling their spiritual energy ceaselessly into Yunxi, lending her their combined strength. Sister Yunxi, stay strong. We stand with you. The 7 women cried out in unison. Bolstered by everyone's support, Yunxi's comprehension deepened ever further. At last she opened her eyes, a sharp, piercing light flashing from within them. I understand now. The god-slaying 9 cuts. Ultimate form 9 cuts unified. Yunxi raised the god-slaying sword, high spiritual energy surging wildly through her body. Even the surrounding air warped under the sheer force of her power. In a flash of movement, she unleashed a cascade of sword strokes. They appeared chaotic at first glance, yet every one of them was steeped in an exquisite rhythm of the Tao of the blade. Each arc of sword chi that erupted carried the overwhelming momentum of world-shattering destruction, and the space around her seemed sliced by invisible blades hissing with crackling sounds. Is this the true power of the ultimate form of the god-slaying 9 cuts? It's terrifying. Miss Yunxi actually really comprehended it. I didn't believe her before. I was wrong. The disciples who had originally doubted Yunxi were now frozen in stunned awe, their hearts filled with reverence. Nevertheless, the Blade Master's remnant soul continued its desperate resistance. It slammed violently against Yunxi's suppression from within, trying with all its might to break free. You wish to purify me? Not so easily. The remnant soul roared. Sisters, let us merge our powers to unleash the 7-star god-slaying formation and completely purify the Blade Master's remnant soul. Su Qingxue shouted. The 7 women exchanged determined glances and nodded at one another. They swiftly cycled their spiritual energy, their bodies rising slowly and revolving around Yunxi. Their energies interwove into a colossal 7-star sword formation that glimmered with radiant multicolored light and emanated an overwhelming god-slaying might. 7-star god-slaying formation arise. The 7 women cried out in unison as the sword formation descended, sealing over the remnant soul within Yunxi. Crushed beneath the formation's oppressive power, the remnant soul let out agonized guttural howls. No, impossible. You sniveling little girls. How dare you unleash such a mighty sword formation? The remnant soul screamed in sheer terror. Just as the remnant soul was on the verge of complete annihilation, it abruptly burst into an eerie, grating laugh. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that purifying me will leave you safe and sound? Let me tell you, your master is our third ally. At these words, everyone jolted in shock. What did the master? Liu Fei's heart churned with shock and disbelief. Never in his wildest thoughts had he imagined that the master he had always deeply respected could be connected to such vile forces. Now you know. Did you honestly think you could change anything? Everything is unfolding according to our plan. The remnant soul cackled maniacally. No matter what the master has done today, I shall purify your accursed remnant soul. A flicker of iron resolve crossed Liu Fei's eyes. Activating his Chaos Thunder body, he unleashed its most supreme technique, Descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. A layer of golden lightning emerged across the surface of his body, and within that blazing radiance the phantom of a Thunder Emperor gradually materialized. Wielding a massive lightning hammer, the phantom smashed downward toward the remnant soul. Caught between Yunxi's 9 cuts unified the 7 women's 7-star god-slaying formation and Liu Fei's descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor, the Blade Master's remnant soul finally could endure no longer. With a single despairing scream, it dissipated into nothingness. As the remnant soul was purified, Liu Fei felt a powerful torrent of the Blade Master's inheritance surging into his body. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, absorbing and fusing with the inheritance energy. Gradually, a wondrous transformation took place across his form. Dark red blade patterns surfaced upon his skin, interweaving with the purple thunder markings of the Chaos Thunder body, radiating a formidable god-slaying aura. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the god-slaying blade body trait. This trait fuses the Chaos Thunder body with the Blade Master's inheritance, possessing unrivaled might. The system notification sounded within Liu Fei's mind. Excellent. Liu Fei, you made it. The 7 women surrounded him joyfully, their eyes brimming with elation and pride. Just at that moment, the entire Blade Tomb began to shudder violently. The runes carved upon the walls flared with blazing light as deep rumbles echoed through the air. Not good. The Blade Tomb is collapsing, Liu Fei yelled. Everyone immediately dashed toward the tomb's exit. Yet when they reached it, they discovered that the exit had been sealed by an enormous boulder. What do we do? We can't get out. One disciple shouted in panic. Everyone stay calm. Let me try. Liu Fei invoked the might of his god-slaying blade body, condensing a dark red long blade in his palm. With a thunderous roar, he slashed toward the boulder. God-slaying one slash. The devastating blade, Qi, reduced the massive rock to powder in an instant. The moment they all rushed clear of the Blade Tomb, it came crashing down with a tremendous rumble. Among the swirling dust of the collapsed Blade Tomb, a passage glowing with dark red light slowly took shape. At its entrance, 3 large characters were engraved, God-slaying passage. Could this be the passage leading to the immortal realm? Su Qingxue said in astonishment. It would seem so. The secrets concealed within this Blade Tomb have finally revealed a corner. Liu Fei fixed his gaze upon the passage, his eyes blazing with resolve. No matter what perils lie ahead, we must push forward in search of the truth, for the immortal realm, for our future. The 7 women nodded resolutely. We go with you. Just as they were about to step into the passage, the sect disciples who had earlier sneered and mocked Liu Fei and his companions crowded around them. With faces full of shame, they bowed their heads and spoke. Elder Liu, we failed to recognize your true stature before and greatly overstepped our bounds. Please forgive us. Liu Fei looked at these disciples and gave a faint smile. It is no matter. I hope that from now on you will walk a grounded path and cultivate with genuine diligence. Then, flanked by the 7 women, he stepped resolutely into the god-slaying passage. Liu Fei led the 7 women into the god-slaying passage that radiated a dark crimson glow. The passage was filled with an ancient and mysterious aura, and strange runes flickered across the walls, as if telling a long-buried history. They advanced with the utmost caution, each step taken warily, as if fearing to trigger the dangers lurking in the shadows. The aura in this passage is eerily strange. Everyone be on guard, Liu Fei said with a grave expression, carefully scanning their surroundings while warning the others. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning faintly crackling across his skin, ready to respond to any crisis at a moment's notice. The 7 women nodded in unison, each summoning her own magical treasure. Spiritual energy swirled around them as they kept a wary eye on their surroundings. Su Qingxue's ice sword exuded waves of chilling frost. Bai Liu's 9 tails swayed, gently emanating an alluring power. Nangong Yueli held a golden Dharma seal, muttering incantations as she prepared to unleash a powerful spell. As they ventured deeper, the passage gradually widened, revealing an enormous stone gate ahead. The stone gate was carved with lifelike statues of immortals, each holding magical treasures or casting spells with varied expressions, as if guarding the secrets behind the gate. What could be hidden behind this stone gate? Yun Zai's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she gripped the god-slaying sword tightly in her hand. Liu Fei stepped forward, closely examining the runes and carvings on the stone gate in search of clues to open it. However, the instant his hand touched the gate, a tremendous force blasted him away. Liu Fei, the 7 women cried out in alarm, rushing over to help him up. I'm fine. There's a powerful restriction on this stone gate. Touching it without caution will trigger a backlash. Liu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes resolute. But this shows that something important must be hidden behind the stone gate. We can't give up easily. Just as they were considering their next move, the runes on the stone gate suddenly blazed with dazzling light, shooting beams in all directions. Wherever the light touched, patterns of a formation slowly rose from the ground, enveloping the 7 women. Not good, we're trapped in a formation. Bai Liu cried out, her 9 tails thrashing wildly as she tried to break free from the formation's restraints, but to no avail. This formation is incredibly powerful. Our strength is nowhere near enough to shake it. Nangong Yueli frowned deeply, the Dharma seal in her hand flickering with light, yet she could not affect the formation in the slightest. The formation's light flickered, and the 7 women's figures gradually vanished before the others' eyes, taken to different locations by the formation. Sisters, Liu Fei shouted anxiously, but only the hollow passage echoed in response. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning surging violently as he attempted to force his way through the formation. But the formation's power was overwhelming. His efforts were like a mayfly trying to shake a giant tree. Calm down. I must calm down. Liu Fei took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. He then carefully examined the stone gate and the surroundings, once more searching for a way to break the formation. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, who had been teleported away by the formation, found herself before an ancient palace. 3 large characters, Jade Maiden Hall, were carved on the palace gate, radiating a gentle glow. Su Qingxue looked around and found herself in a tranquil valley surrounded by the fragrance of flowers and lush green grass. A stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere of the passage she had just left. Where is this place? And where are my sisters? Filled with confusion, Su Qingxue slowly walked toward the Jade Maiden Hall. As she approached the palace gate, a familiar feeling welled up in her heart, as if she had once lived here. Su Qingxue reached out and pushed open the palace doors, and an overwhelming torrent of memories instantly surged into her mind. She saw herself wearing resplendent celestial robes, strolling hand in hand with an extraordinary man through a fairyland. She saw herself cultivating in the Jade Maiden Hall, while the man offered meticulous guidance at her side. She saw the immortal realm ravaged by war, the 2 of them fighting shoulder to shoulder against evil forces. I remember now. I remember. Su Qingxue shouted in excitement, tears glistening in her eyes. It turned out that she had been the Tao companion of the immortal emperor in her past life. After a great war, her soul was reincarnated, losing all memories of the past. And this Jade Maiden Hall before her was the place she had dwelt in her past life. As her memories returned, Su Qingxue discovered a token emitting a soft glow appearing within her body. The Immortal Emperor's Order. The token was engraved with exquisite patterns bearing a resemblance to the runes on the stone gate. Holding the Immortal Emperor's Order, Su Qingxue returned to the stone gate. She placed the Immortal Emperor's Order into a recess on the stone gate. In an instant, the runes on the gate blazed with brilliant light, and the formation's power began to gradually dissipate. Ding! Activated the Immortal Emperor's Order, obtained the 9 Revolutions Mystic Heaven Art. This cultivation art was created by the ancient Immortal Emperor. When cultivated to its highest level, it grants mastery over the power of heaven and earth. The system notification echoed in Su Qingxue's mind. Meanwhile, Liu Fei also noticed the change in the formation. Seeing the formation's light gradually dimming, he rejoiced inwardly. It must be that the sisters have found a way to break it. In a short while, the figures of the 7 women reappeared before Liu Fei. Su Qingxue ran toward him, her face brimming with excitement. Liu Fei, I remember now. I was your Tao companion in our past life. Liu Fei looked at Su Qingxue, his eyes filled with joy and emotion. Qingxue, it's really you. The 2 embraced tightly as if nothing else in the world mattered. Congratulations to the host. Su Qingxue has regained her memories and unlocked the title Immortal Emperor's Tao Companion. This title enhances the mutual understanding and combat power bonus between Su Qingxue and the host. The system notification sounded at just the right moment. Sisters, I also obtained the Immortal Emperor's Order. After activating it, I received a powerful cultivation art, the 9 Revolutions Mystic Heaven art. Su Qingxue said all this with excitement. Bai Liu said happily, "That's wonderful, Qingxue. It seems this ruin holds countless secrets. We must explore it thoroughly." Bai Liu said joyfully, her 9 tails wagging merrily. At that moment, the stone gate slowly opened and a powerful surge of immortal spiritual energy rushed forth. Behind the stone gate stretched a passage leading deeper into the ruins, its interior glittering with light, as if beckoning them forward. Ding! Main quest updated. Collect 7 immortal orders. Gathering all 7 immortal orders will open the core region of the ancient immortal emperor's abode and reveal its ultimate secrets. The system notification echoed in everyone's minds. It seems this immortal emperor's order is only one of them. We still need to find the other 6 immortal orders. Liu Fei gazed at the passage, a resolute light shining in his eyes. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, we will face them together. We will gather all the immortal orders and uncover the secrets of this ancient immortal emperor's abode. The 7 women nodded, determination shining in their eyes. "We are with you." Just as they were about to step into the passage, the sect disciples who had followed them arrived. Seeing the stone gate open, greed gleamed in their eyes. That group really got lucky. They actually found a way to open the stone gate. We can't let them keep all the treasures behind this gate for themselves. A sharp-faced disciple sneered coldly, a sinister gleam flickering in his eyes. Exactly. With so many of us, what do we have to fear? When we charge and grab everything we see. Another burly disciple swung his saber and said viciously. Hearing this, Liu Fei's eyes flashed with coldness. "If you want to live, you'd better not act rashly. This ruin is fraught with danger. It's not a place for you to covet." "Oh, are you trying to scare us? I think you just want to hog the treasure." "Brothers, charge in." The sharp-faced disciple shouted, leading a group of disciples charging toward the stone gate. However, the moment they stepped through the stone gate, they triggered the restrictions hidden within the passage. Flashes of powerful magical light erupted instantly, engulfing the disciples. Screams of agony rang out as those disciples, before they could offer any resistance, were reduced to ashes by the restriction's power. Thighs. This. The remaining disciples turned pale with terror, collapsing to the ground as they stared at Liu Fei and the 7 women, their eyes filled with fear. "I told you this is no place for you. If you don't want to die, leave now," Liu Fei said coldly. The remaining disciples scrambled away in panic, crawling and stumbling as they fled. Liu Fei and the 7 women took a deep breath, then hand in hand stepped into the passage beyond the stone gate, where more unknown challenges and wonders awaited them. Liu Fei and the 7 women stepped into the passage beyond the stone door. The tunnel was filled with dense, immortal spiritual energy shimmering with light, yet secretly hinting at mystery and danger. Strange patterns covered the walls as if telling an ancient story. The group moved forward with caution, every step filled with vigilance. As they walked, the space ahead suddenly twisted, and a dark red figure slowly materialized. When the figure became clear, all were startled. It was the phantom of the Godslayer Blade Master. The phantom radiated a bloody demonic aura, the long blade in its hand flashing with an eerie light, its eyes coldly fixed on Liu Fei. "You didn't expect to see me here, did you?" The phantom let out a cold snort, his voice seeming to come from the 9 netherworld hells reverberating through the passage. How is this possible? Wasn't the Godslayer Blade Master already purified?" Bai Liu said in terror, her 9 tails unconsciously tightening. "This is only a phantom, not the true Blade Master. But we must not let our guard down. This phantom is surely extremely powerful," Liu Fei said with a grave expression, activating his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning flickering across his body, ready to fight at any moment. "But we must not let our guard down. This phantom is surely extremely powerful," Liu Fei said solemnly, circulating his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning crackling on his skin, prepared for battle. When She saw the phantom, the power within her body suddenly churned. A glint of red light flashed in her eyes, and the Godslayer's sword in her hand trembled slightly. "No, I must not be affected." She struggled inwardly, trying to suppress the restlessness inside her. "Little girl, do you think that by devouring my remnant soul, you can control everything? How naive." The phantom noticed Yun's eyes anomaly and let out a sinister laugh. "Godslayer Blade Master, even if today you are only a phantom, I will completely defeat you," Liu Fei shouted, unleashing the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art. Golden sword energy intertwined and slashed toward the phantom. The phantom snorted coldly, neither dodging nor avoiding, and swung the long blade in his hand, sending a dark red saber aura to meet the sword energy. With a loud bang, the sword energy and saber aura collided, and the immense force stirred up a whirlwind, sweeping up sand and stones. Liu Fei, watch out. The power of this phantom must not be underestimated. Su Qingxue shouted anxiously, the ice sword in her hand blazing with light, ready to support Liu Fei at any moment. Liu Fei took a deep breath. He knew this would be a hard-fought battle. He circulated the chaotic power and lightning force within him, unleashing an even more powerful technique. Chaos Thunder Dragon. With his loud roar, an enormous purple thunder dragon condensed in front of him. The dragon raised its head, let out a long howl, and lunged at the phantom. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed in the phantom's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Interesting, but that's not enough. He gripped the long blade with both hands and unleashed a powerful saber move, the Godslayer world-destroying slash. The long blade blazed with intense dark red light, its saber aura crisscrossing and colliding with the thunder dragon. In an instant, light radiated in all directions, and waves of powerful energy made the entire passage tremble. Under the impact of that force, Liu Fei was knocked back again and again, but relying on the formidable defense of his Chaos Thunder body, he managed to withstand the blow. With just this little skill you think you can defeat me, eh? The phantom sneered, contempt filling his eyes. Just then Yunxi suddenly let out a painful scream. The remnant soul power of the Blade Master within her completely lost control under the phantom's stimulation. Her gaze became dazed and filled with killing intent. She wildly brandished the Godslayer sword and launched attacks at those around her. Yunxi snapped out of it. The 7 women cried out, hurriedly dodging her attacks. They tried to wake Yunxi, but she was now completely controlled by the power within her and could hear nothing. Yunxi. Liu Fei's heart raced with panic. Ignoring the phantom's attacks, he rushed toward Yunxi. However, how could the phantom let this opportunity slip? He unleashed a fierce saber strike aimed at Liu Fei's back. Watch out! Su Qingxue shouted. She charged forward without hesitation, using her ice sword to block the phantom's attack. But she also sustained a tremendous impact from the blow. A mouthful of blood spurted out and her body was sent flying backward. Senior Sister Su, the 7 women exclaimed, rushing over to support Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue. Anger flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. He turned to the phantom, his gaze brimming with killing intent. You dare to harm her. Today I will utterly destroy your phantom. The phantom, however, remained nonchalant. He sneered, just you. Don't forget your wife is still waiting for you. Yet here you are entangled with me. Do you think you can save her? What did you say? My wife. Liu Fei's heart shook and vague images flashed through his mind. He saw a woman dressed in magnificent phoenix robes with an air of noble grace. Her face was blurred, but Liu Fei could feel the deep bond of affection between them. You're lying. Where's my wife? What do you know? Liu Fei shouted, his mind beginning to crack. Ha ha, you can't even protect your own wife, and you still talk about saving the immortal realm. The phantom laughed wildly as he continued his attack. Under the phantom's provocation, Liu Fei's mental defenses gradually collapsed. His movements slowed and his eyes filled with confusion. Just as the phantom's long blade was about to strike Liu Fei, he suddenly recalled the moments spent with the 7 women and the trust and support they had given him. No, I cannot fall. I still have people to protect. Liu Fei roared, inwardly activating his Chaos Thunder body in an attempt to calm himself. At the same time, he began trying to merge the Blade Master's memories, searching for a way to counter the phantom. As the Blade Master's memories merged within him, an exquisite set of saber techniques surfaced in Liu Fei's mind, the Godslayer saber art. This saber art contained the Blade Master's lifelong insights into the way of the blade possessed unrivaled power. Fine, since you want to use the Blade Master's power against me, I'll defeat you with the Blade Master's saber art. A glint of determination flashed in Liu Fei's eyes as he unleashed the Godslayer saber art. Though he held no long blade in his hands, he condensed one from chaotic power and lightning force. The blade shimmered with purple thunder and dark red demonic light. Godslayer saber art, first form, Heaven Cleaver. Liu Fei shouted, swinging the blade. A powerful saber aura shot toward the phantom. Wherever the saber aura passed, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting crackling sounds. The phantom's face drastically changed. He had never expected Liu Fei to merge the Blade Master's memories and execute such a powerful saber art in so short a time. He hurriedly swung his blade to block the aura, but the strike was too powerful. Under its impact, cracks began to appear across his body. How is this possible? How do you know my saber art? The phantom cried in terror. Now you know what you're up against. This is only the beginning. Liu Fei snorted coldly and executed the second form of the Godslayer saber art, Earth Destroyer. The blade swung again. This time the saber aura transformed into countless fine sword energies like a sky full of sword rain shooting toward the phantom. The phantom resisted with all his might, but the sword energies were too dense. Struck by them, his body grew more and more cracked. At last, under Liu Fei's relentless assault, the phantom let out a miserable shriek and completely dissipated. Few finally settled. Liu Fei let out a long breath. His body was somewhat weary, but his gaze remained resolute. At that moment, Yunxi gradually regained consciousness as the phantom disappeared. Seeing the injured Su Qingxue, she felt deeply guilty. Senior Sister Su, I'm sorry. Su Qingxue smiled gently and shook her head. Yunxi, I'm fine. Don't blame yourself. Ding. Hidden quest defeat the phantom completed. A system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women, his heart filled with gratitude. Thank you. If not for you, I might not have been able to defeat this phantom today. The 7 women gathered around him, concern shining in their eyes. We are one, no thanks are needed. But what about the wife the Phantom mentioned? What is that all about? Liu Fei was deeply puzzled. He knew a great secret must be hidden behind all this. No matter what, we will accompany you in seeking the truth, Su Qingxue said firmly. They exchanged smiles and continued deeper into the passage. Liu Fei and the 7 women continued along the mysterious passage. The surrounding immortal spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, as if they had stepped into a celestial realm. However, this tranquility did not last long. Liu, walking ahead, suddenly halted, foxfire flickering around her, as a trace of unease appeared on her face. Master, I sense a powerful and familiar aura not far ahead. Liu's expression was tense, yet tinged with anticipation. Her 9 tails swayed unconsciously, radiating an enchanting glow. Hearing this, Liu Fei immediately activated his Chaos Thunder body and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Be careful, everyone. This ruin is fraught with hidden dangers. We must not let our guard down. The others nodded and summoned their respective magic treasures, bracing themselves for any threat. As the group advanced, a palace radiating a soft pink glow appeared before them. Above its gate were 3 ancient archaic characters. Megu Hall. Liu saw the characters and trembled slightly, a flicker of complicated emotion passing through her eyes. Liu, what's wrong? Is there something special about this palace? Su Qingxue asked with concern. The light on her ice sword shimmered as she remained on guard against potential danger. I am not entirely sure, but I feel an inexplicable connection between this palace and me, as if something is calling out to me. Liu frowned, trying to recall. Just then the palace gate slowly opened and a powerful seductive force surged forth. Everyone felt their minds waver, as if sinking into endless temptation. Liu Fei was startled. He immediately channeled his Chaos Thunder body. Violet lightning flashed and enveloped the group, shielding them from the seductive force. Steady your minds. Don't be fooled by this power, Liu Fei shouted while carefully observing the interior. Inside, light flickered as strange runes flowed across the walls, forming a massive formation. This is a powerful formation. To enter the palace, we must break it. Nangong Yue frowned deeply, her hand seals flickering with light as she tried to decipher the formation's mysteries. However, just as everyone was pondering how to break it, the formation suddenly blazed, shooting pink rays of light at the group. Wherever the rays struck, the ground was instantly corroded into deep pits. The terrifying corrosiveness made everyone's faces change. This formation is too dangerous. We can't even get close. A trailing sect disciple shouted in terror, fear filling his eyes. If I knew you brats couldn't handle this. How could someone like you set foot in such a dangerous place? A sharp-faced elder snorted with a mocking smile. If I didn't think this ruin might hold a priceless treasure, I wouldn't have come here to die with you. That's right. The formation is so powerful, they definitely can't break it. We'd better leave quickly before we lose our lives here. Another elder echoed, his eyes full of disdain. Ignoring their sarcasm, Liu Fei turned to Liu. Liu, you seem to have a special connection with this palace. Perhaps you can find a way to break the formation. Liu took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Master, will try. She channeled her fox demon power. Her 9 tails blazed with light as she slowly walked toward the palace. As she approached, the formation's attacks grew fiercer, yet Liu barely managed to withstand them by relying on her powerful seductive force. Liu, be careful. The 7 women cried out in unison, their eyes full of worry. When Liu reached the palace gate, she suddenly felt a powerful force pulling her inside. Master, sisters, Liu cried out as her figure vanished before their eyes. Liu Fei's heart raced. Without hesitation, he activated his Chaos Thunder body and dashed toward the palace. The moment he stepped inside, the formation automatically closed, sealing the others outside. What now? Both Liu Fei and Liu are trapped in the formation, Su Qingxue said anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Don't panic. Since Liu Fei dared to go in, he must have a plan. Let's wait here and be ready to support them. Nangong Yue tried to comfort her, but a hint of unease also flickered in her eyes. Inside the palace, Liu Fei saw Liu standing at the center of the formation, surrounded by countless shimmering runes. Liu's body trembled slightly, as if enduring tremendous pressure. Liu, are you all right? Liu Fei hurried over and asked with concern. Master, I sense a resonance between the core of this formation and the power within me. Perhaps we can break this formation through dual cultivation. Liu blushed slightly and whispered. Liu Fei was momentarily taken aback, but knowing the urgency, he replied without hesitation. All right, Liu, let's try. The two sat facing each other and began circulating their spiritual power for dual cultivation. As their energies merged, Liu's fox demon power resonated with Liu Fei's chaotic force, and the runes in the formation blazed with even more dazzling light. Now, increase your spiritual output, Liu Fei shouted. The two poured all their spiritual power into the effort. In an instant, the palace blazed with radiance, and the surge of power made the entire hall tremble. Under their combined efforts, the formation finally loosened. A flash of light appeared and a pearl radiating a soft pink glow materialized before them. The Tianmei pearl. Is this the key to breaking the formation? Liu Fei reached out, picked up the pearl, and examined it closely. Within its depths, a sealed soul exuded a powerful fox demon aura. Master this soul. It seems to belong to the ancient fox demon queen. Bai Liu said in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. Just then the soul of the ancient fox demon queen spoke. Little girl, I didn't expect you to make it here. I am the soul of your past life. Today is the day we merge. Soul of my past life. Bai Liu was startled, but she quickly calmed down. She realized this might be an opportunity to break through. Master, I want to try devouring this soul to break through my realm. Bai Liu looked at Liu Fei, her eyes resolute. Liu Fei nodded slightly. All right, Bai Liu, I'll guard you. Bai Liu channeled her spiritual power and began devouring the soul of the ancient fox demon queen. As the soul merged, her body underwent tremendous changes. Her 9 tails grew thicker and stronger, her fox fire blazed even more intensely, and her aura continued to surge. With a thunderous boom, Bai Liu successfully broke through to the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage, greatly increasing her strength. A system notification chimed in Liu Fei's mind. Bai Liu's Affinity 60. Unlocked 9 transformations of the Celestial Fox. This skill is the ultimate technique of the ancient fox demon queen. When cultivated to its peak, it allows one to transform into a 9-tailed celestial fox with the power to destroy heaven and earth. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Master, I did it. Bai Liu ran to Liu Fei excitedly, her eyes gleaming with joy. Congratulations, Bai Liu. Liu Fei said with a smile, his eyes full of relief. At that moment the palace gate slowly opened. The 7 women, seeing Liu Fei and Bai Liu safe and sound, were overjoyed. Liu Fei, Bai Liu, thank goodness you're all right. Su Qingxue ran over excitedly and hugged them tightly. Master, sister Bai Liu, how did you break the formation? Nangong Yueli asked curiously. Liu Fei and Bai Liu briefly recounted what had happened, and everyone was amazed. I didn't expect these 2 kids to have some skills after all, actually managing to break such a powerful formation. The sharp-faced elder said, his face slightly red with embarrassment. Indeed, it seems we underestimated them. Another elder quickly agreed. A system notification chimed in Liu Fei's mind. Limited time quest, break the formation within 12 hours. Liu Fei looked at the Tianmei pearl in his hand, filled with anticipation. There are many secrets in this ruin waiting to be unveiled. Let's press on. The 7 women nodded, determination in their eyes. All right, we'll go together. The group set off, once more heading deeper into the ruin. Liu Fei and his companions pressed deeper into the ruins, where the surroundings grew ever more mysterious and unfathomable. The runes on the walls flickered with eerie light, as if warning them of the dangers ahead. A faint elusive odor lingered in the air, instilling a subtle sense of unease. The aura of this place is growing stranger and stranger. Everyone be extremely careful. Liu Fei's expression was solemn as he warned the group, while keeping a wary watch on their surroundings. Activating his chaotic thunder body, faint purple arcs of lightning shimmered across his skin as he prepared for any unexpected crisis. The 7 women nodded in unison, summoning their magic treasures with spiritual power flowing around them, maintaining heightened vigilance. Nangong Yueli clutched a jade pendant that emitted a faint, ghostly glow. It was a treasure passed down through her family, said to possess a special sensitivity to poisons and venomous creatures. As the group advanced, a sinister palace appeared before them. Its massive doors were tightly shut, covered with intricately carved patterns of bizarre venomous creatures so lifelike that they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. Above the palace hung a worn, weathered plaque bearing the words Wanda Hall in large characters, exuding a nauseating aura. So this is the Wanda Hall. It looks terrifying. Bai Liu pressed close to Liu Fei, her 9 tails unconsciously coiling tight, a trace of fear flickering in her eyes. It's just a broken hall. What's there to fear? Who knows, there might be some treasure hidden inside. One of the sect disciples following them sneered, a greedy gleam flashing in his eyes. Exactly. With so many of us, why should we fear this puny poison hall? Another disciple chimed in with a nonchalant expression. Ignoring their chatter, Liu Fei turned to Nangong Yueli. Yueli, you have deep knowledge of poisons. The Wanda Hall may hold great danger, so you must be especially careful. Nangong Yueli nodded, slightly, resolve flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, master. They'll be careful. She took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the palace doors. The moment her hand touched the door, a chill shot through her fingertips, and she couldn't help but shiver. With a piercing creak, the doors slowly swung open. A dense wave of poisonous mist surged toward them, and everyone hurriedly channeled their spiritual power to ward it off. Within the mist came faint, eerie sounds as if countless venomous creatures were slithering through it. Everyone be careful. This mist is poisonous. Liu Fei shouted. Activating his chaotic thunder body, he wove purple lightning into the air in an attempt to disperse the toxic fog. Yet the poisonous mist was extremely stubborn, the lightning only thinned it slightly. Nangong Yueli channeled her spiritual power, and tried to sense the types and distribution of the venomous creatures within the mist. However, just as she focused her mind, she suddenly sensed a powerful poisonous presence surging up from beneath the ground, instantly enveloping her. Nangong Yueli. Seeing this, Liu Fei was alarmed and charged toward Nangong Yueli without hesitation. But the venomous creatures in the mist seemed driven by some force, and they all surged at Liu Fei in attack. This fool is overestimating himself, daring to charge into the poisonous mist. He's in for a rough time now. The earlier greedy disciple sneered, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. Exactly. Does he think he's an immortal? The Wanda Hall isn't so easy to barge into. The other disciple chimed in with a mocking smirk. Liu Fei continued to channel his chaotic thunder body to fend off the venomous attacks, while moving closer to Nangong Yueli. He saw her pale face and trembling frame. Clearly she had been gravely poisoned. Yueli, hang on. I'm coming to save you, Liu Fei shouted. Focusing the chaotic power within him, he tried to force the venom out of Nangong Yueli's body. However, these venomous creatures were extremely cunning, constantly shifting their positions and eluding Liu Fei's grasp. Just when he was at a loss, a sudden idea struck him. He channeled his chaotic thunder body, pouring lightning power into the poisonous mist, then unleashed the chaotic green lotus sword art. Golden sword chi crisscrossed through the air, slaying the venomous creatures in the mist one after another. At the same time, he channeled his inner chaotic force and used poison against poison, injecting a mild venomous energy into Nangong Yueli's body in an attempt to neutralize the deadly toxin within her. Thanks to Liu Fei's efforts, the deadly poison within Nangong Yueli was gradually neutralized, and her complexion slowly regained its rosy hue. Master, thank you, she said weakly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. As long as you're all right. Liu Fei smiled and helped Nangong Yueli to her feet. However, things were far. Just then, an apparition of the blood demon ancestor materialized within the poisonous mist. The phantom radiated a thick, bloody demonic aura, and in its hand was a crimson magic staff coiled around by countless venomous creatures. Huh. I never expected a bunch of tiny ants like you to dare intrude upon my Wanda Hall. Today is your day of death. The blood demon ancestor's apparition let out a sinister laugh that echoed through the palace, sending chills down everyone's spine. Blood demon ancestor, you vile fiend, today I will utterly defeat you. Anger flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. He activated his chaotic thunder body and unleashed its ultimate technique, Descent of the Chaotic Thunder Emperor. A layer of golden lightning appeared over his body, and within the radiance the faint phantom of a Thunder Emperor took shape. The Thunder Emperor's phantom raised a lightning hammer and smashed it down toward the blood demon ancestor's apparition. The blood demon ancestor's apparition let out a cold snort. Waving his magic staff, he summoned the surrounding venomous creatures before him, forming a shield of poison. The lightning hammer struck the shield with a thunderous boom, shattering it in an instant. Yet the blood demon ancestor's apparition remained completely unharmed. With such meager strength, you think you can defeat me? The blood demon ancestor's apparition sneered, brandishing his staff and sending even more venomous creatures surging toward Liu Fei and the others. Seeing this, Liu Fei was secretly stunned. He knew the blood demon ancestor's apparition would not be easy to overcome. Turning to Nangong Yueli, he asked, Yueli, you know a great deal about poisons. Is there any way to deal with these creatures? Nangong Yueli pondered for a moment, a gleam flashing in her eyes. Master, I have an idea. Although these venomous creatures are formidable, they share one weakness. They are afraid of a herb called Qingling grass. If we can find this herb, we might be able to break the blood demon ancestor's poisonous attacks. Hearing this, Liu Fei was overjoyed. Good. Yueli, search quickly and see if there's any Qingling grass in the Wanda Hall. Nangong Yueli channeled her spiritual power and began searching the Wanda Hall for Qingling grass. Meanwhile, Liu Fei continued to activate his chaotic thunder body against the blood demon ancestor's poisonous attacks. Just as everyone was caught in a predicament, Nangong Yueli suddenly called out, Master, I found it. In her hand was a fragrant herb, precisely the Qingling grass. Liu Fei took the Qingling grass and channeled his chaotic thunder body to merge the herb's power into the air. Instantly, a crisp, refreshing aura spread through the hall. The venomous creatures in the mist let out agonizing shrieks and began fleeing in every direction. Huh. Let's see you stay so arrogant now. Liu Fei laughed heartily. He unleashed the chaotic green lotus sword art, its golden sword chi crisscrossing through the air and cutting down the fleeing venomous creatures one by one. The blood demon ancestor's apparition turned ashen at the sight. He swung his magic staff, trying to stop Liu Fei, but under the influence of the Qingling grass, his venomous attacks had already lost all effect. No, this is impossible. The blood demon ancestor's apparition let out a despairing shriek as his form gradually dissolved. With the apparition's disappearance, the poisonous mist inside the Wanda Hall also slowly dispersed. At the center of the hall appeared an ancient tome radiating a faint, mysterious light, the Myriad Poison True Scripture. Liu Fei stepped forward and picked up the Myriad Poison True Scripture. He flipped open the ancient book, finding records of all manner of powerful poison arts and methods for refining venomous creatures. Channeling his spiritual power, he began to study it. As he read on, his understanding of poison arts deepened, and the poison art power within him continued to surge. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the myriad poison true scripture and breaking through to the poison arts Grandmaster realm. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. That's wonderful, Master. The 7 women gathered around him, their eyes brimming with joy. Master, you're incredible. Nangong Yueli's eyes sparkled with admiration, and her affection toward him increased by 50 points. Ding! Nangong Yueli's affection 50. Unlocked 1000 Spider Myriad Poison Hand. This skill is a supreme poison technique. When cultivated to great completion, it can summon 1000 venomous spiders with devastating power. The system notification sounded once more. Thank you, everyone. Without you, I would hardly have been able to defeat the Blood Demon Ancestor's apparition and obtain the myriad poison true scripture today. Liu Fei said with a smile, his eyes shining with gratitude. At this moment, the sect disciples who had earlier mocked and sneered at Liu Fei were utterly stunned to see him successfully obtain the myriad poison true scripture and break through to the poison arts Grandmaster realm. Their faces were filled with shock and regret, and their hearts now held deep reverence for Liu Fei. Elder Liu is too formidable. I even said he wasn't capable before. I truly failed to recognize a great man. The previously greedy disciple, his face full of shame, lowered his head and spoke. Indeed. With strength like Elder Liu's, how could any of us compare? The other disciple quickly chimed in. Ding! Hidden quest completed, become a poison arts master. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei gazed at the myriad poison true scripture in his hands, his heart full of anticipation. There are still many secrets in these ruins waiting for us to uncover. Let's continue onward. The 7 women nodded, determination shining in their eyes. All right, let's go together. The group once again set off, heading deeper into the ruins. Liu Fei and the 7 women continued along the mysterious ruin passage, surrounded by an ancient and enigmatic aura. The runes on the walls glimmered faintly, as if whispering tales of the vicissitudes of time. As they advanced, a grand palace came into view. Its massive doors were sealed shut, covered with all manner of peculiar artifact refining engravings, dancing flames, shimmering spirit crystals, and outlines of treasures in every shape. Clearly, this was the artifact refining hall. Finally, we've arrived. This artifact refining hall seems extraordinarily mysterious. Who knows what secrets lie within? Liu Fei looked up at the palace, anticipation and wariness flickering in his eyes. Master, I can feel an intense artifact refining aura from within, as if it's summoning me. Lin Wan'er said excitedly. As a genius in artifact refining, she possessed an uncanny sensitivity to such places. They slowly approached the palace doors. As soon as Lin Wan'er's hand touched the door, the runes upon it blazed with brilliant light. Mechanism after mechanism surged from the ground, instantly engulfing her. Lin Wan'er! Liu Fei cried out, trying to rush forward, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Why did so many mechanisms suddenly appear? Bai Liu shouted anxiously, her 9 tails swishing unevenly. Humph, that little girl must have triggered some kind of restriction. She thought she was so impressive just because she knew a bit about artifact refining. Now look at her. Trapped, isn't she? A sect disciple who had followed them sneered, his eyes filled with malicious glee. Exactly. This ruin isn't so easy to break into. She overestimated herself. Another disciple chimed in, a mocking expression on his face. Liu Fei paid no heed to their taunts. Activating his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning crackled around him as he attempted to break through the barrier. However, the barrier was extremely sturdy. The lightning merely rippled across its surface without breaking it. Master, don't waste your strength. This is the defensive mechanism of the artifact refining hall. Ordinary power cannot break it. I need to find a way to deactivate the mechanism from within. Lin Wan'er's voice came from within the mechanism formation, nervous yet resolute. All right, Lin Wan'er, be careful. I'll find a way to assist you from outside. Liu Fei shouted back. Lin Wan'er took a deep breath and began to carefully examine the surrounding mechanisms. The mechanisms were composed of various metals and spirit crystals interwoven into an intricate formation. She channeled the spiritual energy within her body, attempting to locate the core hub of the mechanism. However, the mechanism seemed to sense her intent. It began to spin wildly, launching attacks at her. Not good. Lin Wan'er cried out, hastily dodging. A sword chi grazed past the hem of her clothes, nearly injuring her. Lin Wan'er, are you alright? Liu Fei asked anxiously from outside. Master, this mechanism is too complex. I can't figure out how to shut it down for now, and its attacks are growing fiercer. Lin Wan'er replied while dodging the assaults. Just as Lin Wan'er was feeling at a loss, she suddenly noticed an immortal artifact glowing faintly within the mechanism formation. The artifact seemed to have some connection to the mechanism. Struck by a sudden thought, Lin Wan'er channeled her spiritual energy and tried to approach it. But the mechanism detected her intention and reinforced its defenses, sending wave after wave of powerful force to block her. No good. At this rate, I'll never get near that artifact. Yi Ling'er grew anxious inwardly. Outside, seeing her predicament, Liu Fei was also deeply worried. He glanced around and suddenly thought of his Chaos Fire. Perhaps Chaos Fire can help Yi Ling'er break this mechanism. Thinking this, Liu Fei activated his Chaos Thunder Body and summoned the Chaos Fire. The moment the Chaos Fire appeared, the surrounding temperature soared. The golden flames emanated an aura of primordial chaos. Liu Fei directed the Chaos Fire toward the mechanism formation. Wherever the Chaos Fire passed, the metals and spirit crystals of the mechanism began to melt and the barrage of attacks weakened. Master Wonderful, your Chaos Fire works on this mechanism. Yi Ling'er cheered, overjoyed at the power of the Chaos Fire. Yi Ling'er seized the chance to approach that artifact. I'll clear the obstacles for you, Liu Fei shouted, intensifying the output of Chaos Fire. With its aid, Yi Ling'er finally neared the immortal artifact. She reached out and grasped the artifact. At once a surge of powerful energy poured into her body. The artifact began to tremble violently, as if resisting her control. Does she really think she can control this immortal artifact? This is a divine artifact. How could she possibly master it? The same mocking disciple from before spoke up again. Exactly. She's bound to suffer the backlash of the artifact's power. Even if she doesn't die, she'll be badly hurt. Another disciple chimed in, his face wearing an expression of eager anticipation. Yi Ling'er clenched her teeth, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy in her body to tame the artifact. Her body trembled slightly and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, yet her gaze was unwaveringly determined. I will succeed, Yi Ling'er roared in her heart. Just as she was locked in a stalemate with the artifact suddenly erupted with a powerful aura of the Chaos Green Lotus. This aura resonated with Liu Fei's Chaos Thunder Body, causing his Chaos Fire to blaze even more fiercely. This is the aura of the Chaos Green Lotus. Liu Fei was startled, never expecting this immortal artifact to be connected to the Chaos Green Lotus. Influenced by the Chaos Green Lotus's aura, the artifact gradually ceased its resistance and began to acknowledge Yi Ling'er as its master. As the recognition was completed, a wondrous transformation occurred within Yi Ling'er. Her artifact refining power soared, and her cultivation realm broke through to artifact refining Grandmaster. Ding! Yi Ling'er has broken through to the artifact refining Grandmaster realm, gaining a powerful boost in artifact refining abilities. The system notification rang in everyone's minds. That's wonderful, Yi Ling. The 7 women cheered, their eyes brimming with joy. Master, I did it. Yi Ling'er walked out of the mechanism formation excitedly, holding the now bonded immortal artifact in her hand. The immortal artifact now radiated dazzling light, exuding immense power. Congratulations, Yi Ling, Liu Fei said with a smile, his eyes full of relief. Ding! Yi Ling'er's affection has increased by 70. Unlocked skill Artifact Spirit Symbiosis. This skill allows Yi Ling'er to form a symbiotic relationship with an artifact's spirit, enhancing the artifact's power. The system notification sounded again. Master, this immortal artifact seems to hide an even greater secret. I sense it has a close connection with the Chaos Green Lotus, Yi Ling'er said excitedly. It seems this ruin still holds many secrets we don't know about. This immortal artifact may be the key. Liu Fei gazed at the artifact in Yi Ling'er's hand, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. At that moment, the artifact flashed with light and transformed into a hammer crackling with thunder, the 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer. So this is the 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer. It looks incredible. Bai Liu stared at the hammer with curiosity. Ding! Obtained the 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer. This treasure contains powerful lightning-type energy and can unleash terrifying might. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. Excellent. With the 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer, our strength has increased considerably. Nangong Yueli said, I didn't expect this kid to be quite capable. Not only did he save that girl, he also obtained such a powerful treasure. The disciples who had been mocking earlier were now shocked and filled with regret. Ding! Time-limited quest completed, refining a top-tier immortal artifact. The reward is generous. You may choose one magical treasure or cultivation technique from the system treasury. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. It seems exploring this ruin is getting more and more interesting. Let's keep moving forward and see what other surprises await us. Liu Fei looked ahead, a determined light gleaming in his eyes. The 7 women nodded one after another, their eyes full of anticipation. All right, let's go together. The group once again set off, heading deeper into the ruin. Carrying the joy of their gains and the promise of the unknown, they pressed deeper into the ruins. The deeper they went, the more ancient and mysterious the surroundings became. Runes on the walls shimmered with cryptic light, as if recounting a long-forgotten chapter of history. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, soothing to the mind and spirit, yet it also carried a faint undercurrent of danger. Everyone be careful. This aura feels wrong. Some powerful being seems to be lurking. Liu Fei's expression was grim as he warned the others, his eyes sweeping the surroundings with vigilance. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body, faint purple lightning flickering across his skin as he readied himself for any sudden crisis. The 7 women likewise summoned their magic treasures, spiritual power swirling around them as they stayed on high alert. Just then a low growl echoed from ahead, and the ground began to tremble faintly. A colossal guardian beast slowly emerged before the group. It resembled a qilin, its entire body covered in golden scales, each one gleaming with blinding brilliance like a star. Its eyes were like burning flames radiating scorching heat, and the fire from its maw instantly set the surrounding air alight. What kind of monster is this? It looks so powerful. Liu stammered in fright, her 9 tails curling instinctively as she hid behind Liu Fei. Humph, it's nothing but a beast. Watch me slay it. A sect disciple who had come along trusting in his own extraordinary skill brandished his long sword and charged at the guardian beast first. Don't act rashly, Liu Fei shouted, but it was already too late. At the sight, contempt flickered in the guardian beast's eyes. It opened its maw and blasted out a huge column of flame, devouring the disciple in an instant. A single shrill scream rang out, and the disciple disappeared into the flames, not even a trace of him left. This guardian beast is horrifying. The other disciples, pale with fear, hastily retreated. Everyone calm down. Though this guardian beast is powerful, it is not invincible. Let's attack together and find its weakness. Liu Fei shouted, executing the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art. Golden sword chi twisted and crisscrossed as it slashed toward the guardian beast. The guardian beast swung its giant claws and easily batted the sword chi aside. Roaring, it charged at Liu Fei with incredible speed, kicking up a violent wind. Liu Fei hurriedly activated the Chaos Thunder Body. Purple lightning gathered into a shield, blocking the guardian beast's attack. Sisters, let's join forces and help our master, Su Qingxue shouted. Her ice sword blazed with light as she cast an ice spell, conjuring an enormous ice wall in front of the guardian beast to impede its advance. Liu was not to be outdone. Channeling her fox spirit power, she made her 9 tails radiate dazzling light and used a charm technique, trying to disrupt the guardian beast's actions. Nangong Yueli formed Dharma seals, chanting softly as she unleashed powerful spell attacks. Yilinger meanwhile used her newly attained status as an artifact refining grandmaster to amplify the power of the group's magic treasures. With everyone attacking together, the guardian beast's movements were somewhat hindered, but it remained extremely tenacious. It kept roaring, spewing flames, and swiping its claws in a fierce fight against the group. This won't do. The guardian beast's defenses are too strong. Our attacks are doing little damage. Liu Fei thought to himself, blocking the beast's attacks while observing it for weak points. Then Liu Fei noticed that the guardian beast's eyes appeared to be its weak point. A thought struck him. Activating the Chaos Thunder Body, he gathered all his power into his palm and unleashed the strongest technique of the Chaos Thunder Body, the Chaos Thunder Emperor's Descent. Golden lightning spread across the surface of his body, and within the lightning the vague figure of a Thunder Emperor materialized. The Thunder Emperor's phantom raised a thunder hammer and smashed it down at the guardian beast's eye. The guardian beast seemed to sense the danger and hurriedly swung its claws up to block. However, Liu Fei's strike was too mighty. The hammer crashed straight into the guardian beast's eye. Roar! The guardian beast let out an agonized shriek as one of its eyes exploded, blood gushing out. Everyone attacked together, Liu Fei yelled. Seizing the chance, the group unleashed their strongest moves. In an instant, a riot of multicolored spell light surged toward the guardian beast. Under the group's assault, the guardian beast could no longer hold on and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. We did it. Everyone burst into cheers, their faces shining with the joy of victory. At the spot where the guardian beast had fallen, a pearl radiating a mysterious light appeared. Liu Fei walked over and picked it up. He could feel the mighty power contained within. Ding! Obtained the Chaos Spirit Pearl. This pearl contains the power of chaos and can enhance the host's strength, while also unraveling the secrets hidden in the ruins. The system notification rang out in Liu Fei's mind. So this is the treasure the guardian beast guarded. I never imagined we would get it by accident, Liu Fei said excitedly. At that moment, the space around them suddenly shifted. A flash of light swept by, and they found themselves already at the exit of the ruins. What's happening? Why are we suddenly at the exit? Liu said in surprise. I think it must be this Chaos Spirit Pearl's doing. Not only does it contain tremendous power, it can also help us leave these ruins, Liu Fei said with a smile. Everyone walked out of the ruins, and the sunlight fell on them, making them feel incredibly warm. After this adventure in the ruins, everyone's strength had advanced greatly, and their feelings for one another had deepened. This trip into the ruins was all thanks to you, Master. If not for you, we might not have made it out alive. The 7 women crowded around, eyes full of worship and gratitude. No, this is the result of everyone's hard work. We are a team, and no one can be missing, Liu Fei said with a smile as he looked at the 7 women, his heart brimming with happiness. Where should we go next? Su Qingxue asked. Let's return to the sect first, sort through what we gained, and raise our strength. Then we'll go explore the secrets of this world and find a way to save the immortal realm. Liu Fei said, a determined light shining in his eyes. All right, we'll listen to you, Master, the 7 women said in unison. Carrying their abundant gains and unwavering conviction, the group set off on the road back to the sect. After returning to the sect, Liu Fei and the 7 women wasted no time in beginning preparations for their inheritance trials. Within the sect, the 7 halls, including Bingpa Hall, Megu Hall, Wanda Hall, and others, had contained mysterious power since ancient times and were the perfect places to activate the inheritances. The 7 women each went to their designated halls, preparing to go into seclusion and begin their inheritance journeys. Su Qingxue stepped into Bingpa Hall, where the air was bitingly cold and thick layers of ice covered the walls, radiating a faint, icy glow. She took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, and circulated the spiritual energy within her, trying to resonate with the hall's mysterious power. As her spiritual energy moved, the surrounding ice began to tremble faintly. Streaks of ice blue light shot toward her, enveloping her completely. Meanwhile, Liu stepped into Megu Hall. The hall was filled with an enchanting aura, and pink mist curled through the air, unconsciously stirring the heart. Liu activated her fox spirit power, her 9 tails appearing and disappearing within the mist. She closed her eyes, immersing herself entirely in that mysterious force, striving to unlock the ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the celestial fox. Nangong Yueli arrived at Wando Hall, where venomous mist filled the space, and the hissing of countless poisonous creatures rose without end. Clutching the jade pendant passed down through her family, she circulated her spiritual energy and tried to master the power of 10,000 poisons. Within the venomous mist, the shadows of poisonous creatures occasionally flashed past, circling around Nangong Yueli, as if testing her strength. Meanwhile, Yilinger Yunxi and the other women also began their arduous inheritance journeys in their figures flickered in and out of sight within the halls as waves of spiritual energy constantly surged outward, cloaking the entire sect in that immense power. However, the road of inheritance was not smooth. Just as the 7 women were wholly devoted to their trials, guardian beasts suddenly appeared in every hall. Inside Bingpa Hall, a colossal ice qilin slowly materialized. It radiated an intense chill, and with every step it took, a thick sheet of ice formed on the floor. The ice qilin threw back its head and roared the sound, shaking the entire Bingpa Hall. This Su Qingxue is far too overconfident. How dare she attempt to awaken the bloodline of the Bingling immortal venerable? The ice qilin is the divine beast guarding Bingpa Hall. How could she possibly withstand it? A sect disciple standing outside Bingpa Hall said to those around him, a mocking smile on his face. Exactly. She is just an ordinary woman. Even if she has a little ability before that ice qilin, she is nothing but an ant. Another disciple chimed in, his eyes full of disdain. Inside Bingpa Hall, Su Qingxue felt the tremendous pressure of the ice qilin and could not help feeling nervous. But then she remembered the hopes Liu Fei had placed in her, and a glint of determination flashed across her eyes. I absolutely cannot give up. For Liu Fei, for our future, I must succeed. She circulated her spiritual energy and tried to resist the ice qilin's attack. Just then Liu Fei sensed something unusual in the halls where the 7 women were. Alarmed, he rushed without hesitation toward Bingpa Hall. When he arrived, he saw Su Qingxue confronting the ice qilin. The qilin's cold aura had frozen her garments, and her face had grown pale. Su Qingxue, Liu Fei shouted. Activating the chaos thunder body, violet arcs of lightning flashed wildly across his skin. He unleashed the chaos azure lotus sword art, sending waves of golden sword chi toward the ice qilin. Seeing this, the ice qilin roared, swung its enormous claws, and scattered the sword chi. Its eyes blazing with fury, it pounced at Liu Fei. Liu Fei showed no fear. He channeled the chaos thunder body, gathered all his power into his palm, and unleashed its strongest technique, descent of the chaos thunder emperor. A layer of golden lightning appeared on the surface of his body, and within the radiance the faint phantom of the thunder emperor took shape. The phantom raised a thunder hammer and smashed it down toward the ice qilin. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out as the hammer struck the ice qilin. The tremendous force sent the beast staggering backward. It let out a pained roar, and with rage flaring in its eyes, it lunged at Liu Fei again. Does this Liu Fei think that just because he has a little skill he can contend with an ice qilin? He is utterly overestimating himself. The disciple who had mocked them earlier sneered. Exactly. He is looking for death. Another disciple chimed in, wearing an expression of eager anticipation. However, Liu Fei was not defeated by the ice qilin as they had expected. Relying on the powerful defenses of the chaos thunder body, he withstood the ice qilin's attacks again and again. At the same time, he kept searching for the beast's weakness, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Inside Megu Hall, Liu also encountered a guardian beast, a 9-tailed celestial fox. The fox radiated a formidable power of enchantment, and its eyes gleamed with an eerie light as it tried to bewitch her. Liu activated her fox spirit power, her 9 tails blazing with light, and engaged the 9-tailed celestial fox in a fierce struggle. This Liu is too greedy. How could the ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the celestial fox be so easily unlocked? This 9-tailed celestial fox is an ancient divine beast. She is no match for it. A sect elder standing outside Megu Hall shook his head and sighed. Indeed, If she tries to force a breakthrough, she may be devoured by the backlash of the nine-tailed celestial fox, ending with her soul scattered and her spirit extinguished. Another elder agreed, his eyes full of worry. During her struggle with the nine-tailed celestial fox, Liu Fei gradually fell into a predicament. The fox's enchanting power grew stronger and stronger, and her consciousness began to blur. Just as she was about to reach her limit, fragments of her time with Liu Fei suddenly surfaced in her mind. A powerful force surged within her heart. No, I cannot lose. For Liu Fei, I will unlock the ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the celestial fox. She channeled all the spiritual energy in her body, performed the forbidden art of the fox spirit clan, and entered into the final duel with the 9-tailed celestial fox. At the same time, Nangong Yue and Wanda Hall was fighting another guardian beast, a colossal venomous spider. The venom the spider sprayed corroded the entire Wanda Hall, leaving it riddled with holes. Nangong Yue circulated her spiritual energy and tried to resist the spider's attacks, but the spider's venom was too powerful and she began to show signs of poisoning. This Nangong Yue is far too reckless. Even a golden core expert would find it difficult to withstand the venom of this spider. How could a little girl at the Foundation establishment stage possibly endure it? A sect disciple outside Wanda Hall watched what was happening inside and shook his head. Exactly. She is gambling with her life. Another disciple chimed in, a mocking grin on his face. Gnashing her teeth, Nangong Yue was filled with unwillingness. I cannot fall just like this. I must obtain the inheritance and help Liu Fei. She channeled the power of 10,000 poisons within her, trying to resist the spider's venom. However, the spider's attacks grew ever more ferocious, and she gradually found herself overwhelmed. Just as the 7 women were caught in danger, Liu Fei finally discovered the Ice Qilin's weakness in Bingpa Hall. He unleashed the mightiest blow of the Chaos Thunderbody and completely defeated the Ice Qilin. At the moment the Ice Qilin fell, a ray of ice blue light shot towards Su Qingxue and merged into her. Su Qingxue's body began to change. A powerful bloodline aura of the Bingling Immortal Venerable radiated from her, and she successfully awakened that bloodline. I succeeded. Su Qingxue shouted in excitement, joy shining in her eyes. Sensing the mighty power in her body, she was filled with confidence. After resolving the crisis at Bingpa Hall, Liu Fei immediately rushed to Megu Hall. When he arrived, Liu Fei was in the midst of an intense battle with the 9-tailed celestial fox. Without hesitation, he activated the Chaos Thunderbody and joined the fight. With Liu Fei's help, Liu Fei defeated the 9-tailed celestial fox and unlocked the ultimate form of the 9 transformations of the celestial fox. Her 9 tails became thicker and stronger, her foxfire blazed even more fiercely, and the aura around her reached an entirely new height. Master, I did it. Liu Fei ran to Liu Fei's side in delight, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes. Afterward, Liu Fei hurried without pause to Wanda Hall and helped Nangong Yue defeat the venomous spider. Nangong Yue successfully obtained the inheritance of Wanda Hall and greatly increased her strength. With Liu Fei's help, all 7 women defeated their guardian beasts and activated their respective inheritances. The collective leap in their power shocked the entire sect. Those who had once questioned and mocked them now fell silent, their eyes filled with awe. Those 7 women actually succeeded. Their strength has risen far too quickly. Yes, it seems we underestimated them. With Liu Fei's help, they have become like tigers that have grown wings. The sect disciples discussed among themselves, their hearts full of admiration for the 7 women and Liu Fei. The moment the 7 women broke through fragments of past life memories, with Liu Fei surfaced in their minds. Su Qingxue saw herself walking hand in hand with Liu Fei through a land of ice and snow. Liu Fei saw herself nestled close to Liu Fei in the Fox Clan's sacred land. Nangong Yue saw herself refining poisons together with Liu Fei in Wanda Valley. These fragments of past life memories deepened the 7 women's feelings for Liu Fei. Ding! The 7 women have successfully activated their inheritances. Main quest: collect the 7 Hall cores. Progress 37. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women, his eyes full of pride. You were all wonderful. This inheritance has brought a qualitative leap to your strength. From now on, we must continue to work hard, complete the main quest, increase our strength, and face the challenges ahead. The 7 women nodded, one after another, determination shining in their eyes. All right, we will follow your lead and work hard together. Amid the laughter and cheerful voices, the 7 women's inheritance journey came to a perfect end. After the 7 maidens successfully activated the inheritance, Liu Fei immediately set about preparing to fuse the 7 immortal tokens. As soon as the news of fusing the immortal tokens spread, the entire sect was shaken and numerous disciples hurried over to watch, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. The fusion site was chosen at the sect's central plaza. With its open terrain and dense spiritual energy, it was an ideal place for a major ritual. Defensive formations had already been arranged around the plaza to guard against any accidents. Liu Fei and the 7 maidens stood at the center, while the 7 immortal tokens floated before them, radiating dazzling light. These 7 immortal tokens contain immense power. The fusion process will be extremely perilous. Everyone must be careful. Liu Fei's expression was grave as his gaze swept over the 7 maidens, his eyes full of concern and resolve. The 7 maidens nodded their eyes, revealing determination and trust. Su Qingxue firmly held Liu Fei's hand and said gently, "Master, we will fight alongside you. We will surely succeed." At that moment, the surrounding disciples began murmuring among themselves. Liu Fei and these 7 women are far too deluded. Fusing 7 immortal tokens is no easy feat. It might even bring about a great catastrophe. A sharp-faced disciple looked utterly contemptuous, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Exactly. Do they think they're invincible? Fusing the immortal tokens? This is sheer folly. Another short disciple chimed in, his eyes flashing with malicious glee. Liu Fei took a deep breath and channeled the Chaos Thunder body. Purple lightning crackled across his skin as he rapidly formed hand seals, attempting to guide the immortal tokens into fusion. Following his movements, the immortal tokens slowly drew closer, and their light became ever more intense, stinging the eyes. But at the very moment they were about to touch, a violent backlash erupted outward. The immortal token's light instantly turned ferocious. Pillars of radiance shot into the sky, causing the very world to change color. Under the impact, the defensive formations around the plaza trembled violently, on the verge of breaking at any moment. Not good. The immortal tokens are backlashing. Alarm struck Liu Fei's heart. He amplified the Chaos Thunderbolt's output, trying to suppress the backlash. Purple thunderbolts and the immortal token's light interweaved, illuminating the entire plaza as if it were day. Haha, I told you they couldn't do it. The backlash is so powerful they have no way to withstand it. The sharp-faced disciple who had mocked them earlier said with a loud laugh. Exactly. Let's see what they do now. If this continues, the entire sect might be dragged into disaster. The short disciple also joined in the jeering. When the 7 maidens saw Liu Fei trapped in danger, they did not hesitate at all. They exchanged glances, their hearts linked as one, and simultaneously channeled the spiritual energy within their bodies, offering up their source power. 7 streaks of colored light shot out from the 7 maidens and merged into Liu Fei, granting him an unceasing supply of strength. Sisters. Deeply moved by the 7 maidens' source power, Liu Fei gritted his teeth and unleashed the strongest technique of the Chaos Thunder body, Descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. A colossal phantom of the Thunder Emperor then materialized over his body. Wielding a thunder hammer, it smashed toward the immortal tokens. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the hammer struck the immortal tokens, temporarily suppressing their backlash. However, it was only temporary. The backlash remained formidable and could erupt again at any moment. At that very moment, the god-slaying mark within Yun, she suddenly resonated with the immortal tokens. A dark red beam shot out from Yun's eyes body, answering the immortal token's radiance. Under the power of this resonance, the Blade Master's remnant soul briefly revived. Huh! You are far too naive to think you can fuse these immortal tokens. They contain the grievances between me and the immortal emperor. How could you possibly control them? The remnant soul's voice reverberated across the plaza, filled with madness and murderous intent. Blade Master's remnant soul, today, I will suppress you completely and complete the fusion of the immortal tokens. Fury flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. He channeled the Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning surging wildly, and charged toward the remnant soul. The Blade Master's remnant soul gave a cold snort and executed the god-slaying blade art. Dark red blade auras slashed toward Liu Fei. Liu Fei responded with the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art. Golden sword auras collided with the blade auras in ceaseless, thunderous booms. This Blade Master remnant soul is too powerful. Liu Fei is no match for it. Yet this time the disciples watching shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Liu Fei and the 7 maidens were doomed. Yet Liu Fei was not driven back by the remnant soul's attacks. Relying on the formidable defenses of the Chaos Thunder body, he withstood the Blade Master remnant soul's attacks again and again. At the same time, he kept searching for its weak points, preparing to strike a fatal blow. Even amid the battle, the fusion of the immortal tokens continued with difficulty. The 7 maidens kept sacrificing their source power to help Liu Fei stabilize the immortal tokens. Their faces grew increasingly pale, yet their eyes were absolutely resolute. Master, we believe in you. You will surely succeed. The 7 maidens cried out in unison, their voices brimming with trust and encouragement. Just as Liu Fei and the Blade Master's remnant soul were locked in fierce combat, the immortal token's light suddenly changed. The formerly wild glare gradually softened, and the 7 tokens began to fuse slowly. In the midst of the fusion, a wedding vision suddenly appeared in the sky, the immortal emperor and the 7 maidens. In the vision, the immortal emperor wore a golden robe with an otherworldly bearing, while the 7 maidens were clad in resplendent bridal gowns, striking and beautiful. They stood hand in hand upon the clouds, receiving everyone's blessings. What is going on? Could this immortal token fusion be connected to the past lives of the immortal emperor and the 7 maidens? The watching disciples were utterly stunned and began discussing. Even if this illusion appears, so what? They still won't succeed in fusing the immortal tokens. Although the sharp-faced disciple was shocked inside, he refused to concede. Exactly. Maybe this is just some deceptive trick of the immortal tokens. The short disciple likewise chimed in. However, the truth made their jaws drop. With the appearance of the wedding vision, the fusion of the immortal tokens became even smoother. Liu Fei seized the opportunity to amplify his power output and thoroughly suppressed the Blade Master's remnant soul. At the instant it dispersed, it let out an unwilling roar. No, I will not let you go. Ding! The 7 maidens have sacrificed their source power and unlocked the one-heart shared fate bond with the host. This bond allows the 7 maidens and the host to share power and connect their minds in battle. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Wonderful, we made it. The 7 maidens cheered, tears of joy glimmering in their eyes. Ding! Limited time quest complete, the immortal token fusion within 12 hours, 8 hours remaining. The system notification sounded again. By then the fused immortal token was radiating multicolored light and floating in front of Liu Fei. It was engraved with mysterious runes emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Liu Fei reached out and grasped the immortal token, feeling a mighty surge of power pour into his body. The fused immortal token truly is formidable. Liu Fei's eyes flashed with excitement. Just then a colossal gate appeared in the sky. 5 large characters were inscribed on the gate. Immortal Emperors, 9 heavens. A powerful force surged out from the gate, enveloping the entire sect. This is the 9 heavens trial has begun. Liu Fei looked at the gate, a determined light shining in his eyes. It seems an even greater challenge awaits us. The 7 maidens stood closely beside Liu Fei, their eyes filled with resolve and courage. Master, we will face it with you. The watching disciples were filled with awe. Those who had once questioned and mocked Liu Fei and the 7 maidens now fell silent, their eyes full of shock. Liu Fei and the 7 maidens are truly amazing. They actually managed to fuse the immortal tokens and open the 9 heavens trial. Yes, their strength and courage are truly admirable. The disciples discussed among themselves. Their views of Liu Fei and the 7 maidens completely transformed. Liu Fei and the 7 maidens gazed at the immortal emperor's 9 heavens gate in the sky, took a deep breath, and prepared to face the challenge that lay ahead. Liu Fei and the 7 women stood before the gate of the immortal emperor's 9-fold heaven. Taking a deep breath, they resolutely stepped inside. The moment they stepped through, the space around them twisted violently. The scene before their eyes shifted abruptly, and they arrived in a dreamlike world. Here the sunlight was bright, flowers bloomed in splendor, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance, as if they had entered a paradise. Is this the first level of the 9-fold heaven trial? The joy tribulation. It doesn't look particularly special. Bai Liu blinked, her 9 tails swaying unconsciously, a hint of confusion on her face. Everyone be careful. This illusion must hide some secret. Do not be caught off guard. Liu Fei's expression turned solemn. He activated the Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning flickering faintly across his skin, and warily scanned his surroundings. The 7 women nodded one after another. Each summoned her magic treasure, spiritual energy swirling around her body, remaining highly alert. They advanced cautiously, and before long a magnificent palace appeared ahead. The palace gates were wide open, and bursts of laughter and cheerful chatter drifted out from within. Yun's eyes gaze gradually turned dazed, and she walked toward the palace as if drawn by some force. Yunshi, what's wrong? Liu Fei's heart jolted. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Yunshi. But as if controlled by something, she pulled free from his hand and continued walking toward the palace. Master, I seem to have seen my past life. I have to go and complete my wedding. Yun's voice carried a hint of confusion, yet her steps did not stop. Wedding? What wedding? Liu Fei was puzzled. He activated the Chaos Thunder body, trying to awaken Yunshi with lightning. But the lightning landed on her to no effect. Just then a figure stepped out from the palace. It was the remnant soul of the Blade Master. Dressed in magnificent wedding robes, the Blade Master's remnant soul wore an eerie smile and extended a hand toward Yunshi. Sierra, you finally arrived. Our wedding can begin. No, Yunshi. He is the Blade Master's remnant soul. He is bewitching you. Don't go. Liu Fei shouted, unleashing the Chaos Green Lotus sword art. A golden sword aura slashed toward the remnant soul. However, as the sword aura approached the remnant soul, it vanished without a trace, like a clay ox plunging into the sea. Humph. In this joy tribulation illusion, your powers simply cannot function. Just obediently watch Yunshi complete her wedding with me. The Blade Master's remnant soul laughed smugly, took Yunshi by the hand, and walked into the palace. Seeing this, the 7 women all cried out in alarm. They wanted to rush forward to rescue Yunshi, only to find their bodies bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Ha ha, don't waste your strength. In this illusion, none of you can escape. The voice of the Blade Master's remnant soul came from within the palace, dripping with mockery. Liu Fei was extremely anxious. He activated the Chaos Thunder body, attempting to break free from the illusion's restraints. Yet the illusion's power was too great, and his efforts seemed futile. Are we really going to be trapped here watching Yunxi complete her wedding with the Blade Master's remnant soul? Liu Fei thought to himself, unwilling to give up like this. At that moment, Su Qingxue suddenly spoke. Master, perhaps we can try using the inherited power of each of us to break the illusion's restraints. Liu Fei's eyes lit up. Well, let's try. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body, merging the Chaos power with the Thunder Body power, and unleashed the strongest move of the Chaos Thunder Body, Descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. The 7 women also activated their respective inherited powers. Su Qingxue cast the ice arts of the Ice Spirit Immortal Venerable, by Liu Fei unleashed the enchanting power of the Heavenly Fox's 9 transformations, and Nangong Yueli employed the poison arts of the 10,000 Poison Hall. Their combined power surged against the illusion's binding force. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out, and a crack appeared in the illusion's binding force. Now pour in more power. Liu Fei shouted. Everyone increased their output, and at last they broke through the illusion's restraints. Humph, do you think the likes of you can break through the illusion? How naive. Sensing their action, the Blade Master's remnant soul snorted coldly and executed the god-slaying blade technique, sending streaks of dark red blade aura slashing toward them. Liu Fei activated the Chaos Green Lotus Sword art and engaged the remnant soul in fierce battle. Yet within the illusion, the remnant soul's power seemed greatly enhanced, and Liu Fei gradually began to lose the upper hand. Master'll help you. Seeing this, Su Qingxue unhesitatingly burned her 1,000-year ice soul. A surge of immense ice power erupted, freezing the remnant soul's blade aura solid. Su Qingxue, are you crazy? Burning your 1,000-year ice soul will gravely damage your vital essence. Liu Fei was deeply shocked. He had never expected Su Qingxue to make such a sacrifice for him. Master, as long as I can help you, I don't care. Su Qingxue smiled, her eyes full of determination. Sisters, together we attack. We cannot let Master fight alone. Bai Liu shouted and executed the forbidden art of the Fox Demon Clan. A powerful enchanting force surged toward the Blade Master's remnant soul. Under the enchanting force, the remnant soul's movements paused slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Fei unleashed the Chaos Thunder Bode's single, most powerful strike. Purple lightning and chaos power interwove as they hurtled toward the remnant soul. Boom! With a thunderous impact, the remnant soul's body was struck by lightning and cracks spread across it. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly defeat me inside this illusion? The Blade Master's remnant soul let out a furious, unwilling roar, and his body gradually dissipated. As the Blade Master's remnant soul dissipated Yun, she gradually regained her senses. Looking at everything before her, she asked, What happened just now? What happened? Yunxi, you were just bewitched by the Blade Master's remnant soul, and nearly went through a wedding with him. Fortunately, your sisters and I joined forces and managed to save you, Liu Fei said. Liu Fei stepped forward and wrapped Yunxi in a tight embrace, his eyes full of concern. Thank you all, Yunxi murmured. If not for you, I truly don't know what would have happened. Tears shimmered in Yunxi's eyes as she looked gratefully at the 7 women. At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Only by gathering the 7 emotions can one become an emperor. If you wish to pass the trial of the ninefold heaven, you must unravel the mystery of the 7 women's past lives and collect the fragments of their past life memories. Ding! Hidden quest updated. Collect the past life memory fragments of the 7 women. Completion 17. Obtain Yunxi's past life memory fragment. The 7 women all have a profound connection with the immortal emperor in their past lives. Of further details await exploration. The system prompt rang out in Liu Fei's mind. It seems this trial of the ninefold heaven is far more complicated than we imagined. Liu Fei looked up at the sky, a determined light gleaming in his eyes. But no matter how many difficulties there are, we will face them together. The 7 women nodded in succession, their eyes filled with determination. Yes, we will stay with you. Never leaving, never abandoning you. At that moment, the surrounding illusion began to change. The once sweet scenery gradually faded, replaced by a dense expanse of mist. After successfully passing the joy tribulation of the first heaven, Liu Fei and the 7 maidens briefly composed themselves, then resolutely entered the trial ground of the second heaven. The moment they entered, a thick, suffocating aura of resentment and rage came rushing at them. Dark clouds filled the sky, thunder roared, and lightning flashed, and the entire world seemed shrouded in flames of wrath. Is this the wrath tribulation of the second heaven? It feels so oppressive. Bai Liu frowned, her 9 tails unconsciously tightening, a trace of unease flickering in her eyes. Everyone be careful. The wrath tribulation trial is bound to be extremely perilous. We must not be careless. Liu Fei's expression was grim as he warned the others while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body, purple lightning flickering over the surface of his skin, trying to dispel the suffocating aura of rage around them. The 7 maidens nodded in succession, each summoning their magic treasures, spiritual energy flowing around their bodies as they stood ready. The ice sword in Su Qingxue's hand radiated a biting chill. Foxfire flickered around by Liu. Nangong Yue held a Dharma seal, murmuring incantations ready to unleash a powerful spell at any moment. Before the group could even collect themselves, however, the space around them suddenly twisted, and a series of heart-wrenching illusions appeared before their eyes. Liu Fei saw the 7 maidens surrounded by a group of mysterious black-robed figures cruelly slaughtered. Their screams echoed in his ears. Every cry was like a blade stabbing into his heart. No! Liu Fei let out a furious roar. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and the power of the Chaos Thunder Body surged wildly within him. I will never allow you to hurt them. He charged recklessly toward the black-robed figures in the illusion, condensing the power of chaos in his hands, trying to drive them back. Liu Fei calmed down. This is only an illusion. Seeing Liu Fei ensnared by the illusion, the 7 maidens shouted anxiously. They tried to wake him, but Liu Fei was already completely blinded by rage and could not hear a single word. This Liu Fei is too impulsive. To think he would be fooled by such a mere illusion, he is doomed now. A sect disciple who had followed them sneered, his eyes filled with malicious glee. Exactly. Does he think he can? In this wrath tribulation trial he cannot withstand even a single blow. Another disciple chimed in with a mocking smile. In the illusion, Liu Fei attacked the black-robed figures madly, but every strike landed on empty air. The black-robed figures continued to cruelly torment the 7 maidens. Rage continued to build within Liu Fei. His body began to tremble, and the power of the Chaos Thunder Body grew increasingly ferocious. Suddenly he felt a powerful force awakening inside him, as if it were about to burst through the shackles of his body. Could this be an opportunity to break through? A flash of insight crossed Liu Fei's mind. He clenched his jaw, activated the Chaos Thunder Body, gathered all his power into one point, and tried to guide the awakening force. As he exerted himself, golden runes began to appear on the surface of his body. They interwove with the purple lightning of the Chaos Thunder Body, radiating a powerful aura. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Liu Fei's physical body finally broke through to the indestructible Chaos Body, reaching a brand new realm. At the same time, a golden glowing seal appeared in his hand, the Wrath-Suppressing Seal, one of the 9 seals of the Wrath-Suppressing Seal. Suppress all of this. Liu Fei roared, hurling the Wrath-Suppressing Seal toward the Wrath-Suppressing Seal rapidly expanded in midair, releasing an overwhelming suppressive force that instantly scattered the surrounding illusions. Under the impact of that power, the dark clouds in the sky also began to gradually fade. How is this possible? Liu Fei actually broke through the limits of his physical body and awakened the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor. The disciples who had mocked him earlier were stunned, their eyes filled with shock and remorse. Exactly. How has his strength become so formidable? We really underestimated him before. Another disciple quickly chimed in. However, Liu Fei did not stop after the breakthrough. He sensed a mighty force still gathering in the sky, the 9-fold heavenly tribulation lightning. The tribulation lightning flashed with violet radiance, exuding an aura of destruction as it crashed down toward Liu Fei. Even if you broke through, so what? This 9-fold heavenly tribulation lightning is not something you can withstand. A man who looked like an elder watched coldly from the side, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Liu Fei gave a cold snort. Channeling the Chaos Thunder Body, he fused the power of the Wrath-Suppressing Seal with the power of chaos and reached out with one hand toward the tribulation lightning. Let me see just how powerful this tribulation lightning really is, he shouted, and the power in his hand erupted in an instant. He actually crushed the tribulation lightning barehanded. The explosive force from the tribulation lightning battered the surrounding space, but relying on the immense defensive power of the indestructible Chaos Body, Liu Fei stood firmly in place, completely unharmed. This is simply inconceivable. He crushed the tribulation lightning with one hand. Everyone who witnessed it was too shocked to speak. Just then Liu Fei suddenly felt the power within him beginning to slip out of control. Breaking through the limits of his physical body and awakening the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor had placed tremendous strain on his body, which was now barely able to bear the burden. Master! Seeing this, the 7 maidens were greatly alarmed. Without the slightest hesitation, they burned their vital essence, blood, and poured their power into Liu Fei's body to sustain his life. The 7 maidens' faces turned pale in an instant, but their eyes were utterly resolute. Sisters. Feeling the power from the 7 maidens, Liu Fei was deeply moved. He circulated the power within his body, trying to stabilize his condition. Yunqi looked at Liu Fei's agonized expression, a flash of determination passing through her eyes. She raised the god-slaying sword in her hand and executed the ultimate form of 9 slashes returning to 1. 9 slashes returning to 1 cleave through everything. With her clear shout, a mighty sword chi slashed toward the sky, annihilating all the remaining tribulation lightning. Ding! Limited time mission past the first 3 heavens within 24 hours, 16 hours remaining. The system notification sounded in everyone's minds. We made it. The 7 maidens cheered. Though all of them were already extremely weak, joy sparkled in their eyes. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might not have passed this wrath tribulation trial today. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, his eyes filled with gratitude. Master, we are one body. There is no need for thanks. Su Qingxue said with a gentle smile. Her voice was faint, yet it was filled with strength. The group supported one another, looking into each other's eyes, their hearts full of warmth. After successfully passing the trial of the wrath tribulation, Liu Fei and the 7 women took a brief rest before pressing on, without pause, toward the trial grounds of the grief tribulation on the 3rd heaven. As soon as they stepped inside, a dense oppressive aura of grief rushed to meet them, as if the entire world were shrouded in sorrow. The sky was gray, a drizzling rain fell like tears, and low wailing drifted through the air, weighing heavily on their hearts in an instant. The aura of this grief tribulation is unbearable. It seems to bore into your heart and drag up every sorrowful memory. Bai Liu frowned deeply, her 9 tails hanging limp, robbed of their usual lively grace. Everyone steady your minds. Whatever you do, don't be swayed by this grief aura. Liu Fei's expression was grave. As he warned the others, he activated the Chaos Thunder Body. Purple lightning crackled over his skin as he tried to dispel the grief power around them. The 7 women nodded, and each circulated her spiritual power, forming a protective barrier around her body to resist the erosion of the grief aura. However, the power of this grief tribulation was far stronger than they had imagined. As they advanced deeper, heartbreaking visions began to appear in their minds. Su Qingxue saw the immortal realm thrown into chaos, countless innocent people slaughtered. Bai Liu saw the Fox clan invaded by foreign enemies, its people suffering heavy casualties. Nangong Yueli saw her family plunged into desperation, her loved ones writhing in agony. The eyes of the 7 women gradually grew dim, and looks of pain crept across their faces. No, I can't sink into this. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and channeled the inherited power of the ice spirit, immortal venerable, trying to dispel the sorrowful illusions in her mind. The ice sword in her hand blazed with brilliant light, as if she could freeze this endless grief with the power of ice. Sisters, let us resist together. We must not be defeated by this grief tribulation. Bai Liu also forced herself to rally and channeled the power of the 9 transformations of the celestial fox. Her foxfire flickered, striving to illuminate this dark world. Just as the group was struggling to hold on, Liu Fei saw that the 7 women were worsening by the moment, and anxiety blazed in his heart. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body and unleashed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art. Golden sword chi crisscrossed through the air as he tried to cut away the source of this grief power. Yet the power of the grief tribulation was endless, and his attacks had little effect. Humph, do they really think they can pass the grief tribulation? Its power is enough to drive anyone into despair. There is no way they can withstand it. A sect disciple who had followed them sneered from the side, his eyes full of mockery. Exactly. They only got through the first 2 heavens because of luck. Before this grief tribulation, Another disciple echoed him, a gloating expression on his face. Just as the group was trapped in difficulty, a wondrous resonance suddenly arose among the 7 women. Their hearts were linked, and each felt the other's resolve and their deep love for Liu Fei. At that instant, the affection of all 7 women reached full value, at the same time successfully unlocking the achievement, 7 women united as one. Ding! The 7 women's affection has reached maximum. Achievement, 7 women united as one unlocked. The 7 women will gain a powerful combined strike force, and can use the skill 7 stars conjoined. Achievement reward, the exclusive domain, Immortal Emperor's Harem. Within this domain, the 7 women and the host can share in the enhancement of their cultivation. The system notification rang out in Liu Fei's mind. Sisters, let us unleash 7 stars conjoined together and break this grief tribulation. Su Qingxue called out, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. The 7 women exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. They swiftly took their positions according to the 7 stars conjoined formation and circulated the spiritual power within their bodies. 7 powerful forces interwove and merged into a colossal 7 stars sword formation. The formation shimmered with multicolored light and radiated mighty waves of power. 7 stars conjoined, break. The 7 women cried out in unison as the 7 stars sword formation shot toward the sky. In an instant, the overwhelming force tore a rift in the gloomy sky. Sunlight streamed through the cracks, scattering the grief aura all around. The heartbreaking illusions also dispersed under the impact of that power. How can this be? They actually used a combined strike and broke the grief tribulation. The disciples who had mocked them earlier were dumbstruck, their eyes filled with shock and regret. Exactly. How has their strength become so terrifying? We truly were blind to their greatness. Another disciple quickly chimed in. With the grief tribulation shattered, a domain radiating multicolored light appeared before them. The exclusive domain, Immortal Emperor's Harem. As Liu Fei and the 7 women stepped into the domain, a mighty force surged into their bodies, and their cultivation began to rise rapidly. The power of this domain is incredible. Our cultivation is actually rising without stop. Yi Linger said excitedly, joy sparkling in her eyes. Just then visions suddenly appeared within the domain. In the visions, the 7 women and the immortal emperor dressed in magnificent immortal robes leaned against one another in a celestial paradise, cultivating together. Their eyes shone with deep love, and every movement was filled with perfect understanding. These scenes unquestionably implied that the 7 women were the fated Tao companions of the immortal emperor. So, in our past lives we truly shared such a profound bond with the immortal emperor. Yunxi gazed at the images, tears glistening in her eyes and countless emotions welling up in her heart. Master, we were with you in our past lives, and we will stay by your side in this life too. The 7 women walked over to Liu Fei one by one, their eyes full of deep affection. Liu Fei, we love you. The 7 women confessed to him at once, their voices brimming with sincere emotion. Ding! The 7 women have confessed at the same time. Trait, dual cultivation amplification unlocked. When the host dual cultivates with the 7 women, additional cultivation gains and attribute bonuses will be bestowed. The system notification sounded once more. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women, his heart overflowing with emotion and happiness. I love you all too. Whether in past lives or this life, we will be together forever. He pulled the 7 women into a tight embrace, feeling their warmth and love. After breaking the sorrow tribulation, through the 7 women returning to one heart, Liu Fei and the 7 women stepped into the exclusive domain of the immortal emperor's harem. At this moment, Liu Fei held in his hands a 9-turn golden pill emanating a radiant 5-colored glow. Its surface shimmered with mysterious runes, and faint traces of the immortal realm's origin aura seeped out, like a miniature star on the verge of eruption containing boundless power. This 9-turn golden pill is the key to our strength enhancement. This time, I must refine it with all my might. Liu Fei looked grim and resolute at the golden pill in his hand, vowing silently in his heart. Master, we will stay by your side and protect you throughout the process. You can refine it without worry. Su Qingxue said gently, her eyes full of concern and trust. Yes, Master, we believe you will succeed. The 7 women chimed in, their eyes revealing resolute determination. Liu Fei took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the center of the domain, and activated the Chaos Thunder body. Purple lightning crackled across his skin, forming a defensive barrier. He slowly placed the 9-turn golden pill in front of him, his hands swiftly forming seals to guide the power within the pill. As Liu Fei moved, the golden pill began to rotate slowly, its radiance growing increasingly dazzling. Suddenly, a mighty surge of power erupted from the golden pill, instantly sweeping across the entire domain of the immortal emperor's harem. The spiritual energy within the domain began to churn wildly, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, forming enormous vortices of qi. Thighs. What's going on? This golden pill is too powerful. A sect disciple who had followed along stared at the scene in shock, his eyes filled with terror. Humph, this Liu Fei is simply overestimating himself, trying to refine such a powerful golden pill. Who does he think he is? Once the power of this pill goes out of control, the entire domain will be destroyed, and we will all suffer the consequences. Another pointed-faced disciple sneered coldly, a mocking smile on his face. Exactly, he's too greedy. How could a treasure like this possibly be controlled by him? Another disciple chimed in, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. However, the 7 women paid no heed to their sneers and sarcasm. They quickly dispersed, surrounding Liu Fei, each activating their spiritual power to protect him. Su Qingxue unleashed the inherited power of the ice spirit, immortal venerable, forming a pale blue shield around Liu Fei to resist the impact of the golden pill's power. Bai Liu activated the power of the 9 transformations of the heavenly fox. Her 9 tails blazed with light, releasing an enchanting force to stabilize the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations. Nangong Yue held a Dharma seal, chanting incantations and casting powerful spells to prevent external interference with Liu Fei's refinement. As the golden pill's power surged forth relentlessly, extraordinary omens began to appear between heaven and earth. Dark clouds gathered densely in the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Streaks of purple lightning rent the heavens, as if trying to tear the world apart. The ground also began to tremble violently, fissures spreading in all directions, bottomless and deep. Could this heavenly anomaly be caused by Liu Fei refining the golden pill? Can he truly control such power? An elder-like man looked at the sky, his brows knitted tightly, eyes full of worry. I doubt it. The power of this golden pill is far too great. Although Liu Fei has some skill, he is still far from being able to refine it. Another elder shook his head and sighed. While everyone was discussing, sweat covered Liu Fei's forehead. He gritted his teeth and activated the Chaos Thunder body with all his strength, trying to suppress the power of the golden pill. However, the power of the golden pill was truly overwhelming. He felt as though he was wrestling with an ancient behemoth. One misstep, and he would be devoured. Master, hold on. We are with you. Seeing Liu Fei's struggle, the 7 women were extremely anxious. They all increased their spiritual power output, trying to share the pressure for Liu Fei. Yunxi took the initiative to walk over to Liu Fei, gently taking out a handkerchief and softly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Master, you can definitely do this. We all believe in you. Yunzai's voice was soft yet resolute, like a warm current flowing into Liu Fei's heart. With the encouragement and help of the 7 women, a powerful force surged within Liu Fei's heart. He took a deep breath, activated the Chaos Thunder Body, merged the power of Chaos with the Thunder Physique, and unleashed the strongest move of the Chaos Thunder Body, Descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. A colossal phantom of the Thunder Emperor appeared above his body, wielding a thunder hammer and striking at the golden pill. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as the hammer smashed into the pill, temporarily suppressing its power with overwhelming force. The golden pill flickered with light as if struggling, but under Liu Fei's formidable power it gradually huff. Liu Fei let out a long breath. He knew this was only a temporary victory. Fully refining the golden pill would require far more effort. At that moment, strange runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden pill, the Blood Demon Seal runes. These runes radiated a dark red glow, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding 5-colored brilliance. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xiao Yuro suddenly felt the Holy Maiden's token in her bosom tremble slightly as a mysterious resonance arose between the two. What's going on? Why would my Holy Maiden's token resonate with this golden pill? Could this pill be connected to the Blood Demon ancestor? Xiao Yuro was filled with confusion. She clutched the Holy Maiden's token tightly, carefully sensing the resonating force. Meanwhile, inside the domain of the Immortal Emperor's harem, with the appearance of the Blood Demon Seal runes, the atmosphere grew even more eerie. The disciples who had been mocking Liu Fei now felt silent fear written all over their faces. They knew that things seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. Master, what are these runes on the surface of the golden pill? Why do they feel so ominous? Su Qingxue stared at the pill, her brows furrowed, a hint of worry in her eyes. I'm not sure either, but there is no doubt that this pill contains the origin aura of the immortal realm. Perhaps these Blood Demon Seal runes are tied to some secret of the immortal realm. Liu Fei pondered for a moment, then said slowly, "In any case, Master, we will always be by your side. No matter what difficulties we face, we will face them together," the 7 women said firmly. Liu Fei looked at them, his heart filled with emotion. He took a deep breath, activated his spiritual power again, and continued to refine the 9-turn golden pill. He knew time was pressing. He had to complete the refinement within 7 days. Otherwise, not only would he fail to enhance his strength, but he might also face immense danger. Ding! Limited time mission: refine the golden pill within 7 days, 7 days remaining. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind like a war drum, urging him forward. Beneath the overwhelming heavenly omens, Liu Fei and the 7 women within the domain of the Immortal Emperor's harem engaged in a breathtaking contest against the formidable power to refine the 9-turn golden pill. Liu Fei devoted himself entirely to refining the 9-turn golden core in the domain known as the Immortal Emperor's harem. As time passed, he gradually refined the golden core to its 5th turn. At this moment, the golden core's light grew ever more dazzling, its 5-colored brilliance almost illuminating the entire domain. Yet just when everyone thought everything was going smoothly, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly the golden core trembled violently. The power that Liu Fei had suppressed erupted madly outward like a runaway horse that had broken its reins. A powerful backlash instantly engulfed Liu Fei. His body jolted violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master!" Seeing this, the 7 women cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Why did the golden core suddenly go berserk? Can Liu Fei truly not control its power? The sharp-faced disciple, although fear lingered on his face, still could not resist taunting. Liu Fei said he was overreaching himself. How could someone like him easily refine such a divine treasure? Now look, he may not survive. Another disciple chimed in, a gloating glint shining in his eyes. At this moment, Liu Fei felt as if countless steel needles were piercing through his meridians, the pain almost unbearable. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Veins bulged on his skin and blood seeped from his pores, dyeing his clothes scarlet. He gritted his teeth and tried to activate the Chaos Thunder Body once more to suppress the golden core, but its backlash was too powerful, making his efforts seem futile. "I cannot give up just like this. I must successfully refine this golden core." Liu Fei roared in his mind, determination burning in his eyes. Seeing Liu Fei in such agony, the 7 women felt as if knives were twisting in their hearts. Without the slightest hesitation, they simultaneously channeled their spiritual power, burned their own cultivation base, and poured their strength into Liu Fei in an endless stream, trying to prolong his life. "Master, you must hold on," Su Qingxue said, tears streaming down her face, and her voice choked with sobs. As she spoke, she summoned her Ice Soul Pearl. The Ice Soul Pearl radiated a cold, ghostly blue light. Guiding it with her mind, she sent the pearl flying toward the berserk golden core. Wherever the pearl passed, the air froze into crystalline ice petals. "Ice Soul Pearl, freeze this berserk golden core," Su Qingxue cried sharply. In an instant, the Ice Soul Pearl unleashed powerful frost energy enveloping the golden core. Beneath the frost energy, the golden core's light dimmed slightly, and its trembling eased somewhat. Su Qingxue, be careful. This golden core's power can erupt again at any moment. Bai Liu shouted anxiously, activating the power of the Heavenly Fox 9 transformations. Her 9 tails blazed with light as she struggled to stabilize the spiritual energy around them and reduce Su Qingxue's pressure. Nangong Yueli, on the other hand, made hand seals at incredible speed, murmuring incantations as she cast a powerful spell, forming a protective barrier around Liu Fei and the 7 women to prevent external interference. Yi Ling'er and the others also used their respective techniques, doing their utmost to assist Su Qingxue and Liu Fei. Just as everyone was fully occupied with resisting the backlash, a graceful figure appeared quietly at the edge of the domain. The figure was none other than Xiao Yuro. Seeing the chaotic scene before her, her heart tightened. When she saw the blood demon seal runes on the golden core's surface, her confusion deepened. What connection does this golden core have with the blood demon ancestor? Why would such an anomaly appear? Xiao Yuro pondered inwardly. Suddenly, she felt the Saintess token in her hand tremble slightly once more, as if drawn by a mysterious force. She gritted her teeth and decided to lend her aid. She channeled the spiritual energy in her body and roused the power of the Saintess token. A dark crimson ray shot out of the token and flew toward the golden core. Who is this woman? She actually wants to interfere as well. What overestimation of her own abilities. The disciple who had mocked earlier said disdainfully as he watched Xiao Yuro's move. Xiao Yuro ignored their ridicule and focused all her mind on manipulating the power of the Saintess token. The dark crimson light and the blood demon seal runes on the golden core's surface resonated with each other, and a strange power began to flow between the two. Under the Saintess token's suppression, the golden core's blood demon aura gradually weakened, and its tendency to run amok was further curbed. At this moment, Liu Fei, with the help of the 7 women, and Xiao Yuro, managed to catch his breath. But his body was still extremely feeble, and he was in danger of losing his life at any moment. Just then, images surfaced one after another in his sea of consciousness. In the images, the Immortal Emperor and the Blood Demon Ancestor were engaged in a breathtaking final battle. The Immortal Emperor, clad in a golden immortal robe, emanated sacred radiance, and the celestial artifact in his hand shone with immense light. The Blood Demon Ancestor, on the other hand, was shrouded in blood-red demonic chi, his demonic artifact exuding a strange and sinister aura. The powers of the two collided, causing violent convulsions across heaven and earth. Could this be the final battle between the Immortal Emperor and the Blood Demon Ancestor? Why does it appear in my sea of consciousness? Liu Fei was filled with doubt. He tried to find clues from these images to resolve the situation before him. Under the assault of the images in his sea of consciousness, Liu Fei's mind became somewhat blurred, but relying on his tenacious willpower, he struggled to remain awake. He knew that he could not fall now, or else not only would he lose his life, but the 7 women and Xiao Yuro would also be plunged into danger. Master, how are you? The 7 women sensed the fluctuation in Liu Fei's consciousness and were terribly anxious. They increased the burning of their cultivation, trying to stabilize his consciousness. Sisters, I'm fine. I saw some strange images, Liu Fei said with difficulty. What images? Master, speak quickly. Su Qingxue asked urgently. It is the final battle between the Immortal Emperor and the Blood Demon Ancestor. I feel this has something to do with the Golden Core's secret. That is what I saw, Liu Fei said. Hearing this, the 7 women were startled. They knew the war between the Immortal Emperor and the Blood Demon Ancestor was a major event in the history of the Immortal Realm, and it must hide many unknown secrets. And now these images appearing in Liu Fei's sea of consciousness might be exactly the key to solving the mystery of the Golden Core. Master, you must hold on. Together we will find a way to break the Golden Core's backlash. The 7 women said firmly. Liu Fei nodded, took a deep breath, and activated the Chaos Thunder Body again, attempting to use the power of chaos to dissolve the backlash. With the help of the 7 women and Xiao Yuro, he gradually found a clue and began trying to communicate with the Golden Core, guiding its power. He is still struggling. How ridiculous. How can he possibly resist the backlash of this Golden Core? The previously mocking disciple sneered at Liu Fei's actions. However, Liu Fei did not fail as they had predicted. With everyone united in effort, the Golden Core's rampage was gradually brought under control, and the backlash began to recede. Ding. Hidden mission: find the spiritual energy core of the Immortal Realm. Progress 19. During this Golden Core backlash, clues related to the spiritual energy core of the Immortal Realm were discovered. Continue exploring to uncover the secrets of the Immortal Realm. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Hearing the system notification, Liu Fei was overjoyed. He knew that although he was still in danger, he had already made some progress. He gritted his teeth and kept fighting together with the 7 women and Xiao Yuro to completely resolve the Golden Core's backlash. As time went on, under everyone's unremitting efforts, the Golden Core's light gradually returned to normal, and the crisis of its rampage seemed to be slowly dissipating. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the Golden Core's rampage was brought under some degree of control, but Liu Fei's situation remained extremely perilous. His body was utterly weak, his breath faint like a candle flame that could go out at any moment. However, the crisis had not yet passed. A far more sinister force descended silently. The blood demon ancestor's remnant soul had been lurking in the shadows, biding its time. Now, sensing that Liu Fei had become extremely vulnerable due to the Golden Core's backlash, it rejoiced and unhesitatingly seized the opening. A blood-red light shot toward Liu Fei like lightning and instantly bored into his right arm. Liu Fei let out a miserable scream. His right arm was instantly shrouded in blood-red demonic aura, his muscles twisted, and his bones emitted cracking sounds, as if a powerful force was trying to seize control of his body. Master! The 7 women screamed in terror, their eyes filled with worry and fear. What is going on? What was that blood-red light? A sect disciple stared at Liu Fei in fear, his voice trembling as he asked, What else could it be? That brat must have triggered some evil power while refining the Golden Core. Now the sharp-faced disciple was frightened himself, but his tongue remained sharp and a gloating expression hung on his face. Exactly. He ignored everyone's advice and insisted on forcibly refining the Golden Core. Now look, he's been possessed by an evil force. Let's see how arrogant he can be. Another disciple echoed, his eyes flashing with mockery. Liu Fei could clearly feel an evil consciousness spreading through his right arm, trying to invade his entire body. That consciousness was filled with greed and cruelty, making him feel nauseated. He gritted his teeth and activated the Chaos Thunder Body, attempting to expel the evil force. Purple lightning flickered within his right arm, clashing against the blood-red demonic aura with sizzling sounds. Blood demon ancestor, you evil fiend. Don't even think about taking over my body. Liu Fei roared, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat poured down like rain. However, the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul was extremely powerful. Liu Fei's Chaos Thunder Body, weakened by his previous exertion, was struggling to keep up. The blood demon ancestor's remnant soul let out an eerie laugh. Ha ha, boy, your body belongs to me now. Give up fighting and obey. As its voice echoed, the demonic aura around Liu Fei's right arm grew even denser and began spreading toward his shoulder. No, I will never allow it. Liu Fei's heart was filled with defiance. He knew that if the blood demon ancestor succeeded in seizing his body, not only would he lose his own life, but the 7 women and everyone present would be cast into irrevocable ruin. At this critical juncture, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. Master, what are you going to do? Su Qingxue seemed to sense Liu Fei's intention and cried out in alarm. Liu Fei did not answer. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Chaos Thunder Body and gathered all his power into his left hand. A purple lightning blade condensed in his palm, and without the slightest hesitation, he hacked at his own right arm. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Liu Fei's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder. Blood gushed from the stump like a spring. But the blood-red demonic aura also left his body along with the severed arm. Liu Fei. The 7 women gasped, tears in their eyes and pain in their hearts. They had not expected Liu Fei to take such a desperate and resolute action. This brat is too ruthless. He actually cut off his own arm. The disciples who had mocked him earlier were all stunned. The sneers on their faces vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and reverence. Indeed, his courage and determination are admirable. Another disciple could not help but sigh. Enduring the excruciating pain of the severed limb, Liu Fei activated the Chaos Thunder Body. The Chaos Thunder Body truly was an extraordinary constitution. Fresh flesh rapidly grew at the severed limb, and the bones slowly healed. With the Chaos Thunder Body's restoration, Liu Fei's arm gradually recovered to its former state. However, his face remained as pale as paper, and his body was weakened to the extreme. Yet this was not the end. As the severed limb fell, a bone radiating a blood-red glow tumbled out from the arm, the blood demon bone. The moment the blood demon bone appeared, the surrounding space twisted, and a powerful blood demon aura spread out. Xiao Yuro saw the bone, and a complicated glint flashed through her eyes. She knew full well the importance of the blood demon bone. After a moment of hesitation, while no one was paying attention, she secretly took it. Just then she felt a powerful force surging inside her. She realized her identity could no longer be hidden. To save Liu Fei, she decided to reveal her status as the Heavenly Demon Saintess and use the forbidden art, the Heavenly Demon Blood Sacrifice. Yuro, what are you doing? That forbidden art will grievously harm your vital essence. A mysterious voice sounded in Xiao Yuro's mind, as if trying to dissuade her. I don't care. I have to save him. Xiao Yuro gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing unyielding determination. She channeled the heavenly demon power within her body, her hands forming seals swiftly as she chanted under her breath. As she moved, space around her began to distort, and a powerful heavenly demon aura filled the air. Dark red patterns appeared on her skin, and her hair gradually turned blood red. Who is this woman? How can she cast such an evil spell? A sect disciple stared at Xiao Yuro in terror, his voice trembling. Maybe she's an evil person too, working with the blood demon ancestor. The sharp-faced disciple said viciously. Xiao Yuro ignored their remarks and focused entirely on performing the forbidden art. As the spell unfolded, her body began to grow ethereal, and a powerful force surged from her body, shooting toward Liu Fei. The force rushed like a surging tide, enveloping Liu Fei and shielding him from the remaining blood demon aura around him. With Xiao Yure's help, Liu Fei gradually stabilized. He sensed Xiao Yure's power and felt deeply grateful. "Yuro, thank you," Liu Fei said with difficulty. "Master, don't speak. Rest and recover." Tears streaming down her face, Su Qingxue spoke with heartache. The 7 women gathered around, circulating their spiritual energy to protect Liu Fei while silently praying for his safety. Ding. Limited time quest progress 37, remaining time 5 days. Host has successfully resisted the possession of the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul. Keep it up and complete the golden core refinement. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Hearing it, a spark of hope rose in his heart. He knew that despite all the dangers he had faced, he had not failed. He took a deep breath, ready to face the challenge once more and complete the refinement of the golden core. At this moment full of crises and challenges, how Liu Fei, the 7 women, and Xiao Yuro would continue forward and resolve this catastrophe remained the greatest suspense on everyone's minds. After Xiao Yuro unleashed the forbidden art heavenly demon blood sacrifice, the overwhelming power of the heavenly demon enveloped Liu Fei, temporarily shielding him from the corrosive influence of the blood demon aura. However, the backlash of the forbidden art exacted a devastating toll on Xiao Yuro. Her face grew increasingly pale and her body swayed precariously. Yuro. Upon witnessing this, Liu Fei was seized with alarm. Disregarding his own frailty, he attempted to rush toward her and support her. But at that moment, weakened by the previous golden core backlash and the agony of his severed arm, his body was extremely fragile. He had barely taken a step before he nearly collapsed. "Master, please do not move recklessly. Let us go check on Yuro." Su Qingxue hurriedly steadied Liu Fei, speaking with urgency. The 7 women quickly gathered around Xiao Yuro. Seeing her frail state, their hearts were filled with deep worry. Who exactly is this woman? Why did she save Liu Fei? The spell she unleashed was so bizarre. Could it be some form of demonic art? The previously sharp-faced disciple whispered from behind the crowd, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Exactly. Perhaps she has colluded with the blood demon ancestor and came deliberately to cause trouble. Another disciple chimed in, a look of disdain on his face. Hearing their murmurs, a bitter smile crossed Xiao Yure's heart. She knew that once her identity as the heavenly demon saintess was revealed, it would inevitably spark misunderstanding and fear among the crowd. But at this moment, she had no time to care about such matters. There was only one thought in her mind: to save Liu Fei. To completely purify the blood demon aura and protect Liu Fei, Xiao Yuro gritted her teeth and made a startling decision to burn the Saintess token. She slowly drew out the Saintess token. The token, radiating an enigmatic glow, trembled slightly in her hand, as if foreshadowing the impending crisis. "Yuro, no. Burning the Saintess token will severely damage your vital energy." A mysterious voice echoed in Xiao Yure's mind, attempting to stop her. "For him I am willing." A look of resoluteness flashed across Xiao Yure's eyes. She took a deep breath, circled the heavenly demon power within her body, and poured all her spiritual energy into the Saintess token. Heavenly demon purifying world fire appear. With a cry from Xiao Yuro, the Saintess token instantly burst into flames, releasing blazing dark red fire. The heavenly demon purifying world fire. This flame radiated tremendous purifying power. Wherever it reached, the blood demon aura dispersed rapidly like ice and snow, encountering the scorching sun. What kind of fire is this? It's so powerful." The disciples who had previously mocked her were utterly stunned by this sight. The disdain on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by shock and terror. Indeed, this woman can actually release such terrifying power. We truly underestimated her before. Another disciple couldn't help but exclaim. Under the purification of the heavenly demon purifying world fire, the surrounding blood demon aura was swiftly cleared away. But Xiao Yuro, having burned the Saintess token, suffered an even more intense backlash from the forbidden art. Her body began to grow translucent, and her consciousness gradually faded. "For you I would fall into the demonic path forever," Xiao Yuro murmured softly before collapsing. Yuro. Seeing Xiao Yuro fall, Liu Fei was consumed with anxiety. Disregarding his own weakness, he activated his Chaos Thunder body, enduring the pain throughout his body as he rushed toward her. He gathered Xiao Yuro into his arms, feeling her faint breath, his heart filled with self-reproach and anguish. "Yuro, wake up. Don't you dare," Liu Fei called out anxiously, his voice tinged with trembling. The 7 women surrounded Liu Fei, looking at the unconscious Xiao Yuro with deep concern in their eyes. "Master, how is Yuro?" Su Qingxue asked anxiously. "She burned the Saintess token to save me and suffered the backlash of a forbidden art. Her condition is critical right now." Liu Fei clenched his teeth, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. "I will not let anything happen to her. I will use the Chaos Thunder body to sustain her life." Having spoken, Liu Fei activated his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning flickering around his hands. He slowly channeled the lightning into Xiao Yure's body, attempting to repair her damaged meridians and soul with the power of the Chaos Thunder Body. Under the power of the Chaos Thunder Body, a hint of color gradually returned to Xiao Yure's face, and her breathing stabilized somewhat. Just then something miraculous occurred. The fragments of the burned Saintess token suddenly flew toward the golden core and merged with it. The golden core blazed with radiance, emitting a powerful force that enveloped both Liu Fei and Xiao Yuro. Under the influence of this power, Liu Fei's body underwent a wondrous transformation. He acquired the Blood Demon Nemesis Constitution, granting him permanent immunity to Blood Demon corruption. Ding! Hidden mission updated. Locate the coordinates of the Blood Demon Seal. Completion 29. Due to the fusion of the Saintess token and the Golden Core, the host has obtained the Blood Demon Nemesis Constitution and discovered new clues regarding the Blood Demon Seal. The system prompt resonated in Liu Fei's mind. Wonderful, Master. You've obtained the Blood Demon Nemesis Constitution. From now on, you'll never have to worry about Blood Demon corruption again. Seeing this, the 7 women cheered, their faces breaking into joyful smiles. However, Liu Fei had no mind to celebrate at this moment. He gazed at the still unconscious Xiao Yuro, his heart heavy with worry. Yuro, please wake up soon. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Liu Fei whispered softly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was deeply moved. Those who had previously doubted and mocked Xiao Yuro now fell silent, their hearts filled with guilt. They never imagined that the woman they had deemed a demonic sorceress would burn the Saintess token and fall into a coma, all for the sake of saving Liu Fei. Perhaps we really wronged her. One disciple murmured quietly. Yes, she did this to save Liu Fei. Her courage and devotion are truly admirable. Another disciple agreed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liu Fei held Xiao Yuro in his arms, continuing to use the Chaos Thunder Body to sustain her life. He knew time was of the essence. He had to awaken Xiao Yuro as quickly as possible, and he secretly vowed that once Xiao Yuro woke, he would protect her dearly and never let her suffer any harm again. Liu Fei held the unconscious Xiao Yuro in his arms, using the power of the Chaotic Thunder Body to sustain her life. As time passed quietly amid the crowd's attention and anticipation, the golden core that had fused with a fragment of the Holy Maiden's token suddenly began to tremble violently. Why is this golden core stirring again? Is some other mishap about to happen? A sect disciple stared at the golden core nervously, his voice quivering slightly. Maybe this brat has never truly been able to control the golden core. The earlier calm was just an illusion. Now trouble is coming again. Though a flicker of fear stirred in his heart, the sharp-faced disciple still sneered out of habit. Just as the crowd was discussing, the golden core suddenly flared with dazzling light, then split apart with a loud bang. In that instant, immortal world's spiritual energy of the highest density flooded outward like a surging tide, instantly saturating the entire immortal emperor's harem domain. This spiritual energy was pure and immense, and it seemed to contain an ancient mysterious power. Wherever it passed, even space itself warped slightly. This is immortal world's spiritual energy, so dense that it's almost unimaginable. An elder-like figure exclaimed, his eyes blazing with shock and joy. The instant Liu Fei sensed the immortal world's spiritual energy, a fierce impulse surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he circulated the spiritual power within his body and guided the influx of energy toward his meridians. Washed by the immortal world's spiritual energy, Liu Fei felt a warm sensation throughout his body. His previously damaged meridians healed at an astonishingly visible speed and became even tougher than before. Master is about to break through. Su Qingxue shouted in delight, and the 7 women's eyes sparkled with excitement. They all knew that once Liu Fei broke through, his strength would soar to an entirely new level. However, the breakthrough was not smooth sailing. As Liu Fei absorbed the immortal world's spiritual energy, the pressure on his body grew ever greater. The spiritual power inside him churned like boiling water, rampaging recklessly through his meridians as if it were about to blast his body apart. Oh, Liu Fei could not help letting out a pained roar. His face flushed crimson, his forehead veins bulged, and sweat poured down like rain. Master, hold on. You can do it. The 7 women shouted anxiously, their hearts in their throats. Just then the sky suddenly shifted. In an instant, the clear heavens were covered by dark clouds with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Purple bolts flickered in the clouds, sending out deafening rumbles. This is the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation. Liu Fei's breakthrough actually triggered the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation. A disciple shouted in terror. It's over, it's over. The 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation is enormously powerful, and he is already weak. How could he possibly endure it? Another disciple shook his head and sighed despair in his eyes. Facing the imminent 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation, Liu Fei showed no intention of backing down. He gritted his teeth and circulated the chaotic thunder body, preparing to receive the baptism of the tribulation. Come. Today Liu Fei will break through to the first level of the core formation stage. He roared inwardly. The first bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down like a giant pillar of purple light, hurtling straight at Liu Fei. Liu Fei neither dodged nor avoided. With the chaotic thunder body activated and purple lightning crackling over his skin, he charged straight at the tribulation bolt. Boom. With a deafening boom, the lightning collided with Liu Fei's body. The colossal force shook the surrounding space and stirred up a violent gale. Master! The 7 women cried out. They wanted to rush over and help, but the power of the tribulation blocked them. Liu Fei's body trembled slightly under the strike, yet he remained steadily rooted in place. Under the ravaging lightning, his hair gradually turned white. Each strand shimmered with electric light, as if transformed into needles of thunder. SSO. So powerful. He actually withstood the first tribulation bolt Hedon. The disciples who had mocked him earlier were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Exactly. How can his strength be this terrifying? Could he actually manage to break through? Another disciple couldn't help doubting his own judgment. Yet the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was far from over. The second and third bolts fell in succession, each one more devastating than the one before. Under the onslaught of the tribulation, Liu Fei's robes were torn, cracks appeared across his skin, and blood seeped, but his gaze grew even more determined. The power of the chaotic thunder body surged wildly within him, clashing against the tribulation's might. Master will help you. Seeing this, the 7 women were frantic with worry. They exchanged glances and, as if by unspoken understanding, activated their spiritual power in unison. Then, under everyone's gaze, the 7 women walked over to Liu Fei and gently kissed him in turn on his forehead, cheeks, lips, and elsewhere. What are they doing? Everyone was stunned by the scene, confusion written all over their faces. The sisters' kisses are meant to help Master stabilize his breakthrough. Our spiritual power and love will be transmitted to Master, helping him advance. Su Qingxue explained with a blush. With the 7 women's help, Liu Fei felt a warm and formidable power surge into his body. This power calmed his state of mind in an instant, and the disordered spiritual energy within his body gradually steadied. He took a deep breath, activated the chaotic thunder body, and unleashed its ultimate technique, Descent of the Chaotic Thunder Emperor. A colossal phantom image of the Thunder Emperor manifested over his body. The Thunder Emperor raised a thunder hammer and smashed it against the descending tribulation bolt. Boom. Another thunderous roar resounded as Liu Fei fended off yet another tribulation bolt. Through the continuous baptism of tribulation, lightning, a marvelous transformation occurred within his body. His bones became harder, his muscles more compact, and every inch of his skin radiated a powerful aura. Finally, after withstanding the 9 tribulation bolts, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight poured down once again. Liu Fei successfully broke through to the first level of the core formation stage, and acquired the passive skill, Immortal Qi Protection. At this moment, a faint layer of immortal qi wrapped around him, making him seem like an immortal sovereign descending to the mortal world with a bearing that transcended the ordinary. Ding! Limited time mission progress 57, 3 days remaining. The host has successfully broken through to the first level of the core formation stage, greatly increasing his power. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. At the same time, he suddenly felt a sharp sting in his. He instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he was astonished to find the words Immortal World appearing in his pupils. Moreover, those words seemed to share a faint connection with the Immortal World map fragment he had obtained earlier, as if guiding him towards something. What is going on? Master, your pupils. Liu looked at Liu Fei in astonishment, confusion in her eyes. Liu Fei told the 7 women about the change in his pupils. The 7 women were shocked as well. Could this be related to the secret of the Immortal World? The map fragment had been sealed inside the golden core before, and now, after the breakthrough, the words Immortal World appear in his pupils. There must be some connection between the two. Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then said slowly, no matter what, this may be an important clue in our search for the secret of the Immortal World. We must find out exactly what this secret is. Liu Fei said, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. Everyone nodded, one after another. Those who had previously questioned and mocked Liu Fei all shut their mouths, now their eyes full of reverence. They had witnessed Liu Fei break through from a desperate situation, withstand the 9 heavens thunder tribulation, and undergo a qualitative leap in strength. They knew that they had truly underestimated this young man. After the breakthrough, Liu Fei, with the 7 women by his side and a heart filled with curiosity and a desire to explore the secret of the Immortal World, continued on his journey. After Liu Fei successfully broke through to the first level of the core formation stage, he and the 7 women stayed by Xiao Yura's side, hoping she would wake soon. Finally, amid everyone's anxious waiting, Xiao Yura's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Yuro, you're finally awake. Seeing this, Liu Fei was overjoyed. He hurriedly took Xiao Yura's hand, his eyes full of concern and delight. Master, where am I? Still disoriented after waking, Xiao Yuro looked at the familiar faces around her and asked softly. Yuro, to save me, you burned the Holy Maiden token and used a forbidden art, which put you into a coma. Now that you're finally awake, it's wonderful. Liu Fei said gently with a trace of excitement in his voice. The 7 women also gathered around, smiles shining on their faces. Yuro, you're finally awake. We were worried to death. Su Qingxue held Xiao Yura's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Xiao Yura looked at them, all a warm current surging through her heart. She sat up slightly, and abruptly sensed a powerful force stirring inside her. Circulating her spiritual energy, she found that not only had her strength not diminished from the forbidden arts backlash, it had actually increased enormously. Moreover, in the depths of her consciousness, some mysterious information seemed to have been added. I think I've unlocked some new abilities. New abilities? What kind of abilities? Everyone asked curiously upon hearing this. Xiao Yuro closed her eyes, carefully sensing the power within her body. A moment later, she opened her eyes with a brilliant gleam of excitement. I've unlocked the skill tree of the Heavenly Demon Saintess and obtained abilities such as Blood Demon Perception and Heavenly Demon Summoning. Blood Demon Perception, Heavenly Demon Summoning. That sounds incredibly powerful, by Liu said curiously. Yuro, quickly try out your new ability. Liu Fei echoed with eager anticipation. Xiao Yuro nodded. Circulating the heavenly demon power within her, she activated the Blood Demon Perception ability. In an instant, a strange scene appeared before her eyes. In the surrounding air, faint ripples of blood demon aura seemed to surface. She could clearly sense the origins and intensity of these blood demon auras, as if a bright lamp had been lit in the darkness, leaving the hidden blood demons completely exposed. This is truly miraculous. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Just some heterodox abilities. What's so amazing about that? A sect disciple muttered from the side, contempt still in his eyes. Exactly. Maybe this so-called blood demon perception is utterly useless. Another disciple echoed with a mocking smile. Yet before their words had faded, Xiao Yuro once again circulated her spiritual energy, preparing to cast the heavenly demon summoning ability. Her hands formed seals rapidly as she chanted in a low voice. With her motion, space around them began to warp, and a formidable heavenly demon aura flooded the area. Come forth, my heavenly demon guards. Xiao Yuro cried out. A flash of dark crimson light swept by, and a host of heavenly demon guards in black armor appeared before the crowd. These heavenly demon guards were towering and radiated powerful auras. They stood in neat ranks behind Xiao Yuro, waiting for her orders. These are the heavenly demon guards. Such overwhelming auras. Everyone was stunned, their eyes. Just at that moment, something strange happened. The instant the heavenly demon guards appeared, a series of images suddenly flashed through Xiao Yuro's mind. In the images, the 7 women clad in resplendent battle armor led different legions of heavenly demon guards and fought enemies on a vast battlefield. Their eyes were resolute, their movements agile, and they radiated immense presence. This is a vision of the 7 women as heavenly demon guard commanders in their past lives. Xiao Yuro shouted in surprise. Hearing this, everyone was shaken. Yuro, what vision did you see? Tell us at once, Liu Fei asked urgently. Xiao Yuro described the vision she had seen in detail. The 7 women fell into contemplation after hearing this. Could we truly have been connected to the heavenly demon guards in our past lives? What secret is hidden behind all of this? Su Qingxue knit her brows, her eyes full of uncertainty. In any case, this might be a crucial clue to unraveling the mystery of our past lives. Liu Fei pondered for a moment and said slowly. While everyone was talking, Xiao Yuro abruptly walked up to Liu Fei. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, and her eyes held both shyness and determination. Master, She hesitated for a moment, then summoned her courage and gently pressed a kiss to Liu Fei's lips. Yuro, you. Liu Fei, caught off guard, was momentarily speechless, his face also turning red. Ding! Xiao Yuro took the initiative to kiss you, unlocking the hidden effect, Dual Cultivation Enhancement. Whenever the host engages in dual cultivation with Xiao Yuro, he will receive additional cultivation gains and attribute bonuses. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. What is happening? Liu Fei asked in astonishment. Blushing, Xiao Yuro explained, Master, when I unlocked the skill tree, I learned about this hidden effect. I wanted to help you become stronger. Hearing her explanation, everyone smiled knowingly. Yuro, you're so good to master. Bai Liu said with a smile. As for the disciples who had mocked her earlier, they all fell silent, their faces filled with embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Yuro's powerful abilities and her deep bond with Liu Fei, they were filled with regret. They realized that they had been wrong all along. Ding! Hidden quest progress, 39 6 seals remaining. Because Xiao Yuro has unlocked the Heavenly Demon Saintess skill, new clues about the Blood Demon seals have been discovered. The system notification sounded once more. At the same time, Xiao Yuro suddenly felt the Blood Demon bone inside her begin to mutate. The power of the Blood Demon bone surged within her, resonating with her Heavenly Demon power as if waiting for something. Yuro, what's wrong? Liu Fei noticed that something was off and asked with concern. Xiao Yuro told Liu Fei about the mutation of the Blood Demon bone inside her. Liu Fei's heart tightened. It seems this Blood Demon bone is closely linked to the skills you unlocked, and we must be extremely careful. Everyone nodded. Having gone through this series of events, they knew the road ahead was full of unknowns and challenges, but they felt no fear, because they had each other and an unshakable conviction. As time passed, only 3 short days remained before the deadline of the time-limited mission, refining the golden core within 7 days. Liu Fei was keenly aware of the urgency. Within the domain of the immortal emperor's harem, he once again devoted himself wholeheartedly to the refinement of the 9-turn golden core. At this moment, he sat cross-legged at the center of the domain surrounded by dense spiritual energy. The golden core shattered and recoalesced slowly revolved before him, radiating a 5-colored radiance. Master, keep going. We believe you will surely succeed. The 7 women gathered around Liu Fei, their eyes filled with concern and encouragement. They knew that this final stage of refinement was of paramount importance. One slight mistake could cause everything. Liu Fei took a deep breath, activated his Chaos Thunder body, and violet lightning flickered across his skin. He formed hand seals, rapidly attempting to accelerate the refinement of the golden core. Yet just as he concentrated all his focus, the space around him began to change abruptly. The once serene domain of the immortal emperor's harem was suddenly shrouded in a sinister aura. The sky darkened, thunder roared, and lightning flashed as if the end of the world were imminent. What is happening? Could it be that something went wrong with Master's golden core refinement? Su Qingxue frowned, a trace of worry surfacing in her eyes. Humfai say he's just too impatient. The golden core is not so easily refined. Now look what he's done. Stirring up such a commotion, he might very well destroy the entire domain. A sect disciple standing in the distance sneered as he spoke to the people beside him. Exactly. He may have accomplished some things before, but trying to refine the golden core in such a short time is utterly absurd. Another disciple chimed in, his eyes brimming with disdain. Liu Fei also sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly a series of visions flooded his mind. The 7 women were surrounded by a group of mysterious black-robed figures suffering a brutal massacre. Their agonized screams echoed in his ears, each one like a blade stabbing through his heart. No! Liu Fei let out a furious roar. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as the power of the Chaos Thunder body surged wildly within him. He knew that this was the golden core inner demon, at work attempting to disturb his mind and sabotage him. This golden core inner demon is no easy opponent. If he falls under its control, not only will his golden core refinement fail, he might even suffer chi deviation. An elder-like figure gazed at Liu Fei with a deeply furrowed brow, his eyes full of worry. Indeed, this inner demon excels at beguiling the heart and exploiting one's weaknesses. Since Liu Fei cares so deeply about the 7 women, the demon conjuring scenes of their slaughter strikes precisely at his vital point. Another elder echoed with a sigh and a shake of his head. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, struggling to break free from the inner demon's grip. He activated the Chaos Thunder body, fusing the power of chaos with the thunderous essence of his physique, and unleashed the ultimate technique of the Chaos Thunder body, Descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. A colossal phantom of the Thunder Emperor materialized above his body, wielding a massive thunder hammer as it struck toward the inner demon. However, the demon was cunning. It instantly dispersed into countless shadows of black mist, evading the Thunder Emperor's assault. Those shadows kept darting around Liu Fei, while the images of the 7 women being slaughtered continued to flash through his mind, plunging his consciousness deeper into chaos. Master, hold on. These are all illusions. They aren't real. Seeing Liu Fei's agony, the 7 women were frantic with worry. They channeled their spiritual energy, trying to keep Liu Fei clear-headed through their psychic connection. Ha ha, boy, there's no escaping. Just let yourself be controlled by me. The inner demon let out a sinister laugh. Once again it shaped itself into the scene of the 7 women being slaughtered, this time even more bloody and brutal. Liu Fei's consciousness began to blur, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Just as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed, he suddenly remembered the Calming Wrath Seal. He channeled the power within him and awakened the force of the Calming Wrath Seal. Calming Wrath Seal suppressed this wretched inner demon. With a furious roar, he hurled the Calming Wrath Seal at the inner demon. The seal rapidly expanded in midair, radiating an immense power of suppression. The inner demon sensed the might of the Calming Wrath Seal and tried to flee, but it was already too late. The Calming Wrath Seal instantly enveloped the inner demon. With a piercing, miserable shriek, the demon gradually dissipated under the seal's suppression. Phew! Liu Fei let out a long breath of relief, having successfully suppressed the inner demon. At the same time, he acquired the inner demon immunity trait, granting him permanent immunity to mental attacks from then on. Ding! Host successfully suppressed the golden core inner demon and obtained the inner demon immunity trait. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. However, just as Liu Fei was relaxing, he suddenly noticed that the 7 women had turned deathly pale. Startled, he quickly asked, "Sisters, what's wrong with you?" Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, tears glistening in her eyes, and said, "Master, to buy you time, we simultaneously burned our own lifespans. Now, Yunxi has only 10 years of life left." What? Liu Fei was thunderstruck by the news. He looked at the 7 women, his heart filled with gratitude and self-reproach. "Sisters, why did you do this? How could I let you sacrifice your lifespans for me?" "Liu Fei, as long as we can help you, we don't care. We would do anything for you," the 7 women declared resolutely. Liu Fei held them tightly, tears shimmering in his eyes. I will definitely succeed in refining the golden core and raising my strength so that all of you can restore your lifespans. At that moment, the phantom of the second seal of the 9 seals of the immortal emperor, the calming sorrow seal, suddenly appeared on Liu Fei's left hand. The phantom glowed with a faint light, as if conveying some kind of message to him. This is the calming sorrow seal. Could it be that the inner demon trial I just endured triggered the awakening of the calming sorrow seal? Liu Fei wondered, carefully examining the phantom of the calming sorrow seal, trying to find some clue. Ding! Time-limited mission progress 67, 2 days remaining. Host successfully suppressed the inner demon. Keep going and complete the golden core refinement. The system notification sounded once more. Liu Fei knew he could not afford to waste another single second. He took a deep breath, activated his spiritual energy again, and continued refining the 9-turn golden core. In his heart, he silently vowed to complete the refinement within the remaining 2 days and not let the 7 women's sacrifice be in vain. With only 12 hours remaining before the time-limited mission ended, Liu Fei knew full well that success or failure hung on this final moment. Gazing at the 7 women beside him who were burning their own lifespans for his sake, his heart swelled with gratitude and resolve. At this critical juncture, he resolved to enter the dual cultivation amplification domain together with the 7 women, channeling the special power of that domain to complete the final fusion of the 9-fold golden core. Sisters, let us enter the dual cultivation amplification domain together and help me complete the golden core fusion. Liu Fei's gaze was resolute as he looked at each of the 7 women, in turn his eyes filled with trust and reliance. The 7 women nodded without hesitation, their eyes carrying the same determination. Master, we will fight alongside you, and we will surely succeed. Su Qingxue said softly, her eyes shimmering with absolute trust in Liu Fei. Together they stepped into the dual cultivation amplification domain. The moment they entered, a dense and unique wave of spiritual energy surged toward them. The spiritual energy seemed alive, swirling around them with spirited leaps, as if welcoming their arrival. Within the domain, multicolored radiance flickered in a dreamlike haze, as though they had stepped into a celestial paradise. Liu Fei sat cross-legged at the center of the domain, placing the 9-fold golden core before him. The 7 women swiftly took their positions according to the 7 stars aligned formation. They activated the spiritual energy within their bodies, and 7 formidable currents of power interwove to form a massive vortex of spiritual energy that enveloped Liu Fei and the golden core. 7 stars aligned, aid my golden core fusion. The 7 women cried out in unison. The spiritual energy vortex spun faster at once, and mighty power surged toward the golden core, striving to drive forward the fusion process. Liu Fei activated the chaos thunder body, violet lightning crackling wildly across his skin in resonance with the 7 women's spiritual energy. His hands formed seals rapidly as he guided the power within the golden core to merge with the spiritual energy vortex outside. Under the influence of that immense power, the golden core blazed with radiant light and began to turn slowly. With each rotation, a mysterious rune flared into brilliance. However, the fusion was not smooth sailing. As it deepened, a violent repulsive force suddenly erupted from within the golden core, struggling to break free from the control of Liu Fei and the 7 women. The repulsive force, like surging tidal waves, instantly engulfed Liu Fei and the 7 women. Under the impact, their bodies trembled faintly. No good. The golden core's repulsive force has grown stronger. Liu Fei's brows knitted tightly. Clenching his teeth, he intensified the output of the Chaos Thunder Body in an attempt to suppress the repulsion. The 7 women likewise increased their spiritual energy output. Their faces gradually turned pale, but their eyes remained utterly determined. If I told you they couldn't succeed? Fusing a golden core is no such easy matter. Now they're being rejected by the golden core. Let's see what they can do. A sect disciple stood outside the domain, watching the scene inside with a mocking smile, and said to the person beside him, "Exactly. They overestimated themselves. Did they really think entering this domain would allow them to fuse a golden core? Utter wishful thinking." Another disciple chimed in, his eyes filled with disdain. Just as everyone thought Liu Fei and the 7 women were on the verge of failure, something miraculous occurred. In the midst of pouring out their spiritual energy, the 7 women's inner power produced a wonderful resonance with the golden core. This resonance brought about subtle transformations in their bodies. Their lower abdomens gradually swelled. They had actually become pregnant at the same time. What is happening? How can all 7 women be pregnant at once? Everyone who saw this was stunned, disbelief written all over their faces. Could this be a peculiar phenomenon of golden core fusion? Or is it some kind of mysterious blessing? An elder-looking man said, staring at the 7 women with deep confusion. As the 7 women became pregnant, a mighty blessing of the immortal emperor's progeny descended. This power not only allowed the 7 women to make a collective breakthrough in cultivation, but also caused their strength to skyrocket. She awakened the blade master bloodline. A trace of sharpness entered her eyes, and the god-slaying sword in her hand blazed with even greater radiance. By Liu unlocked the secret art of celestial fox embryonic breathing. Foxfire swirled around her, and her 9 tails grew even more agile, emanating formidable fox demon power. Sisters, our strength has soared. This must be heaven's favor upon us. We must help Master fuse the golden core even harder. Su Qingxue sensed the formidable power within her eyes sparkling with excitement. The 7 women nodded in unison and once again intensified their spiritual energy output, joining Liu Fei in resisting the repulsive force of the golden core. Under this mighty combined force, the golden core's repulsion gradually weakened, and the fusion proceeded smoothly once more. At that moment, however, Xiao Yuro had made a decision in her heart. She understood all too well the unique nature of the blood demon bone. At this critical moment, she resolved to implant the blood demon bone into Liu Fei's heart, forming a symbiotic bond with him to provide him with even greater power. Master, I will implant the blood demon bone into your heart. In this way we can be together forever, and I can better help you. Xiao Yuro gazed at Liu Fei, her eyes brimming with deep affection. Master, this is too dangerous. What if? Liu Fei's heart jolted, and he moved to stop her. Master, I have made up my mind. For you I am willing to give everything. Xiao Yuro cut Liu Fei off. Before he could respond, she activated the heavenly demon power within her and sent the blood demon bone slowly toward Liu Fei's heart. The moment the blood demon bone touched Liu Fei's heart, it fused into it instantly. Liu Fei felt a wave of warmth spread from his chest, and then a mighty power surged through his body. Between him and Xiao Yuro, a wondrous connection seemed to take shape, making their hearts resonate even more deeply. Yuro, thank you. Liu Fei looked at her, his eyes filled with gratitude and love. Empowered by the blood demon bone, Liu Fei's strength rose once more. He activated the Chaos Thunder body and unleashed its ultimate technique, Descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's phantom figure raised a thunder hammer and struck the golden core. Under the impact of that tremendous power, the golden core finally completed its ultimate fusion. Ding! Time-limited mission complete. The host has successfully fused the 9-fold golden core and received the reward, the middle scroll of the 9-fold mystic heaven art. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. We made it. The 7 women cheered, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. Though they had paid a tremendous price in the process, seeing Liu Fei successfully fuse the golden core made it all worth. Outside the domain, those who had earlier questioned and mocked them now fell silent, their faces filled with shock and awe. Having witnessed the miracle Liu Fei and the 7 women had created, their hearts swelled with admiration. It seems we truly underestimated them. Their strength and perseverance are admirable, the disciple who had mocked them earlier murmured. Exactly. Their bond and unity are even more touching, another disciple chimed in. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Liu Fei and the 7 women embraced one another. They knew this was only a new beginning. There were still more challenges waiting for them ahead. As the 9-fold golden core successfully fused, a burst of dazzling 5-colored light erupted within the immortal emperor's harem domain, illuminating the entire space and making everything around dreamlike and ethereal. Liu Fei and the 7 women were immersed in the joy of success, embracing one another with tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. We did it! Liu Fei shouted excitedly, his voice brimming with joy and pride. The 7 women also broke into laughter, their laughter echoing throughout the domain, filled with the flavor of happiness. However, at this moment of celebration, a sudden change occurred. A blood-red beam of light shot forth like lightning from a corner of the domain, instantly engulfing Xiao Yuro. Before anyone could react, the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor appeared once more, carrying the blood demon bone, and directly took over Xiao Yuro's body. Yuro! Liu Fei cried out in terror, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. The 7 women were also stunned, never having expected the blood demon ancestor to reappear at such a moment and seize Xiao Yuro's body. Haha, boy, you didn't expect me to come back, did you? This time, it'll not only take over your body, but also make you watch as your woman dies for you. After seizing Xiao Yuro's body, the blood demon ancestor let out a sinister laugh. The voice issued from Xiao Yuro's mouth, sending chills down everyone's spine. Blood demon ancestor, you despicable demon, release Yuro immediately. Liu Fei roared, his eyes turning bloodshot in an instant. The power of the Chaos Thunder body surged wildly within him, purple lightning crackling over his skin like a beast on the verge of eruption. If you want me to let her go, then come and try. With Xiao Yuro's body under his control, the blood demon ancestor wore a sinister smile. She raised a hand, and a blood-red streak of demonic chi shot toward Liu Fei. Without hesitation, Liu Fei activated the Chaos Thunder body and executed the Chaos Green Lotus Sword. The golden sword chi clashed with the blood-red demonic chi in a thunderous roar. The tremendous force shook the surrounding space and whipped up a violent gale. Master will help you. Snapping back to their senses, the 7 women channeled their spiritual energy, ready to fight the blood demon ancestor. They knew Xiao Yuro was in imminent danger, and they had to give everything they had. With just you lot, you think you can defeat me? Utterly overestimating yourselves. The blood demon ancestor snorted coldly. Manipulating Xiao Yure's body, he unleashed the mighty blood demon art. The surrounding space was instantly shrouded in blood-red demonic qi, the temperature plummeting until it felt like an ice cellar. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, channeling the power within him to rouse the wrath-suppressing seal. Wrath-suppressing seal suppressed this detestable blood demon. He roared, hurling the seal at the blood demon inside Xiao Yure's body. The wrath-suppressing seal rapidly enlarged in midair, radiating a mighty suppressive force. Sensing its power, the blood demon ancestor felt a jolt of alarm, yet he had no intention of giving up so easily. He manipulated Xiao Yure's body to resist the seal's suppression. If you think this little seal can suppress me, too naive. The blood demon ancestor snorted coldly and executed the strongest move of the blood demon art, blood demon swallowing heaven. A mighty suction force emanated from Xiao Yure's body, attempting to devour the wrath-suppressing seal. Master, be careful. The blood demon ancestor is far too powerful. Su Qingxue cried anxiously. Channeling the inherited power of the ice spirit immortal venerable, she conjured an ice blue shield before Liu Fei to block the blood demon ancestor's attack. The 7 women exchanged glances, fully aware that they must now go all out. They swiftly took their positions according to the 7 women returned to one formation and channeled their spiritual energy. 7 mighty forces interwove, converging into a colossal 7-star sword array. The sword array shimmered with 5-colored light, emitting powerful fluctuations of energy. 7 women returned to one. Combined strike manifest. The 7 women cried in unison as the 7-star sword array shot toward the blood demon within Xiao Yure's body. The overwhelming force instantly shattered the blood demon ancestor's blood demon swallowing heaven technique, and the blood demon ancestor let out a painful scream. No, how can you be this powerful? The blood demon ancestor shouted in terror, manipulating Xiao Yure's body in a desperate attempt to flee. But the power of the wrath-suppressing seal and the 7-star sword array bound him tightly, leaving no room for escape. Just as Liu Fei and the 7 women thought they were about to successfully suppress the blood demon ancestor, Xiao Yure's consciousness began to struggle from within her body. She sensed the blood demon ancestor's desperation and madness and knew that if he resisted recklessly, Liu Fei and the 7 women would all be caught in danger. To protect Liu Fei, she made a startling decision. Master, I'm sorry, Xiao Yuro said silently in her heart. She channeled the heavenly demon power within her and detonated the blood demon bone in her body. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The force of the detonating blood demon bone instantly shattered the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul. Caught in the shockwave, Xiao Yure's body was blasted backward and crashed heavily to the ground. Yuro! Liu Fei shouted in horror, dashing toward her without a second thought. He gathered Xiao Yuro into his arms, and looking at her pale face, his heart was consumed with agony and self-reproach. Yuro, wake up. You have to pull through. Liu Fei cried out anxiously, his voice trembling. The 7 women gathered around him, their eyes brimming with tears as they watched the unconscious Xiao Yuro. Yuro, how could you be so foolish? Su Qingxue sobbed. Just then a mark of the blood demon saintess suddenly emerged on Xiao Yure's forehead. The mark radiated a dark red light, forming a wondrous yin-yang resonance with the 9 seals of the immortal emperor in Liu Fei's hand. Ding! Hidden quest updated. Save Xiao Yuro requires 9 drops of immortal tears. To protect her host, Xiao Yuro destroyed the blood demon bone and fell into an eternal coma. The system notification chimed in Liu Fei's mind. Only by finding 9 drops of immortal tears can she be awakened. As the system notification sounded in his mind, Liu Fei's heart tightened. He held Xiao Yuro tightly, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. Yuro, don't worry. I will definitely find the immortal tears and wake you up. The people around them were all deeply moved by the scene. Those who had once questioned and mocked them now fell silent, their hearts full of guilt. They saw the profound affection between Liu Fei and the 7 women, and also saw the sacrifice Xiao Yuro had made for love. Perhaps we truly wronged them. A disciple murmured. Yes, their bond and courage are admirable, another disciple echoed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liu Fei carried Xiao Yuro, and together with the 7 women, left the immortal emperor's harem domain. They knew the road ahead was still long. They had to find the immortal tears and save Xiao Yuro. Carrying the unconscious Xiao Yuro in his arms, Liu Fei left the domain of the immortal emperor's harem together with the 7 women. His heart was filled with worry for her, and he silently vowed to find the immortal tear and awaken her. The 7 women followed behind Liu Fei, their faces bearing the same mix of concern and resolve. They knew the road ahead would be fraught with hardships and perils, but for Xiao Yuro, and for their shared love and conviction, they would never retreat. After returning to the sect, Liu Fei went into seclusion in a quiet valley. Thanks to the earlier fusion of the 9 revolutions golden core, his body had accumulated a tremendous amount of spiritual power, and he was now striving to break through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage. He sat cross-legged at the center of the valley, surrounded by surging spiritual energy. Purple thunderlight and iridescent spiritual power intertwined, shrouding him in a radiance that made him seem from afar like a deity descending upon the mortal world. Our master will surely succeed in his breakthrough, Su Qingxue said, standing outside the valley with hope and trust shining in her eyes. The 7 women gathered around her, encouraging one another and silently praying for Liu Fei. Time slipped by quietly as Liu Fei continually compressed the spiritual energy within him, striving to shatter the shackles blocking his advancement. Yet breaking through was no easy task. He could feel his spiritual power slamming against the bottleneck again and again, but each attempt fell just short of success. This Liu Fei really is delusional. Does he think that just because he fused a golden core, he can casually break through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage? I'd say he's daydreaming. A sect disciple passing by the valley caught sight of Liu Fei in seclusion and sneered, voicing his ridicule to those beside him. Exactly. He may have some accomplishments to his name, but breaking into the 3rd layer of the core formation stage is no simple matter. For all we know, this seclusion might even end in him losing his mind to inner demons, another disciple chimed in, contempt plain in his eyes. Just as the crowd was buzzing with mockery, the spiritual power within Liu Fei finally reached a critical threshold. He took a deep breath, activated the Chaos Thunder Body, and fused the power of chaos with his spiritual energy, unleashing the ultimate technique of the Chaos Thunder Body, the descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. A colossal phantom of the Thunder Emperor materialized above his body. Wielding a thunder hammer, it smashed against the bottleneck within him. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the bottleneck was shattered. He had successfully broken through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage. A formidable aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire valley. The flowers, grass, and trees in the valley swayed violently under the impact of that aura, as if bowing in submission to him. He did it. Our master has successfully broken through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage. Feeling that powerful aura, the 7 women cheered with excitement. Tears of joy glistened in their eyes, and their hearts swelled with pride for Liu Fei's achievement. At the same time, Liu Fei gained the skill Immortal Qi Release. He rose to his feet, gave a light leap, and left the ground hovering in midair. He tried channeling the Immortal Qi Release skill. A faint layer of immortal qi emanated from his body like threads of silk, drifting slowly around him and making him appear even more ethereal and transcendent. So this is the feeling of soaring through the air. How marvelous! Liu Fei savored the joy of flying freely, his heart brimming with delight. He circled through the sky a few times, then flew out of the valley. Seeing Liu Fei approaching, the 7 women hurried to greet him. Master, congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage. The 7 women declared in unison, their faces beaming with happy smiles. Thank you, sisters. Without your unwavering support, I could never have broken through so smoothly. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women with deep gratitude and love in his eyes. Just then the 7 women exchanged knowing smiles and began weaving a 7-colored cloud rosy cape with their spiritual energy. Their spiritual power transformed into multicolored silk threads that under their deft hands quickly wove into a magnificent cape. It shimmered with 7-colored radiance resembling the clouds and rosy glow of the sky, beautiful and mysterious. Master, this is the 7-colored cloud rosy cape we wove for you. We hope you like it. Su Qingxue handed the cape to Liu Fei, her eyes full of anticipation. Liu Fei took the cape and draped it over his shoulders. Instantly, he felt as though he had become the sovereign of heaven and earth. He soared into the air again, showcasing the cape's splendor as he flew. The cape fluttered in the wind, its 7-colored radiance illuminating the entire sky. When the sect disciples witnessed this sight, they were utterly stunned. They stepped out of their quarters one after another, gazing up at the sky, at Liu Fei's transcendent figure, their hearts filled with awe. Someone took the lead, and soon the crowd knelt down, prostrating themselves in Liu Fei's direction. We pay our respects to the master. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resounding throughout the sect. This is too much, isn't it? Just because he broke through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage and put on a cape, everyone is bowing to him. The disciple who had mocked Liu Fei earlier watched the scene with bitter unwillingness, but he dared not defy the crowd's actions and could only kneel as well. He has real strength. If you've got the ability, go break through to the 3rd layer of the core formation stage yourself and make everyone kneel to you. Another disciple shot him a contemptuous glance and muttered quietly. While the crowd celebrated, the 7 women had not forgotten the unconscious Xiao Yuro. They gathered around her and channeled their spiritual power using the heartbound bond to sustain her life. Thanks to their efforts, Xiao Yuro's breathing gradually stabilized, and a trace of color returned to her cheeks. Sisters, we must find a way to wake Yuro. Su Qingxue looked at Xiao Yuro, her eyes filled with determination. Yes, we will never give up. The 7 women nodded in unison, their gazes blazing with resolve. After flying for a while, Liu Fei suddenly sensed a mysterious force below, drawing him closer. He looked down and discovered that something seemed to be sealed beneath the sect. He activated the Immortal Qi Release skill and descended slowly to the underground area of the sect. Upon closer inspection, he found a sealed blood demon altar. It matched perfectly with the map fragment he had obtained earlier. What? What is this? Could this blood demon altar be connected to the immortal realm spiritual chi core? Doubt and curiosity churned in Liu Fei's mind. He recalled the main quest issued by the system earlier, seeking the immortal realm's spiritual chi core. Now it seemed he had discovered a clue. Ding! Main quest update: seek the immortal realm's spiritual chi core. Progress 29. The host has discovered the blood demon altar sealed beneath the sect, which matches the map fragment found earlier. Continue exploring to uncover the secret of the immortal realm spiritual chi core. The system's notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. He stared at the blood demon altar, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. He knew this would be a vital clue in his search for the immortal realm spiritual chi core. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared himself for the new challenge ahead. After successfully breaking through to the third layer of the core formation stage, Liu Fei had discovered yet another lead. In the vast and boundless cultivation world there lay a place of mystery, the Tianjin sect. On this day the Tianjin sect was livelier than ever before. The elite disciples and elders of the 10 great sects of the cultivation realm gathered here, all because a legendary treasure was about to make its appearance. The Ascension platform, which could lead directly to the immortal realm. On the martial arena of the Tianjin sect the crowd was bustling. Disciples of the various sects clad in a dazzling array of robes talked among themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement and eager anticipation. The appearance of the Ascension platform is a monumental opportunity for us cultivators. Should one step onto it and ascend to the immortal realm that would be rising to heaven in a single leap. A disciple from the Lingfeng sect said excitedly. Humph, it's not that simple. The Ascension platform isn't a place just anyone can ascend. It still comes down to each person's ability. A disciple of the Su Qingxue sect gave a cold snort, a faint air of arrogance on his face. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, Liu Fei and the 7 women also arrived at the martial arena. Liu Fei was clad in black robes, his bearing calm and steady, while the 7 women followed behind him, each radiating her own distinctive charm, like stars encircling the moon. Their arrival, however, did not attract much attention. After all, among such a gathering of masters, Liu Fei's third layer core formation cultivation appeared quite insignificant. Look, that brat actually dares to compete for the Ascension platform. With his mere third layer core formation cultivation, he's simply overestimating himself. A sharp-faced disciple spotted Liu Fei, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said to those around him. Exactly. Any nascent soul elder here could crush him with a flick of the finger. Yet he still dares to come and join the excitement. How laughable. Another disciple chimed in, his eyes full of contempt. Liu Fei heard their words, but only smiled faintly and paid them no mind. His gaze remained fixed on the Ascension platform at the center of the martial arena, shrouded in layer after layer of restrictive seals. The Ascension platform stood about 100 zhang tall and gave off a faint golden glow. Its surface was covered in mysterious runes that shimmered softly, as if telling ancient tales. Under the sunlight, the Ascension platform resembled a golden bridge leading to the immortal realm, radiating an aura that made one's heart yearn. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy spread through the air as Lin Wan'er, the sect master of the Tianjin sect, appeared. He wore a long white robe, his bearing ethereal and aloof, and he emanated the overwhelming aura of a peak nascent soul cultivator. Everyone, the appearance of the Ascension platform today is a grand event for our cultivation world, but there is only one Ascension platform. Whoever wishes to set foot upon it must win a fierce and bitter struggle. Lin Wan'er's voice rang through the arena, imbued with unshakable authority. As Lin Wan'er's words faded, the restrictive seals around the Ascension platform slowly began to dissipate. At the same time, strange patterns suddenly emerged on the surface of the Ascension platform, radiating a dark red light. Upon closer inspection, they matched the markings of the blood demon altar on the map fragment Liu Fei had obtained earlier. Ding! Hidden quest updated: seize the Ascension platform. Completion 13. Discover the connection between the Ascension platform and the blood demon altar. Continue exploring and complete the hidden quest. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei's heart jolted. He had not expected the Ascension platform to be connected with the blood demon altar. His eyes grew even more resolute, and he silently resolved to seize the Ascension platform Yet while Liu Fei was still deep in thought, the disciples of the various sects could no longer restrain themselves and surged toward the Ascension platform. In an instant, spiritual energy filled the air around the martial arena. Magical treasures flashed with brilliant light, and battle cries shook the heavens. Humph, what is that brat still standing there for? Has he been scared stupid? The disciple who had mocked him earlier saw that Liu Fei had not moved and sneered once more. Just then a man resembling a nascent soul elder rushed at Liu Fei, a long sword in hand. His eyes glittered with greed. Clearly he saw Liu Fei as an easy target and wanted to finish him off first, reducing the competition by 1. Brat, if you know what's good for you, get lost. The Ascension platform is not something you can lay your hands on. The nascent soul elder sneered, coldly sweeping his longsword and sending a fierce sword chi shooting toward Liu Fei. Seeing this, a flicker of contempt passed through Liu Fei's eyes. Unhurried, he activated the Chaos Thunder body, and violet lightning instantly danced across his body. He stretched out his right hand and closed it lightly. A powerful suction force erupted from his palm. The moment the sword chi approached him, it was dragged directly into his hand and dissolved into nothingness. What? The nascent soul elder's face was a mask of shock. He had never imagined that a mere core formation cultivator could defuse his attack so effortlessly. Now it's my turn, Liu Fei said coldly, taking a step forward as he raised his right hand once more. A violet thunder orb materialized in his palm. He flicked his wrist lightly, and the thunder orb shot toward the nascent soul elder. The elder's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy and summoned a shield of spiritual power in front of him. Yet the power of the thunder orb far surpassed his expectations. With a resounding boom, the orb slammed into the shield, shattering it in an instant. The tremendous force blasted the nascent soul elder away, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Everyone stared in utter shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that Liu Fei could be this powerful, easily defeating a nascent soul elder at the mere third layer of core formation. Humph, now you see how formidable I am. Liu Fei snorted coldly, walked over to the nascent soul elder, and reached out to snatch the magic treasure from his hand. The magic treasure was a longsword radiating a faint glow, clearly a fine artifact. You dare to take my magic treasure? The nascent soul elder shouted in fury, but gravely wounded as he had no strength to resist. Liu Fei ignored him. Taking the longsword in hand, he squeezed it gently. With a crack, the longsword burst apart in his grip, scattering into fragments. This is a mid-grade magic treasure, and he actually crushed it with one hand. Everyone's shock reached its peak at the sight. At last they realized that they had truly looked down on this young man. At that moment, the 7 women watched Liu Fei's heroic display with mixed feelings of pride and jealousy. Liu walked straight over to Liu Fei's side, and in front of everyone tightly wrapped her arm around his, declaring, "Master belongs to us. No one is going to take him away." The 7 women's display drew envious gazes from everyone around. They had not expected Liu Fei to be not only immensely powerful, but also blessed with 7 such stunningly beautiful companions. Humph, that brat really is blessed with extraordinary luck with women. The disciple who had mocked him earlier felt a pang of jealousy, but knowing he was no match for Liu Fei, he could only grumble inwardly. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Liu Fei and the 7 women walked toward the Ascension platform. They knew this was merely the beginning. Ahead lay even more formidable opponents. After Liu Fei defeated that nascent soul elder, his reputation spread instantly across the martial arena. The gazes of the crowd shifted from initial contempt and mockery to shock and awe. But this was only the beginning. For Liu Fei, the road to the Ascension platform had just taken its first step. This kid has some skill, but this is where it ends. The nascent soul masters of the 3 great sects have yet to make a move. He thinks he can seize the Ascension platform with this meager strength. It's a pipe dream. A disciple from the Yenshin sect looked at Liu Fei's back and said with a cold snort, a hint of discontent on his face. Exactly. He just got lucky and ran into a relatively weak nascent soul elder. Hell have his come up. A disciple from Hanshuang Valley chimed in, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if waiting to see Liu Fei make a fool of himself. However, Liu Fei did not pause in the slightest because of the crowd's gossip. He strode toward the Ascension platform with a firm gaze, the 7 women following closely behind him, their eyes filled with trust and support for Liu Fei. Just as Liu Fei was about to approach the Ascension platform, 3 figures shot at him from different directions. All 3 were nascent soul cultivators hailing from the 3 great sects: the Lingxiao Pavilion, the Wanda sect, and the Xingyao sect. They had long noticed Liu Fei's extraordinary abilities, and fearing that he might obstruct their seizure of the Ascension platform, resolved to join forces and eliminate him first. "Brat, don't think you'll get one step closer to the Ascension platform today," said the nascent soul cultivator from the Lingxiao Pavilion. Holding a folding fan covered in dense runes, he waved the fan as he spoke, sending waves of spiritual energy, blades hurtling, toward Liu Fei. Humph, die obediently. The nascent soul cultivator from the Wandu sect chanted incantations while his hands swiftly formed seals. In an instant, countless black toxic mists surged from his hands and drifted toward Liu Fei, and wherever they passed, the ground was corroded into black pits. The nascent soul cultivator from the Xingyao sect stayed silent. Raising both hands, 2 stars glowing with dazzling light appeared in his palms. He flung them violently, and the 2 stars sped toward Liu Fei, leaving long trails of light across the air. Confronting the combined attack of the 3, Liu Fei's expression did not change. He activated his chaotic thunder body, and purple lightning wildly flashed across his skin, forming a sturdy protective barrier. Chaotic thunder body, defend now. Liu Fei gave a sharp shout. The spiritual energy blades the toxic mist, and the stars crashed against the barrier, generating a series of tremendous booms. The formidable force shook the surrounding space and stirred up a violent gale. "Is that all the strength you have?" Liu Fei said coldly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He took a step forward, formed seals rapidly, and executed the chaotic azure lotus sword art. In an instant, a gigantic violet lotus appeared before him, slowly rotating and radiating immense sword chi. "Go!" Liu Fei gave a low shout, and the violet lotus flew toward the three. Wherever the lotus passed, space was torn apart by the sword chi. The faces of the three changed drastically. They had not expected Liu Fei's attack to be so overwhelming. They hastily cycled their spiritual energy and raised their respective defensive measures. The Lingxiao Pavilion cultivator unfolded his fan, and the runes on its surface blazed brightly, forming a golden light barrier in an attempt to block the lotus. The Wandu sect cultivator gathered the toxic mist in front of him into a black poison shield. The Xingyao sect cultivator recalled his 2 stars, and with them whirling around him, formed a starlight shield. Boom! With a colossal crash, the violet lotus collided with the three's defenses, and the mighty force repelled all 3 several steps. The expressions of the 3 turned extremely ugly. They had never imagined that even working together they could not defeat Liu Fei. How can this brat's strength be so terrifying? Is he really only at the 3rd level of the core formation stage? The Lingxiao Pavilion cultivator was filled with shock, and as he looked at Liu Fei, a sliver of fear appeared in his eyes. "No, we can't let him continue like this. We have to go all out." The Wandu sect cultivator said between gritted teeth, once again cycling his spiritual energy in preparation for an even fiercer attack. At that moment, Liu Fei's chaotic thunder body suddenly resonated with the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. The originally clear sky instantly became overcast with dense dark clouds flashing with lightning and booming with thunder. Bolts of purple lightning flickered within the clouds, releasing thunderous roars. What is happening? He actually triggered the 9 heavens thunder tribulation. At this sight, the crowd was stunned, their faces filled with terror. They knew that the 9 heavens thunder tribulation was extraordinarily powerful. Anyone struck by it would be either dead or severely wounded. Could this brat be going through tribulation? To do it at such a moment, has he gone crazy? A disciple said in pain, "He's bringing death upon himself. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand our combined attack while undergoing tribulation." The Lingxiao Pavilion cultivator rejoiced inwardly at this sight, believing Liu Fei was sure to die this time. Yet Liu Fei showed not the slightest fear. He activated the chaotic thunder body and unexpectedly summoned the 9 heavens thunder hammer. A giant purple thunder hammer appeared in his hand, crackling with powerful lightning and exuding a heart-stopping aura. It's the 9 heavens thunder hammer. How can he have summoned such a divine artifact? The crowd was shocked at the sight, their faces filled with disbelief. "Prepare to die." Liu Fei gave a mighty roar and swung the 9 heavens thunder hammer toward the 3. Wherever the hammer passed, space fractured into cracks, and the overwhelming force made the 3 feel the threat of death. "No!" The 3 screamed in terror, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. With a boom, the thunder hammer smashed into the 3. The overwhelming force instantly shattered their nascent souls, and their bodies were reduced to dust beneath that power. This is horrifying. With one hammer blow, he shattered the nascent souls of 3 nascent soul cultivators. At the sight, the crowd's shock reached its peak. They finally realized that Liu Fei's strength far exceeded their imagination. "Now you see what I'm capable of." Liu Fei let out a cold snort, stored away the 9 heavens thunder hammer, and prepared to head on toward the ascension platform. But just then he suddenly felt a violent surge of chi and blood roiling in his body. Though he had won the earlier battle, he had also suffered some hidden injuries. On top of that, resonating with the 9 heavens thunder tribulation had consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, leaving his body struggling to hold on. "Master, are you all right?" Seeing Liu Fei's abnormal condition, the 7 women hurriedly gathered around, their eyes full of concern. "I'm fine. It's just a few inner injuries. You'll be better after some rest," Liu Fei said, enduring the pain. At that moment, a graceful figure flew swiftly over from the crowd. It was Xiaoruoxue. Dressed in a white long dress with a gentle temperament, she held a jade bottle in her hand. "Young master, I have a 9 revolutions soul-returning pill here that might heal your internal injuries." Xiaoruoxue walked up to Liu Fei and said with a smile. Liu Fei looked at Xiaoruoxue somewhat suspicious. "Who are you? Why do you want to help me?" "My name is Xiaoruoxue. I am an alchemist. I saw that you were exceptionally powerful, and since you were injured, I wanted to lend you a hand," Xiaoruoxue explained. Liu Fei hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted the jade bottle. He opened the jade bottle, and a rich aroma of medicinal herbs immediately wafted out. He consumed the pill, which dissolved the moment it touched his mouth. A warm flow of power spread through his body, swiftly mending his damaged meridians and internal organs. Ding! Xiaoruoxue has used the 9 revolution soul-returning pill to heal the host's internal injuries. The host has gained the alchemy affinity status. Alchemy success rate increased by 30, lasting 1 hour. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Thank you, miss. Liu Fei said gratefully. You're welcome. It is my honor to be able to help you, young master, Xiao Ruoxue said with a smile. Just then a faint mark suddenly flashed on Xiao Ruoxue's forehead, the mark of the alchemy saintess. At the same time the ascension platform seemed to sense something, and the runes on its surface emitted a blaze of light resonating with Xiao Ruoxue's mark. Ding! Limited time mission sees the ascension platform within 3 days, 3 days remaining. The connection between the ascension platform and the alchemy saintess has been discovered. Continue exploring to complete the limited time mission. The system notification sounded again. Liu Fei was filled with doubt at this sight. He looked at Xiao Ruoxue and asked, Miss, what is this mark about? What is your relationship with the ascension platform? Xiao Ruoxue shook her head. I'm not sure either. I've had this mark since I was little, but I've never had any contact with the ascension platform. Perhaps there's some secret hidden within it. Liu Fei thought for a while then said, in any case, thank you for your help today. If you don't mind, you can come to the ascension platform with us. A flicker of surprise and joy passed through Xiao Ruoxue's eyes. She nodded and said, all right, then I'll go with you, young master. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liu Fei, together with the 7 women and Xiao Ruoxue, continued walking toward the ascension platform. They knew that the road ahead was filled with unknowns and challenges, but they were undaunted. Liu Fei, accompanied by the 7 women, and Xiao Ruoxue walked steadily toward the ascension platform. Along the way, the surrounding cultivators cast reverent glances at him, and no one dared to step forward and provoke him. They knew well that this seemingly young cultivator at the core formation stage possessed terrifying strength far beyond their imagination. However, just as Liu Fei was within 100 meters of the ascension platform, an unexpected change occurred. The ascension platform, which had been radiating a peaceful glow, suddenly began to tremble violently. The runes on its surface flickered madly as if engaged in a fierce struggle. Immediately after, a deafening roar resounded as the ascension platform began to collapse. Huge stone blocks fell from above, kicking up clouds of dust, and the entire martial arena instantly plunged into chaos. What's going on? How could the ascension platform suddenly collapse? A sect disciple cried out in panic, his face filled with fear and confusion. Could someone have triggered the restrictions on the ascension platform? This is the key to the immortal realm. How could something like this happen? Another elder-like man said anxiously, his eyes full of worry. Amid the crowd's exclamations, a massive formation gradually emerged beneath the ascension platform, the blood sacrifice grand formation. The formation was circular, hundreds of meters in diameter. Its intricate patterns radiated a dark crimson light, like countless twisted blood serpents slithering about. With the appearance of the blood sacrifice grand formation, a thick, nauseating stench of blood spread through the air. This is the blood sacrifice grand formation. How could it appear here? An erudite old man who recognized the formation turned deathly pale and said in a trembling voice, Blood sacrifice grand formation. What is that? The disciples around asked one after another, their eyes full of curiosity and fear. The blood sacrifice grand formation is an extremely evil formation that requires the vital blood of a great number of cultivators to activate. Once activated, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old man explained, deep fear evident in his eyes. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the blood sacrifice grand formation began to slowly rotate. Strands of dark crimson light shot out from the formation patterns, sweeping toward the surrounding cultivators. Any cultivator touched by the light immediately began to shrivel, their vital blood rapidly drained away, turning into streams of blood that merged into the blood sacrifice grand formation. For a time, screams rose one after another across the martial arena. Countless cultivators were devoured by the blood sacrifice grand formation and lost their lives in an instant. No, this damned formation will fight you to the death. A nascent soul cultivator roared, circulating his spiritual power and unleashing a powerful spell at the blood sacrifice grand formation. However, the moment his attack struck the blood sacrifice grand formation, it was easily neutralized. He himself was rebounded by the formation's power, his body instantly bursting into a cloud of blood mist that was absorbed by the formation. Once the blood sacrifice grand formation starts, none of you can escape. All of you obediently become nourishment for my blood sacrifice grand formation. A sinister voice echoed from within the blood sacrifice grand formation, as if from the depths of the 9 nether hells, sending chills down one's spine. Liu Fei stared at the blood sacrifice grand formation with a deep frown. He knew that the blood sacrifice grand formation was extremely dangerous and had to be stopped as soon as possible. Activating his chaotic thunder body, purple arcs of lightning flickered across his body as he prepared to strike. Master, be careful. The power of this blood sacrifice grand formation is too formidable, Su Qingxue said anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Yes, master, you must not take risks. The 7 women echoed in agreement, their gazes brimming with concern for Liu Fei. Liu Fei nodded and said, I know. Don't worry, you'll be fine. With that, he channeled the power within him and unleashed the might of the suppressing fury seal. Suppressing Fury Seal, suppress this accursed blood sacrifice, grand formation for me. He bellowed and hurled the Suppressing Fury Seal toward the blood sacrifice grand formation. The seal rapidly expanded in midair, radiating a formidable suppressive power. When the Suppressing Fury Seal came into contact with the blood sacrifice grand formation, the formation's rotation visibly slowed, and its dark crimson glow dimmed somewhat. However, the blood sacrifice grand formation was not completely suppressed. It began to struggle wildly, trying to break free from the seal's binding. Humph, with such a tiny seal you dare to try to suppress my blood sacrifice grand formation. Simply overestimating yourself. The sinister voice rang out once more as the blood sacrifice grand formation's power erupted, sending the Suppressing Fury Seal flying away. Seeing this, Liu Fei was taken aback. He had not expected the blood sacrifice grand formation to be so powerful that even the Suppressing Fury Seal could not completely suppress it. Just as he was about to strike again, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to be sealed at the eye of the blood sacrifice grand formation. Channeling his spiritual power, he looked closely and discovered that half of the body of the blood demon ancestor was sealed there. The half-body of the blood demon ancestor exuded a powerful blood demon aura, resonating with the blood sacrifice grand formation as if waiting to be awakened. Ding! Hidden quest updated. Destroy the blood sacrifice grand formation. Progress 19. The blood demon ancestor's half-body has been discovered sealed at the eye of the blood sacrifice grand formation. Continue exploring and destroy the blood sacrifice grand formation. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei looked at the half-body of the blood demon ancestor, a flash of determination in his eyes. He knew that to destroy the blood sacrifice grand formation, he had to deal with the blood demon ancestor's half-body first. Just as he was pondering a strategy, Xia Ruoxue suddenly walked up to him. "My lord, let me go with you. I feel that this blood sacrifice grand formation seems to have some connection with me." Xia Ruoxue said, her eyes shining with determination. Liu Fei looked at her, hesitating inwardly. "This is too dangerous. I can't let you take the risk. My lord, only you can stop the collapse of the immortal realm. I believe we can succeed." Xia Ruoxue looked at Liu Fei and spoke earnestly. Liu Fei was stirred by the firmness in Xia Ruoxue's eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." At that moment, Xia Ruoxue suddenly discovered that the 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill in her hand had begun to turn black. The pill, which had once exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, was now pitch black like ink and gave off a faint aura of blood demon chi. What's going on? Why has my 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill changed like this?" Xia Ruoxue said in alarm, her eyes full of confusion and fear. Liu Fei was also startled by the sight. He looked at the pill in Xia Ruoxue's hand, pondered for a moment, and said, "It seems that this blood sacrifice grand formation really does have some connection with your 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill. Perhaps this is the key to unraveling the secret of the blood sacrifice grand formation." Xia Ruoxue nodded, put away the blackened 9 Revolutions soul-returning pill, and said, "No matter what, I will go with you to stop this blood sacrifice grand formation." Under the gaze of the crowd, Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue walked toward the blood sacrifice grand formation. They knew that what awaited them ahead would be an extremely arduous battle. The power of the blood sacrifice grand formation was so formidable. Could Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue successfully destroy it and thwart the blood demon ancestor's scheme? And what exactly was the connection between Xia Ruoxue and the blood sacrifice grand formation? Everything remained unknown, waiting for them to uncover. Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue pressed step by step toward the blood sacrifice grand array, surrounded by scenes of chaos and despair. The array spun wildly, its dark crimson light, like surging tides, ceaselessly devouring the lives of nearby cultivators. Screams and cries of shock interwove the thick stench of blood, saturating the air, as if the entire world were being dragged into an abyss of endless darkness. These two must be insane. How dare they approach that terrifying blood sacrifice grand array? Are they walking to their deaths? A sect disciple hiding in the distance said with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear and contempt. Exactly. He was impressive before, but against this blood sacrifice grand array his meager strength is nothing to speak of. Another disciple chimed in with a mocking smile, as if waiting to see Liu Fei make a fool of himself. Liu Fei, however, acted as if he had not heard them. His gaze locked tightly onto the eye of the blood sacrifice grand array, where the half-body of the blood demon ancestor was sealed, emanating a sinister aura that chilled the heart. He knew clearly that to stop this catastrophe, he must first neutralize the threat of the blood demon ancestor. Suppress anger seal, suppress again. Liu Fei roared, activating his chaos thunder body and pouring violet lightning into the suppress anger seal. The suppress anger seal blazed with dazzling light and slammed once more into the blood sacrifice grand array. Yet the array's power was too great. Although the seal slowed its operation once again, it still could not completely suppress it. "Ha ha, boy, you think you can suppress my blood sacrifice grand array with that? A fool's dream. The blood demon ancestor's voice came from within the array, dripping with endless mockery and smugness. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, the veins bulging on his forehead. He knew that the power of the suppress anger seal alone was far from enough. Just then he suddenly sensed a power surging within his body, as if it were calling out to him. His heart stirred. He circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to channel this force. A faint hum vibrated through the air, and a golden seal slowly materialized in Liu Fei's hand. The Suppress Evil Seal, which was the third seal of the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor. The moment the Suppress Evil Seal appeared, the space around it warped, and an overwhelming force of evil suppression radiated outward, causing even the blood demon ancestor's voice to falter. This is the Suppress Evil Seal. I never thought I would awaken its power. A flash of surprise lit up Liu Fei's eyes. Without hesitation, he merged the Suppress Evil Seal with the Suppress Anger Seal, united the might of the 2 seals, instantly multiplied several-fold. Wrath Suppression and Evil Suppression, twin seals united. Suppress it now. Liu Fei bellowed, hurling the merged seal toward the blood sacrifice grand array. The seal streaked through the air in a streak of golden light and struck the blood sacrifice grand array in an instant. The array trembled violently, its dark crimson light flickering unsteadily, as if enduring tremendous pressure. No, how can you possess such terrifying power? The blood demon ancestor cried in panic, sensing an unprecedented threat. However, Liu Fei's assault did not end there. Under the suppression of the Suppress Anger Seal and the Suppress Evil Seal, the power of the blood sacrifice grand array began to loosen at its seams. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Fei channeled the power of the Immortal Emperor within him, triggering a resonance among the 9 seals. 9 seals resonate. Immortal Emperor's Dharma aspect. Descend. Liu Fei let out a long roar to the heavens. As his cry rang out, a colossal golden beam suddenly appeared in the sky. Within that light, 100 zang-tall Dharma aspect of the Immortal Emperor slowly emerged. The Dharma aspect wore a golden immortal robe radiating divine brilliance. In its hand was a golden immortal sword, and its gaze was majestic and unyielding. This is the Immortal Emperor's Dharma aspect. He actually summoned the Dharma aspect to descend. Everyone was stunned by the sight, their faces filled with shock and awe. Those who had mocked Liu Fei earlier now fell silent, their hearts consumed by regret and fear. As the Dharma aspect descended, it gently swung the immortal sword in its hand, sending a golden sword energy slashing toward the blood sacrifice grand array. Wherever the sword energy passed, space was torn apart in an instant. The dark crimson light of the blood sacrifice grand array rapidly disintegrated under the onslaught. The blood demon ancestor let out a miserable shriek as his projection shattered instantly under the attack. I will not let you get away with this, Liu Fei. The blood demon ancestor's voice echoed through the air, full of hatred and unwillingness. Just as everyone thought the crisis was about to be resolved, the blood sacrifice grand array suddenly erupted with a powerful backlash. Like surging waves, it came crashing toward Liu Fei and the Immortal Emperor's Dharma aspect. Liu Fei's expression changed drastically. He knew that the blood sacrifice grand array was making its final desperate struggle before dying. Master will help you. Seeing this, the 7 women immediately activated their spiritual energy, without hesitation burning their own cultivation as they poured their power ceaselessly into Liu Fei's body. Their faces gradually turned pale, yet their eyes remained fiercely determined. Sisters, no. You'll severely deplete your vitality. Liu Fei shouted in desperation, trying to stop the 7 women, but they did not pause. Master, for you we are willing to give everything. With tears streaming down her face, Su Qingxue spoke, her voice filled with resolve and determination. With the aid of the 7 women, Liu Fei's power soared immensely. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, merging with the Immortal Emperor's Dharma aspect, and unleashed the Chaos Thunder Bodis ultimate technique, Descent of the Chaos Thunder Emperor. A colossal phantasmal figure of the Thunder Emperor appeared over his body, wielding a thunder hammer. Together with the Immortal Emperor's Dharma aspect, it smashed down upon the backlash of the blood sacrifice grand array. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out, and the backlash of the blood sacrifice grand array was shattered in an instant under the overwhelming attack. The array began to gradually disperse, and the surrounding stench of blood slowly faded away. However, the 7 women paid a dreadful price to charge Liu Fei with power. Youngsis' lifespan was severely overdrawn in the process. Her once black and lustrous hair had turned mostly white, each strand seeming to tell of her sacrifice. Yunxi. Liu Fei looked at her white hair, his heart brimming with gratitude and self-blame. He held her tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. Master, I'm fine. As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. Yunxi leaned in Liu Fei's arms, speaking weakly, a faint smile gracing her face. At that moment, streaks of golden patterns, alchemical Tao immortal patterns, suddenly appeared within Xiaoruoxu's body. These immortal patterns resonated intensely with the Immortal Emperor's Dharma aspect, making the immortal sword in its hand shine even more brilliantly. Ding! Limited time mission progress, 23 2 days remaining. The host has successfully used the power of the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor to weaken the blood sacrifice grand array. Keep it up to complete the limited time mission. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei stared at the alchemical Tao immortal patterns within Xia Ruoxu's body, his heart full of confusion. Miss Xia, what are these immortal patterns in your body? Xia Ruoxu shook her head. I don't know either. Ever since the Immortal Emperor's Dharma aspect descended, these patterns have appeared within me. I feel that these patterns seem to be connected to my cultivation of the alchemy Tao. Liu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, in any case, thanks to the help of my sisters and Miss Xia today, we managed to temporarily suppress the blood sacrifice grand array. But we must not let our guard down. The blood demon ancestor will not take this lying down. Everyone nodded. They knew that this battle was far from over. As the blood sacrifice grand array gradually dispersed, the entire martial arena fell into a brief silence. The crowd stared at the already ruined ascension platform, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. The life and death crisis they had just endured still lingered in their hearts, yet at this moment, they all waited to see how this farce over the ascension platform would ultimately end. The blood sacrifice grand array has finally been broken, but the ascension platform has been destroyed like this. How are we supposed to ascend to immortality now? A sect disciple said, his face full of dejection and his eyes filled with disappointment. Perhaps this ascension platform was a hoax all along. There never was any path to ascension. Another disciple let out a cold snort, his dissatisfaction and anger written plainly across his face. Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly, a blindingly brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the center of the collapsed ascension platform. The light shot straight through the clouds as if it would tear the entire sky apart. Caught off guard, the crowd was so dazzled that they could not open their eyes and raise their hands to shield themselves. This. What kind of light is this? Could the ascension platform still hold some secret? A man who looked like an elder said in astonishment, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and expectation. As the light gradually dimmed, the crowd focused their gaze and saw a palm-sized token slowly emerging from the core of the ascension platform. The ascension token. The ascension token was resplendent gold, its surface densely engraved with mysterious runes. Those runes shimmered with a faint light, as if telling an age-old story. Embedded along the token's edge was a gem radiating a 7-colored luster, making the ascension token seem even more mysterious and noble. The ascension token has appeared. At that shout, the crowd, which had been hesitating, instantly brightened with greed and surged toward the ascension token. In their eyes, the ascension token was the key to the immortal realm. Whoever obtained it would fulfill the dream of ascending to immortality. If I saw this ascension token first, nobody is going to take it from me. A nascent soul stage cultivator let out a thunderous roar, channeled his spiritual energy, and unleashed a devastating spell at the disciples charging at the front. Those disciples had no time to dodge. They were struck by the spell and collapsed to the ground, their lives unknown. How dare you kill people? The other cultivators glared at him in fury. Yet faced with the allure of the ascension token, not a single one shrank back. In an instant, the martial arena descended into chaos once more. Everyone slaughtered one another, stopping at nothing in their fight for the ascension token. Liu Fei watched the disorder unfold with a deep frown. He knew that the ascension token was by no means an ordinary artifact. A profound secret definitely lay hidden behind it. Activating his chaotic thunder body, purple arcs of lightning flickering over his skin, he flew straight toward the ascension token. The 7 maidens and Xia Ruoxu followed close behind him, knowing that whatever decision Liu Fei made, they had to support it. What is that brat trying to do now? Does he actually think he can seize the ascension token? A sect disciple watched Liu Fei's movements and said contemptuously, He only managed to break the blood sacrifice grand array by sheer dumb luck. Now he wants to snatch the ascension token. That is sheer overestimation of his own ability. Another disciple chimed in with a mocking smile. Liu Fei seemed not to hear them. His figure flickered, and in an instant he was already before the ascension token. He reached out with his right hand and seized the ascension token. The moment he grasped it, the token burst with dazzling light, and a mighty force enveloped him. Oh! Liu Fei could not help but let out a pained roar. He felt as if his soul were being yanked by an immense power on the verge of being torn apart at any moment. Yet he gritted his teeth and activated his chaotic thunder body together with the immortal emperor's power to resist the force. Master! The 7 maidens cried out in terror. They wanted to rush over and help, but were blocked by that overwhelming power. Young master, hold on. Xia Ruoxu shouted anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Under the eyes of the crowd, Liu Fei's body began to tremble slightly as sweat poured down like rain. Yet his gaze was unwavering. He knew that this was the ascension token testing him. If he failed to pass the trial, he would not only fail to obtain the token, but might also suffer severe injury. After an unknown span of time, the immense force finally faded. Liu Fei let out a long breath. He had successfully passed the ascension token's trial. The moment the ascension token acknowledged him as its master, the runes on its surface suddenly blazed, and a gigantic map gradually materialized. the complete map of the Immortal Emperor's 9 heavens. The map clearly marked the locations of the various regions. What astonished Liu Fei even more was that it showed the Ascension platform to be the entrance to the Immortal Realm's prison. Ding! Ascension platform secret discovered. The Ascension platform is actually the entrance to the Immortal Realm's prison. Hidden quest progress 29, 7 seals remaining. Continue exploring to uncover more secrets. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. This. How is this possible? The Ascension platform is actually the entrance to the Immortal Realm's prison. Liu Fei's heart was filled with shock. He stared at the Ascension token in his hand, 1,000 doubts crowding his mind. Just then Su Qingxue walked to Liu Fei's side. Seeing his pale face, she knew he had been injured while the token was acknowledging him as master. Young master, let me heal your wounds. As she spoke, Su Qingxue channeled the spiritual energy within her, preparing to heal Liu Fei. Yet the instant her spiritual energy touched Liu Fei's body, a strange and wonderful sensation surged through her heart. Both of their bodies trembled simultaneously as a powerful force surged between them. This. What is going on? Su Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, her cheeks turning slightly red. Liu Fei sensed the abnormality as well. He realized that a mysterious bond seemed to have formed between himself and Su Qingxue, and under the influence of that force his wounds were actually recovering with miraculous speed. Ding! When Su Qingxue healed the host, she accidentally triggered the hidden effect of dual cultivation amplification. When the host dual cultivates with Su Qingxue, he can gain additional cultivation enhancement and attribute bonuses. The system notification sounded again. This is simply miraculous. Liu Fei was astounded, and he looked at Su Qingxue with a strange glint in his eyes. Su Qingxue lowered her head with a blush. She had never expected that healing Liu Fei would trigger such a hidden effect. Meanwhile, the crowd, seeing Liu Fei succeed in obtaining the Ascension token, felt both envy and resentment. Why should he be the one to get the Ascension token? We refuse to accept this. A nascent soul stage cultivator shouted furiously. Right, let's attack together and take the Ascension token back. The other cultivators echoed the cry and charged at Liu Fei once again. Liu Fei let out a cold snort. Activating his chaotic thunder body and the Immortal Emperor's power, the Ascension token in his hand shone brilliantly. If you want my Ascension token, then come and take it. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he prepared to face the challenge. Seeing this, the 7 maidens all channeled their spiritual energy and stood by Liu Fei's side ready to fight alongside him. Su Qingxue also took a deep breath, circulating the power of the alchemy Dao within her, ready to support Liu Fei at any moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liu Fei held the Ascension token, and together with the 7 maidens and Su Qingxue faced this new challenge. Liu Fei, holding the Ascension Immortal token, radiated a formidable aura. Standing alongside the 7 maidens and Su Qingxue, he braced himself for the cultivators who sought to snatch the token. Yet at the very moment tensions reached their peak, a powerful and sinister aura suddenly erupted from the remnants of the blood sacrifice grand array. The aura surged like a raging tide, sweeping across the entire martial arena and causing everyone to shudder. What is this aura? How can it be so evil? A disciple of the sect cried out in terror, his face contorted with fear. Could it be the blood demon ancestor? Is he not dead? An elder-like figure stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. Their speculations were soon confirmed. A blood-red beam of light shot forth from the remains of the blood sacrifice grand array and instantly plunged into the body of the Heavenly Sword sect master. The sect master, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. A blood-red glow flickered within his gaze, and an eerie smile curled across his face. Ha, you never expected this, did you? I, the blood demon ancestor, have returned. The blood demon ancestor's voice emanated from the sect master's mouth, its sinister tone sending chills down everyone's spines. Blood demon ancestor, you despicable fiend. You dare to resurrect yourself. Liu Fei's eyes flashed with anger as he tightly gripped the Ascension Immortal token. Inside him, the Chaos Thunder body and the power of the Immortal Emperor surged wildly, intertwining purple thunderous radiance with golden light that shrouded him like a war god descending upon the mortal world. Boy, do you truly believe that token can stop me? How utterly foolish. Today I will not only reclaim the Ascension Immortal token, but I will also turn every one of you into my blood sacrifice, the blood demon ancestor sneered. Controlling the sect master's body, he rapidly formed hand seals. As he moved, the surrounding space began to warp and countless streams of blood-red demonic chi surged from the ground, converging around him into a colossal demonic shadow. Everyone be careful. The blood demon ancestor's power is even greater than before. Su Qingxue, one of the 7 maidens, called out anxiously. She channeled the inherited power of the ice spirit transcendent immortal, forming a layer of ice blue shield before the group to ward off any sudden assault from the blood demon ancestor. Master, let us attack together and defeat him. The 7 maidens activated their spiritual energy in unison, ready to engage in a life or death battle. Their eyes burned with unwavering resolve. To protect Liu Fei, they would pay any price. Liu Fei nodded, took a deep breath, and channeled the power within him, activating both the Seal of Wrath Suppression and the Seal of Evil Suppression simultaneously. Seal of Wrath Suppression, Seal of Evil Suppression, suppress this accursed blood demon with twofold force. He roared, hurling both seals at the blood demon ancestor. The two seals expanded rapidly in midair, radiating a formidable power of suppression. When the seals struck the blood demon ancestor, his body quivered slightly. The smile on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a hint of terror. No, how can you wield two immortal emperor seals at once? The blood demon ancestor shrieked in panic, commanding the demonic shadow in a desperate attempt to withstand the suppression. However, the combined power of the two seals was overwhelming. Under their crushing force, the demonic shadow began to dissipate. Now you see my true might. Liu Fei snorted coldly. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword Art. A colossal purple lotus materialized before him, slowly rotating and emanating boundless sword aura. Go! Liu Fei commanded in a low voice. The purple lotus shot toward the blood demon ancestor, tearing through space itself as it flew. The blood demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the power of the attack. He desperately manipulated the sect master's body to dodge, but the purple lotus was far too fast. With a thunderous boom, the purple lotus struck the blood demon ancestor, hurling him through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. Cough! Cough! The blood demon ancestor coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body trembling violently. Clearly wounded, yet he refused to give up. He channeled the blood demon power within him, preparing to launch another assault. Just then Xia Ruoxue stepped forward to Liu Fei's side. Young master, allow me. I have a way to purify his remnant soul. Xia Ruoxue retrieved a 9 revolutions soul-restoring pill from her bosom. Influenced by the blood demon ancestor's aura, the pill had turned pitch black again, its surface flickering with an ominous blood-red glow. This? Why has the pill turned black again? Liu Fei stared at the pill in Xia Ruoxue's hand, utterly bewildered. I'm not certain either, but I feel a profound connection between this pill and the blood demon ancestor. Perhaps it can purify his remnant soul, Xia Ruoxue explained, a resolute gleam shining in her eyes. Liu Fei nodded, trusting her judgment. Very well, be careful. Xia Ruoxue took a deep breath, channeled the power of the alchemical Tao within her, and hurled the 9 revolutions soul-restoring pill toward the blood demon ancestor. 9 revolutions soul-restoring pill, purify the blood demon's remnant soul, she cried out. The pill transformed into a streak of black light midair and plunged straight into the blood demon ancestor's body. The blood demon ancestor let out a pained scream as his body convulsed violently, blood-red radiance blazing erratically across his form. He struggled against the pill's purifying power, but it was futile. Under the influence of the 9 revolutions soul-restoring pill, the remnant soul of the blood demon within him began to fade. No, I refuse. I cannot be purified like this. The blood demon ancestor howled in madness, his voice dripping with despair and defiance. Just as his remnant soul was on the verge of complete purification, a series of visions surged through Xia Ruoxue's mind. In them she stood gracefully in resplendent immortal robes beside a man clad in golden celestial garments. The man bore a striking resemblance to Liu Fei. Together they refined pills within a celestial alchemy chamber, supporting each other and sharing a deep affection. Is this my past life memory? I was actually connected to the immortal emperor. Shock flooded Xia Ruoxue's heart as she gazed at Liu Fei, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. By then, the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul had been utterly purified. The heavenly sword sect master closed his eyes slowly and collapsed to the ground, his breathing faint. Phew. It's finally over. Liu Fei exhaled deeply, then noticed the strange look in Xia Ruoxue. Miss Xia, what's wrong? Xia Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before summoning her courage. Young master, I fell in love with you the moment you crushed the thunder tribulation. Just now, while purifying the blood demon's remnant soul, the memories of my past life surfaced. I discovered that in my previous life I shared a romance with the immortal emperor, and you, young master, resemble him greatly. Liu Fei was taken aback by her confession, his eyes glistening with emotion as he looked at her. Miss Xia, actually I. At that moment, the system notification chimed in Liu Fei's mind. Ding. Limited time quest updated, slay the blood demon ancestor, 1 day remaining. Though the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul has been purified, he has not been completely eradicated. You must completely slay the blood demon ancestor within 1 day to complete the limited time quest. Liu Fei's heart tightened at the system's words. He realized that the threat of the blood demon ancestor had yet to be fully eliminated. Gazing at Xia Ruoxue, he declared firmly, Miss Xia, no matter what happened in past lives, our meeting in this life is destiny. Together let us completely eradicate the blood demon ancestor. Xia Ruoxue nodded, her eyes blazing with determination. Yes, young master, together. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liu Fei, the 7 maidens, and Xia Ruoxue set forth once more on their journey against the blood demon ancestor. After the remnant soul of Ancestor Blood Demon was purified, a tense and oppressive atmosphere permeated the martial arts arena. Everyone knew that the threat of Ancestor Blood Demon had not been completely eliminated. Within the final day, they had to devise a method to utterly destroy him, or the consequences would be dire beyond imagination. Liu Fei gazed at the Immortal Ascension token in his hand, then looked at Xiao Ruoxue, beside him, his mind deeply engrossed in thought. He knew that when Xiao Ruoxue had purified, the remnant soul of blood demon memories from her past life had surfaced within her mind, certainly harboring vital clues. Miss Xia, could you elaborate on what you recall from your past life regarding the Immortal Emperor? This may prove instrumental in our quest to eradicate Ancestor Blood Demon once and for all. Liu Fei looked at Xiao Ruoxue, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Ruoxue nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. In my past life memories, I was the sacred maiden of alchemy in the immortal realm, cultivating the supreme alchemy technique known as the 9 Transformations Alchemy Scripture. Together with the Immortal Emperor, I refined various miraculous pills in the immortal realm, including those capable of suppressing blood demon. The 9 Transformations soul-returning pill in my possession was crafted according to the formula from the 9 Transformations Alchemy Scripture. I see. Then can this 9 Transformations Alchemy Scripture help us break Blood Demon's seal and eliminate him completely? Liu Fei pressed further. I believe it can, Xiao Ruoxue stated with certainty. The 9 Transformations Alchemy Scripture contains immense alchemical power, and I sense that there may be some connection between the Immortal Ascension token and the 9 Transformations soul-returning pill. Perhaps we could attempt to fuse them and create a pill that can truly suppress blood demon. Could that actually work? Su Qingxue, one of the 7 women, said with concern. Both the Immortal Ascension token and the 9 Transformations soul-returning pill are exceedingly precious treasures. Could fusing them be dangerous? I'm not entirely certain, but we have no other choice now. To utterly destroy Ancestor Blood Demon, we must take this risk, Xiao Ruoxue said firmly. Upon hearing her words, everyone fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, Liu Fei nodded and said, Very well, Miss Xia, let us proceed as you suggest. Let us try together and see if we can create a pill capable of subduing blood demon. Receiving Liu Fei's support, Xiao Ruoxue felt a surge of joy. She took the Immortal Ascension token from Liu Fei's hand, activated the alchemical power within her body, and slowly brought the 9 Transformations soul-returning pill and the Immortal Ascension token closer together. As the two objects drew nearer, a powerful wave of energy began to emanate. The dark radiance of the 9 Transformations soul-returning pill interwove with the golden light of the Immortal Ascension token, forming a strange and mesmerizing glow. Be careful. Seeing this, Liu Fei immediately activated his Chaos Thunder Body, forming a protective barrier around Xiao Ruoxue to guard against any unforeseen dangers. The 7 women also activated their spiritual power, keeping a vigilant watch over the surrounding situation. Xiao Ruoxue bit her lip, concentrating fully as she continuously channeled her alchemical power into the 9 Transformations soul-returning pill and the Immortal Ascension token. Through her efforts, the two objects began to gradually merge. The 9 Transformations soul-returning pill slowly dissolved into the Immortal Ascension token, and new runes began to emerge on the token's surface. These runes shimmered with 5-colored light, radiating a powerful and mysterious aura. It worked! Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed excitedly. The Immortal Ascension token in her hand had undergone a transformation, now emanating an aura that instilled a profound sense of suppression over blood demon. Is this the pill capable of subduing blood demon? Liu Fei asked, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at the transformed token. Yes, this is the blood demon nemesis pill. It has fused the purifying power of the 9 Transformations soul-returning pill with the sacred energy of the Immortal Ascension token. It should be capable of dealing fatal damage to blood demon, Xiao Ruoxue explained. Upon hearing Xiao Ruoxue's explanation, everyone's faces broke into relieved smiles. They knew that with the blood demon nemesis pill, their chances of defeating Ancestor Blood Demon had significantly improved. However, just then a system notification resonated within Liu Fei's mind. Ding. Hidden quest updated. Collect the 9 Transformations Alchemy Formula. Completion 19. Discovered the connection between the 9 Transformations Alchemy Scripture and Blood Demon Seal. Continue collecting the 9 Transformations Alchemy Formulas to complete the hidden quest. 9 Transformations Alchemy Formula. What is this about? Liu Fei murmured in confusion, then relayed the system notification to the others. After listening, Xiao Ruoxue pondered for a moment and said, Perhaps the 9 Transformations Alchemy Formulas are a crucial component of the 9 Transformations Alchemy Scripture. If we can gather all of them, we may attain even greater power, and it might even be possible to completely unravel Blood Demon's seal. Then how should we go about collecting these 9 Transformations Alchemy Formulas? By Liu, one of the... I am not sure either, but I believe it must be connected to my past life memories. Somewhere within my memories there seem to be clues regarding the 9 Transformations Alchemy Formulas, though they are still quite vague at present, Xiao Ruoxue replied. Just as everyone was discussing, the 7 women exchanged glances and walked towards Xiao. Miss Xiao, we previously misunderstood you, and we hope you will not hold it against us, Su Qingxue said with a warm smile. Now that we know your true identity and abilities, we are certain that you sincerely wish to help us. From now on, we are family. That's right, Miss Xiao, welcome to our group. The 7 women all said, their faces beaming with sincere smiles. Xiao looked at the 7 women, her heart overflowing with emotion. She never expected them to accept her so readily. Thank you all. It is my honor to become your sister. Tears glistened in Xiao's eyes as she spoke, deeply moved. Since we are now family, let us together formulate a plan to eradicate Ancestor Blood Demon. Liu Fei said, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Agreed. Let us do this together. Everyone chorused in unison. After thorough discussion, they devised a plan known as the 9 Women vs. Blood Demon. The 7 women and Xiao would form a powerful sword formation, while Liu Fei would wield the Blood Demon Nemesis pill, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to Ancestor Blood Demon. This plan sounds promising, but Ancestor Blood Demon is immensely powerful. Do you truly believe we can succeed? A sect disciple whispered nearby, his eyes filled with doubt. Exactly. Do they really think a handful of people can eliminate Ancestor Blood Demon with this plan? That's pure fantasy, another disciple chimed in, a mocking smile playing on his lips. However, Liu Fei and the others paid no heed to these voices of skepticism. They knew that only by believing in themselves and giving their all could they hope to defeat Ancestor Blood Demon. Amidst the crowd's mixture of expectation and apprehension, they began making final preparations for the impending decisive battle. On the martial training field of Tianjian's sect, the atmosphere was so heavy that it could almost be wrung dry. Liu Fei stood with the 7 maidens and Xiao, while Xiao Yuro, still unconscious, lay beside them. What awaited them was the ultimate showdown with the Blood Demon Ancestor. Around them, numerous sect disciples and elders gathered at a distance, watching with suspicion and contempt while muttering among themselves. Just this handful of people wants to defeat the Blood Demon Ancestor. Utter delusion. A sharp-faced disciple curled his lips, his face full of derision. Exactly. The Blood Demon Ancestor is mighty beyond measure. They're simply overestimating themselves. Another pudgy disciple chimed in, his eyes dripping with disdain. Yet Liu Fei and the others acted as though they had heard nothing. They knew all too well how arduous this battle would be, but their conviction was unshakable. The 7 maidens took their positions around Xiao and the unconscious Xiao Yuro, circulating their spiritual energy as they readied the 9 Palace demon-slaying formation. With her lithe frame, Su Qingxue moved first, channeling the inherited power of the ice spirit, Immortal Venerable. Instantly, an ice-blue glow enveloped her, and biting cold radiated outward. Sisters, together with me. For our master, for our future, give it everything. Su Qingxue cried, her voice clear and bright, yet brimming with power. The 7 maidens responded as one, each unleashing her own unique techniques. In an instant, a dazzling blend of lights interwove and converged into a massive vortex of spiritual energy. Xiao quickly joined, invoking the power of the 9 revolutions alchemy scripture. The Blood Demon Bane pill in her hand blazed brilliantly, resonating with the spiritual energy of the 7 maidens. Beneath the overwhelming spiritual energy, the unconscious Xiao Yuro trembled faintly, as if something within her was stirring awake. Holding the ascension token, Liu Fei stood outside the formation, ever ready to seize an opportunity and deal a fatal blow to the Blood Demon Ancestor. His gaze was resolute. The Chaos Thunder Body and the Immortal Emperor's power surged violently within him, purple lightning and golden light interweaving across his body like an awe-inspiring war god. Blood Demon Ancestor, today is your end. Liu Fei vowed inwardly, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Just then, the Blood Demon Ancestor's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. His body was wreathed in dense blood-red demonic chi. Every step he took corroded the earth into black pits. Do you really think the likes of you can annihilate me? How utterly ridiculous. The Blood Demon Ancestor let out a sinister laugh, his voice seeming to come from the deepest abyss, chilling everyone to the bone. 9 Palace demon-slaying formation rise. The 7 maidens and Xiao cried out at the same time, and the formation coalesced instantly. 9 beams of light shot upward, entwining to form a colossal 9 Palace pattern. Mysterious runes glittered within the pattern, radiating a mighty demon-slaying force. The Blood Demon Ancestor's expression flickered at the sight, but he soon resumed his scornful posturing. A mere trick. Watch me break your formation. He formed hand seals at lightning speed and sent a torrent of blood demon power hurtling toward the 9 Palace formation. The 9 Palace formation trembled slightly under the impact of that demonic power, yet the 7 maidens and Xiao gritted their teeth and strained every fiber to keep it running. Sisters, hold fast. We can definitely make it. Su Qingxue shouted. Her face was growing pale, but her eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. In the midst of the violent clash, Xiao Yuro's body suddenly erupted with a surge of powerful blood-red. She slowly opened her eyes, and within them gleamed a strange, formidable aura. During her unconsciousness, she had awakened the ultimate form of the blood demon Sanctus. Xiao Yuro hovered in midair surrounded by blood-red radiance that resonated mysteriously with the 9 seals of the immortal emperor in Liu Fei's hand. What is going on? Xiao Yuro has actually awakened. Everyone stared in astonishment, and the earlier jeering abruptly ceased. Master, I shall assist you. Xiao Yuro's voice echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Joy surged within him as he activated the 9 seals of the immortal emperor, combining their power into a joint strike. In that instant, a colossal beam woven of gold and blood-red light shot through the sky toward the blood demon ancestor. Sensing its terrifying power, the blood demon ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly marshaled all his demonic power to block it. With a thunderous explosion, the beam struck him, flinging him through the air and smashing him into a massive pit in the ground. A perfect chance. Seeing this, Liu Fei rushed at the blood demon ancestor ascension, token in hand, ready to strike the decisive blow while his foe was wounded. But the blood demon ancestor was formidable after all. He stamped harshly in the pit, launched himself back into the air, and lunged at Liu Fei. A colossal blood demon sword took shape in his hand and came slashing down with deadly force. Watch out! Xiao Ruoxue's heart clenched at the sight. Without hesitation, she flung herself in front of Liu Fei and shielded him with her own body against the blood demon ancestor's killing blow. With a dull thud, the blood demon's sword pierced Xiao Ruoxue's chest, and blood soaked her robes in an instant. Miss Xiao! Liu Fei cried out in horror, catching her in his arms as tears shimmered in his eyes. Why did you have to be so foolish? Young master, if it could save you, I would willingly. Xiao Ruoxue whispered, a faint smile crossing her lips. No, I won't let you die, Liu Fei roared. He churned every ounce of power inside him, pushing the 9 seals of the immortal emperor to their zenith. At the same time, the mark of the alchemy Dao immortal emperor on Xiao Ruoxue's brow merged with Liu Fei's 9 seals, detonating an even more overwhelming power. Ding! Limited time mission progress 33. Mission complete. The host has successfully defeated the blood demon ancestor and completed the limited time mission. The system notification resounded in Liu Fei's mind. Caught in that blast of almighty power, the blood demon ancestor's body shattered, at once dissolving into clouds of blood mist that scattered into the void. Thus, the blood demon ancestor was finally obliterated. Everyone was stunned by what they had witnessed. Those who had doubted and mocked them now fell silent, their hearts thick with awe. They had witnessed a miracle wrought by Liu Fei and his companions. Miss Xiao, hold on, Liu Fei said urgently, embracing Xiao Ruoxue. The 7 maidens hurried over, their eyes full of concern. Young master, I am all right, Xiao Ruoxue murmured weakly. A deep scar remained across her chest, an eternal testament to what she had sacrificed for Liu Fei. Immortal Emperor Alchemy Furnace Manifest. As Xiao Ruoxue's alchemy Dao Immortal Emperor mark merged with Liu Fei's 9 seals, a colossal furnace gradually took shape before them. The furnace exuded a mighty aura of alchemical Dao, as if it possessed endless wondrous effects. So this is the Immortal Emperor Alchemy Furnace. Liu Fei stared at it, his eyes brimming with delight and astonishment. He knew it would be their greatest asset in the future. Under the onlookers' gaze, Liu Fei carried Xiao Ruoxue, and together with the 7 maidens slowly exited the martial training grounds. They knew that even after this victory, countless greater challenges still lay ahead. Liu Fei, carrying the injured Xiao Ruoxue, returned with the 7 women to a quiet courtyard of the Heaven Sword sect. At this moment, the courtyard was pervaded by an atmosphere both tense and expectant. Everyone knew that although the blood demon ancestor had been destroyed, their journey was only beginning. The secrets of the Ascension platform had not yet been fully unveiled, and the road to the immortal realm seemed to be slowly opening before them. Miss Xia, you must hold on. I will find the finest pills to heal your wounds. Liu Fei looked at Xiao Ruoxue's pale face in his arms, his eyes filled with anxiety and heartache. Xiao Ruoxue shook her head slightly, a weak smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Young master, don't worry about me. Though my injuries are severe, I am in no immediate danger of death. The most urgent thing now is to prepare for entering the immortal realm. The 7 women stood around, their eyes also full of concern. Su Qingxue walked up to Liu Fei and said softly, Master, Miss Xia is right. We must prepare as soon as possible. I wonder how the Ascension platform is now, and whether it can truly become a passage to the immortal realm. Just then an elder of the Heaven Sword sect hastily arrived. Looking at Liu Fei and the others with awe, he said respectfully, My lords, after the blood demon ancestor was destroyed, the Ascension platform underwent a strange change. Now it seems to be repairing itself, and gradually turning into a massive teleportation array, which should be the entrance to the immortal realm. Everyone was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. Liu Fei quickly settled Xiao Ruoxue in a quiet room, and asked the 7 women to take care of her while he and the elder went to where the Ascension platform stood. Arriving at the martial arts field, he saw that the Ascension platform, once ruined and dilapidated, was now emitting a soft golden glow. The runes on its body lit up again, their interweaving light outlining a huge circular teleportation array. The surrounding space warped slightly, exuding a mysterious aura, as if inviting everyone to step inside. The ascension platform is indeed miraculous, capable of repairing itself. It seems we are one step closer to the immortal realm. Liu Fei looked at the scene before him, marveling silently. My lord, the opening of the immortal realm's entrance is too shocking. The news has already spread throughout the sect, and many disciples are discussing it. The elder said cautiously, however some people are doubtful. They believe that there may be hidden dangers, and entering the immortal realm rashly could bring disaster. Liu Fei curled his lips, slightly revealing a confident smile. Danger naturally exists, but how can we shrink back because of it? We have gone through countless hardships and obstacles to reach where we are today. How could we be intimidated by this slight unknown? Returning to the courtyard, Liu Fei informed the 7 women and Su Qingxue of the ascension platform's condition. After hearing this, Su Qingxue pondered for a moment and said, Young master, the immortal realm may be wonderful, but it must be fraught with hidden dangers. The blood demon ancestor once stirred such great storms in the cultivation world, so there are surely remnants of his forces in the immortal realm. To guard against any eventuality, I want to implant this blood demon bane pill into your heart. In this way you will gain the passive ability blood demon immunity, giving you extra protection even if you encounter dangers related to the blood demon. Hearing this, Liu Fei was deeply moved. Miss Xia, this blood demon bane pill is so precious and means so much to you. How can I accept having it implanted for me? Su Qingxue gently shook her head, her eyes resolute. Young master, without you, I would have died at the hands of the blood demon long ago. It is my honor to do something for you. Besides, only when you are safe can we hope to establish ourselves in the immortal realm. Seeing that Su Qingxue was determined, Liu Fei no longer declined. Su Qingxue channeled the power of the 9 revolutions pill scripture and slowly merged the blood demon bane pill into Liu Fei's heart. As the pill merged, Liu Fei felt a cool force flowing through his body, and an invisible shield seemed to appear over his heart. Ding! Su Qingxue has successfully implanted the blood demon bane pill into the host's heart. The host has acquired the passive blood demon immunity. When facing blood demon-related attacks, the immunity effect can be automatically triggered, and its duration depends on the intensity of the attack. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. After this critical issue was resolved, the 7 women exchanged glances, a trace of shyness flashing in their eyes. Su Qingxue blushed, walked up to Liu Fei, and said softly, Master, we have discussed it. In order to better accompany you through the immortal realm, we would like to practice dual cultivation with you. I heard that through dual cultivation, we can share the blessing of offspring of the immortal emperor, and perhaps break through the nascent soul stage to increase our strength. Liu Fei was briefly stunned, then realized the 7 women's good intentions. He looked at the 7 women, his eyes full of gratitude. Sisters, you have sacrificed too much for me. Since that is the case, let us begin. In the courtyard, the 9 women stood around Liu Fei, each channeling their spiritual energy. At once, various glimmers interweaved, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual power. Liu Fei also activated his Chaos Thunder body and the power of the immortal emperor, merging his spiritual energy with that of the 9 women. As the energy converged, the 9 women's bodies began to tremble slightly, and their auras steadily grew stronger. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the 9 women broke through to the nascent soul stage simultaneously. A powerful aura radiated from them, and their fair skin shimmered with a faint glow as if they had been reborn. We made it! The 7 women shouted excitedly, flickering tears of emotion in their eyes. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The 9 women have practiced dual cultivation, with the host sharing the blessing of offspring of the immortal emperor and collectively breaking through to the nascent soul stage. At the same time, resonance with the laws of the immortal realm is triggered, granting the status Immortal Realm Protection. While in the immortal realm, the host and the 9 women receive a 10 attribute bonus and have a chance to trigger special events. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Liu Fei looked at the 9 women, his heart brimming with joy and pride. Sisters, we have finally grown stronger once more. With this Immortal Realm Protection status, we will have another layer of security in the immortal realm. Amid everyone's expectations, the teleportation array to the immortal realm was finally fully repaired. The teleportation array radiated dazzling golden light, and the space around it warped with increasing intensity. Liu Fei led the 9 women to the front of the array. They took a deep breath, ready to step into the unknown immortal realm. My lord, take care on your journey to the immortal realm. If you need anything, our Heaven Sword sect will spare no effort to help. The elder said respectfully from the side. Liu Fei nodded and replied, Thank you, elder. Once we establish ourselves in the immortal realm, we will return to share some fortune with your sect. After saying this, Liu Fei took the 9 women by the hand and slowly stepped into the teleportation array. With a flash of light, their figures gradually vanished from the sight of those left behind. With a flash of intense light, Liu Fei and the 9 women felt their bodies grow weightless as the power of the teleportation formation swept them into an unknown space. Within that space, multicolored light wove around them like strands of silk, while gusts of howling wind rushed past their ears, as if proclaiming the mystery and majesty of the immortal realm. Their hearts were taut with both nervousness and anticipation. They clutched one another's hands tightly, drawing strength and warmth from each other. After an unknown interval, the light gradually faded, and their bodies slowly descended to the ground. Liu Fei opened his eyes and could not help drawing a sharp breath at the sight before him. They stood at the edge of a vast, boundless sea. The seawater was a strange, deep blue so profound that it seemed capable of devouring everything. The sea churned with surging waves, and enormous swells crashed against the reefs along the shore with deafening roars. The air was thick with moisture, carrying a faint briny scent. "Is this the immortal realm?" "It's not quite what I imagined by Liu," one of the 7 women said softly, her eyes full of curiosity and doubt. "This should be only the outer edge of the immortal realm. It is said that the immortal realm is vast and boundless, filled with countless miraculous regions. The place where we are right now is called the Wuhui Sea." Liu Fei looked at the scene before him and spoke slowly. He had come across records of the immortal realm in ancient texts, and he had some knowledge of this Wuhui Sea as well. Legend has it that the Wuhui Sea is fraught with dangers, and very few who enter it ever come out alive. Just as everyone was marveling at the scene, a massive wave suddenly rose from the sea. A colossal sea demon burst out of the water. Its body was tens of zhang long and covered entirely in black scales, exuding a bone-chilling cold aura. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar as it lunged at Liu Fei and the others. "Watch out!" Liu Fei shouted. He swiftly activated his Chaos Thunder body, and violet lightning crackled over his skin. Simultaneously, the Ascension token in his hand blazed with light as a powerful force surged out from within it. "Humph, a mere sea demon dares to act so brazenly," Liu Fei sneered. Channeling the immortal emperor's power within his body, he used the Ascension token to summon the 9 Heavens Thunder Hammer. A massive violet thunder hammer appeared out of thin air, its surface flashing with formidable lightning and radiating an aura that made one's heart tremble. Liu Fei gripped the thunder hammer and swung it fiercely toward the sea demon. With a thunderous boom, the hammer struck the sea demon with world-destroying force. The impact instantly split the sea demon's body in two, and its enormous corpse plunged into the sea, sending up a huge spray. This is too powerful." Everyone was stunned by the sight. They had never expected that Liu Fei could take down such a formidable sea demon with a single strike. All the voices that had once doubted and sneered at Liu Fei's group for entering the immortal realm vanished without a trace. As expected of our master, so powerful, the 7 women's eyes sparkled with reverence, and their love for Liu Fei deepened even further. Yet at that moment, an even larger wave surged up from the sea. Dozens of sea demons surged out from the sea and encircled Liu Fei and the others. Though none of them was as powerful as the previous giant sea demon, their sheer numbers imposed immense pressure on the group. "It looks like we're in for a hard battle." Liu Fei frowned and tightened his grip on the Ascension token, ready for the "Sisters, let's fight together and help our master," Su Qingxue called out. Activating the inherited power of the Ice Spirit Immortal Venerable, she formed a layer of ice blue protective shield before the group to block the sea demon's attacks. The 7 women all channeled their spiritual energy and unleashed their respective spells, engaging the sea demons in a ferocious battle. For a time, magical light flashed and battle cries shook the heavens. Amid the fierce battle, Liu Fei noticed that Xia Ruoxue's expression was somewhat strange. There seemed to be a hint of inferiority in her eyes, and she kept unconsciously shielding her chest. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He understood that Xia Ruoxue felt inferior because of the scar on her chest. That scar had been left when she saved him. In Liu Fei's eyes, it was a symbol of her courage and love. "Miss Xia, don't mind those scars. They are the proof of what you gave for me. They are your glory," Liu Fei shouted to Xia Ruoxue as he fought. After hearing this, Xia Ruoxue's eyes shimmered with emotion, but the shadow of inferiority still lingered over her. Just then, a sea demon of considerable strength broke through the 7 women's defense and lunged at her. Xia Ruoxue's expression changed drastically. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy to block the attack, but the sea demon's strike still sent her body flying backward. "Miss Xia." Seeing this, Liu Fei was greatly alarmed. He flew desperately towards Xia Ruoxue, and under everyone's gaze caught her in his arms. Then before them all, he gently kissed the scar on her chest. "This is your glory. I love you," Liu Fei said with deep emotion. Xia Ruoxue froze. She looked at Liu Fei, and the inferiority in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming gratitude and love. "My lord," she whispered, tears glimmering in her eyes. Just then, a system notification rang out in Liu Fei's mind. Ding. Hidden quest updated. Search for the 9-turn Return to Immortality Road. Completion 19. Encountered sea clan attacks at the Wuhui Sea on the edge of the immortal realm. Discovered a hidden clue. Continue exploring to complete the hidden quest. Liu Fei rejoiced inwardly. He knew that this was their first hidden quest in the immortal realm. Though the road ahead was full of unknowns, he was confident that he could lead the 9 women to complete it. At that moment, the Sea Clan's assault grew even more ferocious. Just when the group was caught in dire straits, an old voice came from the sea. Everyone stop. As the voice sounded, a giant sea turtle slowly rose from the sea. Standing on its back was a white-haired old man in a blue robe radiating a dignified aura. It was clear at a glance that he was an important figure of the Sea Clan. Hearing the old man's voice, the sea demons all stopped attacking and retreated to the side. The old man looked at the ascension token in Liu Fei's hand, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly jumped down from the sea turtle's back and knelt reverently before Liu Fei. Greetings, Immortal Emperor. I never imagined that the Immortal Emperor's bloodline would reappear in the world. The 9 heavens are about to be thrown into upheaval. Everyone was stunned by the scene. They had not expected that the Sea Clan elder would be so respectful to Liu Fei and address him as Immortal Emperor. Why do you call me Immortal Emperor? And what does this ascension token have to do with the Immortal Emperor? Liu Fei asked the Sea Clan elder in confusion. The Sea Clan elder raised his head, his eyes full of reverence. Your Excellency may not know, but this ascension token was the Immortal Emperor's possession. After suppressing the demon lord, the Immortal Emperor sealed the ascension token in the cultivation world, waiting for a destined person to unlock it. Now that your Excellency holds the ascension token and has displayed such formidable strength, you are undoubtedly of the Immortal Emperor's bloodline. After hearing this, Liu Fei was secretly shocked. He had not expected the ascension token to have such a history. Gazing at the token in his hand, he felt a nameless sense of mission surging within him. Rise then. Since you know the origins of this ascension token, you must also know a great deal about the Wuhui Sea and the immortal realm. Tell me in detail. Liu Fei said to the Sea Clan elder. The Sea Clan elder stood up and said respectfully, Your Excellency, this Wuhui Sea is the boundary between the immortal realm and the outside world, concealing many dangers. And our Sea Clan is the guardian of this Wuhui Sea. Now that your Excellency has arrived, it must be the will of heaven. If your Excellency has any commands, our Sea Clan will spare no effort to carry them out. Liu Fei nodded. He knew that the appearance of this Sea Clan elder might provide them with considerable help in their exploration of the immortal realm. The Sea of Wuhui remained turbulent as ever waves crashing against the reefs with a dull resounding roar, as if whispering of the mystery and peril that lurked within these waters. Liu Fei and the others had just concluded their conversation with the Sea Clan elders and were about to discuss their next course of action. At that moment, Xiaoruoxu's gaze suddenly turned strange. She stared intently at the ascension token in Liu Fei's hand, her eyes shimmering with excitement and disbelief. Young master, this ascension token. Xiaoruoxu's voice trembled slightly. She slowly extended her hand as if to touch the token, yet hesitated. Liu Fei noticed her unusual reaction. His heart stirred, and he offered the token to her. Miss Xia, is there something special about this ascension token? Xiaoruoxu took a deep breath. Carefully accepting the token, she slowly brought the 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill in her other hand closer to it. The moment the two objects nearly touched, something miraculous occurred. Both the Ascension Token and the 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill erupted in blinding radiance, releasing a surge of immense power that sent the surrounding seawater churning violently. What is happening? Su Qingxue, one of the 7 women, exclaimed in shock. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy, bracing herself for any potential danger. Young master, I am certain now. Xiaoruoxu raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. You are the reincarnation of the immortal emperor of the celestial realm, my beloved from our past life. These words stunned everyone present. Liu Fei was rendered speechless, staring at Xiaoruoxu with a heart full of confusion and shock. Miss Xiao, are you? Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could I possibly be the reincarnation of the immortal emperor? Xiaoruoxu shook her head, her gaze resolute. I cannot be wrong, young master. When we purified the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor, I already had my suspicions. Now the resonance between the Ascension Token and the 9 Revolutions Resurrection Pill is the clearest proof. Moreover, the mark of the Alchemy Dao Immortal Emperor has responded as well. As she spoke, the mark on Xiaoruoxu's forehead blazed with brilliant light, resonating with Liu Fei's 9 Imperial Seals. A beam of light flashed across the sky and visions materialized in the air. Scenes of the Immortal Emperor and the Holy Maiden cultivating together in dual cultivation within the celestial realm. In the visions, the Emperor's features bore a striking resemblance to Liu Fei, while the Holy Maiden looked exactly like Xiaoruoxu. They stood side by side in the celestial spirit valleys, supporting each other and refining elixirs together, their eyes brimming with love. How can this be? Liu Fei murmured, his mind in utter turmoil. Fragments of past life memories surged within his mind like a tide, yet remained maddeningly blurred, slipping away before he could grasp them. Even if this proves something, so what? The young master belongs to us now. Don't you dare try to take him away. By Liu, one of the 7 women let out a cold snort, jealousy flashing within her eyes. In her heart, Liu Fei had long become an inseparable part of their lives. The sudden emergence of a past life lover was something she simply could not accept. Exactly. We've been through so much with the young master. You can't just waltz in and claim him. The other women chimed in, positioning themselves protectively in front of Liu Fei and eyeing Xia Ruoxue warily. Xia Ruoxue regarded the 7 women with no trace of anger. Instead, her eyes were filled with understanding. She let out a soft sigh and said, "Sisters, I know your bond with the young master runs deep. But in our past life, he and I shared a love that was etched into our very souls. This marriage pact was also established back then to unite our 2 clans." At that moment, the Sea clan elder stepped forward and spoke with reverence. "Noble guests, what Lady Xia says is true. She is the holy maiden of the divine herb valley, holding an esteemed position in the celestial realm. In those days, the immortal emperor forged an alliance with the divine herb valley to combat the demon sovereign, and it was then that the marriage pact with Lady Xia was made. This was a matter well known throughout the celestial realm." What? There was actually such a thing? The 7 women were taken aback, never having imagined such a complicated story lay behind the situation. Xia Ruoxue produced an ancient tome from her bosom, the Spiritual Herb Illustrated Compendium, and offered it to the 7 women. "Sisters, this is the Spiritual Herb Compendium of my divine herb valley. Many of the herbs recorded within exist only in the celestial realm. Moreover, certain memory fragments within this compendium correspond precisely to the young master's past life recollections." The 7 women accepted the tome and began to pore over it carefully. The spiritual herbs depicted within were so lifelike that each seemed to radiate powerful spiritual energy, and occasionally fleeting images flashed through the pages, many bearing a striking resemblance to the earlier scenes of the immortal emperor and the holy maiden. The resistance within the 7 women's hearts gradually began to dissolve. They looked at Liu Fei, then at Xia Ruoxue, their emotions caught in a tangle of uncertainty. They understood that Xia Ruoxue had spoken the truth, and that she too had sacrificed much for Liu Fei's sake. "Sisters, I have no intention of taking the young master away. It's just that the love of that past life is something I cannot forget. I hope that we can stand together guarding the young master and facing the trials ahead as one." Xia Ruoxue spoke with heartfelt sincerity, her eyes filled with anticipation. The 7 women exchanged glances, seeing the hesitation and inner turmoil reflected in one another's eyes. At last, Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, "Miss Xia, we believe you. Since this is a bond forged in a past life, then let us all protect the young master together. However, his heart and his choice must ultimately be his own to make." The 7 women nodded in agreement, all eyes turning to Liu Fei as they awaited his response. Liu Fei looked upon everything before him, his heart a swirling mixture of emotions. The revelation of his past life identity filled him with profound shock, while the sincerity of the 7 women and Xia Ruoxue moved him deeply. He took a deep breath and said, "Ladies, sisters, whatever happened in our past lives, our meeting in this life is destiny. I will not fail any of you. As for this marriage pact, we can discuss it slowly another time." A flicker of joy crossed Xia Ruoxue's eyes at his words. She nodded and replied, "Very well, young master. I will wait for you." A system chime echoed. Hidden quest updated. Unravel the truth of the past life. Completion 15. The past life marriage pact between the immortal emperor and the divine herb valley's holy maiden has been discovered. Continue exploring to uncover more secrets of your previous life. The system notification resounded within Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He knew this was only the beginning. The mysteries of his past life shrouded him like a dense fog awaiting his unraveling. Above the Wuhui Sea, the sky was originally a flawless washed blue. A gentle sea breeze stroked the surface, raising layer upon layer of ripples. Liu Fei and the others had just finished their conversation with the Sea Clan elders, and their minds were still drifting between the shock of past lives and the uncertainty of the future. Yet this brief tranquility did not last long. Suddenly a dull rumble rolled across the heavens, as if an army of thousands of horses were charging forth. Everyone looked up and saw bizarre cracks splitting the sky open. From those cracks seeped a bone-chilling sword aura, like countless blades that threatened to sever heaven and earth. What is going on?" A young Sea Clan disciple cried out in terror, his voice trembling and his eyes full of fear. "No good. A powerful force is descending." Liu Fei's expression changed abruptly. He quickly activated his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning flickering across his skin, enveloping the women and the Sea Clan elders in protection. As the rumbling grew louder, a colossal sword array slowly emerged from the rift. It was the immortal slaying sword array of the immortal realm. The array was made up of 4 enormous immortal swords, each surrounded by dense sword aura. The sword bodies were covered in mysterious runes that gleamed with an icy light, as if telling of boundless slaughter. Wherever the array passed, space was sliced into tatters by sword chi, and the sea was thrown up into waves dozens of zhang high with a deafening roar. This sword array, it seems to be targeting me. Liu Fei's heart sank. He could feel the immense power within the array flowing unceasingly toward him. Moreover, that power carried a strong repulsion and killing intent against his Chaos Bloodline. Master, what should we do? This sword array is too powerful. Su Qingxue, one of the 7 women, said anxiously, tightly gripping Liu Fei's hand, her eyes full of worry. A mere sword array won't stop me. Liu Fei snorted coldly. Drawing upon the immortal emperor's power within him, he formed the 9 seals of the immortal emperor. Seal of wrath, suppression, seal of evil, suppression. Suppress this sword array for me. He roared, hurling the 2 seals at the sword array. In midair, the 9 seals of the immortal emperor expanded rapidly, emanating a formidable suppressing force. But when the seals met the sword array, they vanished like clay oxen entering the sea, utterly devoured by the array. The array's rotation did not slow in the least, instead it closed in on Liu Fei and the others even faster. How can this sword array be so fierce? Even the 9 seals of the immortal emperor can't suppress it. Liu Fei was greatly alarmed. Fine sweat beads oozed from his forehead. He knew this trouble was bigger than he had imagined. Master, let us help you. The 7 women unhesitatingly channeled their spiritual energy, surrounding Liu Fei and unleashing their respective arts. For a time, multicolored lights interweaved and flashed, attempting to block the array's attack. Yet its sword aura was too overwhelming. The 7 women's spells seemed fragile before it and were shattered in an instant. Sisters, be careful. Seeing the 7 women in danger, Liu Fei grew frantic. He rushed forward, recklessly desperate to protect them. Master, run. We'll hold off the array. Seeing Liu Fei charging at them, the 7 women were both moved and anxious. They knew that Liu Fei alone could never withstand this powerful array. No, I won't leave you. Liu Fei roared, his eyes filled with firmness. At that moment, a light suddenly gleamed in Xiaoruoxu's eyes. Looking at the sword array, she shouted, young master, I know the array's weakness. The eye is on the main sword, the immortal slaying sword. As long as we destroy the immortal slaying sword, the array will collapse on its own. Really, Miss Xia? Liu Fei rejoiced at Xiaoruoxu's words. He looked at Xiaoruoxu, his eyes full of anticipation. I'm sure. I once read a record of the immortal slaying sword array in the ancient texts of the Xinyao Valley. Xiaoruoxu affirmed confidently. However, approaching the immortal slaying sword was easier said than done. The sword aura around the array was too powerful. One false step would grind them into mincemeat. Master, let's charge together. I don't believe that with so many of us we can't break through this array. Bai Liu, one of the 7 women, shouted, her eyes filled with resolve. Yes, charge together. The 7 women responded in unison, not a trace of fear in their eyes. No, this is too dangerous. The sword array's aura will shred you in an instant. Liu Fei objected firmly. He couldn't allow the 7 women to take such risks for his sake. Master, if you were gone, what is the meaning of our lives? For you we would gladly die. Su Qingxue said with tears, her voice full of determination. The 7 women's words stirred deep emotion in Liu Fei's heart. He looked at the 7 women, unwillingness welling in his heart. Young master, the sisters are right. If we charge together, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Xiaoruoxu also spoke, her eyes filled with anticipation. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women, and Xiaoruoxu, his heart a jumble of conflicting emotions. He knew the 7 women and Xiaoruoxu had made up their minds. Any further objection would only make them more determined to take the risk. He took a deep breath and said, all right, let's charge together. But everyone must be careful. Just as they were about to rush at the array, it activated. A surging power exploded within it, and countless sword chi shot toward them. Wherever the sword chi passed, seawater instantly evaporated, and the ground was carved with bottomless ravines. Everyone be careful. Liu Fei shouted, activating his Chaos Thunder body and expanding the purple lightning to its utmost range, trying to block the sword chi for everyone. The 7 women and Xiaoruoxu also channeled their spiritual energy, unleashing their own defensive arts. Do you really think you can break through my immortal slaying sword array? You're simply overestimating yourselves. A freezing voice came from the array, dripping with sarcasm and contempt. Whoever you are, I will break this array today. Liu Fei roared, his eyes blazing with fury and resolve. Just then the Ascension token suddenly blazed with light, resonating with the immortal slaying sword. Runes on the Ascension token flickered, and a powerful force surged out from the token, shooting toward the immortal slaying sword. With a booming bang, some runes on the immortal slaying sword were shattered, and the array's power was somewhat weakened. Ding! Limited time mission: break the sword array within 1 hour, 1 hour remaining. The Ascension token resonated with the immortal slaying sword and shattered some runes. Keep going and break the sword array. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Great. The Ascension token works. Everyone rejoiced at the sight. Mere child's play. Watch me grind you all to dust. The icy voice sounded again. The array's power erupted, and even more sword chi shot toward the group. Sisters, charge. Su Qingxue called out in a clear voice. The 7 women and Xiaoruoxu followed closely behind Liu Fei, rushing at the sword array. They knew time was running out. If they didn't break the array within the hour, everyone would perish here. Liu Fei, accompanied by the 7 women and Xiaoruoxu, charged resolutely toward the immortal slaying sword formation amidst the torrential sword energy sweeping down from all directions. The surrounding seawater was vaporized by the sword chi rising into billowing steam that filled the air, making the entire scene increasingly hazy and perilous. A pack of ignorant ants daring to challenge my immortal slaying sword formation. The icy voice echoed once more from within the formation, dripping with boundless mockery and disdain. As the voice subsided, the sword chi within the formation grew denser, like an immense net of blades poised to annihilate Liu Fei and his companions. "Everyone be careful," Liu Fei shouted while unleashing the power of his Chaos Thunder body to its utmost limit. Violet lightning crackled wildly across his skin, clashing against the frigid sword chi with sharp, sizzling sounds. The 7 women also unleashed their full capabilities. Su Qingxue's inherited power of the ice spirit, immortal venerable, formed layer upon layer of ice shields in an attempt to block the sword chi, while Liu Fei deployed the seductive arts of the Celestial Fox clan to disrupt the formation's operation. Yet against such a formidable array their efforts proved barely effective. Just as the group struggled desperately, a trace of resolve flashed through Xiao Ruoxu's eyes. She knew well that unless they resorted to extraordinary measures, none of them would survive this day. She drew a deep breath and activated the origin power of the Divine Medicine Valley within her body. "Miss Xiao, what are you about to do?" Liu Fei noticed her unusual state, and a foreboding feeling surged within his heart. "Young master, I am going to burn the origin power of the Divine Medicine Valley in order to break this sword formation. It is our only chance," Xiao Ruoxu said through clenched teeth, her gaze filled with unwavering determination. "No, this is too dangerous. Burning your origin power will severely deplete your vitality and may even endanger your life." Liu Fei objected firmly. How could he allow Xiao Ruoxu to take such an immense risk for his sake? "Young master, if we do not do this, we will all die. Besides, I believe that for you everything is worth it." Xiao Ruoxu gazed at Liu Fei, her eyes brimming with deep affection. "In our past life, I failed to protect you. In this life, I will never allow you to be harmed again." As she spoke, Xiao Ruoxu rapidly formed hand seals and began to burn the origin power of the Divine Medicine Valley. As the origin power burned, a faint emerald glow gradually emerged around her body. Within the radiance, an immense totem of the Divine Medicine Valley slowly manifested, an ancient, mysterious spiritual plant radiating a powerful yet serene aura. "This is the totem of the Divine Medicine Valley." The Sea Clan elder cried out in shock at the sight. "Miss Xia intends to use 1,000 years of the valley's heritage to resist this sword formation." Meanwhile, the Divine Farmer Cauldron in Xiao Ruoxu's hands began to transform as well. The once antique vessel now blazed with brilliant light, its inscriptions flickering endlessly, as if rejoicing at the awakening of some formidable power. The Divine Farmer Cauldron rose slowly into the air, hovering above Xiao Ruoxu's head and absorbing the origin power she was burning. "Miss Xia, no." Liu Fei's heart was consumed with desperation. He charged recklessly towards Xiao Ruoxu, desperate to stop her. Yet the sword formation's chi was so overwhelming that every step forward exacted an immense toll. "Master, do not act rashly. Miss Xia has made her decision, let us all help her." The 7 women called out, their hearts stirred and anxious at the sight of Liu Fei's desperate charge. They understood the grave danger of Xiao Ruoxu's choice, but at this moment, they also knew she was doing it. They exchanged resolute glances, then channeled their spiritual energy in unison, shielding Xiao Ruoxu and fending off the sword formation's attacks. "Sisters, thank you." Xiao Ruoxu looked at the 7 women, tears glistening in her eyes. She knew that despite their earlier misgivings toward her, they had chosen to stand together in this moment of life and death. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Ruoxu's face gradually turned pale, her forehead beaded with sweat. Yet she gritted her teeth and persisted, ceaselessly burning the origin power of the Divine Medicine Valley. As the origin power continued to pour in, the Divine Farmer Cauldron's radiance grew ever more dazzling, and a powerful, mysterious force emanated from within the vessel. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the Divine Farmer Cauldron released a tremendous wave of power, surging straight toward the immortal slaying sword formation. The force carried a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs as it collided with the sword formation's chi, producing a deafening explosion of sound. Under the impact of this power, the immortal slaying sword formation visibly slowed, its sword chi thinning and scattering. Ding! Limited time quest progress 14:55 minutes remaining. Xiao Ruoxu has burned the Divine Medicine Valley's origin power and successfully weakened the immortal slaying sword formation. Keep going to break the formation. The system notification chimed in Liu Fei's mind. Excellent. Miss Xia has succeeded. Joy surged through everyone as they witnessed the formation's weakening. However, Xiao Ruoxu's condition was far from reassuring. Having overconsumed her origin power, her body began to sway unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Seeing this, Liu Fei felt a sharp pang of agony in his heart. Recklessly breaking through the obstruction of the sword chi, he rushed to Xiao Ruoxu's side and pulled her into his arms. Miss Xia, are you all right? Liu Fei asked urgently. Xia Ruoxue said weakly, you? Young master. I am fine. Xia Ruoxue said weakly, a faint smile forming on her lips. As long as I can help you, everything is worth it. Just then Liu Fei's Chaos Thunder body suddenly underwent a transformation. The violet lightning, now deeper and richer than before, flickered with faint golden light within it. Moreover, the four characters, Chaotic Immortal Emperor, slowly surfaced within Liu Fei's pupils. These four characters radiated a formidable aura resonating with the origin power Xia Ruoxue was burning. What is happening? Shock swept through Liu Fei's heart. He could sense that his body was undergoing some wondrous transformation, yet he had no idea of the cause. Master, it seems your Chaos Thunder body is resonating with the origin power Miss Xia is burning. Su Qingxue remarked from the side, astonishment evident in her eyes. Could it be that the Chaos Thunder body and the origin of the Divine Medicine Valley are somehow connected? Liu Fei pondered inwardly, knowing full well that this was not the time to investigate the cause. He held Xia Ruoxue, tightly channeling his inner power to send spiritual energy into her in an attempt to ease her injuries. A paltry trick. Even if you have temporarily weakened my sword formation, what of it? Today you shall all die. The icy voice rang out once more as the formation's power began to gather anew. Sisters, we cannot let Miss Xia's efforts be in vain. Together let us shatter this sword formation. Liu Fei looked at the seven women, a resolute light blazing in his eyes. Yes, attack together. The seven women answered in unison, their gazes filled with unwavering determination. At this critical juncture of life and death, their hearts were bound tightly together with Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue. Above the Wuhui Sea, the immortal slaying sword formation radiated a biting sword aura, its icy breath, as if about to freeze the entire heaven and earth. Under the formation's oppressive might, the sea churned violently, hurling towering waves dozens of zhang high. With Liu Fei tightly held the frail Xia Ruoxue, while the seven women gathered around them, circulating their spiritual energy to form a defensive barrier against the formation's attacks. Do you think this can stop my immortal slaying sword formation? What utter wishful thinking. The icy voice came again from within the formation, dripping with mockery and disdain. As the voice rang out, the sword aura within the formation grew even more fierce, shooting toward Liu Fei and the others like sharp spears. Sisters, hold on. Su Qingxue cried out sharply, channeling the inherited power of the ice spirit immortal venerable to conjure a thick ice wall in front of everyone. However, the sword aura of the formation was too powerful. Under its assault, the ice wall instantly became covered with countless cracks and was on the verge of shattering at any moment. No good, this won't work like this. Liu Fei frowned deeply, his heart filled with anxiety as he looked at Xia Ruoxue in his arms. At this moment, Xia Ruoxue's face was as pale as paper, her breath faint, but her eyes remained resolute. Young master, let me handle this, Xia Ruoxue said softly, struggling to rise from Liu Fei's embrace. Her hands formed seals, rapidly controlling the Shinnong cauldron floating above her head. Shinnong cauldron, use the origin power of my Xinyao Valley to unleash the Shinnong alchemy art, Xia Ruoxue cried out. As her voice faded, the Shinnong cauldron burst with brilliant light, and the runes on its body glimmered with strange radiance. A powerful force of alchemy surged forth from the cauldron, merging with the burning origin power of Xia Ruoxue's Xinyao Valley to form a resplendent five-colored light. This light spread like a shield, slowly enveloping Liu Fei and the others. The sword aura of the formation struck the shield with crisp clangs, yet could not penetrate it. This is the power of the Shinnong alchemy art. An elder of the Sea clan exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with awe and reverence. In legends, the Shinnong alchemy art can transform all kinds of power into miraculous medicinal effects. I never thought I would witness it with my own eyes today. That's merely a temporary stopgap. Watch me tear through your shield. The icy voice sounded once more. The power of the sword formation erupted instantly as countless sword auras converged into a colossal torrent of sword chi charging at the five-colored shield. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out as the torrent of sword chi struck the five-colored shield. The overwhelming force caused the shield to tremble violently, and its radiance dimmed. Xia Ruoxue's face turned pallid, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, yet she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Miss Xia, are you all right? Seeing this, Liu Fei felt a sharp pang in his heart. He activated his Chaos Thunder body, pouring purple thunderlight into the five-colored shield in an attempt to strengthen it. Young master, I'm fine. Xia Ruoxue, enduring her bodily discomfort, said, the Shinnong cauldron, after absorbing the origin power of the Xinyao Valley, has awakened part of the laws of the immortal realm. Perhaps we can use this power to contend with the sword formation. As she spoke, Xia Ruoxue once again circulated her spiritual energy and manipulated the Shinnong cauldron. The Shinnong cauldron slowly rotated, releasing a powerful force of celestial laws. This force resonated with the 9 seals of the immortal emperor within Liu Fei's body. Seal of wrath suppression, seal of evil suppression. Unite with the power of the Shinnon Cauldron. Liu Fei roared, pushing the power of the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor to its limit and merging it with the celestial law force released by the Shinnon Cauldron. In the sky, a light interweaving purple and gold appeared, within which a giant chaos pill thunder slowly. What? What is this? Everyone was stunned at the sight. They had never witnessed such overwhelming power. A trifling trick. Watch me shatter it. The icy voice sounded once more as an even more colossal sword aura shot out from the formation, hurtling toward the chaos pill thunder. Go! Liu Fei bellowed, hurling the chaos pill thunder at the sword formation. The chaos pill thunder met the sword aura in midair, instantly triggering a violent explosion. The immense shockwave caused the entire Wuhui Sea to tremble, hurling waves hundreds of zhang into the air and distorting the surrounding space itself. Boom! With a deafening crash, the sword formation was struck by the chaos pill thunder, and a huge crack appeared on it. The sword aura within became chaotic, and its power greatly diminished. Ding! Time-limited mission progress, 45 minutes remaining. Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue cooperated seamlessly, using the power of the Shinnon Cauldron and the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor to heavily damage the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Continue your efforts to break the formation. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Great! The sword formation has been severely damaged. Everyone cheered at the sight. Their faces lit up with joyful smiles, and hope gleamed in their eyes. Miss Xia, you're incredible. The 7 women gathered around, gazing at Xia Ruoxue with admiration. At this moment, any lingering estrangement between the 7 women and Xia Ruoxue had vanished completely, and their hearts were tightly knit together. Sisters, this is our shared achievement. Without your help, I could never have done it. Xia Ruoxue said with a gentle smile, her smile radiating warmth. In the fierce battle, the tacit understanding between Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue grew ever deeper, and their feelings for each other unconsciously warmed. And because of this battle, the relationship between the 7 women and Xia Ruoxue also became increasingly harmonious. Don't get too cocky. I won't be defeated so easily. The icy voice sounded once more as the sword formation began to gather its power anew. Sisters, we must not let our guard down. The sword formation has not been completely destroyed, yet we must keep fighting. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women and Xia Ruoxue with determination gleaming in his eyes. All right, let's go together. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes filled with resolve. At this critical moment of life and death, they would stand together and face the mighty Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Above the Wuhui Sea, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation once again radiated a biting aura. The icy sword chi, like solidified blades, howled through the air, tearing across the sky with ear-piercing shrieks. The sea surface was slashed to shreds by the sword chi. Towering waves surged into the sky, only to be shattered into countless droplets by the overwhelming force shrouding the surroundings in a hazy mist of water. Liu Fei and the others stood firm amid the chaos and peril, their gazes resolute, showing not the slightest trace of retreat. You miserable ants. Even if you can briefly cripple my sword formation, so what? Today none of you will leave here alive. The icy voice echoed from within the formation, once more dripping with boundless killing intent and contempt. As the voice faded, the sword chi within the formation grew even more ferocious. It intertwined and converged into torrents of even more devastating sword chi, surging toward Liu Fei and the others. Sisters, beware. Su Qingxue cried out. Channeling the inherited power of the ice spirit Immortal Venerable, she conjured an unyielding ice shield before them. The ice shield emanated waves of frigid air, striving to hold back the searing sharp torrents of sword chi. Yet the sword chi torrent was too overwhelming. The instant it struck, the ice shield emitted cracking sounds, and countless fissures spread rapidly like a spiderweb. The formation's power has grown even stronger. Bai Liu, one of the 7 women, turned pale, speaking through gritted teeth, a hint of tension and worry flashing in her eyes. Even so, she unleashed the seduction arts of the Celestial Fox clan, attempting to disrupt the formation's operation. Yet before such overwhelming might, her sorcery proved almost futile. At this moment, Xia Ruoxue's face was also ghastly pale. Earlier she had burned the primordial essence of the Xinyao Valley, leaving her severely weakened. Now controlling the Shinnon Cauldron made her feel utterly exhausted and beyond her limits. But she knew she could not afford to retreat at this critical juncture between life and death. Biting her lower lip, her forehead beaded with fine sweat, she rapidly formed hand seals, trying once more to stir the power of the Shinnon Cauldron. Miss Xia, don't push yourself. Liu Fei's heart ached at the sight of her frailty. He clasped her hand tightly, his eyes full of concern and worry. I can't let you be hurt for my sake again. Xia Ruoxue looked up at Liu Fei's resolute gaze of warmth. At this perilous moment, Liu Fei's concern moved her deeply. Young master, I'm fine. For you, for everyone, I must hold on. Although Xia Ruoxue's voice was faint, it was filled with determination. Just then a miracle occurred. In that tense, yet tender instant, Xia Ruoxue's affection for Liu Fei soared to 90. As her affection soared, the Shinnon cauldron rang out with a clear, resonant chime, and a mysterious radiance blossomed from within the cauldron. Ding! Xiaoruoxu's affection toward the host has soared to 90. Unlocked Shinnon cauldron skill, Immortal Herb Revival. This skill can revive withered immortal herbs and has a chance to enhance their quality. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. Immortal Herb Revival. Elated, he looked at Xiaoruoxu with astonishment and joy. Miss Xia, you've unlocked a new skill. Perhaps this can be the key to overcoming the sword formation. Xiaoruoxu also revealed a faint smile, sensing the brand new power surging within the Shinnon cauldron. She channeled her spiritual energy, manipulating the Shinnon cauldron to cast the Immortal Herb Revival skill. But at that very moment, a powerful sword chi broke through the 7 women's defenses, shooting straight at Xiaoruoxu. Miss Xia. Alarmed, Liu Fei acted without hesitation, shielding Xiaoruoxu behind him. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body, endeavoring to block the sword chi. With a thunderous bang, the sword chi struck Liu Fei, sending him flying through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. Young master! Xiaoruoxu cried out in shock. Ignoring her own weakness, she rushed to Liu Fei's side. Seeing the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, her eyes glistened with tears. Young master, how are you? Why are you so foolish taking that strike for me? I am fine. As long Liu Fei forced a weak smile through the pain, his eyes brimming with deep affection for Xiaoruoxu. Deeply moved by his words, she could no longer contain her emotions. Under everyone's gaze, she leaned down and gently pressed her lips to Liu Fei's. The kiss was laden with passion and gratitude, moving every person present. The 7 women watched the scene. Though a twinge of jealousy stirred within them, they understood that Liu Fei and Xiaoruoxu had forged a profound bond through this battle. Moreover, they all loved Liu Fei dearly and wished for his happiness. Thus they chose to accept it. Sisters, let us protect our master and Miss Xia together. Su Qingxue shouted, her eyes blazing with resolve. Yes, together through life and death. The 7 women echoed in unison, their voices resounding through the skies. At this moment, the hearts of the 9 women were tightly bound together. They jointly vowed to stand by one another through life and death in this battle, never forsaking each other. With the combined efforts of the 9 women, they once again repelled the sword formation's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoruoxu executed the Immortal Herb Revival skill. The Shinnon cauldron burst with dazzling light. A beam of green light shot out from the cauldron, flying toward the depths of the Wuhui Sea. Bathed in the verdant glow, the withered spirit plants of Shenyao Valley began to revive one after another. Their branches and leaves regained vitality. Flowers bloomed once more, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Ding! Immortal Herb Revival successfully activated. Spirit plants of Shenyao Valley have been revived. The host has acquired the passive skill Spiritual Plant Affinity, allowing communication with spirit plants and increasing alchemy success rate by 30. The system notification rang out again. As the spirit plants of Shenyao Valley revived, a powerful life force permeated the air. This force merged with the spiritual energy of Liu Fei and the others, greatly amplifying their power. Excellent. Our power has increased. Sensing the change, the group cheered. Merely a deathbed struggle. Watch me wipe you all out. The icy voice sounded once more, and the sword formation erupted with even greater force, launching a fiercer assault against Liu Fei and the others. Sisters, we cannot retreat. Charge together. Break through this formation. Liu Fei rose to his feet, his eyes burning with determination. He activated the Chaos Thunder Body and the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor, preparing to face the formation's challenge. Yes, charge together. The 9 women responded in unison, hand in hand, as they rushed toward the immortal slaying sword formation. At this critical moment between life and death, their silhouettes stood resolute and fearless. Over the Wuhui Sea, a violent storm ravaged the sky as the immortal slaying sword formation exuded a bone-chilling aura. The 4 colossal celestial swords shimmered with glowing runes along their blades, while icy sword chi crisscrossed through the air, shredding the surrounding space into fragments. Leading the 9 maidens, Liu Fei charged toward the sword formation, without hesitation, braving the overwhelming sword chi that filled the heavens and the earth. Under the assault of the sword chi, the sea surged into towering waves hundreds of feet high, only to be shredded into countless droplets that hung in the air, enveloping the entire battlefield in a hazy veil of water mist. A bunch of reckless fools daring to charge ahead. You're simply seeking death. The icy voice rang out from the formation, dripping with mockery and disdain. Following the voice, the formation's sword chi grew even denser. Rivers of sword chi like roaring dragons swept toward Liu Fei and the others. Sisters, hold on. Su Qingxue shouted, channeling the inherited power of the ice spirit Immortal Venerable to form an unbreakable wall of ice before the group. The ice wall radiated frigid cold, colliding with the scorching sword chi in a sizzling hiss. Chips of ice and sparks of sword chi scattered in all directions. Under the impact of the sword chi, cracks kept spreading across the ice wall. It was on the verge of shattering at any moment. This sword formation is too powerful. We can't hold on much longer. By Liu Fei, one of the 7 maidens turned pale. As she cast the Celestial Fox clan's enchanting arts to interfere with the formation's operation, she shouted anxiously. But before such a mighty formation, her spell had negligible effect, and the formation's operation remained completely unaffected. Liu Fei gripped the Ascension token tightly, his gaze resolute and utterly unyielding. He activated the chaotic thunder body, purple lightning crackling across his skin as he fought against the icy sword Qi. At the same time, he unleashed the immortal Emperor 9 seals, sending a powerful suppressing force pressing down upon the formation. However, the immortal Emperor 9 seals could only impede the formation for a brief moment, causing no substance. We cannot go on like this. We must find the formation's weak point. Liu Fei mused silently, while deflecting sword Qi and observing the formation's movements. Just then Xia Ruoxue manipulated the Shinnon cauldron and formed a multicolored shield around everyone. The shield radiated immense alchemical power, clashing against the formation's sword Qi with deafening rumbles. My lord, the shield of this Shinnon cauldron can temporarily block the formation's attacks, but it won't last for long, Xia Ruoxue said with a pale face as she maintained the shield. Liu Fei nodded. Staring at the sword formation, his mind suddenly stirred. He noticed that at the core of the formation, the immortal slaying sword seemed far more dazzling than the other celestial swords, and all the formation's sword Qi appeared to radiate outward from it as its center. Could it be that the immortal slaying sword is the formation's IA? Liu Fei guessed, inwardly deciding to take a risk. Channeling the chaotic thunder body and the immortal Emperor 9 seals, he executed the chaotic cyan lotus sword art. A gigantic purple lotus instantly appeared before him, slowly rotating and emanating powerful sword Qi. Go! Liu Fei gave a low shout, and the purple lotus shot toward the immortal slaying sword. Wherever the lotus passed, space was torn by sword Qi, and seawater evaporated into steam, creating a huge vacuum. A paltry trick. The icy voice sounded again, and a tremendous sword Qi shot out from the formation to meet the purple lotus. With a boom, the lotus and the sword Qi collided in midair, unleashing a violent explosion. The shockwave made the entire Wuhui sea tremble, and the surrounding space twisted even more fiercely. At the instant of the clash, a series of pictures flashed through Liu Fei's mind. In those pictures, he saw his former self, the immortal emperor, holding the immortal slaying sword in an earth-shattering battle against the demon lord. In the end, the immortal emperor used the immortal slaying sword to sever the demon lord's head and seal him away. So this immortal slaying sword was once my weapon in a past life. Liu Fei's mind cleared with sudden realization, and he became even more certain that the immortal slaying sword was the formation's eye. Sisters, I have found the formation's weakness. It lies in the immortal slaying sword. Let us attack it together. Liu Fei shouted. Yes, we will support you with all our strength, master. The 7 maidens responded in unison, channeling their spiritual power and pouring it into Liu Fei's body. For a time, countless lights interwove and flashed, and Liu Fei's body was cloaked in surging spiritual power, making his aura even stronger. Without hesitation, Xia Ruoxue took out a 9 revolutions soul-returning pill and handed it to Liu Fei. My lord, this 9 revolutions soul-returning pill will stabilize your soul. Take it and strike the immortal slaying sword with full force. Liu Fei accepted the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill dissolved the moment it entered his mouth. A powerful energy erupted within him, and his soul became rock-solid in an instant. Boom! At that moment, the Ascension token suddenly blazed with light, resonating strongly with the immortal slaying sword. The runes on the Ascension token flashed, and a surge of power rushed out from the token, shooting straight toward the immortal slaying sword. With a crack, the core rune of the immortal slaying sword was shattered, and the formation's power immediately diminished greatly. Ding! Limited time mission progress 44, 20 minutes remaining. A flaw in the sword formation has been discovered. The Ascension token resonates with the immortal slaying sword, shattering the formation's core rune. Keep up the effort and break the formation. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Wonderful. The formation's power is weakening. Everyone cheered at the sight. Their eyes were full of hope, and their fighting spirit burned ever higher. Even if you have found the formation's flaw, what does it matter? Today you will still die without mercy. The icy voice sounded again. The sword formation began to gather power once more and launched an even fiercer attack against Liu Fei and the others. Sisters, do not let our guard down. The formation is not fully broken yet. We must keep striving. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, and Xia Ruoxue, a determined light sparkling in his eyes. Yes, let's go together and break through the formation. The 9 maidens answered in unison, advancing side by side toward the formation once more. At this critical moment of life and death, their figures seemed so resolute, so fearless. Above the Wuhui Sea, the immortal slaying sword formation radiated its last mad glory. The bone-chilling sword Qi, like a pack of enraged savage beasts, rampaged wildly across everything around. The seawater was hurled into thousand Zhanghai waves by the sword qi, then instantly shattered into fine powder by the overwhelming force. The entire space was steeped in dense mist and the breath of destruction. Holding the ascension token, Liu Fei stood at the very front of the 9 women. His gaze was determined and unyielding, and an awe-inspiring aura radiated from his body. "Sisters, lend me all your strength. This is our final chance," Liu Fei shouted. His voice remained crisp and clear amid the howling sword qi, carrying an unassailable conviction. "Yes, master. We'll support you with everything we have." The 7 maidens answered in unison, and without the slightest hesitation cycled their spiritual energy and channeled all their power through a special spiritual link into Liu Fei. For a moment, all kinds of light interwove and flickered around Liu Fei. His body seemed to become a gigantic spiritual energy vortex, ceaselessly devouring the power of the 7 maidens. Xia Ruoxue too did not hesitate. Manipulating the Shinnon cauldron, she fused the immortal medicine power within the cauldron with the origin power of the divine medicine valley, forging a mighty force of the medicine Dao that poured into Liu Fei. "Young master, this is all I can do for you. You must succeed." Xia Ruoxue's eyes shimmered with determination. She looked at Liu Fei as if placing all her hopes on him. Feeling the power in his body climbing without cease, Liu Fei took a deep breath and activated the Chaos Thunder body. Violet lightning crackled wildly over his skin like furious thunder dragons roaring to break free from their shackles. At the same time, he executed the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor. 9 seals hovered around him, radiating immense suppressive force. The Ascension token in his hand flared with dazzling light as it fused with the Chaos Thunder body, the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor and the power Xia Ruoxue had sent into him. "Chaos Immortal Emperor's world-destroying sword. Condense," Liu Fei bellowed. Gathering all his strength in front of him, he condensed a colossal sword of sword qi. This sword emanated an aura of primordial chaos. Runes flickered across its blade, each bearing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Violet thunder and golden light interwove on the sword's body, as if the mightiest forces in the world were clashing. "Humph. With just that you think you can break my sword formation? A delusion." The icy voice sounded again from within the formation, tinged with a trace of panic. The sword formation's qi grew even more violent, striving to stop Liu Fei's attack. Yet Liu Fei had by now concentrated all his power into this one strike. There was no fear in his eyes, only unwavering conviction. "Go!" Liu Fei shouted and slashed with the Chaos Immortal Emperor's world-destroying sword toward the formation's weak point, the Immortal Slaying Sword. The sword of qi split the sky, and wherever it passed, space shattered like broken mirrors. The seawater was vaporized by the sword qi, leaving behind a vast vacuum. Everything around seemed insignificant before such overwhelming power. Boom! A heaven-shaking, earth-splitting crash echoed as the Chaos Immortal Emperor's world-destroying sword collided with the Immortal Slaying Sword. The immense collision triggered a violent explosion. Light blazed across the entire Wuhui Sea, in an instant searing the eyes. The laws of the immortal realm began to waver under that impact. Streaks of law power darted around the sky like serpents, booming and rumbling. "No! How is this possible?" The icy voice was filled with terror and despair. The Immortal Slaying Sword, battered by the Chaos Immortal Emperor's world-destroying sword, began to crack. The runes on its blade gradually dimmed. With a crisp crack, the Immortal Slaying Sword could no longer withstand such overwhelming force and broke. Ding! Limited time mission successfully. Break the sword formation. 5 minutes remaining. The host has successfully performed the Chaos Immortal Emperor's world-destroying sword and shattered the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. But by now Liu Fei had fallen into a coma from using his power beyond its limits. His body fell toward the Wuhui Sea like a kite, whose string had snapped. "Young master!" Xia Ruoxue cried out, and flew desperately in the direction he was falling. The 7 maidens followed closely behind Xia Ruoxue, their eyes filled with anxiety and worry. "Master, you must be all right," Su Qingxue shouted through tears, her voice filled with helplessness and fear. Xia Ruoxue caught up with Liu Fei and held him tightly in her arms. Seeing Liu Fei's pale face, she felt a sharp pang in her heart. "Young master, wake up. Don't scare me." Xia Ruoxue called softly, but there was no response from Liu Fei. "No, the young master's wounds are too severe. If this goes on, he won't be able to hold out." Xia Ruoxue was frantic with worry. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. She cycled her spiritual energy, forced out her own vital essence blood, and fed it into Liu Fei's mouth. "Young master, you have to get better. This is the only thing I can do for you." Tears shimmered in Xia Ruoxue's eyes, and her face had grown even paler from losing her vital essence blood. The 7 maidens were moved and worried by Xia Ruoxue's actions. They gathered around Xia Ruoxue and Liu Fei, taking turns standing guard to keep any other danger at bay. "Miss Xia, don't be too hard on yourself. Together we can definitely save the master." Bai Liyue comforted Xia Ruoxue, determination flashing in her eyes. At that moment, a huge immortal realm rift tore open in the Wuhui Sea. The scene of the Immortal Realm's core leaking through the rift left everyone stunned. At the core of the Immortal Realm, a magnificent palace floated in midair. Radiating golden light, it was surrounded by countless immortal beasts. The palace's enormous doors were sealed shut, covered with mysterious runes, as if concealing endless secrets. Is this the core of the Immortal Realm? Su Qingxue said in astonishment, her eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. Yet at this moment none of them was focused on the spectacle of the Immortal Realm's core. Their only concern was Liu Fei's life. Xia Ruoxue held Liu Fei in her arms as the 7 maidens kept watch around them. They waited quietly for Liu Fei to wake up. With the shattering of the immortal slaying sword, the terrifying sword formation shrouding the sky above Wuhui, Xi instantly collapsed. The rampaging sword Qi receded like the tide, and the surging waves gradually calmed, finally restoring the Wuhui, Xi, to its former serenity. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a shimmering golden glow upon the sea's surface, as if the breathtaking battle moments ago had been nothing but a fleeting dream. We did it. The sword formation is broken. A young warrior of the Sea clan shouted in exhilaration, his voice echoing across the waves, brimming with joy and excitement. Yes, we survived. The other Sea clan members joined in the jubilant cheers, their faces radiant with the bliss of having narrowly escaped annihilation. The Sea clan had suffered grievous losses in the battle, yet they knew full well that without the valiant struggle of Liu Fei and his companions, they would have faced utter devastation. Xia Ruoxue held the unconscious Liu Fei tightly in her arms, while the 7 women gathered around them, their gazes filled with deep concern. "My lord, please wake up." Xia Ruoxue called out softly, her voice choked with sobs, her eyes full of worry. "The master will surely be fine, Miss Xia. Don't worry too much." Su Qingxue stepped forward, gently patting Xia Ruoxue's shoulder in comfort. At this moment, the 7 women no longer harbored any trace of hostility towards Xia Ruoxue. Through this life-and-death battle, they had witnessed Xia Ruoxue's profound love for Liu Fei and the courage she showed in burning the source of the divine medicine valley for everyone's sake. They had long since come to regard her as their own sister. "I believe that my lord will wake up." Xia Ruoxue nodded, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Just then the Sea clan's elders, accompanied by a group of their kin, approached Liu Fei and the others with utmost respect. The leading elder bowed deeply and said, "Honored ones, thank you for saving our Sea clan and the Wuhuis. You are the greatest heroes of our Sea clan." "You flatter us, elder. We acted for our own sake as well." Though Liu Fei remained unconscious, one of the 7 women responded on his behalf. "No, had it not been for you, our Sea clan would surely have faced extinction today. To express our gratitude, we wish to present you with 2 treasures." With a wave of the elder's hand, 2 Sea clan warriors stepped forward, holding 2 exquisite boxes. The elder opened the first box, revealing a pearl radiating a faint azure glow enveloped in a wisp of misty water vapor, as if it contained the boundless power of the ocean itself. "This is the Deep Sea Dragon Pearl, one of our Sea clan's most treasured heirlooms. It possesses powerful healing abilities and in moments of crisis can provide its bearer with a potent water barrier to withstand even the fiercest attacks. We hope you will accept it." The elder then opened the second box, revealing an ancient scroll. As it unrolled, it displayed a series of strange lines and symbols radiating an air of mystery. "This is the 9-turn celestial chart. It records a hidden route that can safely navigate the dangers of the Wuhui Sea and reach secret realms of the immortal domain. This is another treasure our Sea clan has safeguarded for centuries, and we now offer it to you." The 7 women's hearts stirred with delight at the sight of these 2 treasures. They knew these treasures would prove invaluable for their exploration of the immortal domain. "Thank you, elder. We gratefully accept such generous gifts." The 7 women accepted the treasures on behalf of Liu Fei. "Honored ones, this is the least we could do. If not for you, we would not have been able to protect these treasures either," the elder said. At that moment, the unconscious Liu Fei's finger twitched slightly. "My lord, you're awake." Xia Ruoxue noticed the subtle movement and cried out in joyful surprise. Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes and looked at the people around him, a faint smile forming on his lips. "What happened to me?" "My lord, you successfully broke the sword formation and were unconscious for a while. But now everything is fine. Thank goodness." Xia Ruoxue's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke excitedly. "Yes, master, you gave us quite a scare." The 7 women gathered around, their eyes shining with joy. Liu Fei sat up, feeling the strength gradually returning to his body, and silently breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Xia Ruoxue, his eyes brimming with gratitude and affection. "Miss Xia, I owe this all to you. Without you I might have." "My lord, don't say such things. All that matters is that you are safe." Xia Ruoxue interrupted him, a blissful smile spreading across her face. The 7 women watched them, feeling genuinely happy for the bond between Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue. They knew that the ordeal had deepened the affection between Liu Fei and Xia Ruoxue. Moreover, through this battle, the 9 women had grown even closer, becoming an inseparable whole. A system chime echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Hidden mission updated: uncover the mastermind behind the immortal slaying sword formation. Progress 13. You have successfully broken the formation, yet greater conspiracies may lie hidden beyond it. Continue your exploration to unveil the truth. Liu Fei's heart stirred. He understood that this was only the beginning. The mastermind behind the immortal slaying sword formation would surely not let matters rest. Just then from the shattered fragments of the immortal slaying sword a sinister laugh echoed. Immortal Emperor, our game has only just begun. Ha 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 ha. The laughter belonged to the remnant soul of the Demon Lord. Hearing the laughter, everyone's expression changed. This is the Demon Lord's voice. Liu Fei frowned, his gaze sharp with vigilance. It seems the Demon Lord isn't completely dead yet. We still have a long road ahead. Bai Liu, one of the 7 women, let out a cold snort, determination blazing in her eyes. Whatever difficulties we face, we will confront them together. Liu Fei looked at the 9 women and said firmly. The 9 women replied in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, filled with confidence and resolve. At the edge of the Wuhui Sea, Liu Fei and his companions had averted the crisis, gained precious treasures, and forged an even deeper bond. Yet they knew that countless greater challenges still awaited them in the days to come. At the edge of Wuhui Sea, within a tranquil aquatic clan tent, Liu Fei and the others had temporarily settled. The joy of successfully breaking through the Zhuxian sword formation was overshadowed by the heavy atmosphere of Xiaoruoxue, falling into a coma after burning the origin of Shunyao Valley. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was oppressive and solemn. Liu Fei sat beside Xiaoruoxue's bed, tightly holding her hand, his eyes filled with worry and heartache. Miss Xia, please wake up soon. Liu Fei whispered softly, his voice trembling slightly. Recalling every moment since he first met Xiaoruoxue, from her purifying the remnant soul of blood demon ancestor in the cultivation world to her selflessly burning her origin to protect him in the immortal realm. Each scene echoed in Liu Fei's heart, making him cherish the woman before him evermore. The 7 women gathered around, their eyes equally filled with concern. Having survived life and death battles alongside Xiaoruoxue against the sword formation, they had long regarded her as a close and inseparable sister. Master Miss Xia is blessed by heaven and will surely be fine. Su Qingxue stepped forward to comfort Liu Fei, her voice also slightly choked. Liu Fei nodded, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself. Suddenly something stirred in his heart. He remembered the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor. He knew that the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor contained immense power. Perhaps through it he could resonate with Xiaoruoxue's soul, delve into the depths of her consciousness, and find a way to awaken her. With this thought, Liu Fei activated the power of the Immortal Emperor within his body and summoned the 9 seals. 9 seals floated beside him, radiating an ethereal glow. He gently placed one of the seals on Xiaoruoxue's forehead, closed his eyes, and focused his spirit, attempting to establish a connection with her soul. As Liu Fei poured his spiritual energy into the seal, something extraordinary occurred. His consciousness seemed to enter a mystical space surrounded by swirling mists that felt dreamlike and surreal. Through the mist, faint images gradually appeared. Liu Fei saw a vast valley filled with spiritual plants radiating an intense medicinal fragrance. At the center of the valley stood an ancient alchemy pavilion, its doors wide open, revealing various alchemical instruments within. Standing before the pavilion were 2 figures, the Immortal Emperor and the Shunyao Valley Saintess Xiaoruoxue from his past life. Ruoxue, the refinement of the 9-turn ascension pill, concerns the safety of the immortal realm. We must succeed. Don't worry, Brother Xian. With me here we will surely succeed. Xiaoruoxue smiled, her expression as warm and beautiful as spring blossoms. Watching this scene, a wave of warmth surged through Liu Fei's heart. He continued to immerse himself in these memories of his past life, witnessing the Immortal Emperor and Xiaoruoxue gathering spiritual plants and refining pills together in Shunyao Valley. Their eyes were filled with trust and love for one another. Yet those peaceful days did not last long. One day, just as the Immortal Emperor and Xiaoruoxue were refining the 9-turn ascension pill, at a critical moment, a dark figure suddenly struck from the shadows. Clad in black robes with an obscured face, the figure wielded a long sword radiating dark energy, thrusting it toward the Immortal Emperor. Brother Xian, watch out. Xiaoruoxue cried out and unhesitatingly threw herself in front of the Immortal Emperor. The black-robed figure's sword pierced Xiaoruoxue, and a sinister black poison instantly invaded her body. Ruoxue. The Immortal Emperor roared, his eyes brimming with fury and grief. He channeled the power of the Immortal Emperor and repelled the black-robed attacker. However, Xiaoruoxue fell into a coma due to the severe poison. Ruoxue, wake up, don't scare me like this. The Immortal Emperor held Xiaoruoxue in his arms, overwhelmed with despair. He searched everywhere for an antidote, but found none. Just then the scene shifted and Liu Fei noticed a ring on the black-robed figure's hand. It was an antique ring engraved with a mysterious symbol, a symbol identical to the one on the ring worn by the aquatic clan elder. How could this be? Liu Fei was stunned, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. He could not comprehend why the aquatic clan elder would be connected to the black-robed attacker from his past life. Liu Fei returned to his senses from the vision. Gazing at the comatose Xiao Ruoxue, his resolve to uncover the truth of his past life grew even firmer. He knew that the secrets of his past life might be intimately connected to their future in the immortal realm. At that moment, the 7 women noticed Liu Fei opening his eyes. From his gaze, they sensed a glimmer of Master, what's wrong? Did you discover something? Bai Liu asked curiously. Liu Fei recounted everything he had seen in the past life vision, including the mysterious connection between the black-robed figure and the aquatic clan elder's ring. Upon hearing this, all 7 women were utterly astonished. I never expected such events from our past life. Could the aquatic clan elder truly be connected to the black-robed figure? Su Qingxue furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with doubt. Regardless, we must investigate this thoroughly. This concerns not only Miss Xiao's past life, but also our safety in the immortal realm. Liu Fei said firmly. The 7 women nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, let's uncover the truth together, they said in unison. At the edge of Wu Hui, Liu Fei and the others fell into deep contemplation, guided by the clues from the past life vision. They knew the road ahead was long, filled with the unknown and challenges. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they would surely unravel the secrets of the past and overcome all obstacles. In the early morning, over the Wu Hui Sea, soft sunlight spilled across the calm surface, the water shimmering as if a layer of golden gauze had been draped over this mysterious expanse. Within the Sea Clan's camp, Xiao Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes. A trace of confusion still lingered in her gaze, but it quickly gave way to clarity. Where am I? Xiao Ruoxue murmured softly, her voice somewhat weak. Miss Xia, you're finally... Liu Fei heard her voice and immediately rose from the chair at the side, hurrying to Xiao Ruoxue's bedside. His eyes were full of surprise and concern. You were unconscious for quite a few days. You gave us all a terrible fright. The 7 women also gathered around, their faces radiant with happy smiles. Miss Xia, how do you feel? Su Qingxue asked with concern. I am fine now. Thank you for your concern, sisters. Xiao Ruoxue looked at the 9 women deeply. While she had been unconscious, her mind had been hazy, but she had dimly sensed the 9 women's attentive care. Miss Xia, it's such a relief that you're awake. We were so worried. Bai Liu's words were cut short by Xiao Ruoxue. I know. All the kindness you sisters have shown me is kept in my heart, Xiao Ruoxue said with a smile, her smile warm and beautiful. Looking at her now awake, Liu Fei felt the heavy stone in his heart finally fall to the ground. He took a deep breath and said, Miss Xia, we've decided to leave the Wu Hui Sea and venture deep into the immortal realm to uncover the truth. What do you think? Xiao Ruoxue nodded, a resolute light flickering in her eyes. I agree, young master. The secrets of our past lives and the mastermind behind the immortal slaying sword formation are all waiting for us to uncover. Besides, I also want to return to Xinyao Valley and see what has become of it. Good. In that case, let's get ready, Liu Fei said. At that moment, the Sea Clan elder entered with a group of Sea Clan members. Seeing that Xiao Ruoxue had awakened, a gratified smile appeared on the elder's face. Miss Xia, congratulations on waking up. Thank you for your concern, Elder Xiao Ruoxue said gratefully. The elder nodded, then produced a pearl radiating a soft blue light and handed it to Liu Fei. Lord Liu, this is our Sea Clan's navigation spirit pearl. It can chart a safe course and help you avoid the many dangers in the Wu Hui Sea. I hope it can be of some help to you. Liu Fei accepted the navigation spirit pearl and sensed the powerful force contained within it. Gratitude surged through his heart. Thank you, Elder. We will accept such a generous gift. You're too kind, Lord Liu. If not for you and the others saving our Sea Clan, we would not have been able to keep this navigation spirit pearl, the elder said. Just then Xiao Ruoxue took an ancient pill formula from her bosom and handed it to Liu Fei. Young master, this is the formula for the 9-turn ascension pill. In our past life, you and I failed to successfully refine this pill. In this life, I hope we can complete it together. Liu Fei took the formula and scanned the dense writing and runes upon it. A warm current rose in his heart. Good, Miss Xia. Let's work together. Ding. Main quest updated. Explore the Immortal Realm. Progress 29. You have decided to leave the Wu Hui Sea and go deeper into the Immortal Realm to uncover the truth. Keep moving forward and complete the Explore the Immortal Realm quest. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei took out the Ascension token and attempted to use it to locate the direction of the Immortal Realm's core. The Ascension token radiated dazzling light, and a golden beam shot out of it, pointing toward the depths of the Wu Hui Sea. It seems the core of the Immortal Realm Zhuchong Tiank lies in that direction, Liu Fei said. Everyone followed the direction indicated by the Ascension token and saw a mysterious island looming indistinctly on the distant sea. At that moment, the navigation spirit pearl suddenly flashed with light and flew toward the island. Everyone hurriedly followed. When they drew close to the island, something remarkable happened. Above the island, a huge phantom slowly appeared. Within the phantom was a valley filled with spiritual plants and suffused with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The valley was exactly the same as the Xinyao Valley in Xiao Ruoxue's memory. This is Xinyao Valley. Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes. Could Xinyao Valley really be on this island? Whether it is or not, well, know once we go and take a look. Liu Fei said, his eyes full of expectation. The 9 women followed behind Liu Fei, flying toward the island. They knew that this would be yet another new journey in the immortal realm, one filled with the unknown and challenges, yet they were completely unafraid, because they believed that as long as they were of one heart and one mind, no difficulty could stop them. Sisters, let us rise together and meet the new challenge. Liu Fei looked back at the 9 women and said firmly, all right, together. The 9 women replied in unison, their voices piercing the clouds, brimming with confidence and resolve. At the edge of the Wuhui Sea, Liu Fei and the others, carrying new hope, set off on the journey into the depths of the immortal realm. The celestial realm was once a place of peace and serenity, where ethereal mist wreathed the towering immortal mountains, celestial beasts roamed through the forests, and immortal melodies echoed through the air. Yet deep within an extremely secluded valley in the celestial realm, a terrifying resurgence was quiet. This valley had always emanated a sinister aura. Black mist pervaded the gorge, and even the pure immortal energy there was corrupted by the eerie black fog. At the center of the valley, a colossal evil formation radiated a blood-red glow. The runes upon the formation were twisted and ferocious, as if whispering of boundless wickedness and resentment. Nourished by the formation, the remnant soul of the blood demon ancestor gradually coalesced into form. His ethereal silhouette flickered within the array, growing ever more solid with the passage of time. I, the blood demon ancestor, am finally about to descend upon the celestial realm once more. A sinister laugh echoed from the formation, dripping with unfathomable madness and hatred. The resurrection of the blood demon ancestor triggered cataclysmic heavenly portents. The once azure sky was instantly tinged blood-red as thick churning clouds of gore roiled, as if to devour the entire celestial realm. Bolts of violet lightning streaked through the bloody clouds, accompanied by deafening peals of thunder. Each bolt that struck the ground carved out bottomless chasms in the earth. At that moment, a group of immortal cultivators passing by was pale with fright at the horrifying sight. Well, what is going on? Why is such a terrifying omen occurring? Asked a young cultivator, his voice trembling and his eyes filled with fear. Could it be that some peerless demon lord has emerged? Another slightly older cultivator said with a solemn expression, gripping his immortal sword tightly and scanning his surroundings warily. As the crowd hesitated in shock, the figure of the blood demon ancestor slowly rose from the formation. He wore a long black robe embroidered with vivid blood-red patterns that seemed almost alive, writhing across the blood demon ancestor's countenance was hideous, his eyes blazing with scarlet light. He opened his maw and let out a roar. Celestial realm, I have returned. Today shall be your day of death. With that, the blood demon ancestor vanished in a flash and appeared instantly before the group of cultivators. He extended his hand and a massive blood-red vortex materialized in his palm, exuding a terrifying suction. No, say. Before a cultivator could even finish crying for help, he was sucked into the blood vortex, instantly reduced to a pool of gore and devoured by the blood demon ancestor. Run! The other cultivators screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Yet the blood demon ancestor had no intention of letting them escape. With a wave of his sleeve, countless blood-red threads shot forth like blades, piercing through the bodies of the fleeing cultivators in an instant. The cultivators shrieked in agony as their vital essence was rapidly drained by the blood-red threads. Their bodies withered and collapsed into piles of white bones. The blood demon ancestor frenziedly devoured the cultivator's vital essence, his cultivation base soaring dramatically with each frenetic absorption. Within a brief moment, the 100,000 immortal cultivators passing by were slaughtered to the last. The valley fell into utter silence, broken only by the blood demon ancestor's maniacal laughter. With this much vital essence, my power has finally been restored. The celestial realm shall fall under my dominion once again. At that moment, Liu Fei and the 9 women far away at the edge of the no-return sea also sensed the disturbance in the celestial realm. The blood clouds in the sky were clearly visible even from such a great distance. What is happening? Why has the sky turned like this? Su Qingxue, one of the 7 women, turned pale. She tightly gripped Liu Fei's hand, her eyes filled with worry. This aura. It is so sinister, so terrifying. Xia Ruoxue furrowed her brow, a hint of unease flickering in her eyes. Could a powerful demon lord have emerged? Liu Fei's expression turned grave as he activated his Chaos Thunder body, attempting to trace the source of that sinister energy. Whatever it is, this power poses a tremendous threat to the celestial realm. We must find out as soon as possible. Master, let us go with you. No matter what we face, we will fight alongside you. The 7 women spoke in unison, their eyes burning with resolve. In the face of this terrifying crisis, the bond between the 9 women and Liu Fei grew even deeper, and their concern for one another intensified. Ding! Main quest: slay the blood demon ancestor. Progress 01. The blood demon's emergence poses a great threat to the celestial realm. The host must formulate a countermeasure without delay. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. He drew a deep breath, knowing that a colossal crisis loomed over the celestial realm, and that he would bear the weight of saving it. Sisters, let us set out. No matter who this demon lord is, we cannot let him succeed. The 9 women nodded in unison and followed Liu Fei as they flew toward the direction of the surging blood clouds. Along the way, they encountered many panicked immortal cultivators of the celestial realm, some fleeing in chaos, others gathering to discuss countermeasures. Yet fear and despair were etched on every face. Do you really think the few of you can stand against that terrifying demon lord? Utterly overestimating yourselves. An established elder of the celestial realm sneered at Liu Fei and his companions, contempt dripping from his voice. That demon lord's power is utterly beyond our ability to contend with. Going there will only mean throwing your lives away. Yes, don't go seeking death. Find a place to hide instead. Other cultivators chimed in. Liu Fei paid no heed to their ridicule and dissuasion. His gaze remained unwavering as he continued to fly forward. No matter how difficult it becomes, we will not retreat. We will protect the celestial realm. The 9 women followed behind Liu Fei, their eyes just as resolute. Beneath the blood-soaked sky, Liu Fei and the 9 women embarked on their journey to confront the blood demon. After devouring the blood essence of 100,000 celestial cultivators, the blood demon ancestor's power surged tremendously, rendering his aura all the more terrifying. Standing in the blood-soaked valley, savoring the surging might within his body, a ferocious grin twisted across his face. Ha ha ha. With power like this, who in the celestial realm can possibly stand against me? The blood demon ancestor's wild laughter echoed through the valley, causing the very air to tremble. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he detected an extraordinary aura. The aura of the primordial Chaos Bloodline. So that primordial Chaos Bloodline resides in that brat named Liu Fei. He is the greatest obstacle to my dominion over the celestial realm. The blood demon ancestor let out a cold snort. Deeply aware of the fearsome power of the primordial Chaos Bloodline, he knew that unless its bearer was eradicated, his plan to rule the celestial realm would surely be thwarted. Hear my command. All demon cultivators follow me to hunt down the one who carries the primordial Chaos Bloodline. At the blood demon ancestor's order, countless demon cultivators surged forth from every corner of the valley. These demon cultivators were grotesque in appearance. Some wreathed in pitch-black, demonic flames, others wielding weapons reeking of bloodshed, their eyes blazing with fanaticism and savagery. Yes, ancestor. The demon cultivators roared in unison, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Swiftly assembling into a vast, mighty demonic army, they followed the blood demon ancestor and charged toward Liu Fei's location. Wherever the demonic army passed, heaven and earth changed color. The once peaceful spiritual energy of the celestial realm was corrupted by demonic miasma. Flowers withered, trees died, and the ground split apart with hideous cracks. Meanwhile, Liu Fei and the 9 women were journeying toward the source of the blood clouds. As they flew, they witnessed chaos and panic sweeping across the celestial realm. Countless celestial cultivators had been displaced and were fleeing in all directions, their faces etched with terror and despair. This blood demon ancestor is utterly ruthless. We must stop him as soon as possible. Seeing the devastation before him, Liu Fei was filled with fury and concern. Master, we certainly will. No matter what hardships we face, we will stand by your side. The 7 women stayed close to Liu Fei, their eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. In the face of this dreadful crisis, the bond between the 9 women and Liu Fei grew deeper and unbreakable. Just then, a group of demon cultivators appeared ahead of them. There were several hundred of them spreading out in a fan formation to block Liu Fei and the others' path. So you're companions of the one who bears the primordial Chaos Bloodline. Today, all of you die. The leader sneered coldly, his demonic blade gleaming with a sinister light as demonic flames blazed fiercely around him. Sisters, be careful. These demon cultivators are hostile. Liu Fei's expression turned grim. Activating his primordial chaos thunder body, violet lightning crackled across his skin as he enveloped the 9 women in a protective barrier. You think you few can stop us? Utter arrogance. The demon cultivators burst into raucous laughter, their voices dripping with mockery and contempt. Kill. The leader bellowed, charging at Liu Fei and the others. He raised his demonic blade high, unleashing a fierce gust of saber wind as he swung it toward Liu Fei. Arrogant fool. Liu Fei snorted coldly. He extended his hand, and a beam of violet lightning shot forth from his palm, striking the leader's demonic blade dead. With a resounding crack, the blade was shattered by the lightning, and the leader was blasted backward, crashing heavily. The leader shrieked in agony as the lightning-scorched flesh on his body turned black and emitted wisps of smoke. Brothers attacked together. Avenge me. He struggled to his feet and roared. Seeing this, the other demon cultivators brandished their weapons and rushed at Liu Fei and the others. Instantly, demonic light flashed, and demonic flames raged, shrouding the entire sky in baleful demonic energy. Sisters, let us fight side by side. Su Qingxue called out sharply, channeling the inherited power of the ice spirit, immortal venerable, to conjure a thick wall of ice before the group. The ice wall radiated a biting chill, holding back the surging demon cultivators. A paltry trick. One demon cultivator sneered, smashing his demonic hammer heavily against the ice wall. With a crack, a fissure ran across the ice. By Liu charm them. Liu Fei quickly shouted. On it. By Liu answered, unleashing the seduction arts of the Celestial Fox clan. Her eyes gleamed with an enchanting light, while she murmured ancient incantations. The demon cultivators at the forefront, ensnared by her charm, grew dazed, their movements slowing. Now attack. Seizing the moment, Liu Fei unleashed the 9 imperial seals. 9 seals floated in the air, radiating overwhelming suppression power as they slammed down upon the demon cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. A cascade of explosions rang out as the demon cultivators were struck. Some were blown to pieces while others, severely injured, lay on the ground moaning in agony. Oh, what kind of power is this? Run. They're too strong. The remaining demon cultivators saw the dire situation and turned to flee in panic. Trying to run. Not so easy. Liu Fei snorted. In a flash he appeared before the fleeing demon cultivators. His hands moved swiftly through seals, unleashing bolts of violet lightning that struck down the demon cultivator. Ding! Successfully repelled the demon cultivator squad. Gained 5,000 experience points and 3,000 gold coins. The system prompt echoed in Liu Fei's mind. After disposing of this demon squad, Liu Fei and the others pressed onward. Yet they knew these were merely the Blood Demon Ancestors' vanguard. The true crisis had yet to come. Master, the Blood Demon Ancestors' pursuit is drawing closer. What should we do? Lin Yao, one of the 7 women, asked anxiously. Ding! Limited time quest: evade the Blood Demon Ancestors' pursuit and formulate a counterattack plan within 72 hours. The Blood Demon Ancestor is closing in and time is running short. The system prompt rang out once more. Liu Fei took a deep breath, knowing that with time running out they had to find a strategy immediately. Sisters, let us find a safe place to discuss our plan. The Blood Demon Ancestor is coming in with overwhelming force. We must not act recklessly. Yes, we will follow you, Master. The 9 women nodded in unison. Just as they were about to seek shelter, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed from the sky. Ha ha, Liu Fei, where do you think you can run this time? Today is your day of death. The Blood Demon Ancestor's voice thundered through the heavens, striking violently against their eardrums like rolling peals of thunder. Liu Fei looked up and saw the Blood Demon Ancestor leading the vast demonic army, surging toward them like a black torrent. The Blood Demon Ancestor hovered at the very front of the demonic army, radiating a fearsome demonic might that seemed to freeze the very air around him. Blood Demon Ancestor, today, either you die, or I do. Liu Fei's eyes burned with unshakable determination. He clenched his fists, his heart blazing with fighting spirit. At this critical moment of life and death, his bond with the 9 women grew even stronger. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, they stood ready to face the Blood Demon Ancestor's challenge. The Blood Demon Ancestor led the army of demonic cultivators, surging toward Liu Fei and the others like an engulfing black tide. The sky was completely shrouded in demonic clouds. Blood-red lightning bolts darted wildly through them, striking the ground from time to time and triggering violent explosions. The earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and the surrounding world seemed to plunge into an apocalyptic dead end. Liu Fei and the 9 maidens stood atop a mountain peak, their expressions solemn, their eyes revealing a trace of tension and determination. Watching the demonic army bearing down on them like a dark flood, Liu Fei knew in his heart that with their current strength, they could not possibly fight the Blood Demon Ancestor Hedon. Master, what should we do? The Blood Demon Ancestor's demonic might is far too overwhelming. Su Qingxue, one of the 7 maidens, spoke with a slightly trembling voice, tightly clutching Liu Fei's hand, her eyes full of worry. Liu Fei took a deep breath, a flash of resolve passing through his eyes. Sisters, I think I have a way. But his voice paused, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Master, tell us quickly, what is the way? Bai Liu said anxiously. Looking at Liu Fei's expression, an ominous feeling surged in her heart. I think the only way to win a chance for the immortal realm and for all of you is to burn my Chaos Bloodline and perish together with the Blood Demon Ancestor. Liu Fei gritted his teeth and forced out those difficult words. His voice was low but filled with unwavering firmness. No, Master, absolutely not. The 9 maidens cried out in shock as soon as they heard his words. Xia Ruoshue's eyes glistened with tears. She hugged Liu Fei tightly. Young Master, you can't do this. I finally found you again after all this time. I can't let you go to your death. Yes, Master. Let us think of a way together. There must be another way to defeat the Blood Demon Ancestor. The 7 maidens gathered around, their faces filled with anxiety and reluctance. In their hearts, Liu Fei had long become the most important person in their lives. How could they possibly watch him go to his sisters? I know you are worried about me, but this is the only way now. The Blood Demon Ancestor is too powerful. If we do not stop him, the entire immortal realm will fall into an irredeemable abyss. I cannot allow that to happen. Liu Fei looked at the 9 maidens, his eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. No, absolutely not. We have gone through so much together. How can we let you bear all of this alone? Su Qingxue was bathed in tears, her voice choked with sobs. Master, we will face it together. Even if we die, we will die together. Yes, we will die together. The other maidens chimed in one after another, their eyes burning with determination. Liu Fei looked at the 9 maidens, deeply moved. He knew that their feelings for him were profound and that they would give everything for him. But at this critical moment of life and death, he could not let the 9 maidens die with him. Sisters, listen to me. I am the one who carries the Chaos Bloodline. Only my power can inflict a fatal blow on the Blood Demon Ancestor. Besides, even if we all fought together, we would be no match for the Blood Demon Ancestor. This is the only thing I can do for the immortal realm and for you. Liu Fei tried to persuade the 9 maidens. No, master. We cannot lose you. Lin Yao wept, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Just as the group was still arguing heatedly, the Blood Demon Ancestor's demonic might pressed closer and closer. The air around them was filled with demonic flames. The temperature soared and the ground began to melt, giving off a pungent odor. The battle cries of the demonic army grew increasingly clear, as if the footsteps of death were approaching step by step. Ha! Liu Fei, today is your death day. None of you will escape. The Blood Demon Ancestor's laughter echoed across the sky, full of endless mockery and smug pride. Master, there is no time. We must make a decision as soon as possible, Su Qingxue said urgently, looking at Liu Fei with eyes full of pain and helplessness. Liu Fei looked at the 9 maidens, his heart aching as if sliced by knives. He knew time was pressing and he had to decide quickly. But how could he bear to let go of the 9 maidens and go to his death alone? Sisters, before Liu Fei could finish, by Liu interrupted. Master, since you have made up your mind, we are willing to sacrifice our origin power to extend your life, giving you enough strength to fight the Blood Demon Ancestor. Bai Liu gritted her teeth and spoke out this shocking decision. Yes, we are willing to sacrifice our origin power. The other maidens nodded in agreement. Their eyes held immense pain, yet they were incomparably resolute. No, you cannot do this. If you sacrifice your origin power, you will be reduced to ashes. Liu Fei was horrified by the 9 maidens' words. How could he allow the 9 maidens to pay such a devastating price for him? Master, as long as you can live, we are willing to give. He was deeply moved by the 9 maidens' profound affection, his heart full of guilt and reluctance. Ding! Hidden quest: find the Blood Demon Ancestor's weakness, progress 0. He was deeply moved by the 9 maidens' profound affection, his heart full of guilt and reluctance. Ding! Hidden quest: find the Blood Demon Ancestor's weakness, progress 03. Seek out the Blood Demon's flaw in this desperate situation and open up a thread of hope. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. At this moment, however, his heart was in complete turmoil. He did not know how to choose. On one side lay the righteous duty to save the immortal realm. On the other lay the profound love of the 9 maidens. At this life-or-death moment, he fell into deep agony and inner struggle. Upon the peak shrouded in demonic flames, Liu Fei gazed upon the 9 women before him with resolute expressions, his heart racked with agonizing struggle. The demonic cultivator army, led by Blood Demon Ancestor, had drawn perilously close. Rolling clouds of demonic energy churned like surging tides, their oppressive aura making it difficult to breathe. The earth trembled beneath their demonic might, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. Sisters, no. This is far too dangerous. I cannot let you pay such a devastating price for me. Liu Fei cried out hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, his voice heavy with boundless anguish and reluctance. At this moment his heart was a battleground of conflicting desires, yearning to save the immortal realm, yet utterly unwilling to let the 9 women face such despair. Yet the 7 women had already made up their minds. Su Qingxue stepped forward and gently took Liu Fei's hand, her eyes glistening with tears, yet radiating unwavering resolve. Master, this is our choice together. From the moment we crossed paths with you, we had already vowed to share life and death side by side. Now, to contribute to you and the immortal realm, we harbor no regrets. Indeed, Master. We are willing to sacrifice our primordial essence to buy you a chance at survival, to secure hope for the immortal realm, Bai Liu declared with resolute conviction, her fists clenched tight. Su Qingxue quietly approached Liu Fei and gently stroked his cheek, her voice soft yet earnest. My lord, though fate denied us in our past life, I refuse to carry that regret into this one. Let us fight together, for this precious bond we have found, and for the future of the immortal realm. The 7 women exchanged glances, their expressions radiating firmness and deep understanding. Without another word, they sat cross-legged around Liu Fei in a circle and began to perform an ancient sacrificial ritual. A soft yet mystical radiance emanated from the 7 women, intertwining to form a colossal cocoon of light that enveloped both Liu Fei and the 7 women within. Within the light cocoon, the 7 women's expressions remained serene and peaceful, though their bodies grew increasingly translucent. As their primordial essence was sacrificed away, their eyes never wavered from Liu Fei, and faint smiles lingered on their lips. Their hair drifted gently in the luminous glow, resembling fairies from a dream, creating a scene both heartbreaking and magnificent. Master, you must survive. Lin Yao's voice was soft, yet filled with strength. As she spoke, her form grew even more transparent, her primordial essence flowing toward Liu Fei like an unceasing stream. Liu Fei watched the 7 women, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. His heart was filled with profound love for the 7 women, deep and intense. Yet guilt surged through him like tidal waves, overwhelming him. He could not fathom what he had done to deserve such immense sacrifice from them. Sisters, what have I done to deserve this? How unworthy am I that you would go to such lengths for me? Liu Fei choked out, his voice nearly hoarse. As the 7 women's primordial essence flowed into him, Liu Fei felt his body undergoing a wondrous transformation. A powerful force surged within him, and his once weary body was instantly filled with vitality. The purple thunder light of his chaos thunder body blazed even more brilliantly, and the aura of the immortal emperor's 9 seals grew increasingly potent. Ding! The 7 women have sacrificed their primordial essence. Host has obtained the temporary primordial enhancement state, with a significant boost in combat power. The system's voice echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Meanwhile, the sacrificial ritual triggered celestial phenomena. Golden cracks appeared in the sky, previously shrouded by blood clouds, with radiant light pouring through and resonating with the glow emanating from the 7 women. The earth shook violently, mountains shifted, and rivers reversed their courses. The entire immortal realm trembled in response to this sacrifice. Blood Demon Ancestor, leading his demonic cultivator army forward with fierce momentum, suddenly sensed this powerful and mysterious force. His steps halted abruptly, a look of shock crossing his face. What manner of power is this? How formidable! A sense of unease rose within him. He had never imagined Liu Fei and the others could provoke such terrifying celestial disturbances. Ancestor, should we continue advancing? A demonic cultivator asked cautiously, his voice trembling with fear. What is there to fear? No matter what tricks they're attempting, nothing can halt my conquest of the immortal realm. Advance. Those shaken Blood Demon Ancestor's eyes still blazed with madness and greed. With a wave of his hand, his demonic army pressed onward toward Liu Fei and the others. Yet Liu Fei at this moment was no longer the man on the brink of despair. Feeling the surging power within him and gazing at the 7 women's increasingly translucent forms, his grief transformed into boundless strength and resolve. Sisters, rest assured, I will defeat Blood Demon Ancestor and deliver justice for you for the immortal realm. Liu Fei vowed silently in his heart. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if fueled by an unextinguishable flame. Beneath the sky shrouded in interweaving demonic flames and golden light, Liu Fei, carrying the hopes of the 7 maidens, ignited his chaos bloodline. Violet lightning crackled madly across his body like furious thunder dragons roaring to break free from their restraints. His gaze was resolute and unyielding, fixed on the Blood Demon Ancestor who was right before him. In his heart there was only one conviction: to avenge the 7 maidens and save the immortal realm. Blood Demon Ancestor, today is your death day? Liu Fei roared, launching the first strike. He unleashed the ultimate power of the Chaos Thunder Body. A thick shaft of violet lightning shot out from his palm like a thunderbolt spear, carrying world-destroying momentum, thrusting straight at the Blood Demon Ancestor. Wherever the lightning passed, space was torn open with a sizzling crackle. The surrounding air evaporated instantly in the searing heat, leaving behind streaks of vacuum. If you think a mere nobody like you can kill me. Utter fantasy. The Blood Demon Ancestor gave a cold snort, reaching out his hand. A massive blood-red vortex appeared in his palm. The vortex radiated a devouring suction, attempting to swallow the lightning Liu Fei had fired. The bolt collided with the Blood Demon Ancestor's blood vortex, and in an instant a violent explosion erupted. The violent fluctuations of power made heaven and earth tremble. Under the shockwave, the surrounding peaks collapsed one after another, turning into countless stones swept into the blast storm. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered in succession, and the light they cast illuminated the entire battlefield, stinging the eyes with its brilliance. Riding the smoke of the explosion, Liu Fei flickered and appeared directly in front of the Blood Demon Ancestor. He unleashed the 9 seals of the immortal emperor. 9 seals floated around him, radiating a majestic force of suppression. Wrath-suppressing seal, vice-suppressing seal. Suppress him, Liu Fei shouted, hurling all 9 seals at the Blood Demon Ancestor. The seals expanded rapidly in midair, each one brimming with mighty law power, pressing down upon the Blood Demon Ancestor. Child's play. The Blood Demon Ancestor let out a disdainful cold snort. His hands moved swiftly through a series of hand seals, and a blood-red shield appeared before him in an instant. The shield was covered in eerie runes. They flickered with blood-red light, exuding a chilling aura that made one's heart run cold. With a succession of booming impacts, the 9 seals of the immortal emperor crashed against the shield. The shield quaked violently, but did not shatter. Ha ha ha, Liu Fei, your attacks are nothing but a tickle to me. The Blood Demon Ancestor roared with laughter, his laughter full of mockery and disdain. Today you will die without a doubt. As he spoke, he flickered and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Liu Fei. He held a blood-red longsword permeated with a dense bloody aura, thrusting it at Liu Fei's back. Be careful, master. Xia Ruoxue cried out anxiously from the side. Though the seven maidens had already offered up their source power, and their bodies had grown ethereal, their consciousness remained clear, watching over Liu Fei's safety at every moment. Liu Fei's heart jolted. He spun around, swiftly activating the Chaos Thunder body, forming a barrier with violet lightning before him. The Blood Demon Ancestor's longsword struck the lightning barrier with a loud clang, sending sparks flying in all directions. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Fei kicked out, landing a foot square on the Blood Demon Ancestor's chest. The Blood Demon Ancestor was knocked back several steps. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that after merging with the source power of those women, your strength would rise by so much. However, this is far from enough. Liu Fei said nothing. Drawing a deep breath, he once more executed the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art. In front of him, a huge violet lotus appeared in an instant. It spun slowly, radiating powerful sword chi. Go! Liu Fei muttered, sending the violet lotus flying toward the Blood Demon Ancestor. Wherever the lotus passed, space was sliced into tatters by sword chi, and even the surrounding demonic clouds were scattered. Watch me break your sword art. The Blood Demon Ancestor sneered coldly. With a sweep of his blood-red longsword, he sent forth waves of blood-red sword chi to collide with the sword chi of the violet lotus. For a time, sword chi crisscrossed in every direction, radiance flickering as the entire battlefield was enveloped in sword energy, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. In the heat of the fierce battle, Liu Fei's heart remained with the seven maidens. He looked at the seven maidens, increasingly ethereal figures, and a surge of boundless power rose within him. Sisters, rest assured, I will definitely defeat the Blood Demon Ancestor. That very concern became the driving force of his battle, making him unafraid before the mighty Blood Demon. Ding! Temporary quest: deal a fatal blow to the Blood Demon Ancestor within 30 minutes to receive a mysterious reward. The system's voice rang through Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei's heart tightened. He knew time was pressing. Drawing a deep breath, he merged the power of the Chaos Thunder body, the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor, and the Chaos Azure Lotus Sword art into one, condensing a colossal Chaos Thunder sword before him. The sword exuded the aura of primordial chaos, its blade flickering with lightning, every bolt of it carrying immense power. Blood Demon Ancestor, accept your death, Liu Fei roared, swinging the Chaos Thunder sword toward the Blood Demon Ancestor. The blade split the sky as it descended with world-destroying might. Sensing the immense force, the Blood Demon Ancestor's expression shifted slightly. He knew this strike was not to be underestimated. He quickly channeled his demonic power, concentrating all his strength into the blood-red shield before him. Boom! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion rang out as the Chaos Thunder sword collided with the Blood Demon Ancestor's shield. The overwhelming power triggered an unprecedented explosion. Light flooded the entire immortal realm in an instant, and the shockwave shattered the space around the battlefield, toppling mountains and reversing rivers. Countless peaks were razed to the ground, rivers ran dry, and the earth split with bottomless chasms. The entire immortal realm trembled under the impact, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Through the smoke of the explosion, the figures of Liu Fei and the Blood Demon Ancestor were faintly visible. The smoke of the explosion billowed across the entire battlefield. The aftershocks of immense power still raged unchecked, while space was riddled with cracks like a shattered mirror. The thunderous rumble of collapsing mountains and rivers never ceased. Amid the chaos, the figures of Liu Fei and the Blood Demon Ancestor flickered in and out of view. The entire immortal realm seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the final outcome of this life-and-death battle. Liu Fei clenched the chaotic thunder sword tightly, lightning dancing along its blade and illuminating his resolute face. Even in the heat of battle, he remained utterly calm, keenly observing the Blood Demon Ancestor's every movement. After a grueling battle, he finally discovered the Blood Demon Ancestor's flaw. During the brief gap after each powerful attack, a defensive weak point would momentarily appear over the heart in his chest. Blood Demon Ancestor, your time of death has come. Liu Fei roared. Gathering every ounce of his power, he let the purple lightning of the chaotic thunder body intertwine with the golden radiance of the Immortal Emperor's 9 seals, then fused in the primordial source power offered by the 7 maidens, forming a torrent of overwhelming energy within him. The power felt as if it would burst through his body, his skin flushed faintly red, and his veins bulged like writhing earthworms. Chaotic Immortal Emperor, world-destroying sword. Liu Fei bellowed, raising the chaotic thunder sword high overhead as he unleashed the ultimate strike fused with all that power. A colossal sword chi shot forth from the blade, carrying a primordial chaotic aura and boundless destructive force. It tore across the sky, streaking straight toward the Blood Demon Ancestor. Wherever the sword chi passed, space itself was torn apart, leaving a massive black rift in its wake. The surrounding demonic clouds were instantly vaporized, leaving only a void of nothingness. Feeling the fatal threat, the Blood Demon Ancestor's expression turned ghastly. He desperately channeled his demonic power, trying to reinforce the blood-red shield in front of him. Yet this time his efforts seemed futile. No. How is this possible? The blood demon ancestor screamed in terror, his voice brimming with despair. Boom. The sword chi slammed into the blood demon ancestor's shield. Before that overwhelming force, the blood-red barrier shattered as easily as paper. The residual might of the sword chi carried through and struck the blood demon ancestor directly in the chest. His body was hurled backward like a meteor streaking across the sky, finally crashing into a mountain peak. A thunderous crash resounded as the mountain peak was smashed to pieces by the blood demon ancestor's body, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Success. Master has succeeded. Xiaoruoxu's feeble yet joyful voice rang out. Though the 9 maidens had been reduced to extreme weakness by the sacrifice of their primordial source power, their bodies almost translucent, their eyes still shone with pride and relief in Liu Fei. In their hearts, Liu Fei was their hero, one who could create miracles no matter what hardships he faced. Yes, Master is truly amazing. The 7 maidens echoed in agreement. Their voices were faint, yet brimming with strength. At this moment, countless cultivators across the immortal realm were watching this battle. The instant they saw the blood demon ancestor sent flying, the entire immortal realm erupted. The blood demon ancestor is defeated. We are saved. Cultivators cheered and leapt for joy, their faces radiant with the relief of survivors. Those bystanders who had once mocked and sneered at Liu Fei and his companions now fell silent, their faces full of shock and respect. In the ruins, the blood demon ancestor slowly rose to his feet. His body was riddled with wounds, and black demonic blood streamed endlessly from the gashes, dripping to the ground and corroding black pits into the earth. His aura had become extremely feeble, and in his once arrogant eyes only fear and resentment remained. Liu Fei, you dare to hurt me. The blood demon ancestor gnashed his teeth, his voice filled with hatred. Blood demon ancestor, this is only the beginning for you. Today is your doomsday. Liu Fei advanced step by step toward the blood demon ancestor, holding the chaotic thunder sword. His gaze was as determined as a burning flame, as if it would consume the blood demon ancestor entirely. Just then, the blood demon ancestor's body suddenly trembled as a pearl radiating an eerie blood-red glow dropped out from within him. The pearl hung suspended in midair, wreathed in a faint mist of blood and radiating a mighty mysterious aura. Ding! After suffering severe injuries, the blood demon ancestor has dropped the blood demon pearl. Blood demon pearl obtained. It can be used to probe the blood demon's weakness and further complete the elimination quest. A system notification chimed in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei's heart stirred. Reaching out, he drew the blood demon pearl into his hand. Sensing the formidable power within it, he realized this might be the key to killing the blood demon ancestor for good. If you think you can use the blood demon pearl to kill me, it won't be that easy. The blood demon ancestor was shocked to see Liu Fei take hold of the pearl, knowing full well how vital it was to him. Enduring the pain racking his body, he channeled his demonic power in an attempt to launch another attack. But his wounds were too severe. No sooner had he stirred his demonic power than he spat out a mouthful of black demonic blood. Blood demon ancestor, your struggle is futile. Liu Fei said coldly, his eyes fixed on him with unwavering. Today the immortal realm will no longer be under your threat. At that moment, the demonic clouds in the sky began to churn madly, and a torrent of blood rain poured down, as if the blood demon ancestor's fury were being unleashed. Yet within that darkness, the people of the immortal realm caught a glimmer of dawn, for they knew that the blood demon ancestor's end might truly be approaching. The blood rain continued to fall in a fine, relentless drizzle, spattering upon the scarred and battered earth. The cloying, metallic sweet scent of blood hung thick in the air, lingering long and refusing to fade. Liu Fei stood upon the war-torn land, the blood demon pearl clutched in his hand. All around him lay nothing but ruins, and though the demonic clouds in the distance no longer churned with their former ferocity, they still loomed over the immortal realm like a suffocating shroud of gloom. His gaze was locked onto the pearl, which pulsed with an ominous blood-red glow, and a tangled storm of emotions churned within his heart. The 7 women, having sacrificed their primordial essence, had fallen into deep unconsciousness. They lay in a crude, hastily erected camp not far away, their faces pale as paper, their breaths so faint as to be almost imperceptible. At the thought of the immense sacrifice they had made for him, Liu Fei's eyes reddened slightly, his heart flooding with heartache and guilt. But he knew this was no time to be consumed by sorrow. To utterly annihilate the blood demon ancestor was for the sake of the immortal realm, and even more so for the 7 women. Blood demon pearl, what secrets do you truly conceal? Liu Fei murmured under his breath. Channeling his spiritual power, he carefully infused a wisp of chaotic thunderbody energy into the pearl. In an instant, the blood demon pearl erupted with dazzling radiance, and a blood-red curtain of light slowly unfurled before Liu Fei, revealing a series of blurred images. In the vision, the blood demon ancestor stood within a shadowy cave surrounded by all manner of sinister artifacts. His lips moved in constant incantation, as if performing some kind of evil ritual. Then the scene shifted, showing the blood demon ancestor locked in battle. During the fierce exchange, Liu Fei keenly noticed that whenever the blood demon ancestor defended a spot 3 inches below his left ribs, his movements betrayed a barely perceptible hesitation. Could this be the blood demon ancestor's weak point? Joy surged within Liu Fei, and he pressed on to delve deeper into the memories contained within the blood demon pearl. Yet the images grew increasingly blurred until suddenly a mysterious sealing rune appeared at the center of the light curtain. It flickered with a dim, eerie glow, seemingly intent on preventing Liu Fei from probing any further. What exactly lies hidden behind this seal? Liu Fei's brows knitted tightly. He amplified the output of his spiritual power, attempting to break through the seal, but the rune flashed brilliantly and sent all his energy rebounding back. Liu Fei stumbled, nearly crashing to the ground. If you think someone like you can shatter the seal, I said. Utter delusion. A sinister voice echoed within Liu Fei's mind. The voice of the blood demon ancestor. The secrets within this blood demon pearl are something you will never know. Blood demon ancestor, you are gravely wounded and can barely protect yourself, yet you still dare speak with such arrogance. Liu Fei let out a cold snort, a resolute glint flashing across his eyes. I will find a way to utterly defeat you, and when that day comes you will pay for everything you have done. Ha 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 ha, then let us see. Once I recover my strength, you, those women, and the entire immortal realm will all become prizes within my grasp. The blood demon ancestor's frenzied laughter gradually faded away. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, well aware that time was of the essence. The countdown of the system quest hung over him like a sword suspended by a single thread. Using the blood demon pearl, he was to devise a plan within 7 days to completely annihilate the blood demon ancestor. He turned and walked into the tent. Gazing at the unconscious 7 women, he gently took Su Qingxue's hand. It was cold as frost, utterly devoid of color. Sisters, rest assured, I will save you all, and I will destroy the blood demon ancestor, Liu Fei said softly. His voice was quiet, yet filled with unshakable conviction. He produced the deep-sea dragon orb obtained from the Sea clan, hoping to use its healing power to alleviate the injuries of the 7 women. The deep-sea dragon orb radiated a faint azure glow, its gentle blue light enveloping the 7 women. Yet the effect was barely visible. Their faces showed no sign of improvement. Is there truly no way? Anxiety gnawed at Liu Fei's heart. He paced back and forth inside the tent, his mind racing as he searched desperately for a solution. Just then Xia Ruoxia's finger twitched slightly. Liu Fei, quick as a flash, rushed to her side and took her hand. Miss Xia, wake up. Can you hear me? Liu Fei asked urgently. Xia Ruoxia slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and disoriented at first. But upon seeing Liu Fei, a faint weak smile surfaced on her lips. Young master. Did we win? Not yet, but there is hope. Liu Fei briefly recounted the matter of the blood demon pearl to Xia Ruoxia, and upon hearing it a flicker of surprise and joy appeared in her eyes. Young master, you must find a way to defeat the blood demon ancestor. The sisters have already paid too much. For me. For all of us. As Xia Ruoxia spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. I know, Miss Xia. Rest well for now. I will devise a plan within 7 days and completely destroy the blood demon ancestor. Liu Fei comforted Xia Ruoxia and tucked the blanket around her. Stepping out of the tent, he took out the blood demon pearl once more and examined it closely. He knew that this pearl was currently his only hope, and that he would stop at nothing to break through that mysterious seal. At this moment where hope and despair intertwined, Liu Fei's heart was filled with both deep compassion for the 7 women and an unyielding determination to slay the blood demon ancestor. Step by step he advanced into the unknown, each stride resolute and fearless. After the brutal battle against the blood demon ancestor, the immortal realm lay in broken desolation. The once majestic immortal mountains had collapsed, spiritual rivers had run dry, and the formerly peaceful realm was now shrouded in an air of ruin and deathly stillness. Standing atop a soaring mountain peak, Liu Fei overlooked the shattered land, his heart filled with both anxiety and unwavering resolve. To create an environment for the 7 women to recover their cultivation, and even more to oppose the blood demon ancestor, he knew that rebuilding the immortal court could not afford a single moment's delay. Ding! Mission Rebuild the Immortal Court has been activated. Within 1 month, complete the initial reconstruction of the immortal court and gather enough resources and strength to fight the blood demon ancestor. The system prompt rang in Liu Fei's mind like a warning bell, urging him forward. Liu Fei took a deep breath and activated his Chaos Thunder body. An immense aura instantly erupted and surged straight into the sky. He sent a voice transmission that resounded throughout the immortal realm. All forces of the immortal realm, hear my command. Gather immediately at the ruins of the immortal court to discuss the great reconstruction and resist the blood demon. This voice transmission carried the majesty and power of an immortal emperor, rolling like thunder through every corner of the immortal realm. At once, wise and righteous figures from all across the realm responded. Elders of sects and powerful rogue cultivators who had survived the blood demon's upheaval all rushed toward the ruins of the immortal court. Some flew on radiant flying swords, others rode immortal beasts with formidable momentum. Though their sects and levels of power differed at this moment, they shared a single goal: to rebuild the immortal realm. However, not everyone looked favorably upon Liu Fei's plan. Leaders of minor powers murmured among themselves. Just one person. Rebuild the immortal court. Utter delusion. A short cultivator sneered, contempt etched across his face. Indeed, the immortal court has been derelict for ages and was badly shattered by the blood demon. Rebuilding it is not so easy. I think he just wants to steal the spotlight. Another sharp-faced cultivator chimed in, a mocking glint flickering in his eyes. Yet these doubts failed to shake Liu Fei's determination. Before long, forces from every direction converged at the ruins of the immortal court. This once glorious land was now nothing but broken walls and rubble overgrown with weeds. Standing atop a high platform, Liu Fei swept his gaze across the crowd and declared in a resolute voice, "Everyone, the immortal realm has suffered a great catastrophe, and the blood demon ancestor is eyeing us hungrily. Only by rebuilding the immortal court and uniting the power of the entire realm can we stand against him. I, Liu Fei, am willing to bear this heavy burden and lead everyone in restoring our home. Young Master Liu, we support you." A white-haired elder stepped forward first. As the leader of one of the immortal realm's oldest sects, he commanded considerable prestige. The strength and courage young Master Liu showed against the blood demon have been seen by all. Now that the immortal court is to be rebuilt, we are willing to follow your command. Moved by this elder, more and more forces voiced their support. Enthusiasm mounted and the atmosphere grew fervent. Yet some forces, though outwardly agreeable, harbored hidden intentions. The chief of Black Wind's stronghold was the most conspicuous among them. With a burly build and a face full of coarse flesh, he secretly calculated, rebuild the immortal court. Once you've rebuilt it, he'll find a way to seize it. Then want the entire immortal realm be mine to rule. The reconstruction officially began. The first obstacle was a shortage of resources. Rebuilding the immortal court required enormous quantities of spiritual materials and magic treasures, yet after the blood demon's catastrophe, the immortal realm had little left to offer. Liu Fei frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "I have heard that in the extreme north of the immortal realm, there is a spiritual mine rich in spirit crystals. We can send people there to mine them." Young Master Liu, the extreme north is fraught with peril, and many powerful demonic beasts guard that place. I'm afraid. A young cultivator's face was tinged with worry. "It's fine. He'll personally lead the expedition," Liu Fei replied without hesitation. He knew well that only by charging ahead himself could he rally morale. Just as Liu Fei was preparing to depart for the extreme north, the 9 women in the tent gradually woke. Though their cultivation was completely lost, and their bodies were frail, their eyes still burned with determination and support. Xia Ruoxue walked to Liu Fei's side and said softly, "Young Master, go without worry. We will wait for you here. Though we cannot be of much help now, our hearts will always be with you." "Yes, Master, we believe you will surely succeed." The 7 women gathered around him as well. Their words, like a warm spring breeze, brushed over Liu Fei's heart. In this trying hour, the connection between the 9 women and Liu Fei deepened, and their bond grew ever stronger. Liu Fei then led an elite team and embarked on the journey to the extreme north. Along the way, bitter winds howled and snow filled the heavens. The violent blizzards slashed at their skin like blades, yet Liu Fei and his companions refused to retreat. When they reached the location of the spiritual mine, they indeed found powerful demonic beasts guarding it. A colossal ice tundra bear several zhang tall and covered in thick white fur glared at them with fierce red eyes. It let out a thunderous roar and lunged, swinging its enormous paws. "Everyone beware," Liu Fei shouted, charging forward at once. Activating the Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning flickered across his frame, making him look like a violet thunder beast. He unleashed the Immortal Emperor's 9 seals, and 9 seal imprints shot toward the ice tundra bear with overwhelming, crushing force. Under Liu Fei's lead, everyone fought as one in a fierce battle against the demonic beast. After a grueling struggle, they finally defeated the beast and successfully mined the spirit crystals. Returning to the ruins of the immortal court with the crystals, Liu Fei encountered a new problem. Certain ill-intentioned forces tried to seize the spirit crystals and disrupt the reconstruction. The chief of Black Wind's stronghold secretly colluded with a few minor factions planning to raid the warehouse, storing the crystals under cover of night. "Liu Fei, did you think rebuilding the immortal court would be that easy? These spirit crystals will be mine sooner or later." Sneering in the darkness, the chief of Black Wind's stronghold led his henchmen creeping quietly toward the warehouse. However, Liu Fei had long foreseen such a move. He had set up layers of traps in advance, waiting for these schemers to walk into their own doom. The moment the chief of Black Wind's stronghold and his men entered the warehouse, the traps snapped into action. Beams of purple lightning descended from above, engulfing them. "Oh!" Screams erupted within the warehouse. The chief and his subordinates were struck by the lightning and collapsed to the ground. "Chief of Black Wind's stronghold, you have quite a nerve causing trouble at the ruins of the immortal court." Liu Fei's voice rang out from the darkness, and his figure slowly emerged, staring with icy eyes at the chief of Black Wind Stronghold and his men. Young Master Liu. I made a mistake. Please spare me. The chief had gone pale with terror and hurriedly begged for mercy. Disrupting the great undertaking of reconstruction is unpardonable. Liu Fei waved his hand, subdued the chief of Black Wind Stronghold and his accomplices, and handed them over to the enforcers of the Immortal Realm. Under Liu Fei's unremitting efforts, the reconstruction of the Immortal Court gradually returned to the right track. But he knew that this was only the beginning. Many more trials lay ahead. On the ruins of the Immortal Court, a reconstruction was proceeding at a blazing pace. At the worksite, radiance of immortal arts flashed as celestial artisans bustled back and forth. Enormous spirit bricks were laid with precision, while faintly glowing spirit pillars slowly rose into place. Behind this thriving scene, Liu Fei, the 9 women, and various powerhouses of the Immortal Realm gathered in a temporary council hall, all eyes fixed on the blood demon pearl, which emanated an eerie blood-red light. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, candle flames flickered, casting the shadows of those present now long. Liu Fei gently set the blood demon pearl on the table. The blood patterns on the pearl's surface seemed to writhe faintly, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. Everyone, this blood demon pearl is the key to defeating the blood demon ancestor. We must find within it the means to utterly slay him. Liu Fei's voice was low and resolute, his gaze sweeping across every person present. Young Master Liu is quite right. A white-haired elder spoke slowly. He was a formation grandmaster of the Immortal Realm, renowned far and wide. From this blood demon pearl, I faintly sense a peculiar energy fluctuation, perhaps closely linked to the blood demon ancestor's weakness. That's right. We need to carefully study the memory images and energy fluctuations within this pearl. Another mighty figure in black robes echoed. He was a well-known intelligence broker in the Immortal Realm with unique insight into all sorts of mysterious matters. Surrounding the blood demon pearl, everyone channeled their spiritual power, each trying to decipher the pearl's secrets through their own perception. The 9 women were no exception. Although they had lost all cultivation, they showed no sign of shrinking back when it came to studying the blood demon pearl. Xia Ruoxue furrowed her brows, carefully studying the blood patterns on the blood demon pearl's surface, searching for clues. Young Master, look at the direction these blood patterns take. There seems to be some kind of pattern to them. Could it be connected to the blood demon ancestor's hiding place? Xia Ruoxue said softly, her eyes radiating focus and intelligence. Following the direction Xia Ruoxue indicated, Liu Fei felt a stir in his heart. He activated the power of his chaotic thunder body and infused a wisp of spiritual power into the blood demon pearl. As the spiritual power flowed in, the pearl flashed once, and a hazy map appeared before everyone. On the map, a dark region flickered with blood-red light, surrounded by strange symbols. Could this be the blood demon ancestor's hiding place? A young cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Very likely. Liu Fei nodded, a contemplative glimmer flashing in his eyes. Everyone, look at these symbols. I suspect they might be ancient demonic runes that record information about the blood demon ancestor, such as his defensive weaknesses, attack methods, and so on. Hearing this, everyone crowded in for a closer look. In no time, the hall buzzed with discussion, views, and speculations interweaving. Amid the heated debate, the 9 women worked in seamless coordination with Liu Fei. Su Qingxue, relying on the memories inherited from the Ice Spirit Immortal Venerable, proposed a method to decipher the demonic runes. Liu, meanwhile, used the enchanting power of the Celestial Fox clan to try to resonate with the blood demon pearl and gain further information. Master, I sense that this blood demon pearl seems to respond to my enchanting power. Perhaps we can perceive, Liu said softly, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light as she kept trying to forge a deeper connection with the blood demon pearl. Good. Liu, keep trying. The rest of you, let's begin with the runes and the map to analyze the blood demon ancestor's possible movements. Liu Fei quickly laid out his arrangements, his command methodical, displaying the bearing of a true leader. As everyone devoted themselves to the joint investigation, information about the blood demon ancestor gradually came into focus. They deduced that the blood demon ancestor was hiding in a place in the Immortal Realm called the Jiu Demon Abyss, a place suffused with dense, demonic, baleful aura ideal for him to heal his wounds and restore his strength. Moreover, according to the information within the blood demon pearl, the blood demon ancestor seemed to be preparing a mighty demonic art. If he succeeded, the Immortal Realm would face an even greater crisis. No, we cannot give the blood demon ancestor a chance to complete his demonic art. We must formulate a detailed slaying plan as soon as possible. Liu Fei frowned, resolute, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Thereupon, everyone launched into a heated discussion on how to attack the Jiu Demon Abyss and how to counter the blood demon ancestor's likely defenses and counterattacks. Some proposed sending an elite force to infiltrate the Jiu Demon Abyss and disrupt the blood demon ancestor's plans. Others argued for mustering all the forces of the Immortal Realm in a frontal assault, crushing the blood demon ancestor with overwhelming might. A frontal assault is far too risky. The blood demon ancestor must have set countless traps within the Demon Abyss. We must not act rashly, a strategist skilled in planning said. But if we infiltrate, we will also fall into grave danger once discovered. Another powerful figure voiced his concern. Just as everyone was locked in debate, Xiao suddenly spoke, why don't we take a two-pronged approach? Send an elite force to infiltrate and draw the blood demon ancestor's attention, while our main force lies in ambush outside. Once he appears, we will strike and slay him in one decisive move. Xiao proposal won everyone's approval. After detailed discussion and refinement, a seemingly infallible plan gradually took shape. Ding. The plan to slay the blood demon ancestor is 80 complete. Continue refining the details to ensure victory in the decisive battle. A system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. However, just as everyone thought the plan was nearly complete, the intelligence broker of the immortal realm brought shocking news. The blood demon ancestor seems to have sensed our movements. He has reinforced his defenses at the Demon Abyss and gathered a host of powerful demonic cultivators. He too appears to be preparing for a great battle. This news instantly made the atmosphere in the hall even more tense. Blood demon ancestor, do you think reinforcing your defenses will let you escape your doom? We will completely wipe you out. Liu Fei gave a cold snort, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. That's right. No matter how the blood demon ancestor prepares, we will not retreat. We must win this battle. Everyone voiced their determination one after another, their voices brimming with fighting spirit, as if to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. In this tense atmosphere, the 9 women stood close by Liu Fei's side. Though they had lost all cultivation, their eyes were filled with trust and support for him. Master, no matter what difficulties we face, we will face them together with you. The 7 women said in unison, their voices soft, yet brimming with strength. Very well, my sisters. Together for the immortal realm, for our future, we will fight the blood demon ancestor to the death. Liu Fei looked at the 9 women, his eyes filled with affection and resolve. Through the concerted efforts of everyone, the immortal court was finally rebuilt. The new immortal court stood at the heart of the immortal realm, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The walls of the immortal court were tall and sturdy, emitting a faint golden glow like an indestructible barrier. The city gates were carved with lifelike images of divine beasts, as if guarding this sacred land. Inside, pavilions and towers were arranged in elegant disorder, immortal flowers and grasses vied in beauty, spirit springs flowed, and celestial music wafted through the air, a scene of peace and prosperity. At this moment on the plaza of the immortal court, all forces had assembled. Disciples of the great sects of the immortal realm stood in neat robes holding magical treasures, their gazes resolute. Loose cultivators also spontaneously formed ranks. Though they came from different places, they now shared one goal: to slay the blood demon ancestor and save the immortal realm. Liu Fei stood on the high platform of the immortal court, overlooking the crowd below, his heart filled with emotion and fighting spirit. Everyone, today we set forth on the journey to the final battle against the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor has wrought havoc upon the immortal realm, plunging countless lives into misery. We cannot allow him to continue his rampage. Liu Fei's voice, fervent and powerful, echoed across the plaza. Slay the blood demon ancestor and restore peace to the immortal realm. The crowd roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, their spirit soaring like a rainbow. Their eyes blazed with determination, filled with confidence in the coming battle. Within the ranks, the 9 women stood quietly together. Though they had lost all their cultivation, there was not a trace of fear in their eyes. Xiao looked up at Liu Fei on the high platform, her heart full of longing and trust. Sisters, in this battle, though we cannot fight side by side with the master, our hearts will always be with him, Xiao said softly. Yes, we believe the master will surely defeat the blood demon ancestor. The 7 women nodded one after another. Their voices were soft yet filled with strength. On the eve of the decisive battle, Liu Fei came to the 9 women. He looked at them with deep affection. Sisters, this battle will be fraught with danger. But as long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. Liu Fei gently took Xiaoruoxue's hand and said, Miss Xia, if I return from this battle, I will never let you down. Tears welled up in Xiaoruoxue's eyes. She tightly held Liu Fei's hand and said, Master, you must return safely. No matter what happens, we will wait for you. Master, we believe you will surely succeed. The 7 women also gathered around, embracing Liu Fei with. At that moment, the bond between Liu Fei and the 9 women reached a new height. Their love and trust for one another were as solid as stone. Ding. Main quest: slay the blood demon ancestor. Progress 90. The final battle is about to begin. Host must go all out to complete the ultimate mission. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei took a deep breath. He knew this decisive battle concerned not only the fate of the immortal realm, but also his future with the 9 women. He turned around, looked once more at the crowd on the plaza, and shouted, Move out. To the Demon Abyss, to slay the blood demon ancestor. The crowd responded in unison, and then the mighty procession advanced toward the Demon Abyss. Along the way, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brushed their faces as if seeing them off. However, their hearts did not relax in the slightest, for they knew that a gruesome battle awaited them ahead. As they drew closer to the geodemon abyss, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie and terrifying. Dark clouds filled the sky, pressing down heavily, as if about to collapse. On the ground, black mist spread, emitting a pungent stench of blood. From time to time, eerie wails and howls drifted to their ears, sending chills down their spines. Everyone be careful. We are nearing the geodemon abyss. The blood demon ancestors' forces may have set, Liu Fei said vigilantly. He activated the chaotic thunder body, purple lightning flickering across his body, illuminating the path ahead. Just then a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light flashed and transformed into a gorgeous rainbow stretching across the sky. Its glow was soft and warm, forming a striking contrast with the eerie, terrifying surroundings. Look, what is that? A young cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone looked up, and upon seeing the rainbow, hope surged in their hearts. Is this a sign of auspicious omen? An old man said excitedly. Exactly, this must be heaven blessing us, foreshadowing our victory in this battle. Liu Fei looked at the rainbow, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. His words greatly boosted the morale of the crowd, adding a touch of hope and confidence to the tense atmosphere. Under this mysterious, auspicious sign, Liu Fei and the others continued toward the geodemon abyss. They knew the blood demon ancestor was waiting ahead, and a breathtaking battle was about to unfold. Upon the just rebuilt Immortal Court Square, still radiating an air of pristine novelty, Liu Fei stood tall on the high platform. In his hand, he held the Immortal Emperor's token, which pulsed with an ancient and mysterious aura. This token carried the supreme prestige and glory of the Immortal Emperor from his previous life. Now in Liu Fei's hand, it seemed to sense the grand undertaking its master was about to launch, trembling faintly as it emitted a soft hum. Fellow wandering cultivators of the immortal realm. Liu Fei channeled his spiritual energy, his voice bursting forth like rolling thunder and reaching every corner of the immortal realm in an instant. I, Liu Fei, today invoke the name of the Immortal Emperor's token to summon you all to join my newly established Chaos Immortal Court. This immortal realm has suffered the blood demon calamity and is now scarred and devastated. We need a new home, one where we can recuperate and grow strong together against evil. As Liu Fei shouted, the Immortal Emperor's token blazed with dazzling light. A magnificent golden pillar shot straight into the clouds, illuminating the entire immortal realm as if it were daylight. Wherever the light reached, precipitous valleys, dark forests, or sprawling plains, every wandering cultivator looked up toward the mysterious and overwhelming radiance. What is happening? How can there be such mighty light? In a valley of the immortal realm, a wandering cultivator clad in a tattered Taoist robe exclaimed in shock. The companions beside him were equally astonished. Have you heard? It seems someone named Liu Fei is going to rebuild the Immortal Court and has even taken out the Immortal Emperor's token. A sharp-faced wandering cultivator frowned, suspicion brimming in his eyes. Some unknown young whelp who came out of nowhere wants to rebuild the Immortal Court. That is sheer madness. Exactly. The Immortal Court of the Immortal Realm is not so easily rebuilt. Besides, who knows whether his Immortal Emperor's token is genuine? Another brawny wandering cultivator echoed with a disdainful sneer. Yet some wandering cultivators drawn by the glow of that token felt a glimmer of hope rise within their hearts. Whatever the case, the light is so powerful that perhaps there really is a turning point. Let us go and see. A white-haired elder said, a resolute gleam shining in his eyes. At once, wandering cultivators from throughout the immortal realm, each harboring different thoughts, hurried toward the Immortal Court. Meanwhile, on the square, Liu Fei waited quietly. His gaze was unyielding, utterly unaffected by the voices of doubt. Behind him, the 9 maidens stood silently, their eyes filled with trust and unwavering support for Liu Fei. Master, you will certainly succeed, Su Qingxue said softly. Her voice resembled a spring breeze, gentle yet brimming with strength. Yes, master. We all believe in you. The 7 maidens echoed one after another, their words like warm sunlight pouring into Liu Fei's heart. As time passed, ever more wandering cultivators gathered around the Immortal Court Square. They stared at Liu Fei atop the high platform, curiosity and appraisal shining in their eyes. So you are Liu Fei? Do you truly have the ability to rebuild the Immortal Court? A young wandering cultivator called out, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Liu Fei smiled faintly. Instead of answering immediately, he gently waved the Immortal Emperor's token. In an instant, an immense aura burst forth from the token. Bearing an ancient and majestic might, it pressed invisibly upon every wandering cultivator present. This is the aura of an immortal emperor. A wandering cultivator well versed in the history of the immortal realm cried out in shock. Indeed, this is the Immortal Emperor's token. Though I come from the cultivation realm, in my past life, I was the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Realm. Now I shall rebuild the Immortal Court and lead all of you to restore the prosperity of the Immortal Realm. Liu Fei's words were firm and resolute, his gaze gleaming with confidence. That sounds all well and good. But what ability do you have to win our trust? A scar-faced wandering cultivator sneered, his eyes filled with suspicion. Liu Fei did not take offense. Reaching out his hand, he summoned a cluster of violet lightning in his palm, crackling with formidable power. This is the power of the Chaos Thunderbody. With this strength I have vanquished countless mighty enemies in both the Cultivation realm and the Immortal realm. As he spoke, he gave a light flick of his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck a massive boulder in the square. With a thunderous boom, the boulder was instantly blasted into countless fragments, spraying outward in all directions. Every wandering cultivator present was deeply shocked by the sight. They stared at Liu Fei, the doubt in their eyes gradually yielding to shock and admiration. What overwhelming power! Perhaps he truly is capable of rebuilding the Immortal Court. The wandering cultivators murmured among themselves. Just then the 9 maidens stepped forward. Su Qingxue smiled at the crowd and said, "Fellow cultivators, my young master has the whole world in his heart and devotes himself entirely to the future of the Immortal realm. During the rebuilding, we will also spare no effort to create a beautiful home for everyone. Yes, sister, let us strive together and surely bring the Immortal Court back to life," Su Qingxue said, as well her voice clear and melodious like music from heaven. The 9 maidens' words lessened the wanderers' misgivings even further. With the maidens' persuasion and Liu Fei's demonstration of overwhelming power, some wandering cultivators began to waver. "I am willing to join the Chaos Immortal Court." A young wandering cultivator stepped forward first and proclaimed, "I will join too. Count me in." With the first cultivator joining, a flood of responses followed. Soon a chorus of "I want to join" resounded across the square. Ding. Main quest: the Immortal Court's population reaches 1 million. Progress 1000. 100,000. You have successfully called upon some wandering cultivators. Continue to expand the Immortal Court's influence and attract more people to join. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Gazing at the scene before him, joy swelled in his heart. He knew this was merely the beginning. There was still a long road ahead. Through it all, with the 9 maidens by his side, he had nothing to fear. Yet, even as the Immortal Court square bustled with excitement, the long-established immortal sects of the Immortal realm were quietly keeping watch over these developments. "Humph, a mere wandering cultivator wants to rebuild the Immortal Court. Let's see what tricks he can conjure." In a resplendent hall of an immortal sect, an elder said coldly. "Elder, should we take some action?" A young disciple asked cautiously. "Let us observe for now. If he truly proves a threat, it will not be too late for us to act." The elder narrowed his eyes, cold light flickering within them. Amid the scrutiny and discussion of all parties, the Chaos Immortal Court took its first step forward. And Liu Fei, leading the 9 maidens and the newly joined wandering cultivators, would continue marching toward the goal of rebuilding the Immortal Court. Under Liu Fei's call, more and more rogue cultivators poured into the Immortal Court. The once somewhat empty Immortal Court square was now thronged with people bustling with excitement. The arrival of the rogue cultivators injected new vitality into this land, and also placed the official foundation laying of the Chaos Immortal Court on the agenda. Standing on a high vantage point and looking down at the land that was about to bear countless hopes, Liu Fei's heart swelled with lofty ambitions. Beside him, the 9 women followed closely, their eyes full of longing and expectation for the future. "Sisters, today we lay the cornerstone for the Chaos Immortal Court. This is the starting point of our new journey." Liu Fei's voice was firm and strong, carrying an irrefutable aura. "Master, we are all ready." Su Qingxue nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering. She knew full well the importance of this moment, and firmly believed that Liu Fei would lead everyone to create a miracle. "That's right, master. No matter what difficulties we face, we will fight alongside you," Su Qingxue said resolutely. Her words were like the warm spring sun, soothing Liu Fei's heart. Then, with a broad wave of his hand, Liu Fei declared in a loud voice, "The Chaos Immortal Court is founded today." In an instant, thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the square, and the crowd's enthusiasm was completely ignited. After the foundation-laying ceremony came the tense work of site selection and planning. Drawing on his past life memories as an immortal emperor and his understanding of the mountains and terrain of the Immortal realm, Liu Fei personally selected the core area of the Immortal Court. He led a group of seasoned immortal craftsmen and rogue cultivators through every corner of the Immortal Court, carefully surveying the lay of the land. This spot gathers spiritual energy, has open terrain, and is encircled by mountains, easy to defend and hard to attack. It is perfect as the core palace of the Immortal Court. Liu Fei pointed at a valley and said, wisdom glinting in his eyes. "But young Master Liu, although the spiritual energy here is abundant, construction will be rather difficult. The surrounding rocks are extremely hard, and excavating them will likely take a great deal of time and effort." An elderly immortal craftsman frowned, his face clouded with worry. "No matter. I have my own ways." Liu Fei smiled slightly. Activating his Chaos Thunder body, he condensed a violet bolt of lightning in his palm. "Watch closely." He then shot the lightning at the rocks in the valley. With a deafening boom, the boulders were instantly blasted into a huge gap, sending debris flying. This formidable display of immortal arts amazed everyone present. Young Master Liu is truly skilled. Yes, with young Master Liu leading us, why should we worry that the immortal court cannot be built? The crowd praised him one after another. However, building the immortal court did not go smoothly. Soon they encountered a severe shortage of resources. The construction of the immortal court required enormous quantities of spirit materials, spirit with spirit crystals, immortal stones, and so on. But after the blood demon turmoil, few resources were left in the immortal realm, and with every faction scrambling for them, obtaining spirit materials became extremely difficult. What are we to do? Without enough spirit materials, construction of the immortal court is likely to stall. A rogue cultivator responsible for material procurement said anxiously, his face full of distress. Liu Fei sank into deep thought. He knew that unless the resource problem was solved, the construction of the immortal court would be an uphill battle. Just when everyone was at a loss, Yaruashua suddenly said, "Young master, I have heard that in the far southern reaches of the immortal realm, there is a spirit wood forest where many precious spirit woods grow. Perhaps we can send people to collect them." Liu Fei's eyes lit up. Miss Xia is absolutely right. However, the far southern lands are surely coveted by many forces as well. We must act with caution. After some discussion, Liu Fei decided to personally lead an elite team to the far southern lands. Meanwhile, the 9 women were not idle. Knowing that they would hold important positions in the immortal court in the future, they made use of this time to actively study the principles of immortal court management. Su Qingxue talked with the rogue cultivators in charge of finance to learn about the immortal realm's economic system and resource distribution. While Liu Fei communicated with intelligence personnel to learn how to gather and analyze information, Yaruashua immersed herself in the medical planning of the immortal court and researching how to establish a complete medical system. During this arduous learning process, they encouraged and helped one another, and their bond grew deeper and deeper. Sisters, the knowledge of immortal court management is so vast and complicated. I wonder when we will ever master it. Lin Yao rubbed her somewhat aching head and said softly, "Yaoer, don't be discouraged. As long as we work together with one heart, we will surely master it. Besides, this is also for the sake of better assisting our master in the future." Su Qingxue comforted her gently, her eyes filled with determination. Liu Fei led the team to the far southern lands, which were indeed, as Yaruashua had described. Spirit wood grew lush and green, emanating dense spiritual energy. Before they could begin harvesting, however, they were blocked by other forces. "Humphrey discovered this spirit wood forest first. You'd better leave right now." A huge fleshy-faced brute with a gang of underlings blocked Liu Fei and the others' path. "The resources of the immortal realm belong to everyone by right. We have come today to rebuild the immortal court. Do not try to stop us." Liu Fei's expression was calm, but his voice held a hint of majesty. "Rebuild the immortal court? With a bunch like you? Stop dreaming." The brute sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Liu Fei did not bother with more words. His figure flickered and he appeared before the man in an instant, raising his hand to send out a violet bolt of lightning. The brute hurriedly raised his saber to block. With a clang, the lightning struck the blade, and the immense force sent him stumbling back several steps, his arm numb. "You, who are you?" The brute stared at Liu Fei in terror, all his arrogance gone in an instant. "I am Liu Fei, the Lord of the Chaos Immortal Court. If anyone dares to obstruct us again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Liu Fei's voice was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the people from the other forces did not dare to act rashly. Liu Fei and his people successfully gathered the spirit wood and resolved the most urgent need of the immortal court's construction. Back at the immortal court, construction continued with intense fervor. At the construction site, the radiance of all kinds of immortal arts flashed. Immortal craftsmen busily wove through the area, some using immortal arts to cut spirit wood, others using immortal power to move giant boulders. Everyone was full of drive. Under Liu Fei's leadership, everyone worked as one and gradually overcame one obstacle after another. Ding! Immortal Court construction mission complete, the main building framework of the Immortal Court within 1 month. Current progress 20. Accelerate the construction progress to ensure the Immortal Court is completed as soon as possible. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. As time passed, the shape of the Immortal Court gradually became visible. What had once been desolate land now took on an initial form, with the outlines of buildings rising from the ground. Those who had once doubted Liu Fei now had to look at him in a new light. "I never expected Liu Fei to have real ability. The Immortal Court is about to be built right before our eyes. Indeed, it seems we underestimated him before." In the tense yet fulfilling process of construction, the 9 women accompanied Liu Fei day and night. At night, while everyone else rested, the 9 women would prepare warm tea for Liu Fei and discuss future plans for the Immortal Court with him. During the day, they would walk with Liu Fei through the construction site, cheering everyone on. In those difficult times, their feelings for one another grew even deeper, and their unspoken understanding reached new heights. "Master, today's construction progress is much faster than yesterday's. At this rate, the Immortal Court is sure to be completed on schedule." Yaruashua looked at the Immortal Court, which was gradually taking shape, a joyful smile spreading across her face. This is all thanks to everyone's hard work and to your company and support. Liu Fei looked at the 9 women with deep affection, his eyes brimming with love. However, just as the construction of the Immortal Court was advancing smoothly, Liu Fei faintly sensed that pairs of eyes seemed to be watching them from the shadows. A potential crisis was quietly closing in. The construction of the Immortal Court was proceeding in full swing, and the construction site was a hive of activity. Immortal artisans wielded their celestial arts methodically, stacking and carving enormous spirit wood and massive immortal stones. Under the joint efforts of all, the Immortal Court gradually took on a magnificent outline. At the heart of the Immortal Court, a group of workers was intently excavating the foundations, preparing for the construction of the main palace. Everyone put in more effort. Let's finish digging this entire section today, the foreman shouted, rallying everyone's morale. Just then a worker's hoe suddenly struck something hard, producing a crisp, what's down here? Why is it so hard? The puzzled worker crouched down and scraped away the surrounding soil with his hands. As the soil was cleared away bit by bit, a massive stone slab appeared before everyone. The slab was covered with strange runes that emitted a faint glow, as if concealing some mysterious power. Quick, go inform young Master Liu. Realizing the gravity of the matter, the foreman immediately sent someone to report to Liu Fei. At that moment, Liu Fei was nearby, discussing the follow-up plans for the Immortal Court with the 9 women. Hearing the news, his expression shifted slightly, and he immediately rushed to the construction site with the 9 women. Master, this stone slab doesn't look simple. Su Qingxue studied the runes on the slab, her brows slightly furrowed, a trace of worry in her eyes. Liu Fei crouched down and carefully examined the runes. Drawing on his past life memories as an immortal emperor, he realized that these runes were actually some kind of ancient sealing rune. Could there be some secret hidden beneath? Liu Fei mused inwardly. He activated his Chaos Thunder body and infused a wisp of spiritual energy into the slab. In an instant, the runes blazed with brilliant light. The slab then slowly rose, revealing a deep and secluded passage. An eerie, chilling aura filled the passage, and something seemed to churn within the darkness. This place is so sinister, Master Wei. Lin Yao, one of the women, her voice trembling slightly, held a trace of fear in her eyes. Don't be afraid, sisters. I'm here and nothing will happen. Liu Fei comforted the 9 women, his gaze steady and filled with courage. This may be a major discovery. Let's go in and see. Holding lighting treasures, everyone cautiously stepped in. The passage was dim and damp, while eerie green lights flickered on the walls, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. From time to time, eerie sounds reached their ears, like ghosts wailing and wolves howling or low growls that made one's hair stand on end. Ding! Exploration mission: uncover the secrets of the Immortal Realm prison and rescue the imprisoned. Progress 03. Delve deeper into the prison and unveil the hidden truth. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. As they advanced deeper into the passage, prison cells gradually came into view ahead. The cell bars were forged from a black metal that radiated a frigid aura. Inside the cells, people in ragged clothes were imprisoned, their breathing faint and weak. Their eyes were hollow, filled with despair. Who are these people? Why were they locked up here? Xia Ruoshua looked at the prisoners, her heart swelling with compassion. I'm not sure either. But since they are imprisoned here, there must be secrets hidden from the world. Liu Fei walked to a cell and tried to communicate with the person inside. Hey, can you hear me? Why were you locked up here? The man in the cell raised his head, looked at Liu Fei, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Save us. We were wrongly imprisoned. The man's voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken in a long time. Don't worry. We will find out the truth and get you out, Liu Fei said firmly. However, at that moment, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed from the depths of the passage. Ha ha, you want to save them? With just you? As the laughter died away, a dark figure slowly stepped out from the darkness. The figure radiated a dense, baleful, demonic aura that sent chills down one's spine. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my domain? The dark figure asked coldly, his voice like a biting winter wind piercing to the bone. We are builders of the Immortal Court and stumbled upon this passage by accident. Who are you then? And why are you holding these people? Liu Fei stared at the dark figure, without fear, his eyes full of majesty. The Immortal Court. That is ancient history. I am the warden of this Immortal Realm prison, and these people are all sinners who violated the taboos of the Immortal Realm. The dark figure sneered. Violated the taboos of the Immortal Realm? I think not. I will uncover the truth. Liu Fei activated his Chaos Thunder body, purple lightning flickering across his skin as he prepared for a possible battle at any moment. Just you. Overestimating yourself? The dark figure snorted coldly, his form flickering as he appeared before Liu Fei in an instant. A black longsword materialized in his hand and thrust toward Liu Fei. Master, be careful, the 9 women cried out in unison. Liu Fei quickly dodged to the side and, reaching out his hand, shot a bolt of purple lightning at the dark figure. Seeing this, the dark figure hastily swung his long sword and blocked the thunderbolt. You do have some skill, but that's far from enough. With that, he attacked again. His swordsmanship was bizarre, each strike carrying overwhelming, baleful demonic power that made it hard to defend against. Liu Fei fended off the attacks while carefully searching for an opening. In the heat of battle, he noticed that although the dark figure's attacks were fierce, there was a brief opening the instant sisters attacked together. Liu Fei shouted, and the 9 women immediately understood his intention. Su Qingxue unleashed the inherited power of the ice spirit immortal venerable, forming a thick layer of ice beneath the dark figure's feet to slow him down. Liu Fei employed the bewitching arts of the celestial fox clan to disrupt his vision. Xiaoruoxue meanwhile cast healing immortal arts on Liu Fei to keep him in peak condition. With everyone working in unison, the dark figure gradually fell into dire straits. I didn't expect you to have some ability, but you will never learn the secrets of this immortal realm prison. With that, the dark figure suddenly erupted with immense power, broke free from the encirclement, and vanished into the darkness. Huff! He got away. Liu Fei panted heavily, staring at the place where the dark figure had vanished, his heart full of doubts. Master, are you all right? The 9 women gathered around and asked with concern. I'm fine. It seems the secrets of this immortal realm prison are far more complicated than we imagined. Liu Fei said, his gaze fixed firmly on the depths of the passage. No matter what, we must uncover the truth and rescue these prisoners. The group continued deeper into the passage, their hearts filled with both fear of the unknown and a longing for the deep within the dim and sinister celestial prison. Liu Fei and the 9 women advanced cautiously, every step treading upon the unknown and danger. Around them, the prisoners in nearby cells either sobbed softly or muttered to themselves. Their voices echoed through the silent space, adding to the already eerie atmosphere. Master, this place is becoming more and more sinister. Who knows what other dangers are waiting for us? Lin Yao, one of the women, clutched Liu Fei's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling with fear. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No matter what happens, we can face it together. Liu Fei comforted Lin Yao in a low voice, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. The power of the Chaos Thunder physique slowly circulated through his body, ready to respond to any sudden danger. As they advanced deeper, the cells ahead gradually became sparser, but the pressure in the air grew heavier. Suddenly, Liu Fei stopped short, a flicker of shock and puzzlement flashing across his eyes. Sisters, can you sense it? There seems to be a familiar aura ahead, Liu Fei said in a low voice. The 9 women channeled their spiritual power in unison, focusing their senses with great care. It seems there is a trace, but it's very faint, Su Qingxue said with a slight frown, straining to catch that elusive wisp of aura. Liu Fei quickened his pace, heading toward the direction of that aura. At the end of the passage was a solitary cell filled with a dense, bloody stench. Liu Fei drew near the cell, and through the iron bars saw several young people lying inside. Their clothes were ragged, their bodies covered with wounds, and their auras were so weak they were almost undetectable. But when Liu Fei's gaze landed on them, his body jolted violently, and boundless shock and joy surged. How is this possible? Liu Fei murmured, his voice trembling with excitement. Master, what? Seeing Liu Fei's unusual reaction, the 9 women gathered around and asked with concern. Sisters, look at their aura. Liu Fei pointed at the young people in the cell, his voice choked with emotion. They carry a bloodline aura similar to mine. They are very likely my children from a past life. Hearing this, the 9 women were all taken aback. They studied the young people in the cell closely and indeed discovered that faint aura resembling Liu Fei's. It truly resembles Master's aura very closely. Xiaoruoxue exclaimed in surprise. Children, wake up. Can you hear me? Liu Fei called out, anxiously channeling his spiritual power in an attempt to open the cell door. However, the cell seemed to bear a special seal. His spiritual power slammed against it and only stirred a faint ripple. Master, let me try. Su Qingxue stepped forward and unleashed the inherited power of the ice spirit immortal venerable. A thick layer of ice instantly covered the seal on the cell door. As the ice condensed, the runes on the seal began to glimmer faintly. With a cracking sound, a fissure appeared on the seal. Seeing this, Liu Fei immediately intensified his spiritual power output. With a thunderous boom, the seal shattered completely, and the cell door slowly opened. Liu Fei rushed into the cell and gently lifted one of the young people into his arms, his gaze brimming with pain and affection. Child, wake up. I am your father. Liu Fei's voice trembled and tears swirled in his eyes. The young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dazed and feeble. When he saw Liu Fei, a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. But soon, as if feeling a familiar aura, his lips moved slightly. Father. It's me. Child, you have suffered so much. Liu Fei held the young man tightly, unable to hold back his tears any longer. The other young people woke up one after another. They looked at Liu Fei with eyes full of surprise and eager. Father, we thought we would never see you again. A girl said tearfully. Her voice was feeble, yet filled with longing for a father's love. At that moment, Liu Fei finally acknowledged the children of his past life. This delayed family affection filled the entire cell with a deep, warm tenderness. Yet after the joy, boundless anger surged within Liu Fei's heart. Children, why were you locked up here? Who exactly harmed you? Liu Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. It was the god-slaying Saber Lord. a young man said with difficulty to seize control of the immortal realm. He framed us and accused us of committing a cardinal sin of the immortal world, then threw us in here to endure endless torment. At the name God-slaying Saber Lord, Liu Fei's eyes instantly turned cold. God-slaying Saber Lord, I will not let you go. Liu Fei swore silently. At that moment the 9 women also entered the cell. Seeing the weakened children, their hearts were filled with compassion. Don't be afraid, children. We will heal your wounds, Su Qingxue said gently, as she produced a precious healing elixir and fed it to one of the children. Yes, we will definitely make you better, Xiao Ruoxue said, taking out her own immortal medicine to treat the children. The 9 women divided up the work. Some bandaged the children's wounds while others poured spiritual power into them, trying to ease their injuries. Under the 9 women's attentive care, a trace of color gradually returned to the children's faces. The children looked at the 9 women, their eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, aunties. One child whispered. Silly child, there's no need to thank us. We're family, by Liu said with a smile. Her smile was like the warm sun of early spring warming the children's. Ding! Rescue mission, heal the wounds of Liu Fei's past life children and discover the whereabouts of the God-slaying Saber Lord. Completion 02. Do everything you can to heal the children and avenge them. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei drew a deep breath. Looking at the children, his eyes burned with determination. Children, rest assured, I will heal your wounds and I will avenge you. Liu Fei clenched his fists tightly, the hatred in his heart blazing like a fierce flame, burning ever more intensely. But just then a sinister laugh suddenly echoed through the prison. Ha ha ha. Liu Fei, do you think finding your children means you? This is only the beginning. The power of the God-slaying Saber Lord is something you cannot contend with. As the laughter faded, a dark silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness. In the temporary camp tent that still faintly carried the scent of medicinal herbs, Liu Fei looked at his children lying on the beds. Though their complexions had improved slightly, they were still terribly weak, and his heart was filled with both worry and resolve. To create a better environment for his children's treatment, and also to strengthen the immortal court against potential crises on the horizon, especially the mysterious God-slaying Blade Master, Liu Fei knew that the pace of the immortal court's development must be accelerated. Sisters, we can no longer sit idly by. The immortal court's current population is far from sufficient. We must intensify our recruitment of wandering cultivators. Liu Fei turned around, his gaze firm as he looked at the 9 women, his tone carrying unshakable resolve. Master, we will all follow your lead. Su Qingxue was the first to respond, her eyes brimming with trust and support for Liu Fei. In her heart, whatever Liu Fei decided was certainly right and worth every effort to accomplish. But we cannot recruit blindly. We need to devise ways to attract more wandering cultivators to join us with their families and settle down in peace. Liu Fei frowned, slightly lost in thought. After much deliberation, Liu Fei decided to issue a series of preferential policies. Among them, the dual cultivation tax exemption decree was like a bombshell, sending a huge shockwave through the wandering cultivator community in the immortal realm. This is the dual cultivation tax exemption decree real. As long as one chooses dual cultivation, one can live in the immortal court without paying taxes. In a marketplace in the immortal realm, a young wandering cultivator, his face filled with astonishment, held a flyer distributed by the immortal court and said to the companion beside him, "It should be real. I heard that Liu Fei of the Chaos Immortal Court has put considerable effort into developing the immortal court." His companion nodded slightly, a thoughtful gleam flashing in his eyes. If that's really the case, it would be a good choice. We wandering cultivators bustle around all day, and for a bit of cultivation resources, we still have to pay various taxes. Life is really tight. If we can go to the immortal court, we can cultivate in peace, stay with our cultivation partners, and never worry about taxes again. Why wouldn't we? However, not all wandering cultivators felt this way. In another corner, a few wandering cultivators sat together. One burly man with a full beard sneered, This Liu Fei is clearly a young brat. Coming up with such a policy is nothing more than grandstanding. The tax system in the immortal realm has been around for ages. How can he just wave it away? In my view, this Chaos Immortal Court is most likely a trap. Exactly. Maybe they want to lure us in and then squeeze us dry. A sharp-faced wandering cultivator chimed in, his face full of suspicion. Yet these voices of doubt did not stop the spread of the dual cultivation tax exemption decree among wandering cultivators. With the tireless advocacy of the 9 women and the cultivators already in the immortal court, more and more wanderers began to feel tempted. On the plaza of the immortal court, the busy figures of the 9 women could be seen everywhere. Xiao Ruoxue smiled as she chatted with the inquiring wandering cultivators, her voice gentle and pleasant. Rest assured, everyone, the policies of our immortal court are all genuine. This dual cultivation tax exemption decree is designed to create a better environment for cultivation and daily life, so everyone can practice with peace of mind here. Yes, sisters. Our immortal court is currently developing on a large scale with abundant resources and countless opportunities. Bai Liu added from the side. Her charming smile instantly dispelled much of the doubt in many wandering cultivators' hearts. Thanks to the efforts of the 9 women, more and more wandering cultivators carrying their families and hopes for the future set out on the road to the Immortal Court. For a time, the plaza of the Immortal Court was bustling and lively. Among the newly joined roaming cultivators, some looked around with curiosity, while others excitedly discussed the future of the Immortal Court with those beside them. Wow, this Immortal Court looks really impressive, even better than I imagined. A young wandering cultivator said excitedly, his face radiant with anticipation for a new life. Yes, it's wonderful to live and cultivate in a place like this. His cultivation partner echoed with a smile. Liu Fei stood on the high platform of the Immortal Court, overlooking the lively scene below, his heart filled with comfort. Sisters, look, our efforts have not been in vain. Liu Fei turned to the 9 women beside him, his eyes full of affection and gratitude. This is all thanks to Master's wise decisions and our sisters' joint efforts. Su Qingxue said with a smile, her smile looking exceptionally beautiful and moving under the sunlight. With the continuous influx of new wandering cultivators, the population of the Immortal Court grew rapidly. Ding! Main quest break through 1 million population in the Immortal Court progress. 500. Keep attracting wandering cultivators to draw closer to the goal. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. Amid the busy crowd, the bond between the 9 women and Liu Fei grew stronger as they strived together for the Immortal Court. Together with Liu Fei, they arranged accommodations and assigned duties for the newly joined wandering cultivators, ensuring that everyone who came to the Immortal Court could feel the warmth of home. Brother, you excel at artifact refining, so well arranged for you to work in the Immortal Court's artifact workshop. The resources there are plentiful. I believe you can put your talents to great use. Liu Fei personally arranged a position for one wandering cultivator. His warm and amiable attitude earned great respect. Thank you so much, young Master Liu. I will never live up to your expectations. The wandering cultivator said with excitement, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. However, as the Immortal Court developed, some potential problems gradually rose to the surface. The rate of resource consumption in the Immortal Court accelerated, management became more difficult, and certain ill-intentioned forces began to grow uneasy about its rise, secretly watching its every move. As an endless stream of rogue cultivators poured into the Immortal Court, the once barren land seemed infused with a powerful vitality, and every construction effort surged forward like a mighty tide. Swift yet orderly. At the heart of the Immortal Court, a magnificent palace was rising from the ground. Massive spiritwood beams and pillars exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance, while walls built from immortal stones were carved with mysterious, exquisite runes that shimmered under the sunlight, lending the palace an air of solemn grandeur and enigmatic allure. On the construction site, celestial craftsmen each tended to their duties. Some employed immortal arts to cut spirit wood with perfect precision, while others used immortal power to move colossal boulders, each weighing 1,000 caddies, yet guided as easily as feathers into their designated positions. Put your backs into it. Let's complete the main structure as soon as possible. The overseer's shouts echoed across the site, spurring every worker on. Through their united efforts, the palace's silhouette gradually took shape, imposing and grand, embodying the majesty of the Immortal Court. Meanwhile, the commercial district was also being developed with great urgency. Streets crisscrossed in every direction, with shops sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain. Each shop's sign had its own distinctive flair. Some radiated multicolored light, while others bore lifelike carvings of celestial beasts. Merchants bustled about, transporting goods, precious spirit materials, exquisite magic treasures, miraculous pills, and elixirs. A dazzling array of everything imaginable. Hey there, esteemed guest. Take a look at these newly arrived spirit crystals. Top quality and absolutely excellent aid for cultivation. A merchant enthusiastically hailed passers-by, holding up a spirit crystal dense with spiritual energy, drawing many to stop and gaze. The cultivation district was located in a valley within the Immortal Court, where spiritual energy was most abundant. Scattered throughout the valley were cultivation caves arranged in perfect harmony, each equipped with spirit-gathering formations that drew in ambient chi for cultivators to use. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. Cultivating in this place yields twice the result with half the effort. A newly joined rogue cultivator exclaimed excitedly, eagerly stepping into his cave to begin secluded cultivation and enhance his strength. The residential area was likewise laid out in meticulous order. Rows of neat dwellings included cozy wooden cottages and sturdy stone mansions accommodating the varied needs of the inhabitants. Around the homes, immortal flowers and herbs bloomed in vivid colors, their fragrances drifting through the air. Children laughed and played in the streets while adults sat by their doorsteps chatting at leisure. A tranquil portrait of peaceful, prosperous life. Amid this flourishing construction, the children of Liu Fei from his past life gradually recovered from their injuries under the devoted care of the 9 maidens and everyone else. Their faces no longer pale as paper, a glimmer of vitality had returned to their eyes. Father, I feel much better now thanks to the auntie's care. Liu Fei's son Lin, you said gratefully, his heart warming as he watched the busy 9 maidens. Yes, children, we are all so glad that you are recovering. Liu Fei looked upon his gradually healing children with deep pride and affection in his eyes. During this time, he had grown close to them through daily companionship, and their bond had deepened immensely. The children, too, had transformed from initial strangers into being inseparable from Liu Fei, and they were equally filled with gratitude and warmth toward the 9 maidens. Aunties, thank you so much. Had it not been for you, we might have. Liu Fei's daughter Lin Xian spoke with glistening tears in her eyes and a choked voice. Silly child, no need to thank us. We are a family, taking care of you is only natural. Su Qingxue gently stroked Lin Xian's hair and said with a warm smile. In her heart, she had long regarded these children as her own. As the immortal court flourished, the 9 maidens grew increasingly vital to its governance. They actively participated in every aspect of its administration, earning the respect and admiration of the residents through their wisdom and capability. Xia Ruoxue took charge of medical affairs, meticulously preparing elixirs to heal many injured or sick residents. Through her efforts, the court's medical system gradually became complete. Bai Liu oversaw intelligence work, weaving an airtight information network with her sharp intuition and exceptional interpersonal skills, providing robust security for the court. Su Qingxue demonstrated remarkable talent in financial management, rationally allocating resources to ensure the court's economy developed steadily. Those young ladies are truly extraordinary. It is thanks to them that the immortal court has flourished so well. An elderly man said with admiration, his eyes full of praise. Indeed, with such capable women assisting Master Liu, it is a blessing for the immortal court. Those around nodded in agreement. However, beneath this prosperity, Liu Fei was keenly aware that the immortal court still faced many challenges. The internal governance system was not yet complete, and as the population grew, various problems had begun to surface. Sisters, although the immortal court is now showing signs of prosperity, we must not be complacent. We must perfect our internal management systems and improve the quality of life for the residents. Liu Fei convened the 9 maidens and said solemnly, Master, we understand. During this period, we have also noticed issues such as uneven resource allocation and the need to strengthen security in certain areas. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow and voiced her concerns. These problems must be resolved as quickly. From this moment on, we will divide our tasks and cooperate, gaining a deep understanding of all aspects of the immortal court and formulating sound solutions. Liu Fei's gaze was resolute. He knew that only by continuously optimizing the court's governance could it truly become a place worth calling home. Under Liu Fei's leadership, the 9 maidens swiftly took action. They moved through every corner of the immortal court, conversing with residents, gathering opinions, and striving to find ways to resolve the issues. And within the immortal court, the glow of immortal arts still shimmered. Celestial music drifted through the air, and the residents, enveloped in this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, continued to contribute their strength to the court's development. In the grand assembly hall of the immortal court, the atmosphere was solemn and fervent. Liu Fei sat upright in the seat of honor, sweeping his gaze across the crowd below, before finally coming to rest on the 9 women. As the immortal court continued to grow and expand, perfecting its internal management system became an urgent priority. After careful deliberation, Liu Fei made a momentous decision. Everyone, the immortal court has now established considerable scale, but its administrative affairs grow increasingly complex. To ensure that the immortal court operates at high efficiency, I have decided to appoint the 9 women to key positions within the court. Liu Fei's voice was calm and forceful, echoing through the hall. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below burst into discussion. Is it really acceptable to put women in key positions? A burly, towering man frowned, a skeptical expression on his face. Yes, the affairs of the immortal court are so important. How could they be entrusted to a few mere women? Another sharp-faced cultivator chimed in, his eyes filled with contempt. Yet Liu Fei paid no attention to these doubts. He looked at the 9 women, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Su Qingxue, I appoint you to oversee the finances of the immortal court. The economic development of the immortal court is of critical importance. I believe that with your wisdom and ability, you will surely make the immortal court's finances flourish. Su Qingxue nodded slightly. Dressed in a flowing white robe, her bearing was graceful. Rest assured, Master. Qingxue will not fail your trust. Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet carried a resolute note. While Liu intelligence gathering and diplomatic affairs are vital to the safety and development of the immortal court, you shall be in charge of them. With your keen insight and exceptional interpersonal skills, you will weave a dense intelligence web for the immortal court and secure even greater benefits for it on the diplomatic front. Liu Fei continued. Yes, Master. Liu will spare no effort. Bai Liu smiled faintly, her smile blooming like a spring flower, yet tinged with a hint of mystery. Xia Ruoxue, the medical and pill-related affairs of the immortal court are extremely important, affecting the health of every immortal court member. This heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. Young Master, rest assured. Ruoxue will meticulously prepare pills, perfect the medical system, and safeguard everyone's health. Xiao Ruoxue's expression was serious and a determined light flickered in her eyes. Afterward, Liu Fei appointed the 7 women to other important positions in turn. The 7 women each accepted their orders, their eyes filled with anticipation and resolve for their new tasks. Under the gaze of the crowd, the 7 women adorned in magnificent attire proceeded to their respective offices. Su Qingxue arrived at the Department of Finance, where ledgers and spirit crystals were piled in abundance. She sat down gently and carefully pored over the ledgers, soon discovering some irrationalities in resource allocation. Send someone to fetch the person in charge of resource allocation. Su Qingxue's voice was calm, but carried unquestionable authority. Before long, an immortal official responsible for resource allocation hurried over. Miss Su, you wish to see me? There was a trace of nervousness in his tone. I examined the ledgers and found that resource allocation in certain areas is problematic. For instance, the supply of spirit crystals in the cultivation zone is insufficient, while there is some waste in the commercial zone. From now on, readjust the resource allocation plan to ensure that resources are used rationally. Su Qingxue said with clear logic. Yes, Miss Su, I will attend to it at once. The immortal official nodded hastily, inwardly marveling at Su Qingxue's keen perception. Bai Liu meanwhile arrived at the Department of Intelligence. Sitting in a spacious chamber with various intelligence letters laid out before her, she said, organize all the intelligence collected recently and present it to me. Bai Liu ordered her subordinates. Before long, a stack of intelligence reports was delivered to her. She examined them carefully. With her keen perception, she quickly filtered out the crucial information and formulated corresponding countermeasures. At the Department of Medicine, Xiao Ruoxue was inspecting the reserves of pills. The stock of healing pills is somewhat insufficient and needs to be replenished promptly. Also, we must strengthen the cultivation and management of medicinal herbs to ensure the quality of the pills. Xiao Ruoxue said to the immortal masters in charge of pill refining. Miss Xiao, we will certainly do as you say. However, cultivating these herbs requires a special kind of spiritual soil, and our reserves are running low. One immortal master looked troubled. I will find a way to address this. For now, focus on pill refining and be sure to maintain quality. Xiao Ruoxue said. Thanks to the efforts of the 7 women, the immortal court's affairs gradually fell into. Through sensible adjustments to fiscal policies, Su Qingxue made the immortal court's resources more effectively utilized, and its economic conditions improve with each passing day. The intelligence gathered by Liu defused multiple potential crises and won allies for the immortal court in diplomacy. The medical system perfected by Xiao Ruoxue ensured that injured and ill members of the immortal court received timely and effective treatment. The 7 women's outstanding performance won them the recognition of everyone in the immortal court. I never expected these young women to be so formidable, managing the immortal court's affairs with perfect order. Yes, we once questioned them. It seems we were wrong. Those who had once doubted the 7 women now could not help but look at them with newfound respect. In their work, the 7 women and Liu Fei cooperated with tacit understanding. Every day, they reported their work progress to Liu Fei and jointly discussed the immortal court's development strategies. Master, this is the recent fiscal revenue and expenditure of the immortal court. Overall, it remains fairly stable, but there are still areas that can be optimized. Su Qingxue presented the ledgers to Liu Fei and gave a detailed report. Qingxue, you have done very well. Let us discuss these issues and resolve them together. Liu Fei studied the ledgers seriously and explored optimization plans with Su Qingxue. Ding! Management task: improve the work efficiency of all departments of the immortal court and ensure its efficient operation. Current progress 60. Continue optimizing management processes and enhancing the immortal court's overall strength. The system notification tone sounded in Liu Fei's mind. As time passed, the prestige of the 7 women in the immortal court grew ever higher. The entire immortal court held them in high esteem, and the title female emperor quietly spread throughout. The 7 women dressed in magnificent robes were busy at their respective posts. Their gazes were resolute and their decisions decisive, displaying a formidable leadership presence. My sisters, we have come this far thanks to the master's trust and support. Su Qingxue said emotionally. Yes, the master gave us the opportunity to contribute our strength to the immortal court. We must live up to the master's expectations. Xiao Ruoxue nodded. Through mutual support in their work, the bond between the 7 women and Liu Fei reached a new height. Everyone in the immortal court extended their blessings to their relationship. However, just as the immortal court was flourishing, a mysterious piece of news quietly arrived, seeming to herald the impending descent of a new crisis. Within the immortal court, a scene of bustling prosperity unfolded. The radiance of immortal arts flickered, illuminating every corner of the court. In the commercial district, the cries of vendors and the sounds of laughter intermingled, creating a lively and extraordinary atmosphere. In the cultivation areas, spiritual energy swirled thickly as cultivators immersed themselves in practice to enhance their strength. In the residential quarters, celestial flowers bloomed while children laughed and played, suffusing every place with an aura of peace. Yet beneath this seemingly idyllic surface, an undercurrent was silently stirring. Beyond the immortal court, a certain ill-intentioned forces had long been consumed by envy at its rapid rise. In a gloomy valley, several shadowy figures gathered. A layer of black mist shrouded their faces, obscuring their features, and only the malice flickering in their eyes was visible. This chaos immortal court has grown so formidable in such a short span. If we do not curb it now, it will surely become a great calamity in the future. A hoarse voice spoke, dripping with envy and resentment. Exactly. That Liu Fei is just some brat who came out of nowhere, yet he made so many rogue cultivators follow him with absolute devotion and caused such a commotion. Another voice chimed in, carrying a hint of spite. We must find a way to break the immortal court's stability and not allow them to continue developing like this. Yet another shadowy figure remarked coldly. Meanwhile, news that Liu Fei's children from his previous life had been slain by the god-slaying blade master spread like wildfire throughout the immortal realm. This news drew the attention of various factions in the immortal realm. Some forces began secretly investigating the matter, hoping to find information that could benefit their own interests. In the grand assembly hall of the immortal court, Liu Fei and the 9 women sat together in a circle, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Master, I have recently received reports that quite a few forces seem to be secretly spying on our immortal court. Moreover, word about the children has already spread throughout the immortal realm. Liu furrowed her brows and relayed every detail of the intelligence she had gathered to Liu Fei. Liu Fei's expression turned extremely grim. Clenching his fists, his eyes blazing with fury, he said, "How dare these ill-intentioned forces set their sights on the immortal court? As for the god-slaying blade master, I will never let him off. Master, we must not panic. The most urgent task now is to identify the forces covertly watching the immortal court and formulate defensive strategies." Su Qingxue said calmly, her gaze filled with determination. Ding. Crisis response mission: identify the forces secretly watching the immortal court and formulate defensive strategies. Stay alert to potential threats and protect the safety of the immortal court. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Sisters, let us discuss together and see how we should respond. Liu Fei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that at this critical juncture he had to keep a clear head and lead everyone through the crisis. Master, I think we can first strengthen the defenses of the immortal court and deploy powerful defensive formations around its perimeter. Xiao Ruoxue suggested. That is one approach. However, we also need to take the initiative and investigate the situation of those forces. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Liu Fei nodded, endorsing Xiao Ruoxue's proposal. I will intensify my intelligence gathering efforts and strive to uncover the background of those forces as soon as possible. Liu said, confidence gleaming in her eyes. I will also lead the guards of the immortal court to strengthen patrols and ensure its safety. Lin Yu, one of the 7, volunteered. After this period of recuperation, his injuries had basically healed, and at this moment, he could hardly wait to do his part for the immortal court. Through their discussion, an initial strategy for dealing with the crisis gradually took shape. Yet they all knew that this was only the beginning. The real challenge still lay ahead. On the streets of the immortal court, the residents continued their peaceful lives, unaware that a potential crisis was silently drawing near. Have you heard? Lately, it seems some ill-disposed forces have been keeping an eye on our immortal court. A resident murmured to the companion beside him. Yeah, but with young Master Liu and the several empresses here, what do we have to fear? They will surely protect the immortal court. The companion said confidently. Outside the immortal court, those shadowy figures continued to observe every move of the court. It seems they have already sensed our presence. But so what? They are no match for us at all. A shadowy figure sneered. Let us observe for a while longer. Once they let their guard down, we will strike. When the time comes, we will show them our might. Another shadowy figure said viciously. Amid this undercurrent of turbulence, Liu Fei and the 9 women were deeply aware that the challenge ahead would be more severe than ever. But they were utterly unafraid, for they trusted and supported one another. They believed that as long as they stood united, there was no difficulty they could not overcome. Inside the grand council hall of the Xianting, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed ready to drip. Liu Fei sat upright in the seat of honor, his brows tightly knit, his gaze revealing an unprecedented solemnity. He knew all too well that the crisis now facing the Xianting was no trifling matter. Those forces harboring ill intentions could strike at any moment. If adequate preparations were not made, the Xianting's years of hard work would all be in vain. Sisters, the Xianting is in imminent peril. We must act immediately. Liu Fei's voice was low yet full of power, echoing through the hall. His gaze swept across the 9 women, who all nodded, their eyes filled with determination and support. Master, we will all follow your orders. Su Qingxue was the first to speak, her voice crisp, yet carrying an unyielding resolve. In her heart, Liu Fei was the pillar of the Xianting. As long as they followed him, no difficulty was insurmountable. Well, we currently have 2 major tasks. First, strengthen the Xianting's defensive fortifications, deploying powerful protective arrays around it to ensure absolute security. Second, organize the Xianting members for combat training to enhance everyone's fighting capabilities. Liu Fei said methodically, his mind working like a precise machine, rapidly devising strategies to deal with the crisis. He'll go arrange personnel and gather the spirit materials needed for the formations. Among the 7 women, Ziyin volunteered. She was bold and forthright, doing things with great vigor, and held considerable prestige among the Xianting people. They'll take charge of rallying the Xianting guards and formulating detailed training plans. Lin Yu also stood up. Having fully recovered from his injuries through previous care, he was now raring to go, eager to contribute to the Xianting's safety. I will lead the medical team and prepare ample healing pills to meet any contingency. Xiao Ruoxu's gentle voice rang out. She had long been in charge of the Xianting's medical affairs, and was highly experienced, well aware of the importance of medical support in battle. I will intensify intelligence gathering, and keep a close watch on every move of those forces, ensuring that the Xianting can learn of the enemy's movements in advance. Bai Liyu's eyes sparkled with wisdom. As the intelligence chief, her keen insight and exceptional analytical skills formed a crucial line of defense for the Xianting. With the enthusiastic response of the 9 women, the entire Xianting swiftly mobilized and entered a state of intense war preparation. On the Xianting Plaza, the crowd stood in neat formation, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Lin Yu, holding a long sword with a vigorous stance, shouted, "Listen up, everyone. From today on, we will undergo high-intensity combat training. This is not only for the Xianting, but also for the safety of ourselves and our families. Kill, kill, kill." The crowd roared in unison, their voices piercing the clouds. They brandished their weapons and cast celestial arts. In an instant, the plaza was interwoven with dazzling lights of various immortal techniques, a truly spectacular sight. Some cultivators unleashed fireball techniques, roaring flames blazing in their hands before hurtling toward the targets. Others summoned ice blades that glinted coldly, carving sharp arcs through the air. Watch your coordination. Teamwork is vital. Lin Yu instructed and demonstrated in person. He formed a small squad with several of the stronger Xianting guards working together to display the art of team combat. They would sometimes scatter and attack the target from different directions, then regroup into an impenetrable defensive line. The onlookers watched with boiling blood, imitating the maneuvers as their training fervor grew ever higher. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Xianting, the immortal craftsmen in charge of deploying defensive formations bustled about. Ziyin supervised in person, studying the formation blueprints in her hand and carefully directing the craftsmen's work. At this position, embed this spirit crystal into the formation core. Mind the angle, it must be precise. Ziyin pointed at a formation node and said to the craftsman beside her, "Yes, Lady Z." The craftsman carefully embedded the spirit crystal into the formation. As it settled, the formation flashed once and began to slowly activate. Seeing this, the surrounding craftsmen quickened their pace. In no time, lights flickered along the Xianting's border as various defensive formations gradually took shape. Some of these formations could withstand physical attacks, others could resist immortal technique impacts, and still others could detect enemy traces, erecting a formidable defensive line for the Xianting. In the tense process of war preparation, Liu Fei and the 9 women encouraged and supported each other, their bond growing ever deeper. At night, while the others rested, Liu Fei and the 9 women sat together in a circle, discussing the details of preparations. "Master, today's training went well. Everyone's combat awareness has improved significantly," Lin Yu said excitedly, his face beaming with a confident smile. "Well, but we must not let our guard down. The enemy's strength is not to be underestimated. We still need to work harder." Liu Fei nodded. His eyes revealed concern for the coming battle, but even more they shone with firm resolve. "Master, rest assured. With us here, the Xianting will surely survive this crisis." Su Qingxue gently held Liu Fei's hand and said softly. Her hand, though soft, seemed to transmit boundless strength. "Sisters, with you by my side, I fear nothing." Liu Fei looked at the 9 women, his eyes full of love and gratitude. In this difficult time, their companionship and support were his greatest motivation. Ding! War preparation quest: complete the upgrade of the Xianting defense system within 10 days and enhance the combat capabilities of the Xianting members. Current progress 40. Speed up the preparations to meet unknown challenges. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. As time passed, the Xianting's war preparations proceeded in an intense and orderly manner. The Xianting members united as one, displaying formidable cohesion and combat power. Yet they all knew the true test had not yet arrived. The enemy lurking in the shadows could launch a fatal strike at any moment. After days and nights of relentless preparation, the immortal court resembled a slumbering beast that had awakened, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Its defensive fortifications had been fully upgraded, and the protective formations surrounding the court shimmered with strange and powerful radiance, weaving into a barrier of light that shielded the entire realm. Spirit crystals were embedded at the heart of the formation, ceaselessly channeling spiritual energy to unleash the array's utmost power. The combat prowess of everyone within the immortal court had also been remarkably enhanced. Under Lin Ye's rigorous and systematic training, both the court's guards and the ordinary rogue cultivators had mastered more exquisite combat techniques. Gone was the confusion and slackness that once lingered in their eyes. Replaced by resolve and courage, they stood ready to fight for the defense of the immortal court. Yet this seemingly impregnable defense did nothing to disperse the crisis looming over the immortal court. On the contrary, as time passed, it pressed ever closer, like dark clouds suffocating in its approach. At the borders of the immortal court, eerie anomalies began to appear with increasing frequency. The once crystalline sky would often be shrouded without warning in a pall of dark red mist permeated by a pungent, nauseating stench. The ground too trembled sporadically, as though some formidable and malevolent force were surging in the depths below. What is going on here? Why has the border become so bizarre lately? A patrolling guard's face paled as he spoke to his companion. Terror filled his eyes, and his weapon unconsciously tightened in his grip. Don't panic. Let's continue patrolling and report the situation as soon as possible. Though equally unsettled, his companion forced calmness into his tone. They quickened their pace, warily watching every movement around them. Inside the Grand Council Hall of the Immortal Court, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating. Liu Fei knitted his brows, carefully listening to his subordinates' reports of the border anomalies. Master, in my view, this is most likely the work of malicious forces scheming in the shadows. They may be preparing a large-scale assault. Liu stated gravely, her keen perception as head of intelligence picking up on the signs of abnormality. Correct. Whatever their schemes, we are ready. With the Immortal Court's current defenses and the strength of its people, we can meet any challenge. Liu Fei declared firmly, confidence flashing in his eyes. Deep down, however, he knew the coming battle would be extraordinarily arduous. Meanwhile, atop the city wall, Liu Fei stood shoulder to shoulder with the 9 women. The last rays of sunset fell upon them, tracing golden silhouettes, yet their hearts were weighed down with unutterable gravity. Gazing at the distant sky, frequently veiled in ominous red mist, Liu Fei drew a deep breath. My ladies, the great war approaches. Though we have prepared, the road ahead remains difficult. Master, we are not afraid. As long as you are here, we fear nothing. Su Qingxue clasped Liu Fei's hand tightly, her gaze filled with unwavering faith. In her heart, Liu Fei was the towering mountain that would never fall. No matter what storms raged, he would Yes, master. We are willing to face any challenge alongside you. Xia Ruoxue also spoke softly, her voice like a spring breeze, gentle yet filled with quiet strength. Warmth surged within Liu Fei as he looked at the 9 women. In this trying hour, their support and trust were his greatest motivation. He gently drew them into his embrace and said with deep emotion, having you by my side is the greatest fortune of my life. No matter the outcome of this battle, I will never let any harm come to you. Nestled against his chest, the 9 women were overcome with emotion, feeling the warmth and strength of his embrace. They knew full well the impending battle was fraught with uncertainty and danger, yet at this moment, within Liu Fei's arms, they felt utterly at peace. Ding. Main quest: the Immortal Court's population exceeds 1 million. Progress 80000100000. Continue developing the Immortal Court amidst the crisis and attract more people to join. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind, reminding him that even in the face of war, the court's development could not stall. Just then, dark clouds began to converge rapidly in the distant sky. These clouds bore no resemblance to the pristine, white ones of ordinary days. They churned in an eerie blackness, as if countless grotesque faces flickered within their depths. A fierce gale howled, snapping the banners atop the city wall. Master, it seems the enemy is truly coming. Liu stared at the distant clouds, her expression grim. What must come will come. We have prepared, and those treacherous fools shall never return. A cold glint flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly as the power of his chaotic thunder body began to circulate, violet lightning crackling across his skin, gathering strength for the battle ahead. On the city wall of the Immortal Court, Liu Fei and the 9 women stood all the more resolute against the raging wind and the dying sun. They knew that a breathtaking battle was about to unfold, and they would stand together, fighting for the Immortal Court, for one another, and for the future. A desperate life-or-death struggle. Above the Qingxue, the sky that was once as azure as a gem was now shrouded in a pall of gloom. That gloom was not naturally formed storm clouds, but was composed of dense ranks of heavenly soldiers and generals. 100,000 heavenly troops clad in gleaming silver armor reflected a cold light under the blazing sun, surging forth like a torrent of steel. Within the heavenly army's formation, a huge banner fluttered high, embroidered with the character Heaven, snapping loudly in the wind. The commander of the heavenly troops rode forward slowly atop a Qilin divine beast wreathed in cyan flames. In his hands he held a bright yellow decree from the Jade Emperor. With an icy gaze fixed upon the Qingxue, he shouted, Liu Fei of the Chaos, Qingxue, hear the order. The immortal realm, in the name of maintaining order, has dispatched us heavenly soldiers to this place. You established the Qingxue without authorization, disrupting the rules of the immortal realm. We order you to surrender immediately and return with us for trial. Otherwise, wherever the heavenly army passes, not a single piece of armor shall remain. His voice rolled across the sky above the Xianting like thunder, booming so loudly that everyone's ears rang. Inside the Xianting, the residents stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with fear as they looked up at the sky. What are we to do? Why has the immortal realm suddenly sent so many heavenly soldiers? An old man asked, his voice trembling and his face full of worry. If that Liu Fei is so arrogant, why did he have to build a Xianting? Now he has brought the heavenly soldiers down on us, a young rogue cultivator muttered quietly, a hint of schadenfreude on his face. Yet more Xianting residents showed determination in their eyes. What is there to fear? Under Master Liu's leadership, we have finally reached where we are today. We cannot be intimidated by them. A burly middle-aged man declared, clenching his fists. Atop the Xianting city wall, Liu Fei's expression was somber. Gazing at the ranks of heavenly soldiers, he knew clearly this would be a hard-fought battle. Beside him, the 9 women followed closely, their eyes filled with worry, but even more with trust in Liu Fei. Master, we are not afraid. No matter how many the immortal realm sends, we will fight alongside you, Su Qingxue said firmly. Her voice was clear yet forceful, like a warm current flowing through Liu Fei's heart. My sisters, with you here I have the confidence I need. Liu Fei turned to look at the 9 women, his eyes full of love and gratitude. At that moment, Xiao Ruoxue stepped forward. With knitted brows, she pondered for a moment before saying, Master, I want to use my ice-based immortal arts to reinforce the Xianting's defensive formation. Although it will consume much of my spiritual power, it may buy us more time. Hearing this, Liu Fei felt deeply. He gently held Xiao Ruoxue's hand and said, Miss Xia, this is too dangerous. It could cause great harm. Master, for the Xianting, for everyone, I am willing. Xiao Ruoxue's eyes were resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Ding. Limited time quest, repel the invaders within 7 days, progress 07. Activate the defensive formation and organize the residents to evacuate. A system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei took a deep breath and said to Xiao Ruoxue, all right, Miss Xia, be careful. Sisters, let us act immediately. Activate the defensive formation and organize the residents to evacuate to a safe area, in order. The 9 women nodded in unison and swiftly moved into action. Su Qingxue went to command the Xianting guards, positioning them to hold each defensive stronghold. Bai Liu, using the abilities of the Celestial Fox clan, calmed the panicked residents and guided them towards safety. Meanwhile, the giant war drums in the heavenly army's formation began to beat. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike seemed to carry an invisible force that pounded against the hearts of the Xianting people. The very ground trembled, the Xianting's walls swayed slightly, and stones on the battlements fell in cascades. The war drum's power is so tremendous. A Xianting guard, his face pale, said with a trembling voice, Don't be afraid. We have the defensive formation. We will definitely get through this. Though equally scared, the companion beside him forced a calm tone and comforted him. The Xianting's defensive formation slowly activated, and a translucent light barrier gradually rose, enveloping the entire Xianting. Strange runes shimmered on the barrier, flowing and emanating powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, withstanding the impact of the heavenly army's war drums. Xiao Ruoxue stood at the core of the formation, her hands forming seals at great speed. A faint blue glow radiated from her body, the power of ice-based immortal arts. With her movements, a thick layer of ice gradually formed on the defensive formation. The ice was crystal clear and exuded a frigid breath, greatly enhancing the formation's power. However, the heavenly soldiers did not stop there. The commander gave a cold snort, waved the long sword in his hand, and ordered, all heavenly soldiers, hear me. Prepare to attack. Instantly, the heavenly soldiers raised their magical treasures. At once the treasures gleamed brilliantly, spears blazing with dazzling light, war knives wreathed in flames, and treasured whips crackling with lightning. Their eyes blazed with murderous intent, as if they would raze the Xianting to the ground in the next moment. The Xianting's people stood ready for battle, the atmosphere taut to the extreme. Standing on the city wall, Liu Fei looked at the heavenly soldiers about to launch their attack, and silently vowed, Immortal Realm, do you think sending these heavenly soldiers can make me yield? Today I will make you understand that my resolve to protect the Xianting is as steadfast as a rock. Amid this tense standoff, a great war teetered on the brink of eruption. With the immortal court's ranks braced for battle, and the tension drawn taut as a bowstring, the commander of the heavenly host slowly raised his hand, grasped the strap beneath his helmet, and eased it loose. As the helmet was removed, a familiar face appeared before the crowd. How is this possible? Liu Fei's eyes widened, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. The face beneath the helmet was the spitting image of his sworn brother from his previous life, Immortal Emperor Pejun. Pejun, is it really you? Liu Fei's voice trembled slightly. Subconsciously, he stepped forward, his gaze locked on the other man, as if searching that familiar face for some sign of denial. Immortal Emperor Pejun gazed at Liu Fei atop the city wall, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Joy at their long-awaited reunion, yet also an indescribable bitterness. Brother Fei, it has been too long. His low voice echoed across the tense battlefield. Hearing this, the people of the Immortal Court stirred in commotion. What is going on? The commander of the heavenly host is actually young Master Liu's sworn brother. Could young Master Liu have been colluding with the immortal realm all along? Doubtful voices began to rise from the crowd. Silence. Su Qingxue's slender brow shot up as her lovely eyes blazed with severity. How could Master ever be such a person? Stop making wild guesses. Liu Fei also unleashed her celestial fox charm to soothe the crowd. Everyone do not panic. Let us first see what is truly happening. Atop the city wall, Liu Fei took a deep breath and strove to steady himself. Brother Pajun, why have you led the heavenly host to war against my immortal court? His gaze burned as he stared fixedly at immortal Emperor Pajun. Pajun let out a faint sigh. Brother Fei, I am acting under orders. By establishing the immortal court on your own, you have indeed violated the statutes of the immortal realm. If you come back with me to the immortal realm and beg forgiveness from the Jade Emperor, I will certainly plead on your behalf and ensure your life is spared. Ha ha ha. Liu Fei threw back his head and laughed, his laughter dripping with scorn. Brother Pajun, we were brothers in our past life, and yet you still do not understand me. I, Liu Fei, founded the Chaos Immortal Court to give the oppressed rogue cultivators of the immortal realm a place to take refuge. What crime is there in that? For me to beg forgiveness from that incompetent Jade Emperor is absolutely impossible. At that moment, the 9 women gathered around Liu Fei, their eyes full of worry. Xiao Ruoxue spoke softly, Master, beware of treachery. Immortal Emperor Pajun is now the commander of the heavenly host. His allegiance has already changed. Su Qingxue nodded as well. Indeed, Master, do not let brotherly affection cloud your judgment. Liu Fei nodded slightly, signaling the 9 women to rest easy. He then looked toward Immortal Emperor Pajun again, his eyes filled with hope. Brother Pajun, we weathered life and death trials together in our past life, crossing countless hardships. Have you forgotten those days? Why must we cross swords now? Stand with me and protect the Chaos Immortal Court. What do you say? A flicker of inner turmoil passed through Immortal Emperor Pajun's eyes. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white. Brother Fei, stop clinging to your delusions. The dignity of the immortal realm must not be violated, and I cannot defy the Jade Emperor's command. Just then 2 blood-red runes slowly emerged behind Immortal Emperor Pajun. Heavenly punishment. The runes shimmered with an eerie glow, exuding a powerful and sinister aura. Seeing this, the people of the immortal court turned pale. What is that? Such a terrifying aura. Could this be the immortal realm's method of controlling Immortal Emperor Pajun? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Liu Fei's gaze sharpened. He keenly sensed that Immortal Emperor Pajun might not truly wish to attack the immortal court. There had to be something hidden behind all this. Ding! Hidden quest, uncover Pajun's true intentions, completion 03. Pay close attention to the subtle shifts in his expression. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Brother Pajun, what is the meaning of the heavenly punishment runes behind you? Liu Fei stared hard at Immortal Emperor Pajun, trying to find an answer in his expression. A slight change crossed Immortal Emperor Pajun's face. Subconsciously, he raised a hand to cover the runes behind him. Brother Fei, this matter is none of your concern. If you simply come back to the immortal realm with me, you can spare yourself needless suffering. Pajun, do you think you can fool me with that? If you truly wanted me dead, why waste words urging me to surrender? There must be a hidden reason behind all this. Tell me, and we can find a way to solve it together. Liu Fei's gaze was resolute as he looked straight into Immortal Emperor Pajun's eyes. Immortal Emperor Pajun fell silent, his eyes filled with conflict and inner turmoil. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. Brother Fei, there are some things you do not understand. The situation in the immortal realm is complicated now. I am not acting of my own will. Not of your own will. Is it because of the heavenly punishment runes? Liu Fei pressed. Immortal Emperor Pajun did not answer, but a flash of pain crossed his eyes. At that moment, some of the heavenly soldiers in the host began to grow restless. Commander, why have you not attacked? Stop wasting words with this rebel. Yes, Commander, give the order. Let us raise the Chaos Immortal Court to the ground. Immortal Emperor Pajun frowned deeply. He looked at the restless heavenly soldiers behind him, then at Liu Fei atop the city wall, his eyes filled with helplessness. Brother Fei, today's matter is unlikely to end peacefully. If you insist on resisting, I will have no choice but to act on orders. Liu Fei clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. Brother Pajun, if that is how it must be, do not blame me for showing no mercy. I swear I will defend the Chaos Immortal Court to the bitter end, even if it means becoming the enemy of the immortal realm. For a moment, the tension on the battlefield escalated to the breaking point. The people of the immortal court gripped their weapons, preparing for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the heavenly soldiers and generals awaited the order to attack from Immortal Emperor Pajun. In the tense moment of the brothers' standoff, a splendid meteor suddenly streaked across the sky. Yet at this moment, no one had the leisure to admire the beautiful sight. Their hearts were fixed solely on the war about to erupt. Brothers reunited, yet forced to face each other as adversaries by the stances they had taken. Above Xinting, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt close to suffocation. Liu Fei and Immortal Emperor Pajun faced each other in a deathly stillness, like the calm before a violent storm, while every thread of air seemed congealed by the pervasive tension. Just as everyone believed the great battle was about to erupt at any moment, Liu Fei drew a deep breath, his gaze abruptly turning as sharp as an eagle's. He raised his hand swiftly, palm upward, and intoned, "Today, I shall let you witness the true majesty of an immortal emperor." As Liu Fei moved, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to churn wildly. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded by a dense layer of purple mist roiling, as if it harbored a force capable of crushing all beneath it. In the next moment, 9 dazzling beams of golden light shot skyward from Liu Fei's palms, spiraling and converging in the air, before gradually condensing into 9 colossal golden seals. Each seal was as large as a house, covered with mysterious and ancient runes. The runes glimmered with an uncanny light, as if recounting the sweeping, magnificent saga of an immortal emperor. These are the 9 seals of the immortal emperor. An elder in Xianting, well-versed in the history of the immortal realm, cried out in shock, his voice trembling with excitement. "Legend says this is a supreme treasure that no one but an immortal emperor can command. Who could have imagined it would reappear in young Master Liu's hands today?" The moment these words fell, the people of Xianting were all astounded, their faces lighting up with surprise and admiration. Young Master Liu is truly formidable. With the 9 seals of the immortal emperor, why fear those heavenly soldiers and generals? That's right. This time the immortal realm has hit an iron wall. A chorus of discussions rose from the crowd. The morale that had sunk under the pressure of the heavenly army was instantly ignited and soared. On the heavenly soldiers' side, the sight of the 9 golden seals made every face change dramatically. What sort of magic treasure is this? Why does it radiate such overwhelming power? Could we really fall here today? The heavenly soldiers were seized with terror, and the magic treasures in their hands trembled involuntarily. Immortal Emperor Pujuan looked at the 9 seals of the immortal emperor, hanging in the sky, his brows tightly knit, and a complicated glint flashing through his eyes. "Brother Fei, I never imagined that you would be able to master these 9 seals of the immortal emperor. But even so, do you truly think you can defeat the immortal realm?" A trace of unwillingness and anxiety could be heard in his voice. Liu Fei did not answer. His hands rapidly formed seals as he cried out in a low voice, "Suppress." At his command, the 9 seals blazed with brilliant light, spinning through the air along arcane trajectories and gradually forming a vast suppression formation. Runes flashed within the formation as an immense oppressive pressure swept outward, as if it intended to crush the entire heaven and earth beneath it. Beneath that pressure, the magic treasures in the heavenly soldiers' hands trembled violently, wailing mournfully, "No, my treasure is out of control. Quick, hold it steady." The heavenly soldiers scrambled to regain control, but it was all in vain. Spears that had once shone with dazzling lightsaber blades wreathed in raging flames, and spirit whips capable of releasing lightning. One by one they lost their brilliance and came raining down from the sky. "Ha ha ha, excellent. A magnificent display of the 9 seals of the immortal emperor." Atop the city walls of Xianting, Lin Yu shouted with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Let's see those heavenly soldiers still dare to act so arrogant now. Our master is mighty." The 9 women also burst into cheers, their eyes full of reverence and pride for Liu Fei. At this crucial moment, they knew the only thing they could do was to support him unconditionally. The 9 women swiftly formed a circle around Liu Fei, shielding him at the center. Each of them activated her spiritual energy, and through a special spiritual link sent an unending stream of power into him. Su Qingxue, whose spiritual energy was the deepest among the 9, held nothing back. Her eyes were tightly shut, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, and her beautiful face had grown slightly pale from the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Even so, she gritted her teeth and persisted with only one thought burning in her heart. She must help the Master's 9 seals of the immortal emperor unleash their greatest power. As the spiritual energy poured out without rest, Su Qingxue felt her strength slipping away with terrifying speed, and her consciousness gradually grew hazy. At last, in a dizzying swirl, darkness swept over her eyes, and her body went limp as she toppled backward. Qingxue. Sensing that something was wrong, Liu Fei felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He whipped around and saw Su Qingxue collapsed on the ground, a flash of panic and heartache darting through his eyes. For the first time, he felt with unmistakable clarity how much Su Qingxue meant to him. In the midst of the fierce battle, he could not afford to hesitate. He instantly channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into her body to protect her heart meridians. Ding! Hidden skill unlocked. 9 seals resonance requires the 9 women to form seals in unison. Attempt to attune your mind with the 9 women. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. However, Liu Fei had no time to pay attention to the sudden system notification. His eyes remained fixed on Su Qingxue, and he silently vowed, "Qingxue, you must be all right. Once this battle is over, I will never allow any harm to come to you again." Just as Liu Fei's attention wavered, a violent tremor came from the underground prison beneath Xianting. The sealed prison gates began to shake faintly, and eerie rays of light seeped out through the cracks. Deep within the prison, Liu Fei's children from his past life, who had been lying weak and motionless, suddenly stirred. Their eyelids quivered slightly, as if they were about to wake. Wah! What is going on? The guard in charge of the prison at Xianting cried out in fear, his voice brimming with terror and bewilderment. Could it be that the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor have triggered some kind of anomaly? An elder-like man frowned, his eyes filled with unease. Meanwhile, the great suppression formation of the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor in the sky continued to emanate an oppressive might. Under its pressure, the heavenly soldiers were forced to retreat step by step. Immortal Emperor Pujuan watched this scene of chaos unfold, his expression turning exceedingly grim. For the first time, a flicker of panic appeared in his eyes. The 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor displayed their divine might, and the magic treasures of the heavenly soldiers came crashing down one after another. On the city wall of the Immortal Court, Liu Fei watched the heavenly soldiers' ranks, which had been thrown into momentary chaos by the 9 seals of the Immortal Emperor, fully aware that this was merely the brief quiet before the storm. The heavenly soldiers were vast in number and backed by the Immortal Realm. Unless a critical breakthrough could be found, the Immortal Court would still face a grave crisis. At that moment, Xiao Yuro stepped forward with graceful floating steps and came before Liu Fei. Her figure was slender and elegant, but her eyes burned with resolute determination. Master Yuro wishes to share the Immortal Court's burden. Let me go to the heavenly soldiers' camp and probe their true strength. Xiao Yuro spoke softly, her voice gentle, yet carrying an undeniable resolve. Liu Fei furrowed his brows upon hearing this, his eyes filled with worry. Yuro, the journey is fraught with peril. Do you think it is easy to infiltrate the heavenly soldiers' camp? With the slightest carelessness, you would fall into irreversible ruin. Master, I am of the Celestial Fox clan, born with a natural talent for the arts of enchantment. I can disguise myself as a dancer, slip into the heavenly soldiers' camp, and seduce their vanguard general. I am certain I can obtain valuable intelligence. Xiao Yuro explained, her eyes shining with self-assurance. No, this is too dangerous. I cannot let you take such a risk. Liu Fei shook his head firmly. In his heart, Xiao Yuro was not just his subordinate, but one of the women he deeply loved. How could he allow her to face such peril? Master, the Immortal Court is now in imminent peril. We must find a way to turn the tide. This move of mine may be our one chance for survival. If I can learn the location of the heavenly soldiers' provisions and the method to break their formation, we will seize the initiative on the battlefield. Xiao Yuro continued to persuade him, deeply aware of the Immortal Court's plight, and knowing full well that although her plan was risky, it was worth attempting. The 9 women around them were all moved by Xiao Yuro's words. Su Qingxue, still weak, forced herself to speak. Master, what Yuro said makes sense. We cannot sit idly by and wait for our doom. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity. Under Xiao Yuro's insistence and the 9 women's persuasion, Liu Fei finally let out a helpless sigh. Very well, Yuro, be careful in everything. If danger arises, find a way to escape immediately. Do not be reckless. Xiao Yuro smiled softly, a hint of gratitude glimmering in her eyes. Rest assured, Master. I will not fail your trust. Then Xiao Yuro activated the Celestial Fox clan's transformation art. In an instant, her appearance changed. Her originally pure and lovely face became even more bewitching. Her eyes, brimming with passion, seemed capable of ensnaring souls. She donned a thin dancing robe, her sleeves fluttering, as if she were a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. As night fell, Xiao Yuro slipped quietly toward the heavenly soldiers' camp under the cover of darkness. Her steps were light and nimble like a spirited fox as she deftly evaded the patrolling heavenly soldiers. Reaching the edge of the camp, she took a deep breath, steadied her nerves, and then glided gracefully toward the camp entrance. Halt! Who are you? A heavenly soldier, spear in hand, blocked Xiao Yuro's path. Xiao Yuro smiled, a smile as radiant as a spring blossom. Honorable soldier, I am a dancer from nearby. Hearing that the heavenly soldiers are stationed here, I have come to offer a dance and ease your fatigue. As she spoke, she gently swayed her waist, striking a seductive pose. That heavenly soldier stared at Xiao Yuro, a flicker of dazedness in his eyes, his face slightly reddening. This won't do. This is a heavily guarded camp. How can I let you enter as you please? Despite his words, his spear unconsciously lowered. Kind soldier, please be generous. I have prepared an exquisite dance that is sure to please you all. If you allow me to enter, I will reward you handsomely. As she spoke, Xiao Yuro drew a gleaming spirit crystal from her bosom and dangled it before the soldier. Seeing this, a flash of greed passed through the soldier's eyes. He glanced around and, finding no one nearby, muttered, "Fine, follow me. But don't try any tricks." Xiao Yuro rejoiced inwardly. She followed the soldier with graceful steps and smoothly entered the heavenly soldier's camp. Inside, she was led to the tent of the vanguard general. "Sir, I found this dancer outside the camp, and she said she wishes to perform for you," the soldier said to the tent. "Let her in." A gruff voice came from within the tent. Xiao Yuro took a deep breath and stepped inside. There sat the vanguard general, a burly man with a fierce, fleshy face and eyes filled with ruthlessness. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Xiao Yuro. "Ha ha ha, beauty indeed. Come dance well for this general." Xiao Yuro smiled sweetly and began to dance gracefully. Her movements were elegant and alluring, every gesture dripping with seduction. As she danced, she subtly employed the Celestial Fox clan's enchantment arts. Gradually, the Vanguard General's eyes grew hazy, and he was entirely captivated by her performance. General, I hear that the Heavenly Soldiers have come to attack the Immortal Court, surely confident of victory. Might you have any clever strategies? Xiao Yuro asked softly while continuing to dance. Naturally. How could those rogue cultivators withstand us, the Heavenly Soldiers? Our provisions are ample, and we possess a powerful formation-breaking treasure. The defensive array of the Immortal Court is nothing before us, but a mere facade, the Vanguard General said smugly, completely unaware of Xiao Yuro's intention. Oh, then where is your provision store located? I would also like to see the mighty artifact of the Heavenly Soldiers. Xiao Yuro pressed on, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Our provisions are stored in the valley behind the camp, heavily guarded. As for the formation-breaking treasure, it is this fragment of the God-slaying blade. As he spoke, the Vanguard General drew out a fragment radiating black light and waved it before Xiao Yuro. Startled, she never expected to find the God-slaying blade fragment here. She forced herself to remain calm, continuing to play along with the general, while secretly memorizing the location of the provisions and the method to break the formation. However, just as she was about to leave, the Vanguard General suddenly came to his senses, suspicion flashing in his eyes. Why do you ask all this? Who are you really? With that, he reached for the weapon beside him. Xiao Yuro's heart tightened. Oh, she knew. She instantly activated the Celestial Fox clan's teleportation art and vanished from the tent. Guards, seize her. She's a spy, the Vanguard General bellowed. Darting left and right within the Heavenly Soldiers' camp, Xiao Yuro relied on the Celestial Fox clan's agility to elude her pursuers. In the end, she successfully made her way back to the Immortal Court. Yuro, you're finally back. What did you find out? Liu Fei asked anxiously, his heart aching when he noticed the minor scratches on her body. Xiao Yuro told Liu Fei everything she had learned, the location of the provisions and the formation-breaking method, and also mentioned the God-slaying blade fragment. Master, this God-slaying blade fragment seems to be connected to the Heavenly Soldiers' formation-breaking treasure. Xiao Yuro said, her eyes filled with worry. Well done, Yuro. You have done excellently. Rest for a while, and let me dress your wounds. Saying this, Liu Fei took out healing pills and bandages and personally tended to her injuries. His movements were gentle, his eyes full of concern. Ding! Time-limited mission: destroy the Heavenly Soldiers' provisions. Progress 01. Obtain the map and act immediately. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Watching Liu Fei bandaging her wounds, Xiao Yuro felt deeply moved. In this tense moment of battle, the bond between her and Liu Fei had quietly grown even deeper. Xiao Yuro had successfully obtained vital intelligence, but she had also exposed herself. Inside the Grand Assembly Hall of the Immortal Court, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. Liu Fei stood at the center, sweeping his determined gaze across the crowd. According to the intelligence Yuro gathered, the Heavenly Soldiers' provisions are in the valley behind the main camp, and it is heavily guarded. This is the key to turning the tide of this battle. The task ahead is formidable, and I will personally lead an elite squad on a surprise attack. His steady, powerful voice echoed through the hall. Master, let me go with you. Lin Yu stepped forward, his eyes resolute. I will surely do my part for the Immortal Court. Take me as well, Master. Xia Ruoxue said eagerly, her eyes filled with determination. My ice-type immortal arts may prove useful in combat. Liu Fei nodded slightly. He knew full well the dangers of this mission, and he had to select the most elite forces. In the end, an elite squad composed of Lin Yu, Xia Ruoxue, and several other formidable members of the Immortal Court swiftly assembled. Weapons in hand and eyes steady, they prepared themselves for the coming battle. Night shrouded the earth, and the dim moonlight seemed to mourn the fight about to erupt. Liu Fei led the elite squad through the night, silently creeping toward the valley behind the Heavenly Soldiers' camp. Along the way, they carefully avoided the patrols and, relying on their exceptional stealth, gradually closed in on their target. Everyone be careful. The provisions should be stored just ahead, Liu Fei said in a low voice. The others nodded, tightened their hold on their weapons, their eyes revealing caution and tension. At the entrance to the valley, they saw that it was indeed heavily guarded, just as Xiao Yuro had said. Dozens of Heavenly Soldiers stood at attention with long spears, their eyes vigilant. These Heavenly Soldiers are rather cautious. Lin Yu gave a cold snort, the long sword in his hand quivering, slightly eager to strike. Everyone follow my command. Do not act rashly, Liu Fei said calmly, carefully observing the Heavenly Soldiers' defensive layout as he rapidly formulated a battle plan in his mind. Just then a sharp-eyed Heavenly Soldier spotted them. Who goes there? Halt! The Heavenly Soldier shouted, raising his spear and charging at Liu Fei and the others. Attack! Liu Fei let out a low shout and attacked first. Activating his Chaos Thunder body, he gathered a bolt of violet lightning in his palm and shot it at the charging soldier. With a thunderous boom, the lightning struck the soldier and blasted him away in an instant. The elite squad members also struck out, and in a flash, war cries and the roar of exploding spells wove together. Xia Ruoxue cast her ice immortal art. Her hands moved swiftly through hand seals as enormous ice blades materialized from thin air and flew toward the heavenly soldiers. The ice blades were staggeringly sharp, and heavenly soldiers fell one after another wherever they passed. Yet the heavenly soldiers refused to yield and quickly organized a counterattack. The two sides were locked in fierce combat, deadlocked for the moment. Just as the battle reached its climax, a familiar figure appeared at the valley entrance. "Brother Fei, I never expected you to come in person. Today you won't get the chance to destroy the heavenly soldiers' provisions." The newcomer was none other than Immortal Emperor Pejuan. Seeing Immortal Emperor Pejuan, Liu Fei's gaze hardened. "Brother Pejuan, today I will destroy these provisions to secure a sliver of hope for the immortal court. If you insist on blocking me, don't blame me for being rude. Then let's see you try." Immortal Emperor Pejuan snorted coldly. A golden spear appeared in his hand, its tip gleaming with cold light. His figure flashed, and he thrust at Liu Fei in an instant. Liu Fei swiftly sidestepped, a long sword appearing in his hand as he clashed with Immortal Emperor Pejuan. Both were extremely powerful, and every exchange released a violent surge of spiritual energy. The surrounding battle seemed to become their backdrop, and everyone paused to watch the duel between these two mighty figures. "Brother Fei, don't remain obstinate any longer. The power of the immortal realm is not something you can oppose," Immortal Emperor Pejuan said as he attacked. "Brother Pejuan, I established the immortal court to give wandering cultivators a fair place to live. Is that wrong? Why would you aid the oppressor?" Liu Fei retorted, his gaze firm. During the battle, he keenly sensed that although Immortal Emperor Pejuan's attacks seemed fierce, at every critical moment, he deliberately avoided striking Liu Fei's vital points. "Brother Pejuan, you." Liu Fei was puzzled, but the battle was at its height, leaving him no time to think further. Ding! System notification: Pejuan's affinity 30 hidden stat. Focus on collecting more trust points. The system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Just then the elite squad broke through the heavenly soldiers' defense line and reached the provision storage. "Quick, set it on fire," Lin Wan'er shouted. Everyone produced the fire-starting materials prepared in advance and hurled them onto the piles of provisions. "No." Seeing this, Immortal Emperor Pejuan's expression changed drastically. He charged recklessly toward the piles of provisions. Yet how could Liu Fei allow him to succeed? He unleashed the mighty power of his Chaos Thunder Body, and a bolt of violet lightning blocked Pejuan's path. With an earth-shaking boom, the piles of provisions caught fire, and blazing flames spread in an instant. The fire grew larger and triggered a chain reaction, causing the magical treasures, elixirs, and other items stored nearby to explode as well. In moments, the entire valley blazed with fire, and the explosions were deafening. Seeing their provisions burned, the heavenly soldiers fell into complete chaos. "No, the provisions are gone. What do we do? Retreat! Retreat!" Throwing away their helmets and armor, they fled in all directions. Amid the blaze of the explosions, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly came from the direction of the Immortal Court's underground prison. The fluctuation seemed to carry a special power, and Liu Fei's heart stirred. This fluctuation, could it be related to Brother Pejuan? Liu Fei stared toward the prison, his heart full of doubt. At that moment, Immortal Emperor Pejuan looked at the chaotic heavenly soldiers' ranks, a complicated expression flashing through his eyes. He looked at Liu Fei, then toward the prison, and finally turned and vanished into the night. The provisions had been successfully destroyed, and the heavenly soldiers' formation was thrown into complete disarray. Enchanting, the successful destruction of the heavenly soldiers' provisions eased the previously oppressive atmosphere, and the look of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster appeared on everyone's faces. Yet this ease did not last long. High above the clouds of the immortal realm, amid a majestic cluster of palaces, several immortal officials, in ornate robes and cold expressions, were overlooking the battle below. The heavenly soldiers actually had their provisions destroyed by that tiny Xianting. How utterly disgraceful. One immortal official said, furiously waving his horsetail whisk with a sharp motion. "Send the order, activate the heavenly punishment grand formation. Let these ignorant ants see the absolute majesty of the immortal realm." As soon as the words faded, the sky of the immortal realm changed color abruptly. The originally azure sky was instantly covered by a dense golden glow, within which streaks of lightning faintly flickered, as if an invisible giant hand were stirring up the winds and clouds. Inside Xianting, sensing the anomaly, everyone looked up. "Thighs! What is happening?" An elderly man asked, his voice trembling and his eyes full of fear. Could the immortal realm still have another move? A young rogue cultivator asked, tightening his grip on his weapon, a tremble in his voice. "Not good. This is the immortal realm's heavenly punishment grand formation." Liu Fei's expression changed drastically. As an immortal emperor in his previous life, he knew all too well the terrifying power of this formation. Once this formation was activated, 9 golden pillars of light would fall from the sky, reducing everything they touched to dust. "Sisters, quickly organize the residents to take shelter in the core area of the defensive formation," Liu Fei shouted as he circulated his spiritual energy, preparing to meet the coming catastrophe. The 9 women swiftly moved into action. Su Qingxue looked solemn. Her voice was crisp, but resolute. "Everyone, don't panic. Follow orders and move in an orderly manner to the core of the defensive formation. Bai Liu exerted the enchanting power of the Sky Fox clan, calming the frantic residents and guiding them toward the safe zone. However, it was already too late. With a thunderous boom, a golden pillar as thick as a bucket descended first from the sky, slamming directly toward Xianting. Wherever the pillar passed, the air ignited in an instant, crackling with a sizzling sound. Everything on the ground, houses, trees, and even the elaborately prepared defensive fortifications of Xianting, was turned into scorched earth in the blink of an eye. Oh! A shrill scream sounded. A resident who could not dodge in time was hit by the pillar's shockwave and instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing this, the people of Xianting became even more panicked. What do we do? We can't escape. Is Xianting really going to be destroyed here? Desperate cries rose one after. Just then the 9 women displayed astonishing courage and responsibility. They each cast their immortal arts, erecting defensive barriers layer by layer around the residents. Xiao Ruoxu's hands formed seals rapidly, and a thick wall of ice instantly condensed in front of a group of residents. Translucent and exuding a biting chill, the ice wall tried to block the power of the heavenly punishment pillar. Children, don't be afraid. Aunties will protect you. Xiao Ruoxu shouted, her gaze resolute with not a trace of retreat. Yet the heavenly punishment pillar was far too powerful. The moment the ice wall touched the beam, cracks began to spread across it. With a crack, the wall shattered, and Xiao Ruoxu was sent flying by the pillar's shockwave. Her body traced an arc through the air like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily to the ground. Miss Xiao. Seeing this, Liu Fei was burning with anxiety and dashed toward her without hesitation. Master, don't worry about me. Hurry and protect everyone. Xiao Ruoxu spat out a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty. Her eyes were filled with determination, and at this moment, all she cared about was the safety of Xianting's residents. Looking at the injured Xiao Ruoxu, the fury in Liu Fei's heart burned ever more fiercely like raging flames. Immortal realm, you have pushed us too far. He let out a long roar to the heavens, and the chaos bloodline within him began to boil. Liu Fei had never fully controlled his chaos bloodline, but now, driven by extreme anger and worry, the bloodline began to awaken of its own accord. Ding! Bloodline Awakening Quest. Fully master the power of Chaos. Progress 60. Endure the baptism of heavenly punishment. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei took a deep breath, suppressing the sorrow in his heart, and activated the power of the Chaos bloodline. Around his body, a layer of purple light gradually appeared, with mysterious runes flickering within it. Those runes seemed to faintly resonate with the mysterious runes that had emerged in the heavenly punishment pillar. At this moment, the runes within the pillar grew clearer and clearer. Upon closer inspection, these runes were exactly the same as the seal runes in the prison beneath Xianting. Thighs. What on earth is going on? Why are the heavenly punishment runes so similar to the prison seal runes? Liu Fei was deeply puzzled. Behind this, it seemed, lay a colossal conspiracy. Elsewhere in Xianting, the 9 women were still doing their utmost to protect the residents. They used their own bodies to hold up a canopy of safety above the residents. Even though the heavenly punishment left them covered with wounds, not one of them retreated. Sisters, we cannot give up. We must protect everyone. Su Qingxue called out as she channeled spiritual energy to the wounded residents. Her face was pale as snow, but her eyes were unwaveringly firm. At this life-or-death juncture, Liu Fei looked at Xianting in peril and at the 9 women wounded while protecting the residents. He made a silent oath. Immortal realm, even if I must stake my life today, I will defend Xianting and everything I cherish. The heavenly punishment continued unabated. The 9 golden pillars were like the scythe of the grim reaper, mercilessly reaping lives. Under the assault of the heavenly punishment, Xianting's defensive formation was on the verge of collapse. Yet Liu Fei, the 9 women, and all the residents of Xianting refused to give up the resistance. Struggling in this abyss of despair, they waited for the faint glimmer of a counterattack's dawn. Under the ravages of the heavenly punishment, the immortal court was already riddled with wounds. The earth was torn open into bottomless ravines, and thick black smoke permeated the air. The acrid stench of burning mingled with the reek of blood, making one want to retch. The surviving residents of the immortal court fled in panic, their faces filled with terror. Cries and pleas for help intertwined into a desperate elegy. Liu Fei looked at the disastrous scene before him, and the anger in his heart surged like turbulent waves. He knew deeply that if no action were taken, the immortal court would inevitably be completely destroyed. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Unlock ultimate skill, Chaos Unification. It requires sacrificing one person's primordial essence to activate. This prompt pierced Liu Fei's heart like a sharp knife. How could he be willing to sacrifice any of the 9? Yet the current desperate situation made him feel deeply powerless. Just as Liu Fei was struggling painfully, Su Qingxue, supporting her injured body, walked to his side. Her face was as pale as paper, with a trace of blood still at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were extremely determined. Master, we cannot give up. Do you still remember the 9 seal resonance array that the system once mentioned? Perhaps we can try to form the array together and resist the heavenly punishment. Hearing this, a glint of hope flashed across Liu Fei's eyes. He turned to look at the 9 women. They all nodded in succession, their eyes equally filled with determination and resolve. Master, let us stand together through life and death, Xia Ruoxue said in a loud voice. Although her voice was somewhat weak due to her injuries, the power contained within it was deeply moving. Thus Liu Fei and the 9 women stood hand in hand at the center of the immortal court. They closed their eyes, began to circulate their spiritual energy, and attempted to form the 9-seal resonance array. At this moment, the pillar of heavenly punishment in the sky became increasingly dazzling, and its power continued to intensify, as if it intended to erase the entire immortal court completely. As the spiritual energy of Liu Fei and the 9 women converged, a huge golden formation slowly emerged beneath their feet. Runes flickered within the formation, echoing with the runes of the Chaos Bloodline inside Liu Fei's body. The 9-seal resonance array was finally activated. Boom! A powerful force erupted from the formation and shot straight toward the pillar of heavenly punishment in the sky. This force, like a roaring dragon, tried to contend with the heavenly punishment. The pillar of heavenly punishment shook slightly under the impact, and the originally straight pillar bent a little. We succeeded. We successfully activated the 9-seal resonance array. Lin Yu shouted excitedly, his voice filled with surprise and joy. However, before they could celebrate, the pillar of heavenly punishment struck again, slamming down toward the immortal court with even greater force. At this critical moment, Liu Fei gritted his teeth and activated the power of the Chaos Bloodline to the utmost. Around his body, purple lightning flickered, and the light grew brighter and brighter. Sisters, let us join forces and turn the power of the heavenly punishment into our own, Liu Fei shouted. The 9 women responded one after another unreservedly, sending their spiritual energy into Liu Fei. With everyone working together, the power of the 9-seal resonance array grew stronger and stronger. The power of the heavenly punishment pillar was gradually drawn, beginning to converge toward the formation. No, they are absorbing the power of the heavenly punishment. Stop them. Above the clouds of the immortal realm, a celestial official saw this and cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late. Liu Fei and the 9 women successfully converted the power of the heavenly punishment for their own use, and then they manipulated this immense power to bombard the teleportation array of the immortal realm. Explode! Liu Fei roared angrily. The power of the heavenly punishment rushed toward the immortal realm's teleportation array like a huge cannonball. Rumble! With an earth-shattering bang, the immortal realm's teleportation array was instantly blasted into pieces. The explosive power triggered a chain reaction, and the surrounding clouds of the immortal realm also began to churn and collapse. However, during the fierce confrontation, the 9 women, having endured too much power impact, were all injured and fell unconscious. Before falling unconscious, Su Qingxue used her last ounce of strength to look at Liu Fei and say, "Being able to love you is the greatest blessing of my 3 lifetimes." Her voice was gentle, yet it struck Liu Fei's heart like a heavy hammer. "Qingxue, sisters!" Liu Fei cried out in sorrow, holding the unconscious 9 women tightly as tears streamed down his face. At that moment, his heart was filled with anger and self-blame. If it had not been for his founding of the immortal court, if it had not been for his enmity with the immortal realm, how could the 9 women have fallen into such danger? Just as Liu Fei was immersed in grief, the energy fluctuations caused by the counterattack of the heavenly punishment tore open a space-time rift at the location of Pujuan. From within the rift, a figure slowly emerged. The figure held a long saber, emitting black light, its blade covered with eerie runes. It was none other than the god-slaying saber master. Ha ha, Liu Fei, you never expected this, did you? Today is the day of your death. The voice of the god-slaying saber master came from the rift, full of pride and arrogance. Liu Fei raised his head, staring at the god-slaying saber master, his eyes burning with blazing anger. "God-slaying saber master, you harmed my children in my past life, and today you want to destroy the immortal court. I will definitely not let you go." At this moment, there was only one thought in Liu Fei's mind: to avenge the 9 women and wash away the hatred for the immortal court. Even though the 9 women were unconscious and the immortal court was in ruins, Liu Fei did not retreat. He clenched his fists tightly, and the chaos bloodline in his body boiled once again. He knew that the upcoming battle would be even more difficult, but he would never give up. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he would exert all his strength to protect everything he cherished. Over the ruins of the immortal court, a fierce winds howled, the crumbling walls trembling in the gale, as if on the verge of total collapse. Liu Fei tightly held the unconscious Ju Nu, glaring furiously at the Godslayer saber master, the rage in his eyes nearly setting the void before him ablaze. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and fury. The safety of Ju Nu, the survival of the immortal court, all weighed down on him like towering mountains, nearly suffocating him. The Godslayer saber master held his long blade, the eerie runes along its edge gleaming with an ominous light, as if greedily devouring the life force around them. He stepped out of the spatial rift 1 foot at a time, each step radiating boundless pressure, making the ground beneath him tremble. "Liu Fei, today is your doom." The immortal court you painstakingly built shall vanish utterly from this world. His voice was like the shriek of a night owl, sharp and sinister, echoing across the desolate immortal court. Just as Liu Fei was about to charge recklessly at the Godslayer's saber master, a figure suddenly flashed from the side and blocked his path. Brother Fei, don't be rash. The newcomer was none other than the immortal Emperor Pejun. At this moment, Pejun's armor was battered and bloodstained in many places, his face weary and haggard, yet his eyes held a glimmer of resolve. Brother Pejun, you. Liu Fei was full of confusion upon seeing Pejun, unable to understand why he had appeared at this moment. Brother Fei, listen to me. Gasping for breath, Pejun said quickly, I have been a mole in the immortal realm all along, but I never meant to harm you. I did all this to protect your children. Hearing this, a flash of shock and disbelief crossed Liu Fei's eyes. What? You say you're a mole? To protect my children? What is all this about? Years ago, when the Godslayer Saber Master learned that you had children, he wanted them eliminated. To save their lives, I had no choice but to feign allegiance to the immortal realm and protect them in secret. As he spoke, Pejun kept a wary eye on the Godslayer Saber Master. I deliberately became the commander of the heavenly soldiers, just so I could help you at the critical moment. Pejun, do you think you can betray the immortal realm? Today none of you will leave alive. The Godslayer Saber Master sneered, swinging his long blade, sending a black blade, chi, slashing toward Pejun and Liu Fei. Wherever the blade, chi, passed, space seemed to tear apart with a piercing screech. Brother Fei, watch out. Pejun shouted, swiftly turning around and employing immortal arts to block the blade chi. His body was struck by the blade chi. Blood splattered at once, and he was hurled backward, slamming heavily to the ground. Brother Pejun. Seeing this, Liu Fei burned with anxiety. He set Jionu down and rushed toward Pejun. Brother Fei, don't worry about me. This is the self-destruction grand array I prepared long ago. I will take this heavenly punishment and the Godslayer Saber Master down with me. Pejun struggled to his feet, his eyes gleaming with resolute light. As he spoke, his hands swiftly formed seals, and a powerful eerie aura radiated from his body. Under Pejun's control, a colossal array slowly emerged beneath his feet. Runes flickered within the array, radiating waves of dread that gripped the heart. Brother Fei, remember, I never betrayed you. This is what I owe you. Now I have come to repay it. Pejun gazed at Liu Fei, his eyes filled with reluctance and relief. No, Brother Pejun, you can't do this. Liu Fei reached out to stop him, but it was already too late. With a deafening, earth-shattering roar, the self-destruction array activated. A surge of immense energy erupted, instantly sweeping outward like a cataclysmic storm that could annihilate heaven and earth. Even the force of the heavenly punishment stalled momentarily under the impact of this energy. The Godslayer Saber Master's expression changed drastically. He had never expected Pejun to make such a resolute move. Damn it! He cursed angrily, quickly casting spells in an attempt to resist the power of the self-destruction array. Amid the blazing light of the explosion, Pejun's body gradually grew transparent. With the last shred of his strength, he pulled a blood jade engraved with truth from his bosom and handed it to Liu Fei. Brother Fei, take it. This blood jade is connected to the prison seal. Perhaps it can uncover the Godslayer Saber Master's conspiracy. With those words, his hand slowly fell and his eyes gradually dimmed. Brother Pejun. Liu Fei held Pejun's body tightly as tears gushed forth like a breached flood. His body trembled, racked with overwhelming grief. Why? Why did you have to do this? His voice was filled with agony and self-blame. At that moment, Jionu slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the scene before them, their hearts were filled with shock and sorrow. Su Qingxue stepped forward and gently patted Liu Fei's shoulder, tears glistening in her eyes. Master, please restrain your grief. Hidden storyline unlocked: the Godslayer Saber Master's conspiracy, progress 30. Collect 3 fragments. The system's voice echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei stared at the blood jade in his hand, a welter of emotions churning in his heart. He knew that Pejun's sacrifice must not be in vain. He would carry Pejun's last wish, uncover the Godslayer Saber Master's conspiracy, avenge the immortal court, and seek justice for Jionu and Pejun. At that moment, from the direction of the underground prison of the immortal court came a violent tremor. The prison seal seemed affected by the blood jade beginning to crack in streaks. Pejun's sacrifice plunged Liu Fei into deep sorrow, yet it also provided a crucial clue for him to uncover the Godslayer Saber Master's conspiracy. After the catastrophic war with the celestial realm, Xianting had been utterly transformed beyond recognition. What was once a bustling and prosperous celestial court now lay in ruins, nothing but broken walls and crumbled tiles. Shattered houses, charred earth, and the acrid smell of gunpowder lingering in the air all bore witness to the cruelty of this war. Carrying the unconscious 9 maidens in his arms, Liu Fei slowly walked toward the center of Xianting. His steps were heavy, each one seemingly laden with boundless grief. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind. He had to bring them back to life. Sisters, you must be all right. I cannot lose you. Liu Fei's voice was low and hoarse, tears welling in his eyes. Yet no matter how desperately he called out, the 9 maidens showed no sign of response. Their faces were as pale as snow, their breaths so faint that they seemed ready to fade away between heaven and earth at any moment. No, this cannot be. Liu Fei roared to the heavens, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. Just as Liu Fei was overwhelmed by despair, the chaotic bloodline within him suddenly began to circulate on its own. A formidable and mysterious power surged out from his body, swirling around him and the 9 maidens. This is the power of the chaotic bloodline. Liu Fei was startled. He could sense that this power seemed to be guiding him toward something. As the power of the chaotic bloodline surged, a colossal formation slowly emerged beneath Liu Fei's feet. Runes flickered within the formation, radiating strange and wondrous light. This was precisely the hidden Huitian formation of the chaotic bloodline, a formation possessing the awe-inspiring power to reverse life and death. Yet using it would come at a tremendous cost. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Fei resolved to activate the Huitian formation. He knew deep down that this might be the only chance to save the 9 maidens. He focused his mind, channeling the power of the chaotic bloodline to unleash the Huitian formation with all his might. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Beams of multicolored light pierced the once gloomy sky. The light converged upon the Huitian formation, making its power grow ever stronger. With a thunderous boom, the Huitian formation was fully activated. An overwhelming force instantly enveloped Liu Fei and the 9 maidens. Under its influence, the bodies of the 9 maidens began to undergo transformation. Their pallid complexions gradually regained a hint of color, and their breathing steadied. However, the process of resurrection was not destined to be smooth sailing. The power of the Huitian formation was too overwhelming, placing an immense burden on Liu Fei's body. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his lips, and his body began to tremble slightly. But he gritted his teeth and held on, driven by a single conviction: he must save the 9 maidens. After an unknown span of time, the radiance of the Huitian formation gradually faded away. Liu Fei opened his eyes wearily and saw the 9 maidens lying quietly in his arms. His heart surged with emotion. "Sisters, wake up," he called out softly. One by one, the 9 maidens slowly opened their eyes, their gazes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Where is this? Who are you?" Su Qingxue looked at Liu Fei, her eyes devoid of the former tenderness and affection, replaced by estrangement and vigilance. Hearing this, Liu Fei felt a sharp pain in his heart. He realized that although the 9 maidens had been revived, they had lost their memories. "Sisters, I am Liu Fei, your master," he said urgently, trying to evoke their memories. "Master, we do not know you." Xia Ruoxue frowned and took a step back. Her gaze was full of wariness, as if Liu Fei were a complete stranger. Liu Fei's heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. He stared blankly at the 9 maidens, tears streaming down his face once again. "How could this happen? Why have you lost your memories?" His voice was filled with anguish and helplessness. Ding! Memory reforging quest. Awaken the 9 maidens' memories. Progress 09. Seek the tokens of love from your past lives. The system's chime echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei took a deep breath, knowing that he could not give up like this. He would win back the hearts of the 9 maidens and awaken their memories. "Sisters, it's all right. It's all right if you don't remember me. I will make you know me again and fall in love with me anew." Liu Fei looked at the 9 maidens with unwavering determination. At that moment, a violent tremor came from the direction of the underground prison beneath Xianting. Immediately after, a sinister laugh echoed across the skies of Xianting. "Ha ha, Liu Fei, do you think that by saving them you can change everything? This is only the beginning." The laughter belonged to none other than the Godslayer Blade Master. Hearing this, Liu Fei's face changed drastically. He clenched his fists tightly, fury blazing in his eyes. "Godslayer Blade Master, just you wait. I will expose your conspiracy, avenge Xianting, avenge Brother Pajun, and seek justice for the sisters." At this moment, the residents of Xianting also crawled out from the ruins one after another. Seeing the 9 maidens revive, their hearts filled with joy. But upon learning that the 9 maidens had lost their memories, they felt deep regret. "Young Master Liu, do not worry. We will all help you awaken the memories of the 9 maidens." An elder stepped forward and said to Liu Fei, "Yes, young Master Liu. The 9 maidens have done so much for our Xianting. We will definitely help you." The residents around echoed in agreement. Liu Fei looked at these kind-hearted residents, a warm current surging in his heart. "Thank you, everyone. With your support, I will surely awaken the sisters' memories." In this blood-red dawn, Liu Fei embarked on a new journey with the 9 maidens. He would seek the tokens of love from past lives, awaken the memories of the 9 maidens, and at the same time expose the conspiracy of the Godslayer Blade Master, and restore Xianting to its former prosperity. Upon the ruins of the Immortal Court, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. After the devastating war against the Celestial Realm, the Immortal Court had suffered a heavy blow, and its former glory was no more. Yet the inhabitants of the Immortal Court were not defeated. Under Liu Fei's leadership, they swiftly threw themselves into the work of rebuilding. Liu Fei moved among the ruins, directing the crowd to clear away rubble and repair the houses. His gaze was resolute. Though his heart still ached at the 9 maidens' loss of memory, he understood that the top priority was to restore the immortal court to life. At this moment the 9 maidens followed Liu Fei. Though their memories were gone, they instinctively wished to help the immortal court. "Master, let me move these stones." Su Qingxue walked to Liu Fei's side and spoke softly. Her eyes were clear. Though she could not remember the past, the man everyone called Master seemed to hold a special allure for her. "Qingxue, be careful." Liu Fei looked at Su Qingxue, his eyes full of tenderness and concern. He reached out to help her, but she gently sidestepped his hand. "I can do it." Su Qingxue smiled slightly, displaying a resilient temperament. During the reconstruction, Liu Fei discovered to his delight that although the 9 maidens had lost their memories, their unique abilities had not vanished. Xia Ruoxue displayed astonishing organization and decisiveness when managing the distribution of supplies. She arranged the allocation of resources in an orderly manner, making the logistics of the reconstruction effort run smoothly. "Miss Xia, I never expected you to have such talent in this regard." Liu Fei praised the admiration in his eyes. I don't know why either. It's as if I instinctively knew what to do." Xia Ruoxue said somewhat shyly, yet confidence shone through her gaze. Just as everyone was busy, Lin Yu discovered a faintly glowing token beneath a pile of ruins. "Master, hurry and see what this is." Lin Yu called out. Liu Fei stepped forward, took the token, and examined it closely. His expression instantly turned grave. "This is the Celestial Army dispatch token left behind by Brother Pajuan." His voice was low, laced with grief and unease. The crowd gathered around, staring at the token, their hearts filled with doubt. "What is so special about this token?" a resident asked. Liu Fei did not answer at once. Instead, he circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to probe the information hidden within the token. As his spiritual energy poured in, blurred runes and images surfaced on the token. "Damn it! The Celestial Realm is preparing an even larger punitive expedition." Liu Fei's voice trembled with shock. "What? They refuse to stop. How can we handle this? The Immortal Court has just endured a great war and has yet to recover its strength." The crowd buzzed with discussion, worry written across their faces. "Everyone, do not panic. Since we have learned of this news ahead of time, we have time to prepare." Liu Fei forced himself to remain calm, comforting the crowd. Yet inwardly he knew this would be an even more arduous challenge. Ding! Main quest form: the Chaos Coalition Army, progress 010. The system's chime resounded in Liu Fei's mind. Reel in 100,000 rogue cultivators to join. Liu Fei knew all too well that relying solely on the Immortal Court's current strength would be far from enough to counter the Celestial Realm's next invasion. He had to recruit more rogue cultivators as swiftly as possible and build a formidable Chaos Coalition army. "Sisters, the Immortal Court faces an unprecedented crisis, and we need your help." Liu Fei looked at the 9 maidens, his eyes full of expectation. "Master, we will do our best." The 9 maidens nodded one after another. Though they no longer remembered the profound bond they had once shared with Liu Fei, at this moment they were willing to strive alongside him for the future of the Immortal Court. In the days that followed, Liu Fei and the 9 maidens traveled far and wide, recruiting rogue cultivators. Their sincerity and determination moved many. "Young Master Liu, we heard that you established the Immortal Court to give us rogue cultivators a place to call home. Now that the Immortal Court is in peril, we are willing to follow you." A rogue cultivator declared passionately. "Yes, young Master Liu, we believe in you." More and more rogue cultivators joined the Immortal Court's ranks, contributing their strength to the formation of the Chaos Coalition Army. However, just as the Immortal Court was busily preparing for the coming crisis, a mysterious figure in black robes appeared at the edge of the Immortal Court. His form was concealed within the dark robes, his face impossible to discern. All that could be felt was an aura emanating from him that closely matched the fragments of the god-slaying saber. The black-robed man silently watched every move of the Immortal Court, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. "Liu Fei, do you truly believe you can stand in the way of the Celestial Realm? This game has only just begun." The black-robed man murmured to himself, his voice seeming to rise from the depths of the netherworld, sending chills down one's spine. As he finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. Within the Immortal Court, Liu Fei seemed to sense something. He raised his head toward the direction the black-robed man had disappeared, his brows tightly knit. "I keep feeling that there is a pair of eyes watching us from the shadows. Who could it be?" Doubt and vigilance churned in his heart. As the reconstruction of the Immortal Court steadily advanced, the formation of the Chaos Coalition Army began to take shape. But Liu Fei knew the true challenge still lay ahead. The appearance of the mysterious black-robed man was an omen that the crisis was far more complicated than a mere invasion by the Celestial Realm. On the edge of the Immortal Court, that dark figure once again appeared, quietly gazing upon the rebuilt city, a cold gleam flashing deep within his shadowy eyes. "Liu Fei, gather your strength. Only when your army is strongest will this hunt be truly worthy of my blade." With those words, he slowly dissolved into the darkness. After the Great War with the Immortal Realm, the Celestial Court had been severely weakened, but through everyone's efforts it gradually revived. However, the days of peace did not last long. One early morning, gentle sunlight spilled into every corner of the celestial court, bringing a hint of warmth to this land. The 7 women were each busy with their own tasks. Some helped rebuild the defensive fortifications of the celestial court, while others taught newly joined wandering cultivators the methods of cultivation. Just at that moment, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens and landed before the 7 women, individually transforming into 7 invitation letters that shimmered with a faint glow. This is... Su Qingxue picked up her invitation with a puzzled expression. On it, written in ancient runes, were the words, "We cordially invite all celestial maidens to journey to the Tianyu secret realm and receive the legacy of the female emperor." The legacy of the female emperor. What kind of place is this? Why would it invite us? Xia Ruoxue also picked up her own invitation. Her brow deeply furrowed, her heart filled with questions. The 7 women took the invitations and hurried to Liu Fei. "Master, look at this invitation. What should we do?" Su Qingxue handed the invitation to Liu Fei, a trace of unease in her eyes. Liu Fei took the invitation and studied it closely. He channeled his spiritual energy, trying to uncover the secret hidden within it. As spiritual energy poured in, the runes on the invitation flickered faintly and released a mysterious aura. The aura on this invitation is ancient and mighty, as if it hides a tremendous secret. This Tianyu secret realm may be connected to your past lives. Liu Fei looked up at the 7 women, his eyes full of concern. "Connected to our past lives." The 7 women exchanged glances, each pair of eyes flashing with curiosity and anticipation. Although they had lost their memories, they had always been curious about their past lives. "Master, we want to go and see. Perhaps we can find our lost memories." Bai Liu said softly, her eyes filled with longing. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women. Though worry stirred in his heart, he understood that this might be a chance for them to recover their memories. "All right, I'll go with you," Liu Fei said firmly. Thus Liu Fei and the 7 women set out on the journey to the Tianyu secret realm. After several days of travel, they arrived before a valley shrouded in clouds and mist. At the entrance stood a massive stone stele carved with the 4 large characters, Tianyu secret realm. Around the stele drifted a faint halo of light, as if guarding this mysterious land. "This is the place." Liu Fei gazed at the stele, an inexplicable tension surging in his heart. He turned to the 7 women and said, "Be careful, everyone. This secret realm may conceal many perils." The 7 women all nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Liu Fei into the valley. No sooner had they stepped into the valley than a powerful oppressive force swept over them. What is this feeling?" Lin Yu frowned, a pained expression appearing on her face. "Everyone channel your spiritual energy to resist this pressure." As he spoke, Liu Fei activated the power of his Chaos Bloodline to relieve some of the pressure on the 7 women. With Liu Fei's help, the 7 women gradually adapted to the oppressive force. They continued forward, and the scenery inside the valley grew ever stranger and more wondrous. The flowers, grass, and trees around them all gave off a multicolored glow, as if imbued with boundless spiritual energy. Suddenly, a massive stone door appeared ahead, tightly shut, its surface engraved with all kinds of mysterious patterns. Behind this stone door should lie the heart of the Tianyu secret realm. Liu Fei stepped forward and studied the patterns on the stone door closely. These patterns seemed to be telling an ancient story. Just as Liu Fei was studying the stone door, the invitations in the 7 women's hands suddenly burst into dazzling light. The light converged into a single beam and shot toward the stone door. With a thunderous rumble, the stone door slowly opened, and a powerful force surged out from within. Liu Fei and the 7 women cautiously stepped through the stone door. Inside was a vast space, at the center of which floated an enormous mirror, strange light flickering within it. Before Liu Fei could finish, images suddenly appeared in the mirror. In them, the 7 women, dressed in gorgeous celestial maiden robes, danced gracefully through the skies of the immortal realm. Their features were strikingly similar to the 7 women as they looked now, but their eyes carried an ethereal, otherworldly bearing. Beside them, a figure flickered in and out of view. It was none other than Liu Fei's past life self. This is our past life." Su Qingxue covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. "That's right. It seems that in your past lives you 7 were the 7 celestial maidens of the immortal realm, bound to my past life by an unfinished bond of love." Liu Fei looked at the images in the mirror, his heart churning with a torrent of emotions. The affection in his eyes for the 7 women grew even deeper. Ding! Hidden mission obtained: the female emperor's legacy, progress 07. Collect 7 ancient divine artifacts. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. At that moment, 4 blood-red characters suddenly appeared on the ground at the entrance to the secret realm. 7 women, 1 heart. The blood-red characters flickered with an eerie light, as if hinting at something. These blood characters. Could they mean that this legacy of the female emperor can only be accomplished if we 7 women work as one? Xia Ruoxue looked at the blood characters and said in confusion, "Very likely. This may be the first trial this secret realm has given us." Liu Fei nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Sisters, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we must face them together. I believe we will surely pass this trial of the female emperor. The 7 women all nodded, their eyes also filled with determination. In this mysterious Tianyu secret realm, they were about to face a trial of the female emperor, filled with challenges and opportunities. In the vast and mysterious space of the Tianyu secret realm, Liu Fei and the 7 maidens looked around, their hearts filled with anticipation and trepidation for the unknown. A thin layer of mist permeated the space. Bathed in a faint glimmer, it shimmered with iridescent hues, dreamlike and ethereal. Sisters, since the female emperor's legacy requires the 7 maidens to unite as one, let us explore this secret realm together and seek the fortunes meant for us. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, his eyes glowing with encouragement and trust. They nodded in unison, their gazes equally filled with resolve and determination. Thus the group set out to explore the secret realm separately. Relying on her keen senses for medicinal herbs, Xiao headed alone toward the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, she saw many strange herbs she had never encountered before. These herbs gave off a unique fragrance, as though whispering of their extraordinary nature. The farther she went, the quieter her surroundings became, with only Xiaoruoxia's light footsteps echoing through the stillness. Suddenly she caught a rich and unusual aroma of medicinal herbs, and within it seemed to lurk a trace of mystery. What is this scent? So familiar, yet so foreign. Doubt rose in Xiaoruoxia's heart, and she quickened her steps, following the direction of the fragrance. Turning a corner, Xiaoruoxia was astonished by the scene before her. Inside a cave, a colossal bronze cauldron hovered in midair. Ancient runes densely covered the bronze cauldron, gleaming softly, as if resonating with the space around it. The lid quivered slightly, and the rich medicinal fragrance came from within. Could this be the Shinnon cauldron? A wave of excitement washed over Xiaoruoxia. She carefully stepped into the cave and approached the bronze cauldron. The moment her hand touched the cauldron's body, a powerful force surged into her. Darkness flashed before Xiaoruoxia's eyes, and a series of images appeared in her mind. In the images, she wore a white immortal robe and held a jade vial, busily tending to the herb garden of the immortal realm. Around her, immortal herbs bloomed brilliantly, radiating waves of auspicious light. She was the medicine fairy of the immortal realm, deeply versed in pharmacology and unsurpassed in healing arts. Countless immortals had benefited from her kindness. Yet in the depths of her memories, a figure often surfaced, the past incarnation of Liu Fei. Together, they had studied pharmacology in the herb garden, supporting each other and growing deeply attached. However, just as Xiaoruoxia was immersing herself in those past life memories, the Shinnon cauldron suddenly shook violently. The lid burst open, and a cloud of black poisonous mist surged out. It rapidly flooded the entire cave, corroding the rocks wherever it passed with a sizzling hiss. Not good. Xiaoruoxia's heart jolted. She quickly circulated her spiritual energy, trying to resist the encroachment of the poisonous mist. But the mist was exceedingly toxic, and before it, her spiritual energy proved almost powerless. Cough, cough. Xiaoruoxia couldn't help coughing. Her face began to pale, and her body trembled faintly. Just as she started to despair, a figure suddenly rushed into the cave. Ruoxia, hold on. The newcomer was none other than Liu Fei. Seeing Xiaoruoxia in danger, he was frantic with worry and charged in without any thought for himself. Master, go quickly. This mist is poisonous. Xiaoruoxia cried out anxiously. How could I ever? Liu Fei spoke while channeling the power of his Chaos Bloodline, trying to drive away the poisonous mist. Yet the mist was so thick that all his efforts were nearly in vain. Soon Liu Fei was also burned by the poisonous mist. Black wounds appeared on his skin and blood seeped out. Master, Xiaoruoxia cried out with heartache. Seeing Liu Fei wounded, in order to save her, she was overwhelmed with gratitude and guilt. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the Shinnon cauldron. Since this cauldron was a divine artifact of medicine, perhaps it could dissolve the poisonous mist. Enduring the discomfort in her body, Xiaoruoxia gathered her focus and laid her hand upon the Shinnon cauldron once again. She channeled her spiritual energy, attempting to resonate with the cauldron. Through her efforts, the Shinnon cauldron emitted a glow once more, and the radiance pushed back against the poisonous mist. Xiaoruoxia closed her eyes and, relying on her profound understanding of pharmacology, began to discern the components of the poisonous mist. Her nostrils twitched slightly as she keenly captured the scent of every toxic ingredient. In this mist, there is the silk venom of a 1,000-year poison spider, the rotting poison of bone rot grass, and Xiaoruoxia silently recited. In total, she identified 36 toxic components. Then she quickly searched for the corresponding herbs within the Shinnon cauldron, crushed them with spiritual energy, and merged them into the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. As the liquid churned, a fresh, clear fragrance gradually spread and began to dispel the poisonous mist. Master, look, the mist is fading. Xiaoruoxia called out excitedly. Liu Fei watched the scene with immense relief, knowing that Xiaoruoxia had successfully overcome the crisis through her own skill. With Xia Ruoxu's efforts, the poisonous mist finally dissipated completely. By then she was utterly exhausted and swayed on her feet. Seeing this, Liu Fei hurried forward to support her. "Ruoxu, are you all right?" Liu Fei asked with concern. "I'm fine, master. If not for the Shinnon cauldron, we might have been in grave danger." Xia Ruoxu gave a faint smile, one laced with weariness, but carrying even more joy. "Ding! Skill unlocked 100 herbs reviving spring. It can heal any non-fatal wound." A system notification sounded in Xia Ruoxu's mind. Looking at Liu Fei's injuries, her heart ached. She used the newly unlocked 100 herbs reviving spring skill, sprinkling the medicinal liquid from the Shinnon cauldron over Liu Fei's wounds. A miraculous sight followed. The wounds on Liu Fei's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the black marks gradually disappeared. "Ruoxu, your medical arts are becoming more and more impressive," Liu Fei praised as he watched his body recovering. "It's all thanks to the Shinnon cauldron. Master, from now on I will definitely be able to protect you better." Xia Ruoxu looked at Liu Fei, her eyes full of deep affection. Through this trial of life and death, the bond between her and Liu Fei had grown even deeper. At that moment, a blurred image suddenly appeared on the cauldron's body. In the image, a man held a long saber, his gaze icy with ferocity and greed. Xia Ruoxu looked closer and drew in a sharp breath. This is the Godslayer Saber Master." "What? The Godslayer Saber Master?" Liu Fei also saw the image on the cauldron, and his expression immediately turned solemn. The appearance of this image seemed to hint at the past life entanglements between the Godslayer Saber Master and the 7 maidens, deepening their doubts about the secrets of the female emperor's legacy. "Master, why would the Godslayer Saber Master appear on the Shinnon cauldron? Could he have some connection to our past lives?" Xia Ruoxu looked at Liu Fei with puzzlement in her eyes. "It seems that many secrets lie hidden behind the female emperor's legacy. We must find out as soon as possible what scheme the Godslayer Saber Master is plotting." Liu Fei clenched his fists tightly, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the secret realm, the other 6 maidens, including Su Qingxue and Bai Liu, were also encountering all manner of wondrous opportunities and challenges in their respective explorations. Yet the appearance of the Godslayer Saber Master's image brought them a new riddle. In the mysterious and vast expanse of the Tianyu secret realm, Su Qingxue wandered alone through a tranquil valley. A thin mist drifted through the air like gossamer veils, lending an enigmatic charm to the valley. The plants and trees around her shimmered with a cold, luminous glow as if veiled in a layer of frost. Clad in a flowing white gown, her hair gently stirring in the breeze, Su Qingxue looked like a celestial maiden who had accidentally strayed into the mortal world. As she walked, she heard the babbling sound of running water. Following the sound, she came upon a vast island. The surface of the pool was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding mountains and trees. The water was so clear that she could see to the bottom, where peculiar stones emitted a faint shimmering light. Gazing at the pool, Su Qingxue felt a strange sense of intimacy rise within her. Instinctively, she reached out and touched the water. The instant her fingertip met the surface, an icy, bone-piercing chill surged through her body. Instead of discomfort, however, the chill refreshed her spirit. "This pool seems to possess some special power," Su Qingxue thought to herself. After glancing around and seeing no one else, she decided to bathe in the pool, hoping it might help elevate her cultivation. She slowly removed her garments and stepped into the pool. As her body sank completely beneath the surface, ripples began to spread across the water in concentric circles. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, savoring the nourishment of the pool water. Her body began to absorb the spiritual energy contained within it. Suddenly, a mighty force surged from within her, rampaging recklessly through her meridians and sending waves of excruciating pain through her body. "Oh!" Su Qingxue could not suppress a pained moan, her frame trembling slightly. Yet the force showed no sign of abating. It grew only fiercer, as if eager to break free from the confines of her body. Just as despair began to creep over her, a cascade of images flashed through her mind. In them she wore an ornate immortal robe and a phoenix crown, her whole being bathed in a sacred glow. She was the Jade Maiden, immortal emperor of the celestial realm, exalted in rank and possessing supreme might. At her side stood the previous incarnation of Liu Fei. Together, hand in hand, they guarded the peace of the celestial realm. But such bliss was not to last. A catastrophic crisis descended upon the celestial realm. To protect Liu Fei, Su Qingxue did not hesitate to forcibly defy heaven and alter fate, unleashing a forbidden technique. However, this act incited the wrath of heaven and earth. The power of celestial punishment manifested, and consequently the 7 fairy maidens were banished to the mortal world. So that was the price I paid in my past life to protect him. Su Qingxue's heart was a whirlpool of emotions. The memories of her past life flooded in like a tide, making her feelings for Liu Fei even more complicated. With the awakening of her past life memories, the bloodline power within Su Qingxue erupted in full force. Around her body, a resplendent heavenly maiden feathered garment gradually materialized. The garment was adorned with countless translucent gemstones, each radiating a mysterious light. It moved on its own to shield her, wrapping Su Qingxue tightly within its glow. At that moment, Liu Fei happened to arrive near the cold pool. Startled by the brilliant radiance blazing from that direction, he hurried over without delay. As he neared, a formidable energy surged toward him, knocking him back 3 zhang. What's going on? Liu Fei steadied himself and stared in shock at Su Qingxue in the pool. At this moment, Su Qingxue was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world, exuding an authoritative aura that made it impossible to look directly at her. Master. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered with a complicated emotion as she caught sight of Liu Fei. Awakened past life memories filled her with deep guilt toward Liu Fei. If not for her reckless defiance of heaven to alter fate, perhaps Liu Fei would not have endured so many tribulations in his past life either. Qingxue, are you all right? Liu Fei asked with concern. He tried to move closer, only to be repelled once again by that overwhelming force. Master, I'm fine. It's just that when my past life memories awakened, my bloodline power awakened as well. Su Qingxue said softly, a slight tremor in her voice. Whether in a past life or this one, I love only you as you are now. Qingxue, don't blame yourself for what happened in the past. Liu Fei looked at Su Qingxue, his gaze filled with firmness and deep affection. His words streamed into Su Qingxue's heart like a warm current. Ding! Bloodline quest: collect the 3 Jade Maiden Divine Artifacts. Progress 13. The system notification resounded in Su Qingxue's mind. At that moment, a huge eye-shaped rune suddenly emerged from the bottom of the pool, the Eye of Celestial Punishment. The rune flickered with an eerie radiance exactly identical to the runes of the Celestial Punishment Grand Array from before. This is the Eye of Celestial Punishment. Why would it appear here? Su Qingxue gazed at the rune at the bottom of the pool, her heart full of confusion. Liu Fei knit his brows, well aware that the appearance of the Eye of Celestial Punishment was no coincidence. It seems that the female emperor's inheritance is inextricably linked to the celestial punishment in the celestial realm. Qingxue, we must act with caution. Su Qingxue nodded, retracted the heavenly maiden feathered garment, and stepped out of the cold pool. At this moment, her power had increased greatly, and she exuded a noble, coldly beautiful temperament. Master, let us search for the 3 Jade Maiden Divine Artifacts together and unravel the secret behind the female emperor's inheritance. Su Qingxue looked at Liu Fei, her eyes full of determination. All right, no matter what difficulties we face, we will face them together. Liu Fei took Su Qingxue's hand, their fingers tightly interlocked, as if declaring their resolve to heaven. Meanwhile, in other regions of the Tianyu secret realm, Xia Ruoxue, Bai Liue, and 4 other women were also encountering new trials and opportunities in their respective explorations. Su Qingxue had successfully awakened the Jade Maiden Immortal Emperor bloodline, yet she found herself ensnared by guilt over her past life memories. In the fantastical world of the Tianyu secret realm, Bai Liue made her way through an ancient and mysterious forest. Dense branches and leaves interwove above, almost blotting out the sky. Occasional rays of sunlight slipped through the gaps, casting dappled patches of light on the ground. A faint mist filled the air, laced with a unique aura of the Fox tribe, which made Bai Liue feel a deep sense of familiarity and closeness. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew more silent. Only Bai Liu's light footsteps and the occasional cry of a bird broke the tranquility. Suddenly, a huge cavern appeared ahead, surrounded by a faint purple glow. Within that glow, runes flickered indistinctly. Bai Liu's heart stirred. She could sense that a great secret lay hidden in this cavern, perhaps closely tied to the Celestial Fox Empress legacy. She walked cautiously toward the cave. The moment she drew near, a powerful pressure rushed at her. Circulating her spiritual energy to resist it, Bai Liu slowly stepped inside. The cave was dark and damp. Strange luminescent stones glittered on the walls, casting a faint light that barely illuminated the cavern's interior. Deep inside the cave, a colossal, 9-tailed spirit fox lay quietly. Its body radiated a holy glow, and its 9 tails drifted behind it like graceful ribbons of light. Its eyes were tightly shut, as if it were sleeping. Could this be the guardian spirit fox who protected me in my past life? Her heart racing with excitement, Bai Liu stepped forward slowly and said softly, "Senior Spirit Fox, I am Bai Liu. I have come to seek the Empress inheritance." The spirit fox slowly opened its eyes, wisdom gleaming in its gaze. "Little lass, you have finally come. Whether you can pass the trial of the love tribulation and inherit the throne of the Celestial Fox Empress in this life depends entirely on your own fate." The spirit fox's voice echoed through the cavern as if it had come from the distant past. As the words faded, a flash of light burst before Bai Liu's eyes, and her consciousness was swept into a wondrous illusion. In the illusion, she saw the 7 lifetimes of reincarnation she had shared with Liu Fei. In the first, she was a little princess of the Fox tribe, and Liu Fei a down-and-out scholar. They met in the mountain forest. Bai Liu was drawn to Liu Fei's talent and kindness, and a pure love began to blossom between them. But their happiness did not last. Conflict broke out between the Fox tribe and humans, and their love was opposed by both clans. To protect Liu Fei, Bai Liu did not hesitate to set herself against her own people. In the end, the two were parted during a great battle. In her second life, Liu Fei was reborn as a dancing girl, while Liu Fei was a general. They met again at a banquet, and their old love was rekindled. Yet fate played a cruel trick. War descended once more, and Liu Fei was forced to leave for the battlefield. Liu Fei waited at the place they had promised each other, waiting for 10 years. When Liu Fei finally returned in triumph, Liu Fei had already wasted away from illness and exhaustion, her life extinguished like a fading flower. In the seventh life, this one, they met in the immortal court. Watching the memories of her lives with Liu Fei in the illusion, Liu Fei was overcome with emotion. I would trade 7 lifetimes of reincarnation for your true heart in this life. She murmured softly, her voice filled with deep love and unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in reality, Liu Fei sensed that something was wrong with Liu Fei. Frantic with worry, he charged into the cave without hesitation. When he saw her unconscious, trapped in the illusion, a sharp pain stabbed through his heart. "Miss Bai, wake up," Liu Fei called out anxiously. The spirit fox looked at him and said slowly, "She is going through the trial of the love tribulation. If you want to help her pass it, you must endure the agony of 9 tails piercing your heart. This pain is more than ordinary people can bear. Are you willing?" Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Fei answered firmly, "I am willing. As long as I can save Miss Bai, I would do anything." The spirit fox nodded slightly. With a flick of its tails, 9 ethereal tails instantly pierced through Liu Fei's body. A violent pain assaulted him, as if his soul were being torn apart. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain, not letting out a single scream. Thanks to Liu Fei's persistence, Liu's consciousness gradually returned. She emerged from the illusion and saw the tremendous pain Liu Fei had borne for her sake. She was deeply moved. "Master!" She rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, the celestial fox bloodline within Liu Fei was completely awakened. Gradually, a purple halo formed around her, and within the glow, 9 tails slowly grew forth. 9 transformations of the celestial fox awakened. The spirit fox cried excitedly. Ding! Form unlocked. 9-tailed celestial fox. Temporary immunity to physical attacks. The system notification rang out in Liu's mind. Looking at her transformed appearance, she felt strength surging within her. She gently moved her tails, and a tremendous force instantly swept through the entire cavern. Rocks shattered one after another, and dust billowed in the air. The spirit fox watched Liu Fei with approval. "Little lass, you have successfully passed the trial of the love tribulation and inherited the throne of the celestial fox empress. Remember, the 7 women 1 heart formation requires love as its foundation. Only when you all set your heart as one can you release its greatest power." With that, the spirit fox's body gradually grew transparent and finally disappeared into the air. "Senior spirit fox," Liu Fei cried sorrowfully. She knew that the spirit fox had used up its last strength to protect the fox tribe and her inheritance. Liu Fei walked to her side and gently held her hand. "Miss Bai, please grieve no more. The spirit fox's sacrifice will not be in vain. We will use this power to protect everything we cherish." Liu Fei lifted her head and looked at Liu Fei, determination shining in her eyes. Because of what he had given her, her feelings for him were deeper than ever. But thinking of what she had said to Liu Fei in the illusion, she felt a little shy. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into his eyes. Meanwhile, in other parts of the Tianyu secret realm, Su Qingxue and the other 4 women were also pushing past their limits on their respective paths of inheritance, facing new challenges. Liu Fei had successfully inherited the throne of the Celestial Fox Empress, and her bond with Liu Fei had warmed further through the trial. The Spirit Fox's final words also laid the groundwork for the 7 women 1 heart formation. In the unfathomable space of the Tianyu secret realm, within a desolate valley, roiling dark clouds gathered like ink, as if threatening to devour the entire world. This was the dreaded Legia Valley. Lin Yu stood at the heart of the valley in a black martial outfit, her gaze resolute. Beside her, Liu Fei looked at her with deep concern. "Miss Lin, this Legia Valley is fraught with danger. Are you truly determined to receive the Thunder Emperor's inheritance here?" Liu Fei frowned, his voice full of worry. Lin Yu nodded gently, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. "Master, I can feel that this Thunder Emperor's inheritance is bound to me by fate. Besides, I want to become stronger to better protect Xianting and protect you." Liu Fei let out a soft sigh, knowing full well Lin Yu's stubbornness and determination. "All right, since you have decided, I will accompany you. No matter what danger comes, I will keep you safe." At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky grew even thicker, and streaks of violet lightning flickered within them amid deep rumbling thunder. The lightning bolts looked like hideous dragons poised to strike the ground at any moment and turn everything to ashes. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket shot down from the sky straight toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu took a deep breath, circulated the spiritual energy within her body, and formed hand seals with lightning speed, raising a shield of spiritual energy before her. The lightning struck the shield with a deafening roar, and the immense force blasted her back several steps. "Miss Lin, are you all right?" Seeing this, Liu Fei was stricken with anxiety. He immediately activated the power of his Chaos Bloodline, ready to support Lin Yu at any moment. "I'm fine, Master. This is only the beginning." Lin Yu gritted her teeth and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, the fighting spirit in her eyes blazing ever more fiercely. As time passed, the tribulation lightning became increasingly ferocious. Bolt after bolt rained down, enveloping the entire Legia Valley in a blinding sea of white. Within that sea of lightning, Lin Yu's figure seemed minuscule, yet she stood like a tenacious green pine, stubbornly enduring the baptism of the tribulation lightning. Suddenly a bolt of lightning far more powerful than any before descended from the sky. Within it, the faint phantom of the Thunder Emperor appeared. "This is the Thunder Emperor's wrath." Liu Fei's expression changed drastically. He knew the terrifying power of that lightning. If it struck Lin Yu, she would be shattered to pieces. Without a second thought, he rushed forward and placed himself in front of her to shield her. "Master, no!" Lin Yu screamed in terror, but the lightning had already struck. Boom! The bolt hit Liu Fei, and the immense force instantly sent him flying. Liu Fei spat out blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground like a kite with its string cut. "Master!" Lin Yu cried out in anguish and ran toward him without a moment's hesitation. Yet at that very moment, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, targeting Lin Yu directly. "Miss Lin, watch out!" Su Qingxue's voice carried over from the distance. The 7 maidens simultaneously cast their immortal arts, weaving a protective barrier around Lin Yu. The lightning slammed into the barrier, scattering a dazzling flash of light, yet the barrier held firm. "Sisters, thank you." Lin Yu looked at the 7 maidens with grateful tears glistening in her eyes. The 7 maidens all shook their heads, and Su Qingxue said, "Miss Lin, we are a team. Helping one another is only natural. Now focus your energy on receiving the inheritance. Leave Master to us." With the help of the 7 maidens, Lin Yu pulled herself together and continued to endure the baptism of the tribulation lightning. Meanwhile, Liu Fei lay on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. The 7 maidens took turns channeling their origin essence into him, desperately trying to sustain his life. "Master, you must hold on," Xia Ruoxue cried as she channeled spiritual energy into him. "Yes, Master, we cannot lose you." Bai Liue was also bathed in tears, her voice filled with urgency and worry. Through the 7 maidens' efforts, Liu Fei's breathing gradually steadied. As for Lin Yu, after surviving the 9-fold heavenly tribulation thunder, she finally passed the tribulation. The tribulation clouds slowly dispersed, and a brilliant rainbow arched across the sky. A system notification chimed in. Lin, yes, mind ding. Passive skill unlocked, Thunder Shelter. All team members gain lightning resistance. Feeling the surging power within her body, Lin, yes, heart swelled with joy. She turned to look at Liu Fei and the 7 maidens, her eyes full of gratitude and deep emotion. But just then, in the sky where the tribulation clouds had dispersed, the enormous phantom of the god-slaying saber. The phantom saber radiated a dark light, resonating powerfully with the god-slaying saber fragments discovered earlier. What is going on? Why is the phantom of the god-slaying saber appearing? Lin Yu stared at the sky in utter shock. Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the phantom of the god-slaying saber in the sky, his expression turned grim. It seems the female emperor's inheritance is closely linked to the schemes of the god-slaying saber's master. We must quickly uncover the secret hidden behind all of this. The 7 maidens nodded one after another, their eyes burning with resolve. In this mysterious Tianyu secret realm, they had found new clues, but that also meant even greater challenges lay ahead. Lin Yu had successfully received the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, and Liu Fei had been brought back from the brink of death by the 7 maidens. Yet the appearance of the god-slaying saber's phantom brought them yet another mystery. After the crisis at Thunder Tribulation Valley, Liu Fei and the 7 maidens rested briefly before continuing to search for the secrets of the female emperor's inheritance within the Tianyu secret realm. They proceeded along a winding, twisting path. The scenery around them grew ever more extraordinary, and the air was permeated with a mysterious, archaic aura that seemed to whisper of the ravages of time. As they walked on, a vast, open plaza suddenly emerged before them. The ground was paved with a peculiar jade that emitted a faint blue glow, the light interweaving into enigmatic patterns across the surface. At the very center of the plaza stood an enormous mirror, several zhang in height. Its frame was engraved with ancient runes that glimmered faintly, as if imbued with boundless power. The mirror's surface was smooth as glass, yet wisps of cloud and mist drifted within it, as though it connected the past, present, and future. This is the reincarnation mirror. The moment he saw the mirror, Liu Fei felt a strange sense of familiarity. He had encountered records of the reincarnation mirror in ancient texts. Legends said it could reflect one's past and present lives, and it was an artifact of transcendent power. The 7 maidens were equally captivated by the reincarnation mirror. They slowly stepped forward, their eyes shining with curiosity and anticipation. "Master, this mirror looks so miraculous. Should we give it a try?" Su Qingxue said softly, her eyes glinting with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Liu Fei nodded slightly, also wishing to use this chance to investigate the karmic ties between the 7 maidens and his past life. "All right, be careful." The reincarnation mirror contains immense power. We must not act rashly. The 7 maidens took their positions around the mirror and channeled their spiritual energy, attempting to resonate with it. As spiritual energy poured in, the mirror's brilliance grew increasingly dazzling, and the mist within began to swirl rapidly. Suddenly, a series of images appeared in the mirror. Scenes from the past lives of the 7 maidens and Liu Fei. Su Qingxue's face turned pale in an instant as she watched the images. In the vision, she saw herself killing her own younger sister with her own hands to save Liu Fei. Her sister's despairing gaze pierced her heart like a blade. No. How could this be? Su Qingxue covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Liu also witnessed her past life. To help Liu Fei fight formidable foes, she depleted her cultivation entirely and ultimately passed away, her life fading like a withered blossom. How could I have been so foolish? Liu murmured, her eyes filled with agony and regret. The other 5 maidens each in turn saw their own tangled bonds with Liu Fei in their former lives. Some had broken with their families for Liu Fei, others had sacrificed their lives for him. Every image wrenched their hearts with pain and helplessness. Yet just as the 7 maidens were immersed in those past life memories, the reincarnation mirror began to shake violently. Cracks appeared across its surface, and a powerful chaotic force surged out from within. Not good. The mirror is going to shatter. Liu Fei's countenance changed dramatically. He hurriedly activated the power of his Chaos Bloodline in an attempt to stabilize it. But it was too late. With an earth-shaking boom, the reincarnation mirror burst apart completely, and the tremendous force instantly hurled the 7 maidens away. The 7 maidens coughed up blood and collapsed, their lives uncertain. Sisters. Liu Fei cried in anguish, rushing recklessly toward them. He gathered Su Qingxue, who was coughing blood, into his arms, then looked at the other 6, his heart consumed by guilt and remorse. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. At that moment, images of the 7 maidens dying because of Liu Fei in their past lives emerged from the shattered mirror. Those images struck Liu Fei's heart like heavy hammers. No, I will never allow this to happen again. In this life, I will protect you all. Liu Fei roared to the heavens, his voice charged with unyielding resolve. Perhaps his vow touched heaven and earth, for the shattered reincarnation mirror suddenly emitted a peculiar radiance. Within the light, the mirror shards slowly rose and flew toward the 7 maidens. They embedded themselves into their bodies, and a faint halo gradually appeared around each maiden. Ding! Hidden plot unlocked: the truth of the 7 maidens' deaths. Progress 27. A system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, his heart filled with confusion and delight. He could sense that a special connection had been forged between them and the reincarnation mirror. The mirror fragments might well be the key to activating the 7 maidens' heartlink array. Master. Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, looking at Liu Fei with deep emotion. We're all right now. The other 6 maidens gradually regained consciousness. Though their faces were still pale, their breathing had steadied. Master, we've troubled you again. Xia Ruoxue said guiltily. No, I'm the one who failed to protect you. However, from this moment on, I will never let anyone harm you. Liu Fei gazed at the 7 maidens, his eyes. These fragments of the reincarnation mirror may help us uncover the secrets of the female emperor's inheritance and make us stronger. Together, let us find the truth behind the 7 maidens' past life deaths and guard everything we cherish. The 7 maidens nodded in unison, their eyes likewise filled with determination. In this mysterious Tianyu secret realm, they had found new leads and now faced new challenges. But at this moment, their hearts brimmed with courage and confidence, for they knew that as long as they stood united, no hardship could stop them. The reincarnation mirror had appeared, and the 7 maidens saw their karmic entanglements, with Liu Fei thus falling into crisis. Yet Liu Fei's vow triggered the hidden power of the reincarnation mirror. Within the vast and enigmatic expanse of the Heavenly Maiden's secret realm, Liu Fei and the 7 women did not pause their quest after the reincarnation mirror incident. Following a faint, elusive guidance within the secret realm, they arrived before an ancient and solemn altar. The altar was constructed from massive black stone slabs engraved with intricate and mysterious runes that emitted a faint glow, as if whispering tales of a long-forgotten history. The 7 women encircled the altar carefully, observing their surroundings. Su Qingxue, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, murmured, Sisters, I can sense that this altar holds a profound connection to the legacy of the Empress we seek. Perhaps we can find here the means to activate the 7 women united heart formation. Xia Ruoxue nodded gently, her gaze resolute. Indeed, throughout our journey, this secret realm has granted us numerous trials and opportunities. This altar is surely the key. The others voiced their agreement and began searching for clues around the altar. After a meticulous examination, they discovered 7 depressions arranged in the pattern of 7 stars aligned with the moon. Beside the depressions was inscribed an ancient text, with blood as the guide. The 7 stars align with the moon. With 7 women united in heart, the Empress shall descend. It seems we must let blood drip into these 7 hollows and arrange the 7 stars aligned with the moon formation to activate the 7 women united heart formation. Bai Liu said thoughtfully, her eyes fixed on the ancient text. No, this is far too dangerous. Using blood as a guide, who knows what consequences might follow? They'll do it in your place. Liu Fei immediately stepped forward in opposition, his eyes filled with deep concern. In his heart, the safety of the 7 women outweighed everything else. The 7 women exchanged knowing smiles. Su Qingxue stepped forward and looked at Liu Fei tenderly. Master, this is our destiny. The legacy of the Empress requires all 7 of us to complete it. This blood must be shed by our own hands. Just guard us from the sidelines. Yes, Master. We cannot let you bear everything for us forever. Xia Ruoxue added, her gaze filled with unyielding determination. Seeing the resolute look in the 7 women's eyes, Liu Fei knew he could not change their decision. He let out a helpless sigh. Very well then. Be careful, all of you. If there is any danger, stop immediately. The 7 women nodded in unison. Each walked to the depression corresponding to her position and slowly extended her wrist. Bai Liu took a deep breath as a delicate dagger materialized in her hand. She gently slit her wrist, and crimson blood dripped into the depression. The other 6 women followed suit, and in an instant a faint scent of blood permeated the altar. As the 7 streams of blood fell into the recesses, the runes upon the altar blazed with dazzling brilliance. The intertwining lights gradually converged, manifesting a colossal formation. The 7 stars aligned with the moon formation. The formation slowly rotated, emitting low rumbling vibrations, as if awakening a long-dormant power. At that very moment, a searing pain tore through the minds of the 7 women, and their past life memories surged forth like a raging tide. This time their recollections were no longer scattered fragments, but emerged whole and complete. They remembered every moment shared with Liu Fei in their past lives, everything they had sacrificed to protect him and to protect the immortal realm. Simultaneously, a resplendent aura enveloped each of the 7 women. Within that radiance, their garments transformed, becoming far more splendid and regal. Su Qingxue emanated a holy white glow, as if the Jade Maiden Immortal Empress herself had descended. Xia Ruoxue was encircled by a verdant halo, as though she commanded the vitality of all living things, while Bai Liu was cloaked in purple light, her 9 tails faintly visible, exuding the sovereign majesty of the celestial fox empress. This is the Empress domain. Liu Fei watched the transformation of the 7 women, his heart filled with both joy and a trace of unfamiliar. In the moment the 7 women drew blood to form the formation, he saw the light flashing within their eyes. A light that carried memories and emotions from their past lives, yet also a strength and confidence he had never witnessed before. This sensation stirred a faint sense of distance within his heart. Ding! Ultimate skill unlocked. Empress domain requires 7-person synchronization. The system notification echoed in the minds of the 7 women. Feeling the surging power within their bodies, they exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. They channeled their spiritual energy, attempting to fuse their individual Empress domains together. In an instant, the altar blazed with radiance as 7 hues of light interwove, forming a formidable and mysterious field of power. Yet just as the 7 women reveled in the ecstasy of their newfound power, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from beneath the altar. The group's expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily retreated. The ground beneath the altar slowly split apart, revealing a colossal seal. Engraved upon it was the image of the slayer of God's saber master, his visage twisted in a sinister grin. That laughter seemed to emanate from the depths of the netherworld, echoing across the secret realm and sending chills down one's spine. What? What is going on? Why does the seal of the slayer of God's saber master appear here? Lin Yu exclaimed in fear, her voice trembled. Liu Fei's expression turned grim as he clenched his fists tightly. It seems the legacy of the Empress is inextricably linked to the machinations of the slayer of God's saber master. This seal may be the key to unraveling the entire mystery. The 7 women nodded in unison. They retracted their Empress domains and gathered close to Liu Fei. At that moment their hearts were filled with doubt and apprehension, yet also burned with unwavering conviction. Whatever awaited them ahead, they would face it together, unraveling the secrets behind the Empress legacy and opposing the schemes of the slayer of God's saber master. The 7 women successfully activated the 7 women united heart formation and obtained the Empress domain. However, the seal of the slayer of God's saber master beneath the altar brought forth new mysteries and perils. Around the mysterious altar in the celestial maiden secret realm, the 7 women successfully completed the inheritance and obtained the Empress domain, their faces beaming with the joy of success. However, that joy did not last long. Ha ha ha. Do you think that completing the inheritance is enough to stand against me? How naive. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed through the secret realm, cutting through the former tranquility like a sharp blade. Everyone's faces changed dramatically as they warily scanned their surroundings. A beam of black light shot over from the distance and landed before the altar in an instant. As the light dissipated, a man dressed in a black robe appeared before them. The man's expression was cold and ruthless, his eyes filled with endless greed and malice. In his hand was a long blade radiating black light, the God-slaying blade. God-slaying blade master. The moment Liu Fei saw the man, his face turned extremely grim. Instinctively, he shielded the 7 women behind him, flames of fury blazing in his eyes. Liu Fei, you didn't expect this, did you? I've finally found this secret realm, and found you as well. Today you're— The God-slaying blade master said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 7 women filled with greed. I am determined to obtain the origin essences of these 7 women. With their essences, my God-slaying plan will be complete. Don't even think about it. Su Qingxue cried out sharply. She was the first to channel her spiritual energy and activate the Empress domain. In an instant, holy white light shrouded her. Bathed in that radiance, she resembled a goddess descending to the mortal world, exuding an immensely powerful presence. Sisters, attack together. We must not let him succeed. Xiao Ruoxue swiftly activated her Empress domain as well. A green halo wrapped around her, as if she commanded the vitality of all living things. The 7 women activated their Empress domains at the same time, 7 different colors of light interweaving to form a mighty force field. They united their spiritual energy and surged toward the God-slaying blade master. You're overestimating yourselves. The God-slaying blade master let out a cold snort. With a casual wave of the God-slaying blade, a streak of black blade energy slashed toward the 7 women. Wherever the blade energy passed, space seemed to be torn open with a piercing screech. The 7 women's combined attack collided with the black blade energy, producing a deafening, earth-shaking boom. However, to everyone's shock, the 7 women's combined strike was easily shattered by that single slash. The overwhelming force blasted the 7 women backward. They spat out blood and fell to the ground, their faces as pale as snow. Sisters. Seeing this, Liu Fei was frantic with worry. He rushed toward the 7 women without a second thought. Are you all right? He helped Su Qingxue up, his eyes filled with deep concern. Master, we're fine. Cough, cough. Su Qingxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said weakly. Yet her gaze remained resolute. We can't give up like this. Ha ha ha. Do you really think the likes of you can defeat me? Today no one can save you. The God-slaying blade master laughed uproariously, raised the God-slaying blade again, and chopped toward Liu Fei and the 7 women. That slash carried boundless killing intent, as if it would wipe them out completely. No. Liu Fei roared, fully aware of the dire crisis. To protect the 7 women, he decided to forcibly activate Chaos Unity. He channeled the Chaos Bloodline within him, gathered all his spiritual energy, and prepared to withstand the God-slaying blade master's assault. Master, don't. You haven't fully mastered Chaos Unity. You'll suffer the backlash. Su Qingxue cried in terror, but Liu Fei had already made up his mind. Boom. The power of Chaos Unity collided with the God-slaying blade master's attack. The collision of tremendous forces triggered a violent explosion. The light of the explosion illuminated the entire secret realm, and the space around them trembled as if it were about to collapse at any moment. In the end, Liu Fei still could not fully command the power of Chaos Unity. Struck by the overwhelming backlash, he spat out blood and flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped. Master. The 7 women were overwhelmed with grief at the sight. They struggled to their feet and gathered around Liu Fei. Looking at his grievous injuries, their hearts were filled with self-blame and regret. We can't let anything happen to Master. Sisters, let's use the Heart Unity formation to sustain his life. Su Qingxue said through gritted teeth. The 7 women nodded one after another. Ignoring their own wounds, they channeled their spiritual energy and activated the 7 maidens' Heart Unity formation. The power of the 7 maidens' Heart Unity formation converged upon Liu Fei, providing him with a steady stream of life force. However, the God-slaying blade master gave them no chance to catch their breath. He raised the God-slaying blade once more and slashed toward Liu Fei. Ding! Time-limited mission triggered. Escape the secret realm within 3 days. Progress 03. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Just as the God-slaying blade was about to land on Liu Fei, a translucent barrier suddenly appeared around the 7 women. The Celestial Maiden Shield. The shield radiated a soft glow, tightly protecting Liu Fei and the 7 women within it. This is the Celestial Maiden Shield. The God-slaying blade master's expression changed slightly. His attack struck the shield and was actually deflected back. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this, did you? We will never allow you to harm our master. Su Qingxue looked at the God-slaying blade master, her eyes full of determination and confidence. If it's only a shield, watch me break it. The God-slaying blade master snorted coldly, swung the God-slaying blade again, and intensified his attack. However, the Celestial Maiden Shield steadfastly withstood his attack. At this life-or-death moment, guarded by the 7 women, Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes. The God-slaying blade master had appeared, and the 7 women and Liu Fei were plunged into a desperate predicament. Inside the Tianyu secret realm, the Godslayer saber masters, laden with boundless murderous intent, came sweeping down upon Liu Fei and the 7 maidens like a bolt of black lightning. At that critical moment, a layer of brilliant, yet gentle radiance suddenly bloomed around the 7 maidens. The Tianyu shield awakened in an instant. The shield was like a crystal-clear gossamer veil, yet it radiated a reassuring, formidable power, protecting Liu Fei and the 7 maidens closely within its embrace. Thighs. What kind of shield is this? Upon seeing the Tianyu shield appear, the Godslayer Saber Master's previously confident face flickered with astonishment. His unreserved strike slashed into the shield, yet it vanished without a trace. The seemingly fragile shield repelled it with ease. Not only that, the shield rebounded a surge of immense force, sending the Godslayer Saber Master staggering backward for a full 1,000 meters. Cough cough. The Godslayer Saber Master steadied himself, and could not help coughing up a mouthful of blood. Looking at the Godslayer Saber in his hand, he saw that a fine crack had appeared on its blade, and his expression turned extremely grim. Damn it! Why does this shield possess such terrifying power? He gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and resentment. Inside the shield, a series of images began to emerge on the Tianyu shield. In the scenes, the 7 maidens clad in magnificent celestial garments were none other than the 7 celestial maidens of the immortal realm in their past lives. Radiating a holy glow, they joined forces to unleash a mighty immortal art, sealing the Godslayer Saber Master. So, in our past lives, the 7 celestial maidens once sealed him. Su Qingxue looked at the images on the shield, her eyes filled with shock and sudden insight. Sisters, our past selves were so powerful. In this life, we must not lose either. Xia Ruoxue clenched her fist, determination shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, nourished by the 7 maidens' heart unity formation and protected by the Tianyu shield, Liu Fei slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw that the 7 maidens had not hesitated to expend their spiritual energy to activate the shield for his sake. He felt both deeply moved and guilty. Sisters, you have suffered. His voice was somewhat hoarse, heavy with remorse. Master, as long as you're awake, that's enough. If only you are safe, everything we do is worth it. Bai Liu looked at Liu Fei, tears shimmering in her eyes, tears full of joy. Feeling the 7 maidens' deep affection for him, a warm current rose in Liu Fei's heart. He cycled his spiritual energy, and it resonated with theirs. At that instant, his heart was in perfect communion with the 7 maidens, as if he could sense every trace of their thoughts. Sisters, let us join together and unleash the 7 maidens' heart unity formation. Liu Fei shouted. The 7 maidens nodded in unison, focusing their minds and channeling their spiritual energy together with him. All at once, dazzling light blazed within the Tianyu shield. 7 different colors of radiance interwove, converging into a powerful and mysterious vortex of energy. This was the power of the 7 maidens' heart unity formation. Now, through the combined efforts of Liu Fei and the 7 maidens, the formation was unleashed for the first time, erupting with astonishing might. Ding! Achievement unlocked through life and death together. 7 maidens affection 100. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Torrential power surged out of the 7 maidens' heart unity formation, sweeping toward the Godslayer Saber Master. Seeing this, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet the formation's power was so overwhelming that his resistance proved utterly futile. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the might of the 7 maidens' heart unity formation struck the Godslayer Saber Master and blasted him into the air once again. This time, the Godslayer Saber Master was even more severely wounded. His body arced through the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough cough. The Godslayer Saber Master struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. You just wait. I won't let this go so easily. With that, ignoring his injuries, he transformed into a beam of black light and swiftly fled the Tianyu secret realm. At this moment, the glow of the Tianyu shield began to gradually recede. At the moment before the shield vanished, the 7 maidens said softly in unison, "We have never left." These words seemed to carry a peculiar meaning, hinting at the profound and mysterious bond between them and the Tianyu. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, his heart full of doubt. Sisters, what did you mean by what you just said? The 7 maidens exchanged smiles, and Su Qingxue said, Master, we aren't very sure either. It was only at the moment the shield dispersed that those words slipped out of our mouths of their own accord. Perhaps this is connected to our past lives and to the female emperor's legacy. Liu Fei nodded slightly, knowing that the secret behind the female emperor's legacy was far more complicated than. But at that moment, only one thought filled his mind: to take the 7 maidens and leave this mysterious and dangerous Tianyu secret realm safely. Sisters, no matter what secrets are hidden behind this, we will face them together. Now let's first find a way to complete the system's time-limited mission and escape this secret realm within 3 days. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, his eyes filled with resolve. The 7 maidens all nodded, their eyes filled with equal determination and trust. In this mysterious Tianyu secret realm, they had faced countless trials and crises, yet every ordeal had only deepened their feelings for one another. They believed that as long as they were united, no obstacle could stand in their way. The Tianyu shield had successfully repelled the Godslayer Saber Master, and the bond between the seven maidens and Liu Fei had grown even stronger. However, the mysterious words spoken by the seven maidens had brought them yet another new enigma. In the Heavenly Maiden's secret realm, the world-destroying might of the seven women's united heart formation clashed with the God-slaying Blade Master in a heart-stopping life-or-death battle. The collision of immense energies sent tremors throughout the entire secret realm. Space fractured like a shattered mirror, crisscrossed with cracks that hissed ominously as if the realm might collapse entirely at any moment. Under the full assault of the seven women's united heart formation, the God-slaying Blade Master resisted with all his might, yet in the end, he could not withstand the overwhelming offensive forged from the combined power of the seven women. His body was battered and covered with wounds from the force of the impact. His black robe was torn, blood streamed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness. "No, I won't accept this." The God-slaying Blade Master let out a desperate roar. However, the power of the seven women's united heart formation gave him no chance to catch his breath. With a thunderous roar that shook heaven and earth, the seven women's united heart formation destroyed the God-slaying Blade Master in mutual ruin, and the mighty explosive force instantly swept across the entire secret realm. Not good. The secret realm is collapsing. Sensing the danger, Liu Fei's face drastically changed, and he hurriedly turned to look at the seven women. At this moment, the seven women, having poured all their strength into the seven women's united heart formation, had nearly exhausted their spiritual power. Their faces were as pale as snow, and their bodies swayed unsteadily. "Sisters, hold on. We must get out of here as soon as possible," Liu Fei said while frantically patting his body. He thought of the remaining fragments of the reincarnation mirror, those left over after other pieces had been embedded in the seven women's bodies. Perhaps these fragments could provide the key to their escape. Just then the collapse of the surrounding space accelerated. Huge boulders plummeted from the sky, and deep, bottomless fissures opened across the ground. A violent storm of spiritual energy raged through the secret realm, destroying everything in its path. "Master, we may not make it out." Su Qingxue coughed out a mouthful of blood and spoke weakly. Though a trace of despair lingered in her eyes, there was even more reluctance to part from Liu Fei. "No, we will definitely get out." Liu Fei clenched his teeth, his gaze so resolute that it seemed able to pierce through any difficulty. Finally, he found the reincarnation mirror fragments. They trembled faintly in his hand, as if sensing the crisis at hand. "Everyone gather close to me and hold tight," Liu Fei shouted, and the seven women, forcing themselves to stay upright, supported one another as they huddled close to him. Liu Fei channeled the last remaining spiritual energy in his body into the reincarnation mirror fragments. The fragments blazed with brilliant light, forming a mysterious portal. Light flickered within the gateway as if it connected to another world. "Quick, go in," Liu Fei urged the seven women onward. One by one they stepped through the portal, and Liu Fei was the last to enter. At the very instant he crossed the threshold, the secret realm behind him collapsed entirely, as boundless darkness and destruction consumed everything in their wake. When Liu Fei and the seven women opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the Immortal Court. However, the Immortal Court before them felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. The Immortal Court, once destroyed in the Great Battle, had been completely renewed. Lofty palaces stood tall once more, streets were neat and clean, and the Immortal Court residents passing by wore tranquil, contented smiles. Is this the Immortal Court? How has it changed so much?" Xia Ruoxue said in astonishment, her eyes filled with confusion. Just then an elderly man happened to pass by. Spotting Liu Fei and the seven women, he froze for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Liu, you finally returned. You've been away for 3 years. 3 years. Liu Fei and the seven women were all taken aback. Inside the Heavenly Maiden's secret realm, they had felt as if only a few short days had passed. They never expected that 3 years had gone by in the outside world. Through their conversation with the elderly man, Liu Fei and the seven women learned that during the 3 years they had spent in the secret realm, the Immortal Court had been rebuilt through the concerted efforts of its other immortal officials. The current Immortal Court had not only regained its former prosperity, but had become even more thriving than before. Meanwhile, the seven women, having received the female emperor's inheritance in the Heavenly Maiden's secret realm, had experienced a qualitative leap in power. They now exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura, having already become the new female emperors of the immortal realm. Liu Fei, on the other hand, had severely damaged his origin by forcibly urging chaos return to one earlier, and his cultivation had fallen to the foundation establishment stage. "Master your cultivation." Su Qingxue looked at Liu Fei, her eyes full of worry and heartache. Liu Fei gave a bitter smile. "It's fine. My cultivation can be rebuilt. As long as you're all safe, that's what matters." Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Seek a method to restore your origin progress. 01. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Just as Liu Fei and the 7 women were about to learn more about the changes in the immortal court over the past 3 years, a mysterious figure appeared before them. It was an elderly woman dressed in a white robe. Her face was kind, yet her eyes held an air of mystery. This aura was remarkably similar to that of the heavenly maiden from the 7 women's inheritance. "You've returned." The old woman's voice was gentle, yet it seemed to carry a reassuring power. "Who are you?" Liu Fei gazed at the old woman with caution, his heart full of doubt. The old woman smiled faintly. "I am the guardian of this immortal realm. I have been waiting for your return. The 7 women obtaining the female emperor's inheritance is a blessing for the immortal realm. As for you, Liu Fei, you bear an even more important mission." "Mission? What mission?" Liu Fei pressed. The old woman did not answer immediately. Instead, her gaze drifted into the distance, as if recalling something. "All the answers lie in the future. You must act with caution. That god-slaying blade master may not have truly perished." As she finished speaking, the old woman's body gradually became transparent and finally vanished on the spot. Liu Fei and the 7 women gazed at the spot where the old woman had vanished, their hearts filled with questions. Who exactly was this mysterious elderly woman? What was the mission she spoke of? And would the god-slaying blade master truly stage a comeback? All these mysteries awaited them to be unraveled. Back in the immortal court, Liu Fei and the 7 women faced a brand new situation. The 7 women had surged in power to become female emperors, while Liu Fei had suffered damage to his origin. The appearance of the mysterious old woman brought new suspense. After its reconstruction, the celestial court regained its former splendor and bustle. The celestial officials each attended to their own duties, and the celestial citizens lived in peace and contentment, a scene of utter harmony. Beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, however, undercurrents ran deep. The forces of the celestial realm had been watching covertly all along, searching for another chance to stir up conflict. One day, a patrolling celestial official discovered a youth behaving strangely in a mortal town on the outskirts of the celestial court. The youth was thin and pallid, with a dazed helplessness in his eyes. The celestial patrol officials keenly sensed that some secret seemed to be concealed within him, and so they brought him back to the celestial court. The news soon reached Liu Fei. At that moment, Liu Fei was discussing with the 7 women how to develop the celestial court in the future and how to counter the celestial realm's possible new invasion. Hearing this, his heart stirred, and he decided to go see the mysterious youth himself. When Liu Fei met him, the youth was locked in the celestial court's temporary prison. The youth raised his head, and the instant his gaze met Liu Fei's, an inexplicable familiarity welled up in Liu Fei's heart. He studied the youth carefully and found that his features bore a faint resemblance to Liu. "What is your name? Where do you come from?" Liu Fei stepped forward and asked in a low voice. The youth hesitated, then said in a low voice, "My name is Liu. I have lived in that small town since I was a child. I don't remember who my parents were nor why I was there." Liu Fei frowned slightly. He circulated his spiritual energy, trying to probe the youth's origins. Yet the moment his spiritual energy touched the youth's body, a familiar, yet eerie aura came rushing at him. "This is the aura of the god-slaying saber." Liu Fei was inwardly astounded. He immediately took out the reincarnation mirror fragment, hoping to confirm the youth's identity through it. As spiritual energy poured into the reincarnation mirror fragment, it blazed with light, and scene after scene gradually emerged within the mirror. In those scenes, the youth's previous life was none other than the god-slaying saber master. Wielding the god-slaying saber, he had unleashed a bloody storm across the celestial realm, cutting down countless immortals. At the end of the visions, the god-slaying saber master was sealed away during a mighty battle, and then he was reborn as the Yun of today. So it was him. Liu Fei murmured to himself, his heart full of shock and confusion. Why would the god-slaying saber master have been reincarnated as an ordinary mortal? What kind of conspiracy lay hidden behind this? Just then Liu heard the news and hurried over. The moment she saw Yun, her body trembled violently, and a powerful bloodline resonance surged from within her. What is going on? Why do I have such a familiar feeling toward him? Liu looked at Yun. Liu Fei told Liu about the scenes shown in the reincarnation mirror fragment and Yun's true identity. As Liu listened, her face instantly turned pale. She could hardly believe that the frail youth before her was the reincarnation of the once dominant god-slaying saber master. "Master, I beg you to save him. Although he is the reincarnation of the god-slaying saber master right now, he is only an innocent mortal." Liu suddenly knelt before Liu Fei, tears streaming down her face. It was the first time Liu had ever shown such a fragile side in front of Liu Fei. Her eyes were full of entreaty and despair. "Liu, get up. This matter is far too complicated. We must not act rashly." Liu Fei hurriedly helped Liu up, his heart also feeling deeply conflicted. On one hand, Yun was the reincarnation of the god-slaying saber master who had once brought calamity to the celestial realm. On the other hand, the Yun of today was merely an ordinary mortal, and he shared a bloodline connection with Liu. Ding! Limited time mission, resolve the grudge in 7 days, progress 07. A system notification echoed in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei took a deep breath. He knew this was a daunting challenge. But for Yi Linger, and for the future of the Celestial Court, he had to try to resolve this grudge. Linger, rest assured I will do my best. But first we must find out why Yi Yun was born with an incomplete spiritual root. Liu Fei looked at Yi Linger, his gaze filled with determination. After a careful investigation, Liu Fei discovered that Yi Yun's spiritual root had not been incomplete from birth, but had been deliberately sealed by a powerful force. This force was extremely similar to the aura of the Celestial Realm. It seems the Celestial Realm knew long ago that the god-slaying Saber Master would be reincarnated. Sealing Yi Yun's spiritual root was its way of controlling him. Liu Fei pondered silently. Meanwhile, Yi Yun looked at everything before him, his heart filled with confusion. He did not understand why these people were so concerned with him, or why he should feel a bloodline resonance with this woman named Yi Linger. What exactly are you talking about? Who am I after all? Yi Yun could not help asking. Liu Fei looked at Yi Yun and said slowly, Yi Yun, in your past life you were the god-slaying Saber Master and brought a great cataclysm to the Celestial Realm. Now that you have been reborn as a mortal, we hope to resolve this grudge. But before that we need your cooperation to unravel the mystery surrounding you. After hearing this, Yi Yun's expression became extremely complicated. He could not accept that he had once been such a fearsome figure in his previous life, but he could also sense that the people before him meant him no harm. All right, I am willing to cooperate with you. Yi Yun gritted his teeth and said. As this mysterious cycle of reincarnation began to unfold, Liu Fei, Yi Linger, and Yi Yun were about to embark on a journey fraught with challenge and uncertainty. Reincarnation had emerged. The master of the god-slaying saber was reborn as Yi Yun, bound to Yi Linger by blood. Liu Fei now faced a time-limited mission to resolve the grudge, while the mysteries surrounding Yi Yun grew ever more numerous. After learning Yi Yun's true identity and the complicated situation he was in, Liu Fei knew that this matter brooked no delay. He decided to bring Yi Linger to the Yi Manor, hoping to find more clues about Yi Yun there, and also to let Yi Linger reunite with her family. Perhaps this would offer an opportunity to dissolve the enmity between the two sides. When Liu Fei and Yi Linger arrived at the Yi Manor, the sight before them left them deeply shocked. The once prosperous and flourishing Yi Manor was now in a state of ruin. The gate was half open, its paint peeling away, making it look old and worn. The stone line by the entrance had also lost a corner, as though telling of the vicissitudes of time. What is going on? How could the Yi Manor have become like this? Yi Linger looked at the scene, her eyes reddening, her heart full of confusion and grief. She had left the Yi Manor only a few years ago, yet she had never expected her family to have fallen to such a state. The two walked into the mansion and saw weeds run riot in the courtyard. The once tidy ground was now covered with moss. Most of the doors and windows were broken, swaying gently in the wind with creaking sounds, as if they might collapse. Linger, it seems the Yi Manor has gone through some great upheaval. Liu Fei frowned and said solemnly. He could sense a suffocating air lingering here, as if many unknown secrets were hidden within. Just then a figure staggered out from the house. His face was gaunt, his back hunched, and his eyes were steeped in endless weariness and despair. When he saw Yi Linger, a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by pain. Linger, you have finally returned, the man said hoarsely. He was Yi Linger's father, Yi Jingtian. Father. Yi Linger's tears burst out at the sight of her father. She hurried forward and supported him. Father, what has happened to you? Why has the Yi Manor fallen to this state? Yi Jingtian looked at his daughter, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. After a long while he finally said, ever since your younger brother Yun'er disappeared, the Yi Manor has been on the decline. The family business suffered severe losses, and all the other forces poured salt on our wounds. As Yi Jingtian spoke, his eyes brimmed with helplessness and regret. Yi Linger's heart ached at the mention of her brother. She turned to Liu Fei, her eyes filled with anxiety and hope. Liu Fei stepped forward and said softly, Senior Yi, we have found Yi Yun. What? You found Yun'er? Where is he? Is he all right? Yi Jingtian became instantly agitated upon hearing this. He seized Liu Fei's arm tightly, hope shining in his eyes. Senior Yi Yun is now at the Immortal Court. However, his situation is rather complicated. Liu Fei told Yi Jingtian everything, including Yi Yun's current condition and the fact that he was the reincarnation of the god-slaying Saber Lord. After hearing this, Yi Zengxian's face turned pale in an instant. He staggered back several steps and nearly fell. How is this possible? How could my Yun'er be the reincarnation of the god-slaying Saber Lord? Yi Jingtian muttered to himself, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Father, no matter what my brother was in his past life, he is still our family now. We must save him. Yi Linger held her father's hand tightly, her gaze resolute. Yi Jingtian was deeply moved as he looked at his daughter. He nodded and said, all right, we will save him. As long as Yun'er can be saved, I am willing to do anything. Just then Yi Jingtian suddenly began to cough violently, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed unsteadily, as if he could fall at any moment. Father, what is the matter with you? Yi Linger cried in alarm. She quickly circulated her spiritual energy, trying to heal her father. However, she discovered that his injuries were extremely severe, and the spiritual energy within his body was in utter chaos, as if it had been struck by some formidable force. Linger, don't waste your strength. My injuries are beyond cure, Yi Jingtian said feebly. He looked at his daughter with reluctant attachment and guilt. Over the years your father has failed you. I did not take good care of you, nor did I protect the Yi Manor. Father, we will find a way to cure you, Yi Linger said tearfully, her tears streaming down unceasingly. Yi Jingtian shook his head slightly. He took out an antique box from his bosom and handed it to Liu Fei. Young Master Liu, this is our Yi family's heirloom, the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer. I know that now only you can. This Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer might be of help to you. Liu Fei took the box and opened it. Inside was a small. The hammer was purple in its entirety and covered with mysterious runes. The runes shimmered with faint thunderlight, giving off a powerful energy fluctuation. The Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer contains a mighty thunder-type power, but it is damaged and must be reforged before its true might can be unleashed. Ding! Hidden quest unlocked. Reforge the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer. Progress 03. A system notification rang out in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei looked at the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer in his hand, full of confusion. Why was the hammer damaged? What connection did it have with Yi Yun and the god-slaying Saber Lord? At that moment, Yi Jingtian suddenly grabbed Liu Fei's hand, his eyes full of fear and worry. Young Master Liu, you must be careful. Yun, he is not human. Yi Zengxian's voice trembled, as if revealing a terrifying secret. Father, what are you saying? How could my brother not be human? Yi Linger asked in shock. Before Yi Jingtian could answer, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Father! Yi Linger cried out in grief, hugging her father tightly, as tears fell like rain. Liu Fei stepped forward to examine Yi Zengxian's injuries, but he found that Yi Jingtian had already stopped breathing, his life force severed. Yi Linger's father had passed away just like that. Linger, my condolences. Liu Fei gently patted Yi Linger's shoulder, his heart full of grief too. He knew that Yi Linger's heart must be in intense pain at this moment. Yi Linger slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with sorrow and anger. Master, I must save my brother. I will make him return to normal, and I will restore the Yi Manor to prosperity, Yi Linger said through gritted teeth, a resolute conviction in her eyes. Among Yi Zengxian's belongings, Yi Linger found a jade pendant. The pendant bore the character Yi and emitted a faint glow. As soon as Yi Linger grasped it, she felt a familiar power surge into her body. Vague images surfaced in her mind, as if they were the inherited memories of the Yi family. This jade pendant might be the inherited treasure of the Yi family. It holds a powerful force, and perhaps it can help us, Liu Fei said, looking at the pendant. At this moment her heart was filled with determination. She would join Liu Fei to unravel the mystery surrounding Yi Yun, reforge the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer, resolve the feud, and restore the Yi Manor to its former glory. After going through a series of upheavals at the Yi residence, Liu Fei and Yi Linger returned to the Immortal Court with the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer. The Immortal Court was still a flurry of activity, as everyone made preparations for a possible new invasion from the Immortal Realm. What weighed most on Liu Fei's mind, however, was still Yi Yun's plight. He took Yi Linger directly to the place where Yi Yun was confined. Yi Yun was still bound within the formation, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. Young Master Liu, Sister Linger, you're back, Yi Yun said softly when he saw them. You know we're going to find a way to save you. Yi Linger stepped forward, her eyes full of concern. Seeing her younger brother in such a state, her heart ached. Liu Fei took a deep breath and brought out the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer. He knew this would be a difficult attempt. Yi Yun, I'm going to use the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer to reshape your spiritual root. The process may be very painful, but you must endure it. Liu Fei looked at Yi Yun, his gaze resolute. Yi Yun nodded and said through gritted teeth, Young Master Liu, I'm not afraid of pain. As long as I can return to normal and stop causing everyone trouble, I'm willing to do anything. Liu Fei circulated his spiritual energy and channeled it into the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer. The runes on the hammer lit up instantly, radiating dazzling bolts of thunder. The lightning coiled around Liu Fei's hand like nimble serpents. As Liu Fei continued to pour in spiritual energy, the hammer gradually grew larger, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Here we go, Liu Fei shouted, swinging the hammer at Yi Yun. The moment it touched Yi Yun's body, Yi Yun felt a mighty force surge into him, as if it would tear his body apart. Oh! Yi Yun couldn't hold back a miserable scream as his body began to tremble violently. But things were not going as smoothly as Liu Fei had imagined. Just as the hammer's power was wreaking havoc inside Yi Yun's body, a black aura suddenly surged out of him. It carried a thick malevolence and bloodlust, the remnant soul power of the god-slaying saber. Not good. Liu Fei's face changed drastically. He realized that the god-slaying saber's remnant soul did not want Yi Yun's spiritual root to be reshaped, and had begun to resist. The power of the remnant soul and the power of the hammer collided within Yi Yun, triggering a violent storm of spiritual energy. Yi Yun's body was engulfed in the storm, and his eyes gradually turned blood red, brimming with murderous intent. Yi Yun, snap out of it. Liu Fei shouted urgently, increasing his spiritual energy output in an attempt to suppress the god-slaying saber's remnant soul. But the remnant soul's power was too strong and his efforts had little effect. Master, watch out. Yi Yun broke free from the formation and lunged at Liu Fei. At this moment, completely controlled by the god-slaying saber's remnant soul, Yi Yun had lost all reason. A black long saber materialized in his hand, the phantom of the god-slaying saber. No. Seeing this, Yi Linger rushed forward recklessly, trying to stop him. But Yi Yun had already been driven mad. He swung the long saber at Yi Linger without hesitation. Linger! Liu Fei shouted in horror. Without time to think, he swung the thunder hammer and shielded Yi Linger. Boom! Yi Yun's long saber clashed against the thunder hammer, and the immense force hurled Liu Fei backward. Liu Fei spat out blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Master! Yi Linger cried out in grief. She rushed to Liu Fei's side and helped him up. Master, how? Her eyes were full of tears and her voice was filled with anxiety and worry. Liu Fei at this moment had already fallen into a coma. Liu Fei's body had suffered the backlash of both the thunder hammer's power and the god-slaying saber's remnant soul, leaving him gravely wounded. Yet at that moment, the Chaos Bloodline within Liu Fei suddenly began to circulate on its own. Like a voracious black hole, the Chaos Bloodline began to absorb the power of the god-slaying saber's remnant soul. As the remnant soul's power was absorbed, the blood-red hue in Yi Yun's eyes gradually faded, and his consciousness began to return. What happened to me? What did I do? Yi Yun came to his senses, and seeing the scene before him was filled with horror and self-blame. Sister Linger, young Master Luo, I didn't mean it. Yi Yun said tearfully, tears streaming endlessly down his face. Yi Linger ignored Yi Yun. All her thoughts were on Liu Fei. Looking at the unconscious Liu Fei, her heart was filled with despair. Master, wake up. You mustn't die. Yi Linger murmured, her tears falling onto Liu Fei's face. Suddenly, Yi Linger recalled the family inheritance jade pendant she had just obtained. She quickly took it out, channeled her spiritual energy, and poured its power into Liu Fei's body. At the same time, she also channeled her own primordial source power into Liu Fei, trying to wake him. Under Yi Linger's efforts, Liu Fei's body began to show signs of change. His wounds gradually healed, and his breathing became steady. Finally, Liu Fei slowly opened his eyes. Linger, he said softly, his voice tinged with weakness. Master, you're awake. That's wonderful. Seeing Liu Fei awake, Yi Linger hugged him in excitement as tears streamed from her eyes again. In that moment, their hearts beat as one, and they could feel each other's deepest emotions. Ding! Skill acquired. Thunder Soul Devourer can absorb lightning-type attacks. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Feeling the new power within his body, Liu Fei was pleasantly surprised. He knew this was the change brought by the Chaos Bloodline absorbing the power of the god-slaying saber's remnant soul. At that moment, the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer slowly flew over to Liu Fei and circled around him. The runes on the hammer glimmered with a strange light, as if acknowledging him as its master. It seems the hammer has acknowledged you as its master, Yi Linger said, watching the hammer. Liu Fei nodded, picked up the hammer, and examined it carefully. Suddenly, he noticed that the surface of the hammer bore the 4-character blood curse Karmic Reincarnation. It exuded a mysterious aura, as if telling a tale unknown to anyone. This 4-character blood curse. What exactly does it mean? Why would it appear on the thunder hammer? Liu Fei was filled with doubt. He turned to Yi Yun and asked, Yi Yun, do you know the origin of this 4-character blood curse? Yi Yun shook his head and said with a bewildered look, young Master Liu, I don't know either. I've never seen this thing before. Liu Fei frowned. He knew that this 4-character blood curse might be closely related to Yi Yun's background and the schemes of the god-slaying saber's master. He had to find out the secret as soon as possible if he was to properly resolve this grudge. At this moment, outside the immortal court, the forces of the immortal realm were also moving stealthily. They seemed to have noticed the plans of Liu Fei and the others. An even greater crisis was quietly approaching. Within the immortal court, after the turmoil of the Thunder Hammer's recognition and the shock from the god-slaying blade's remnant soul, all seemed to settle back into tranquility. Yi Yun came to his senses, recalling the scene where he had struck Yi Linger and Liu Fei while under the remnant soul's control, his heart heavy with remorse. He shut himself away in his room all day, refusing food and water, his eyes clouded with self-reproach and anguish. Sister Linger, Lord Liu, I deserve eternal damnation. Yi Yun muttered to himself, tears welling in his eyes. He knew full well that without Liu Fei and Yi Linger, he would have been completely consumed by the god-slaying blade's remnant soul, bringing about utter disaster. Meanwhile, Liu Fei's wounds were gradually healing under Yi Linger's diligent care. Yet a shadow of worry lingered in his gaze. Since discovering the blood curse of Karma Samsara, inscribed upon the Thunder Hammer, he felt increasingly that the mysteries surrounding Yi Yun ran impossibly deep, and a dark force seemed to be creeping closer with each passing moment. That day, Liu Fei resolved to seek out Yi Yun once more, hoping to draw more clues from him. Upon arriving at Yi Yun's quarters, however, he found the room empty. Where has Yi Yun gone? A sense of foreboding surged within Liu Fei. At that very moment, he suddenly sensed a faint spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from a secluded corner of the immortal court. Liu Fei followed the direction of the fluctuation and found Yi Yun standing there, his expression fraught with panic, as though engaged in conversation with someone unseen. Yi Yun, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Liu Fei's voice, Yi Yun's body stiffened, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. Lord Liu, I just came out for some fresh air. Yi Yun stammered, his eyes darting about, unable to meet Liu Fei's gaze. Liu Fei's brows knit together tightly. Sensing something amiss, his suspicions deepened. He channeled his spiritual energy and carefully observed the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle distortion in the space behind Yi Yun, and a vague figure gradually materialized. Who's there? Show yourself. Liu Fei bellowed, swinging the Nine Heavens thunder hammer as a bolt of lightning tore toward the shadowy figure. The figure swiftly retreated, dodging the lightning strike. As it came into clearer view, Liu Fei recognized the person before him. The Immortal Realm's Vanguard General, whom he had grievously wounded on the battlefield. It's you. How dare you appear here? Liu Fei exclaimed in shock. He gripped the thunder hammer tightly, his guard. Ha, Liu Fei, surprised to see us again, aren't you? The Vanguard General sneered, his eyes brimming with hatred and smug satisfaction. What is your true purpose? Why are you conspiring with Yi Yun? Liu Fei demanded. The Vanguard General cast a glance at Yi Yun and laughed coldly. This lad is one of our most valuable pawns in the Immortal Realm. We have been monitoring him through the Eye of Heavenly Punishment all along. Every move he makes is under our control. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Liu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the enormous eye-shaped rune he had encountered within the Heavenly Maiden's secret realm. So the Immortal Realm had been utilizing the Eye of Heavenly Punishment to surveil Yi Yun all this time. Precisely. With the Eye of Heavenly Punishment, even if the lad flees to the ends of the earth, we shall still find him. The Vanguard General continued. Moreover, we have implanted a control chip within his mind. He is our spy. Liu Fei turned to look at Yi Yun, who kept his head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. Yi Yun, is this true? Liu Fei's voice carried a note of disappointment and anger. Yi Yun collapsed to his knees, weeping bitterly. Lord Liu, I had no choice. Ever since they brought me to the Immortal Court, they have been implanting commands into my mind, forcing me to cooperate with their plans. I never wanted to harm any of you, but I could not control myself. Liu Fei's heart was torn. He knew that Yi Yun was fundamentally good-hearted and had merely been exploited by the Immortal Realm. Yet his current situation had plunged the Immortal Court into grave peril. Liu Fei, do yourself a favor and hand over Yi Yun. Otherwise, the Immortal Court shall face utter destruction. The Vanguard General threatened. Liu Fei gazed at him, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Never. Yi Yun is innocent, and I will not let you succeed. Lord Liu, are you truly prepared to make enemies of the entire Immortal Realm for this lad? The Vanguard General sneered. Do not forget your current strength is no match for ours. Even if I am reduced to fragments, I will never let you harm Yi Yun. Liu Fei gritted his teeth. He understood clearly that if he surrendered Yi Yun now, the lad would certainly die, and he and Yi Linger would lose any chance of resolving their grievances. Just then Yi Linger arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was utterly astonished. What is going on? Yun, are you? Sister Linger, I am so sorry to you. Yi Yun wept, his heart overflowing with guilt. Yi Linger turned to Liu Fei, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. Master, what exactly is happening? Liu Fei recounted the entire sequence of events to Yi Linger in full detail. Upon hearing it all, her expression grew profoundly complex. She gazed at her kneeling brother, her heart aching with both compassion and helplessness. Master, what should we do? Yi Linger asked. Liu Fei took a deep breath and said, Linger, Yi Yun is being controlled by the Immortal Realm. He is innocent. We cannot abandon him. Yet we must also prevent the Immortal Court from falling into danger. But he is now the Immortal Realm's spy. Yi Linger hesitated. I know. That is precisely why we must find a way to remove the control chip from his mind, all while ensuring the Immortal Realm's people remain unaware of our plans. Liu Fei said firmly. Yi Linger nodded. Gazing at Liu Fei, her eyes shone with unwavering trust. Very well, Master. I shall follow your lead. However, what they did not realize was that the remnant soul of the god-slaying blade within Yi Yun's body, having survived the previous confrontation, had not completely dissipated. At this very moment, the remnant soul was silently eroding Yi Yun's mind, attempting to seize control once more. Dark currents surged beneath the surface. Yi Yun's identity as a spy had been exposed, and Liu Fei faced a harrowing choice. The Immortal Realm's threats closed in relentlessly, while the god-slaying blade's remnant soul within Yi Yun continued to stir in the shadows. In the Immortal Court, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed one could wring water from the air. The countdown to the time-limited mission loomed like a suspended sword, mercilessly drawing nearer. Only 3 short days remained. Liu Fei and Yi Linger knew full well that if the grievance surrounding Yi Yun could not be resolved within this final deadline, not only would Yi Yun lose his life, but the Immortal Court might also suffer an even more ferocious attack from the Immortal Realm. Every day, Liu Fei kept vigil by Yi Yun's side, searching for a way to remove the control chip and purify the remnant soul of the Godslayer saber. That day, he cycled his spiritual energy and carefully probed into Yi Yun's sea of consciousness. Within the sea of consciousness, all was chaos. A dark mist pervaded the space, as if hiding endless secrets and dangers. This sea of consciousness is truly sinister. Liu Fei muttered, his brows tightly knit. He advanced slowly, while keeping a wary eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, a black beam of light shot out from the mist, streaking straight toward Liu Fei. Reacting swiftly, Liu Fei swung the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer, sending a flash of lightning to meet the black beam. Boom! The two collided with a thunderous roar, and the black light vanished in an instant. As the black light dispersed, the mist gradually thinned. Liu Fei saw deep within the sea of consciousness a shard radiating black aura, the consciousness fragment of the Godslayer Saber Lord. Around the shard, countless black threads were coiled like a gigantic net, tightly binding Yi Yun's consciousness. So this is it. This consciousness fragment is the key to Yi Yun being controlled. Liu Fei mused inwardly. He knew that if this fragment were not separated, Yi Yun would never be able to break free from the Godslayer Saber Lord's control. Just as Liu Fei was about to make his move, Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with agony and Young Master Liu, I beg you, kill me. I don't want to be controlled by this demon any longer, nor do I want to hurt Sister Ling'er, or any of you, Yi Yun pleaded tearfully. Yi Yun, don't talk nonsense. I will definitely save you and resolve this grievance, Liu Fei declared firmly. He tightened his grip on the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer, preparing to forcibly separate the Godslayer Saber Lord's consciousness fragment. Young Master Liu, no. This is too dangerous. The shard will backlash against you. Yi Yun shouted anxiously. But Liu Fei's mind was made up. He took a deep breath, activated the power of his primordial Chaos Bloodline, and poured it into the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer. The Thunder Hammer blazed with dazzling light, crackling with lightning, as though holding the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Prepare to die, Liu Fei bellowed, swinging the hammer toward the consciousness fragment. The hammer, carrying tremendous force, instantly severed the black threads around the fragment. Yet as if sensing danger, the fragment began to struggle madly and sent a powerful surge of backlash at Liu Fei. Oh! Liu Fei could not suppress a pained scream, and his body began to tremble slightly. But he clenched his teeth and refused to yield. Under the tremendous impact, Yi Yun's sea of consciousness shook violently, and his body convulsed along with it. Young Master Liu, stop. I'm not worth you doing this, Yi Yun sobbed. But Liu Fei seemed not to hear him. He continued to amplify his power, trying to completely separate the fragment. At last, through Liu Fei's unremitting efforts, the Godslayer Saber Lord's consciousness fragment was successfully separated. However, the process had come at a devastating cost. Yi Yun's spiritual roots were shattered under the fierce power, and his vitality gradually waned. Yi Yun's body slowly fell and lapsed into a coma. Yi Yun. Hearing the commotion, Yi Ling'er rushed into the room. Seeing Yi Yun unconscious, she was struck with overwhelming grief. She lunged to Yi Yun's side, embraced him, and wept at the top of her voice. Yun'er, wake up. You can't leave your sister behind. Watching Yi Ling'er's sorrowful state, Liu Fei's heart filled with self-reproach and remorse. Ling'er, I'm sorry. I failed to save him, Liu Fei said in a hoarse voice. Yi Ling'er raised her head, her eyes full of despair and pleading. Master, I beg you to save him. You must have a way, right? You have to save Yun'er. Yi Ling'er pleaded tearfully. Liu Fei looked at Yi Ling'er, his heart aching. He knew that she had placed all her hope on him at this very moment. He closed his eyes and circulated his spiritual energy, searching for a way to rescue Yi Yun. Just then, the family heirloom jade pendant in Yi Ling'er's hand suddenly radiated brilliant light. A soft beam of light shot out from the jade pendant and enveloped Yi Yun's body. Yi Ling'er felt a powerful force surge into her body, and a mysterious voice echoed in her mind, use your source essence combined with the Celestial Maiden's tears, and perhaps you can save him. Celestial Maiden's tears. Yi Ling'er was bewildered, but at that moment, she could not spare the thought. She channeled her source essence, and at the same time tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. The tears, radiating a gentle glow, fell onto Yi Yun's body. Ding! Unlocked the Celestial Maiden's tears ability. The system notification resounded in Yi Ling'er's mind. As the Celestial Maiden's tears dripped down, Yi Yun's body began to change. His injuries gradually mended, and his vitality slowly recovered. However, having expended so much source essence, Yi Ling'er's face turned as pale as snow, and her body swayed unsteadily. Ling'er, are you all right? Liu Fei hurriedly steadied Yi Ling'er, his gaze laden with concern and anxiety. Master, I'm fine. As long as Yun'er can be saved, I'm willing to do anything, Yi Ling'er said weakly. At that time, within Yi Yun's sea of consciousness, the separated consciousness fragment of the Godslayer Saber Lord began to dissipate. As it faded, information concerning the Godslayer Saber Lord's reincarnation mechanism flowed into Liu Fei's mind. Ding! Unlocked the hidden storyline, the Godslayer Saber Lord's reincarnation mechanism, progress 13. The system notification sounded once again. Liu Fei was both delighted and surprised, knowing this was a major breakthrough. Yet the system also cautioned him that although the celestial maiden's tears could purify remnant souls, each use would cost the user 10 years of lifespan. Linger this. Liu Fei looked at Yi Linger, his heart full of conflict. He was glad that Yi Yun's vitality had been restored, yet ached at the price Yi Linger had paid. Yi Linger looked at Liu Fei and smiled softly. Master, I have no regrets. As long as Yun'er can be saved, never mind 10 years of life. Even 20 or 30 years I would give willingly. Yi Linger's eyes shone with determination and gentleness. Just at that moment outside the immortal court, the armies of the immortal realm began to stir restlessly. They seemed to have sensed the turmoil within the immortal court and were preparing to seize the chance to attack. The truth was laid bare. Liu Fei had successfully separated the Godslayer Saber Lord's consciousness fragment, and Yi Linger had unlocked the Celestial Maiden's Tears ability to save Yi Yun, but at the cost of 10 years of her lifespan. The unsealing of the hidden storyline gave them an initial understanding of the Godslayer Saber Lord's reincarnation mechanism. Within the immortal court, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Liu Fei and Yi Linger stared at the unconscious Yi Yun, their hearts burning with anxiety. With only 2 short days left before the time-limited mission ended, and the army of the immortal realm lurking threateningly outside, every single second felt infinitely precious. Liu Fei knew that to completely resolve the enmity surrounding Yi Yun, conventional methods would no longer work. His gaze settled on the fragment of the reincarnation mirror. Linger, I plan to use my primordial essence as the catalyst to activate the fragment of the reincarnation mirror, taking Yi Yun's soul back 1,000 years to uncover the past life truth of the Godslayer Blade Master. Perhaps there lies the key to resolving this enmity. Liu Fei's voice was resolute, his eyes carrying the determination of one who had burned all bridges. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger's eyes flickered with concern, but what dominated them was trust. Master, this journey will be fraught with dangers, yet I believe in you. No matter what happens, I am with you. Yi Linger held Liu Fei's hand tightly, as if she could pour all her strength into him. Liu Fei took a deep breath, circulated the spiritual energy within his body, and slowly infused the power of his primordial essence into the reincarnation mirror fragment. The fragment flickered with radiant light and issued a faint hum as if responding to Liu Fei's call. As the primordial essence continued to pour in, the space around the fragment began to distort, forming a mysterious vortex. Linger, hold tightly to Yi Yun. Let's move. Liu Fei yelled, and the 3 of them stepped into the vortex together. In an instant, the scenes around them changed at dizzying speed, wind howling past their ears, as though both time and space were being torn asunder at that moment. When Liu Fei and the other 2 opened their eyes once more, they found themselves on an ancient battlefield. The sky was dreary, covered with dense dark clouds flashing with lightning and roaring with thunder. The land had been ravaged by flames of war. Smoke and dust filled the air. Countless common people had lost their homes, and cries of sorrow shook the heavens. Is this the world of 1,000 years ago? Yi Linger gazed at the miserable scene before her, her eyes filled with unbearable grief. Liu Fei looked around and suddenly spotted an army dressed in black robes, savagely slaughtering the civilians. At the head of the army stood a man holding a long blade emanating a powerful and malicious aura. He was none other than the Godslayer Blade Master from 1,000 years ago. Come on, let's go over there and take a look. Liu Fei quietly moved closer to the battlefield with Yi Linger and Yi Yun's soul. As they drew near, they heard the surrounding commoners whispering among themselves. What crime did the Yi clan truly commit? Why does the immortal realm want to wipe them out? I heard that the ancestor of the Yi clan obtained a demonic blade, and they intended to use it to dominate the realm. The immortal realm is eliminating a scourge on behalf of the people. Humph, as I see it, the Yi clan was simply greedy and reaped what they sowed. Liu Fei and Yi Linger exchanged puzzled looks and continued to observe. The Yi clan members, though trapped in desperate straits, still fought to the death to protect the surrounding commoners. And with every swing of the Godslayer Blade Master's long blade, countless people fell. No, there's more to this than meets the eye. Liu Fei frowned, sensing that some secret lay hidden within. At that moment, a white-haired elder wielding a broken sword charged at the Godslayer Blade Master. You devil, I'll fight you to the death. The elder roared. The Godslayer Blade Master sneered and lightly swept his long blade, sending a streak of black blade energy forth to blast the elder away. The elder crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting blood. Grandfather. A young figure rushed over and embraced him. It was Yi Linger's father in his youth. Grandfather, are you all right? The young man said tearfully. The elder looked at his grandson, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Child, remember this, the Yi clan has never done anything to wrong the people of this world. The blade we obtained was meant to seal away the evil of this world, yet we were framed by the immortal realm. Cough, cough. After saying this, the elder closed his eyes. Grandfather. The young man was overcome with grief. He raised his head, his eyes blazing with hatred. Immortal realm, I will never share the same sky with you. At the sight of this, Yi Linger wept bitterly. So this is what happened. Grandfather was protecting the people in his past life, and yet hatred and suspicion blazed ever more fiercely within her heart. Liu Fei continued to observe the battlefield. He noticed that during the fight the Yi clan members were constantly chanting mantras, as if executing a powerful sealing art. The Godslayer Blade Master, despite his overwhelming strength, gradually began to struggle under the influence of the Yi clan's sealing art. Could it be? The Godslayer Blade was forged by the Yi clan to seal away evil. A daring idea suddenly flashed through Liu Fei's mind. Right then an immortal in a white robe appeared. Radiating mighty immortal energy, he surveyed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. Yi clan, you were once meritorious servants of the immortal realm, yet you have been wronged because of this blade. Today I shall lend you my aid. As the immortal spoke, he waved the whisk in his hand, and a gentle radiance enveloped the Yi clan members. With the immortal's help, the Yi clan's sealing art finally succeeded. The Godslayer Blade was sealed, but the Yi clan ancestor, having exhausted his spiritual energy, destroyed his own spiritual root. So that's it. In their past life, the Yi clan sealed the Godslayer Blade to save all living beings, yet they were falsely branded as evil cultivators by the immortal realm. Yi Ling'er watched everything, sudden realization dawning in her heart. She finally understood the cycle of karma. The fate of the Yi clan had been nothing short of tragic. Ding! Obtained item. Karmic Jade Disc can view past life karma. The system notification rang in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei took out the Karmic Jade Disc, which shimmered with light as lines of text surfaced upon it. The text detailed the origins of the Yi clan's bond with the Godslayer Blade, and the reason the immortal realm had moved to annihilate the clan. It turned out that the immortal realm feared the Yi clan would use the Godslayer Blade's power to threaten their dominion, so they fabricated lies and framed the clan. Immortal realm, how ruthless your hearts are, Yi Ling'er said, indignantly staring at the contents of the Karmic Jade Disc. Yet just as they were uncovering the truth, the reincarnation mirror fragments suddenly trembled violently. Liu Fei's heart skipped a beat as he discovered a crack running across the reincarnation mirror fragment. This is bad. A crack in the reincarnation mirror fragment indicates a disturbance in time and space. We must return at once, or we may be trapped here forever, Liu Fei said urgently. Yi Ling'er nodded. She cast one final glance at the past battlefield and silently prayed for the clan's ancestors. Grandfather, rest assured, we will clear the Yi clan's name. Liu Fei once again circulated his spiritual energy, preparing to bring Yi Ling'er and Yi Yun's soul back to the present world. However, just as they were about to step into the vortex formed by the reincarnation mirror fragments, the immortal realm's army suddenly appeared. Did you think you could escape so easily? Today is the day you die, the immortal realm's general said coldly. Liu Fei faced the army of the immortal realm, not a trace of fear in his eyes. Killing us won't be that easy. Liu Fei swung the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer, sending a bolt of thunderous light slicing toward the immortal realm's army. Reversing the cycle of reincarnation, Liu Fei and Yi Ling'er uncovered the past life truth behind the Yi clan and the Godslayer Blade Master, and obtained the Karmic Jade Disc. 1,000 years ago, Liu Fei swung the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer, and the thunderbolt carved through the void with world-destroying might, descending upon the army of the immortal realm. Wherever the thunderbolt passed, the air ignited instantly with a crackling sizzle. Witnessing this, the soldiers of the immortal realm fell back in terror, never expecting that this sudden mysterious figure could command such overwhelming power. Humph, a mere trick. The immortal general sneered, waving his immortal sword, and a sword or a shot toward the thunderbolt. Boom. The two forces collided, producing an earth-shattering boom. The immense shockwave cracked the ground beneath them with fissures in every direction. Ling'er, take Yi Yun's soul and find a safe place to hide. Leave this to me. Liu Fei turned to Yi Ling'er, his eyes filled with resolve and concern. Yi Ling'er nodded. She knew the situation was critical, and she must not hold Liu Fei back. Master, you must. After saying this, Yi Ling'er ran toward the edge of the battlefield with Yi Yun's soul. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, circulating the power of his Chaos Bloodline and channeling it into the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer. The hammer blazed with blinding radiance, its runes flickering and emitting an even more powerful aura. Today I will seek justice for the Yi family. With a thunderous shout, Liu Fei charged once more at the immortal realm's army. At that moment, the Yi family of his past life had already suffered grievous casualties under the immortal realm's encirclement. Though the Yi clansmen resisted valiantly, they gradually fell into a desperate dead end before the overwhelming power of the immortal realm. Could it be that our Yi family is doomed to perish here today? An elder of the Yi family, his face twisted with grief and indignation, had tears of unwillingness glistening in his eyes. Just then Liu Fei appeared before the Yi family like a flash of lightning. Do not panic, everyone. I will lend you my strength. Liu Fei's voice was firm and powerful, like a dawn beam piercing darkness, bringing hope to the Yi family. Who are you? Why do you help our Yi family? A young disciple of the Yi family asked in bewilderment, looking at Liu Fei. I am a man from a later generation, come to resolve the 1,000-year feud between the Yi family and the immortal realm. Liu Fei answered briefly. He swung the thunder hammer at the heavenly punishment chains of the immortal realm. Those chains were instruments used by the immortal realm to punish sinners, and now the immortal realm was using them to bind the Yi family. Clang! The thunder hammer struck the heavenly punishment chain, producing a clear resonant crash. Yet the chain was exceptionally sturdy, though Liu Fei's all-out strike left only a shallow mark upon it. Huh? Do you really think you can sever the heavenly punishment chain? That's nothing but a fool's dream. The immortal general burst into laughter at the sight, his eyes blazing with mockery and disdain. Humph! I will sever this chain today. Liu Fei gritted his teeth and swung the thunder hammer once more. This time he channeled every last drop of his spiritual power, pushing the strength of his Chaos Bloodline to the extreme. The lightning upon the hammer grew even more dazzling, as if to illuminate the entire sky. Boom! With that mighty crash, the heavenly punishment chain finally yielded under Liu Fei's assault and shattered apart. We did it! The Yi family members cheered at the sight, their eyes brimming with joy and gratitude. At that moment, under Yi Linger's protection, Yi Yun's soul also sensed the intensity of the battle. His soul began to tremble, and a mysterious power surged within him. Suddenly, the phantom silhouette of a long blade materialized within Yi Yun's soul. The long blade radiated a formidable aura of the blade Dao, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Thighs! What is happening? Yi Linger stared at Yi Yun's soul, utterly astonished. Sister Linger, I think I've awakened my blade Dao talent. Yi Yun's soul voice drifted over, tinged with both surprise and confusion. Wonderful, Yuner. Perhaps this is the chance heaven has granted us. Yi Linger exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, the immortal general's face turned extremely grim as he saw the heavenly punishment chain severed. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A flash of cruelty passed through his eyes. He brandished his immortal sword and began chanting an incantation. As the incantation was recited, dark clouds rapidly converged in the sky, forming a huge black. Within the vortex, a thick beam of heavenly punishment light slowly condensed. It was the immortal realm's ultimate killing move. Once it fell, none of the Yi family would survive. Not good. The immortal realm is going to annihilate the entire Yi family with heavenly punishment. Liu Fei's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly circulated his chaos force to resist the heavenly punishment light. Humph! You think you can withstand heavenly punishment? Utterly overestimating yourself. The immortal general sneered, his eyes brimming with confidence. The beam of heavenly punishment light grew thicker and thicker until at last it descended from the sky, hurtling toward the Yi family. No! Liu Fei bellowed in fury, unleashing all of his chaos force to form a colossal shield protecting the Yi family beneath it. Boom! The heavenly punishment light struck the shield with a deafening roar. The sheer impact sent Liu Fei's body tottering, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But he gritted his teeth and refused to yield. Under the resistance of chaos force, the power of the heavenly punishment light was gradually eroded. In the end, the light dissipated and Liu Fei, drained of spiritual power, collapsed to the ground. Master Liu! At the sight, the Yi family members rushed forward and helped Liu Fei to his feet. Their eyes were full of gratitude and admiration. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. If not for you, our Yi family would have suffered annihilation today. The elder of the Yi family said gratefully. At this moment, Yi Linger approached with Yi Yun's soul. Looking at Liu Fei, her eyes were filled with deep concern. Master, how are you? Her voice was choked with tears. I'm fine. Cough, cough. Liu Fei wiped the blood from his lips and forced a faint smile. Just then, Yi Linger caught sight of her grandfather from the past life. She walked up to him, tears glistening in her eyes. Grandfather, she called softly. Her past life grandfather looked at her with bewilderment. You are? Yi Linger told her grandfather everything. Her origin from a later generation and the future fate of the Yi family, in full detail. After listening, the grandfather was filled with emotion. So it is true that the fate of our Yi family has been fraught with hardship. Child, you must strive to clear our family's name of injustice. The grandfather said these words with earnestness. Yi Linger nodded, tightly clasping her grandfather's hand. Grandfather, rest assured. I will. At that moment, Yi Linger completed the passing down of her clan's mission. Her heart was filled with strength and resolve. Ding! Achievement unlocked, feuds resolved, Yi family affection 200. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Yet just as they were basking in joy, Yi Yun's soul suddenly let out a miserable scream. Everyone turned to look, only to see a shard of the heavenly punishment chain embedded in Yi Yun's soul, without anyone noticing. His soul began to waver, his eyes filled with agony. You know what's wrong? Yi Linger cried anxiously. I feel such pain in my soul. This shard, Yi Yun said with great difficulty. Liu Fei furrowed his brow as he stared at the shard within Yi Yun's soul. He knew the fragment would become a weakness in Yi Yun's soul. If not removed promptly, Yi Yun could be in mortal danger. Meanwhile, though the Immortal Realm's army had temporarily retreated, they would never let matters rest. In this era 1,000 years ago, what new challenges lay in store for Liu Fei and Yi Linger? Could they remove the shard from Yi Yun's soul, resolve the 1,000-year feud, and return safely to the present? Everything remained uncertain, awaiting them to uncover the answers. However, the fragment of the heavenly punishment chain had lodged itself in Yi Yun's soul, becoming a vulnerability. In that perilous epic 1,000 years ago, Liu Fei and Yi Linger watched Yi Yun's tormented soul, their hearts burning with anxiety. Liu Fei knew with absolute clarity that they had to return Yi Yun's soul to the present world as swiftly as possible. Only then could there be any hope of saving him. At that moment, the cracks in the reincarnation mirror's fragments widened ceaselessly, and the disruptive force of time and space grew ever more violent. The surrounding space began to warp and twist, groaning with grating creaks, as though it might collapse at any second. Linger, we can't delay any longer. We have to go back right now. Liu Fei turned to Yi Linger, his eyes blazing with determination and urgency. Yi Linger nodded, clasping Yi Yun's soul tightly in her arms. She inhaled deeply, preparing herself for the unknown trial ahead. Liu Fei channeled the spiritual energy inside him and poured it into the fragment of the reincarnation mirror. The fragments glimmered, birthing an unstable portal. Go! Liu Fei shouted, grabbing Yi Linger and stepping into the portal with her. In that split second, a flash of light blazed before their eyes, and their bodies seemed to be yanked by an overwhelming force, hurtling through the tunnel of time and space at dizzying speed. When they opened their eyes again, they were back in the celestial court of the present world. The court still buzzed with activity, but Liu Fei and Yi Linger had no thought to spare for it. They hurried at once to Yi Yun's physical body and merged his soul back into it. Yun'er, wake up. Yi Linger stayed by his side, calling softly, her eyes laden with worry and hope. Time crept by second after second, yet Yi Yun remained motionless with his eyes shut. Just when despair began to well up in Yi Linger, Yi Yun's body suddenly trembled. A formidable aura then began to emanate from him. A presence containing both the strength of the Thunder Hammer and the breath of the Godslayer Saber. The two forces intertwined into a singular, imposing field of energy. Thighs. What's happening? Yi Linger looked at Yi Yun in astonishment, her heart full of confusion. Liu Fei, however, caught a flicker of joy and surprise in his gaze. Linger, Yi Yun is absorbing the Thunder Hammer's power to rebuild his spiritual root. Perhaps there's still hope for him. As he absorbed the Thunder Hammer's power, Yi Yun's spiritual root gradually recovered. What was more, memories of a past life began surfacing in his mind. Memories belonging to the Godslayer Saber's previous owner. In them, Yi Yun witnessed the evil deeds of his former life and the calamity he had brought upon the immortal realm. His heart was flooded with remorse and anguish. No. How could I have done such things? Yi Yun muttered, sweat beading on his forehead and his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet while immersed in those memories, Yi Yun suddenly felt a dark power stirring in the deepest recesses of his soul. It was the might of the Godslayer Saber's remnant soul seeking once more to take control of him. No, I will not let you control me again. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, circulating his newly recovered spiritual energy in an attempt to drive the Saber's remnant soul out of his body. After a strenuous struggle, Yi Yun finally expelled the Godslayer Saber's remnant soul. Phew. He let out a long breath, thinking the crisis had passed. But at that very moment, a beam of black light descended from the heavens and engulfed the remnant soul. When the light dissipated, a figure stood before them. The man's face was cold and stern, his eyes carried a powerful, sinister presence. He was none other than a mighty expert of the immortal realm. Humph. I never imagined you'd force the Godslayer Saber's remnant soul out. I've searched far and wide for it, and here it falls into my lap without the least effort. The immortal realm expert sneered. With a wave of his hand, the remnant soul flew toward him and dissolved into his body. You. What are you trying to do? Yi Linger stared at the immortal realm expert in horror, her voice shaking. I intend to use the power of this remnant soul to rule the immortal realm. And this boy is my stepping stone. The immortal realm expert said, turning his gaze to Yi Yun with a flash of greed in his eyes. He extended a hand, and a stream of black spiritual energy shot toward Yi Yun, engulfing him in an instant. Yi Yun felt a mighty force swallow his consciousness. His body began to move against his will as the expert forcibly seized possession from afar. Yun'er. Yi Linger cried out in grief, charging recklessly toward Yi Yun, only to be blasted back by the expert's power. Linger. Seeing this, Liu Fei rushed to support Yi Linger. He looked at the possessed Yi Yun, his heart filled with rage and guilt. He must not get away with this. Liu Fei gritted his teeth, activating the power of his Chaos Bloodline, ready to fight the immortal realm expert. Humph. A nobody like you thinks you can stop me. You're overestimating yourself. The immortal realm expert sneered. Controlling Yi Yun's body, he swung the Godslayer Saber toward Liu Fei. Liu Fei swung the Nine Heavens Thunder Hammer to meet the Godslayer Saber. Clang. The collision produced a thunderous roar, and the shockwave of the impact cracked the ground all around them. Liu Fei felt his entire arm go numb. He knew that the gap in strength between him and the immortal realm expert was far too great. Unless he used every ounce of his power, he had no chance of winning. Ding. Limited time quest progress 67, 1 day remaining. The system notification resounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei knew how pressing time was. Looking at Yi Yun, he vowed silently, even if it costs me my life, I will save you. He took a deep breath and burned his source essence, driving the power of the Chaos Bloodline to its absolute zenith. The Chaos Bloodline resonated with the Godslayer saber. A mighty power surged from Liu Fei's body, suppressing the Immortal Realm expert's power for a time. Thighs. How is this possible? The Immortal Realm expert stared at Liu Fei in disbelief. He had never imagined that Liu Fei could command such formidable power. Prepare to die. Liu Fei bellowed, swinging the thunder hammer down at the Immortal Realm expert. The expert hastily mustered his spiritual energy to block the attack. For a time, radiant flashes and continuous explosions engulfed the battlefield as their fight reached a white-hot climax. At the same time, under the influence of Liu Fei's Chaos Bloodline, the possessed Yi Yun slowly began to regain consciousness. Seeing Liu Fei burn his source essence to save him, Yi Yun was deeply moved and burdened with guilt. Young Master Liu, I cannot be a burden to you any longer, Yi Yun thought. He marshaled the power within his body, trying to break free from the expert's control. With the joint efforts of Liu Fei and Yi Yun, the Immortal Realm expert's control gradually loosened. Just then, the suppressed remnant soul of the Godslayer saber suddenly let out an angry roar. The real enemy is in the Immortal Realm. With that, the remnant soul dissipated completely. Those words sent a shock through Liu Fei and Yi Linger's hearts. Before they even had time to think, the Immortal Realm expert seized the moment and tightened his control, and Yi Yun's consciousness sank back into darkness. His bloodline awakened. Yi Yun absorbed the Thunder Hammer's power to reshape his spiritual root, yet was forcibly seized from afar by the Immortal Realm expert. Liu Fei burned his source essence to save Yi Yun, and his Chaos Bloodline resonated with the Godslayer saber. But the single sentence spoken by the remnant soul before it dissipated cast a new mystery over them. Outside the Immortal Court, dark clouds massed densely, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed down upon the people like a heavy mountain, making it hard to take a breath. The Immortal Army surged toward the Immortal Court like a black tide, radiating icy killing intent. Wherever they passed, even the grass and trees were startled. Ha ha, Liu Fei, today is your death day? If you know what's good for you, hand over Yi Yun at once, and perhaps this general will spare you a whole corpse. The immortal general, riding a colossal fierce beast, laughed wildly and arrogantly. His voice resounded like a great bronze bell through the sky above the Immortal Court. At this moment, only the final 12 hours remained before the timed mission would end, and Liu Fei's heart was burning with anxiety. He looked at the Immortal Army before him, then at the unconscious Yi Yun, and his eyes were filled with determination. Take Yi Yun from my hands. Absolutely impossible, Liu Fei said through gritted teeth, his voice carrying an unyielding resolve. Master, what are we going to do? The Immortal Army is so powerful. Su Qingxue looked at Liu Fei, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Liu Fei took a deep breath, knowing this was a critical moment of life and death. Su Qingxue notified the 7 women. We shall form the 7 women heart union formation to resist the Immortal Realm, Liu Fei declared. The 7 women quickly moved, surrounding Yi Yun in a formation of 7 stars. The 7 women each emitted a glow of a different color, and these lights interwove, coalescing into a powerful field of force. Activate the 7 women heart union formation, Liu Fei roared, circulating his spiritual energy to pour his power into the formation. As spiritual energy poured in, the light of the 7 women heart union formation became increasingly dazzling, and mighty power began to surge within it. Humph, do you really think a petty little formation like this can resist our immortal army? It is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The immortal general sneered contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, the immortal army charged toward the Immortal Court. Just then, a giant eye suddenly appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying radiance. It was the Immortal Realm's Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment fixed its gaze upon the Immortal Court, and a dense beam of Heavenly Punishment light descended from the heavens, smashing toward the 7 women heart union formation. Not good. It is Heavenly Punishment. Everyone steady, Liu Fei shouted. The 7 women held tightly to one another's hands, focusing their minds and cycling their spiritual energy, trying to withstand the beam of Heavenly Punishment. The beam of Heavenly Punishment struck the 7 women heart union formation with a deafening boom. The violent impact made the 7 women's bodies tremble slightly, and painful expressions appeared on their faces. We cannot give up, sisters. We will make it, Xia Ruoxue said through gritted teeth, her eyes burning with resolve. At that moment, Bai Liu suddenly thought of a way. Sisters, let us fuse the power of the Empress domain with the Thunder Hammer. Perhaps we can turn Heavenly Punishment to our own use, Bai Liu shouted. The 7 women nodded, one after another, activating the power of the Empress domain while channeling spiritual energy into the 9 heavens Thunder Hammer. The hammer burst with blinding light, runes flashing as it merged with the 7 women's Empress domain to form an even greater power. Good, now, blast the power of Heavenly Punishment back, Liu Fei yelled. The 7 women concentrated, driving the fused force toward the beam of Heavenly Punishment. Under the effect of that immense power, the beam of Heavenly Punishment actually began to slowly change direction and reflect back toward the Immortal Army. No! How can this be? The Immortal General screamed in terror. He had never imagined that Liu Fei and the others could turn the power of heavenly punishment to their own use. Like a colossal pillar of light, the beam instantly engulfed the vanguard of the immortal army, and miserable cries rose and fell without end. However, the great immortal master did not stop there. Controlling the possessed Yi Yun, he charged toward the 7 women heart union formation. In Yi Yun's hand, the god-slaying blade gave off a cold, deadly gleam, as if it could slice through everything. Yuner. Yi Linger looked at her controlled younger brother, her heart full of agony and helplessness. She knew that if Yi Yun was not stopped, the 7 women heart union formation would surely be broken. Master, let me save Yuner. Yi Linger looked at Liu Fei, her eyes blazing with determination. Linger, it's too dangerous, you. Before Liu Fei could finish, Yi Linger had already dashed out. Channeling her spiritual energy, she attacked Yi Yun. However, Yi Yun, controlled by the great immortal master, was tremendously powerful, and Yi Linger was no match for him at all. Yi Yun swung the god-slaying blade, sending a streak of black blade aura slashing toward Yi Linger. No! Yi Linger's heart jolted, and she hurriedly circulated her spiritual energy to block. Yet the power of the blade aura was too overwhelming. She was blasted away, spitting out blood. Linger. Seeing this, Liu Fei and the 7 women were frantic with worry. Just then, the family inheritance jade pendant in Yi Linger's hand suddenly flared with radiant light. From within the jade pendant came a mysterious voice. If you wish to save your brother, sacrifice the jade pendant and unlock the ultimate form, celestial maiden war goddess. Yi Linger looked at the jade pendant in her hand, her heart filled with inner struggle. She knew that this pendant was a family heirloom carrying immense significance for her. But looking at her controlled younger brother, how could she bear to give up? Yuner, even if I lose everything, I will not let anything happen to you. Yi Linger gritted her teeth, channeled her spiritual energy, and released all the power within the jade pendant. The pendant flickered with radiance, then turned into a beam of light that merged into Yi Linger's body. Ding! Ultimate form, celestial maiden war goddess unlocked. The system notification resounded, and Yi Linger's body began to transform, emanating a powerful and holy aura, as a pair of enormous white wings grew from her back. In her hand appeared a shining war halberd. Celestial maiden war goddess. The great immortal master saw Yi Linger's transformation, and a tinge of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Prepare to die. Yi Linger shouted, swinging the war halberd toward Yi Yun. This time Yi Linger's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Her attacks were as fierce as a storm, making Yi Yun barely able to withstand them. Under Yi Linger's attacks, the great immortal master's control over Yi Yun gradually loosened. Yi Yun's consciousness began to recover, and as he looked at Yi Linger, his eyes were filled with gratitude and self-reproach. Sister, Yi Yun murmured. At that moment, Liu Fei also sensed an opportunity. He channeled his spiritual energy, and together with the 7 women intensified the power of the 7 women heart union formation. The power of the 7 women heart union formation combined with Yi Linger's celestial maiden war goddess form, producing a powerful united force. Ding! Skill unlocked. Heavenly punishment judgment can manipulate the power of heavenly punishment. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Liu Fei used the heavenly punishment judgment skill to manipulate the power of heavenly punishment and attack the great immortal master. Seeing this, the great immortal master hurriedly channeled spiritual energy to defend. However, under the combined strikes of Liu Fei and the others, the great immortal master gradually fell into a disadvantage. Humph, I never expected you all to be this troublesome. But do you think this is enough to defeat me? The great immortal master said with a cold sneer. At that very moment, the face of the great immortal master began to change, unexpectedly turning into the mysterious old woman from before. It's you. Liu Fei and the 7 women were shocked when they saw her. Ha ha, yes, it is me. Every bit of this was carefully orchestrated by me. The mysterious old woman laughed arrogantly, her eyes filled with greed and evil. Why would you do this? Liu Fei asked furiously. Why? Naturally, to rule the immortal realm and become the sovereign of this world. The mysterious old woman said. And this Yi Yun is the key link in my plan. You will not get away with it. Liu Fei said through gritted teeth, his eyes full of determination. The mysterious old woman wanted to say something more, but the attacks of Yi Linger and the 7 women were already descending again. The mysterious old woman wanted to say something more, but Yi Linger and the 7 women's attacks came once again. The ultimate choice. The immortal army pressing at the gates, Liu Fei and the others faced a colossal crisis. Yi Linger sacrificed the jade pendant to unlock the ultimate form, celestial maiden war goddess. The 7 women combined with Liu Fei to control the power of heavenly punishment, engaging the great immortal master in a soul-stirring battle. Above the immortal court, the winds and clouds changed color. Liu Fei, Yi Linger, and the 7 women were locked in a desperate life-and-death struggle against the celestial grandmaster who had transformed into a mysterious old woman. The mysterious old woman was wreathed in eerie black spiritual energy like a blooming flower of death, exuding a deadly aura. The spiritual energy in her hands shifted endlessly, now condensing into a sharp spear, now taking the form of a ferocious, beastly shadow, as she wildly attacked Liu Fei and the others. "You miserable ants! None of you will stop me today." The mysterious old woman's voice was shrill and piercing, as if it could pierce the soul and send chills down one's spine. Liu Fei forced his body, grown ever weaker from burning his origin, to remain upright. The nine heavens thunder hammer in his hand had dimmed, yet it still radiated an unyielding power. "Delusion! Today is your end." He roared and swung the thunder hammer. A streak of thunderlight shot toward the mysterious old woman with the desperate resolve of one who had burned all bridges. The 7 women were not to be outdone. Working in close coordination, they merged their Empress domains into an impregnable defensive barrier, while continuously unleashing powerful attacks to break through the old woman's defenses. In her form as the heavenly maiden war goddess, Yi Linger wielded a battle halberd shining with sacred radiance, tracing brilliant arcs through the air. Each swing stirred up a powerful gust that collided with the mysterious old woman's dark spiritual energy, producing deafening roars. "Old fiend, give my brother back his sanity." Yi Linger's eyes blazed with furious flames. At this moment her heart held only one conviction: to save Yi Yun and defeat the evil celestial grandmaster before her. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, still under the mysterious old woman's control, was struggling within his consciousness, trying to break free from her manipulation, thanks to the efforts of Liu Fei and the others. His body trembled, and his face contorted in pain. "Sister, Master Liu, I can't be used any longer." Yi Yun clenched his teeth and forced out the words, each one seeming to drain all the strength from his body. At that critical moment, Yi Yun suddenly felt a powerful force surging within him. It was the power awakening from the depths of his soul, resonating mysteriously with Liu Fei's Chaos Bloodline. Like a single spark, that power instantly ignited Yi Yun's fighting spirit. He snapped open his eyes, and a sharp light flashed across them. "Ah!" Yi Yun roared. The god-slaying saber in his hand erupted with a formidable saber intent, tearing open a rift in the mysterious old woman's controlling power. "Now's our chance." Seeing this, a glint of joy flashed in Liu Fei's eyes. He immediately activated his Chaos Bloodline and gathered every remaining bit of spiritual energy in his body into the 9 heavens thunder hammer. "Yi Yun, together, cut through this evil," Liu Fei shouted. Yi Yun nodded, firmly gripped the god-slaying saber tightly, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Liu Fei. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination and trust. Then they swung their weapons at the same time, charging at the mysterious old woman. The thunderlight of the 9 heavens thunder hammer and the saber glare of the god-slaying saber intertwined into a world-destroying force that swept toward the mysterious old woman. The mysterious old woman's expression changed drastically. She never expected Liu Fei and Yi Yun to erupt with such overwhelming power. "No! Impossible!" She shrieked in terror and hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy to resist. Yet the power was far too immense. Her resistance proved utterly feeble. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. The mysterious old woman was struck by that force and sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Her spiritual energy was thrown into chaos and her aura grew faint. "We can't let her get away," Liu Fei shouted. He and Yi Yun pursued her relentlessly. At that moment, the fragment of the reincarnation mirror suddenly blazed with light, as if guiding them. A stir passed through Liu Fei's heart. He understood the reincarnation mirror's intent. "Yi Yun, let's seal her inside the reincarnation mirror," Liu Fei said. Yi Yun nodded. They swung their weapons once more, cornering the mysterious old woman in front of the reincarnation mirror fragment. She stared at the mirror in terror, knowing that once sealed inside, she would never see the light of day again. "No, spare me," she begged. "You have committed such sins, today you face your retribution," Liu Fei said coldly. He and Yi Yun exerted their power together and forcibly sealed the mysterious old woman within the reincarnation mirror. The mirror shimmered, then slowly closed, sealing her within for all eternity. With the mysterious old woman dealt with, Yi Yun's mind finally returned to full clarity. He looked at Liu Fei and Yi Linger, his eyes brimming with gratitude and guilt. "Master Liu, sister, thank you for saving me. In my past life, I committed unforgivable sins. In this life, I willingly reincarnate to repay the grievances and debts of 1,000 years." Yi Yun said. When Yi Linger heard her brother's words, tears streamed down her face. "Yuner, don't." Yi Yun stepped forward and gently embraced Yi Linger. "Sister, in the next life, let me protect you," he whispered softly in her ear. Then Yi Yun turned and walked toward the passage of reincarnation. The instant he stepped into the passage, a saber scar suddenly appeared across his face, turning his scarred visage into a mysterious foreshadowing. After Yi Yun left, Liu Fei's origin was exhausted and his body could no longer hold on. He slowly collapsed. "Master!" Seeing this, the 7 women rushed over and helped Liu Fei up. They looked at the unconscious Liu Fei, their eyes full of worry and heartache. "Sisters, our master has given too much for us and for the immortal court. We cannot let anything happen to him," Su Qingxue said, a resolute light shining in her eyes. Right? Let us use the Empress origin to prolong his life. Xiao said. The 7 women all nodded. They channeled the power of the Empress origin and infused it into Liu Fei's body. Nourished by the Empress origin, his breathing gradually steadied, but he remained in deep slumber. Ding! Hidden ending triggered. Reincarnation restart requires collecting all fragments. The system notification sounded in the minds of the 7 women. The 7 women looked at the sleeping Liu Fei and silently vowed to collect every fragment, restart the reincarnation cycle, and awaken Liu Fei. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner beyond the immortal court, a mysterious child was standing. The child held a shard of the god-slaying saber in one hand, and a sinister smile crept across his face. The real show has only just begun. The child murmured, then vanished where he stood, leaving only silence. Karma comes full circle. Liu Fei and Yi Yun had successfully sealed away the Celestial Grandmaster, and Yi Yun willingly reincarnated to atone for his sins. Liu Fei fell into a deep slumber because his origin was depleted, and the 7 women used the Empress origin to prolong his life. The appearance of the mysterious child sowed yet another seed of suspense in the story. The hidden ending reincarnation restart awaits the 7 women to unlock it. In the celestial realm, within the heavenly mechanism pavilion, all was bustling with activity. The immortal officials wore grave expressions, their eyes fixed upon the heavenly mechanism disk that radiated a mysterious glow. Runes of every description flickered across the heavenly mechanism disk, heralding an immense upheaval about to descend. Something terrible. A peerless divine artifact has appeared. A celestial official suddenly cried out, his voice filled with shock and fear. The pavilion master hurried forward and closely examined the heavenly mechanism disk. On the disk, a gleam like a green lotus flickered, and its radiance pointed directly toward the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. The Chaos Green Lotus has appeared. The pavilion master's expression changed drastically. Knowing full well the power of the Chaos Green Lotus, he knew this divine artifact's appearance would inevitably trigger a bloody storm. The news soon reached the upper echelons of the celestial realm. After a moment's thought, the sovereign of the celestial realm ordered the 4 great emperors of fire, water, thunder, and earth to lead elite forces into the 10,000 great mountains and seize the Chaos Green Lotus at all costs. Meanwhile, Liu Fei was in the celestial court discussing future plans with the 7 maidens. Suddenly, a system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding. Main quest, seize the Chaos Green Lotus, progress 01. Liu Fei frowned after hearing this. He told the 7 maidens about the task, and all of them expressed their willingness to accompany him to fight for the Chaos Green Lotus. Master, no matter how many hardships and dangers lie ahead, we will stand with you. Su Qingxue said firmly, her eyes filled with trust and support. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, deeply moved. All right, having you all here gives me great confidence. But this trip to the 10,000 great mountains will be full of danger. Everyone must be careful, Liu Fei said. Everyone packed their belongings and set off on the journey to the 10,000 great mountains. Along the way, they moved cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. However, when they arrived at the edge of the 10,000 great mountains, they found that the area had already been blocked off by the celestial realm's forces. I didn't expect the celestial realm to move so fast. Liu Fei gazed at the distant celestial army, his brows knit tight. Just then, a brilliant light burst forth in the sky, and a colossal phantom of a green lotus appeared before their eyes. The green lotus bloomed, emanating a powerful and mysterious aura that caused the entire world to tremble. Auspicious light rained down, breathing new life into all things. But the serene scene did not last long. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the sky, rolling like surging waves and completely obscuring the lotus's radiance. A thick black lightning bolt split the sky, foretelling the terrifying destructive power contained within the green lotus. Thighs. The Chaos Green Lotus is actually this formidable. Yi Linger stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky, her face full of shock. Exactly. A divine artifact like this must never fall into the hands of the celestial realm. Liu Fei gritted his teeth. Just as they were about to find a way to break through the celestial blockade, a group of rogue cultivators suddenly rushed out from all directions and surrounded them. Ha ha, Liu Fei, I never expected to run into you here. You want to compete for the Chaos Green Lotus? How utterly overestimating yourself. A tall, burly rogue cultivator sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Exactly. With your mere foundation establishment Cultivation, you dare to lay a finger on the Chaos Green Lotus. That's nothing but a fool's dream. Another rogue cultivator with a sharp face chimed in mockingly. Liu Fei frowned at these rogue cultivators. He knew they had all come for the Chaos Green Lotus. Now that they saw his group also intended to compete, they wanted to take this chance to dispose of them. A pack of rabble daring to act insolently before me. Liu Fei snorted coldly, circulating his spiritual energy, ready to battle these rogue cultivators. However, before Liu Fei could make a move, the 7 maidens stepped forward. Master, leave these small fries to us. Su Qingxue said, her eyes filled with confidence. The 7 maidens quickly formed a formation. They cycled their spiritual energy and set up a protective barrier, shielding Liu Fei within. Su Qingxue's hands moved swiftly through hand seals as she muttered incantations. As she moved, the space around them began to warp, and an invisible force enveloped everyone. This was Su Qingxue's first time displaying her spatial sealing power. The rogue cultivators tried to flee but found themselves as if mired in quicksand. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. What? What kind of power is this? The tall rogue cultivator cried out in terror. Now you're scared. Too late. Xia Ruoxue sneered, swinging the immortal sword in her hand. A sword aura slashed toward the rogue cultivators. Wherever the sword aura passed, rogue cultivators fell one after another, screams rising one after another. Sisters, attack together. Let them taste our might. Yi Linger shouted. The 7 maidens each unleashed their signature techniques. In an instant, light flashed, and various spells exploded among the rogue cultivators. Under the combined assault of the 7 maidens, the rogue cultivator alliance was quickly routed. The rogue cultivators who had been mocking Liu Fei moments ago were now sprawled on the ground, staring at the 7 maidens with horror-stricken faces. You just wait. We won't let this go. A rogue cultivator struggled to say. With the likes of you still want to make trouble for us. When we meet you next time, we won't be lenient. Bai Liu snorted coldly, her eyes full of authority. After disposing of the rogue cultivator alliance, Liu Fei and the 7 maidens continued forward. However, the moment they set foot into the 10,000 great mountains, of violent space-time turbulence surged toward them. Like countless sharp blades, it slashed through the surrounding space, emitting a sizzling sound. Not good. There's space-time turbulence here. We must find a special footwork to cross it. Liu Fei's face changed drastically. He knew that space-time turbulence was extremely perilous. One slight mistake would suck them in and leave them lost forever. The 7 maidens looked at Liu Fei, their eyes full of trust. Master, we believe you'll find a way. Lin Yu said. Liu Fei took a deep breath and channeled the power of his Chaos Bloodline, trying to sense the pattern of the space-time turbulence. With the power of his Chaos Bloodline, Liu Fei discovered that the space-time turbulence seemed to conceal a special rhythm. If they moved in accordance with that rhythm, perhaps they could cross it. Everyone follow me closely and move according to my rhythm, Liu Fei said. The 7 maidens nodded, one after another, closely following behind Liu Fei as they walked step by step into the depths of the space-time turbulence. The appearance of the Green Lotus triggered a fierce scramble among all parties. On their way to fight for the Lotus, Liu Fei and the 7 maidens were ambushed by the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The 7 maidens displayed their formidable strength, and Su Qingxue showcased her spatial sealing ability for the first time. However, the space-time turbulence within the 10,000 Great Mountains brought them yet another new challenge. Liu Fei and the 7 women advanced with great caution through the space-time turbulence, every step placed with the utmost care. The knife-edged currents roared past them with piercing screeches as if they could devour them at any moment. Relying on the unique perception of space-time power granted by his Chaos Bloodline, Liu Fei led the 7 women with difficulty deeper into the Shirwan Mountains. Just as they thought they were about to cross the turbulent current, a bizarre sight suddenly appeared before them. In the sky, 4 streams of light in different colors interwove, forming a colossal formation. The 4 symbols, Demon Sealing Formation. The 4 great sovereigns of fire, water, thunder, and earth stood within the formation, their bodies radiating overwhelming auras, and their eyes filled with cold arrogance. Liu Fei, I did not expect you would truly dare to come. Today is your day of death, the fire sovereign said coldly as he stared at Liu Fei. Flames blazed around his body, igniting the very air and producing crackling sounds. A Foundation establishment ant dares to covet a supreme treasure like the Chaos Azure Lotus. Simply overestimating yourself. The water sovereign followed with a sneer. In his hand, a sphere of blue water spun, seeming to contain boundless power that could drown everything. Liu Fei looked at the 4 sovereigns with a furrowed brow. He knew that these 4 mighty sovereigns were not at all comparable to the wandering cultivators he had encountered before. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, his eyes filled with determination. Stop me. With just the likes of you, not enough. Liu Fei gave a cold snort and activated the power of his Chaos Bloodline, bracing himself for the coming battle. Then let me show you the might of our immortal realm's 4 symbols, Demon Sealing Formation. The Thunder Sovereign shouted, swinging the Thunder Whip in his hand as a thick bolt of lightning shot toward Liu Fei. Then let me show you the might of our immortal realm's 4 symbols, Demon Sealing Formation. The Thunder Sovereign shouted, swinging the Thunder Whip in his hand as a thick bolt of lightning shot. He activated his Chaos Bloodline, spread open a palm, and reached directly toward the lightning. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the lightning bolt was drawn into Liu Fei's hand, and then vanished without a trace. Thighs. How is this possible? The Thunder Sovereign stared at Liu Fei in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. My Chaos Bloodline can devour the power of all things. Your lightning is nothing more than a trifle to me, Liu Fei said with a cold laugh. Seeing the Thunder Sovereign's attack so easily neutralized, the Fire Sovereign was enraged. Do not celebrate too soon. He formed hand seals rapidly, and muttered incantations under his breath. As he moved, the firepower within the four symbols' demon-sealing formation surged violently, and countless flames rushed toward Liu Fei and the seven women. The flames burned in an eerie black, radiating unbearable heat. Wherever they passed, space itself was scorched and twisted. Sisters joined forces to break the formation. Su Qingxue gave a loud shout. The seven women quickly formed a battle formation, channeling their spiritual energy to converge all their strength. Su Qingxue wielded spatial power, attempting to warp the formation's spatial structure. Xia Ruoxue swung her immortal sword, releasing waves of sharp sword qi that cut through the flames. Yi Linger channeled the power of the celestial maiden war goddess, summoning a sacred barrier of light to withstand the flames' assault. Bai Liu unleashed nine-tailed foxfire, clashing against the fire sovereign's black flames in an attempt to counter fire with fire. Lin Yu manipulated the power of thunder, opposing the thunder sovereign's strength. The other two female emperors also unleashed their ultimate techniques, coordinating with their sisters. Under the combined attack of the seven women, the four symbols' demon-sealing formation began to waver. The four sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. This is bad. These seven women are actually this powerful. His eyes full of worry, the Earth Sovereign said. So what if they are powerful? Today Liu Fei must die. The Fire Sovereign spoke through gritted teeth. He increased his spiritual energy output, and a black chain appeared in his hand. Runes glittered on the chain, exuding a powerful and malevolent aura. It was the forbidden art of the immortal realm, the Heavenly Punishment Chain. The Heavenly Punishment Chain. Isn't that the runic power that appeared in the Celestial Maiden's secret realm? Liu Fei was startled. He recalled the mysterious power he had encountered in the Celestial Maiden's secret realm, and never expected to meet it again here. The Fire Sovereign swung the Heavenly Punishment Chain, which flew toward Liu Fei like a black lightning bolt, attempting to coil around him. Liu Fei hurriedly used his spiritual energy to defend, but the chain's power was too overwhelming. His defense gradually became strained. Master! Seeing Liu Fei in danger, Yi Linger felt a tightness in her heart. She rushed forward without hesitation, trying to block the Heavenly Punishment Chain for Liu Fei. However, the Fire Sovereign was too fast. Yi Linger could not dodge in time, and was struck by the chain. Yi Linger let out a painful scream, her body scorched by the chain, with black wounds appearing across her skin. Linger! Seeing Yi Linger injured, the rage in Liu Fei's heart was ignited in an instant. You bastards, I will make you pay. Liu Fei roared furiously. The power of his Chaos Bloodline surged wildly, and an overwhelming bloodline pressure radiated from his body, like an invisible storm sweeping toward the four sovereigns. Thighs! What kind of pressure is this? The four sovereigns felt that pressure, and their faces changed. They felt as if they had been cast into an endless darkness, facing an existence of unimaginable power, and their hearts were filled with terror. Under the pressure of Liu Fei's bloodline, the movements of the four sovereigns became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, the seven women intensified their assault, which poured down on the sovereigns like a violent storm. Gradually unable to withstand the seven women's assault, the four sovereigns suffered multiple wounds. Retreat! Seeing this, the Fire Sovereign knew there was no way to win today. He gritted his teeth and led the other three sovereigns in a swift retreat. The four symbols' demon-sealing formation also dissipated. Master, are you all right? The seven women rushed to Liu Fei's side and asked anxiously. I'm fine, but Linger. Liu Fei looked at the injured Yi Linger, his heart filled with self-blame and pain. He hurriedly channeled spiritual energy to heal Yi Linger. Nourished by Liu Fei's spiritual power, her wounds gradually improved. Ding! Side quest escaped the Sovereign's pursuit, progress 11. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. Master, I'm all right. Don't worry. Yi Linger looked at Liu Fei and forced a faint smile. Her eyes were full of tenderness and determination. She knew that Liu Fei would give everything for her. Linger, it's all my fault for letting you get hurt. Liu Fei said reproachfully. No, Master, I was the one who wanted to help you. Besides, didn't we successfully escape the Sovereign's pursuit? Yi Linger said. Liu Fei nodded. Looking at the seven women, he was filled with gratitude. Thank you. With you all by my side, I am not afraid of anything. Liu Fei said. The seven women looked at Liu Fei, their eyes brimming with deep affection. Master, we will always be by your side, never leaving nor forsaking you. Su Qingxue said. After breaking free from the interception of the four sovereigns, Liu Fei and the seven women continued deeper into the Shirwan Mountains. They knew that even more dangers awaited them ahead, but they were not afraid, for they believed that as long as they united as one, nothing could stand in their way. After breaking free from the interception of the four great emperors, Liu Fei and the seven women pressed deeper into the Shirwan Mountains. Mist filled the mountain paths, and strange demonic beasts let out roars from time to time, as if warning the intruders to turn back. Yet Liu Fei and the others showed not the slightest sign of retreat. There was only one goal in their hearts: to seize the Chaos Green Lotus. As they advanced further, the surroundings grew ever more mysterious. Suddenly a strange radiance appeared ahead. Within the light, a towering nine-story glazed pagoda stood silently. Its body was fashioned from polychrome glazed tiles, and under the sunlight it emanated a resplendent, dreamlike glow. Yet beneath this beautiful facade lay a formidable sealing force. So this is the nine-story glazed pagoda that suppresses the Chaos Green Lotus. Liu Fei looked at the pagoda before him, his eyes filled with solemnity. He could sense an immense power dwelling within the pagoda, and each floor seemed to conceal tremendous danger. The 7 women were equally struck by the scene before them. Master, this pagoda looks so mysterious. How do we get in? Liu asked softly. Liu Fei paced around the glazed pagoda and observed it closely. He discovered that the doors on every floor were tightly shut, and each door was inscribed with runes attuned to different elements: fire, water, lightning, earth, and so on. At the base of the pagoda, Liu Fei saw some peculiar patterns. As he studied them carefully, his expression suddenly froze. This is the sword technique from my past life. Liu Fei's heart shook with shock. He had never imagined that he would find a clue related to his past life here. With a trace of hope, he circulated his spiritual energy, and following the moves of the past life, sword technique unleashed a stream of sword chi. As the sword chi swept across, the patterns at the pagoda's base flickered with light, and the first door began to tremble as if it had been activated. Yet before everyone could rejoice, a mechanical rumble suddenly echoed from within the pagoda. Watch out! Liu Fei shouted. The group swiftly took up a defensive formation. The pagoda door slowly swung open, and a wave of frigid air poured out as an enormous ice golem stepped forth from the tower. The ice golem stood several zhang tall, its entire body made of solid ice and radiating bone-piercing chill. Wherever it passed, the ground froze solid. Humph, is this the guardian golem of the pagoda? It doesn't look like much. Liu gave a cold snort. As a member of the nine-tailed fox clan, she had extraordinary command over the power of fire. She formed hand seals rapidly, and a ball of nine-tailed fox fire coalesced in her palm. The flame burned with an eerie blue hue and blistering heat, a sharp contrast to the cold emitted by the ice golem. Go! Liu called out. The nine-tailed fox fire shot toward the ice golem like a bolt of blue lightning. Sensing the threat, the ice golem swung its enormous ice fist in an attempt to block the flame. However, the foxfire was far too hot. The instant it touched the ice golem, the golem's body began to melt away. Cracking sounds rang out unceasingly as the ice golem's body gradually weakened and finally crashed to the ground, dissolving into a pool of ice water. Liu, well done. The 7 women praised her one after another. Liu smiled slightly, a flicker of pride flashing in her eyes. The group moved on and arrived before the second floor door. This floor's door was carved with lightning-attributed runes. Liu Fei activated it once more using the sword technique from his past life. As the door opened, a stone golem appeared this time. The stone golem was formed entirely of hard rock, its surface covered in mysterious runes. Those runes glimmered with arcs of lightning, seemingly holding great power within. This time it's my turn. Lin stepped forward. She was adept at controlling the power of thunder. With a wave of her hands, dark clouds gathered densely in the sky and bolts of lightning flickered within them. Face your doom, Lin shouted. A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky and slammed toward the stone. The stone golem swung its arms in an attempt to block the lightning, but the lightning was too overwhelming. It shattered the runes on the golem's body and left cracks spreading across its entire frame. Sisters attacked together, Su Qingxue shouted. The 7 women each unleashed their ultimate techniques, and coordinating with Lin's lightning launched an assault on the stone golem. Under the combined assault, the stone golem finally crashed to the ground and scattered into a heap of rubble. Haha, it seems the golems in this pagoda are no match for us, Xiao said with a laugh. However, Liu Fei's expression was still grave. Don't let your guard down. These were only the first 2 levels. The dangers ahead are probably far beyond our imagination. Besides, time flows abnormally within this pagoda. 1 day in the outside world equals 10 days inside, so we must make haste, Liu Fei warned. The others nodded and continued toward the 3rd floor door. The door was engraved with water-attributed runes. Liu Fei performed the past life sword technique once more and activated the door. As the door opened, a water golem stepped out. Its body was translucent, composed of pure water elements, and it constantly flowed and shifted, making it elusive and hard to predict. This water golem is quite troublesome. Everyone be careful, Liu Fei said. The 7 women nodded, their eyes fixed on the water golem, ready to attack at any moment. The water golem let out a low guttural roar and charged at the group. Wherever it passed, trails of water spread across the ground, surging outward as if they would engulf the entire. Facing the charging water puppet, Liu Fei and the 7 women stood on high alert. The water puppet moved with incredible speed, arriving before the group in an instant. It swung its arm, formed from converging water currents, sending a howling gust of wind as it lashed out towards Xiao among the 7 women. The water puppet moved with incredible speed, arriving before the group in an instant. It swung its arm, formed from converging water currents, sending a howling. However, the water puppet's body was as fluid as liquid. The sword chi merely caused its arm to twist briefly before it instantly reverted to its original form. This water puppet is indeed troublesome. Liu Fei frowned deeply. Activating his Chaos Bloodline, he sought to discern the water puppet's weakness. Through the perception granted by his Chaos Bloodline, Liu Fei discovered that the water puppet's core lay within its chest, where a faint blue light flickered, seemingly the source of its power. "Sisters, strike the blue light on its chest," Liu Fei shouted. Hearing this, the 7 women altered their attacks accordingly. Su Qingxue unleashed her spatial power, twisting the space around the water puppet to restrict its movements. Yi Linger channeled the might of the Heaven Maiden War God, her war halberd blazing with sacred radiance, as she thrust toward the water puppet's chest. Bai Liu meanwhile commanded her 9-tailed fox fire to strike from the side, attempting to disrupt its actions. Under the combined assault, the water puppet gradually revealed openings. Yi Linger's war halberd struck true against the blue light on its chest. The water puppet shuddered violently, then slowly dissipated into a pool of clear water. Phew. Finally settled. Xia Ruoxue let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from her brow, and a relieved smile spread across her face. After defeating the water puppet, the group continued upward. As they pressed deeper, the aura within the tower grew increasingly mysterious. Arriving before the 4th-floor tower gate, Liu Fei employed the same method as before, activating it with the sword technique from his past life. The tower gate slowly opened, and a wave of scorching heat rushed forth. A massive vermilion bird of blazing flame flew out from within the tower. Flames blazed across the vermilion bird's body, its feathers as resplendent as burning fire. Its eyes flashed with piercing light as it emanated an overwhelming pressure. "This is the blazing flame vermilion bird." Liu Fei's heart jolted at the sight. The blazing flame vermilion bird was an ancient divine beast of immense power, and he never expected it to have become the guardian of this tower. "Humans, why have you trespassed into this place?" The blazing flame vermilion bird spoke, its voice as resonant as a great bell, carrying an unyielding authority. "We have come for the Chaos Green Lotus," Liu Fei replied, fearlessly staring straight into the vermilion bird's eyes. "The Chaos Green Lotus is an ultimate treasure of heaven and earth. How dare you covet it?" The blazing flame vermilion bird let out a cold snort and flapped its wings. The surrounding temperature instantly soared as flames blazed fiercely, as if about to ignite the entire space. Liu Fei activated his Chaos Bloodline, attempting to communicate with the blazing flame vermilion bird. Under the resonance of the Chaos Bloodline, a flicker of peculiar emotion passed through the vermilion bird's eyes. Why do you carry the aura of the Chaos Bloodline?" the blazing flame vermilion bird asked in astonishment. "I do not know either, but I seem to share some connection with the Chaos Green Lotus," Liu Fei said. Just then Xia Ruoxue noticed an injured young vermilion bird cowering in the corner. A wound on its wing was bleeding profusely, and its eyes were filled with terror. Xia Ruoxue's heart softened. She stepped forward and cast a wood attribute spell to heal the young vermilion bird's wound. Under her care, the wound gradually closed. The fledgling gazed at her with deep gratitude in its eyes. Seeing this, the hostility within the blazing flame vermilion bird slowly dissolved. "Human, you are kind-hearted. Since you saved my child, I shall not block your path. But to obtain the Chaos Green Lotus, you must still pass other trials," the blazing flame vermilion bird said. "Thank you, Senior," Xia Ruoxue replied gratefully. "Wait. Within me lies a fragment of chaos origin. Perhaps it is connected to the Chaos Green Lotus. If you can withstand its power, I shall bestow it upon you," the blazing flame vermilion bird suddenly declared. Liu Fei's heart stirred at these words. Activating his Chaos Bloodline, he braced himself to endure the incoming power. The blazing flame vermilion bird opened its beak, and a beam of crimson light shot straight toward Liu Fei. As the light merged into his body, Liu Fei felt a formidable force rampaging within him. Clenching his jaw, he channeled his Chaos Bloodline, with all his might striving to refine the surging power. Under the influence of the Chaos Bloodline, that force gradually came under Liu Fei's control. "Excellent. You have passed the trial. This is the Fire Spirit Pearl. Perhaps it will help you open the tower gates ahead." So saying, the blazing flame vermilion bird spat out a pearl radiating searing radiance. "Thank you, Senior." Liu Fei accepted the Fire Spirit Pearl and said gratefully. The group continued forward and arrived before the 5th-floor tower gate. After the gate was activated, a colossal ice crystal black tortoise slowly emerged. The black tortoise was covered entirely in solid ice, and every step made the ground tremble, while its freezing aura sent chills down one's spine. "Humans, your courage is commendable. But passing through here will not be so easy," the ice crystal black tortoise spoke. Liu Fei once again activated his Chaos Bloodline to communicate with it. The 7 women also unfolded their Empress domains, attempting to soothe the black tortoise's consciousness. Under the combined influence of the Chaos Bloodline and the Empress domains, the black tortoise's gaze gradually softened. "The aura you carry feels familiar to me. Very well, in light of your sincerity, I shall allow you to pass. Within me too lies a fragment of chaos origin. If you can absorb it, I will give you the Ice Soul Crystal," the Ice Crystal Black Tortoise stated. Liu Fei nodded and once again withstood the power of the Chaos Origin fragment within the Black Tortoise's body. Seeing this, the ice crystal black tortoise spat out a crystal exuding frigid aura, the ice soul crystal. The group continued onward and arrived before the 6th floor tower gate. After the gate was activated, a lightning radiance Qilin appeared before the group. Lightning crackled across the Qilin's body, and its roar was deafening, as if it could tear the sky asunder. Humans, you have come this far, quite impressive. But to claim the Chaos Green Lotus, you must prove whether you truly have what it takes, the lightning radiance Qilin declared. Liu Fei followed the same approach. Through his Chaos Bloodline and the 7 Women's Empress domains, he successfully communicated with the Lightning Radiance Qilin and absorbed the Chaos Origin fragment within its body. The Lightning Radiance Qilin also bestowed the Lightning Rune Stone upon Liu Fei. Ding! Spiritual treasures collected progress 33. The system notification chimed within Liu Fei's mind. The Green Lotus chooses its master, only Chaos can be its mate. If you can gather all the fragments of Chaos Origin, you may yet have the chance to earn the recognition of the Chaos Green Lotus. The Lightning Radiance Qilin spoke. Liu Fei and the 7 women exchanged glances, their eyes brimming. They knew they were one step closer to the Chaos Green Lotus. In the Guardian Beast battles, Liu Fei and the 7 women challenged the Blazing Flame, Vermilion Bird, the Ice Crystal Black Tortoise, and the Lightning Radiance Qilin respectively. Through Liu Fei's resonance with the Chaos Bloodline and the 7 women's Soothing Empress domains, they peacefully obtained the spiritual treasures and learned the key to the Chaos Green Lotus, choosing its master. Liu Fei and the 7 maidens carrying the spirit treasures they had gathered climbed eagerly toward the upper levels of the Ninastery Glazed Tower. With every floor they ascended, the spatial fluctuations around them grew stronger and the mysterious aura more profound, as though foretelling their gradual approach to the secret core of the Chaos Azure Lotus. At last they stood before the gate of the 9th level. Liu Fei took a deep breath and pressed the Fire Spirit Pearl, the Ice Soul Crystal, and the Thunder Rune Stone into the corresponding indentations on the tower door. In that instant, the tower door blazed with dazzling light, runes flashed, and the power of the ancient restriction was instantly awakened, emitting a low hum. Then the tower door slowly opened, and a powerful and mysterious force of space-time rushed toward them, forcing everyone to take several steps back. Is this the power of the Chaos Azure Lotus? Yilinger stared into the tower in shock, her eyes filled with awe. Inside the tower, a colossal Chaos Azure Lotus hovered in midair. Its petals shimmered with iridescent light, and warped forces of time and space whirled around it, as if the entire space had been torn into countless fragments. Liu Fei walked slowly into the tower, his gaze locked onto the Chaos Azure Lotus. As he approached, he suddenly felt a powerful pull, as if the lotus were summoning him. Just as his hand was about to touch the lotus, an abrupt change occurred. The tower trembled violently, and beams of light shot out from its body, enveloping Liu Fei. Within the radiance, Liu Fei's consciousness gradually faded, and he seemed to enter a mysterious realm. Their image after image flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Liu Fei saw his past life when he strolled hand in hand with a stunning woman through a mystical, celestial realm. The woman's eyes were filled with tenderness and love, and her smile, like the warm spring sun, warmed Liu Fei's heart. This is my wife, he murmured to himself, tears glistening in his eyes. The scene shifted. Liu Fei witnessed a fierce battle. Countless mighty beings fought savagely around the Chaos Azure Lotus, and his wife, in order to protect the Lotus, did not hesitate to oppose every faction. As the battle raged on, his wife gradually fell into desperate straits. Her body was covered with wounds, yet her gaze remained unyielding. Suddenly she infused the Chaos Origin in her hand into Liu Fei's body, while she herself was struck by a terrifying backlash. No! Liu Fei cried out in agony. He tried to charge forward to save her, only to find himself unable to move. His wife looked at him, her eyes filled with love and reluctance. My beloved, you must live on. Her voice echoed around Liu Fei. Then her body was slowly sealed within the Chaos Azure Lotus. So my Chaos Bloodline was bestowed upon me by my wife. Liu Fei realized the truth suddenly dawning on him. At last he understood his bond with the Chaos Azure Lotus. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the 7 maidens saw Liu Fei shrouded in light and completely motionless, and they grew deeply anxious. What has happened to Master? Su Qingxue asked anxiously. Let us go in and see, Yilinger said, and was about to step into the light. But the moment she set foot within it, she too was drawn into that mysterious realm. The other 6 maidens were subsequently pulled in one after another. Inside the realm, the 7 maidens witnessed the scenes of love between Liu Fei and his wife from his past life. Though their hearts ached with a touch of bitterness, what they felt even more was heartache for Liu Fei. They knew how much pain Liu Fei had endured in his search for his wife. Sisters, we must help Master break the seal and rescue his wife, Su Qingxue said resolutely. The 7 maidens nodded one after another, their eyes burning with resolve. At that moment, a rift in space-time suddenly appeared in the realm. Within the rift, indistinct visions of the future could be seen. Liu Fei caught a glimpse of a future scene in which he fought shoulder to shoulder with the 7 maidens against a mighty force of darkness. and in that battle the Chaos Azure Lotus would play an indispensable role. Is this a vision of the future? Liu Fei wondered, knowing that it might be an important clue. Ding! Main quest progress 11. The system notification resounded in Liu Fei's mind. He took a deep breath, looked at the 7 maidens, and his eyes brimmed with gratitude and determination. Sisters, let us break the seal together and rescue my wife, Liu Fei declared. The 7 maidens nodded, gathered around him, and channeled their spiritual energy in a bid to help him shatter the seal. With the 7 maidens' help, Liu Fei gradually regained consciousness from the mysterious realm. Master, you are finally awake, Yi Linger exclaimed excitedly when she saw him open his eyes. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens, deeply moved. Thank you, sisters. I now know the secret of the Chaos Azure Lotus. Let us break the seal together, Liu Fei said. Yet just as they were about to make their move, a powerful fluctuation of aura suddenly came from outside the tower. Not good. Someone is coming. Liu Fei's face changed drastically. He knew that it might be forces of the immortal realm or other mighty experts coveting the Chaos Azure Lotus. They had to break the seal and seize the Chaos Azure Lotus before their enemies arrived. Liu Fei and the 7 women detected the powerful aura fluctuations outside the tower. Realizing time was of the essence, they immediately concentrated all their minds on breaking the seal. Liu Fei drew a deep breath, activated his Chaos Bloodline, and released his power without reservation. The mysterious, overwhelming might of that bloodline surged toward the Chaos Green Lotus like a rushing tide. Sensing the summons of the Chaos Bloodline, the petals of the Chaos Green Lotus, which had been still, began to tremble faintly, and the surrounding power of space and time churned violently in response. A low, unceasing hum filled the air. The Chaos Green Lotus slowly bloomed with ever more dazzling light wrapped in a soft halo. In the center of the light, a phantom figure gradually took shape. When Liu Fei focused his eyes on it, his gaze instantly turned moist. It was his wife from his previous life. My dear. Liu Fei reached out with a trembling hand, his voice laden with uncontrollable excitement. The wife's spirit smiled gently, tears glistening in her eyes as well. I sensed your presence, so I have been waiting here all along. Now at last you have come. The 7 women stood to the side, quietly watching the scene. Though complicated feelings stirred in their hearts, what they felt even more was happiness for Liu Fei. They could sense the deep love Liu Fei held for his wife, and understood how precious a bond that transcended time and space truly was. The wife's spirit turned slightly toward the 7 women, and said, You have accompanied him all this way. You have worked hard. I can feel your sincerity toward him. The 7 women shook their heads one after another, indicating that they had done so. Then the wife's spirit grew solemn. I am the incarnation of the Chaos Origin. In the past, in order to guard the chaos force of heaven and earth, I was besieged by the immortal realm. In that great battle, I was forced to split my spiritual consciousness. I poured a portion of the Chaos Origin into his body while I myself fell into slumber and was sealed within the Green Lotus. Her words revealed endless vicissitudes and helplessness. Why did the immortal realm do such a thing? Yi Linger could not help asking, her eyes filled with fury and doubt. The immortal realm wanted to control every mighty power in order to consolidate its rule. Naturally, the Chaos Green Lotus and the Chaos Origin became their targets. The wife's spirit explained. To enable the 7 women to help Liu Fei more effectively, she resolved to pour the Origin force into their bodies. She moved her hands, and streak after streak of mysterious runes flew from her fingertips, merging into the 7 women's bodies. The 7 women only felt a warm, powerful force surging into them, and the spiritual energy they knew so well was instantly transformed in a mysterious manner. This is... Su Qingxue sensed the changes inside her body with delighted astonishment. She discovered that she had gained an unprecedented affinity with the Chaos Force, as if the Chaos Force had become a part of her. The other 6 women likewise felt this miraculous transformation, and their eyes were full of surprise and excitement. Not only that, as the Origin Force poured in, all 7 women awakened new domains at the same time. In Xia Ruoxu's domain, vegetation grew wildly, and every leaf glittered with a faint chaotic sheen, as if containing boundless vitality and power. In Yi Linger's celestial maiden war goddess domain, holy radiance merged with the mysterious breath of chaos, making it far stronger and more enigmatic. In Bai Liu's 9-tailed fox domain, foxfire burned even more fiercely, now inscribed, with chaotic flame patterns greatly increasing its might. Each of the 7 women's new domains had its own distinct character, yet all of them were perfectly fused with the chaos force. Liu Fei watched the 7 women transform, his heart both astonished and comforted. He stepped forward and embraced the spirit of his wife. At that very moment, the 7 women suddenly felt a powerful resonance of souls. This resonance made their souls feel as if they had merged into one, and the ties among them grew even closer. The 7 women exchanged glances, shock flashing through their eyes. They vaguely sensed that Liu Fei and the woman before them who incarnated the Chaos Origin seemed to share an inseparable bond of destiny. It seems the destiny that makes the 8 of us one has long been written, the wife's spirit said with a smile, her gaze full of meaning. However, because she had been sealed for so long and had consumed a vast amount of power to fill the 7 women, the wife's spirit became more and more tenuous. She knew she had little time left. Before dissipating, she presented Liu Fei with a scroll emitting a mysterious radiance. This is the Chaos Green Lotus map, marking the locations of the other origin fragments. Gather all the origin fragments, and perhaps the secrets of the Chaos Green Lotus can be fully revealed, and I might also. The voice of the wife's spirit gradually weakened, her eyes filled with hope and reluctance. No, you will not dissipate. I will definitely find a way to save you. Liu Fei gripped the scroll tightly as tears streamed down his face, once more his heart full of pain and unwillingness. My dear, do not grieve. To see you again has already made me content. Remember, you must gather the origin fragments and save this world. With one last deep look at Liu Fei, the wife's spirit slowly dispersed. No. Liu Fei shouted in agony, reaching out in a desperate attempt to seize his wife's spirit, yet he grasped only emptiness. The 7 women came forward and gently embraced him, offering him comfort. At that moment, the aura fluctuations outside the tower surged with increasing intensity. The enemies were about to arrive, and Liu Fei and the 7 women had to set out on a new journey carrying the Chaos Green Lotus map. Liu Fei stood for a long time where his wife's soul had scattered, his gaze filled with grief and lingering reluctance to let go. Yet he knew this was not the time to drown in sorrow. The Chaos Azure Lotus diagram in his hand glowed faintly, as if urging him onward. Outside the pagoda, the enemy presence grew ever more oppressive. Every moment was like a taut bowstring, danger lurking on every side. Master, we can delay no longer. Su Qingxue stepped forward and said softly, her eyes filled with determination and concern. Liu Fei took a deep breath, suppressed the agony in his heart, and nodded. He carefully put away the Chaos Azure Lotus diagram, then fixed his gaze upon the Chaos Azure Lotus. I want to fuse with the Chaos Azure Lotus. Only then will I have enough power to face everything that lies ahead. Liu Fei's voice was low but unshakable, as though proclaiming a verdict beyond all doubt. The 7 maidens were startled. They knew all too well the danger of fusing with the Chaos Azure Lotus, but seeing the resolve in Liu Fei's eyes, they understood they could not stop him. Master, this is too dangerous. You linger, said, tears in her eyes and her voice trembling. Linger, my mind is made up. This is something I must do. Liu Fei cut her off, his eyes burning with unhesitating resolve. Liu Fei walked slowly toward the Chaos Azure Lotus, channeling the power of his Chaos Bloodline. As he prepared to fuse with the Lotus, he burned the power of his own origin, and the Chaos Bloodline instantly turned savage, rampaging through his body like an awakened ancient beast. Sensing this power, the Chaos Azure Lotus blazed with radiant light. Around it, the forces of time and space surged wildly, forming miniature space-time vortices that enveloped Liu Fei. Trapped within the vortex, Liu Fei felt as though countless steel needles were piercing every meridian in his body. The pain was unbearable. His skin began to crack, blood seeped out, and his whole being looked utterly ruined. Yet he clenched his teeth and persisted, forcing the Chaos Bloodline and the Lotus power to merge. As the fusion deepened, Liu Fei's body gradually reached the limit of what it could endure. His meridians snapped inch by inch, and his life force began to fade. Oh! Liu Fei could not help but cry out in anguish. His body swayed on the verge of collapse. Master! The 7 maidens were frantic with worry. They knew that if they did not act, Liu Fei would surely die. Sisters, let us use the female emperor's origin to keep him alive. Su Qingxue shouted, and the 7 maidens swiftly gathered around Liu Fei. They channeled the power of the female emperor's origin and poured it into his body. Like a gentle stream, the power of the female emperor's origin nourished Liu Fei's shattered meridians and restored his vitality. Thanks to the 7 maidens' efforts, Liu Fei's condition was temporarily stabilized, but the process of fusing with the Chaos Azure Lotus remained agonizingly difficult. As Liu Fei's consciousness blurred, images suddenly surfaced in his mind. In those visions, the 7 maidens dressed as maidservants stood around his wife from his past life, their eyes filled with loyalty and reverence. Together with her in that mysterious celestial realm, they had shared a beautiful and serene time. So, in your past lives you were my wife's maidservants, Liu Fei murmured to himself. At last he unraveled the doubt that had long troubled his heart, understanding the inscrutable karmic bond between him and the 7 maidens. Meanwhile, outside the pagoda, the 4 great sovereigns sensed the abnormality within. They knew Liu Fei was attempting to fuse with the Chaos Azure Lotus, and if he succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. There is no way we will let that brat get away with it. The Fire Sovereign snorted coldly. After consulting with the other 3 sovereigns, he decided to lay down the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation formation outside the pagoda, seeking to annihilate Liu Fei and the others within. The 4 great sovereigns acted swiftly, each taking one of the 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north, to channel their spiritual power and establish the formation. In the sky, dark clouds converged rapidly into a colossal black vortex. Within the vortex, lightning flashed as thick currents of tribulation thunder gathered, exuding an aura of destruction. Inside the pagoda, Liu Fei sensed the crisis outside. He knew he had to complete the fusion at once, otherwise not only would he lose his life, but the 7 maidens would also be dragged into mortal danger. Gritting his teeth, he poured in even more power, drawing the force of the Chaos Azure Lotus further into his body. Beneath the impact of that overwhelming force, a mysterious mark suddenly surfaced within Liu Fei, the Chaos Unity Seal. The Chaos Unity Seal flickered with light as its runes swirled. Its appearance seemed to make the fusion between Liu Fei and the Chaos Azure Lotus proceed far more smoothly. With the emergence of the Chaos Unity Seal, a wondrous change took place in Liu Fei's body. His aura gradually steadied and his shattered meridians began to heal at an astonishing speed. Not only that, his power was rising at a terrifying rate. At last, with the full support of the 7 maidens, Liu Fei succeeded in fusing with the Chaos Azure Lotus. An immense force erupted from his body, one that contained not only the mysterious might of the Chaos Azure Lotus, but also the power of time and space. Ding! Fusion successful. Breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Acquired 2 great divine abilities, the Azure Lotus Sky-Stepping Art and Chaos Devouring. The power of time and space can now be wielded. The system notification echoed through Liu Fei's mind. He slowly opened his eyes and light shimmered within them. In that moment, he was utterly reborn, cast off his old self, and transformed completely. He looked at the 7 maidens, his heart overflowing with gratitude and affection. Sisters, thank you. Without you I could never have succeeded, Liu Fei said. The 7 maidens looked at him, their eyes full of comfort and joy. As long as you are safe, master, that is all that matters, Xiaoruoxue said with a smile. But before they could celebrate, the 9 heavens thunder tribulation formation outside the pagoda was already poised. A massive bolt of tribulation thunder descended from the sky, crashing toward the 9-storied, glazed pagoda. Through bloodline fusion, Liu Fei burned his origin source and forcibly fused with the Chaos Azure Lotus. At the moment his meridians shattered, the 7 maidens used the female emperor's origin to sustain his life. During the fusion, Liu Fei unraveled the karmic bonds between him and the 7 maidens from their past lives, and the Chaos Unity Seal appeared in his body. In the end, he succeeded in breaking through to the nascent soul stage, obtaining 2 great divine abilities and gaining mastery over the power of time and space. But outside the pagoda, the 9 heavens thunder tribulation formation laid down by the 4 great sovereigns was about to unleash its attack. What new crisis awaited Liu Fei and the 7 maidens? Outside the pagoda, the 9 heavens thunder tribulation formation laid by the 4 sovereigns was poised to strike. A thick bolt of tribulation lightning carrying a world-destroying aura crashed down upon the 9-story glazed pagoda like a ferocious beast. Wherever the lightning passed, the air ignited instantly with crackling sounds, and the surrounding space was twisted out of shape by the overwhelming force. Liu Fei, today is your day of death, the Fire Sovereign said with a sinister smile as he watched the tribulation lightning about to fall, his eyes filled with smugness and anticipation. This brat dares to fuse with the Chaos Azure Lotus. He is simply overestimating himself. Today let him understand that the majesty of the immortal realm must not be offended. The Water Sovereign sneered. His hands rapidly formed seals, continuously pouring spiritual power into the 9 heavens thunder tribulation formation, causing the tribulation lightning to grow ever stronger. Inside the pagoda, Liu Fei and the 7 women sensed the terrifying pressure outside. Liu Fei frowned deeply. Aware of the full might of the 9 heavens thunder tribulation formation, he knew that if they did not take effective measures, they would all be reduced to ashes by the tribulation lightning. However, he showed not the slightest intention of retreating. His eyes instead burned with firm resolve and determination. Sisters, let us activate the 8 barons and 6 harmonies formation together. Liu Fei turned to the 7 women and shouted. The 7 women nodded one after another, their eyes equally filled with resolve and trust. The 7 women quickly took up a special formation. Channeling the fused power of the Chaos Origin, they resonated with Liu Fei's strength. At that moment, the 7 women and Liu Fei were in perfect accord, as if connected by a single heart. As their power poured in, the 8 barons and 6 harmonies formation slowly activated, and a powerful mysterious aura spread outward. The instant the formation activated, the entire 9-story glazed pagoda trembled. Countless mysterious runes emerged within the pagoda, shimmering with 5-colored light. They intertwined, forming an immense energy field. At the center of the energy field, an ethereal figure appeared, the soul of Liu Fei's wife from his previous life. The wife's soul wore a gentle smile, and her eyes were full of love and strength. Thighs. What is going on? The 4 sovereigns' expressions changed dramatically at the vision inside the pagoda. They had not expected Liu Fei and the others to be capable of unleashing such a powerful formation. Let me show you what we are truly made of, Yi Ling'er shouted, swinging her battle halberd. A beam of light shot toward the tribulation lightning. Emboldened by her, the 7 women each unleashed their own ultimate techniques, and brilliant rays of light flared amid the tribulation lightning. The power of the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation collided with the tribulation lightning, producing a deafening roar. The immense shockwave tore the surrounding space apart, leaving huge black voids in its wake. In that violent clash, the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation displayed its terrifying might. Not only did it successfully withstand the tribulation lightning, it even began to draw spiritual power from the lightning for its own use. How is this possible? This formation can actually absorb the tribulation lightning's spiritual power. The Thunder Sovereign cried out in terror, disbelief flooding his eyes. What was more, the power of the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation continued to spread, surging toward the 4 Sovereigns. Seeing this, the 4 Sovereigns hurriedly channeled their spiritual power to defend themselves. Yet the power of the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation was too overwhelming, making their resistance seem utterly feeble. Under the formation's assault, the bodies of the 4 Sovereigns began to tremble as their spiritual power was gradually drained. Even the heavenly punishment chains they had used earlier were sucked back by that immense force. The runes on the heavenly punishment chains flickered and finally merged into the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation, becoming part of its power. No, this is impossible. The Fire Sovereign shouted in despair, his face full of terror. Under the mighty power of the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation, the 4 Sovereigns were all wounded. Their bodies flew backward like kites, with broken strings crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood. At the same time, inside the pagoda, the 7 women sustaining the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation began to undergo astonishing changes in their bodies. Liu Fei watched as his wife's soul gradually merged with the souls of the 7 women, forming an even more powerful soul entity. This soul entity radiated chaotic light and seemed to contain endless power. So, you were originally one being. Liu Fei murmured to himself, finally confirming the mysterious connection between his wife and the 7 women. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotion and shock. Ding! Skill unlocked, 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies. The system notification sounded in Liu Fei's mind. The overwhelming power of the 8 Barons and 6 Harmonies formation not only severely wounded the 4 Sovereigns, but also shocked the immortals watching from all around. They stared at the scene, their hearts filled with awe and fear. Is this the power of the Chaos Chosen One? One immortal said tremblingly, his eyes full of shock. The Chaos Chosen One has appeared in the world. The balance of the immortal realm is likely to change. Another immortal remarked with a sigh. In the distance, a mighty immortal quietly observed all of this. His eyes held a complex mixture of emotions, shock, concern, and a trace of anticipation. The Chaos Chosen One has appeared. Where will the fate of this world now lead? The mighty immortal murmured to himself, then vanished from the spot. The news of the 4 emperors' crushing defeat struck the tranquil surface of the celestial realm like a boulder stirring 1,000 waves. When the celestial realm's sovereign, the heavenly emperor Haoyan, heard of this, his countenance instantly darkened, as if it could drip with water. A mere brat who leapt from foundation establishment to nascent soul could actually send the 4 emperors retreating in defeat and even fuse with the Chaos Azure Lotus. This matter must not be let go. He slammed the armrest of his throne, rising to his feet, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty that chilled the heart. In an instant, the heavenly emperor Haoyan tore through space and descended outside the 90-yard glazed pagoda. He wore a magnificent imperial robe embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, dazzling yet oppressive beyond measure. His long hair streamed freely in the wind, and his eyes gleamed like cold stars. Wherever they swept, all things seemed compelled to submit beneath his gaze. Liu Fei, surrender the Chaos Azure Lotus, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, this very day shall be the day your soul is scattered to the winds. The celestial emperor's voice boomed like a great bell, rolling forth and causing ripples to spread across the surrounding space. Even the 90-yard glazed pagoda trembled slightly under that overwhelming might. Within the pagoda, Liu Fei sensed that supremely powerful aura, and his expression turned extremely grave. He knew well that the heavenly emperor Haoyan was the paramount sovereign of the celestial realm, his strength unfathomable. But by now, Liu Fei had fused with the Chaos Azure Lotus, acquiring the 2 great divine abilities, Azure Lotus Void Step and Chaos Devouring. And moreover, 7 women stood shoulder to shoulder with him. In his heart, there was not a trace of fear. Sisters, the celestial emperor has come in person. Today's battle is a matter of life and death, and it is also for our faith and our future. Liu Fei looked at the 7 women with unwavering determination, and they all nodded, their eyes revealing resolute trust. Do you truly think you can contend with me? It is nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Seeing that Liu Fei and the others showed no fear, the heavenly emperor Haoyan gave a cold snort and raised his hand, unleashing a beam of boundless immortal power toward the 90-yard glazed pagoda. Wherever the beam passed, space was instantly pierced through, leaving behind a deep pitch-black rift, as if leading to an endless abyss. Seeing this, Liu Fei immediately channeled his chaotic power and executed the Azure Lotus Void Step. His figure flickered and appeared instantly before the beam. His hands formed seals at lightning speed, and a colossal azure lotus shield condensed from chaotic power materialized in front of him. Boom! The beam struck the shield, erupting in a deafening explosion. The immense impact forced Liu Fei back a few steps, yet the azure lotus shield steadfastly withstood the Celestial Emperor's attack. Interesting, but that is far from enough. A flicker of surprise passed through the Heavenly Emperor Haoshan's eyes, and he struck out once more. A divine sword appeared in his hand, the Haotian sword. Its blade gleamed with golden light runes flowing across its surface, exuding an aura that could annihilate heaven and earth. The Celestial Emperor swung the Haotian sword, sending forth wave after wave of ferocious sword chi toward Liu Fei and the 7 women. Wherever the sword chi passed, space shattered like a broken mirror. Liu Fei knew well that the Celestial Emperor's power was terrifying, and that meeting him head-on was by no means the best strategy. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he channeled his chaotic power to create an Azure Lotus illusion realm. Within the illusion, memories of his wife's past life surged forth like a tide. Liu Fei lured the Heavenly Emperor Haotian into it. Celestial Emperor, take a look at the truth within. With a great shout, Liu Fei swiftly joined the 7 women outside the illusion to set up the Chaos Dragon subduing formation, ready to counter the Celestial Emperor's retaliation at any moment. In the Azure Lotus illusion realm, the Heavenly Emperor Haotian witnessed the scene of Liu Fei's wife sacrificing herself to protect the celestial realm, pouring the source of chaos into Liu Fei's body, and then voluntarily sealing herself within the Chaos Azure Lotus. Those images were overwhelmingly real. The steadfastness in his wife's eyes and her selfless devotion to the celestial realm struck the Heavenly Emperor Haoshan's heart like heavy hammers. How can this be? I have been kept in the dark all this time. The Heavenly Emperor Haotian muttered to himself, an expression of disbelief spreading across his face. Gradually his gaze grew confused, and he fell into an inner demon. Outside the pagoda, Liu Fei and the 7 women watched the Azure Lotus illusion realm, closely poised to strike at any moment. Master, how long will the Celestial Emperor be trapped in the illusion? Yilinger asked nervously. I'm not sure, but we cannot afford to waste this chance. Focus all our strength on the Chaos Dragon subduing formation. Liu Fei frowned deeply, injecting even more chaotic power into the formation as he answered. The 7 women also channeled their Empress source power in unison, reinforcing the formation alongside Liu Fei. At that very moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from within the Azure Lotus illusion realm. The Heavenly Emperor Haotian broke free from the inner demon, his eyes blazing with rage and regret. Liu Fei, how dare you scheme against me? Wielding the Haotian sword, he madly slashed at the edge of the illusion, attempting to shatter its binding. Seeing this, Liu Fei immediately shouted, "Sisters, activate the Chaos Dragon subduing formation." The 7 women moved swiftly, and the Chaos Dragon subduing formation activated in an instant. Ropes woven from chaotic power shot toward the Heavenly Emperor Haotian, attempting to ensnare him. However, the Heavenly Emperor Haotian was immensely powerful after all. He swung the Haotian sword, severing each incoming rope. "If you think this paltry formation can bind me," the Heavenly Emperor Haotian sneered, and swung the Haotian sword once more, unleashing an even more formidable sword chi toward Liu Fei and the others. The power contained within that sword chi seemed capable of splitting the entire world in two. At the critical moment, the 7 women swiftly summoned the Empress Shield. Their powers intermingled, forming an indestructible barrier that shielded both Liu Fei and themselves within. Boom! The sword chi struck the shield, producing a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar. The tremendous impact caused the 7 women's bodies to tremble slightly, but they gritted their teeth and poured every ounce of strength into sustaining the shield. To everyone's astonishment, under the shield's rebounding force, that sword chi reversed course and flew straight back at the Heavenly Emperor Haotian. His expression drastically changed as he hastily swung the Haotian's sword to defend himself. Yet the rebounding sword chi carried the special power of the Empress Shield, causing even the Haotian's sword to waver. What power is this? The Heavenly Emperor Haotian cried out in terror. At that moment, the Chaos Azure Lotus, which had been fused with Liu Fei all along, suddenly blazed with radiant light. Amid the fierce collisions of battle, the Lotus had absorbed a portion of the Celestial Emperor's source power and began to evolve. The Lotus emitted a melodious resonance, slowly transforming into the Chaos Azure Lotus Taishu form. In its new form, the Lotus petals shimmered with mysterious Taishu runes, surrounded by even more formidable temporal spatial power, as if containing the profound mysteries of the entire universe. The Chaos Azure Lotus has actually evolved. Staring at the evolved Chaos Azure Lotus, the Heavenly Emperor Haoshan's eyes were filled with shock and greed. He recklessly charged toward the Chaos Azure Lotus, attempting to seize it. But the moment he drew near, the power of the Chaos Dragon subduing formation erupted once again, and ropes of chaos bound him tightly. The Celestial Emperor descended, unleashing a breathtaking battle against Liu Fei and the 7 women. Liu Fei cleverly created the Azure Lotus illusion realm, plunging the heavenly Emperor Hao Yin into an inner demon, and together with the 7 women laid the Chaos Dragon subduing formation. During the battle, the 7 women's Empress shield rebounded the Celestial Emperor's attack, and the Chaos Azure Lotus absorbed the Celestial Emperor's source power to evolve into the Chaos Azure Lotus Taishu form. How will the trapped heavenly Emperor Hao Yin counterattack? Can Liu Fei and the 7 women completely defeat the Celestial Emperor and complete the time-limited mission? Trapped within the Chaos Dragon trapping formation, the Hao Yin Immortal Emperor gradually lost the power to resist under the overwhelming combined assault of Liu Fei and the 7 maidens. His body tottered, his immortal robe torn to shreds, his hair disheveled. The arrogance and majesty in his eyes had long been replaced by fear and unwillingness. No, this cannot be. I am the Lord of the Immortal Realm. How could I be defeated by you juniors? The Hao Yin Immortal Emperor muttered, his voice steeped in despair. Liu Fei stepped forward, gazing coldly at the Hao Yin Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor, at this point, what more do you have to say? The Hao Yin Immortal Emperor raised his head, looked at Liu Fei, and a flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes. Humph, I never expected that the Chaos Green Lotus would choose you. Very well. Today I have fallen into your hands, and I have nothing more to say. But you should know that your wife is no ordinary person. She is the Chaos Goddess, the embodiment of the Chaos origin. Back then, in order to prevent a catastrophe that could destroy heaven and earth, she split her origin into 7 fragments and scattered them across the myriad realms. Now these fragments have become the object of contention among various powers. Liu Fei was startled at these words. Are you telling the truth? The Hao Yin Immortal Emperor smiled bitterly and nodded. At this point, why would I deceive you? If you can gather all the origin fragments, perhaps you can truly revive her. Liu Fei turned to look at the 7 maidens, who also wore expressions of astonishment. They had never expected Liu Fei's wife to possess such a mysterious identity. Sisters, it seems the road ahead remains long. We must collect the origin fragments to bring my wife back, Liu Fei declared resolutely. The 7 maidens nodded in succession. Master, we will surely accompany you. At that moment, the Chaos Green Lotus suddenly emitted a blaze of light, and a beam shot out from the lotus, merging into the minds of the 7 maidens. The 7 maidens felt a flood of memories surging into their minds. Memories that were precisely those of Liu Fei's wife. Through these memories, the 7 maidens gained a profounder comprehension of Liu Fei's complex sentiments and also perceived the intangible bond that connected them to him. So, we were originally one with our elder sister. Su Qingxue murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. Yes, now we finally understand why we have such deep feelings for Master. Xia Ruoxue said. The 7 maidens walked over to Liu Fei and looked at him with affection. Master, we will definitely help you gather the origin fragments. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will not give up, said Linger. Liu Fei looked at the 7 maidens. Thank you, my sisters. With you by my side, I fear nothing, Liu Fei said. The 8 of them smiled at one another, having forged a pact to never part for all eternity. At that moment, their hearts were filled with strength. Whatever awaited them ahead, they would face it together. Ding. New main quest: collect origin fragments, progress 07. The system notification rang out in Liu Fei's mind. Meanwhile, the Chaos Green Lotus once again manifested a beam of light. Within the light, a mysterious pattern appeared. The Taishu sword diagram. Runes flickered across the Taishu sword diagram, seemingly offering guidance. This is... Liu Fei looked at the diagram, his heart full of doubt. Master, perhaps the Chaos Green Lotus is guiding us toward the next origin fragments location. Liu Fei nodded. Indeed, it seems we must follow the guidance of the Taishu sword diagram and set forth on our journey to collect the origin fragments. They packed their belongings and prepared to leave. However, just as they were about to depart, a mysterious young man suddenly appeared in the distance. The young man held a green lotus fragment in his hand, and his body emanated an aura almost identical to that of Liu Fei's wife. That is... Liu Fei stared at the mysterious youth, an inexplicable feeling welling up in his heart. The mysterious young man looked at Liu Fei, and the 7 maidens smiled faintly, then turned around and vanished on the spot. Only Liu Fei and the 7 maidens remained staring with bewilderment in the direction where the young man had disappeared. Master, who is this young man? And what is the story behind the green lotus fragment in his hand? Linger asked. Liu Fei shook his head. I do not know either, but I have a premonition that he is greatly connected to our future. Although their hearts were full of doubt, Liu Fei and the 7 maidens did not tarry. They knew the mission to collect the origin fragments was arduous and time was pressing. They had to embark on the journey as soon as possible, following the guidance of the Taishu sword diagram to search for the next origin fragments location.